Having traversed this high martial world for 18 years, suddenly taken back to the super conglomerate that monopolizes the Federation, I thought I had hit the jackpot. Yet I discovered my entire family only saw me as a stepping stone and human target for the fake young master. Facing the cold indifference and threats from his mother, along with the mockery of the S-rank genius fake young master, I awakened the SSS-rank Spacetime Eyes with a backhanded slap. Not only can they manipulate time and space, it can even evolve infinitely by devouring assets. The entrance exam is approaching, and they want me to pave the way for the fake young master? But my divine level ability is just beginning to reveal its true power. When I can devour the wealth of an entire conglomerate, who in this world can stop me? Chapter 1, How could I not love this sudden wealth? Ha! Shoo, look, that bastard child really got taken back home. Are you crazy? What bastard child? That's the madam's own flesh and blood. Young Master Tianyan is actually the fake young master who was switched at birth. Then doesn't that mean Bai Ning is about to skyrocket to success? The Bai family is one of the big four conglomerates. They monopolize all the Federation's energy crystal mines. A single stomp from them could send shockwaves through the entire Federation. What the hell do you know? With young Master Tianyan's genius level, what does Bai Ning count for? Even if he returns, he's destined to be a stepping stone. Federal Central District, old residence of the Bai Consortium. Bai Ning stood at the entrance of a villa, listening to the faint whispers drifting from afar. The lobby was as spacious as a small plaza, its gleaming black crystal floor reflecting his own image. Wearing old, faded clothes, he looked like a fool who had mistakenly stumbled into a heavenly realm. Before he could fully take in the lavish surroundings, a figure in fiery red blocked his path with a sharp, fragrant breeze. Stop! Get out! The girl's delicate face was marred by the undisguised disgust and rejection in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Bai Ning slightly raised her eyebrows. Oh, what a straightforward welcome ceremony for recognizing a wealthy family's long-lost relative. The girl's delicate fingertip nearly poked his nose as she warned, I'm warning you, you country bumpkin. Take your delusional nonsense and shove it. Don't think that just because you're the so-called birth son, you can replace Tianyan's position. You're not even worthy of tying my shoelaces, you pathetic wretch. The girl finished speaking and turned away without hesitation, as if disgusted by the sight. A noblewoman sat solemnly in the host's seat, remaining silent while the maiden spoke, her tacit approval evident in the stillness. Bai Ning's gaze fell upon this noblewoman. The woman wore a perfectly tailored light yellow silk cheongsam, which outlined her well-maintained figure with elegant curves. She had a perfectly oval face with willow leaf eyebrows and flawless features. His aura, you could sense the oppressive bearing of someone long accustomed to power even from a distance. The noblewoman's gaze also fell upon Bai Ning's face, a faint ripple flickering in her eyes before they turned icy cold once more. Since you're back, behave yourself and follow the family's arrangements. Her voice was flat and emotionless, not even bothering to call her own son Bai Ning by name. She merely maintained an upright sitting posture, her chin slightly raised. Your eldest brother is the youngest general in the Federation. Second brother is also a renowned S-class supernatural genius in the Research Institute. As for Xiaoqi, Tianyan, she deliberately emphasized the name. 3 months ago, the family held an awakening ceremony for him. Not only did he awaken an S-grade elemental lightning ability, but he has now officially advanced to mid-tier first rank. Madame Yueli's eyes turned stern, carrying a condescending scrutiny. Though he isn't our own flesh and blood, your talent can't even begin to compare to his. Bai Ning simply listened quietly, staring at the cold face of her so-called biological mother. 18 years after crossing over, someone suddenly claimed today to be the biological son of the third branch of the Bai family conglomerate. He thought it was some cheesy family drama, turns out it's a script of pure hatred? Fine then. As someone who's crossed worlds, I can take on heaven and earth. What I won't do is indulge your nasty attitudes. He suddenly grinned, the corners of his mouth curling up. With drooping eyelids, he said absent-mindedly, Hey, this is something new. I was living just fine all by myself in District 78, when suddenly a bunch of people showed up insisting on dragging me to the Central District. You said I was worthless the moment I got home, never even wanted me back? Playing me for a fool? Yuli's brows were tightly furrowed together, clearly extremely displeased with his attitude. Granting your return was an act of mercy. From now on, clean up all these improper bad habits of yours. Don't embarrass us in public anymore. Bai Ning picked his ear. Casually finding a chair to sit on, he crossed his legs and lounged back in a slouched posture. Just send me back to the slums. Who the hell wants to be this bastard anyway? Yuli's expression darkened with anger at his thuggish demeanor. Do you think this is a place where you have any right to speak? The reason for bringing you back is for you, as an illegitimate child, to help Tianyan secure the position of the next family head. Tomorrow, both of you will enroll at the First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. From now on, focus solely on paving the way for him. Bai Ning? He almost thought there was something wrong with his hearing. You want me, your own flesh and blood, to be your illegitimate son? To act as a human shield for some fake with no blood ties? And then make him the family head? Damn it, have you lost your mind? Bai Ning rolled her eyes, too lazy to listen to any more nonsense. What's wrong with the consortium? A bunch of scumbags. So what if they have endless money, unparalleled status, and countless cultivation resources? I simply can't help but love. But to let him suffer this kind of humiliation here? Not a chance. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and headed straight for the door. I've heard, came a calm yet bone-chilling voice from behind, steady but carrying an icy edge. You have some good friends in the slums. I wonder how they've been doing since you left. Bai Ning's footsteps instantly froze in place. A chilling coldness, mingled with overwhelming fury, burned through his entire body from the depths of his heart. He remained silent for a long time before mustering all his strength to utter word by word, threatening me. It was a declarative sentence. Yuli did not respond. Bai Ning slowly turned to face the mother sitting in the host seat, letting out a soft chuckle from deep within her chest. Are you saying your son, Bai Tianyan, is an S-class supernatural genius? Yuli nodded proudly. So what about the SS level and SSS level ability users? In such a renowned conglomerate like yours, you don't even have an SS level, and an S level is considered a genius? Bai Ning's tone was contemptuous, clearly not taking S level seriously at all. His arrogant attitude seemed utterly laughable and ignorant in Yuli's eyes. Over 70% of commoners in this world can only awaken the lowest A rank. Some lucky ones manage to get C or D by chance? Yuli carried an air of lofty superiority. Want to awaken a B rank or higher? Without the guidance serums monopolized by our 4 major conglomerates, there's no chance. But even among our core descendants, the probability of awakening A rank or higher is less than 20%, let alone S rank. She paused and said, as for SS rank, once awakened, it's a major event for the entire Federation. And SSS rank? There are no more than 5 alive in the world today, each one a pinnacle 9th tier master. Bai Ning smiled. So, it's been a long time since an SSS rank ability user has appeared? Exactly. His eyes shone with startling intensity. Alright, then prepare the awakening ceremony for me. I'll show you what the world has to offer. Yuli showed a hint of disdain. Don't worry, even if you only awaken to an E rank, the Bai family has the means to get you into the first academy. E rank? Bai Ning glanced at the tiny line of text in the lower right corner of his field of vision. Ability, pending awakening eye of spacetime, SSS-grade, capable of evolving to divine tier by devouring assets. What to do? This transmigrator has cheats, waking up straight to SSS tier from the start. It can even devour assets, ascending all the way to the divine level. Thinking of using me as a stepping stone? Not a chance. Chapter 2, if S-class superpowers make a genius, then what does SSS class make me? Yuli instructed the servants beside her. Prepare the ceremony for him. Use the awakening pot I brought from the Yuezhi, following all the specifications of Tianyan's. The servants softly acknowledged and swiftly sprang into action like flowing water. Soon, several servants carefully carried a silver-white awakening pod and placed it at the center of the hall. Then 7 or 8 people dressed in white lab coats, resembling researchers, entered respectfully. Bai Ning saw them bow toward Yuli's direction, their devout expressions making it seem as if they were worshipping a deity. Only after Yuli nodded did the researchers scatter around the awakening pod. An elderly man with an exceptionally powerful aura stood at the center, while others assisted, projecting dense virtual tubing from their fingertips to connect to the awakening pod. Under the influence of this intangible spiritual field, the awakening pod emitted a soft white glow. A servant approached Bai Ning and respectfully handed over a glass tube containing pale cyan liquid. Yuli's voice sounded at just the right moment. This is the guiding tonic prepared for you in advance by the family, the same one Tianyan used. Bai Ning discerned the underlying message in her words, fairness. I'm giving you the same conditions as Tianyan, so that after your awakening, you'll realize the gap between yourself and Tianyan. Bai Ning let out a scornful laugh. No need to waste it, might as well convert this thing into cash for me. These words shocked everyone present. Yuli's lips curled slightly into a contemptuous smile. Several poorly suppressed chuckles floated through the air. The awakening ceremony represents the only chance for ordinary people to transcend their social class in a lifetime. Even among the wealthy elite, awakening is approached with extreme caution, afraid that any misstep might affect the outcome of their awakening. To them, giving up the guidance potion was equivalent to abandoning their future for money, an act of utter foolishness. Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to respond and simply took a long stride before laying down inside the awakening pod. Yueli frowned and signaled the servant to bring the induction potion over, determined to pour it into Bai Ning's mouth by force if necessary. She wasn't particularly concerned about Bai Ning's future prospects. She simply feared that if he truly awakened as a worthless E rank, he'd lose all value for exploitation. Upon receiving the order, the servant immediately moved toward the awakening pod, but before he could step into the psychic field, a surge of violent energy suddenly erupted, throwing him across the room. Crack! The guiding potion spilled directly onto the ground. The pale green liquid quickly flowed out, seeping into the ground the moment it touched and vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. Yuli's face darkened instantly. These useless fools. Bai Ning had just lain down and hadn't even had time to speak. Suddenly, he felt a chill run through his body, and the previously imperceptible spiritual energy in the air became vividly clear in Bai Ning's eyes. Ding! A soft chime echoed in his mind. At the same time, the small text in the lower right corner of his vision finally changed. SSS level ability awakening in progress. The golden finger that had been dormant for 18 years finally began working. Then, under the pull of a mysterious force, the spiritual energy floating in the air was suddenly forcibly summoned, transforming into a golden tidal surge, and the once stable spiritual domain erupted into chaos. A strange gust of wind suddenly swept through the hall. The awakening chamber door closed. Bai Ning closed his eyes, unable to suppress the anticipation in his heart. What would an SSS-ranked spacetime pupil look like? Over the years, he had witnessed the powerful wantonly slaughtering commoners. He had seen commoners worshipping those very elites. The four major conglomerates stood like a colossal mountain, monopolizing all the good things into their own hands. The ants below could only gaze upward, yearningly hoping. On the way back to the Bai residence, he was still wondering whether he would be assimilated by these people. And now, there was not a ripple of emotion left in his heart. SSS-grade spacetime pupil awakening successful. Physical body remodeling in progress. Comprehension and wisdom illuminating. An indescribable sense of profound mystery swept through his entire body. His consciousness seemed to instantly detach from his body, soaring into the infinitely high reaches of space. Looking down, the entire metallic forest of the Federation appeared as small as dust. With the slightest shift of his thoughts, the scene instantly zoomed back into view. The past history of this world unfolded in his mind like film reels. Tick, tock. With the clock's countdown, frame by frame, the images transformed into a two-dimensional space where he could freely drag the progress bar. Divine power is nothing special after all. Bai Ning was so exhilarated she felt like soaring, while the researchers outside were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The central elder, a seventh-tier superhuman, had a face as pale as paper, trembling violently all over. The psychic energy within him was completely uncontrollable, surging toward the awakening pod like a flood. The surrounding researchers at the 5th or 6th level were even more overwhelmed. Several exhausted individuals immediately collapsed to their knees, legs giving way, with one even rolling their eyes back. Yuli immediately stood up and walked over briskly, her mind utterly in disarray. The higher the awakened ability level, the greater the demand for the quality of the mental field. Consortiums typically deploy 7th-level psychic types to maintain control, which is sufficient to handle any situation. After all, 7th-level superhumans are already formidable figures in the outside world, wielding terrifying power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Only a financial conglomerate could mobilize such an extravagant lineup to oversee an awakening ceremony. When Tianyan awakened his S-grade ability, these researchers merely showed a slight reaction. When she was young in Yuezhi, she once saw one of her elders during an awakening ceremony that made the surrounding researchers frown. She had been deeply shocked by it for a long time. And that elder had awakened an SS-level supernatural ability. Now, she couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of surprise her son, who had been away for 18 years, would bring her. The awakening pod exploded with a loud bang, and an invisible shockwave erupted violently from Bai Ning's body. The researchers were directly knocked to the ground. Yueli's voice trembled, SSS rank. She didn't need to confirm with Bai Ning, this terrifying aura was definitely an SSS-level superpower, and an overwhelmingly domineering one at that. The hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed on the same person. In this fate-deciding awakening ceremony, the youth indisputably obtained the strongest ace card. Yuli was so excited that she immediately grabbed Bai Ning's hand. Good child, you, very good. Her emotions were incredibly complex at that moment, with a deliberate hint of intimacy in her tone. Fetch the highest quality qi and blood potion at once. Also prepare another table of food. Xiao Ning must be hungry after finally coming home. A series of commands were issued, waking up the servants who were still in shock. Yueli held Bai Ning's hand, leading him through the corridor, then personally pulled out the dining chair for him. When Bai Tianyan entered, what met his eyes was the irritating sight of a mother's kindness and a son's filial piety. He took a deep breath and forced a smile at Bai Ning, saying, "You're finally home. If you don't come back soon, you'll miss the entrance exam for the First Academy of Abilities tomorrow." That country bumpkin sat upright in the chair, his seemingly amused gaze making Bai Tianyan grit his teeth in frustration. First Supernatural Ability Academy? Correct, you should know this is the strongest institution within the Federation. Every past family head of all major conglomerates has graduated from here. Bai Tianyan suppressed his nausea and sat at the dining table, pretending to patiently explain. Although we could rely on our families to get in, I think it's better if we take the test just like everyone else, don't you agree? He had no idea that Bai Ning had just awakened. By demonstrating the gap between them in the entrance test, his parents would surely realize that blood ties mean nothing, only a talented son is worth nurturing. His position would be secure. Bai Ning didn't seem fazed at all, instead, he nodded good-naturedly. Fine, let's compete on merit then. Chapter 3, 100 billion is pocket change, right? Don't be so sure of yourself. The First Academy of Supernatural Abilities has extremely high standards. Bai Tianyan's expression radiated formidable confidence. For commoners to get in here, they need at least an A-grade ability. What's even more demanding is the combat strength assessment. It's not like everything's fine just because you've awakened. You just got back, so it's normal you can't keep up with our progress. Bai Ning nodded leisurely. What's your current progress? Ever since awakening my S-rank lightning ability, I've been relentlessly honing myself. A smirk curved Bai Tianyan's lips as thunder crackled around him. Just moments ago, I broke through to the upper tier of stage 1. For some ordinary ability academies, reaching the upper tier of the first stage was a graduation requirement, and he had achieved that level before even enrolling. As expected, Yuli nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at Bai Ning, waiting to witness the other's astonishment. Bai Ning propped his chin on his hand, taking another bite of meat. Oh? Well, I suppose you've put in the effort. His tone was as calm as if he were commenting on a side dish. The smugness on Bai Tianyan's face froze instantly, and his temper flared up. Hardworking? Did someone who just crawled out of the trash heap even have the right to judge him with those two dismissive words? Oomph. He suppressed his anger and let out an ambiguous laugh. You haven't awakened yet, have you? No matter. Honestly, even if you're a D rank or E rank, it doesn't matter. As long as you obey, the family will pave the way for you. Lost in his own assumptions, he failed to notice Yuli's unnatural stiffness. Oh, I just finished my awakening. Bai Tianyan's eyes lit up instantly as he leaned forward, staring at Bai Ning. What rank? Tell me so I can celebrate with you. Bai Ning cleared the meat from the table and replied. Just SSS rank, I guess. What did you say? Impossible. He shot to his feet, the chair scraping the floor with a sharp screech. Mom, he's lying, right? Isn't he? For decades, no one in the conglomerate had awakened to SSS rank. How could he have stumbled upon one by such a coincidence? Bai Tianyan immediately turned to look at Yuli. Yuli awkwardly pulled him back, her expression complex. It is indeed SSS grade, no doubt about it. The psychic field is completely out of control. The 7th tier main array operator has been drained dry. This can't be faked. Each word felt like a heavy hammer striking Bai Tianyan's heart. His body swayed, and he collapsed back into his chair. Yuli's gaze was complex, his voice laden with meaning. You should be happy for Xiao Ning. Your blood brothers, he'll be able to help you in the future. Click. Before she could finish, a soft sound broke the silence. Bai Ning, who had been buried in his meal, set down his chopsticks. The sound was faint, yet it drew everyone's gaze. Bai Ning slowly picked up a napkin, his eyes fixed downward, not meeting anyone's gaze. He wiped the corners of his mouth with detached precision. When he finished, he casually tossed the napkin onto the table and finally lifted his eyes. A dazzling golden light flared. It was a pair of golden eyes, brilliant as the red sun. Two suns, forged in their sockets and burning eternally, radiated fierce majesty as they looked down upon all living beings. Every strand of light seemed capable of piercing flesh and blood, gazing directly into the darkest corners of one's heart. SSS-grade Spacetime Eyes. Bai Ning's gaze swept across the crowd, meeting only frozen, terrified expressions before finally locking onto one person. The instant Bai Tianyan felt those golden pupils pierce him, the space around him froze solid. His mind remained lucid, yet every cell in his body screamed in terror. The thunderous power he had just boasted of was now frozen within his meridians, unable to release even a single spark. Humiliation, panic, rage. Multiple emotions tore at Bai Tianyan's sanity. I am Bai Tianyan, the strongest genius of the Bai clan. I possess boundless resources. I've mastered the most advanced cultivation techniques in combat arts. I am destined to be the next head of the Bai family, one of the 4 great conglomerates. A newly awakened, unranked country bumpkin. A discarded child tainted by the slums since birth. How dare he? How dare a single glance send me tumbling into an abyss? Arg! His fury erupted into a savage roar. His face contorted as he recklessly forced his combat technique to activate, willing to risk damaging his meridians just to teach this worthless trash a lesson. A deep purple lightning bolt pulsed in his palm. Tianyan! Yuli's furious shout cut through Bai Tianyan's struggle as she flashed to his side. Bai Tianyan gasped for breath, his relief easing slightly when he saw the concern in Yuli's eyes. Thank goodness she still cared about me. Thank goodness she doesn't know I have no confidence I could beat that country bumpkin. Bai Ning blinked. He hadn't intended to finish Bai Tianyan off just yet earlier, he'd merely been testing the effects of the Eye of Time and Space. When he activated his ability, time and space within a 10-meter radius seemed to fall under his control. If he wished, he could halt or accelerate the flow of time in any area at will. He could even teleport himself to any space. And this was merely the effect he achieved without cultivating any techniques or reaching a formal rank. Facing Bai Tianyan, a high-tier S-class ability user at the first rank, felt like a breeze. An SSS-grade ability was this powerful? What kind of spectacle would a god-tier ability be? The brilliant crimson gold pupils vanished, reverting to calm, ink-black eyes. He tilted his head slightly, observing Bai Tianyan sheltered behind Yuli. Ha! What's going on here? The shift in his expression was so swift it felt like the previous presence had been nothing more than a collective hallucination. Yuli watched his harmless expression and gave an awkward smile. Nothing. Tianyan was just being too hasty and nearly hurt you. She breathed a silent sigh of relief. So what if he was SSS ranked? He was merely a weapon not yet fully tamed, yet one who understood how to read the situation. As long as he still valued the Bai family's power, as long as he could recognize reality and be willing to assist Tianyan. Before Bai Ning became useless, she could afford to give him a little leeway. With that thought, Yuli resumed her habitual commanding tone. Xiao Ning, tomorrow's entrance exam is crucial. Tianyan must secure first place. This isn't just about rankings, it's the opening salvo for his future ascension to the family leadership. I want you to eliminate every potential obstacle blocking his path to first place during the assessment. Clear the way for him and pave the groundwork for Tianyan's future as student council president. Bai Ning snorted lightly. I may not be an S rank like Bai Tianyan, but I'm still SSS, right? You want me to do this without any benefits? His expression practically begged to be slapped. Yuli gritted her teeth, taking a moment before finally deciding, I'll grant you entry into the Bai family registry. From now on, you can call yourself a young master of the Bai clan. She was prepared to witness Bai Ning lose all composure in ecstatic delight at this honor. After all, this was a status countless ordinary people could only dream of. Bai Ning couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. You want me to be your illegitimate son, and I'm supposed to be grateful to you? His gaze fell upon the small text in the lower right corner of his vision. Ability, Eye of Time and Space SSS rank consumes 10 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god rank. If SSS tier is this powerful, I can only imagine the might of sub-god tier. No need to bother adding me to your family tree. I only want the money. Bai Ning stated plainly. No problem, Yuli nodded readily. Here's my supplementary card, unlimited credit. Bai Ning flashed an honest smile. She must think there's no way I could possibly spend that much on my own. Little did he know that his special ability could be further upgraded by devouring 10 trillion in assets. First place, huh? The curve of his lips deepened slightly. All right. Deal. Chapter 4, Rumor has it I'm the future head of the Bai clan. The next day, at the entrance of the first supernatural academy, many students had already formed a single file line at the school entrance. A teacher was organizing the crowd, shouting, the entrance assessment has 3 stages. The first stage is to evaluate your ability level. Come one at a time. Bai Ning looked up, utterly stunned. The academy's gate soared dozens of meters high, its alloy surface shimmering with liquid starlight and extravagant sight. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. Hey, you're a new student too, right? Bai Ning turned to see a trendy youth clad entirely in ripped clothing, his blonde hair whipping in the wind. The punk flashed a row of white teeth. My name's Meng Tianshi. Just call me Stone. Bai Ning. Meng Tianshi's eyebrows shot up at the name. Holy crap, you're actually a Bai? You're not one of those illegitimate sons the Bai family recently took back, are you? Bai Ning was taken aback. Had the news spread that fast? Before he could respond, the other guy burst out laughing. Ah, just kidding. Even if he were a Bai family bastard, he'd be treated like royalty wherever he went. Bai Ning didn't bother clearing up the misunderstanding. The two joined the assessment line together. A sudden commotion erupted from the crowd ahead. It's an S-class ability. Holy crap, the Lin family truly lives up to being one of the 4 great conglomerates to have such a genius. Meng Tianshi gritted his teeth with envy. Damn, what incredible luck. Must be the one from the Lin family's main branch. Talk about being born with a silver spoon, and now he's got such powerful abilities too. Before the crowd could calm down, waves of astonished gasps erupted once more. Another S rank? In past years, we'd get 2 or 3 S-class at most. How come we've had 2 in a row now? Bai Ning turned his gaze toward the newly identified S-class ability user in the crowd. Dressed in flashy white, surrounded by sycophantic minions, he radiated brash confidence, none other than Bai Tianyan. He was laughing and chatting when his gaze suddenly shifted over. Their gazes locked. Bai Tianyan flashed a cocky grin, mime slitting his throat with his hand, and mouthed. Later, I'll beat you to death. Meng Tianshi, oblivious to the commotion, continued to mutter sourly. Isn't that Bai Tianyan? That bastard's son is his brother. So what if he has S-class abilities? Even with his exceptional talent and natural gifts, he can't compare to the favoritism shown to that bastard's son. In the future, he might even have to prop up that one to rise to power. He might look triumphant now, but behind the scenes, he'll still have to curry favor with that bastard. Bai Ning clenched his teeth and gave a bitter chuckle. I only returned yesterday, and already rumors claim I'm so favored? It didn't take a genius to figure out the Bai family was behind this. The testing line quickly shortened. Meng Tianshi, already itching to prove himself, stepped forward immediately. Bro, let me show you how it's done. He stood beneath the testing apparatus and activated his ability. Grade B ability. The instructor recording the results stated flatly. Meng Tianshi nodded toward Bai Ning with a smile. Don't be nervous, brother. I'll be waiting for you inside. Bai Ning, already aware of his own ability, felt no nerves. He strode casually under the device and activated his ability, mimicking the others. He slowly lifted his eyelids, and his dazzling golden pupils suddenly flared to life. The instant the eye of spacetime opened, the flowing bands of light on the sensing crystal pillar froze in place, their glow first dimming. In the blink of an eye, the light erupted with a thunderous explosion. A torrent of golden light erupted, its blinding radiance capable of scorching any eye daring to look directly upon it, radiating searing power. Crack! A faint yet unmistakably clear cracking sound echoed. A slender black crack appeared on the crystal pillar. Then a second, a third. Countless fine black cracks spread wildly, instantly covering the entire crystal pillar. Silence. The moment Bai Ning's golden pupils ignited, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. In that instant, they realized this was an SSS-grade ability, one that hadn't appeared in decades. Whoosh! A chorus of gasps filled the air. Every student and teacher froze in place, their faces frozen in a single, instinctive look of bewilderment. Meng Tianchi, in particular, hadn't closed his jaw since the beginning, his eyes wide as saucers. My brother, no. He's an SSS-level powerhouse? I was just showing off my B-rank ability in front of him? Whoa! Bai Ning sucked in a sharp breath too. The small text in his field of vision shifted. Consume 10 million 10 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier. Who knew such actions counted as devouring? This was a new discovery. Each time he used his ability to destroy an item, the required asset amount for devouring increased. It seemed the value of this ability gate was 10 million. After waiting a moment with no reaction, Bai Ning turned to the teacher beside him. Only then did the teacher snap out of his daze, trembling as he announced, SSS tier, it's SSS tier. His voice grew from barely audible to a crescendo. Quickly notify the principal. An SSS grade has appeared. The thunderous shout jolted the other students awake. Holy, I just witnessed history. This SSS grade is insane, it shattered the testing equipment. Bai Ning walked over to Meng Tianchi, watching him search for something with a puzzled look. Hey, bro, what are you looking for? Meng Tianchi kept his head down, muttering, I'm looking for a hole in the ground. Bai Ning burst out laughing. Hurry up and take the second test. Didn't you say that one was the hardest? Bro, your golden pupil. Meng Tianchi finally looked up, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. It's way too cool. Hurry up, hurry up. Let me see it again. Amidst their banter, the two arrived at the second stage of the entrance exam. Upon arriving, Meng Tianchi's expression turned peculiar. Brother Bai, this second stage tests how steadfast your heart is in pursuing the Tao. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. You can actually test that? Meng Tianchi nodded fiercely, you bet. Did we switch channels? How did this become a fantasy drama? Bai Ning was baffled yet profoundly shaken. Meng Tianchi quickly explained, this stage requires us to donate money to the academy. They call it cultivation funding for all it's worth. The more you donate, the higher your score for this stage. That's why they call it the Tao Heart Detector. Soon, it was their turn. I'll go first, brother Bai. Meng Tianchi walked to the designated table, greeted the teacher in charge of recording, and then sat down. He took the form handed to him, glanced over it briefly, then grimaced as he slowly filled in a string of numbers. After finishing, he counted each digit one by one with his finger, double-checking it several times. Beep. As the payment confirmation chime sounded, Meng Tianchi rose to his feet with a look of deep concern. Since awakening his SSS-grade eye technique ability, Bai Ning's vision had become exceptionally sharp, allowing him to instantly discern the number written, 30 million. After glancing at the form, the teacher said, next. Bai Ning stepped forward briskly, taking the form without a trace of hesitation. His pen flew across the paper, leaving a blur of motion as he filled in the numbers. The teacher was stunned by the sheer speed. Slow down, don't mess up, bro. Meng Tianchi was even more anxious than Bai Ning, don't add an extra zero, for heaven's sake. Bai Ning wrote in one fluid motion, then without even counting, shoved the form into the stunned teacher's arms. The teacher in charge of recording snapped back to reality, glanced at the numbers, and immediately wore an expression like he'd seen a ghost. Student, this amount isn't quite right. 30 billion? That's far too much. Meng Tianchi's eyes widened in disbelief. The young master? 30 billion? Bai Ning didn't respond. Suddenly snatching the form back from the teacher, he muttered, almost forgot to write my name. With a flourish of his pen, he wrote a grand, sweeping signature beside the donor's name. 3 characters. Bai Tianyan. Chapter 5, so you're the one who said I'd eat my words, right? At the same moment, a payment notification popped up on Yu Li's phone. Your credit card ending in 8080 has been charged. She placed the white porcelain teacup on the table with grace, letting out a cold laugh. You really are a greedy one. But someone like Bai Ning? Even if he stretched himself to the limit, he'd only dare spend a few thousand at most. Yu Li opened the transaction details and glanced casually. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. 30 billion? That good-for-nothing spent 30 billion of my money. Someone. Go investigate. Where did that bastard spend the money? Meanwhile, Bai Ning casually tossed his pen onto the table, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked away. The small text in the lower right corner of the screen changed again. Consume 3.01 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. The instant the text appeared, he felt a cool, potent force surge into his body, causing his chi and blood to roar violently throughout his limbs. A profound realization surged through his mind, and the energy coursing through his meridians surged tenfold. The invisible barrier shattered under the relentless surge of his chi and blood. He ascended a tier, reaching the lower rank of Tier 1. After shattering the barrier, that momentum showed no sign of slowing. The power within his body surged upward at an astonishing rate. In just over 10 seconds, another barrier shattered. Mid-tier of the first rank. The chi and blood that shattered the barrier once more swept through his meridians with unstoppable force. Finally, another flash of insight appeared, and the power within him doubled once more. Upper Tier 1. Bai Ning stared at his hands, disbelief washing over him. When Bai Tianyan advanced to Upper Tier 1 in just 3 months, everyone praised him to the skies. I've only awakened my ability for a day, and I'm already at Upper Tier 1? What level is this, man? Uncontrollable excitement spread across his face as he anticipated the upcoming combat assessment. Let's go, Stone. Head to the third gate for the combat assessment. After taking a few steps, he noticed Meng Tianshi still standing motionless in place. Brother Bai, the name you wrote, it's Bai Tianyan. Meng Tianshi realized a terrifying possibility. The man before him was the very Bai family bastard he'd been obsessing over for days. His rusted brain raced frantically, recalling how many times he'd just spoken ill of Bai's illegitimate son and how often he'd mocked the conglomerate's offspring. After a long moment, his heart sank into utter despair. Recalling the fates of those who had previously offended the conglomerate scions, his knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Brother Bai. My own brother. I truly didn't mean to speak of you that way. Spare me. Bai Ning watched him wail for mercy with a hint of amusement, struggling to squeeze out a single tear. Alright, I'm not holding it against you. Let's go. At that moment, the square for the third stage combat assessment had already gathered many new students. From a distance, Bai Ning spotted a group forming a tight circle, maintaining a clear 3-meter buffer zone around them. The hierarchy within the group was starkly defined. At the very center stood Bai Tianyan, whom Bai Ning recognized, along with a man and a woman. All three were direct descendants of the conglomerate. Surrounding them were a group of collateral branches or illegitimate offspring of the conglomerates. The outermost ring comprised offspring from vassal families or followers of the conglomerates. Spotting the approaching figure from afar, Bai Tianyan's eyes turned cold. Brother Tianyan. Yu Qingxue, a direct descendant of the Yu clan, grabbed Bai Tianyan's arm and pouted. I feel so sorry for you. That piece of trash from the gutter, just thinking about him taking your resources makes me sick to my stomach. Have uncle and aunt lost their minds? Bai Tianyan felt a surge of secret satisfaction, though his expression briefly flashed a hint of hurt. Swear, don't speak like that. He is still your father's son. Son? Her voice shot up sharply. He's nothing but a stray dog picked up off the street. How dare he bear the Bai name? Bai Tianyan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes flickering with struggle and reluctance. His voice grew low. Don't speak like that. Father would be upset. Yu Qingxue retorted, even more furious. Brother Tianyan, you're just too kind-hearted. Don't worry. Even if uncle and aunt are deceived by Bai Ning, neither the Bai family head nor my father, the Yu clan head, would ever allow an illegitimate child of unknown origin into the Bai family. A younger brother volunteered from the side. Miss Qingxue, let me go teach this good-for-nothing a lesson first. Some distant relatives who were a step too slow felt regret at having their chance to curry favor with Yu Qingxue snatched away. Yu Qingxue glanced at him and gave a faint nod. The man, as if granted a divine favor, grinned savagely and strode toward Bai Ning. Bai Tianyan mused, he appears to be a mid-tier first-rank cultivator. Correct. Yu Qingxue smiled smugly. That might not be enough. Bai Tianyan shook his head. Bai Ning is the first SSS tier ability user in decades. Yu Qingxue froze, then turned to Bai Tianyan with a meaningful look and whispered. So what? Has there truly been no SSS tier talent in all these years? It's just that none have appeared within our consortium. No matter how high his rank, he still needs time to grow. My subordinate has trained in the B-rank combat technique, the sky-splitting claw, since childhood. Combined with his speed-type ability, he ranks among the top fighters among my followers. Today, I'll make Bai Ning kneel and polish your shoes. Bai Ning hadn't expected anyone to come for him before he'd even made a move. The newcomer was lean and wiry, chin thrust out, nostrils flared. Country bumpkin. You show up here and don't even greet Miss Qingxue? You want me to teach you manners, do you? Pay respects? I see no need. Bai Ning shrugged. A flash of ferocity crossed Yu Xiaowu's eyes as he threatened. Kneel down and pay your respects like a good boy. Today I'll spare your life just a few slaps as punishment. Ha? Bai Ning looked as if he'd heard a joke. You? Yu Xiaowu roared angrily, I'm a mid-tier expert at the first stage of the B-rank speed system. Beating you, an uneducated good-for-nothing, is already giving you face. You ungrateful bastard. Bai Ning kept his head bowed, silent, his bangs obscuring his eyes. Yu Xiaowu stepped forward. Don't know when to quit. I'll cripple one of your legs first. See how you'll take the assessment now. His figure exploded into a blur of afterimages, air screeching with sonic booms as 3 claw marks streaked toward Bai Ning's knee. In that instant, Bai Ning snapped his head up. 2 molten gold flames ignited. Those were golden pupils radiating brilliant golden light. The next instant, Bai Ning vanished from under Yu Xiaowu's claws, a strike that should have been unavoidable. What? Yu Xiaowu stumbled forward 2 steps from the momentum. To his horror, he realized his full power strike had struck nothing but air. In sheer terror, he instinctively twisted his body and unleashed another strike behind him. Another miss. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. A chilling snicker echoed behind him. Is this a master of speed? Yu Xiaowu paled in shock. What? Bai Ning stood calmly, barely a step away, gazing down at him with those indifferent golden eyes. With a flash, Bai Ning materialized before him again, letting out a light chuckle. Oh dear, missed you. Then, as they say, tit for tat. Bai Ning flexed his wrist, his knuckles cracking sharply. Now it's my turn. An intangible, terrifying force coalesced wildly around Bai Ning's fist. His molten gold pupils locked onto the terrified, contorted face across from him. I never went to school in my life. The world in Bai Ning's vision suddenly began to slow down. To others, a terrifying acceleration field instantly enveloped Bai Ning's entire body, the air stretched by his movements into visible white ripples. But may I ask, his voice became indistinct amid the sudden surge of speed. Do you even know what physics is? Chapter 6, How dare you shout so loudly? Boom! A blur too fast for the naked eye slammed into Yu Xiaowu's chest. A simple strike, amplified tenfold by the eye of time's mastery over temporal forces, delivered a blow beyond human measure. Put! Yu Xiaowu couldn't even scream before a massive fist imprint caved into his chest. His entire body flew backward like a torn sack of potatoes hit by a cannon, skidding across the ground. In its wake, the ground was plowed into a trench over 10 meters long, sending dust and debris skyward. The entire sequence unfolded faster than most witnesses could process. Wait, did something just fly past? Did I see that wrong? Wasn't that Yu Xiaowu getting knocked away? Damn it! It really was him. Miss Qingshue's man actually took flight. Someone finally recognized the figure lying on the ground, their voice cracking. The conglomerate's people actually lost? The surrounding students stared wide-eyed. In their minds, the conglomerate was the sky, the very rule makers. Such people could only win, never lose, or rather, no one dared let them lose. And today, Yu Xiaowu, representing the syndicate, had been reduced to this pitiful state by a single punch from this bastard son just brought back from the slums. For some reason, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside them. Warm blood flowed uncontrollably from Yu Xiaowu's mouth and nose. He saw the mocking and triumphant glances cast his way. An unprecedented, humiliating disgrace. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged foam. I am a member of the Yu Clan Consortium. How dare you strike me? To his surprise, it wasn't Bai Ning who responded first, but Yu Qingshu. The young Mrs. face darkened to a terrifying shade as she gritted her teeth. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you claim to be part of the Yu family? From this day forward, the surname bestowed upon you is revoked. Get as far away from me as possible. At her words, his face instantly drained of color, as if he'd heard the most terrifying news imaginable. He tried to protest, but a sweet taste filled his throat as he collapsed unconscious. Meng Tian sure shivered as he tugged at Bai Ning. Brother Bai, hurry up and apologize to Miss Qingxue. She's the Moon family head's favorite daughter. The last one who dared do this to me is 6 feet under. Bai Ning didn't respond, merely gesturing for him to step back. Not only was an apology impossible. Even if he did apologize, these people would only become more arrogant. Bai Tianyan, observing Bai Ning's true cultivation level, felt murderous intent surge within him. He was actually a high-tier first-stage cultivator. He had only awakened his abilities yesterday. With his monstrous talent, given time, how could there possibly be a place for him in the Bai family anymore? He must strike before Bai Ning could grow stronger. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. So it is as I suspected. It's all right, Shui. I'm used to it. Yu Qingshue's heart ached deeply. Brother Tianyan, rest assured. I won't let him climb above you. Her gaze toward Bai Ning was now practically spitting fire as she formed a peculiar hand gesture. The next moment, a figure abruptly materialized before her, radiating the terrifying aura of a high-tier psychic. It was the secret guard assigned to Yu Qingxue by the Yu family head. Judging by the aura, he was no weaker than that 7th-tier psychic at the awakening ceremony. Bai Ning's heart sank. Can't handle the pressure, huh? What do you mean by calling in a 7th-tier expert when we're all just 1st-tier? Several Moon Clan collateral descendants, already itching for a fight, immediately piped up. Miss Qingxue, there's no need to trouble the secret guard. We're more than enough to handle this useless fool. I spent 2 years breaking through to upper tier 1, wielding a Moon Clan grade A artifact, and trained since childhood in the S-grade shadow-shattering sword technique. Let me handle him. My A-grade psychic ability and S-grade combat technique are already at the minor mastery stage. I'll finish him with a single strike. I'll make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Yu Qingxue nodded. With the secret guards present, Bai Ning had no chance of escaping today. However, the family had always insisted on minimizing the use of the secret guard's power. After a moment's thought, she flicked her fingers and retrieved a flaming longsword from her ring, tossing it to one of the collateral relatives. This is my Yu clan's SSS-grade supreme treasure. Cripple Bai Ning, and this blade is yours. All of you, attack together. A reward awaits anyone who wounds Bai Ning. I want him unable to participate in this combat assessment. Kick him out of First Academy. The recipient of the SSS grade blade felt his blood boil with excitement. Such a blade was worth a staggering 100 billion. And it was reserved exclusively for the direct descendants of the conglomerate. Every time it surfaced on the market, it sparked a bloody frenzy. Other young masters burned with envy, eyes red with fury, vowing silently to eliminate Bai Ning. Who cares if he's a favored bastard? The young lady even pulled out an SSS grade treasure, a strategic level weapon, for Bai Tianyan. That alone shows his influence. The Yuezhi clan monopolized the supreme craftsmanship of forging noble phantasms. Even other conglomerates had to purchase them from the Yuezhi. Even the Moon clan's collateral branches couldn't resist such temptation, let alone the surrounding Lin and Bai clan heirs and the onlookers among the common folk. Hurting Bai Ning meant wealth and glory awaited them. A leap to the top. In an instant, countless greedy eyes turned toward Bai Ning. Bai Ning didn't spare them a single glance, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow guard behind Yu Qingxue as he clenched his fists. The mere presence of a 7th-tier Psionicist standing there, saying nothing, exuded an oppressive aura far beyond anything these fools could muster. It seemed today would not end peacefully. My brothers back in District 78. May you find your own salvation. Bai Ning scanned Bai Tianyan's location with a sidelong glance. To catch the thief, first catch the king. This madwoman had thrown caution to the wind for him. The only way forward now was to secure control over Bai Tianyan first. His golden pupil flared to life. But before he could act, a soft pop echoed through the air. Immediately after, an ethereal voice echoed across the entire plaza. The third stage combat assessment officially begins. The objective of this assessment is survival. All personnel unrelated to this test have been cleared from the plaza. As the voice faded, the shadow guard abruptly vanished from where he stood. Bai Ning frowned, waiting warily for a moment, yet the man remained nowhere to be seen. He really had been kicked out of the square. Yu Qingxue stomped her foot in fury, shouting angrily, "You're just lucky, you little brat. Just wait until the evaluation ends, then see how you beg for mercy before a 7th-tier expert." Bai Ning, however, smiled. When the shadow guard first appeared, he truly couldn't have defeated him, he'd only been gambling on luck. Now that the secret guard was gone, she was still shouting so loudly. "How dare you!" Soon, a strange wind carrying a mixture of blood and foul stench swept silently across the square. The next moment. Roar! The square erupted with countless frenzied, bloodthirsty roars from monstrous beasts. Countless beasts surged madly from the shadows. Among them were 2nd-tier shadow mantis, packs of hyenas, swarms of steel-spine poison bees, and even a 3rd-tier frost wolf king. Damn it! They've brought every beast from the underground lair. The academy really wants us dead. A wave of terror swept over the surrounding students. Many who had been blinded by the SSS-grade artifact now regained their survival instincts. Only the Moon clan's collateral branches grew more excited as they looked at Bai Ning. Bai Ning shrugged helplessly. "I came to the central zone intending to be the good guy. But every single one of you had to threaten me. Guess I'll just have to go back to my old ways." Chapter 7. You said you could beat me with just one hand? Roar! The 3rd-tier wolf king at the front let out a frenzied roar, and the beasts launched their attack. Chaos erupted across the square, filled with endless screams. "Help! Save me! Don't come near me! I want to quit the assessment." What the students couldn't see was a crowd of teachers packed outside the barrier, evaluating their performance. The conglomerate's children truly excel when facing these beasts. One teacher didn't hold back his admiration for the conglomerate offspring. "I wonder if any of the clever ones can tell this is an illusion." Another teacher scoffed beside him, "You're dreaming." This illusion was cast by the principal himself. The principal is the strongest 9th-rank powerhouse of our era, possessing the SSS-grade eye technique, mirror C of all phenomena. Deceiving these little brats is child's play. Speaking of which, is the principal personally supervising this exam because of that by family bastard? The boy that little princess from the Yu family was targeting earlier? At the mention of him, all the teachers perked up. Highly likely. Isn't it a coincidence that the first SSS tier ability user to emerge in so many years also wields an eye technique just like the principal? Could it be the principal has taken a liking to this bastard's son? Planning to take him as a disciple? It probably depends on his performance, right? Damn, I just realized, did the principal abandon his duties as head of the Li Corporation just to personally conduct Bai Ning's assessment? Exactly. One teacher recalled the head of the Li family's face, dark as a pot bottom, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Li family had never imagined that after finally getting a chance to meet his own ancestor, he'd be stood up over some young upstart. Quiet. Someone reminded them. Cut the chatter. Focus on the assessment. I'm eager to see if this Bai Ning truly deserves the principal's extraordinary attention. In the center of the square. To Bai Ning's eyes, the entire plaza was now enclosed within an invisible barrier, radiating an aura of illusion. He chuckled softly, his figure vanishing instantly as he plunged into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. That a rank Earth-type ability user, a collateral descendant boasting a minor combat technique, had only just conjured his Earth-hued armor when terror and disbelief still froze on his face. You said you could kill me with one strike? Bai Ning's ghostly voice echoed behind him. His golden eyes looked down, like a death sentence. The air around them froze abruptly. The erranked disciple felt his pride, his combat skills, his abilities, even his very thoughts frozen solid by an invisible force. He could only watch helplessly as a fist, ignoring all his defenses, slammed toward him. Crash! The impact reverberated like a muffled thunderclap. The savage force tore through his body, hurling him backward like a cannonball. He slammed into a distant wall, leaving a human-shaped dent behind, his fate unknown. The collateral descendant who had obtained the SSS-grade blazing longsword sought to strike first, his eyes blazing with savage intent. Die! A shrill hum erupted from the blade in his grasp. Crimson flames flared violently along its length, the terrifying heat warping the surrounding air. Transforming into a flaming meteor, he charged toward Bai Ning with a world-shattering momentum. The blade's several-meter-long aura swept unimpeded, crashing heavily into the ground over 10 meters away. Boom! Dozens of beasts caught in the blade's path were cleaved cleanly in two, their bodies sliced like paper. Not a drop of blood spurted from the cuts, only a foul, acrid stench of charred flesh wafted through the air. The disciple who swung the blade immediately looked toward where Bai Ning had stood moments before, his face gradually lighting up with wild delight. Ha! This treasure belongs to me now. Looking for me? A cold voice echoed from behind him. Bai Ning's eyes remained utterly still. Just now, you said it only takes one hand to fight me, right? The man's smile froze on his face. Bai Ning had dodged it. His reflexes were lightning fast as he channeled all his strength into swinging his long sword again. But Bai Ning's fingers merely reached out casually and plucked it away. The SSS-grade artifact worth billions had already changed hands. What a treasure! It's mine now. Bai Ning grinned, twirling his blade in a flourish. He hadn't exerted much force, yet the aura emanating from the blade itself left several deep gashes in the ground. He nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze back to the man. You said earlier that you only needed one hand to fight me, right? A sliver of cold light arced through the air. The blade sliced through flesh and bone, its smooth cutting sound sending a chill down the spine. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. A cleanly severed arm flew through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Then you can keep that arm. Oh, right. Bai Ning seemed to suddenly remember something. The long blade in his hand swept horizontally across. Ya-ha! An even more piercing scream echoed. The man was severed cleanly in two, sliding down to the ground like a slide while screaming in agony. Despite such a gruesome wound, not a single drop of blood flowed from the severed stump. A sizzling sound filled the air, and the scent of roasting meat wafted from the person's body. Devour 3.21 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Killing within an illusion could actually count as devouring assets. Bai Ning tilted his head back slightly, inhaling the familiar scent. A soft hum of peculiar satisfaction escaped his throat. Poof! Pure light flared in his eyes, burning with cold excitement. His lips curled upward uncontrollably, stretching into a wildly unrestrained grin that erupted into a maniacal roar. Ha! Ha 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 ha! This wail, this stench, these were the things he knew best in his 18 years. Struggling to survive in District 78, resorting to any means necessary to stay alive, he had always fantasized that one day, he would stand before these corporate brats and slaughter these resource-hoarding vermin one by one, over and over again. Bai Ning swept his gaze across the assembled corporate scions. Not a single one dared meet his gaze. Only Yiqing Shuet, her face deathly pale, stubbornly lifted her head to meet Bai Ning's gaze, shielding Bai Tianyan behind her. Try touching brother Tianyan. Bai Ning shot Bai Tianyan a mocking glance. The implication was clear, you coward. You threatened me with a 7th-tier expert. Killing him now would be too easy for you lot. But Bai Tianyan was already terrified out of his wits, his face ashen gray, unable to maintain his usual sly facade. Clearing the field one by one is too slow. Bai Ning tucked his long sword behind his back as his twin golden pupils flared once more. The next instant, under everyone's horrified stares, Bai Ning's figure was firmly astride the imposing 3rd-tier Frost Wolf King that had dominated the entire arena. Wah-ah! The Frost Wolf King's eyes, once filled with pride, now burned with fury. It violently shook its head, attempting to fling the lowly human off its back and crush him beneath its hooves. Yet no matter how it struggled and roared, that figure remained welded to its back. Bai Ning's legs clamped tightly around the Wolf King's neck, his hands gripping deep into its silvery white fur. Behave yourself. His voice carried uncontrollable excitement as his left fist slammed into the Wolf King's left temple. Oh whoa! The Frost Wolf King let out a piercing howl of agony. The massive head was slammed to the right by the astonishing force, causing its enormous body to stagger drunkenly, lurching sideways as it charged forward. The next instant, before the horrified stares of all present, the Wolf King roared furiously, charging toward them with countless beasts in its wake. Chapter 8, My Foolish Younger Brother. Bai Ning rode the 3-meter-tall Wolf King as it galloped wildly across the square. Each leap carried it dozens of meters forward. Swish! 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 3 massive icicles shot from the Wolf King's mouth, moving faster than lightning. The 3 wealthiest young heirs at the outer perimeter, who had only just begun to manifest their supernatural abilities, were instantly pierced by the icicles. Driven by immense kinetic force, they were pinned to the ground. Perched atop the Wolf King's head, he roared with laughter, yet his words were clear: "Run, everyone! I can't control this beast." Roar! Under Bai Ning's merciless fists, the Wolf King roared again and charged toward the consortium members. Its forepaws swept through the air, instantly cleaving several who dared to close in for resistance in half at the waist. "You dare kill us?" Yu Qingxua gritted her teeth, drawing an SSS-grade whip artifact. She channeled her fire elemental abilities to full power, causing dancing flames to coil around her like a dragon. "All 3 of us are direct descendants of the consortium, trained in SSS-grade combat techniques and martial arts. What difference does this 3rd-tier ice wolf make?" Lin Juyu of the Lin conglomerate, who had been observing the fight until now, one of only 3 S-rank psychic ability users in this generation besides Bai Tianyan and Yu Qingxue, was forced to join the fray. Bai Tianyan trembled, unleashing bolts of thunder and lightning, every hair on his body standing on end. Bai Ning waved a finger dismissively. "Killing just you lot? That won't be enough." Yu Qingxue's expression turned icy as she launched the first counterattack. Yet all this proved futile against Bai Ning's spatial vision combined with the 3rd-tier Wolf King's might. The Wolf King cared not who stood before it. Any living, breathing target became a vent for its fury toward Bai Ning. Wherever it passed, only utter devastation remained. Yu Qingxue was seized in the Wolf King's jaws and hurled over 10 meters. Lin Juyu was knocked down by the Wolf King's palm strike, then trampled under its massive paw. The Wolf King leapt from the air, pinning Bai Tianyan to the ground. The 2nd-generation disciples surrounding them were now frozen solid by the icy breath the Wolf King exhaled. Bai Ning controlled his strength, killing only the collateral branches. Yu Qingxue and the other 2 were left for later. Seeing the area mostly cleared, Bai Ning delivered another punch to the Wolf King, forcing him to scramble wildly across the field. Wherever the students who had earlier tried to join the fray and kill Bai Ning were, Bai Ning rode the Wolf King straight toward them. "Ah! The Wolf King! Bai Ning! Bai Ning, you're colluding with beasts. May you die a horrible death. I'm sorry, brother Bai. Spare me, don't kill me." For a moment, shouts of anger and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the square. Bai Ning paid no heed, circling the square several times atop the White Wolf King. Gradually, these irritating voices grew fainter and fainter. The clearing was complete. Bai Ning casually sat cross-legged atop the Wolf King's head, drawing the SSS-grade longsword from his back. By now, the Wolf King was exhausted, panting heavily in place, its fur stained with blood. Though Bai Ning had never learned any proper combat techniques, wielding this supreme artifact stirred the energy within him. He drew a deep breath, channeling the energy into the blade. A blade aura far more terrifying than that of the collateral descendant who practiced S-rank sword techniques erupted. The blade aura shot toward the Wolf King's head at breakneck speed. Arg! Sensing danger, the Wolf King roared and leapt to dodge. Bai Ning's golden pupils suddenly erupted with an unprecedented blinding light. The force of spacetime coalesced like an invisible mountain, attempting to freeze the Wolf King's massive form mid-air. The third-tier Wolf King roared again in fury, growling. A faint cracking sound echoed as 2 crimson lines trickled from the corners of Bai Ning's eyes. The madness in his eyes remained undiminished as he roared. Freeze, in place. The power of space and time surged to an unprecedented intensity, the invisible shackles of time and space trembling violently under the Wolf King's frantic struggle. Finally, they pinned him firmly to the spot. The crimson blade's edge sliced through the Wolf King's neck without resistance. The beasts that had followed the Wolf King lowered their heads, let out a mournful whimper, then scattered in a panic, tails tucked between their legs. Bai Ning collapsed onto the Wolf King's thick fur, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a triumphant laugh. A third-tier Wolf King. Killed by a first-tier awakened being who had only awakened a day ago. He lay on the genuine leather bed for a moment to catch his breath before climbing back up. His vision was slightly blurry, but it wasn't a big deal. He found Bai Tianyan and the other 2 still lying on the ground. He nudged Bai Tianyan, who kept his eyes tightly shut, with his foot and chuckled, "Young masters and ladies, still playing dead?" The 3 remained motionless. Bai Ning muttered under his breath, "Then I'll chop them all up." The long sword flashed as it was drawn. No! Finally, Bai Tianyan couldn't hold back any longer and begged for mercy first. The other 2, who had been pretending to be dead, couldn't hold it in any longer. Their faces darkened as they scrambled to their feet. Bai Ning chuckled softly. "All right, guys. Let's follow procedure and hand over your valuables first. Empty out all your spatial equipment. His eyes crinkled with amusement as he first pulled the spatial ring from Yu Qingshue's finger. Earlier, she'd retrieved 2 SSS-grade artifacts from this very ring. Her assets were incredibly substantial. Bai Tianyan and Lin Zhuyu gritted their teeth, each producing their own rings and necklaces. Bai Ning took them, tilting his chin slightly. Right then, all of you over to that open area. Kneel down properly. Lin Zhuyu forced a smile. Brother Bai, this feud between you lot has nothing to do with me. Bai Ning said nothing, drawing his blade. A blade's glint slammed into the ground, carving a deep gash nearly 10 meters long. Lin Zhuyu fell silent, closing her eyes as if accepting her fate. 5 minutes later, Bai Ning held up his phone, activated the camera function, and aimed it at the 3 figures kneeling in perfect alignment before him. If anything happens to me after this video will automatically upload to major websites. Have you memorized the lines I just taught you? When I yell action, you'll all recite them loudly and with feeling. One wrong word, and I'll chop off one of your hands. Got it? The 3 gritted their teeth. We got it. Bai Ning nodded with satisfaction. Action. Camera mode activated. Yu Qingshue's snow-white neck bent low as tears streamed down like broken threads. I am Yu Qingshue, the second daughter of the eldest branch of the Yu clan. I'm no perfect goddess. I grind my teeth at night, sounding like a mouse gnawing on wood. I burp like a frog croaking. I even fart like a leaky valve, stinking up the room so bad I can't stand it myself. She took a deep breath, embracing utter despair. My favorite thing is stripping naked and dancing in the streets. Lin Zhuyu's lips trembled, her voice dry and hoarse. I'm Lin Zhuyu of the Lin family's eldest branch. I pretend to like women, but it's all fake. I love men. And I love being the bottom. Bai Tianyan's body convulsed violently beyond his control, his teeth grinding with a sharp, grating sound. He glared at Bai Ning, each word scraped from between his teeth. Bai Tianyan. I'm Bai Ning's dog. Woof. Woof woof. He jerked his head up, letting out 2 dog barks. I'm a worthless piece of trash not even fit to lick Bai Ning's shoe soles. Chapter 9, I didn't make the cut? You've got to be kidding. Consume 10 billion 10 million 10 trillion assets to evolve into a sub-god tier. Bai Ning held his blade as the small text in his vision shifted once more. Killing this group of second-generation scum boosted his progress by 7 billion. This was an unexpected bonus, proving that murder could count as devouring assets and that killing in the illusion counted too. Bai Ning speculated that if he had killed these people in the real world, the actual devoured assets would have been a terrifyingly huge number. Today was merely collecting some interest. His chi and blood roared within him once more, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, swiftly eroding the barriers within his body. His cultivation realm began to shift, his aura surging upward at a terrifying speed. First tier peak. Lower tier of the second stage. After breaking through from Tier 1 to Tier 2, the warm current slowed, finally halting reluctantly just before Tier 2 mid-tier, a hair's breadth away from advancing once more. Bai Ning slowly raised his hand, clenching his fist to feel the surging power. The range of the Eye of Spacetime had expanded to a staggering 100 meters. When unleashed at full power, it could cover the entire plaza. Not only that, but his control over time and space had also undergone a tremendous enhancement. Bai Ning felt that if he faced that 3rd-tier Wolf King now, even at its peak, he could easily defeat it. A mysterious voice finally echoed through the air once more. This assessment concludes. Rankings from the entrance assessment are being tallied. The top 1,000 candidates will become the Academy's 98th cohort of freshmen. The barrier in Bai Ning's eyes slowly dissipated. A group of teachers appeared on the other side of the barrier, approaching with smiles on their faces. The square erupted once more with the students' chaotic shouts. Everything that had just transpired felt like a dream. Those who had been slain by the beasts moments ago now stood unscathed in their original places, not a single scratch on their bodies. Yet the depth of the psychological trauma they had endured remained known only to themselves. Yu Qingshue, coming to her senses, let out a startled cry. She hurriedly touched her neck, and upon finding it unharmed, burst into tears. Lin Zhuyu and Bai Tianyan's faces darkened to the extreme, both now plunged into a deathly silence. The agony they had felt before death had been all too real. The stabbing pain from their injuries felt identical to reality, making them truly believe they had died. Yet the humiliation gnawing at their souls cut far deeper than any physical pain. Before long, a translucent ranking board suddenly materialized midair. The rankings are out. Someone gasped. Everyone immediately looked up, frantically searching for their names. I made it. I made it. There I am dead last, ha ha ha. The moment Meng Tianchi awoke from the illusion, he scanned the entire hall for Bai Ning. Now, he too shouted excitedly, Brother Bai, I'm ranked 180th. I can't believe I made it this high. Thanks to you riding the Wolf King to protect me in the final stage. That's how I survived so long. Too bad I still got killed by the beast in the end. Despite possessing only ordinary B-grade abilities and donating a modest sum in the second stage, his final ranking surpassed that of many wealthy heirs. It far exceeded his expectations. Meng Tianchi scanned the top ranks of the leaderboard, searching for Bai Ning's name. After a moment, he frantically turned to Bai Ning. "Brother Bai, where's your name? How come that Bai Tianyan is ranked first?" Bai Ning scanned the rankings himself and was astonished to find his own name absent. He was utterly baffled by his omission. After all, he possessed SSS tier abilities and had survived to the end of the third stage. Was it really because he hadn't donated money during the second stage? Just then, the ranking list in Madeira refreshed again. Each name now displayed a total score and the specific points earned in each stage. First place, Bai Tianyan, total score 260 points. Second place, Lin Zhuyu, total score 211 points. Third place, Yu Qingshu, total score 205 points. Bai Tianyan held a commanding lead over second place with a massive 49-point gap, firmly securing the top spot. Bai Ning felt a rare sense of satisfaction watching Bai Tianyan score a perfect 100 on the second stage, far surpassing Lin Zhuyu and Yu Qingshu's 50 points each on that stage. All that grinding for Yu Li's card hadn't been wasted. He'd donated 30 billion for him. Lin Zhuyu's already grim expression darkened further as he demanded, "Brother Tianyan, didn't we agree to contribute 100 million each for the second stage?" He felt the humiliation he'd just endured was entirely due to Bai Tianyan and Yu Qingshu dragging him down, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. His total score was a mere 49 points behind Bai Tianyan. If not for the second stage, he would have been the one in first place. They donated 1 billion and only got 50 points, while Bai Tianyan scored 100. Such a staggering point gap made it impossible to fathom how much Bai Tianyan had actually donated to the academy. Yu Qingshu's eyes were red and swollen, her gaze complex as she looked at Bai Tianyan with disappointment. Amid the crowd, someone shouted excitedly, "Holy crap! If it weren't for the second stage, my score would actually be higher than all three of the conglomerate heirs." "Wait, me too." Hearing such words from lowly commoners around him, Bai Tianyan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Recalling how Bai Ning had blackmailed them with that humiliating video, he knew he had to align with these two against that Bai Ning. He absolutely couldn't afford to burn bridges. Frowning at the questioning looks from his two companions, he forced an explanation. "You have to believe me, I don't know what's going on either." Lin Zhuyu snorted derisively but said nothing. Did they think they were fools? If you didn't secretly donate the money yourself, who else would donate it for you out of nowhere? Bai Ning watched their squabbling with satisfaction before turning to the teacher nearby and declaring, "Teacher, I have a question." Strangely, the teacher didn't respond to his question. Instead, he suddenly turned sideways and bowed deeply with utmost respect toward an elderly man behind him. "Principal, the person is over here." Bai Ning followed the teacher's gesture and saw something that made his eyes widen in surprise. This principal wasn't the imposing powerhouse he'd imagined. He was just an ordinary-looking old man. Dressed in a slightly oversized white martial arts uniform, he was rather slight in build, with a few stubborn strands of white hair sticking up. Li Yensong's eyes held a kind smile as he looked at Bai Ning with satisfaction. "Good lad, what troubles you?" Bai Ning froze for a moment before quickly asking, "Why am I not on the list?" Yu Qingshu dared not offend Bai Ning, but couldn't resist muttering under her breath, "Isn't that obvious? It's because you're useless, of course." Hearing this, Bai Ning noticed the kindly old man's eyes narrowed. He swung a palm strike at Yu Qingshu through the air. "Did I give you permission to speak?" The furious shout sent a stinging blow that knocked Yu Qingshu unconscious. Her usually obsequious minions now dared not utter a peep in front of the principal. Bai Ning inwardly gasped. After striking her, Li Yensong seemed to remember something. Clearing his throat, he resumed his initial gentle demeanor and spoke softly. "The students on the rankings are this year's freshmen, but you, my dear child, your abilities do not permit you to be a freshman. After enrollment, report to the sophomore division." Chapter 10, Request denied by Ning's donation credits. The square fell silent as a church. The first academy of supernatural abilities held its exalted status inextricably tied to the identity of its principal. Li Yintsung, Patriarch of the Li Conglomerate, SSS tier ability user, 9th tier upper realm cultivator, the strongest being of this era. Each of these titles alone could send shockwaves through the Federation. His standing surpassed even that of the heads of the four great conglomerates. Just moments ago, only Yu Qingshu dared whisper criticism of Bai Ning. Before the principal, the others dared not even breathe loudly. And this titanic figure had just slapped Yu Qingshu unconscious in one swift motion, all for Bai Ning. She was the daughter of the Yu family patriarch. This move instantly silenced everyone present. Even when the principal announced Bai Ning's direct admission into sophomore year, elevating him to upperclassman status on the spot, everyone remained outwardly composed despite their inner shock. They feared any inappropriate reaction might earn them another public slap. Li Yensong, however, was far from satisfied with this reaction. "What are you all standing there for? Clap." He raised his eyebrows and led the applause for Bai Ning. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Teachers and students with discerning eyes quickly realized Bai Ning had earned the principal's favor. His future prospects were bound to soar. Even the teachers who had just witnessed Bai Ning extorting 3 corporate heirs feared their voices weren't loud enough to satisfy the principal. Student Bai Ning truly lives up to his reputation as an SSS tier prodigy. Judging by his features, Bai Ning has a broad forehead, eyes that sparkle like stars, and an aura that radiates like a rainbow. He is clearly no ordinary talent. Congratulations, principal. With a talent like Bai Ning joining our academy, we're bound to reach new heights. Bai Ning kept his eyes slightly lowered, hands tucked in his pockets, indifferent to the fawning and fervent gazes. The principal smiled with profound benevolence, beckoning him with a wave. Young man, come with me for a moment. Bai Tianyan's eyes turned green with jealousy. Just then, a sudden voice cut through the air. Principal, please wait. The newcomer, dressed in formal attire, hurried over and bowed respectfully to Li Yinsong. Lady Yuelin sent me to clarify that Bai Ning's academic records are suspect. Bai Ning recognized the man as the steward from the 3rd branch of the Bai family. Realizing the purpose of his visit, Bai Ning gave him a meaningful look. Sure enough, the steward continued, Lady Yuelin states that the 3rd branch of the Bai family disdains such underhanded methods of admission. She requests that Bai Ning's 2nd stage exam scores be invalidated. Bai Ning let out a drawn-out "oh" from the side. You mean the 30 billion I just donated to the school? Precisely. Lady Yuli says the money can be given to the school, but your scores must be invalidated. Bai Ning laughed, spreading his hands. But I scored 0 on the 2nd round. Ha! The butler froze in shock. He immediately retorted, you're lying. Impossible. The bank statement clearly shows this money was transferred to First Academy's finance department. Bai Ning nodded. Indeed. I did donate 30 billion. The butler couldn't help but snort coldly. The mistress had been right about Bai Ning being greedy and short-sighted. In that case, please have the principal invalidate. Before he could finish, Bai Ning cut him off, but I donated the 30 billion on behalf of Bai Tianyan. The butler froze in place, huh? The results can be nullified, but... Bai Ning smiled at Bai Tianyan. Bai Tianyan will have to settle for 2nd place. Bai Tianyan's pupils dilated in shock, so it was you. Butler. He stiffly pulled out his phone, hold on, I need to make a call. Li Yinsong grew impatient, put it on speaker. I'll speak directly to that upstart Yu Li. The butler hesitated briefly before choosing to heed the words of this Li family patriarch. After alerting Yu Li, he activated speakerphone. Yu Li's polite yet reserved voice came through. Mr. Li, how have you been lately? Li Yinsong couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. You intend to nullify that 30 billion achievement? Yu Li couldn't fathom why such a minor matter warranted his personal attention and hastily replied. That's correct. Zheng Yue and I have always opposed children gaining privileges outside the family based on their background, so... Li Yinsong cut her off, beckoning the academic affairs director aside. Cancel Bai Tianyan's scores immediately and recalculate the rankings. Yu Li froze. Ha? She hurriedly explained, it wasn't Tianyan, old master. It was that Bai Ning. It was Bai Ning who used my supplementary card without authorization today. Tianyan had nothing to do with it. The academic affairs director checked the transcript and respectfully confirmed it was indeed Bai Ning who provided Bai Tianyan with 30 billion yuan in funding for the 2nd stage. Was this 30 billion under Tianyan's name? Only then did Yu Li grasp the situation, her words suddenly catching in her throat. After a long pause, her tone did a complete 180. Well then. Since that's the case, so be it. That Bai Ning kid was just looking out for Tianyan. Bai Ning? Doesn't your face hurt? Even after saying something like that, she could still force a smooth recovery. He raised an eyebrow and asked, so the grades still stand? Yu Li gave an awkward chuckle, but Li Yinsong interrupted again, no. This score must be invalidated. He issued the order directly to the academic affairs director, then turned away from Yu Li, who was still on the call, and said, Bai Ning, good child, come with me. Leaving Yu Li, Yu Qingxue who had just regained her senses and Bai Ning alone in utter disarray. After a long silence, Yu Li clenched her teeth and said, I never thought the old man would actually speak up for Bai Ning. Don't worry, Tianyan. I'll personally go explain things to the old man later. I won't let Bai Ning affect the ranking you worked so hard to achieve. Bai Tianyan was furious. What did Bai Ning ever do to deserve this? How dare he catch the eye of the Li family patriarch? Recalling his embarrassing performance in the 3rd trial, compounded by his recent blunder, he feared Yu Li would abandon him once she learned the truth. His mind raced as he prepared his defense. As soon as Bai Ning and the principal walked out of sight, he immediately answered the call. Mom, I'm fine. Even though Bai Ning used every trick in the book to eliminate me in the 3rd round, causing my score to drop, please don't be angry with him because of me. Bai Ning has earned the principal's favor now. It's best not to offend the principal over me. Yu Qingxue, her face still bearing the vivid red handprint, was jolted back to the humiliation of moments ago. Her voice thick with hatred, she snapped. This absolutely cannot end like this. That Bai Ning is utterly despicable. He just used underhanded tactics to frame us in the illusion, leading to our tragic deaths. Yu Li's voice rose sharply, filled with shock and fury. Tianyan, you're saying Bai Ning tried to kill you? Bai Tianyan feigned hesitation, refusing to answer. Seeing him willing to endure injustice rather than speak, Yu Qingshua's sense of responsibility surged. Auntie, it's true. Bai Ning is wicked and deserves to die. Moonli's rage overwhelmed her. What did he do to you in the illusion? Tell me everything. I'll see justice done for you. Yet the three, who had been seething with fury moments before, fell into a unified silence when Yuli asked what exactly had transpired in the illusion. Yuli couldn't wait any longer. What are you kids standing around for? Speak up. The three fell silent once more. Lin Zhuyu cleared his throat awkwardly, shifting the topic. Auntie, there's no need to worry. The principal has arranged for Bai Ning to enter his sophomore year. My elder brother and Qingshua's eldest sister are both sophomores. You know their capabilities well enough. Once Bai Ning enrolls, he snorted with a sneer, his good days will be over. Chapter 11, the closest disciple of the 9th-ranked Supreme Master. After hearing their words, Yuli was like a lioness roused to fury, her voice carrying an unquestionable command. Bai Ning will not be admitted. That wretch dares harbor such vicious intentions? I'll go to the principal immediately and have him expelled. Her eyes blazed with furious rage. They had kindly taken Bai Ning back, and this was how he repaid them? Now he dared to sabotage Tianyan's top ranking and even attempted to kill him. If he ever managed to latch onto old Master Li's coattails, who knew what tortures he'd inflict on Tianyan? Such a vile beast must pay for his crimes. Prepare the car. I'm going to First Academy myself. The hovercar sped along, reaching the academy within minutes. As a 6th-tier enhancement-type psionicist, Yuli unleashed his combat techniques, moving through the campus so swiftly he became a blur. He actually intercepted Bai Ning and the others midway. From afar, Bai Tianyan saw Yuli had truly arrived at breakneck speed, and hope surged within him. With her mother personally intervening, his academic standing was surely secure. Yu Qingshua remarked enviously, your aunt truly dotes on you. With the Bai family's influence behind you, Bai Ning won't get off lightly this time. Lin Zhuyu finally let out a satisfied smile. With auntie taking charge for us. When Bai Ning saw his own dignified and noble mother sprinting toward him at full speed, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had always believed that parents in wealthy families were naturally cold and calculating, caring only about interests. That was why they looked down on him, raised in the slums, and only valued by Tianyan for his extraordinary talent. Yet here she was, abandoning all dignity and composure to personally confront the principal, all to protect Bai Tianyan's academic standing. She must have heard the principal favored him, and she knew that in both combat prowess and ability level, he far surpassed that fake son. Yet she fought so fiercely for him. Seeing a strand of her meticulously coiled hair come loose, Bai Ning felt at a loss for words. Yuli stood before the principal, forcing herself to remain composed. Old master, I have 2 requests to make of you. Please grant them. Li Yensong replied coldly, if you're here for Bai Tianyan's grades, let me tell you that's non-negotiable. Yuli's expression darkened at his unwavering stance. Steeling herself, she pressed on. Please show leniency. This truly isn't Tianyan's fault. How about this? The Bai clan is willing to share a Class B underground cave entrance with the academy. If you agree, the Li clan and the academy may freely access it thereafter. Annual profits will exceed 100 billion. Bai Ning felt a sense of absurdity. What kind of magic did Bai Tianyan possess? First, Yu Qingshua had offered a trillion yuan SSS-grade artifact for him. Now, Yuli was willing to sacrifice 1 trillion in annual profits. What's going on? Is money not money in your eyes? Yet to everyone's surprise, Li Yensong showed not a shred of hesitation. I said it's non-negotiable. Bai Ning looked at the principal in astonishment. He understood the principal was venting on his behalf, but this gesture felt utterly baffling. Yuli was even more baffled. Why was the old man so unwilling to simply preserve the grades? Gritting her teeth, she upped the stakes, then 3. Shared access to 3B-grade underground caverns. That was a guaranteed 300 billion annually. Li Yensong didn't even blink an eyelid. Keep making unreasonable demands, and don't force me to slap you. Yuli took a deep breath, maintaining her composure on the surface. In that case, this junior has one final request. Speak. Yuli glanced at Bai Ning, a flash of hatred flickering in his eyes. Bai Ning is treacherous and vicious, attempting to murder the direct descendants of the conglomerate. Such a person is unworthy of entering the First Academy. As the matriarch of the Bai family's 3rd branch, I will arrange for his expulsion. He had never harbored much hope for familial affection in this lifetime, but hearing her utter those words, Bai Ning clenched his fists. That faint glimmer of hope he had just begun to notice within himself was utterly severed. He pressed his lips tightly together, silently turning his gaze toward the principal. Li Yensong regarded Yuli, his expression unreadable. Are you certain? Yes. Yuli answered without hesitation. Child. Li Yensong didn't answer, instead turning his gaze back to Bai Ning with unwavering resolve. You possess the same pupil technique ability as I do. I can guarantee that I will impart all my lifetime's experience to you. The Bai clan's lack of faith in you is sheer blindness. This old man considers himself quite capable, more than enough to shield you from the world's storms and provide you with every resource the world has to offer. My 9th tier cultivation and the Li clan's 1,000-year legacy will be your most solid fortress. Will you become my final disciple? Yuli froze in place, his mind reeling with astonishment. He clearly knew Ming Ning's treacherous intentions. Why did the old man hold him in such high regard? Allowing Bai Ning to climb onto the Li family's coattails, that would be disastrous. Students and teachers passing by couldn't help but stop in their tracks, staring in disbelief. Given Li Yensong's standing and influence, these few words carried weight heavier than 1,000 pounds. Bai Ning felt a surge of emotion, a strange, bittersweet warmth rising in his throat. He drew a deep breath. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed deeply with utmost solemnity. Master! A look of satisfaction spread across Li Yensong's face as he reached out to help Bai Ning rise. Good. Good boy. The onlookers nearby offered their congratulations, filling the scene with laughter and joy. Only Yuli's face turned ashen. No! She absolutely could not accept this happening. With Bai Ning's character, he should have stayed in that slum. How dare he latch onto Li Yensong's coattails? How could Tianyan ever become the next family head under these circumstances? A sudden surge of courage welled up within her, and she spoke up to interrupt. Bai Ning, you are a child of the Bai family. Shouldn't you have consulted me, your mother, before making such a decision? The words had barely left her mouth when murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. TSK, just as expected. The legitimate wife reacts like this whenever she sees her husband's illegitimate child. Who wouldn't go mad seeing their husband lavish affection on an illegitimate child while neglecting his own flesh and blood? It's only human nature. Understandable. Exactly. She even said Bai Ning wanted to kill her own son earlier. What mother could stand that? Just a minute ago, Bai Ning had felt a tiny pang of sadness over Yuli's foolish favoritism. Now he wished he could go back a minute and slap himself hard. This woman made you be a shield for that fake young master. She threatened you into doing her bidding. And you still harbored illusions about her? Only then did Bai Ning look at Yuli. Mother? He scoffed. Do you even deserve that title? Besides, did you really expect me to refuse? Yuli narrowed her eyes, her voice low and threatening. Bai Ning, you'd better think carefully. Think carefully about the lives of your former friends. Though she didn't state it explicitly, Bai Ning could see the meaning in her eyes. Damn it! Bai Ning's killing intent flared instantly as his golden pupils locked onto Yuli. Yuli, however, laughed aloud. What? With your current cultivation, you still think you can kill me? Bai Ning gritted his teeth. He had asked Meng Tianshi, the head of the Bai clan's third branch, his own father, who was a 7th tier psionicist. The third branch's maximum deployable combat strength was capped at 7th tier. At the current rate of his golden finger's growth, he estimated he'd need no more than 2 years to eliminate this bunch of fools. But now? Not yet. Bai Ning remained silent, but Li Yensong could easily see through the deception. Oomph! A cold snort thundered like a clap of lightning. He stepped forward, roaring angrily. What? With your current cultivation, you think you can bully my disciple right in front of me? He stood motionless, making no apparent move. An indescribable, terrifying pressure crashed down. In an instant, the blue bricks within a 100-meter radius crumbled to dust. Chapter 12, SSS-grade techniques, priced by the pound. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The surroundings suddenly grew dim. Yuli never expected Li Yensong to strike in front of so many witnesses. A mountainous pressure crushed down upon her. At the 6th tier, her cultivation seemed utterly fragile before the mightiest expert. She strained to summon her abilities, fighting desperately to keep her spine straight and preserve her last shred of dignity, her body trembling uncontrollably. Li Yensong leaned down to look at her, his voice calm. I have a short fuse. If I hear such words again, the third branch can kiss its existence goodbye. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Yuli could no longer hold herself up, her knees crashing heavily to the ground. A muffled groan, suppressed to the absolute limit, escaped her throat. The humiliation of being forced to kneel made her eyes bulge with fury. Yet the oppressive force did not cease. Instead, it slammed her head violently into the ground. Before this force, she didn't even have the right to resist. For the first time in her pampered life, she felt so clearly that before true power, all authority and status were utterly meaningless. Stop! A roar echoed as Bai Tianyan finally arrived. Seeing his mother pinned to the ground like a lamb awaiting slaughter before everyone's eyes, he charged forward recklessly, determined to lift Yuli. Yet the moment he stepped into the aura's range, it felt like colliding with a steel wall. Overwhelming gravitational force descended from all directions, his internal organs clenched as if by an invisible giant's fist. Thud! With no room for resistance, Bai Tianyan was instantly pinned to the ground, kneeling before Bai Ning. Bai Tianyan struggled to turn his eyes, a bestial growl rising from his throat, yet no words could form. Spare me, old master. Yuli felt her heart wrench as she noticed Bai Tianyan kneeling beside her. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she pleaded, Please, don't hurt Tianyan. Take it out on me instead. Though at the epicenter of the overwhelming pressure, Bai Ning felt no burden whatsoever. Instead, he looked down at the mother and son with a sense of utter ease. This was the feeling of being a true powerhouse. No matter what conglomerate you represent, no matter how threatening your words, they were all meaningless in the face of absolute power. His gaze fixed on the small text in his field of vision, his desire to max out the asset consumption progress bar was overwhelming. He yearned to witness what a sub-god tier ability and a high-tier realm truly looked like. He wondered how far the 3 storage items he'd just acquired from Yu Qingxue and the others could push that progress bar. One day, he would crush these vermin with his true strength. With that thought, he turned to his newly appointed master and smiled. "Master, there's no time to waste. Teach your disciple martial arts and combat techniques." Only then did Li Yintsong withdraw his hand. The 2 men on the ground finally exhaled in relief, gasping for breath like dead dogs. The area within 100 meters was now a complete mess, and everyone fell silent, frozen in fear. Li Yintsong turned to Bai Ning, the coldness vanishing from his face as he resumed the appearance of a kind-hearted old grandfather. "Come, my disciple. Follow your master to a wonderful place." Bai Ning cast one last glance at the battered and disheveled Yu Li lying on the ground. His heart held only a burning desire for power. He quickened his pace to match his master's stride. Wherever they passed, the crowd automatically parted to form a wide path. No one dared meet their gaze, no one dared utter a word. Moments later, they arrived before a 3-story building tucked away in a corner of the academy grounds. The building appeared unremarkable from the outside, though each floor stood a full 3 to 4 meters tall. With a wave of Li Yintsong's hand, the doors swung open automatically. "This isn't my little library." Bai Ning's eyes widened at the sight of the interior, and a heartfelt "holy crap" escaped his lips. Holy crap! The first floor was incredibly spacious, neatly arranged with nearly 100 rosewood bookshelves. Each shelf was packed to the brim, and as far as the eye could see, it was all books. Bai Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice slightly unsteady. "Master, you didn't just loot every martial art and combat technique in the entire Federation and bring them here, did you?" Li Yintsong watched his young disciple's expression, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He strolled leisurely into the small building with his hands behind his back. "Ah, nothing to write home about. Just gathered a few decent-looking items. Look at this first level, it holds all the cultivation techniques I've gathered." With a casual wave, a book flew into his hand before he tossed it to Bai Ning. "Here, take a look at this ancient starry sky contemplation method. SSS-grade. It hones the spirit and enhances affinity with spacetime." Before Bai Ning could fully process receiving this legendary, priceless SSS-grade cultivation technique, his master's fingers flicked again. Whoosh! 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 Another dozen cultivation manuals were drawn toward Bai Ning, piling up in his arms to form a small mountain. "Take these too. All SSS-grade. Some focus on manipulating temporal laws, others emphasize strengthening spatial cutting, teleportation, and similar techniques." Holding the pile of manuals, Bai Ning was utterly dumbfounded. Top-tier cultivation manuals that others fought tooth and nail for were being handed out by the pound by his master? Li Yintsong felt smug inside, but maintained his masterly demeanor as he cleared his throat lightly. SSS-grade cultivation techniques are notoriously difficult to master. Many practitioners spend their entire lives perfecting just one, and achieving great mastery is considered an accomplishment in itself. However, he shifted his tone, narrowing his eyes as he appraised Bai Ning. "You've got some seriously twisted talent, kid. During your assessment, you jumped straight from no rank to lower second tier. Maybe you could pull off something new?" Bai Ning's heart skipped a beat. Such terrifying advancement speed felt too godlike, not just to others, but even to Bai Ning himself. Just as he pondered how to gloss over it, he saw his master had already strolled to the staircase entrance, clearly not intending to probe further. They reached the 2nd floor. This floor and the 3rd floor are where combat techniques are stored. If cultivation techniques are the foundation, the inner strength, then these combat techniques are the methods for wielding that power. Finding the right combat technique allows you to unleash your special abilities in specific ways and with specific skills, generating power far surpassing instinctive release. Li Yintsong pinched his fingers together, and a sliver of blue wind blade instantly coalesced at his fingertips. Bai Ning stared in astonishment at the blade. "Master, aren't you a pupil technique practitioner? How can you wield an air-type ability technique?" The little old man chuckled smugly. "Humph, child's play. As long as you understand the power within yourself well enough, simulating other attributes isn't impossible. Teach me this, master." Bai Ning gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Li Yintsong cleared his throat lightly. "You can't learn this technique yet. You'll need to reach at least, the 6th or 7th tier." He turned away, feeling a twinge of guilt. This wind element ability was something he'd only mastered after advancing to 9th rank. At best, he could currently unleash wind blades with lethality barely reaching 4th rank levels. Still, it was enough to intimidate this disciple who advanced in ranks as easily as drinking water, or so he hoped. Li Yintsong stood with his hands behind his back, a smug look on his face. "Keep training diligently. Stay far away from that filthy, chaotic home of yours. Out of sight, out of mind. Bai Ning shook his head at this, the casualness fading from his face. How could that be? He walked to the window, his voice quiet. I may not have much, but I hold grudges. The more they want something, the more I'll seize it for myself first. I bear the Bai surname to Bai of the Bai conglomerate. So what if he's the head of the Bai family? Li Yensong burst into laughter upon hearing this. Excellent. You're just my type, kid. But it's too early to talk about that now. He changed the subject. Once school starts, those sophomores will inevitably take revenge for their younger siblings. With your current strength, dealing with them might still be a bit troublesome. Chapter 13, Spending 500 billion like water. Bai Ning waited for what felt like an eternity before finally hearing his master utter those words. He gave a shy smile and pulled out the 3 storage items contributed by Yu Qingshu and the others. Master, I'd like to exchange these for some spending money. After what had just happened, if Yu Li had any sense, she would cancel that supplementary card immediately. But Bai Ning wanted to advance his cultivation realm, and the fastest way to do that was undoubtedly through his golden finger devouring assets. Li Yensong raised an eyebrow. Well, you're not shy, kid. Robbing people in the illusion right in front of me was bad enough, but now you're asking me to fence your stolen goods? Bai Ning scratched his head, completely unfazed. You know exactly what happened, yet you still agreed to take me as your disciple. Doesn't that prove I'm doing the right thing? Li Yensong burst into laughter at the teasing. Only then did he accept the items, pulling out a bank card he'd prepared long ago. Take this. Consider it your welcome gift from your master. There's 500 billion in there. You didn't lose out trading for these things. 500 billion. Bai Ning gasped. The last time he got an unlimited card, it hadn't felt real. But hearing the actual figure of 500 billion now, he finally felt that dizzying happiness of being overwhelmed by money. With that much money, if he spent it all on bubble tea, he could probably circle the Federation 800 times. The golden finger devouring 10 billion would push him close to mid-tier second stage. He dared not imagine what level he could reach if he devoured all 500 billion. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, as he accepted the card. Thank you, Master. Li Yensong waved his hand and headed downstairs. Take these days before school starts to pick out whatever you like here. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out anytime. Take care, Master. Bai Ning adopted his most respectful demeanor to see off the god of wealth, mentally calculating how to convert this fortune into progress for his golden fingers devouring ability. Based on his current understanding, there were 3 ways to increase the progress. 1. Killing people. 2. Destroy others' property. 3. Spending money on donations. He never imagined that one day he would find a commonality among these 3 actions. But before he could decide how to proceed, the small text in his field of vision suddenly changed. Detected 500 billion assets. 100 billion can be spent to upgrade combat techniques and cultivation talent to SS tier. Bai Ning froze. Spending money could actually enhance one's innate talent? But 100 billion just to reach SS tier? That's ridiculously expensive. He recalled when his abilities first awakened, seeing this same text transform into physical body reshaping in progress. Intuition and spiritual intelligence activating. Back then, he'd assumed the golden finger had gifted him cultivation techniques and combat skills as well. Now, seeing the fine print stating upgrades required payment, he realized it only mentioned in progress and activating. It never said rebuilding complete. Completed. Damn it, this cheat code was playing word games with him. Bai Ning gritted his teeth, casually opening an SSS-grade combat technique manual to attempt learning it through his own efforts. But after reading just the first line, he felt utterly hopeless. It was like trying to understand college-level calculus from his past life. He couldn't understand a thing. But then again, it was SSS tier difficulty was to be expected. Bai Ning pulled out an SS-grade combat technique manual instead, planning to start with something simpler. Unexpectedly, after reading for a while, his vision began to blur again. I'm just not cut out for studying in either of these lives. He scowled at himself before pulling out an S-rank combat technique manual. Originally, Bai Ning had tried it without much hope, but to his surprise, he could actually understand it. He burst out laughing. I knew I was a natural learner. He settled down to read a page. But soon, Bai Ning's brow furrowed again. Though he could understand it, learning S-class combat techniques felt comparable to tackling high school-level math. Bai Ning stared at the dense text, gritting his teeth. Forget it. If I can cheat and still study on my own, what's the point of having a cheat code? The thought flashed through his mind, and the scroll immediately changed. 1 trillion points expended to upgrade combat technique and cultivation talent to SS rank. In an instant, a wave of cool clarity flooded Bai Ning's mind, his consciousness becoming incredibly sharp. Simultaneously, a warm current flowed through his body, likely strengthening his physical constitution as well. He picked up the S-rank combat technique manual again. At a glance, it seemed utterly effortless. It was like having a college student solve elementary school problems, a complete walk in the park. Bai Ning excitedly grabbed the SS tier combat technique manual. The text that had been utterly obscure moments ago now felt incredibly familiar. He threw his head back and laughed several times. Being a heretic cultivator was pure bliss. He picked up the SSS-grade combat technique, feeling slightly disappointed as the text still looked like hieroglyphics. But soon, the small text in his vision refreshed again. Consume 300 billion to upgrade combat techniques and cultivation talents to SSS grade. This time, Bai Ning didn't hesitate, he chose to cheat outright. The instant the thought formed, a thunderous roar seemed to echo within his mind. An overwhelming sense of clarity and transcendence instantly engulfed his entire consciousness. As his comprehension ignited, his physical attributes surged upward at an astonishing rate. Bai Ning felt that recalling previously learned knowledge now brought a flood of new insights, propelling his understanding to an entirely new level. This time, when he picked up the SSS tier combat technique, a smile of academic mastery finally spread across his face. This must be what they mean by learning being as easy as drinking water. What seemed like hieroglyphics to others now felt as familiar as single-digit addition and subtraction. If the privileged offspring of conglomerates who had received decades of formal training in combat techniques and martial arts theory heard Bai Ning dismiss their SSS tier skills, which took them years just to grasp the basics, as single-digit arithmetic, they would likely spit blood in rage. Anyone who could even master the basics of SSS tier combat techniques would be hailed as a prodigy. Yet in Bai Ning's eyes, this knowledge practically scrambled to fill his mind. Bai Ning was instantly immersed in this enlightenment like learning speed. He gathered every SSS-grade cultivation technique and combat skill he could use from the entire small building only to discover there were over 100. This staggering quantity would leave any conglomerate patriarch speechless. Truly, as the strongest under the heavens, the resources at his disposal were beyond comparison. Over the next few days, Bai Ning devoted nearly all his time to studying the theories behind combat techniques and cultivation methods. He only found time to select his sophomore courses before the semester began. Unlike other academies, the first academy emphasized cultivating well-rounded talents. Each academic year offered dozens of courses spanning categories like combat, survival, support, command, and specialized skills. Combat training alone was subdivided into hand-to-hand combat, cold weaponry, combat technique development and application, identifying weak points of beasts, and more. All courses were designed with the core purpose of combating beasts in the underground caverns and defending humanity. The academy imposes no restrictions on course selection. All students may freely enroll in any class. However, due to time constraints, most students typically choose courses aligned with their specific supernatural abilities. Accumulating 100 credits fulfills the graduation requirement. Upon graduation, major legions and corporations outside the academy would compete to offer positions. Bai Ning was so engrossed in his studies that he couldn't be bothered to research which courses were better. So he chose the simplest approach. One-click select all. The total credits listed below reached a staggering 128. This meant that as long as he passed every exam, Bai Ning could graduate in just one semester. Chapter 14, My major might have a bit too many disciplines. The morning of the first day of school. Bai Ning finally emerged from the small building with his hair sticking up like a bird's nest. After days of studying day and night, he had thoroughly mastered the vast array of cultivation techniques and combat theories. Time was tight. He activated his Spacetime Eye, his figure flickering and teleporting across campus. Within minutes, he returned to his dorm to wash up. Students who encountered his flickering, vanishing form along the way stared wide-eyed, as if they'd seen a ghost. By the time he reached the classroom for his first class, only 20 minutes had passed. He even managed to grab breakfast and glance at his schedule. Honestly, if he'd known what a grueling schedule the Select All button would create when choosing classes, he would have spent 10 minutes carefully picking them out. Right now, he just wanted to slap his past self senseless. Today was his first day of school ever, and classes were scheduled straight from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The first class was a cultivation technique workshop. This class was held in the cultivation room, equipped with a top-tier spirit-gathering array that continuously supplied energy for student practice. Hey, look, Bai Ning's here. Is this the headmaster's chosen disciple? Doesn't look like the legendary killing machine I've heard about. As Bai Ning stepped into the cultivation room, he overheard whispers nearby. He ignored them, casually plopping down on a cushion on the floor. Closing his eyes, he began catching up on sleep. Such a show-off, Bai Qingyang muttered under his breath, then turned to flatter Lin Zhushan, who sat meditating with eyes closed in the center. Brother Zhushan, have you heard? That Bai Ning is completely out of control. Lin Zhushan didn't even lift an eyelid as he slowly guided the green dragon's phantom swirling around him back into his body. The colossal energy flowed back like 100 rivers returning to the sea, slightly easing the oppressive aura radiating from his entire being. Bai Qingyang grew anxious, raising his voice, Young Master Zhu Yu is your own flesh and blood. Bai Ning, relying on his SSS tier abilities, doesn't give us the time of day. What's even more infuriating is that so many of us in this generation wanted to become the headmaster's disciples, but we were all rejected. Yet he actually took Bai Ning as his final disciple. Isn't this slapping all of us young masters from prestigious families in the face? Lin Zhushan finally stirred. He slowly opened his eyes, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. What? Did Bai Tianyan send you over to egg me on against Bai Ning? Bai Qingyang's smile froze. His ulterior motive exposed, he stammered, I'm angry on behalf of young Master Zhu Yu too. Lin Zhushan tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping indifferently over Bai Ning's face. He just got lucky, awakening a decent talent. But without the backing of a prestigious family lineage, without the foundational training and arduous cultivation since childhood, even with an SSS tier ability, his combat techniques and martial arts are nothing but flashy appearances. Bai Qingyang chimed in with a deep, resonant voice, you're absolutely right. We've studied the theories of various cultivation systems since childhood. After my awakening, I immersed myself in cold springs daily and had high-level ice elemental cultivators refine my meridians. Only then did I barely manage to grasp the basics of an SSS-grade cultivation technique. Even if Bai Ning holds an SSS tier technique, he couldn't grasp its true essence. He probably can't even remember the energy circulation paths. Exactly. A voice from a collateral branch of the Yu clan chimed in, tinged with schadenfreude. Martial techniques are even worse. Every move in my 8 extremes fist requires specific medicinal baths to temper the body, then elders correcting my power trajectory step by step. The slightest mistake could injure me. Bai Ning probably doesn't even grasp the most fundamental power techniques. Forcing himself to practice high-level combat skills? Backlash is the least of his worries. At worst, he might cripple himself. Bai Qingyan looked at the man with satisfaction, then suddenly asked, did Miss Qing Dai take leave this morning? I hear her cultivation techniques and combat skills have reached a terrifyingly advanced level, with few peers who can match her. The Yu clan member chuckled with pride. It's a pity Miss Qing Dai isn't here. Given how precious Miss Qing Shui is to her, it's doubtful Bai Ning would have walked out of here standing today. It's only a matter of time. Bai Qingyang patted the man on the shoulder. The two exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malicious delight at the prospect of watching the show. With combat techniques sparring class this afternoon, why worry about finding an opportunity to teach him a lesson? Exactly. Miss Qing Dai will surely step in personally then, teaching Bai Ning what it means to face a genius from a prestigious family. Just wait and see. Lin Zhushan closed his eyes, his tone unwavering. These classes today are a mirror that reveals true nature. Whether he's a dragon or a worm, one test will tell. The class bell soon chimed. The cultivation instructor entered the training hall, his gaze sweeping over the students with their varied expressions. His voice was deep and commanding. Everyone take your seats. We'll begin with the QA session today. If you have any questions about your cultivation techniques, now is the time to ask. An eerie silence fell over the training hall. No one spoke up. All eyes, whether openly or surreptitiously, converged on Bai Ning in the corner. They were all second-year students who knew each other inside out. And this Bai Ning pushed into sophomore year by the principal's special dispensation had them all eager to see just how much this door disciple was worth. The teacher scanned the room, his brow slightly furrowed. He, too, sensed the subtle tension in the air. To be honest, he didn't approve of the principal's decision from the bottom of his heart. While Bai Ning's ability level was indeed high, he lacked foundational training. In this cultivation technique class that emphasized groundwork, he was nothing but a troublesome liability. He summoned his patience and addressed Bai Ning directly. As a new student, tell us what cultivation technique you specialize in. Do you have any questions? All eyes turned to Bai Ning, yet he remained silent. What could he possibly say? Should he say, teacher, I plan to major in quite a few SSS tier cultivation techniques? Ancient starry sky contemplation as a foundation, secret record of flowing light to enhance temporal laws, cosmic universe art to strengthen spatial perception plus several others stacked on top? That sounded too much like bragging, and explaining it would be a hassle. His silence, in the eyes of others, appeared as nervousness born of fear of exposure. The teacher sighed. He'd seen many students with such lofty ambitions. They all believed their innate abilities were exceptional, insisting on mastering advanced techniques. Yet years passed without even grasping the basics, missing their golden advancement period and wasting their entire lives. He kindly advised, Bai Ning, always act within your capabilities. If an SSS tier technique proves too difficult, consider an A tier one instead. Mastering it is what truly matters. Bai Qingyang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this and shouted loudly. A waste of space practicing an A-grade technique? How could he possibly be worthy of being the headmaster's last disciple? Bai Ning, if you truly can't master it, you'd be wise to step aside and give up the position of final disciple. Only true geniuses like brothers Zhu Shan and Miss Qing Dai deserve that spot. Lin Zhushan remained eyes closed, his voice calm. Bai Ning, the teacher speaks wisely. Never reach beyond your grasp. The responsibility of a final disciple is immense. Clinging to it by force brings no benefit. Exactly. Spot on. Several wealthy heirs chimed in agreement. Bai Ning shot them a half-smile, half-sneer glance but said nothing. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy density within the cultivation chamber. Indeed, it was significantly higher than in the library, perfect for putting the techniques he'd studied into practice. Following the instructions in his memory, he began cultivating the first technique. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A gentle breeze stirred within the cultivation chamber. Energy rippled outward, actively gathering around Bai Ning. Chapter 15, SSS rank cultivation technique. Is it that difficult? His teacher frowned deeply, watching Bai Ning stubbornly attempt to practice the cultivation technique despite warnings. His tone carried a hint of impatience. Bai Ning, mastering cultivation techniques requires solid foundations first. SSS-grade techniques are profoundly complex, they cannot be mastered overnight. Steady progress is the only true path. Bai Qingyang chimed in immediately. See? Just switch to an A-grade technique already. Save yourself the trouble of going off the rails and needing your teacher to rescue you later. Lin Zhushan held a sneer at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. It was common knowledge that forcing oneself to practice advanced techniques could result in severed meridians at best, or death at worst. The principal assigned you to the sophomore class, that was his decision. But whether you possess the skills for second-year level is your own responsibility. If you push yourself just to save face and get injured, don't blame others. The teacher cursed under his breath, cursed his luck, and prepared to step in and stop Bai Ning. If something happened during his class, the principal's accountability would spell trouble. Yet before he could intervene, the next instant saw energy rippling through the air. Crystal clear energy ripples suddenly radiated outward from Bai Ning. The pure energy that had been drifting aimlessly throughout the training room seemed to be drawn by some force. Instead, it began to converge toward Bai Ning at an extremely slow yet remarkably steady pace. Though the movement was subtle, that steady flow of energy signaled the cultivation technique had succeeded. The teacher's pupils contracted, his face etched with disbelief. That energy guidance is so steady, has he truly mastered the basics? The mocking expression on Bai Qingyang's face froze momentarily, but he quickly recovered, bursting into laughter. Seems you took my advice after all. To grasp it so quickly, you must be practicing an A-grade or even a B-grade technique, right? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the energy current swirling around Bai Ning abruptly shifted. Above his head, a profound nebular vortex gradually took shape. Countless tiny points of light flickered and swirled within it, resembling a miniature universe. The teacher gasped, this phenomenon isn't a grade. It's an SSS-grade ancient starry sky contemplation technique. What? Bai Qingyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lin Zhushan suddenly opened his eyes, fixing them intently on Bai Ning. For the first time, a crack appeared on his usually impassive face. This bastard son had actually mastered an SSS-grade technique? Could it be that the third branch had been secretly cultivating Bai Ning all along? But if he truly possessed such talent, how could he have been hidden until now? Ha! The teacher abruptly stepped forward, his voice low with shock. His aura has changed? He's switching cultivation techniques. Changing cultivation techniques? Bai Qingyang's voice cracked. Has he lost his mind? Daring to switch after just mastering one SSS-tier cultivation technique? Doesn't he fear energy conflicts shattering his meridians? Oomph. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Lin Zhushan declared with unwavering certainty. Hearing this, Bai Qingyang suppressed his shock and sneered maliciously, Brother Zhushang is right. He's trying to run before he can walk? Looks like we're in for a show. Yet the scene he anticipated, energy surging out of control, Bai Ning spitting blood and collapsing, never materialized. Instead, a completely different energy fluctuation erupted, pulsing with an elusive rhythm. Multiple blurred afterimages overlapped behind Bai Ning, while the light surrounding him twisted strangely, radiating outward. He's mastered it too? The master stood frozen in place. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, the aura emanating from Bai Ning transformed once more. This time, the energy fluctuations became ethereal and elusive, as if merging with the surrounding space. The third one? The teacher's voice trembled, lips quivering. The secret record of flowing light. The cosmic universe technique. All SSS grade. And, he's mastered them all? How is this possible? Bai Qingyang screamed, his voice betraying a hint of fear he hadn't even noticed himself. He's faking it. He must be faking it. Bai Qingyang's face drained of color, his voice sharp and piercing. He must have used some unorthodox method to overdraw his potential. There's no way he genuinely mastered 3 SSS tier techniques. The wealthy young heirs nearby murmured in agreement. Exactly. SSS tier techniques aren't that easy to master. Just wait for the backlash. The teacher suddenly whipped his head around, barking sharply, enough. His gaze fixed on Bai Qingyang and the others with unprecedented severity. What do you know? Shut up. Watch your words. As their teacher, he understood far better than these students what the unfolding phenomena signified. For the first time, he addressed the wealthy students with such harshness. Teacher, how dare you speak to us like this? Bai Qingyang froze at the rebuke, then erupted in anger and shame. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right? Shut up. This time, the teacher was genuinely furious, his voice booming like thunder. If you dare utter another word to disturb Bai Ning's cultivation, I'll be the first to throw you out of this training room. Shaken by the roar, Bai Qingyang trembled but dared not utter another word. He turned his gaze toward Lin Zhushan. Lin Zhushan's face was dark enough to drip water, his fists clenched tightly. The usually composed man finally felt a surge of shared frustration toward his useless younger brother. This Bai Ning was truly incredibly unnerving. Just then, the strange phenomenon surrounding Bai Ning shifted for the fourth time. Again? Wait. Before the astonished crowd could finish their exclamations, the fifth phenomenon swiftly appeared, only to shift into the sixth mere moments later. The sixth one. Someone blurted out instinctively, numb with shock. Yet before these six phenomena could fully unfold, the space around Bai Ning once again twisted into bizarre folds and misalignments. Bai Ning's figure seemed sliced into countless fragments, embedded within transparent prisms, emitting a high-pitched spatial hum. Seven phenomena. A girl murmured, her eyes vacant. Immediately after, everyone watched in horror as the anomalies around Bai Ning rapidly shifted. With each blink, the next phenomenon would replace the last. Within mere minutes, the phenomena surrounding Bai Ning cycled frantically like a revolving lantern, each emanating a terrifyingly powerful aura, all of them SSS-tier cultivation techniques accessible only after mastering the foundational level. Dead silence filled the cultivation chamber. Bai Qingyang's mouth opened involuntarily. The teacher stood as if struck by lightning, every hair on his body standing on end, his mind a blank void. A single thought echoed like a curse in his mind. Mastering over a dozen SSS-tier cultivation techniques? This was beyond prodigious. This must be the god of martial arts incarnate. He taught martial arts his entire life, witnessed countless prodigies, but never heard of anyone mastering so many. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, unable to contain their astonishment. Everyone stood frozen in place, their eyes glued to the youth who remained seated with eyes closed, deep in cultivation. At that moment, a colossal suction force erupted violently from Bai Ning's body. The entire cultivation chamber seemed to tremble as all the energy surged toward Bai Ning's body like a raging flood breaking through a dam. The speed was so immense that visible energy vortexes formed in the air. No! The teacher's face paled as he cried out in alarm. Energy runaway! Bai Ning, your body can't handle this. Stop immediately. Chapter 16, Shock. The heirs of three major conglomerates kneel in agony, begging for mercy. The teacher assumed Bai Ning had finally overreached and lost control. Yet the anticipated collapse never materialized. The surging energy was instantly fused and refined within Bai Ning's body, and the aura he emitted skyrocketed like a rocket. A presence far more formidable than before erupted with thunderous force. Second tier, lower. Second tier, lower peak. Second tier, middle. Crack. The meditation cushion beneath Bai Ning couldn't withstand such a sudden surge of aura and energy, instantly shattering into pieces. The entire spirit gathering array dimmed, emitting a low, strained hum as the energy that had once pulsed through the cultivation chamber was now completely drained. Lin Zhushan murmured, so the legend about practicing multiple cultivation techniques accelerating one's progress is actually true. He had once scoffed at such notions. He had always dedicated himself to mastering a single cultivation technique, believing that thoroughly researching it and advancing through the stages of minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and ultimately perfection was the correct path. How could learning many techniques without mastering any truly accelerate cultivation? And it wasn't just that. Mastering a single technique to its fullest was already exhausting. Who would have the energy to control a dozen or more simultaneously? Forget a dozen, even two was unheard of. His teacher was overcome with excitement. Watching Bai Ning's aura gradually settle as if his cultivation session was nearing completion, he was about to rush forward to ask for the secret of his cultivation when suddenly, the strange phenomenon before his eyes shifted once more. His eyes widened in shock, his temples throbbing. All the phenomena that had previously appeared now manifested simultaneously. They encircled Bai Ning's figure at the center, intertwining with each other until they formed a bizarre cocoon-like shell around his body. Its surface was covered in intricate, mystical golden runes. This phenomenon, is it still an SSS-grade cultivation technique? Encased within the cocoon, Bai Ning felt the temporal spatial power within him surge to a strength many times greater than before. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He stretched his limbs, eliciting a series of soft cracks. His gaze swept across the silent cultivation chamber, landing on the deathly pale Lin Zhushan. He chuckled softly. What's this? All of you gone quiet? You were chattering away just a moment ago. Lin Zhushan took a deep breath, forcing down the shock surging within him. After all, as the eldest legitimate son of the Lin family, his composure far surpassed that of ordinary men. Bai Ning. His voice was low, tinged with a condescending scrutiny. You do possess an unexpectedly remarkable talent. But you'd best remember your place. Just because the headmaster took you as a disciple doesn't mean you can leap to the top overnight. In my presence, you'd do well to rein in your attitude. Oh? Bai Ning responded casually. By the way. He asked with an intensely sincere gaze, may I ask, who exactly are you? Lin Zhushan felt a pang in his chest, like flirting with a blind man. Bai Ning didn't even know who he was? His face drained of color, turning pale. He took a deep breath before speaking. My father is the head of the Lin conglomerate. No matter how favored you are as an illegitimate son, you can never surpass us true bloodlines. So no matter how talented you are, it doesn't mean you have the right to stand above us now. Bai Qingyang snapped back to attention and shouted, "This afternoon's combat training class will show you, Miss Qingdai, what true strength really is." Bai Ning was truly weary of such childish threats. He waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Miss Qingdai? Who might that be?" Bai Qingyang choked on his words, his face turning the color of liver. "Miss Qingdai is an SS-grade prodigy with ice elemental abilities spanning 1,000 miles. She's also the eldest daughter of the Yu clan's head, their true apple of their eye." Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. So she was Yu Qingshue's older sister? Very well. It seemed the lesson he'd taught Yu Qingshue and her two companions a few days ago hadn't been profound enough. How dare they go and complain to higher-ups? He sighed, pulling out his phone and fiddling with it. "Fine, let's go head to head. I'm a goddamn overpowered player, what could you possibly scare me with?" Meanwhile, the Academy forum exploded in an instant. A post with an eye-catching headline spread like wildfire, quickly going viral across the entire school. Breaking news! Heirs of 3 major conglomerates beg for mercy on their knees. It contained only one video, crystal clear in quality. In it, Tianyi Yin, Yu Qingshu, and Lin Zhuyu knelt on the ground, facing the camera directly, their faces deathly pale. These once mighty financial tycoons wept bitterly, declaring, "I love stripping naked and dancing in the streets. I'm a zero. I'm Bai Ning's dog. Woof woof." The post's popularity skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly surging to the top of the charts as comment counts exploded by the second. Holy! Did I see that right? Kneeling? And kowtowing? Who filmed this? Bai Ning? That's bold. The scandal of the year. The 3 major conglomerates kneeling together, this is like stomping right on their faces. However, the post lasted less than a minute before being swiftly deleted by the moderators. But it was too late. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the campus. Yu Qingshu was in class. Suddenly, her phone started vibrating wildly, flooded with notifications. She impatiently tapped through them to find a forum link sent by a close friend. "Qingshue, check the forum. It's crazy. UNT Anyen." Yu Qingshue's heart sank. A sense of dread washed over her. Her fingers trembled as she opened the video attachment. The moment she saw herself humiliatingly kneeling on the screen. "Aya!" A shrill scream erupted from her throat, her once delicate features contorting in rage. "Bai Ning! I'll kill you! Kill you!" Her eyes blazing crimson, she immediately called Yu Qingdai, "Sis! It's that beast Bai Ning! You must kill him! No! Cripple him! Make him wish he were dead!" Afternoon, combat training ground. As Bai Ning entered the training ground, he immediately felt every pair of eyes turn toward him. Whispers reached his ears. Holy! Bai Ning actually showed up. He leaked that video, and he still has the nerve to show his face? Miss Qingdai is such an ultimate sister-obsessed person, she'll probably tear Bai Ning to pieces when she sees him. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance once more. Bai Ning glanced over to see a tall woman entering the room. She bore a faint resemblance to Yu Qingshue, yet her demeanor was entirely different. Her entire aura was icy cold. Her long hair was neatly pinned up, revealing flawless, jade-like features without a single imperfection. Yu Qingdai's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention once more. Here she comes. Bai Ning is done for. Miss Qingdai's aura clearly shows she's genuinely furious. Brrr, so cold. Is this the pressure of an SS rank ice type? A murderous intent flashed coldly in Yu Qingdai's eyes, like 2 tangible ice spikes instantly locking onto Bai Ning on the training ground. The intent to kill spread like a rising tide. Bai Ning, is it? Her voice was clear and melodious. Are you prepared to die? Chapter 17, all I need to slash you is this broken sword. Yu Qingdai's voice was soft yet carried clearly throughout the arena. Her tone carried an air of absolute certainty, as if Bai Ning's fate hung entirely on her whim. Bai Ning scratched his ear lazily and retorted, "What did you say? Speak up, I can't hear you." Yu Qingdai's icy expression remained utterly unchanged, as if she hadn't heard Bai Ning's provocation. She merely lifted her chin slightly and spoke calmly. "Bai Ning, considering you are the principal's newly accepted disciple, I will grant you a choice." Yu Qingdai's voice was cold as ice, her gaze indifferent as she looked at Bai Ning. "Now, kneel. Before all the cameras, kowtow to my sister and beg for forgiveness until she is satisfied. Only then might I consider sparing your life." She paused, her tone tinged with a condescending magnanimity. "Of course, you won't escape punishment. Those hands of yours must stay. Consider it a lesson, so you understand there are some people you can never afford to offend." Whoosh! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Lin Zhushan's face lit up with understanding. He chuckled, "Qingdai, you truly are magnanimous, demanding only his hands." Bai Qingyang's eyes gleamed with excitement. "That's it. Let's humiliate Bai Ning thoroughly for daring to treat our consortium members this way." Bai Ning listened quietly, his face expressionless. He even nodded. After a few seconds, he asked, "On what grounds?" Why the hell should you people, who are clearly in the wrong, have the nerve to demand apologies from others? Did your clan make up this rule? Yu Qingdai frowned. Bai Ning, watch your language. Calm down. No swearing. Swear words? Bai Ning suddenly laughed. You tried to chop off my hand the moment you arrived, and now you want me to calm down? You're calm. Yu Qingdai's voice grew colder. You ask me why? Fine, I'll tell you. Her expression remained utterly unruffled as she stated it matter-of-factly. Because we are the Yu clan conglomerate. Because my father is the head of the Yu family. Because we can send countless masters to kill you, heal you, and kill you 100 times over. Most importantly, her gaze fixed coldly on Bai Ning, because you're no match for me. Bai Ning stepped forward, tilting his head with a smile. So might makes right, is it? As long as I can beat you, then whatever I do is right, isn't it? Yu Qingdai didn't answer. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Bai Ning held a trace of bewilderment, as if she were wondering, isn't that the case? Don't you understand the simplest law of the jungle? Enough! Suddenly, a burly, bald man clad in black combat gear appeared in the center of the arena, interrupting their standoff. A vicious scar slashed diagonally across his face, from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth, adding a menacing edge to his already fierce features. Merely standing there, the man radiated a savage aura like a primordial beast. Bai Ning's pupils contracted slightly as alarm bells rang wildly in his mind. Strong. Unbelievably strong. The oppressive pressure emanating from this bald instructor was even more terrifying than that of Yu Qingshua's shadow guards back then. Was this the first academy of supernatural abilities? Even a random instructor possessed at least 7th tier prowess? The bald giant folded his arms, his gaze sharp as a falcon's as he swept it over everyone. I am Lei Zhang, your combat instructor for this semester. No private fights of any kind will be tolerated in my class. If you have a grudge big enough to move mountains, you can settle it during the live combat drills. Lei Zhang's gaze lingered on Yu Qingdai, tinged with warning. Now, all of you, behave yourselves. Listen to my lecture. A flicker of apprehension passed through Yu Qingdai's eyes as she gave a slight nod, tacitly acknowledging Lei Zhang's words. Bai Ning shrugged and casually found a seat. Lei Zhang nodded in satisfaction and began explaining combat techniques. Drawing from his extensive real-world experience, he dissected key points like energy circulation and power generation with remarkable depth. Bai Ning gained a great deal from the lesson. Back in District 78, he'd learned everything the hard way. Though he'd read many combat manuals now, he still lacked practical application experience. Alright, no amount of theory compares to the clarity of practical demonstration. Lei Zhang surveyed the room. I'll invite 2 students up to demonstrate combat technique application for everyone. He paused, adding a crucial rule: during combat technique classes, the use of personal supernatural abilities is strictly prohibited. Only pure combat techniques may be employed. At these words, Bai Qingyang and the others' eyes instantly flashed with wild excitement. Bai Ning's most feared ability was his bizarre manipulation of time and space, utterly unpredictable and impossible to guard against. But if supernatural abilities were off limits, and it came down to pure combat technique, heaven is on our side. Bai Qingyang whispered to Lin Zhushang. Bai Ning is finished now. Lin Zhushang's lips curved into a faint smile. Instructor Lei's rule is practically tailor-made for Qingdai. Yu Qingdai remained impassive, as if this rule held no significance for her. Lei Zhang's gaze swept across the arena, preparing to call out names. Instructor! A lazy voice rang out. Bai Ning stood up, brushing imaginary dust off his pants. Amidst stunned gazes, he pointed at Yu Qingdai. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. How about, the 2 of us demonstrate it for everyone? Everyone stared at Bai Ning as if he were insane. Even with his most powerful temporal abilities disabled, he was still daring to challenge them? This wasn't arrogance, it was ing suicide. Has he lost his mind? Miss Qingdai's combat techniques were personally taught by the Yu clan elder. It's said she's already reached the minor mastery realm. And she wields that SSS-grade treasure, Frost Silence. Its sword chi alone could freeze a person to death. Yu Qingdai was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ning's sudden challenge. Then, for the first time, a hint of pity flickered across her face. She rose gracefully and walked toward the center of the arena, her voice cold and clear. Bai Ning, I admire your courage. For the sake of your spirit, I accept your challenge. Her pale fingers lightly brushed the storage ring. A piercing sword cry, like the roar of a dragon, echoed throughout the arena. In Yu Qingdai's hand appeared a long sword, its entire form carved from ice as ancient as 10,000 years. The moment the sword appeared, the temperature of the entire training ground seemed to drop several degrees. How can we fight like this? What can Bai Ning possibly use to defend himself? How cruel. I can't bear to watch any longer. Yu Qingdai held the sword in one hand, its tip pointing diagonally toward the ground, her gaze cold and detached. Draw your weapon. Though the outcome remains unchanged, at least you may lose with dignity. Bai Ning stared at Frost Silence, radiating terrifying cold, then looked at his own empty hands. If only he'd charged less earlier, instead of selling all of Yu Qingshue's belongings to the master. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on a row of standard training swords on the rack at the edge of the training ground. He casually drew one and weighed it in his hand. "You're going to use that?" Yu Qingdai's voice held a hint of disbelief. Xing Xue had clearly told her that Bai Ning had snatched all her treasures. "Yeah, I'll make do with it." Bai Ning casually swung the training sword in his hand, looking utterly indifferent. "It should be enough to chop you up anyway." Chapter 18, Young Miss, swordplay doesn't seem that hard to learn after all. Arrogant. Yu Qingdai's expression remained calm as she sheathed Frost Silence and turned to pick up a standard-issue long sword. "Bai Ning, you strike first. The sword way is profound and intricate. Today, I'll teach you using this ordinary long sword." Bai Ning wasted no time. His feet shifted, and his sword shot out at a sharp angle. Though decisive, the first strike revealed a slightly stiff trajectory and somewhat sluggish power delivery. Yu Qingdai stood rooted to the spot, not even shifting her feet. With a slight flick of her wrist, she intercepted Bai Ning's attack, first delayed yet arriving first. Clang! A crisp clash echoed as Bai Ning's attack dissolved instantly. Weak footing, stiff power delivery, Yu Qingdai's cold voice rang out, as if critiquing an incompetent student. Her eyes flashed with intensity. No more words were needed. Energy surged within her, causing the long sword in her hand to tremble slightly. A far colder and more colossal aura than before erupted from her body like a dormant glacier suddenly awakening. SSS rank combat technique, glacial reversal. Visible ice crystals formed on the blade of her sword, the surrounding air temperature plummeting. Her figure streaked across the ground like a rushing cold current, sweeping backward. The sword light, as sharp as a glacial river, shot toward Bai Ning at blinding speed. Facing this breathtaking strike, Bai Ning's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His movements were awkward, yet he managed to dodge the sword's energy at the last possible moment with an extremely awkward posture. The blade sliced past his clothing. He dodged it, a gasp rippled through the crowd. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Qingdai's eyes before she launched another assault. The sword light descended like a raging storm, sealing off every retreat for Bai Ning. Lei Zheng couldn't help but hold his breath for Bai Ning. Before class, he'd received a message from the principal, ordering him to keep a close eye on his precious apprentice and prevent any mishaps. Seeing Yu Qingdai's relentless determination to draw blood, Lei Zheng hesitated before sending a message to a familiar colleague in the healing department. Bai Ning might be in trouble. Head to the training grounds immediately. Yet to everyone's astonishment, every time a sword chi struck toward Bai Ning, he dodged it in an awkward yet astonishingly precise manner. Lei Zheng quickly realized Bai Ning's movements were becoming fluid at a visible pace, the awkwardness rapidly fading. Yu Qingdai grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Bai Ning's adaptation speed was beyond comprehension. Impossible. A cold glint flared in her eyes as she held nothing back. Her figure instantly split into three afterimages as hundreds of ghostly blue sword energies erupted, blooming like deadly ice lotuses. SSS-grade sword technique, Thousand Lotus Ice Prison. Just as the sword energy was about to engulf Bai Ning, his previously passive defensive stance shifted with an eerie flick. His steps flowed with mystical grace, and in an instant, he slipped through the gap. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand condensed into a single point of icy brilliance, moving with extreme speed. He struck first despite attacking last. The sky-filling ice lotus sword energies dissolved like a dreamlike bubble, vanishing in an instant. Yu Qingdai staggered back, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Horror washed over her face as she looked down at her left shoulder. A gaping wound had been torn open by Bai Ning's sword chi. Bai Ning looked at the stunned Yu Qingdai and chuckled softly. "Miss Yu, sword techniques aren't that difficult to learn after all, are they?" Yu Qingdai gritted her teeth and glared at Bai Ning. Gripping her long sword tightly, a fierce battle intent flared in her eyes. "That move of yours isn't half bad, but unfortunately, you've met your match in me." Before her words faded, an even more refined and harmonious aura emerged. Yu Qingdai's footsteps shifted slowly beneath her, as if treading mystical stellar paths, each step carrying an arcane rhythm. Her sword radiated an aura potent enough to freeze souls, thickening the very air around them. "This is..." Lei Zheng, watching from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment. "Is that the sword abyss of extinction? When perfected, it's said that a single strike can annihilate 10,000 foes. For her to have mastered its foundations at such a young age, her talent is truly extraordinary." Yu Qingdai's sword aura intensified, transforming the ordinary blade in her grasp into a divine weapon that seemed to channel the power of the stars. "To force me to unleash this technique," her voice carried an almost sacred solemnity. "Bai Ning, you have every reason to be proud." Her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. "It's ending." The thought surged through everyone's minds. Yet Bai Ning, facing this sword strike, showed no panic. Instead, an unprecedented excitement flared in his eyes. "Silence, sword abyss?" A grin spread across his lips. "Ha! Finally, something I know how to handle." The moment Yu Qingdai initiated the strike, he recognized this combat technique, the very one he had studied just days prior. Bai Ning executed the same profound footwork as Yu Qingdai, his long sword striking with flawless precision. A sword aura closer to the primordial essence erupted from his body. His blade met Yu Qingdai's with pinpoint precision. The next instant, snap! Yu Qingdai's sword shattered in her grasp. The residual sword intent slammed into her body like an invisible hammer. Ugh! Yu Qingdai let out a muffled groan as her body flew backward uncontrollably, slamming solidly into an alloy pillar at the edge of the training ground. The massive pillar, requiring several men to encircle it, shook violently from the impact. Put! Yu Qingdai slid down the pillar like a sack of potatoes, collapsing onto the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Her exquisite face was covered in dust, hair plastered haphazardly across her features. Struggling to lift her head, she gazed at the figure still standing calmly in the center of the arena. Bai Ning, how could he possibly know this move too? Yu Qingdai gritted her teeth, dragging her left arm as she staggered to her feet. Still not begging for mercy? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. His form flickered as he unleashed his SSS-tier footwork, instantly closing the distance between them. The long sword in his hand once again sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for Yu Qingdai's right arm. He intended to cripple her completely. Yu Qingdai's pupils contracted sharply as she swiftly retrieved the frost stillness artifact from her storage ring. Get out of my way! Her voice was hoarse and frenzied as the SSS-grade treasure in her hand emitted terrifying cold energy, unleashing a blizzard-like counterattack. A terrifying shockwave erupted outward. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the ordinary long sword in Bai Ning's hand shattered inch by inch, scattering into countless fragments. Yet his relentless sword intent, undeterred by the shattered blade, pierced through Frost Stillness's icy aura and slammed viciously toward Yu Qingdai's right arm. Bai Ning showed no trace of surprise. Instead of retreating, he closed the distance, his right hand darting out like lightning. He seized the precious weapon in her grasp. Yu Qingdai screamed in horror, her right hand clenching the hilt as she channeled all of Frost Silence's power to resist. But Bai Ning's fingers felt like steel, their brutal force cutting through Frost Silence's chill as he locked his grip on the hilt. SSS rank finger technique combat skill. No matter how fiercely Yu Qingdai struggled, she couldn't budge it an inch. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Bai Ning tore open the web of her right hand. Frost Silence changed hands, falling into Bai Ning's palm. A smirk touched Bai Ning's lips as the sword's edge traced a perfect arc through the air, sweeping downward in a reverse slash. Ah! Yu Qingdai let out a piercing scream. Her right arm had been severed cleanly by her own Frost Silence. Gripping Frost still, Bai Ning channeled an even more colossal, pure force into the blade, causing it to emit a clear, piercing ring. Without pausing, he unleashed a sword light condensed to its absolute limit. Like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, it descended mercilessly upon Yu Qingdai, whose mind had been shattered. Yu Qingdai's fighting spirit vanished instantly. She spun and fled. All present gaped in shock as the Moon Clan's heiress stumbled away, one arm twisted and spurting blood, her retreat a pitiful sight. The culprit, Bai Ning, trailed behind with a carefree smile, strolling as if taking a leisurely walk, occasionally delivering a slash with his sword. Startled, Yu Qingdai scrambled to dodge ahead. Ha! Am I suddenly so fierce today? Chapter 19, Now you care about your reputation? Yu Qingdai frantically ran forward several dozen meters before collapsing from blood loss. Lying motionless, she fixed Bai Ning with a gaze burning with an unyielding flame. Bai Ning approached, towering over her with a gaze devoid of his usual nonchalance, replaced only by cold indifference. He leaned slightly closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Well, kneel now. Kowtow and beg for forgiveness until I'm satisfied. Then I might consider sparing your life. Bai Ning snorted lightly. Of course, you won't escape punishment. These hands of yours are better off staying attached. Consider it a lesson to teach you that there are some people you can never afford to offend. These familiar words had just been spoken by Yu Qingdai herself. Now Bai Ning returned them to her word for word. Put. Yu Qingdai's body convulsed violently. As her mind reeled, another torrent of blood spurted from her mouth. She bit down hard on her lower lip, stifling any sound, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Ning. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, a faint, deeply sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Oh, he drawled. Now you know how to save face? What about you just now? When you said those things? Bai Ning enunciated each word deliberately. Why didn't you care about your dignity then? Yu Qingdai was overcome with fury, feeling a surge of blood rush to her head. The world suddenly went black before her eyes. An involuntary gasp escaped her throat before she collapsed unconscious. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone stared in disbelief. Did you see that? Bai Ning sliced Miss Qingdai's arm. Holy! They said he was adopted from the slums? I don't buy it for a second. Swordplay, footwork, finger techniques. I swear I saw him use several SSS-tier combat skills. The onlookers, including Lei Zhang, felt as if they were witnessing an illusion. Lin Zhushan's pupils contracted to pinpricks as he shoved Bai Qingyang aside and barked an order. Go check on Qingdai. And call a healing-type dark art over. Bai Qingyang shuddered, his face twisted in misery. My legs are shaking. I'm too scared to go. Lin Zhushan cursed him silently as a useless fool, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding wealthy offspring. To his surprise, not a single one dared to respond. He sneered coldly, "You lot, very well." With that, he didn't dare approach Yu Qingdai either. He plopped back down and made a call to summon reinforcements. Who in their right mind would risk bad luck by approaching Bai Ning with that blood-soaked, murderous look on his face? Lei Zhang lowered his head again to send a message to the colleague he'd contacted earlier. "Come immediately." Deng Kaiyun, the healing department instructor, had already received the earlier message and was rushing toward the training grounds. Bai Ning was the principal's prized pupil. He'd already warned all the teachers to keep a close eye on him. If anything happened to him on the very first day of school, the principal would tear them apart. As soon as he reached the training ground entrance, he heard the clamor of students. Deng Kaiyun's heart sank. Oh no, he hadn't made it in time after all. If Bai Ning got beaten up, he wouldn't be slapped straight back to the military zone by the principal, would he? The moment he stepped into the training room, he scanned the entire space at lightning speed. His eyes lit up when he spotted Lei Zhang, and he bellowed. "Old Lei! Where's Bai Ning? Let me see him!" He rolled up his sleeves, the healing green light in his hands radiating intense vitality. Lei Zhang, noticing the arrival, gave an awkward smile and pointed toward Yu Qingdai, who lay unconscious on the floor. Deng Kaiyun followed the gesture and gasped, "Bai Ning is a girl?" He'd only seen long hair and assumed this closed-door disciple was actually a girl. Only upon reaching her side did he recognize that face. This is Yu Qingdai of the Yu clan? He was stunned. Hadn't Bai Ning and Yu Qingdai been fighting? Why was Yu Qingdai now lying unconscious? "Where's Bai Ning?" he immediately turned to ask Lei Zhang. Lei Zhang gave him a helpless look, tilting his chin to signal the lone youth standing on the other side. The youth was tall and slender, with handsome features and a back straight as an arrow, like a young white poplar radiating vibrant vitality. Upon seeing him, the youth offered an innocent smile and waved in greeting. "Hello, teacher. I'm Bai Ning." Deng Kaiyun looked at Bai Ning, who was perfectly unharmed, then lowered his gaze to Yu Qingdai, who had clearly suffered some kind of brutal torment. "Holy?" He let out a classic Chinese expletive. Was Bai Ning this fierce? Knocking out the sophomore leader, Yu Qingdai, on his very first day? Seeing the man frozen in place, Bai Ning cleared his throat. "Teacher, maybe you should check on her? She looks like she's about to pass out." "Oh." Deng Kaiyun snapped out of his daze, bending down to examine Yu Qingdai's injuries while simultaneously waving his hand to activate his healing ability. "No big deal, no big deal. Hey, where's her arm?" A nearby student answered quickly, "Over there." Yu Qingdai's right arm lay motionless at Bai Ning's feet. Deng Kaiyun's eyebrows shot up. "Then show some initiative. Bring me that arm." Teacher, I'm afraid to go over there." The student stammered, meeting Deng's glare. "What if he mistakes me for one of Yu Qingdai's accomplices and stabs me too?" Bai Ning sighed, bent down, picked up the arm, and handed it over. As he handed it over, he thought to himself, since coming to the central district, my temper really has improved. Back then, I'd only hand over a knife at most. Now I'm even doing things like saving people. Of course, the main reason was the overwhelming pressure from the conglomerate. It wasn't time to flip the table just yet. But it's only a matter of time. Yu Qingdai was quickly carried away by two students under Deng Kaiyun's orders. The remaining students exchanged glances, silently turning their eyes toward Lei Zhang. Lei Zhang cleared his throat. "Let's continue the class." He beckoned to Bai Ning, "Come here. Let's work on it together." Bai Ning took a step back. Is that really necessary, teacher?" His eyes were filled with wariness as he looked at Lei Zhang. What was going on? Was he one of the Yu clan? Seeing me knock Yu Qingdai unconscious, is he trying to save face? But that doesn't make sense either. He watched Yu Qingdai get her arm sliced off without lifting a finger to stop it. Lei Zhang instantly saw through Bai Ning's thoughts and burst into laughter. "Look at you, such a coward. If you're a real man, come on." Bai Ning wasn't about to take that lying down. His golden pupil activated instantly. Damn, this temper of mine. Chapter 20, I don't even know my own limits. Bai Ning instantly teleported right in front of Lei Zhang. After all, this was within the first academy. Could a teacher really kill me in public? Lei Zhang eyed Bai Ning up and down. Well. You're quite the hidden gem, aren't you? So what combat techniques have you mastered now? I recall you used the sword technique, abyssal sword depths, the movement technique, dragon stepping void stride, and the finger technique, soul shocking finger, all SSS tier moves. Bai Ning scratched his head. It's a bit complicated to explain. Lei Zhang frowned. What? You don't even know what you've trained in? I've dabbled in a lot of different things. No problem. Lei Zhang waved his hand dismissively. I've been training in martial arts for nearly 20 years. I've dabbled in everything. Just tell me. Bai Ning recalled the nearly 100 combat manuals he'd studied, sighed, and took charge. Master, you choose the weapon. I'm fine with anything. Lei Zhang's brow furrowed so deeply it could have crushed a mosquito. You look down on me? Absolutely not. Bai Ning denied immediately. I've studied a wide variety of techniques. Truly, anything will do. Oomph. You're arrogant, kid. Lei Zhang snorted coldly, cutting off further talk. He casually plucked a spear from the weapon rack and tossed it to Bai Ning. Catch. I saw your swordplay earlier. You actually broke through to the minor achievement realm in actual combat. Clearly, you've been building up your skills. Now try this. Bai Ning caught the spear without explanation. Could he possibly tell him he'd learned that sword technique on the spot while fighting Yu Qingdai? Who would believe that? Who could possibly believe someone could master an SSS tier combat technique in just over 10 minutes, then rapidly reach the minor achievement stage? And it wasn't just swordsmanship, his footwork and finger techniques were the same. No one would believe that SSS tier combat techniques, which took others decades to grasp, were as easy for Bai Ning as playing house with elementary school kids. Lei Zhang's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, unleashing a terrifying aura from within him like a volcano awakening. He had suppressed his energy fluctuations to around mid-tier second rank, yet the killing intent of an 8th rank psionicist hung thick in the air like tangible substance. The atmosphere across the entire training ground instantly grew thick with tension. Watch closely, he growled, his right foot stomping violently against the ground. Spear in hand, his form darted forward like lightning. SSS-grade combat technique, scorching plains, 1,000 armies shattered. A searing, frenzied spear momentum erupted violently, unfolding before him like a blazing battlefield of flames. Countless spear shadows swept across the sky, engulfing Bai Ning. Though Lei Zhang had only unleashed mid-tier second stage power in this strike, he held nothing back, executing a minor achievement level burning step shatters 1,000 armies. He intended to use this thunderous strike to teach this arrogant brat a profound lesson. Before the spear shadows even reached him, the scorching shockwaves already made Bai Ning's breath catch. Facing this torrent of spear shadows charging like 1,000 troops, excitement and battle intent flared in Bai Ning's eyes. An 8th level psionicist was feeding him moves. And it was a combat technique he was intimately familiar with. Bring it on! Bai Ning roared lowly, gripping his spear tightly with both hands as he planted his feet firmly and charged headlong into the onslaught. Mimicking the opening stance of the scorching plains 1,000 army break from his memory, he channeled his inner power into the spear with frenzied intensity. The heavy spear hummed with a deep resonance. With a thunderous roar, Bai Ning thrust forward with brutal force. A crimson spear shadow, not yet fully refined, charged forward with the reckless audacity of a newborn calf fearing no tigers, meeting Lei Zhang's overwhelming, scorching wildfire. Boom! Just as their spear energies were about to collide, Lei Zhang suddenly caught a minuscule shift in Bai Ning's spear momentum. It made his heart skip a beat. The originally awkward trajectory of Bai Ning's spear strike, mid-thrust, seemed to be corrected as if guided by an invisible hand. The trembling of the spear tip diminished, and the scattered shadows of the spear began to converge. Within that reckless momentum, did the embryonic form of a raging wildfire suddenly emerge? Ha! Lei Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. Clang! 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 A torrent of metallic clangs erupted like a downpour. Bai Ning's spear struck Lei Zhang with pinpoint accuracy. Though Bai Ning appeared to be at a disadvantage with each collision, his footwork remained exceptionally steady. Each time he was knocked back, he instantly readjusted his center of gravity. Moreover, with every thrust, his movements grew smoother and more precise than the last. The blazing intent within his spear's shadow grew ever more concentrated. This kid has broken through. Lei Zhang could clearly sense that in just these few brief exchanges, Bai Ning's mastery of the SSS tier combat technique Scorching Plains 1,000 army break had skyrocketed from utter cluelessness to near perfect execution. It's just like that sword technique from earlier. A storm of shock surged through Lei Zhang's mind. Mastered after just one glance? And in actual combat, under the pressure of his own attack imbued with an 8th tier realm of intent, he instantly grasped the fundamentals? Lei Zhang couldn't help but growl lowly, "You little bastard! Come again!" His assault suddenly grew even more savage and fierce, the spear whirling toward Bai Ning with the momentum of 1,000 troops charging into battle. He was determined to see just how far this kid could go. Facing the even more ferocious assault, Bai Ning showed no panic. His spear danced faster and faster in his hands, growing ever more fluid. The blazing, wildfire-like momentum grew ever clearer around him. Entry-level peak. Minor achievement. A realm of flames formed around Bai Ning, crimson light like burning fire, the air scorched and warped. Excellent! 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 Lei Zhang exclaimed 3 times in succession, his eyes blazing with unprecedented ecstasy. This raw gem was far more dazzling than he had ever imagined. He abandoned all caution, roaring, "Boy! Take this shot!" His words thundered like a bolt of lightning as his entire posture abruptly shifted. A force far deeper and more profound than before crashed down upon the scene. The Great Achievement Realm. This move, burning the sky and boiling the sea, was Lei Zhang's ultimate secret technique, honed through countless life and death battles until he finally broke through to the Great Achievement Realm. The tip of his spear coalesced into a crimson pillar of fire piercing heaven and earth. Centered on him, the hard alloy ground began to glow red and soften. Boom! The crimson pillar, carrying the will to incinerate all things, crushed toward Bai Ning. Wherever it passed, the air boiled away, leaving a searing trail in its wake. Even the hair of students near the edge of the arena began to curl. Put! Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Bai Ning's newly mastered spear technique was instantly overwhelmed. His entire body felt struck by lightning, and the spear nearly slipped from his grasp. He grunted, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his body flew backward uncontrollably. He crashed heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away. Whoa! Spectators at the sidelines gasped in shock, mouths agape. Instructor Lei went all out. Bai Ning's done for. That shot was way too powerful. Struggling to his feet, Bai Ning wiped the blood from his lips, his face contorted with an almost maniacal excitement. The image of that shot instantly etched itself into his mind, his terrifying SSS-tier talent's insight spinning wildly. So that's how it is. A sharp gleam flashed in Bai Ning's eyes. He let out a low growl and charged toward Lei Zhang like an arrow released from its string. Again! This time, the same opening stance. The same fiery pillar, condensed to its absolute limit, erupted from the tip of his gun. Scorching the plains, shattering 1,000 armies. Scorching the heavens, boiling the seas. Lei Zhang roared with laughter, raising his spear to meet the charge. Good lad! Boom! The collision echoed like thunderclaps from the heavens exploding beside their ears. A violent shockwave of energy erupted outward, instantly tearing through the alloy floor of the training ground. The defensive runes on the surrounding walls flickered wildly. Spectators lining the perimeter were sent tumbling by the force of the blast. As the dust slowly settled, a massive, charred crater several meters wide appeared in the center. On either side of the crater, Lei Zhang remained frozen in his thrusting stance, his face frozen in utter disbelief. He stared intently at Bai Ning across from him. Bai Ning gasped for breath, a trail of blood still trailing from the corner of his mouth. But he had blocked that strike. In the instant of collision, Lei Zhang had even sensed that Bai Ning's gun intent was a fraction purer than his own. How could that be? He had intended to test this kid's limits. But as they fought, this kid had pushed Lei Zhang to his own limits? Chapter 21, 1,000 Ways to Blow a Trillion in a Flash. Lei Zhang felt like all his years of grueling training had been a complete joke. Huff. Bai Ning leaned on his nearly wrecked spear as he slowly rose to his feet, his face breaking into a dazzling grin. Instructor Lei, your marksmanship. Damn impressive. Lei Zhang. Staring at Bai Ning's infuriating grin, his mouth twitched as rage raged inside him. Monster. This guy is absolutely a freak. Where the hell did the principal dig up this freak? Bai Ning across from him seemed to have gotten a taste for it, asking eagerly, Instructor, how about we try our swordplay again? Lei Zhang. Never ending, huh? He tossed his spear aside and snapped, that's all for today. Class dismissed. Leaving behind the pile of students he'd just sent flying, Lei Zhang strode purposefully toward the principal's office. He intended to confront the principal about this little monster. The air still hung heavy with the acrid smell of burnt metal. All the students froze in place, their faces frozen in terror. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, their throat making an audible gulp. Several students near the scene collapsed onto the ground. Holy crap! Is he even human? He actually beat up Instructor Lei. Bai Ning. The crowd stared at the figure in the center of the field, their eyes filled with terror and awe. Lin Zhushan's face drained of all color, a chill piercing to the crown of his head. He finally realized the unbridgeable chasm separating them, the second-generation scions, from Bai Ning. How could such a freak exist in this world? SSS-tier martial arts and combat techniques seemed effortless to him? It felt as though their family backgrounds and heritage meant nothing in the face of true talent. Impossible. This can't be. Bai Qingyang's eyes were hollow as he repeated these words over and over. I must inform young Master Tianyan immediately this monster is beyond our capabilities. Meanwhile, Tianyan was in class, seated beside Yu Qingshu and Lin Zhuyu. Ever since the entrance exam day, the bond between the three had deepened significantly. When they looked at each other, there was a sense of mutual pity. Especially after Bai Ning had just exposed their humiliating video, the three of them had huddled together for an hour, cursing Bai Ning. They swore he would pay for this. Only when Xingxue called her sister and received assurances that Bai Ning would be made to kneel and apologize did they feel slightly better. He even specifically contacted Bai Qingyang, instructing him to film Bai Ning's humiliation during combat training class. He planned to broadcast it on every large screen in the central district for a whole month. After waiting restlessly for what felt like an eternity, the phone finally chimed with a ding. Without a word, Bai Tianyan grabbed his phone and opened the pinned message. Beside him, Yu Qingshue's excited voice rang out, Did you get it? Bai Ning, just you wait. I'll shove his big face into the dirt. Lin Zhuyu sat bolt upright and hurriedly said. Don't worry. Everyone knows how formidable Sister Qing Dai is. Bai Ning's probably already been sent to the hospital by now. Bai Tianyan's hands trembled with excitement. Bai Ning, you. The next moment, his sneer froze on his face, his eyes bulging as he gasped, Impossible. Lin Zhuyu frowned. Did Sister Qing Dai suddenly spare Bai Ning? Yu Qingshuo snatched the phone. My sister would be lucky if she didn't kill Bai Ning on the spot. This is too good to be true, let me see. Her excited expression froze as she saw what was on the screen, her face instantly turning pale. Ah! The piercing scream startled both the students and the teacher in the classroom. Her mind went blank, unable to process anything else. The video replayed endlessly in her head, Yu Qingdai clutching her twisted, deformed arm as Bai Ning chased her, slashing relentlessly. Her sister had been beaten so badly. Wasn't her sister the shining light of the Yu clan, the most brilliant genius in the conglomerate? How could she possibly lose to that despicable scoundrel Bai Ning? She charged out of the classroom like a madwoman. Sister. When the phone returned to Bai Tianyan's hands, the video had just reached the moment Yu Qingdai coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Bai Tianyan's terrified gaze locked with Bai Ning's murderous stare. His hand trembled violently, and the phone slipped from his grasp. Ah! He let out a startled cry himself, pulling his hand back in a fluster. This video felt like a second resounding slap, slapping him hard across the face. His throat went dry. The terrifying power Bai Ning had displayed sent a chill running through his entire body. Bai Ning's talent was truly monstrous. SSS tier abilities, the headmaster's closed-door disciple, unparalleled in both cultivation techniques and combat skills. These accolades shone so brightly they made all past geniuses and powerhouses pale in comparison. If this is the case, would the third house abandon him, the imposter? No. I can't just give up like this. So what if he's the headmaster's direct disciple? So what if his talent is peerless? If he makes a major mistake, he'll have to accept his fate. Mom and Dad clearly favor me more now. If I use this to my advantage and scheme carefully, I can crush him with the conglomerate's power. He'll never rise again. Bai Ning must die. Bai Tianyan's eyes blazed crimson as he gripped Lin Zhuyu fiercely. Zhuyu, you have to help me with this. Bai Ning has humiliated us like this, he must be taught a lesson. Lin Zhuyu was equally stunned, taking a moment to respond. With his abilities, it won't be easy. Bai Tianyan let out a savage laugh, enunciating each word as if swearing an oath. Rest assured, this time he won't get a chance to recover. When have people in our position ever needed to get their hands dirty? Bai Ning hadn't expected instructor Lei to kindly end class early, granting him a few hours of free time. It was perfect for making preparations. His bold move today signaled he'd had enough of the pretense with Bai Tianyan and his crew. With his master by his side, what was there left to pretend about? He pulled out his phone and messaged his friends in Sector 78. Did you guys get that transferred 100 million? I've asked my master to send people to pick you up. You guys should head over there to lie low for a bit. Today marked a complete break with the second-generation tycoons. To be safe, Bai Ning had already asked his master to send people to retrieve and protect his old acquaintances. Only by clearing away these worries could he act freely. Last time he'd exchanged 500 billion with his master, leaving him 100 billion after upgrading his cultivation techniques and combat talents. The progress bar in the lower right corner of his vision remained at devour 10.11 billion, 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. After transferring 100 million to his old friends, the progress had just reached 101 billion. 10.1 billion already placed him at mid-tier second stage. After generating another 100 billion, who knew how far he could climb? Bai Ning couldn't help but lick his dry lips before heading straight to the Central District black market Meng Tianxue had mentioned. The black market wasn't a traditional marketplace but a semi-public, semi-underground trading platform built inside an abandoned starship. Wearing a loose black robe, Bai Ning passed through an inconspicuous warehouse door, and the interior suddenly opened up before him. The vast interior of the starship had been transformed into tiered trading zones, where most people, like Bai Ning, wore masks or hoods. According to Meng Tianxue, anything could be bought here with enough money. Bai Ning harbored serious doubts about the truth of that claim, but it was undeniably a prime location for sourcing goods. He intended to spend every last trillion he had over the next few hours. Chapter 22, Bye. Give me the best storage gear you have. The voice emerged from the cloak's built-in voice changer, utterly devoid of emotion. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper eyed Bai Ning with drooping eyelids, his lips curling in disdain. He rummaged beneath the counter for a moment before flinging a dusty ring onto the surface with a sharp snap, his nose emitting a faint snort. This one holds 100 cubic meters, more than enough for you. 10 million credits, no credit. Bai Ning smiled. Thinking I'm broke, huh? Without a word, he slowly drew a card from his pocket. Entirely black, made of a material neither gold nor jade, yet it emitted a faint, eerie glow. It came from his own powerful master. The moment the card appeared, the boss's cloudy eyes widened in shock, fixated on the black card casually held between Bai Ning's fingers. $1 trillion black card? His body stiffened, nearly leaping out from behind the counter. Anyone with a shred of sense understood the weight of this card. Across the entire Federation, only a handful possessed such a card, almost every single one belonging to the most central figures within the conglomerates. When someone carrying a black card arrived here, not only would the shop owner bow in reverence, but even the masterminds behind the black market would show utmost respect. Cold sweat instantly beaded on the shopkeeper's forehead. He scrambled toward the safe in the back of the store, reverently retrieved its contents, and presented them with both hands. Honored guest. This is our shop's prized treasure, an SSS-grade storage necklace with an internal volume of 10,000 cubic units, utilizing nearly the most advanced spacefolding technology. The price is a mere 10 billion. What do you think? The shopkeeper's voice dripped with flattery as he bowed deeply. Seeing this attitude, Bai Ning finally hummed in satisfaction. What else is spending money for if not to indulge? This is exactly the attitude I expect. Fine, it'll do. Bai Ning didn't dwell on it. Though this was no match for the storage ring he'd snatched from Yuqingshu the other day. But their stuff was too hot to handle, he couldn't be sure if it had tracking tech or something. Better to buy a new one himself. Unfortunately, after spending 10 billion, the golden fingers display still read. Devour 10.11 billion 10 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier. Bai Ning felt a pang of regret. This meant buying things for himself wouldn't advance his progress. As far as he could tell, only value that vanished from the world or from his possession counted toward devouring progress. Items purchased merely changed form to accompany him, thus not contributing to his progress. Shrugging, Bai Ning continued his shopping spree as the boss bowed at a 90-degree angle in farewell. The black card in his hand was the ultimate pass. Presenting this card instantly transformed even the most intimidating shopkeepers into docile lambs. Bai Ning walked and bought, grabbing everything that might be useful in the future, whether edible or usable. His necklace pocket was already overflowing with supplies. Only after stocking up on enough supplies to last him a decade did Bai Ning finally stop. He had to be prepared for the worst, no matter what the Bai clan's third branch or the Yu clan might do. Even after all that shopping, he'd only spent around 100 million. Bai Ning then entered a shop selling energy crystals. This was where the bulk of his spending would go. Even with his golden finger granting him rapid cultivation advancement, Bai Ning still felt no sense of security. Facing colossal conglomerates' monopolistic forces teeming with 7th-tier cultivators, he was still far too weak. Therefore, he must seize every moment to cultivate on his own. With over a dozen SSS-tier cultivation techniques at his disposal, as long as the energy crystals kept up, his progress would be astonishing. The crystal shop owner's pupils instantly contracted upon seeing the black card in the visitor's hand. His face lit up with the familiar expression of reverence mixed with greed that Bai Ning knew all too well. "Sir, you may take any crystals in this shop." The bald, burly proprietor's voice softened by several octaves as he gazed at the black card. Bai Ning stated flatly, "Take everything SS grade and above, pack it all up." Without a word, the owner immediately began counting the inventory, announcing the astronomical price of 40 billion. Beep. Bai Ning swiped his card. 40 billion credits had only bought him a few dozen fist-sized SS-grade crystals. The SS-grade crystals contained astonishing energy within them. One could feel their incredibly dense energy just by holding them. Due to their pure energy, each stone averaged nearly 100 million credits. Bai Ning didn't find them particularly expensive, considering an SS-grade crystal could sustain a full hour of cultivation for a 7th or 8th tier expert. Moreover, he surmised that once the energy within the crystals was fully absorbed, their value would be added to the progress of devouring assets. So even if the price was steep now, it would ultimately be absorbed by him. He could cultivate while simultaneously using his golden finger to advance his realm again. Double the joy. Next, Bai Ning scoured the entire black market, purchasing every S-grade crystal and above he could find. This single purchase alone cost a staggering 500 billion. The sudden appearance of such a money god in the black market instantly drew attention from all corners. Those behind the black market initially assumed it was some wealthy heiress or heir suddenly deciding to experience life on the black market. Upon investigating the black card's origin, they discovered the visitor was none other than the closed-door disciple taken in by the Li clan's patriarch and the illegitimate son of the Bai clan's third branch, who had recently been making waves. The black market boss, fearing this young master might be targeted by certain parties and dragged the black market into trouble, even dispatched a group to silently protect Bai Ning from behind. Ever since Bai Ning mastered all 10 martial arts disciplines, the range of his supernatural abilities had expanded to nearly 200 meters, and his control over the space within that radius had significantly improved. He had long sensed the presence of numerous tails following him, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. With his teleportation ability, there was no way these people could catch up to him. After clearing out the crystals from the black market, Bai Ning didn't rush back to school. Instead, he turned into an auction house. When he emerged, his black card balance was completely depleted. Not only had he snapped up every SSS-grade crystal up for auction, but he'd also purchased a piece of void gold. Today, Bai Ning discovered that learning SSS-grade combat techniques was as easy as drinking water, plunging him into confusion about what to choose as his primary weapon. This void gold perfectly met all his requirements. According to the auctioneer, void gold was born from spatial turbulence within the caverns. It possessed no fixed physical form, existing as a silver fluid suspended between liquid and gas states. Its most remarkable properties were absolute malleability and shape memory, its form entirely determined by the user's energy guidance. Infusing energy instantly molds it into any envisioned form: swords, spears, shields, bows, or even complex mechanical structures. Its durability is exceptional. It remains undamaged even under attacks from 8th-tier powerhouses. At worst, if the user's mental fortitude falters, it spontaneously reverts to its primal state. Once the user replenishes their energy, it can be used again. Thus, despite its high price, Bai Ning didn't hesitate at all. Afterward, he only needed to ask his master to arrange for someone to refine it into a treasure artifact, and it could be used almost indefinitely. He'd arrived with 100 billion credits, and not a single one remained when he left. As he exited the auction hall, a fragrant breeze suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my," and collided head-on with Bai Ning. It was a woman with an incredibly voluptuous figure, her form accentuated by a tight black leather outfit that traced breathtaking curves. She leaned weakly into Bai Ning's arms, her posture exuding such helpless charm it could make any normal man's heart race. Bai Ning snorted. His entire body shifted backward 3 long strides, moving so swiftly it left a faint afterimage in his wake. The woman landed with a thud, sprawling awkwardly on the floor. "Ouch," she cried out in a coquettish voice, her large, watery eyes fixed on Bai Ning. Why didn't you help me up?" "Ouch." Bai Ning stood 3 paces away, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Too deliberate. There must be a trick. This world was full of strange supernatural abilities. Who knows, maybe she was sent by Bai Tianyan and his crew. What if he kindly offered to help her up, only to get entangled by her supernatural ability? When a man is out in the world, the most important thing is to protect himself. Chapter 23, I suck, second tier ascension. During the few minutes walking out of the black market, Bai Ning had already encountered at least 3 beautiful women taking spectacular falls. Each time, they fell straight into his arms. Bai Ning dodged them all at the last second with his agile footwork. Finally, Bai Ning activated his golden pupil and teleported back to the academy multiple times in succession, shedding countless pursuers along the way. Back at school, he arrived just in time for the evening's energy micro-control class. The lesson focused on precisely controlling internal energy to achieve twice the result with half the effort during cultivation and combat. By the time class ended at 10 o'clock, Bai Ning headed straight for the cultivation rooms available for students after class. These training rooms were free for all students, but the energy within them was uniformly supplied by the central energy array, making the effects rather mediocre. To enhance the results, one had to bring their own energy crystals, as Bai Ning did. Bai Ning placed an SS-grade crystal at the array's center. The array's runes instantly blazed to life. A loud hum filled the air as the energy array activated fully and began operating at maximum capacity. Within mere seconds, the energy within the room became so dense that every breath stirred ripples. The cultivation technique within Bai Ning's body began to activate spontaneously. This concentration was at least 10-fold higher than before. No wonder it cost 100 million. The effect was incredibly potent. Without hesitation, Bai Ning activated over a dozen SSS-tier cultivation techniques he had already mastered. Having spent 100 billion, he was determined to see just how far he could advance with the combined boost of his golden finger and these cultivation techniques after digesting this wave of resources. Colossal energies surged into his body with each movement, as a dozen vastly different, immense energies raced through countless intricate pathways within him. Cultivating over a dozen techniques simultaneously was merely a matter of shifting from single-digit to double-digit calculations for him. Energy poured into Bai Ning's body at a terrifying speed, washing through his meridians over and over again. Ancient Starry Sky Contemplation Technique, Minor Achievement. The Secret Record of Flowing Light, Minor Achievement. Cosmic Universe Art, Minor Achievement. Before long, one cultivation technique after another reached the minor achievement stage. Techniques and combat skills were graded according to mastery level: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, mastery, and perfection. Each breakthrough signified a deeper understanding of the technique, boosting energy conversion efficiency by over 30%. Bai Ning cultivated 12 techniques simultaneously, and now even these had all reached the minor achievement stage. This meant his cultivation speed was over 300% faster than other practitioners at the same level who only cultivated a single SSS tier introductory technique. Most terrifyingly, Bai Ning had only been exposed to these techniques for less than a week before reaching minor mastery. This revealed just how terrifying his innate talent for cultivation techniques and combat skills, enhanced by the golden finger, truly was. Energy within the cultivation chamber seemed to be voraciously devoured by an invisible maw, the dense mist visibly thinning by the minute. Soon, Bai Ning once again sensed the fleeting inspiration he had experienced during the cultivation technique class. During class, he had vaguely sensed that the circulation paths of these techniques could be fused and optimized, but with so many people present, it was difficult to experiment directly. Now that he had reached the minor mastery realm, that flash of insight grew even clearer. So that's how it can be done. I'll optimize the energy intake frequency and convergence points. Bai Ning's eyes lit up. Having found the solution, he once again immersed himself in meditation. Previously, simultaneously manipulating 12 energy streams allowed for rapid execution but demanded immense mental exertion. But now, under his command, all the techniques rapidly recalculated and reorganized. He didn't deliberately fuse the techniques themselves, but instead discovered the most efficient and harmonious common pathway for them all. He twisted the dozen or so independent pathways into a single, thicker main trunk. Boom! Deep within his spiritual sea, it felt as though a primordial thunderclap had split the heavens. An unprecedented chaos energy abruptly formed within him. Not only did the mental effort required to manipulate the cultivation techniques drastically decrease, but the energies cultivated from these dozen techniques had perfectly fused into a single chaotic energy. He distinctly sensed that with the emergence of this chaotic energy, the extent to which he could manipulate space and time before his eyes had shifted once more. Previously, he could only accelerate or decelerate the flow of time in localized areas and achieve teleportation effects in space. But now, his capabilities extended far beyond that. It wasn't merely a matter of intensity, it was a qualitative transformation. Bai Ning opened his eyes, his golden pupils blazing brightly. The entire cultivation chamber lay before him, even the space behind Bai Ning forming a vivid image in his mind. Dust particles and floating fibers suspended in the air froze completely in place under his command. In the next instant, Bai Ning channeled his full power, slicing through the wall with his ability. Swish! A 3-meter-long slash instantly appeared on the wall before him. This is spatial slash. A satisfied smile spread across Bai Ning's face. Finally, he had a direct means of attack. His ability was powerful, but it had always lacked direct offensive capabilities. He'd always envied those ice and fire-based abilities. They were not only effective but also dazzlingly cool. He never imagined that after fusing 12 cultivation techniques, his ability would undergo such a surprising enhancement. Bai Ning smiled as he closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. But moments later, he opened his eyes in confusion. The energy concentration seems to be dropping sharply. Having just experienced that lightning-fast cultivation pace, it now felt like it had slowed down by more than half. Bai Ning curiously checked the crystal at the array's center and found it still intact. His gaze then shifted abruptly to the slash mark on the wall. The gash ran horizontally across the center of the wall, completely severing the array runes engraved upon it. Bai Ning. I got too excited and damaged the array. They won't make me pay for this, will they? Having just spent all his funds, he hadn't saved a single coin for himself. Nervously, he reported the incident to the instructor on duty at the cultivation room, preparing to invoke his master's name as a shield. But after inspecting it, the teacher actually smiled approvingly at Bai Ning. Truly a precious disciple worthy of the headmaster abandoning the Li family patriarch to take him in. On his very first day as a disciple, the headmaster had even taken him to the private library, a place even the younger generation of the Li family couldn't easily enter. Judging by the commotion Bai Ning was making during his cultivation, one could only say the principal truly had an eye for talent. The teacher enthusiastically escorted Bai Ning to a higher-level cultivation room. Bai Ning politely assured him, "I'll be careful this time." But the teacher merely gave him an even more satisfied look and chuckled, "Don't you dare. The more you break, the better." Bai Ning, huh? He shot the teacher a wary glance. This was baffling. Being careful was a trap. Only after the teacher had walked far away did Bai Ning find another empty cultivation room and resume his practice. This time, he only needed to control the path of the fused cultivation technique. Bai Ning even found the energy to give this brand new technique forged from the fusion of 12 SSS-tier cultivation methods a cool-sounding name. The Primordial Chaos Sutra. This cultivation technique, created entirely by Bai Ning himself, already far surpassed the effects of any SSS-grade techniques circulating outside. If the people in the consortium knew that Bai Ning had gone from a beginner to creating his own cultivation technique in less than a day, who knew what their reaction would be? An energy storm erupted once more within the cultivation chamber. The S-grade crystal at the array's center emitted a whistling, mournful sound. Its radiant glow swiftly dimmed as pure energy flowed ceaselessly into Bai Ning's body. Chapter 24, Have I Been Too Friendly? The entire night. Snap. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The last shred of energy from the SS-grade crystal worth 100 million was completely drained. A crystal capable of sustaining full cultivation for 7 or 8-tiered psychics for an entire hour had been completely absorbed by Bai Ning, a mere second-tier cultivator, in just one night. A colossal surge of power erupted from Bai Ning's body, only to be violently repressed back into his being in an instant. He slowly opened his eyes. Golden runes flickered faintly within his golden pupils, while an elusive ripple of spacetime rippled silently around him. He felt the surging power within his body. Second-tier upper realm. In just one night. The small text in the lower right corner of his vision had changed to, "Consume 10.21 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier." With the dual boosts from the Golden Finger and the Primordial Chaos Sutra, his cultivation efficiency was nothing short of terrifying. He ascended to upper tier 2 by consuming merely 1 billion crystals. And he still had hundreds of billions untouched. Not only that, but even at the minor achievement realm, the Primordial Chaos Sutra granted him the effects of time stasis and spatial disintegration. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the transformations would be upon reaching great mastery or even ultimate perfection. Bai Ning rose to his feet, his bones cracking softly. The exhaustion from a night of intense cultivation vanished instantly with his advancement to the upper tier of the second stage. Resources, or rather, money, are the fastest path to advancement. Bai Ning pushed open the door and stepped out into the rising morning sun. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out to block Bai Ning. Bai Ning. Wait a moment. Bai Ning frowned at the person approaching. Dressed like a student, the figure avoided eye contact, eyes darting nervously, looking guilty and timid. What is it? Bai Ning's voice was flat. Lin Yu swallowed hard, as if the courage he'd mustered over half a day had suddenly drained away. His voice dropped. President Bai Tianlu wants you to come to the main student union building right now. Bai Ning's frown deepened. Bai Tianlu? Yes. In front of Senior Bai Yu. Bai Ning cut him off. Who is this? Never heard of him. Lin Yu froze, his voice rising. Bai Tianlu, Senior. Second young master of the Bai family's main branch, current student union president. You don't know him? Aren't you part of the Bai family too? Bai Ning rolled his eyes and started walking away. I'm busy with classes. No time to deal with him. His schedule today was another grueling 8 to 10 hour death march. After class, he still had to rush to cultivate and devour assets. He simply had no time for these people. Besides, he'd figured out these guys were like perpetual crops. You cut one batch down and another sprouts up. Yesterday he'd just dealt with that bunch of sophomores. He'd been worried they might have some big move up their sleeves. And this was it? The sophomores couldn't handle it, so they sent the seniors? Not a shred of originality. Lin Yu never expected Bai Ning to ignore the president's summons. He broke into a jog to catch up. Hey! You're a freshman. It's understandable you don't know the student council's power. I'm giving you a friendly heads up. Crossing us won't end well for you. Many assessment rules are set by us. One word from the president, and if you really can't cut it, you might not even graduate. Bai Ning abruptly stopped, narrowing his eyes at the lecturing figure who seemed to have his best interests at heart. He chuckled lightly. Am I being too friendly? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Huh? I told you nicely that I'm busy and don't have time. Did you just ignore me? Lin Yu's neck tensed as he mumbled defensively. I was genuinely trying to help you. Bai Ning snorted, unwilling to waste any more breath. She raised her hand and slapped him. Smack! The sharp crack echoed as the force of the blow jerked Lin Yu's head to the side. One cheek began swelling visibly in an instant. How dare you? Bai Ning shook out her hand, giving him a half smile, half scowl. Try saying another word. Lin Yu felt his hair stand on end under her gaze. Suddenly recalling this man's brutal exploits from yesterday, cold sweat trickled down his temples. In the end, he clamped his mouth shut. Bai Ning gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. The moment he stepped into the classroom and sat down, his phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a text message. Instead, an encrypted video notification popped up directly. Sender, anonymous. Bai Ning frowned, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in his heart as his finger swiped open the screen. The video popped up. Bai Ning caught only a glimpse before the blood rushed to his head. In the video, Meng Tianchi was shackled tightly to a metal pillar, his exposed skin covered in purple bruises and bloody cuts. His nose was broken and crooked, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and one eye was swollen shut, leaving only a sliver open. Blood and sweat caked his face, leaving him looking utterly wretched. He struggled to straighten his back, but moments later, a jolt of electric blue light shot through him, causing his entire body to convulse. He curled up in agony. The image shook again as the camera zoomed in on Meng Tianchi's face. A distinctly altered voice sounded, tinged with mockery. Speak up. Begged your good brother to save you? Fear filled Meng Tianchi's eyes, yet he clenched his teeth and refused to utter a sound. A vicious slap cracked across his face. Speak! The voice commanded. Meng Tianchi's body convulsed. The intense agony seemed to overwhelm him. He screamed hoarsely into the camera. Brother Bai, don't come over. Don't come over. They've set, ah. Before he could finish, another electric shock cut him off. His body convulsed violently as his eyes rolled back. The voice chuckled coldly. Bai Ning, you'd better play nice. Everything you do is under our surveillance. Don't report to that one. Come over here alone and quietly. Otherwise. Poof. The video abruptly ended. Bai Ning shot to his feet, the force sending his chair crashing to the floor. The entire class turned in shock. He clutched his phone tightly, scanning the room for anyone present. No one. Not a single person from the conglomerate was present. Not even the usual sycophants who always tagged along with them. Hell. Bai Ning ground out the words through clenched teeth, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. These useless pieces of who can't live without bullying others. He only remembered entrusting his master to protect his friends in District 78, completely overlooking Meng Tianchi, this newly acquainted classmate. Deep down, he'd assumed such a newly formed connection wasn't worth the other guy going all out. He never imagined these people were capable of anything. Rage surged through his chest, filling him to bursting. Bai Ning cursed furiously and turned to charge outside. The next second, his phone vibrated again. He opened it to find an anonymous message. Time is life. Countdown, 3 minutes. Chapter 25, I'll make Bai Ning apologize to you before he dies. Countdown, 3 minutes. The message lingered on the screen for a few seconds before deleting itself again. Bai Ning let out a cold laugh. This whole thing was definitely Bai Tianyan's doing. The only question was what tricks he'd use to get that Bai Tianlu from the student council to take the fall for him. The countdown forced him to reach the main student council building within 3 minutes. There was no time to seek his master's help in person. Without hesitation, he activated his golden pupil and instantly materialized 300 meters away. 1 minute later, the imposing gilded doors of the student union main building loomed before him. Without slowing down, Bai Ning kicked the door open. Boom! The heavy alloy doors shattered as if struck by a cannonball, flying apart in an instant. A figure behind the door seemed to have anticipated everything, deftly dodging the scattering metal fragments before strolling leisurely to Bai Ning's side. The voice was flat and emotionless. "The president is waiting for you in the conference hall." Someone was waiting after all. Bai Ning followed the figure in silence into an absurdly enormous conference hall. The lavishly decorated hall held a table stretching over 10 meters in length. Bai Tianlu sat regally at the head, his expression haughty, his aura profound and commanding. Both sides of the table were filled with student council members in uniform, their eyes fixed on Bai Ning with scrutiny and mockery. Without pausing, Bai Ning cut straight to the point. "Where is he?" Bai Tianlu slowly raised his eyes, a perfectly measured look of bewilderment flitting across his face, his posture exuding noble reserve. "Who? What exactly are you referring to, Junior?" Bai Ning snorted derisively. "Stop playing dumb. You kidnapped my classmate, threatened me into coming here, and now you're denying it?" He stepped forward, the black crystal floor beneath his foot cracking like spiderwebs with a sharp snap. A flash of offended, menacing coldness flickered in Bai Tianlu's eyes, yet his face softened into a smile as he said gently, "Bai Ning, please take a seat." He extended a hand, gesturing with elegant grace for Bai Ning to take the seat at the far end of the long table. Rage churned within Bai Ning, but remembering that the stone was in their hands, he took a deep breath, pulled out a chair, and sat down. A satisfied look appeared in Bai Tianlu's eyes as his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. "What you did yesterday was excessive. Qing Dai is one of our student union members." His tone was flat. "You dared to harm Qing Dai, even cutting off one of her arms." Bai Ning couldn't be bothered with small talk. "Is that your justification for kidnapping someone? Why not just tell me what it'll take to get her back?" Bai Tianlu shook his head. "Those who make mistakes get no second chances with me." He waved his hand, and a burly enforcer stepped forward, muscles bulging, eyes fierce. "This is Li Dun from the Enforcement Division, a senior student and a lower-tier 4th rank enhancement type psionic." Bai Ning's heart sank. "So?" Bai Tianlu's lips curled into a haughty smile as he rose to his feet. "Since he injured Qing Dai during combat, we'll settle this through combat." Without another glance at Bai Ning, he strode first toward the hall exit. Like a king making an inspection tour, all student council members on either side immediately stood up and followed in perfect unison. Bai Ning took another deep breath, suppressing the urge to flip the table. The procession marched solemnly to a designated arena. Bai Tianlu ascended the viewing platform and addressed them from above. "This is a life or death arena recognized by the Federation. Stepping onto the platform means signing a life and death contract. Only the victor may descend. Bai Ning, you have no chance to beg for mercy." Bai Ning said nothing, instantly teleporting to the center of the ring. The next moment, he stood at the very center of the arena, cracking his neck. "You talk too much. Release me after the fight? Bring it on." Yu Qing Dai now lay in a private hospital bed. The arm severed by Bai Ning yesterday had been reattached. Under the influence of high-level healing abilities, she could already move it freely. However, regaining her peak strength would require another month or two of careful recuperation. For her, the physical injuries were nothing. What was truly unbearable was being chased across the entire venue by a bastard son in front of everyone. Suddenly, a message from Yu Qingshu popped up on her phone. "Sis, check out this live stream link." Yu Qing Dai clicked on it out of curiosity. The live stream showed Bai Ning standing on the student council's life or death arena. She jolted upright and immediately called Yu Qingxue. "Xiao Shui, what's going on?" Yu Qingxue giggled over the phone that Bai Ning was being so arrogant, we just had to give him a taste of his own medicine. "Don't worry, sis. We asked Tianlu and the others for help. Tianyan even paid a huge price to make this show happen." Bai Ning's rising too fast. If someone like him can't be harnessed for our conglomerate, he must be dealt with swiftly. Yu Qing's brows furrowed deeply. "You're still within the academy grounds. The headmaster won't stand idly by. Don't worry, we won't let him die so easily. The headmaster won't intervene over such petty squabbles among juniors." "But..." Yu Qing Dai hesitated before adding, "You still haven't truly grasped how terrifying Bai Ning's talent is." She recalled how Bai Ning had mastered every combat technique he'd seen yesterday, and a shiver ran through her body. His sword technique had gone from crude to surpassing her own in just minutes. Such talent was beyond comprehension, truly terrifying. "Shui, listen to me. With his potential, killing him would absolutely enrage the headmaster." Yu Qingxue bristled at the suggestion, immediately retorting, "Sis, you're actually scared? All three families, Yu, Bai, and Lin are involved in this. No matter how powerful the headmaster is, he only represents the Li clan. Their elite fighters are all guarding the SSS-level underground caverns and can't leave. But, no buts. Yu Qingxue hung up decisively. Hearing the dial tone, Yu Qingdai felt an ominous foreboding. She hurriedly called Bai Tianlu. As soon as the call connected, she pleaded. Brother Tianlu, Bai Ning absolutely cannot be killed. Bai Tianlu's voice was gentle yet unwavering. Qingdai, don't you trust me? He dared to hurt you, so I must make him pay with his life. After he's dead, I'll personally deliver an apology to the principal. Hearing these words that bordered on a confession, Yu Qingdai closed her eyes briefly. Brother Tianlu, I know you're doing this because of our betrothal, but please spare Bai Ning's life for now. Bai Tianlu smiled affectionately. He treated you so badly, yet you remain so kind. But rest assured, with me backing you, nothing can go wrong. I've brought my secret guards along this time. There won't be any problems. Only upon hearing that the secret guards were present did Yu Qingdai exhale a breath of relief. This. All right. Even someone as cold as her felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, knowing Bai Tianlu was going to deal with Bai Ning for her sake. Once Bai Ning is dealt with, Tianlu, you must return to the Bai family estate first. We'll discuss further once we've confirmed the principal's stance. Don't worry. Bai Tianlu's tone shifted abruptly, revealing a cold, murderous intent. Before I kill Bai Ning, I'll make him kneel and apologize to you. Chapter 26, you claim to have unrivaled 4th-tier defense? Lin Yu approached Bai Tianlu respectfully, yet his eyes, filled with venomous hatred, remained fixed on Bai Ning on the stage. President, isn't sending Li Dun up a bit of a waste of talent? He's been your pawn, planted in this school 4 years ago. Who knows how many lives are on his hands? Is it really necessary to deploy him just to deal with this mid-tier second-tier opponent, Bai Ning? Bai Tianlu first gave Li Dun a faint, meaningful glance. Then he slowly replied, he's not a mid-tier second rank. Lin Yu froze. What? Didn't Miss Qingdai say yesterday he was mid-tier second rank? Only then did he realize Bai Ning concealed his aura exceptionally well. His cultivation level was virtually undetectable under normal circumstances. Only when he had just unleashed his special ability had some energy fluctuations been revealed. And overnight, he'd already advanced to upper second tier again? Did that 9th-tier genius cultivate this rapidly in his youth? This new cultivation level was only one rank below his own. No wonder he hadn't even had time to react and dodge when Bai Ning slapped him outside the cultivation room back then. Recalling that humiliation, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. It's better that Bai Ning is a genius. This tournament will be more exciting that way. Bai Tianlu nodded faintly. I never intended to kill Bai Ning within the academy grounds. I merely wanted Li Dun to utterly crush his arrogance first. Just collecting a little interest up front. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire. The chairman's plan is truly brilliant. Li Dun received Bai Tianlu's command and stepped onto the stage. Though he stood over 2 meters tall, like a moving mountain, his footsteps made not a sound. Evidently, he possessed exceptional control over his muscles. He stood opposite Bai Ning, the disparity in their physique stark. To any observer, the outcome of this fight seemed utterly predictable. Li Dun's copper bell eyes fixed on Bai Ning with utter indifference, devoid of any emotion. He regarded Bai Ning as if he were an inanimate object. After all, the young master had placed him at the academy precisely to handle these dirty jobs he couldn't handle personally. Such minor incidents had occurred countless times over the past 4 years. His lower 4th-tier cultivation base, combined with his awakened great skin hardening ability, made his skin and bones as strong as high-grade alloy once activated. Even ordinary 4th-tier practitioners struggled to break through his defenses. Not to mention Bai Ning, who had only just enrolled, was a mere 2nd-tier cultivator. He spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Kid, if you sincerely admit your mistake, I might spare your life for now. I pack a bit of a punch. If the pain gets to be too much, remember to beg for mercy early. With that, he planted his feet in a deep stance, and a mountain-like weight instantly radiated out. Simultaneously, black-gray patterns emerged on his bronze-colored skin, giving it a rock-like texture. Every member of the student council below the stage wore expressions of relief. A few troublemakers from the conglomerates even cheered. Oldly, smash him to bits. Merely begging for mercy won't suffice, make him lick your shoes instead, haha. Damn Bai Ning for picking on Miss Qingdai. I wish I could have gotten up there too, but I didn't manage to grab a spot. Who wouldn't want to get up there? There are only so many spots, gotta be quick on your feet. Bai Ning listened to their chatter, narrowing his eyes. Very well. So it seems getting a shot at this life or death stage is pretty rare after all. Has stepping on me become your entertainment? Didn't I teach you spoiled brats a bloody lesson before? Now you all think I'm a pushover? The thought flashed through his mind as void gold materialized in Bai Ning's hand. With a thought, he stretched and shaped the void gold, transforming it in an instant into a gleaming silver spear. Though this void gold had yet to undergo formal refinement since purchase, under his mental force, its form remained remarkably stable. Bai Ning struck without warning, showing no intention of alerting his opponent. Meng Tianxia was still in their hands. A swift resolution was best. His golden pupils flashed as Bai Ning instantly darted to Li Dun's side, positioning himself at precisely spear length. Li Dun's pupils contracted slightly. His spatio-temporal abilities were indeed troublesome, but the primary reason he'd been assigned to this task was his defense, which towered above others at his level. Bai Ning thinks he can break through my defense? Put. Without moving a step, the muscles in his crossed arms bulged as his ability surged to full power, hardening them another notch. Simultaneously, his right shoulder dipped slightly as the S-rank fist technique, mountain-shattering force, completed its power build-up in an instant. In terms of defense, you cannot break through my defenses. In terms of offensive power, my mastered, near-perfect fist technique rivals even SSS-grade effects. Li Dun growled, watch this. Yet, immediately followed by put. The piercing sound of a hot knife cutting through butter echoed. Bai Ning's silver spear pierced Li Dun's midsection with barely any effort, as if skewering a giant watermelon. In the next instant, Bai Ning applied a second thrust. The spear angled upward, thrusting with pinpoint precision. This spear, imbued with Bai Ning's entire spiritual energy and guided by the primordial Chaos Sutra whose effects far surpassed any SSS-grade technique through his mastered spear combat skill. Like an unstoppable drill, it pierced through Li Dun's defense touted as the strongest among peers of the same rank. With sheer combat prowess alone, he drove the blade through Li Dun's heart. The gleaming spearhead, trailing a spray of exploding blood, instantly stained Li Dun's back crimson. This stunning thrust instantly silenced all the clamor on and off the stage. Ugh! Ha! A muffled sound like air escaping from a broken bellows escaped Li Dun's throat. In disbelief, he looked down at the silver spear piercing through his body. Without pause, Bai Ning twisted his wrist violently, yanking the spear back. Flesh and bone were shredded and torn from the wound by the spear's tip. Ah! Li Dun let out a beastly roar, staggering backward. Hardened skin didn't mean his insides possessed rock-like defenses. Once breached, he was utterly defenseless. Before he could catch his breath, Bai Ning's body moved with the spear, tracing countless streaks of light. Each afterimage was a genuine, masterful stroke of spear technique. His right thigh was instantly pierced. Then the left leg. Front chest. The shoulder blade. Li Dun lay like a punctured sack of rags, instantly riddled with gaping wounds. Blood spurted wildly as if it were free. Crash. The body that had loomed like a mountain a second ago now seemed hollowed out, crashing onto the ring with a thunderous thud. Unable to sustain his skin-hardening ability any longer, his flesh returned to its normal state, causing the blood to flow even faster. You could hear a pin drop below the stage. The loudest second-generation brats from earlier now cowered like mute quails, no longer daring to utter a word about wanting to step onto the stage. Even Bai Tianlu's expression cracked, a hint of doubt flickering across his face. Li Dun, a lower-tier 4th-rank cultivator, wasn't even a match for Bai Ning, a 2nd-rank cultivator? Without even a chance to resist, he was instantly stabbed to death? He frowned, his gaze turning silently to another subordinate. Li Jin, a mid-tier 4th-rank speed-type psionic. You go next. Hold nothing back. Li Jin nodded grimly, about to step forward. Bai Ning's silver spear pointed diagonally at the ground as he glanced sideways. You bastard, wait a minute. I'm not done yet. Chapter 27, you can start begging now. Bai Ning lowered his gaze to Li Dun, who was sprawled on the ground, his tone cold. If you can't stand the pain, you can start begging for mercy now. Li Dun clenched his fists tightly, face buried in the dirt, not uttering a sound. Poof. Bai Ning let out a cold laugh, flipping his spear casually to tap Li Dun on the head. Playing dead, huh? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Dun jerked his head up and shouted, wait. Yet the silver streak of light traced by the spear tip showed no hesitation. It pierced straight through Li Dun's neck, emerging from his throat. It shattered his throat bones, cutting off the plea for mercy that had just escaped his lips. The immense force tilted Li Dun's head back slightly, revealing the gruesome black hole in his neck. Li Dun's pupils dilated instantly. Bai Ning withdrew the gun barrel, and the head, now unsupported, slammed back onto the ground. The violent convulsions of his limbs ceased almost immediately. Simultaneously, the small text in Bai Ning's field of vision transformed into devour 10.7 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Killing Li Dun only increased his assets by less than 5 billion? Bai Ning felt a pang of disappointment, but then reconsidered. After all, this man wasn't part of the 4 great conglomerates at best, he was just a henchman for the Bai family. At his current cultivation level, 5 billion was already quite substantial. As a surge of warmth flooded through him, his newly attained cultivation level solidified completely. You may come up now. Bai Ning cracked his neck before turning his gaze toward the crowd below the stage. No one spoke. With a faint, ambiguous smile, he swept his gaze over Bai Tianlu, whose face was as cold as ice, then fixed his eyes on the next person waiting to ascend. You. Come. The man below hesitated for 2 seconds, about to step forward. Suddenly, Bai Tianlu frowned and interrupted from the side, since we've already had one life or death match, that should suffice. Bai Ning, I trust you now understand your mistake. I don't want to see too much bloodshed here today, especially since you're like a younger brother to me. Bai Ning couldn't fathom this man's logic. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, then you're letting him go? Bai Tianlu shook his head. Not yet. You've just killed one of my student council members. If I let you off now, the others won't stand idly by. Hearing this blatant reversal of blame, Bai Ning felt his blood boil. What the hell is this nonsense? I was teaching my class perfectly fine when you guys went and kidnapped someone to force me here. And now that I'm here, instead of just dealing with the issue, you insist on this ridiculous life or death tournament. I showed up. I fought. Now you're telling me I did it wrong? Bai Ning laughed bitterly in rage. You dragged me here, and now you can't take losing? Is this ever going to end? Mark my words, if anything happens to Meng Tianshi, I'll make sure you go down with him. So, he said, staring expressionlessly at Bai Tianlu, you'd better spit it out if you've got something to say. Bai Tianlu clearly hadn't expected Bai Ning to speak so boldly under these circumstances. He frowned and said, you'd better consider your position before deciding how to speak. Seeing this, Lin Yu straightened his back and roared, Bai Ning. You're just a second-tier freshman, and you dare threaten the guild leader? Bai Ning laughed. You don't know. I'm only a tier 2 because I still have a shred of conscience left. Otherwise, I'd have blown through those 500 billion, slaughtered anyone I encountered on the streets, and sent my asset devouring progress skyrocketing. As long as I avoid provoking 8th or 9th tier experts, with the Spacetime Eye, I can move freely. If I really did that, what business would you lot have? Why bother learning any combat techniques here? Isn't it better to just coast through with my cheat code? He enunciated each word deliberately. Tell me. Where is Meng Tianshi? Lin Yu, terrified by Bai Ning's gaze, retreated behind Bai Tianlu, his neck shrinking back. Bai Tianlu feigned concern, as if hearing Meng Tianshi's name for the first time, and forced a smile. Is your friend in danger? You should have said so earlier. I could have helped. Then help him. That's not the attitude of someone asking for help. Bai Tianlu shot him a challenging look. Bai Ning remained silent for a few seconds, grasping his meaning, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes blazed with dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ning teleported instantly before Bai Tianlu. The muzzle blazed with a fierce, prairie fire-like battle intent, unleashing the SSS tier ultimate move, scorching 1,000 armies. Scorching the sky, boiling the sea. The surrounding temperature instantly boiled, the terrifying heat igniting and distorting the air. This move caught everyone completely off guard. No one had anticipated that, even with Meng Tianshi's name in their grasp, Bai Ning would dare to act so brazenly. To actually attack the guild leader, the son of the Bai family conglomerate's patriarch, without a word of warning. The fake smile on Bai Tianlu's face hadn't even faded when shock struck him. His first instinct wasn't to retaliate, but to activate his movement technique and dart backward. Bai Ning sneered coldly, coward. Escape? No matter how fast your footwork is, can it match my teleportation speed? Golden pupils flared with golden light once more. Bai Ning instantly materialized behind Bai Tianlu, completely sealing off his retreat. The gun's shadow descended like a hood, smashing viciously toward his hypocritical, bloated face. Go jointly done in the afterlife. Just as the scorching gun intent was about to engulf Bai Tianlu in that critical moment. A terrifying energy, vast as an abyss, suddenly erupted. Bai Ning felt his gun-gripping hands suddenly grow heavy. His gun technique, along with the boiling momentum of the weapon, was seized by an invisible, colossal spiritual hand, halting it forcefully between him and Bai Tianlu. Bai Ning unleashed his cultivation technique with all his might, violent energy surging and receding at the tip of his gun, desperate to break free from the restraint. Yet it remained utterly immovable. A thought flashed through Bai Ning's mind. So it had come. Given Bai Tianlu and his men's attitude, they would never let the stone go easily. Following their lead here was futile. He had to find another way. He took a gamble, striking Bai Tianlu directly. The resulting disturbance revealed a 7th-tier psychic ability by Tianlu's hidden guard. Bai Tianlu, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He stiffly clasped his trembling hands behind his back, drew a sharp breath, and his throat rolled as he said, "Oof. Why so hot-headed?" He cleared his throat, forcing an unnatural, composed smile onto his face. Young people should exchange ideas through friendly sparring. Why resort to life or death confrontations at the slightest provocation? Bai Tianlu waved his hand, and that formidable mental pressure silently dissipated, as if it had never existed. But Bai Ning could distinctly feel that icy, warning gaze still fixed upon him. True to his status as a direct ascendant, Bai Tianlu quickly composed his expression and continued. "I am several years your senior, after all. It would be inappropriate for me to engage you in earnest combat, lest others accuse me of bullying the young." He shifted his tone. "Let me have a few elite members from the student council spar with you. You can learn from each other. Afterward, I'll naturally send someone to help you find your good friend. Who knows? Maybe he just decided to go out for fun and hasn't encountered any danger at all." Bai Tianlu chuckled softly. To Bai Ning, that laughter sounded deeply sarcastic. "Wanna wear me down first? And then what? What do you plan to do next?" Bai Ning stood rooted to the spot as a thick droplet of blood fell from the muzzle of his gun, landing with a soft thud. He lowered his eyelids, remaining silent for a moment. Several student council members nearby also sensed the presence of hidden guards around them, their courage seemingly bolstering. The president agreed to help you. Why aren't you thanking him? You were acting so tough just now, huh? Ha! Let's see what you're really made of. Chapter 28, 1v4. This is the thrilling slaughter. Bai Ning slowly raised his head. The eye of time and space spun at full power, its golden light swirling like a mesmerizing vortex within his gaze. All right. His voice was flat, his face as still as a stagnant pool. I'll remember what you said. You lot, come at me together. The 4 student council members, signaled by Bai Tianlu's gaze, exchanged glances. Though each bore a trace of apprehension over Bai Ning's swift elimination of Li Dun, they quickly formed a fan-shaped encirclement around him, relying on their numerical advantage. Each possessed distinct strengths, having operated as independent squads during the Academy's combat training or underground expeditions. Their coordination was seamless. Li Jin, a mid-tier 4th-rank speed-type ability user, was the highest-ranked among them and always led the team in combat. He signaled with his eyes for Su Mei, the only woman among them, to make the first move. Su Mei possessed an A-grade mind-binding psychic ability, serving as the team's control anchor. She immediately understood, gently fanning herself with her folding fan as a sweet, cloying aura spread throughout the area. Li Jin barked, "Move!" His form flickered, leaving only a blurred afterimage behind as he accelerated to his absolute limit. His next move was to wait for Bai Ning's opening, then strike with a single, decisive blow. The other 2 members possessed physical enhancement and fire-type abilities respectively. At Li Jin's command, they swiftly sprang into action. One charged straight at Bai Ning, headlong, while the other gathered a fireball the size of a human head in his hand, poised to unleash it. They only needed to wait for Su Mei to cast mind confusion, causing Bai Ning to momentarily lose focus. Ah! Li Jin weaved through the crowd, waiting for an opening, when suddenly a piercing female scream pierced the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Mei, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, clutching her head as she rolled to the ground. His heart sank. No! Su Mei's mind-binding technique, which had always been infallible, hadn't affected Bai Ning in the slightest. Worse still, it had backfired instantly. The fight had barely begun, and already the squad's core controller was incapacitated. Alarm bells rang in Li Jin's mind, forcing him to grit his teeth and accelerate once more. The other two, too, snapped out of their momentary shock and swiftly resumed their tactical execution. One roared as he raised his massive ally shield, his skin glowing metallic as he charged head-on toward Bai Ning with a thunderous crash. Li Jin watched as Bai Ning, instead of dodging this assault, swept his spear horizontally, attempting to forcefully break through the shield's defense. Competing in brute strength with an enhancement-type psionic? Ridiculous. Sensing a sliver of opportunity, he flashed his dagger's cold gleam, poised to close in for a sudden strike. The spear collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening crash. Now! He instantly shifted direction, darting like an arrow toward Bai Ning's back at lightning speed, aiming for the unguarded rear. Yet the expected recoil never came. Li Jin's pupils contracted sharply as he watched his companion's massive frame jerk violently. The colossal shield, seemingly swept aside by Bai Ning's casual thrust, was forcibly smashed askew. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He planted his feet firmly on the ground as if rooted, veins bulging on his forehead. "Block it for me." With a furious roar, he barely managed to steady the massive shield once more. That strength? Impossible. Li Jin was utterly shocked, but the arrow was already on the string. His fireball and another's arrived almost simultaneously behind Bai Ning, closing in for a pincer attack. Die! A ruthless glint flashed in Li Jin's eyes. Yet to everyone's surprise, Bai Ning didn't gather power to counter the massive shield before him. Instead, his figure vanished instantly. Li Jin's dagger pierced through thin air. The fireball slammed through the gap, smashing into the distant wall and blasting a charred crater. Teleportation. A chill shot up Li Jin's spine to the top of his head. He whipped his head around, ready to dodge. Bai Ning had already materialized on the opposite side of the arena, a safe distance from the group. Li Jin finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Bai Ning had backed down. This teleportation wasn't meant to launch another attack, otherwise, he would have been truly difficult to handle. Still too young, lacking combat experience. Li Jin activated his ability, preparing to accelerate again and seek an opening. The next instant, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. Silently, a pitch-black fissure had torn open in the space beside him. In an instant, it swept lightly across him and his companions' bodies. Li Jin's soul screamed in terror. His subconscious screamed to run, but his body was a split second too slow. SSS-grade. The spatial fissure sliced through his body, though thankfully without excruciating pain. He flashed a wild, relieved grin, his legs braced to unleash his speed ability once more. Why does my stomach feel a bit cold? His vision began to spin and shift forward. He turned his head to look at his own stomach, still frozen in mid-sprint. The wound was incredibly smooth, blood just spurting out. Confused, he shifted his gaze and saw his companion's massive shield, now offset vertically, its fracture as smooth as glass. The upper torso behind the shield was slowly sliding down along the waist and abdomen, entrails spilling everywhere. Ha! Sliced open? He looked down again, staring at his own intestines. No wonder it felt cold. This was Li Jin's final conscious thought before darkness swallowed everything. Bai Ning surveyed the first fruits of his newly mastered spatial cleaving technique with satisfaction. It had directly taken out both the speed type and the enhancement type opponents. Indeed, spatial cutting combined with the Eye of Time and Space was an absolute god-tier ambush technique. Now only the lone fire-type ability user remained. His spear dragged along the ground with a scraping sound as Bai Ning strode slowly toward the last man. Still frozen in place, the man was reeling from the horrific sight of his two teammates being cut down in an instant. Scratch! The tip of the spear scraped against the ground, producing a shrill sound. The man collapsed to his knees with a thud, his eyes unfocused, all will to resist gone. Bai Ning's gaze turned icy as he swept his spear directly toward the man's head. Stop? Not a chance. The spear shaft carried a force capable of shaking even the massive shields of reinforced type ability users, let alone the fragile bodies of other elemental ability users. In the next instant, the headless body knelt on the ground, spurting a 2-meter-high column of bright red blood. The air thickened with the pungent, metallic stench of blood. Without a glance, Bai Ning dragged the long gun toward the last woman, who was cowering and wailing. Just as he prepared to end her suffering with a shot, a furious roar echoed in his ears. Enough! Bai Tianlu's face darkened. You've proven yourself superior. Stop now. Bai Ning glanced sideways, his tone flat. Oh, calling for a halt now? Why didn't you call for a halt when I accidentally injured the others earlier? Could it be you're involved with this woman? At those words, Bai Tianlu's face darkened like charcoal. He snapped back, shut your mouth. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took offense. Seeing Bai Tianlu's guilty expression, Bai Ning was surprised he'd hit the nail on the head with such a casual remark. What he didn't know was that Bai Tianlu and Su Mei's relationship was an open secret within the student council. Everyone had seen it, but no one had spoken up. After all, Bai Tianlu was betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Yu clan. Chapter 29, Speak While You Still Breathe. The gazes directed at Bai Tianlu couldn't help but carry a hint of strangeness. It was one thing for you two to exchange glances all the time, but just now, several people risked their lives for you, following your orders to target Bai Ning. Yet when they were killed, you didn't utter a word. Now that it's your longtime lover they're going after, suddenly you have something to say? But while thoughts swirled in their minds, none dared voice them aloud. After all, Bai Tianlu held a prestigious position, and his talent had once shone brilliantly before Bai Ning's emergence. Bai Ning ignored these sentiments and continued. Clashes happened during sparring. Oh, right. Where were your shadow guards? Why didn't they stop me just now? Those students wouldn't have had to die. He spread his hands, his voice not loud but clear enough to carry across the entire hall. A blow to the heart. After Bai Ning finished speaking, the expressions of the student council members present shifted subtly once more. Right. Hadn't the president's secret guards just intervened to block Bai Ning's spear thrust at the president? Why did they do nothing when Li Dun and Li Jin were killed? Even if a 7th rank expert, relying on his status, was unwilling to act lightly, why did the president show no reaction? You clearly had the power to prevent their deaths. Why did you just stand by and watch them die? If the president treats them like this now, could it be my turn someday? Bai Tianlu's face flashed a range of emotions. His mouth opened, but no words came out. His usual carefully cultivated air of aloof nobility was beginning to crack. Bai Ning withdrew the spiritual energy imbued in his spear, restoring it to its original form of void gold before sheathing it. Ignoring the deathly silence that had fallen over the arena, he continued. Now tell me, where is Meng Tianshi? The words had barely left his lips when Bai Ning felt his phone vibrate again. He opened it to find a familiar anonymous text message. Arrive here within 10 minutes to claim your surprise. Come alone. Countdown begins. A navigation location followed. Bai Ning glanced coldly at the crowd gathered around him, confirming their expressions were indeed those of onlookers eager for a spectacle. Bai Tianluo's lips even curled into a faint smile. What? Got word from your friend? Still need your big brother's help? Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to engage with them further. The most urgent task now was to rescue Meng Tianshi. After dispatching the 3 men, the small text in the lower right corner of his vision changed once more. Consume 12.7 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. A familiar surge of warmth flooded his body once more, amplifying the energy coursing through his meridians. Unfortunately, the 3 victims only contributed 20 billion in progress, far short of the threshold required to advance to the 3rd tier. Bai Ning estimated that without relying on his own cultivation, solely depending on the Golden Finger's devouring ability, he would need at least 20 billion in progress to achieve it. The battle had ended swiftly, yet it had indeed drained a significant portion of his energy. Each time a psionicist advanced, their internal energy would spontaneously replenish completely. Now that he couldn't rely on that, Bai Ning retrieved the highest-grade SSS-class crystal he had purchased from his storage necklace and clutched it in his hand. As he walked out, he silently activated his cultivation technique to absorb the crystal and replenish his energy. From the crowd of student council members behind him, several voices called out from afar. "Hey, wait! Why not stick around a bit longer? Yeah, you were looking pretty impressive just now." Bai Ning paid them no mind. "You guys just wait for me." His golden pupils flashed, and in the next instant, Bai Ning materialized at the academy's main gate. The location he'd just received was on the outskirts of the central district, at least 30 kilometers away from the academy as the crow flies. It didn't take a genius to figure out what these people were up to. Inside the academy, it was manageable with his master present, no one dared truly lay a hand on him. But once he was far from the academy, the probability of encountering danger would increase dramatically. Not only that, reaching the location within 10 minutes would require non-stop use of the spacetime pupil for teleportation. Once or twice might be manageable, but over 100 times? Bai Ning had never used his abilities so intensively in such a short span. By the time he reached his destination, utterly drained both physically and mentally, his combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. Standing at the academy gates, Bai Ning watched the stream of people passing by. Not a single familiar face was there to help him greet his master. "Hey, isn't that Bai Ning?" A voice carrying a note of schadenfreude rang out nearby. Bai Ning didn't even need to look to recognize the voice. Bai Tianyan. It had to be him, the mastermind behind Meng Tianshur's abduction. Bai Ning gritted his teeth, his murderous intent reaching a boiling point. Bai Tianyan plastered on a fake smile and trotted over to Bai Ning. "You don't look well. Are you sick?" Bai Ning clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the murderous intent welling up inside him. No, he had to rescue Oyu first. It wasn't time to kill him yet. "Oh? Why are you trembling? Feeling cold?" Bai Tianyan's voice dripped with sarcasm once more. Seeing Bai Tianyan's brazen confidence, a derisive snort escaped Bai Ning's chest. "Bai Ning, what do you want to say? Spit it out already." Bai Tianyan showed no fear, instead taking a step closer, his eyes locking onto Bai Ning's icy stare. "After all," he chuckled, "if I don't say it now, who knows if I'll ever get another chance." Bai Ning took another deep breath. "You're feeling pretty smug, aren't you? You think my death will secure your position? Let me tell you this, fake is fake. It will never become real." He watched the flicker of panic and envy in Bai Tianyan's eyes. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." What Bai Tianyan feared most was Bai Ning, cornered like a dog, exposing his true identity. He couldn't help but stomp his foot in frustration. "Shut your filthy mouth. We'll see how arrogant you can be in a moment." Bai Ning shot him a piercing look, stepped out of the academy, and vanished instantly. "Then let me see what tricks you corporate scum have up your sleeves." He reappeared 300 meters away. Simultaneously, he crushed the billion-dollar SSS-grade energy crystal in his hand, reducing it to fine powder. The abundant energy it contained dispersed into the air. Completely worthless. With this action, the small text in his field of vision changed once more. Consume 13.7 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. The added 10 billion represented the value of the crystal Bai Ning had crushed. Bai Ning let out a cold laugh. "You think arranging people outside to kill me, a cheat? Fine. Let's see if your manpower is sufficient. Can you keep up with the speed of my cultivation advancement?" Chapter 30, What are you hiding from, you 10 or so? Edge of the Central District. Inside an abandoned factory. The vast factory floor lay desolate and decayed, dim rays of light slanting through the windows. A dozen psychic warriors with icy auras scattered throughout the space, silently wiping their weapons or resting with eyes closed. In the farthest corner, Meng Tianshur was chained to a metal pillar, his body covered in wounds. Just then, a man with a vicious scar across his face glanced at a message on his phone, his eyes hardening. "Everyone, stay alert. Bai Ning is already on his way and should arrive within 5 minutes. This man not only possesses temporal abilities but also masters various combat techniques and can even activate spatial cutting powers. Everyone, strictly follow the tactical plan." His gaze shifted to Meng Tianshur and he smiled cruelly. "This kid is useless now. Dispose of him. Venom Fawn, you handle it. Make it quick." The man called Venom licked his parched lips, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. He drew the dagger from his waist and stepped toward Meng Tianshur. Just before striking, he hesitated and asked, "Boss, this kid seems to be from the Meng family, a branch of the Bai clan. Won't killing him get us in trouble?" The leader's eyes flashed with cold fury. He kicked Poison Fong hard in the back and roared, "You fool! The kid saw our faces. Stop whining." He straightened up, his icy gaze sweeping across all his men in the factory. "Listen up, all of you. Young Master Tianyan's orders are ironclad. Not only must Meng Tianshur die, but that Bai Ning is to be eliminated as well." Tooth was sent stumbling forward 2 steps by the kick. His face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly pleaded for mercy. "I'm sorry, boss." Venomous Fong hesitated not a moment, driving the dagger's icy blade deep into Meng Tianshur's heart. Meng Tianchi closed his eyes in despair, awaiting his fate. Swish! A figure suddenly materialized before Meng Tianchi without warning, seizing Poison Fang's dagger-wielding arm with one hand. Bai Ning's face was slightly pale, his breathing slightly labored, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The consecutive extreme teleports had taken a heavy toll, but thankfully, he had made it in time. The vicious grin froze on Poison Fang's face as his arm was held completely immobile. The dagger's tip hovered mere centimeters from Bai Ning's chest. He gritted his teeth and strained, yet Bai Ning seemed utterly unfazed, his fingers clamped down like iron pincers. You! Venom Fang roared in fury. Bai Ning wasted no words, tightening his grip. Snap! A sharp crack echoed through the air. Venom Fang's wrist was crushed, the dagger flying from his grasp to the ground. Simultaneously, Bai Ning's right hand grasped at the air, and the spear, shimmering with a silver halo, materialized once more. Get out of the way! Bai Ning barked. Simultaneously, he twisted his wrist. The spear shot forward like a venomous dragon bursting from its lair, piercing Venom Fang's throat with pinpoint accuracy, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. The light in Venom Fang's eyes rapidly dimmed as his body fell straight backward. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the moment Bai Ning appeared to crushing the wrist and killing Poison Fang, the entire sequence took no more than a second. Only when Poison Fang's lifeless body hit the floor did the others in the factory hall snap out of their stupor. Bai Ning? Damn it, how could he be so fast? The leader's face twisted in horror as he snarled, "Attack!" The roar served as a signal. Instantly, blinding light erupted from both sides of the factory. 3 fire-type ability users raised their hands high, unleashing raging flames that coalesced into a sea of fire engulfing most of the factory. 2 wind-type ability users simultaneously unleashed their power, summoning howling winds that instantly amplified the flames, causing the inferno to surge several times larger. The towering inferno, carrying scorching heat, violently swept in from all directions toward Bai Ning and Meng Tianchi at the center. As these individuals unleashed their power, a translucent energy shield instantly enveloped them. The support-type ability user, positioned furthest away, paled as they strained to sustain the shield. This was their plan. To overwhelm the entire battlefield with absolute firepower. Simultaneously, this shield would protect their own side, preventing friendly fire. Meng Tianchi's skin stung from the terrifying heat as he shouted, "Brother Bai, get out of here!" Bai Ning stood before the raging inferno, his golden pupils spinning wildly. He took a deep breath, forcing down the dizziness brought on by overexertion, his gaze icy as he watched the raging flames surge toward him. His spear sliced through the air toward the inferno. A faint sound, like tearing white paper, echoed. Where the spear tip passed, a slender black line split open in the space ahead. At first, this curved fissure was barely noticeable, no thicker than a strand of hair. But in the next instant, Bai Ning channeled the Chaos Primordial Sutra with blinding speed, his mind utterly focused as he poured energy like a surging sea into the fissure before him. The slender fissure suddenly gaped open as if alive. Space tore like a slashed sheet of paper, its edges curling inward in shredding. A pitch-black rift, flickering with faint light, appeared out of nowhere. Beyond the rift lay a darkness that devoured all light. The flaming dragon roared toward them, intent on devouring both Bai Ning and Meng Tianchi, only to crash headlong into the rift. Not a sound was made. The moment the flames touched the fissure, they vanished instantly, as if swallowed by an invisible maw. The raging tongues of fire, carrying scorching heat waves, vanished without a trace the moment they touched the edge of the fissure, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. The surging flames were frantically sucked into the fissure. Several fire and wind elementalists flushed crimson, desperately channeling their powers. Yet the sea of flames vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, instantly swallowed by the darkness. Having swallowed the sea of fire, the spatial fissure continued to expand. It slowly coalesced into a slender thread, spreading outward like ripples in water, forming a circular arc. In an instant, it elongated into an extremely thin, elongated arc of black light. Like the scythe of death, it sliced precisely toward the energy shields one by one. No! The support-type psionicist let out a terrified scream. The shield he had strained every ounce of power to maintain proved as fragile as a soap bubble before the spatial rift. With a sharp crack, it was sliced through. The spatial rift sliced through the energy shield without resistance, shattering it into a sky full of sparkling points of light. The black arc of light showed no sign of slowing. Under the leader's horrified gaze, it instantly swept through the bodies of the 3 fire-type psychics at the forefront. SSS-grade. A faint sound echoed as the 3 froze mid-motion. Before they could even scream, blood spurted wildly from their bodies, which shattered into 6 pieces and fell to the ground. Bai Ning gasped for breath, leaning heavily on his spear planted in the ground. Another SS-grade energy crystal had been depleted in his hand. The progress bar for devouring assets surged once more in his vision. Devour 16.2 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Only a dozen or so psychic warriors remained alive across the field. Bai Ning silently calculated killing them all should be enough. That should be enough to ascend to the lower tier of the 3rd stage, instantly replenishing his depleted energy reserves. His spear swept through the air once more, his voice calm yet thick with murderous intent. Continue. He stepped forward. The dozen or so figures retreated in unison, until their backs hit the cold wall, leaving them nowhere to retreat. The leader's face twitched as he shouted, "Damn it, let's fight him. Young Master Tianlu has sent even more experts, even a 6th-tier powerhouse. If we hold out until reinforcements arrive, Bai Ning won't be able to escape." Chapter 31, Saving Up 20 billion to Refresh the Ultimate Moves Cooldown. Bai Ning chuckled softly, tilting his head to ask, "If that's the case, why are you hiding?" The leader, a high-tier 4th-rank cultivator nearing 5th rank, felt humiliated being cornered by a mere 2nd rank like Bai Ning. He muttered under his breath, "This kid's ability is downright bizarre. But let's face it, he's only tier 2. His energy's limited. Just the continuous teleports to catch up must have drained him. That last strike must have been his all-out effort. Once his energy's depleted, won't he be ours for the taking?" Another man beside him nodded in agreement. "The boss is right. We just need to stall him a bit longer and he'll burn out." Bai Ning smiled but said nothing, pulling out another energy crystal and clutching it in his hand. As he channeled his cultivation technique, his aura visibly surged back with astonishing speed. He can actually channel his cultivation techniques anytime, anywhere? Without even needing to meditate? The leader was stunned once more. No wonder young Master Tianyan is so determined to kill him. This guy is seriously unnerving. What are you all standing around for? Do you want to give him more time to recover his energy? Charge, you fools. At the command, the remaining men gritted their teeth and closed in on Bai Ning. Truth be told, they really didn't want to face off against this freak. That black hole-like ability he just unleashed was beyond comprehension. It defied all their expectations. What 2nd-tier psionicist could possibly survive an assault like that unscathed? But seeing the look in Bai Ning's eyes, they all knew this was a fight to the death. If they didn't kill him now, they'd face his vengeance later. After all, he was a member of the Bai family, even if an illegitimate one, and not someone they could openly confront. Bai Ning wasn't in good shape either. Over 100 teleports had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Just moments ago, he'd saved Meng Tianshi from the fiery inferno by unleashing his spatial cutting ability at full power. Standing upright was now a struggle. He whispered a warning to Meng Tianshi. "Stone, I've severed your shackles. You retreat first, it'll be easier for me to fight." Moved, Meng Tianshi glanced at Bai Ning. Got it. Having witnessed Brother Bai's earlier feat, he understood lingering here would only complicate matters. He gave a quick nod and slipped quietly toward the door. The men sent by Bai Tianyan had orders to kill both Bai Ning and this Meng Tianshi. Seeing him try to slip away, they weren't about to let him get away with it. A group of wind-type and psychic-type ability users charged toward Meng Tianshi. Bloodshot eyes blazing, Bai Ning forced his golden pupil to teleport forward once more, swinging his spear in a sweeping arc. Damn it! He's cheating! His formidable, masterful spear technique instantly knocked the most vulnerable attackers to the ground. The most severely injured among them let out a few agonized cries before falling silent. Bai Ning reported the count in a low voice, 16.4 billion. Still need 3.6 billion. Exactly. He intended to accumulate enough kills to reach 200 billion in devouring progress, directly advancing to the 3rd tier. Then he could replenish his energy and fight for another 3 hours. Though his storage necklace still held hundreds of billions in energy crystals to squander, those were his backup. Bai Ning wasn't about to waste them now. The spear sliced through the air, leaving trails of afterimages, each strike sending spatters of blood flying. 17 billion. 173. 179 now. The leader watched Bai Ning mutter the numbers to himself, a look of doubt crossing his face. This Bai Ning didn't seem mad. Not only did he not seem mad, but his instincts told him that once the number reached a certain point, something truly terrifying would happen. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as a dozen silver needles, as fine as hairs, materialized in his hand. Propelled by his mental energy, they danced about as if under his command. He vanished into the shadows, yet the needles silently streaked toward Bai Ning. Bai Ning was in the thick of battle, wielding his spear to unleash the Scorching Plains 1,000 army break technique, his eyes bloodshot as he slaughtered the remaining foes. Another man screamed in agony, "Help!" only to be pinned to the wall by a spear. 184. Only 1.6 billion more to restore his peak condition. The 3rd tier was within reach. Bai Ning turned to seek out his next victim. Just then, a strange spatial fluctuation rippled around him. He inwardly cursed, "This is bad." An extremely faint spatial ripple appeared in his perception not far away. With his spacetime eye ability, his spatial perception was exceptionally keen, and he immediately sensed hidden danger lurking. Just as he was about to teleport again, excruciating pain shot through his eyes. Gah! Bai Ning raised his hand to cover his left eye. The world before him instantly blurred into a crimson haze as warm, bloody tears streamed down his cheeks. He had overused it earlier, now exceeding the eye of spacetime's limits. After all, he was only at the upper 2nd tier of cultivation, pushing it too far. Bai Ning cursed under his breath, forced to halt his killing spree and focus all his attention on sensing spatial fluctuations. Simultaneously, his footwork shifted in an instant as he unleashed his movement combat technique, determined to force his way through the onslaught. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air. Bai Ning sidestepped with an awkward gait, barely catching his breath. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more whistles, even faster and more devious, came at him from both sides. One aimed for his left leg, the other stabbed toward his chest. Bai Ning's hair stood on end as alarm bells rang in his mind. He twisted violently, driving power into his right leg as his body spun sideways at an impossible angle. The two sharp projectiles whizzed past, grazing his clothes. The force of their passage tore through his shirt. Two silver needles, as thin as cow hair, embedded themselves into the wall behind him. Bai Ning was forced into the air, instantly realizing the danger. Having lost his chance to teleport, being forced into the air and deprived of any leverage point was the most perilous moment. Sure enough, 10 distinct ripples erupted around him, sealing off every possible evasion route from all directions. A piercing whistling sound filled the air. The leader manipulated the silver needles, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Die! Bai Ning's pupils contracted sharply as he thrust his spear violently into the ground, regaining momentum. Simultaneously, his body leapt upward with the force, desperately trying to slip through the gaps. But the onslaught of silver needles was too overwhelming. Two dull thuds echoed as they pierced his flesh. Thud! Thud! Blood instantly spurted from Bai Ning's left shoulder and outer thigh. He grunted in pain, instantly feeling the excruciating agony and rapidly spreading numbness brought on by the needles. They were poisoned. The excruciating pain and the poison, combined with the exhaustion of battle, caused his vision to darken in waves. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A more intense rage exploded within him. Bai Ning forced himself to stay alert, his gaze darting rapidly across the entire arena. Almost instantly, he pinpointed the source of the danger. Found you! Bai Ning's face twisted into a savage grin. His falling body twisted violently. With every ounce of strength in his right arm, he hurled the spear in his grasp toward the shadowy figure. Die! The spear left his hand, transforming into a silver streak of lightning as it streaked toward its target. Is that all you've got? The leader sneered with contempt, nothing more than a dying struggle. He effortlessly sidestepped the spear hurtling toward him. Yet in the instant the spear brushed past him, it began to melt in midair, only to instantly reform into a new shape. A flying scythe. The spear's tip transformed into the scythe's shaft, narrowly grazing him as it flew past. But horror filled his eyes as the spear's tail gradually solidified into the scythe's blade, flashing silver as it swung toward his throat. A fountain of blood shot skyward. At that very moment, the small text in Bai Ning's field of vision finally flickered once more. Consume 25 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. This man was worth over 60 billion. Chapter 32, I'm waiting for the big move. What are you waiting for? After killing this man, an immense surge of energy instantly flooded Bai Ning's entire body. The energy within him, nearly depleted, felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The numbness where the silver needles had pierced him gradually faded as his chi and blood surged through his body, until it vanished completely. The headache and blurred vision caused by prolonged teleportation also gradually eased. Energy rapidly replenished, and Bai Ning's aura surged upward at an astonishing rate. Soon, he reached the peak of the second-tier upper realm. Accompanied by the exhilarating sensation of breaking through barriers, all traces of fatigue vanished from Bai Ning's body. Lower tier of the third stage. Old Hu Hansan is back. I never experienced this before. Who knew this golden finger could act like a panacea? Let me see how many are still alive. Bai Ning roared with laughter, his eyes blazing with intensity. He just killed 5 or 6 men. Now, 5 others stared at him wide-eyed. How did the boss die? Didn't the silver needles hit Bai Ning? Why hasn't he fallen yet? Holy! Bai Ning seems to be at the third tier. Holy! Amidst the gasps, Bai Ning let out a savage grin and waved his hand to recall the void gold. The void gold, having performed a great service, once again transformed into a silver spear and shot into the air. Bai Ning leapt to catch the spear, twisting his wrist as he plunged into the fray like a wolf attacking sheep. Help! Spare me! Ah! A series of agonized screams echoed through the air. Bai Ning stood amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by nothing but lifeless bodies. Consume 27 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Bai Ning kicked one of the corpses and muttered discontentedly. Bunch of broke jerks, can't even run away. I'm waiting for my ultimate to recharge, and you lot are still standing around here? When the elite fighters dispatched by Bai Tianlu arrived at the factory, this was the scene that met their eyes. Even those accustomed to bloody scenes were momentarily stunned. Splattered blood covered the walls and ceiling. A dozen corpses lay scattered in gruesome positions, the air thick with an overpowering, metallic stench. Their target, Bai Ning, stood perfectly poised in the center of the chaos. He stood there calmly, shouldering a silver spear dripping with blood. Far from showing fatigue, his face radiated alertness and vigor, a hint of arrogant amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, you guys finally show up? Leading the group was a stocky middle-aged man. His aura was profoundly deep, marking him as a 6th-tier expert. Behind him followed nearly 10 other psychics, each at least 4th tier. That 6th tier expert, Bai Jian, who also wielded spatial abilities, had personally come to confront Bai Ning, a mere 2nd tier practitioner. Instead of showing fear, Bai Ning had dared to taunt him. He roared in fury, "How dare you!" Then, upon closer inspection, he realized Bai Ning wasn't 2nd tier at all, he was clearly at the lower tier of 3rd tier cultivation. Frowning, he demanded, "Are you certain Bai Ning was only a 2nd tier cultivator moments ago?" A man beside him stepped forward, bowing as he replied, "Absolutely correct. 10 minutes ago, he was still 2nd tier. The 6th tier expert froze, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. This was no longer a matter of exceptional talent, it was monstrous. The dozen or so psychics in the factory were all elite forces cultivated by Bai Tianyan over the years. Though they couldn't match the group trained by young Master Tian Lu, the strongest among them were still close to the 5th tier. Yet not only had Bai Ning slaughtered them all, he now stood there as if nothing had happened. This man must be eliminated, he will become a great threat. Today, he must die here. Bai Jian slowly raised his right hand, fingers pressed together as he swept them forward. Simultaneously, he warned in a deep voice. "Stay alert, everyone. Though he appears to be only at the 3rd tier, his actual combat strength likely rivals that of a 5th tier opponent." Nearly 10 psychic warriors behind him nodded in unison at his words. Each drew their weapons or activated their abilities, silently closing in on Bai Ning. Bai Jian struck first, slamming both palms downward with tremendous force. Bai Ning felt a colossal force of spatial energy crash down upon him. The air around him thickened, and gravity seemed to multiply tenfold. Even the circulation of energy within his body was severely suppressed. That 6th tier expert was actually a spatial type. At the same time, the other psychics roared in unison, "Kill!" Bai Ning's heart sank. True to his reputation as a 6th tier expert, he wasted no time in his attack. He intended to first suppress Bai Ning with his spatial abilities, then unleash his subordinates for a coordinated assault. A fierce battle intent flared in his eyes. Perfect timing. Let's see how your 6th tier spatial abilities stack up against my SSS-grade chronospace pupil. His golden pupils flared brightly as his cultivation technique surged to its peak. Open. Bai Ning thrust his spear fiercely into the ground, unleashing an even purer surge of spatial energy that erupted violently around him. Having ascended to the 3rd tier, Bai Ning now grasped this spatial cutting ability with even greater mastery. The spatial domain suppression Bai Jian had imposed upon him was forcibly torn open, revealing a minute fissure. He tore his hands apart to the sides. Instantly, dozens of intricate microspatial fissures materialized before him. Though small, each carried terrifying, devouring power. Damn it! My wind blade got swallowed whole. Mine too. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Jian's eyes. How could your grasp of space be more profound than mine? Bai Ning let out a hearty laugh, refusing to answer such a foolish question. Golden pupils flashed intensely as his figure vanished instantly. He materialized directly behind the crowd, right behind the support-type psionicist. The previous battle had taught Bai Ning a profound lesson. That lesson was clear: deal with these sneaky bastards lurking in the shadows first. Otherwise, one would never know just how disgusting these people's abilities could be. Watch out! Bai Jian shouted sharply. His reflexes were lightning fast as he snapped his hands together. A colossal surge of spatial energy violently seized at the spot where Bai Ning had teleported. Bai Ning sensed his intent, a smirk curling his lips as he teleported again. Bai Jian's determined grasp slammed into thin air. The raging spatial force, finding no outlet, crashed down with a thunderous roar. Thud! The support-type psionicist was instantly crushed beneath the force, crashing face first onto the ground. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth as he let out a piercing scream. Damn it! Bai Jian's face turned ashen. He'd been tricked. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Ning teleported behind the other man standing behind Bai Jian. Die! His right hand formed a claw, invisible force coiling around his fingers. It was the SSS-grade finger technique he had mastered earlier. In an instant, his 5 fingers pierced through the back of the psychic's chest, his fingertips pinching the still beating heart with pinpoint accuracy. Ugh! The man's body stiffened violently, his eyes filled with terror. Bai Ning's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fist with brutal force. The heart was crushed to a pulp. The man's body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Bai Ning withdrew his right hand, flicking away the blood. Before anyone could react, he teleported again. Just as Bai Jian's attention was drawn, he saw Bai Ning vanish once more. No! The support-type psionicist let out a desperate scream. He had barely scrambled to his feet when Bai Ning's figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. His right leg swung high, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as he kicked toward Bai Jian. SSS rank leg technique combat skill. Crash! The man's body was sent flying through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the wall over 10 meters away. Instantly dead. You asked for it. Bai Jian's chest heaved violently as he ground out the words through clenched teeth. The spatial energy around him surged violently. Since that's the case, I'll show you the true power of a 6th tier. Chapter 33, You dare waste my 500 billion. Bai Jian enveloped himself in spatial energy and lunged forward with a single step. Crack! The solid ground beneath his feet collapsed with a thunderous roar, forming a massive crater several meters in diameter. Like an arrow released from its string, he charged toward Bai Ning, carrying the momentum of tearing through space. Wherever he passed, the air screamed under the unbearable strain. Star-shattering palm. A colossal palm, 2 meters tall and formed entirely from spatial energy, materialized before Bai Jian. It rapidly closed in on Bai Ning and slammed down with brutal force. Simultaneously, Bai Jian unleashed his sealing power, trapping Bai Ning firmly in place. This was the true might of a 6th-tier spatial powerhouse. During their initial clash, he had only exerted 50% of his power. That Bai Ning had narrowly escaped death. Now, unleashing his full might, he was determined to strike Bai Ning down with a single blow. There was no escape. If this palm strike connects, it will pulverize Bai Ning into mincemeat. Bloodshot eyes blazed from Bai Jian's sockets as a maniacal grin spread across his face. This peerless genius, the likes of whom emerged only once in 1,000 years, would meet his end at his hands today. Not to mention Bai Ning was the illegitimate son of the Bai conglomerate. Killing such a figure with his own hands would be something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Bai Ning felt his body grow heavy, as if invisible shackles bound him tightly. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, making even breathing a struggle. Bai Ning attempted to activate his spacetime eye, but the energy within his body seemed to stall under this overwhelming pressure. Teleportation failed. The eye of spacetime had always been formidable. Throughout his journey, it was only when Bai Ning used spatial power to suppress others that he had ever felt its limitations. This was the first time he'd ever felt the terrifying power of spatial abilities emanating from another being. Damn it! That colossal palm rapidly expanded in Bai Ning's field of vision. If that palm connected, he'd surely die. Bai Jian's face contorted with twisted delight as he attacked. Die! Bai Ning, dying by my hand is your honor. Ha! A muffled groan erupted from Bai Ning's chest as his golden pupils burned with frenzied intensity. He summoned every ounce of strength, channeling his mental energy into the storage necklace. Within the storage space, a mountain of energy crystals was completely extracted. Crystals worth nearly 50 billion appeared before Bai Ning, each radiating dazzling light. Leveraging the immense spatial force brought by Bai Jian, a series of sharp, rapid cracking sounds echoed. Crack! Snap! With each shattering crystal, Bai Ning's heart ached a little more. In the blink of an eye, every single crystal was crushed into dust by the spatial force. Nearly 500 billion. Nearly 500 billion worth of energy crystals, purchased with that staggering sum, were utterly crushed to dust. The small text in his field of vision flickered instantly. Devours 72 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. A colossal energy, pure enough to send shivers down one's spine, ignored Bai Jian's spatial suppression and violently surged into every fiber of Bai Ning's being. The stagnant energy was forcibly set in motion once more, washing over his body on the brink of collapse. Gah! Bai Ning let out a roar, a mix of agony and exhilaration. His body convulsed violently under the immense force, veins bulging beneath his skin. The cultivation level he had only just reached a few minutes ago, the lower tier of the 3rd stage, rapidly surged upward once more. Almost instantly, it reached the peak of the lower tier of the 3rd stage. With a thunderous boom, he ascended once more to the mid-tier of the 3rd stage. His cultivation level shot upward like a rocket. 500 billion. 500 billion. Bai Ningxin felt his heart bleed. This colossal sum, enough to ensure a minor clan's prosperity for generations, was meant to be his foundation for cultivation resources. Now it was all wasted because of these idiots. All because of those damned Bai Tianyan and Bai Tianlu. And those damn 4 great financial groups. Bai Ning snapped his head up, glaring at Bai Jian in the sky. The golden light in his eyes surged, blazing like 2 rising suns. Get the hell out of my way! With that furious roar, the primordial chaos sutra within his body surged at an unprecedented speed. The newly awakened mid-tier 3rd stage energy surged like a flood breaking through a dam, violently crashing against the spatial shackles binding his body. Crack! Crack! The impenetrable barrier constructed by the 6th-tier powerhouse shattered under Bai Ning's assault, tearing open countless fissures. Bai Ning's body suddenly felt weightless. Just as the star-shattering palm, radiating an aura of destruction, was about to strike down, the palm wind already slammed into his face. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. What? The maniacal grin on Bai Jian's face froze rigid, his eyes widening in shock. His all-out strike had been dodged? The immense momentum of the strike made redirecting it impossible. It slammed into the ground, carving out a bottomless crater. Shards of rock flew everywhere. The shockwave from the strike rippled out, knocking several nearby psychics flat onto the ground. Impossible. How could you have broken through to mid-tier 3rd stage on the spot? Bai Jian's voice twisted and cracked as his psychic energy frantically swept the entire area. Don't you dare run! Get out here! He screamed Bai Ning's name in a frenzied rage. Inside the entire factory building, everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Where's Bai Ning? Did he escape? I heard he can teleport 300 meters at a time. Are you stupid? Brother Jian is a 6th-tier spatialist. His spatial domain is definitely bigger than Bai Ning's. Amidst the oppressive silence, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from above. Looking for your old man? Bai Jian's hair stood on end, a chill shooting straight to the crown of his head. He snapped his head up. There, suspended above his head, was Bai Ning. Those golden eyes, burning with golden flames, looked down on him from above. Next, Bai Ning's right leg shot upward, radiating a terrifying pressure capable of shattering mountains and rivers. SSS-grade leg technique combat skill, sky stomping step. Bai Ning's right foot, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun, slammed down hard on Bai Jian's head. Kneel before me. Ah! Bai Jian let out a short, muffled groan. His knees slammed hard against the concrete floor, followed by the heavy thud of his body hitting the ground. Bai Jian's upper body stiffened upright, yet his head remained pinned down, unable to lift. His face, contorted by excruciating pain and utter humiliation, instantly turned the color of liver. He managed to roar through gritted teeth. Bai Ning's gaze was as cold as ice. Deep within his golden pupils, the rarely used power of time activated instantly. An invisible ripple of time instantly enveloped Bai Jian's entire body. Bai Jian's attempt to raise his hand in resistance immediately slowed to a crawl. As if someone had pressed the slow motion button, every simple movement became absurdly exaggerated in the drawn-out sequence. At the same moment, Bai Ning's right hand slashed viciously across Bai Jian's chest. Spatial slash. A faint hiss echoed as another pitch-black spatial fissure appeared silently. This time, Bai Ning unleashed his full power, simultaneously wielding his control over both time and space. The 10-meter-long spatial fissure radiated a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything in its path. Under the effects of time slowing, Bai Jian watched helplessly as the fissure slowly yet inexorably sliced toward his chest. Chapter 34, Another Wave of Money for Bai Ning? Bai Jian's head remained pinned under Bai Ning's foot as he knelt on the ground, a spatial fissure rapidly spreading toward him. No! He let out a hoarse scream, his eyes filled with terror. Wherever the fissure passed, light was completely swallowed up. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! He watched helplessly as the darkness closed in on his chest, struggling with all his might. He thrust his arms forward, instantly sealing off everything ahead with spatial energy. Yet to the others, his movements appeared utterly bizarre. Bai Jian's roar stretched out, becoming low and distorted, its long, drawn-out echo reverberating through the factory floor with an unnerving sharpness. His struggle was agonizingly slow. His head could only sway at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, while the trembling of his arms was clearly visible. Every muscle in his body strained, yet all this effort seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of time stretched infinitely thin. Bai Jian's struggle resembled a stuttering video frame, yet the terrifying spatial fissure approached with relentless, constant speed. This fractured sense of time made everyone's scalp crawl. Brother Jian, what's wrong with him? Time. The time around him is slowing down. It's Bai Ning's doing. He can actually manipulate time? No. Bai Ning just broke through to Tier 3, right? How can he already take down a Tier 6 powerhouse? Is that even possible? Someone screamed in terror. The 6th-tier powerhouse, usually so high and mighty, now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. In slow motion, he waited in despair for the death sentence to be pronounced. This spectacle was 100 times more terrifying than being killed outright. Finally, the guillotine blade descended. Under everyone's gaze, it sliced through Bai Jian's body without a sound. A mad gleam flared in Bai Jian's eyes. He was a 6th-tier spatial powerhouse. At the brink of life and death, the spatial power suppressed by the time-slowing current erupted violently. Stop! Stop! The space power, condensed to its absolute limit, erupted from his chest. A piercing crack echoed. The indestructible spatial fissure, having sliced through 1/3 of Bai Jian's chest, was finally halted by the 6th-tier powerhouse's primal instinct for survival. Countless shards of space and blinding sparks of energy erupted. The cutting momentum was forcibly halted, unable to advance another inch. Put! Bai Jian violently coughed up a large mouthful of blood, a gaping wound exposing bone gouged into his chest. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain made his vision darken, nearly causing him to faint. But he ultimately blocked that fatal blow and wasn't torn apart on the spot. Bai Jian raised his head with great effort, his eyes filled with overwhelming venom. You dare wound me! Each word was accompanied by spatters of blood. Strike! Kill him! Yes! Understood! The remaining men snapped out of their daze. Though still shaken, Bai Tianlu's death sentence had been issued. In an instant, a dozen razor-sharp wind blades tore through the air, slicing toward Bai Ning from every angle. A mental assault pierced straight into Bai Ning's mind. Bai Ning's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, meeting the barrage of attacks head-on. His footwork instantly became profound and unfathomable. As he pushed his footwork to its absolute limit, his SSS-tier technique, the Soaring Dragon, Swift Swan Step, rapidly advanced to the minor mastery realm. The moment of breakthrough, Bai Ning's evasive movements became even more composed. The air currents swirling around him deftly deflected the incoming ice spikes. He darted and shifted within the confined space, effortlessly evading every strike. The silver spear had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment. As he sidestepped a slashing wind blade, his wrist flickered. A sliver of cold steel sank silently into an opponent's throat. Guh! The man's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Next, Bai Ning twisted to dodge a fireball, sweeping the spear shaft backward in one fluid motion. The spear's tail pierced the heart of an enhanced-type psychic attempting a sneak attack from behind with pinpoint accuracy. The man's face froze in a grimace of triumph, his final expression frozen in the instant of death. To Bai Ning, the remaining enemies were no different from dishes served on a platter. With a few quick dodges, he cut down a large group. The pressure vanished instantly. Bai Ning turned to deliver the finishing blow to the gravely wounded Bai Jian, intending to end this bastard who had wasted 500 billion of his resources. But then he witnessed a scene that nearly made him spit blood. In Bai Jian's hand was a vial of green glowing potion. With the struggle of someone who had narrowly escaped death and a hint of obvious physical pain, he downed the entire vial. The potion slid down his throat. In the next instant, potent life energy erupted from Bai Jian's body like spring rain nourishing the earth. The massive, mangled wound on his chest began to twitch and heal at a visible pace. Not only that, but his flagging vitality was rapidly surging. His pallid complexion instantly flushed with color. In the blink of an eye, the gravely wounded, dying Bai Jian vanished, replaced by a 6th-tier powerhouse restored to peak condition. Bai Ning? He was utterly stunned. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. What the hell kind of magical potion is this? Full health revival on the spot? He just gambled nearly 50 billion credits to cripple Bai Jian, only for the guy to down a potion and instantly teleport back to the fountain for a bath? How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Seeing Bai Jian's eyes reignite with murderous intent, Bai Ning snapped back to reality. With his guard up now, continuing the fight would be a death wish. More importantly, after stalling for so long, Meng Tianchi must have already fled far away. No hesitation, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ning swept his gun horizontally, forcing several psychic users back. Simultaneously, golden light flared in his eyes. This isn't over. We'll settle this when we meet again. He fixed Bai Jian with a deathly stare before vanishing from the spot in an instant. Bastard! Don't think you can escape. Bai Jian's face turned ashen. He had just recovered and was about to unleash his full power to kill Bai Ning, but never expected the other to be so decisive, just up and gone. He immediately activated his spatial perception, attempting to pinpoint Bai Ning's location. A flicker of confusion crossed Bai Jian's face. Why couldn't he sense it? Logically, as fellow spatial type users, and with Bai Jian being a 6th-tier practitioner, Bai Ning's teleportation location should not have escaped his tracking. Yet there was not a trace of spatial disturbance, utterly imperceptible. Pursue him! Pursue him! He can't have gone far! Bai Jian roared in impotent rage. Surveying the factory floor littered with corpses, he was filled with shock and rage. Had this meticulously planned operation truly failed? Those useless men dying was one thing, but his treasured SSS-grade recovery potion had been wasted. A flash of pain crossed Bai Jian's eyes as he spat venomously. Bai Ning, next time I'll make sure you wish you were dead. He took a deep breath to suppress his rage, knowing he couldn't catch Bai Ning today. Waving his hand, he ordered. Clean up the bodies on the floor. Retrieve all the storage equipment, not a single piece left behind. Yes, sir. But soon, a puzzled voice rang out. How come we didn't see a single storage item? Holy, did Bai Ning take them all? You mean, not only did we fail to kill him, but we just handed him another pile of cash? Chapter 35, Bai Ning's back at school. Mom, save me. Bai Ning hailed a hover taxi on a whim. The repeated teleports had his temples throbbing again. First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. The driver caught a glimpse of his blood-soaked clothes in the rearview mirror, his eyes narrowing. He dared not ask any questions. The vehicle shot forward with a whoosh. Only then did Bai Ning pull out his phone and send a message to Meng Tianchi. Are you safe? The reply came almost instantly. Brother Bai, I just made it to the safe house at home. How are you? Don't do anything rash. Relieved to know he was safe, Bai Ning's tense nerves eased slightly. Don't worry, I've got this. Meng Tianchi replied, that's good. I overheard them talking earlier. It's not just the Bai family involved in this mess, but even the Yu and Lin families are connected. Brother Bai, I know you're being targeted by Lady Yuli in the third branch too. Bear with it if you can. I plan to take a leave of absence from school for a while to lie low. You should stay away from the academy too. Bai Ning's fingers tightened, making the phone screen crackle. It was clear that OU had been dragged into this mess because of him, nearly beaten half to death, yet afterward, he showed no sign of blaming Bai Ning. Not only that, but now he couldn't even bring himself to attend classes. He replied immediately, wait for my word. The temperature inside the car dropped several degrees. The driver shivered and silently pushed the speed to its limit. Main gate of the academy. Bai Ning pushed open the door and stepped out. The hovercar behind him didn't hesitate for a second, darting 10 meters away in a flash. The next instant, the silver spear reappeared. Bai Ning gripped the spear, its tip dragging along the ground, scraping out a shrill, grating sound. Each step carried a palpable, heavy intent to kill. The oppressive aura radiating from him caused passing students to turn pale and scatter quickly. No one dared to stop him. No sooner had he stepped through the school gates than the news spread like wildfire to the student council. Inside the building, the atmosphere had already plummeted to freezing point. Jai Tianluo sat at the head of the table, his face ashen, flanked by 2 bodyguards whose presence was as heavy as lead. Before him, a screen looped the final footage from the factory floor. It showed Bai Ning stomping on Bai Jian's head, forcing him to his knees. He's back. He's heading this way with a gun. A student council member scrambled in, voice trembling so badly it was barely coherent. The air pressure inside the building dropped steadily. The consortium's young heirs, who had been strutting about with such arrogance just moments ago, now looked utterly drained of color. Some frantically sent distress messages to their families, pleading for reinforcements. "Mom, save me." Others slumped in their chairs, legs trembling, eyes vacant. "What's the panic about?" Bai Tianlu forced himself to sound calm, though his voice carried a barely perceptible edge of fear. "My secret guards are here. If he dares come, he's asking for death. Pull yourselves together." Despite his words, his hands beneath the table clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Bai Ning had severely wounded Bai Jian, a 6th-tier cultivator. That level of power alone far exceeded Bai Tianli's initial estimates. The sheer eeriness and terror of that spacetime eye technique were utterly terrifying. At this point, his only hope lay in the protection of these 2 shadow guards. Time ticked by, each second feeling like an eternity. Why aren't they here yet? Someone couldn't help but whisper, their voice trembling with emotion. The agony of waiting was pushing him to the brink of collapse. Is he scared? Afraid to show up, someone asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Bai Tianluo remained silent. On the screen before him, surveillance footage showed Bai Ning steadily approaching the main student union building. Less than 100 meters away. The next moment, the golden pupils in Bai Ning's eyes suddenly flared. Bai Tianlu shot up from his chair. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. After a long while, seeing Bai Ning still hadn't appeared, Bai Tianlu finally collapsed back into his chair, utterly drained. Meanwhile, Bai Ning had just reached the student union building, preparing to teleport inside to cause trouble. A voice suddenly exploded deep within his mind. "My dear disciple, hold your hand for now. Come to the training grounds. Your master awaits you." Bai Ning's body froze abruptly, and the spear he'd raised halfway slowly lowered. That voice, was it actually telepathic transmission, as often described in novels from his previous life? It seemed his master had also heard about this matter and was now intervening to stop him. Did he not want those corporate scions to die? After a few seconds of hesitation between killing them now or later, Bai Ning shifted his teleportation destination to the training ground. Following his master's guidance, he made his way to the deepest chamber. Pushing open the door, a surge of pure energy washed over him. The interior was lavishly decorated, filled with top-tier training equipment he'd only ever seen in textbooks. Compared to the training grounds used for combat skills classes outside, it was like heaven and earth. In the center of the space, Li Yenzong looked over with a warm smile. "You're here?" Bai Ning bowed slightly, his voice still tinged with lingering hostility. "Master." Li Yenzong paced closer, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Well done. I thought you might struggle this time. I even had a few people secretly ready to bail you out. But who would have guessed? Master, you knew all along?" Li Yenzong chuckled smugly. "I am, after all, the foremost 9th rank expert. What stirrings within the academy could possibly escape my notice?" Bai Ning was stunned. He hadn't realized the perception of a 9th rank powerhouse could be so terrifying. He took a deep breath and asked the most crucial question, "Then why did you stop me just now?" Li Yenzong patted Bai Ning on the head, his voice calm. "I wasn't stopping you. These people were going to die sooner or later. The only difference is when. If you kill them now, your master will cover for you. Even if the old fools from those 3 families come personally, they won't be able to touch you." Bai Ning's breath caught, sensing the confidence that came from a 9th rank powerhouse. "However, I advise you to spare their lives for now. Killing them now might feel satisfying, but it would draw the relentless pursuit of the 3 major conglomerates at any cost. With your current strength, unless you stay by my side forever, you'll be watched even when you go out to buy groceries." Li Yenzong paused, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes like an old fox. "But by sparing their lives, with me by your side, you can demand exorbitant prices and fleece them thoroughly." Bai Ning took a deep breath and nodded. Truthfully, he'd realized it on the way here. Killing those men would only invite more trouble. Earlier, he'd been caught up in the heat of the moment, consumed by the desire to avenge Oyu without much thought. His master had a point. Better to secure the benefits first. Once he was strong enough, he could eliminate them one by one. Oh, and of course, while the death penalty might be spared, punishment for their crimes was inevitable. Seeing Bai Ning's anger subside, Li Yenzong smiled warmly and patted his head again. "This place will be your exclusive training ground from now on. I'll give you private lessons. Remember to come every night. Also, make a list of anything you want and send it to me. I'll go squeeze some money out of them for you. As for your friend's matter, I'll handle it for you." Suppressing his churning thoughts, Bai Ning bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Bai Ning pulled a storage device from his pocket. Scattered rings and necklaces jostled together, clinking and clanking against each other. Each bore fresh traces of blood. He gave a shy smile, his eyes sparkling brightly. Master, could I trade these for some more spending money? Since the god of wealth had reappeared, he had to seize the opportunity. Li Yensong's lips twitched involuntarily before he burst into laughter. You little rascal, keep this junk for yourself. Their compensation will be deposited into your account shortly, you won't be disappointed. Chapter 36, How much did Bai Ning ask for? The young master? Bai Tianyan and the other two sat around the table, each looking more grim than the last. Useless. Idiot. How could I have raised such a worthless piece of trash? Bai Zhongyue's roar blared through the phone receiver. Bai Tianyan stiffened his neck, daring not to breathe. Only after the call abruptly cut off did he exhale in relief, as if granted a reprieve. Yu Qingshuai's fingernails dug into the tabletop. Bai Ning, how much did he demand? Bai Tianyan's eyes were vacant as he repeated blankly, 200 billion worth of SSS-grade energy crystals. 200 billion? And SSS-grade crystals? Annual production is already scarce. Yu Qingshu slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? He even specifically requested my family to craft him a custom SSS-grade artifact using void gold, one that can be used up to the 9th tier. Do you have any idea what a 9th tier artifact means? Her voice grew sharper and sharper, nearly breaking as her anger mounted. Lin Zhuyu's face drained of color, and it took him a long moment to regain his voice. He also demanded 10 vials of life sprays from my family. What? Bai Tianyan and Yu Qingshui both whipped their heads around. That SSS-grade serum reputed to revive anyone with even a breath left? The one with an annual production capped at 50 vials, the one even our consortium can't get enough of? Lin Zhuyu nodded blankly, as if already seeing his bleak future. For a moment, the three fell into a deathly silence. Just minutes ago, they'd been trembling with fear over Bai Ning's severe injuries from battling a 6th-tier powerhouse and the fact he'd even survived to return. They'd feared the demon would come gun in hand to settle old scores. Bai Tianyan squirmed like a fish out of water, terrified his fake young master identity would be exposed. Then came the torrent of scathing criticism from their respective parents. But it didn't end there. Bai Ning's astronomical compensation bill would be deducted from their future cultivation quotas. Until it was paid off in full. It felt like having a knife carved into their flesh. Bai Ning. Bai Tianyan slumped in his chair. His situation was even more dire than the other two. He'd finally persuaded Bai Tianlu to help him, only to face Bai Tianyan's extreme dissatisfaction just now. Not only that, but father also said he was disappointed in himself. What if he planned to groom Bai Ning as the true heir from now on? His eyes burned with resentment and venom. To him, Bai Ning must die. How the hell could Bai Ning die? Bai Ning lounged comfortably in his chair, legs crossed, as he messaged Meng Tianshi. Stone, I'll send you 2 life potions shortly. You'll need them for your injuries. Meng Tianshi replied instantly, thanks a million. Life potions on the market go for over 1 million credits. Oh. I got them from the Lin family. They're SSS grade anyway, so you're definitely not losing out. What? SSS grade? Brother Bai, I'm not dead yet. I don't need something this good. Meng Tianshi sent a string of exclamation marks. Take it for now. I'm sure you'll find a use for it later. Meng Tianshi, thanks for the good luck wish. Bai Ning then sent 3 more life blessings to his friends in Sector 78, just in case. Only after everything was settled did he close his eyes to rest. Soon, a booming voice jolted him awake. Kid, class is in session. Bai Ning jolted awake, springing to his feet as his spear materialized in his hands. Only then did he realize he was in the training ground his master had prepared for him. At the entrance stood a frail, wizened old man, slung over his back a rustic longbow taller than himself. His aura was deep and enigmatic, clearly that of a master. Most striking were his eyes sparkling with sharpness, piercing like a hawk's. Nice reflexes, the old man grinned. My name is Cloud Piercer. Your master invited me to teach you archery. Kid, ever handled a bow before? Bai Ning froze. It was him. The name Cloud Piercer was legendary throughout the entire Federation. At the 8th tier, he had once slain 3 9th tier beasts with his archery alone. Could his master really have invited such a master to give him private lessons? He answered honestly, I've only seen one SSS-grade archery combat technique. I haven't practiced it yet. Oh? Aiming high but falling short won't do. Xuan Yun unstrapped his longbow and casually tossed another wooden bow to Bai Ning. The way of archery is like water wearing away stone. Without 10 or 8 years of grueling practice, you won't even grasp the basics. I have no idea what your master was thinking, sending me to teach a greenhorn like you. Absurd. Today, we'll start with the most basic stationary targets. That should keep you busy for 2 weeks. Remember, mind still, eyes steady, hands firm. As he spoke, he slowly demonstrated the bow drawing posture. Bai Ning recalled the SSS tier archery technique in his mind, the foundational principles of Starfall. Matching Cloud Piercer's posture, his golden pupils flashed imperceptibly, instantly locking onto the bullseye of a stationary target 100 meters away. Knock the arrow. Draw the bow. The motion wasn't exactly standard, it was even a bit clumsy. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, followed by a soft thud. The arrow had driven itself firmly into the very center of the bullseye. Chuan Yun was still droning on, "Keep your hand steady." His voice cut off abruptly as his eyes widened in shock. Is this a beginner's aura? Kid, try another shot. Bai Ning obediently drew his bow once more, sending another arrow flying with steady precision. This time, faint starlight flickered at the arrow's tail as it once again struck the bullseye. Chuan Yun. He shook his head violently, rushed to the target in a few strides, examined it closely, then turned back to Bai Ning, his eyes blazing with excitement. The old man pointed excitedly at a rapidly moving target farther away. Try that one. Remember, with moving targets, you must learn to anticipate eyes, hands, and mind must be in perfect sync. It took me a full year of practice just to get the basics down. You. Whoosh. Before he could finish, Bai Ning had already drawn his bow again. This time, the arrow flew faster, piercing the moving target's bullseye with lightning-like precision. The sheer force of the impact even sent the target flying backward a considerable distance, piercing the clouds. His face displayed a kaleidoscope of emotions: shock, bewilderment, and excitement. Master? Bai Ning lowered his bow and chuckled softly. Seems it wasn't that hard after all. Chuan Yun's mouth twitched violently several times before he slapped his thigh hard. You little rascal. His eyes blazed with astonishing intensity, gazing at Bai Ning as if he were some rare treasure. Damn it all, I'll teach you some real skills. He personally drew his bow and aimed at a tiny, irregularly spinning target at the far end of the training ground. See that? Irregular motion, tiny and fast. In moments like this, you must sense its momentum and proactively seize its opening. Back in my day. He drew a deep breath, ready to show Bai Ning his true skill. Whoosh! Bai Ning didn't even wait for him to finish. Upon hearing about sensing momentum, his golden pupil activated once more. His bow drew taut like a full moon, merging spatial and temporal perception. The arrow shot forth, trailing a silver streak that tore through the air. Snap! A crisp snap. The arrowhead pierced straight through the target, embedding itself into the alloy wall behind it with a resonant hum. Chapter 37, could this be a demigod-level combat technique? Piercing Cloud froze in place, mouth agape. The words he'd been about to say, "It took me 3 years of training back in my day just to hit the target 30% of the time," stuck in his throat. All his emotions coalesced into a long, drawn-out sigh. A prodigy. What kind of little monster has the headmaster found? 4 arrows. Just 4 arrows, and he's mastered the SSS tier meteorite technique? He stared at Bai Ning, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Good. 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 Chuan Yun repeated the word 3 times. Damn it, meeting a little monster like you makes this old man's life worthwhile. Stop wasting your time on trash combat techniques like Starfall. That crap doesn't deserve you, it's a waste of your natural talent. Bai Ning gasped. Starfall was an SSS tier combat technique and this man called it trash? If not SSS-grade combat techniques, then what should I learn? Learn mine. Chuan Yun thrust out his chest, enunciating each word deliberately. Your master has indeed planned well for you. By learning this unique archery technique of mine, you'll have no weaknesses in either close or long-range combat. The Academy's underground combat training is coming up soon. He's worried you'll be at a disadvantage. Not only that, he's even reserved a spot for you in the secret realm. Now I understand why. Bai Ning snapped his head up. Learning his master had secretly secured him a spot in the secret realm only deepened his confusion. Yesterday at the academy, he'd overheard classmates discussing the upcoming cave combat training and the secret realm. Rumor had it that the secret realm within an SSS-grade underground cave guarded by the Li clan offered the chance for a second awakening. Thus, nearly all Li clan disciples were being bundled off to that cavern for cultivation. This was also why the other 3 families were frantically flooding the academy with recruits. Securing a spot in this secret realm was extremely difficult. One must either possess S-rank battle merits, secure a joint recommendation from the council, or become the student council president. The simplest way, ironically, was to become the student council president. That's why Yuli insisted I help Tianyan join the student council and propel him into the president's seat. The 4 major conglomerates were, by all accounts, birds of a feather. Yet, as the patriarch of the Li clan, the master had focused his attention on her, a discarded child of the Bai family, from the very beginning. Despite his blatant loathing for the conglomerates, his master not only refrained from stopping him but actively provided resources. He even stepped in to severely fleece the other 3 families. And now he's granting a secret realm slot? This defies all logic. Bai Ning took a deep breath and tentatively asked. Master, weren't these secret realm spots supposed to be incredibly precious? Even the younger generation of the Li clan fought tooth and nail for them. Master, you. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Chuan Yun gave Bai Ning a deep look and smiled meaningfully. The world isn't as simple as you imagine. The Li clan is different from the other three families. They genuinely work for humanity's sake. You'll understand once you reach the underground caverns. Chuan Yun quickly shifted gears, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor with a chuckle. Why overthink it? First master the basics of this old man's shattering void arrow technique. Your master said you wouldn't just let those student council guys off the hook. He ordered you to master this technique before you're allowed to leave. Alright. Bai Ning hesitated no longer. Though old man Chuan Yun hadn't directly answered his question, his words had sparked new thoughts. At least he could focus on cultivation for now. As for the secret realm, he had an internal spot reserved for him. But that didn't mean he wanted Bai Tianlu or Bai Tianyan to have this chance at a second awakening too. After class, he'd inevitably have to swing by the student council office. Old man Cloudpiercer wasted no words, immediately beginning to impart the methods and mantras for channeling power. He explained with meticulous detail, breaking down every nuance and critical point into the smallest fragments, fearing Bai Ning might misunderstand. Bai Ning listened intently. Soon, he discovered what set this piercing void arrow technique apart. Previously, learning any SSS-grade combat technique had been as easy as drinking water or eating for him. A few practice runs of the movements, a few cycles of the mental techniques, and he'd grasp the basics effortlessly. But this piercing void presented him with a fresh challenge. Not only was the cultivation technique's circulation exceptionally intricate and bizarre, but the precision required for energy control bordered on the absurd. The method of exerting force defied conventional logic. As Bai Ning attempted to channel the breach void technique, the energy within him, which had always been utterly obedient, nearly backfired on him several times. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his brows furrowed deeply. Chuan Yun watched from the side, his eyes showing no trace of surprise, but rather a hint of satisfaction. This is how it should be. Breaking the void was the culmination of his lifetime of experience. If he could master it instantly, that would be truly unnatural. Time ticked by, second by second. Bai Ning was completely immersed. His golden pupil operated at full capacity as he repeatedly drew and released the bow, failing, adjusting, and trying again. Sweat soaked his back, and his arms ached and tingled from repeatedly attempting that strange technique. An hour passed. Chuan Yun noticed Bai Ning's face had grown pale. Patting his arm, he called out, "Alright, take a break. This archery technique of mine isn't easy to learn. Even you won't master it quickly. At the very least, it'll take a week. No, a month." Bai Ning paid no heed, still immersed in his own calculations. Finally, as he drew the longbow once more, a flash of understanding struck him. He understood. Bai Ning's eyes sharpened. In the next instant, energy surged through his body along a brand new pathway, space and mental power blending seamlessly. Chuan Yun's eyes widened in realization as well. Wait a minute. No way. Impossible. Before his disbelieving eyes, the arrowhead on Bai Ning's longbow emitted a golden glow, extremely restrained yet radiating terrifying fluctuations. The bowstring quivered lightly. An arrow, nearly transparent, seemed to merge with the void, shooting forth silently yet at a terrifying speed. In an instant, a finger-thick hole with edges smooth as a mirror appeared at the center of the farthest target. The arrow itself had vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there at all. Piercing void arrow technique, mastered. Bai Ning slowly lowered his longbow, exhaling a breath of stale air, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This hour of arduous exploration had been more exhausting than learning 10 SSS-tier combat techniques combined. But the reward was immense. This arrow technique's stealth and lethality far surpassed Starfall, greatly compensating for his lack of long-range attack capabilities. Even at this rudimentary stage, its power was already sufficient to effortlessly take down 4th or 5th tier psychics. Once he refined it further, he'd give that Bai Jian quite the surprise. Lost in thought, Bai Ning suddenly felt a heavy thump on his shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Ha 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 ha. Just 1 hour. I've got a worthy successor. Chuan Yun laughed heartily. Seeing the old man's face flushed with excitement, Bai Ning couldn't help but smile. Alright, that's enough practice for today. Your master has arranged another teacher for you tomorrow. We'll meet again in a week. Chuan Yun casually slung his longbow back over his shoulder, flashing Bai Ning a parting smile. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just mention my name. Bai Ning gave a shy smile. The next day, he arrived at the student union entrance with his hands in his pockets. He kicked open the alloy doors of the main building, sending them flying and injuring 2 passing conglomerate scions in the process. Chapter 38, I want to play at being student council president. Inside the main student council building, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Everyone looked as if facing a formidable enemy. Bai Ning, you dare show your face here? Bai Tianlu stood behind 2 shadow guards, his body instinctively retreating backward. The 2 shadow guards before him, their auras deep as the ocean, instantly stepped forward, radiating the heart-stopping pressure of 7th-tier powerhouses. Don't be nervous. Bai Ning shrugged casually, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as a playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth. I'm not here to kill you. Bai Tianlu felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his eyes widening in shock. Arrogant. Do you even know who stands before you? Is that something you should be saying? And don't forget we've already made an agreement with the principal. Don't be so ungrateful. Don't be so greedy. Bai Ning seemed oblivious to his words, tapping his fingers lightly on the smooth conference table, producing a crisp, rhythmic tapping sound. That agreement was made by you. What does it have to do with me, Bai Ning? If kidnapping someone could be resolved with just an apology and compensation, what would be the point of having the police? Amidst the stunned stares of everyone present, Bai Ning pulled a handful of objects from his pocket. A clinking sound echoed through the room. A pile of storage gear stained with blood was dumped onto the conference table like trash. These were the spoils he had stripped from the people sent by Bai Tianyan and Bai Tianluo in the abandoned factory yesterday. Well. Bai Ning leaned back nonchalantly, crossed his legs, and adopted a relaxed posture. I got pretty lucky yesterday and picked up a bunch of goodies. But I'm a straightforward guy, I don't like taking advantage of others. So I came specifically to trade them for some cash. Money? Bai Tianlu's face twisted with rage. His gaze fixed on the dried bloodstains, rage surged to his temples. You killed them, stole their belongings, and now you dare bring them to me to extort money? He pointed at Bai Ning, his finger trembling violently. Extortion? Bai Ning frowned, shaking his head innocently. How can you be so thick-skinned? I'm just returning your property and charging a small storage fee. Is that too much? Or are you saying you don't even care about your men's lost belongings? You! Bai Tianlu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He'd never seen such brazen audacity. But seeing the probing glances from the others, Bai Tianlu couldn't bring himself to say he'd rather die. Everyone present was crucial to his future ambitions. How much do you want? Bai Tianlu took a deep breath. Not much. Bai Ning smiled faintly, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. 100 billion. What? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Bai Ning narrowed his eyes in a sly grin, as if to say, isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Bai Tianlu closed his eyes for a moment before clenching his teeth and snarling, fine. But after this, we're even. Agreed. Bai Ning didn't hesitate at all. Fine? Fine my ass. After seeing the transaction confirmation on his phone, he smiled with satisfaction. He'd already inspected the contents of this pile of storage gear, utterly worthless. All told, they were probably worth a few hundred million at most. Now he was extorting, no collecting 100 billion yuan in storage fees. What a steal. Oh, right. This place looks decent. I came here this time. Bai Ning seemed to suddenly remember something, smiling as he looked at Bai Tianlu. I came here to play around as student council president. Bai Tianlu was furious, his vision going dark again and again. Yet after a brief, deathly silence, the hall erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu clutched his stomach, laughing exaggeratedly. Bai Ning, have you lost your mind? Do you think this is a vegetable market? He pointed a finger at Bai Ning's nose. You think being a bit stronger and more talented gives you free rein? This is the student council. Do you even know what? Before he could finish. Smack! Bai Ning lunged forward and slapped him hard across the face. Lin Yu spun 360 degrees on the spot, spitting out several bloody teeth. Ha! Lin Yu staggered, on the verge of falling. Bai Ning delivered another, even more vicious backhand slap to his other cheek, sending him crashing backward into the wall. Bai Ning stepped forward, planted his foot on Lin Yu's face, and chuckled softly. Now tell me, can I be president? Everyone was stunned by the 2 blows. This was too fast. So fast that even the 2 7th-tier shadow guards narrowed their eyes. Bai Tianlu trembled with rage. First, he'd extorted 1 trillion from him. Then, right in front of him, the chairman, they struck his subordinate. Those slaps felt like they'd been aimed right at his own face. You. No matter how skilled Bai Tianlu was at putting on a front, he was too furious to speak at that moment. Bai Ning shook his hand and shot him a glare over his shoulder. Shoo, you'll get yours later. That single glance sent Bai Tianlu reeling back 2 steps in fright. Only then did Bai Ning turn back to Lin Yu with a light chuckle, grinding her foot into the ground. I'm asking you a question. Don't make me repeat myself. Lin Yu's cheeks were swollen on both sides as he looked at Bai Ning fearfully. He'd assumed that with the president and 2 7th-tier shadow guards present, Bai Ning wouldn't dare lay a finger on him, hence his attempt to curry favor. But seeing Bai Ning's calm and composed expression now, he suddenly recalled yesterday when Bai Ning had stood on Bai Jian's head and forced him to kneel, she had worn this very same expression. He could beat up a 6th-rank powerhouse, how had he dared mock him just now? His expression instantly shifted, forcing a fawning smile from his contorted face. You absolutely can. You're definitely qualified. Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction, then continued his questioning in a measured tone. Very well. Then tell me, how does one become the skilled leader? Lin Yu raced through his words, terrified that any delay might earn him another kick. Voting. Every president is chosen by the people, elected 1 vote at a time by the students. So you need to earn everyone's trust and support. Oh? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. But I heard his voice turn icy that if you successfully challenge the current president, you can take their place directly. You dare lie to me? Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opening to protest. But Bai Ning didn't give him a chance. He swung his leg up, delivering a vicious kick to the solar plexus. Lin Yu instantly flew through the air, crashing from one wall to the other before slamming hard against the opposite side, knocking him completely unconscious. Someone watched Lin Yu's pitiful state and murmured. But, since the school's founding, no one has ever succeeded in this rule. Challengers either got easily defeated by the president at the time, or died before the challenge even began. Oh? Bai Ning repeated the words, his tone flat. No one has ever succeeded? Bai Tianlu, what do you say? Bai Tianlu felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. Fight Bai Ning? That would be suicide. Absolutely impossible. He gritted his teeth and protested. I'm telling you, those barbaric rules were abolished long ago. Now it's all democratic elections. The student council members below exchanged puzzled glances. Abolished? When? How? We know nothing about it. Bai Ning snorted derisively. I looked up the student council regulations before coming here, and this rule was clearly stated. How could it be abolished in just a few minutes? Bai Tianluo forced himself to maintain his composure and nodded solemnly. At the same time, he shot a meaningful glance to his confidant standing nearby. What are you waiting for? Go through the back channels and get this rule repealed immediately. Chapter 39, Uncle, save me. Bai Ning shoved his phone screen right up in Bai Tianlu's face. See that? Appendix 3, Clause 7, it's right there in black and white. I'm a stickler for the rules. Come on, let's head to the ring. With that, he slung his spear over his shoulder and grabbed Bai Tianlu by the collar with his free hand. What are you doing? Let go. Bai Tianlu's face drained of color as he struggled desperately. Bai Ning's grip didn't budge an inch. Stop dawdling. Let's get this over with. I've got class to make. How dare you? The two 7th-tier shadow guards before Bai Tian could endure no longer. Their aura surged instantly. One shielded Bai Tianlu behind him. The other immediately unleashed his combat technique, his hand darting toward Bai Ning's chest like an eagle's talon. 7th-tier powerhouses strike with devastating force when they act, their momentum far surpassing that of 6th-tier fighters like Bai Jian. What appeared to be a light grab carried the force of thunder. Had this happened outside the academy, Bai Ning would have teleported away instantly. But now, he knew his master had sensed the stone's abduction yesterday using only mental power. He must have sensed what was happening long ago. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. As the strike closed in on Bai Ning, a vast surge of psychic energy arrived in an instant, smashing into the two 7th-tier dark guards with overwhelming force. Both men were knocked backward, not even managing a groan. Their eyes rolled back, and they instantly passed out. This display stunned everyone into silence. The hall fell silent for a full dozen seconds. Two 7th-tier powerhouses, unable to even utter a sound, had been knocked unconscious? What the hell kind of godly technique was this? Without even appearing in person, one could instantly kill 7th-tier powerhouses with mental energy alone. Only the headmaster of the academy could achieve such feats with psychic power alone. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, whistling in admiration at the sheer coolness of the move. Master truly is formidable. His hands never stopped moving. While everyone stood dumbfounded, he dragged Bai Tianluo toward the stage. Hey! Wait! Let go of me! Principal, help me! Bai Tianlu, abandoning all decorum, bellowed like a slaughtered pig. All he knew was that if he was dragged onto that stage, he'd be crippled if not killed. Bai Ning paid no heed. What's all the fuss? It's not like I'm sending you to the slaughterhouse. Relax, I know my limits. At most, you'll be bedridden for a month or so. Amidst the horrified stares of the student council members, their ever-so-cool president was dragged along the ground, clothes in hand. His two formidable 7th-tier shadow guards were knocked unconscious in a single exchange. Even now, the president was still shouting for help at the principal. Wait a minute, President, the person you're calling for help is Bai Ning's own master. You've got the wrong person. Halt! At that moment, a deep, authoritative shout rang out. A man appeared at the doorway, around 50 years old, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his expression stern. His entire being radiated the aura of someone long accustomed to positions of power. Among the well-traveled young heirs present, whispers of astonishment immediately rippled through the crowd. It's Bai Jinfeng, one of the Bai conglomerate's board members stationed at the academy. He actually came to rescue the president. Bai Jinfeng's brows furrowed into a deep V shape. Bai Ning, what are you doing? How dare you openly attack the student council president? He's your clan elder. Cousin? Bai Ning finally halted his steps, raising an eyebrow as he appraised the newcomer. Seeing that this man's aura was identical to that scumbag Yu Li, he knew immediately that this guy was no good either. His plan to beat Bai Tianluo while the other wasn't looking was now in jeopardy. Without hesitation, he tossed Bai Tianlu to the ground. Bai Tianlu landed flat on his butt, scrambling to hide behind Bai Jinfeng. Uncle, save me! Bai Ning's gone mad. He's trying to kill me. Bai Ning looked disgusted. Shut up. I told you, we're doing this by the rules, a simple sparring match. Bai Jinfeng shot Bai Tianlu a disapproving glance, irritated by the commotion. You're a legitimate direct descendant, yet you're screaming like a pig being slaughtered in front of everyone. You're bringing shame upon the Bai family. But no matter how shameful he was still family. It wasn't Bai Ning's place to lecture him. Tianlu was the current chairman with a heavy workload. Do you think you can just challenge him whenever you please? You need to submit an application in advance, get approval from the board, then arrange the time, venue, and notary. The process is incredibly cumbersome. Huh? That complicated? Bai Ning scratched his head and grinned. Then maybe I could ask my master to help speed things up? Bai Jinfeng's eyes darkened so much they could have dripped water. This minor matter doesn't warrant troubling Master Li. Just submit your application through the proper channels first. Oh, come on. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. What if some unscrupulous people block my application? Bai Jinfeng gritted his teeth. That won't happen. Only then did Bai Ning flash a bright smile. So you're putting your reputation on the line to guarantee the entire process will be completed by this afternoon, right? Bai Jinfeng, well. I'm not the most patient person, Bai Ning cut him off. If it's not done, I'll have no choice but to go see my master and find out what's going on. So, no problem, right? Bai Jinfeng's face darkened as he spoke slowly and deliberately. No problem. Only then did Bai Ning nod in satisfaction, his footsteps light as he walked away. As he brushed past Bai Jinfeng, he gave his shoulder a pat. He added earnestly, Jinfeng, do your best. I'm counting on you. Respecting elders and caring for the young? What's that? With that, he paid no further attention to Bai Jinfeng, whose face had turned dark and flushed, and sauntered away humming a tune. Teleporting to the academic building, he arrived just in time for the first class of the day. This period was Cave Basics. Online access to dungeon-related information was scarce for the average person, so Bai Ning knew little about it either. From what old man Chuan Yun implied yesterday, the academy would soon organize a practical training session in the underground caverns. That was a knowledge gap for him. Plus, those conglomerates were definitely up to no good. He was determined to attend this class no matter what. Bai Ning listened intently as the teacher described the luminous crystal forests within the caverns, completely absorbed. Then he heard two people whispering behind him. Did you see? The rules on the student union website have changed. Huh? When? I thought this version of the rules had been like this for 10 years. Why change it suddenly? A new notice was just posted 10 minutes ago. As for why, look who's sitting right in front of us. Whoa. Bai Ning. The academy's current sensation is sitting right in front of us. That startled me. You mean it's related to him? Upon hearing this, Bai Ning immediately pulled out his phone and tapped on the section detailing the student council president's succession rules. After just one glance, he muttered under his breath. The clause about challenging the incumbent president through combat had vanished. A text message from Bai Jinfeng popped up at the top. Bai Ning, I had someone look into the student council's latest regulations. If you want to be president, there's no shortcut like the one you're thinking of. Chapter 40, Kneel down, I have something to ask you. Bai Ning let out a cold laugh. Less than half an hour, these guys sure move fast. With that regulation gone, if he wanted to replace Bai Tianlu, he'd have to resort to election campaigns and vote-gathering nonsense. The very thought was infuriating. On the podium, the teacher continued explaining the various energy crystals produced in the crystal forest. Bai Ning scratched his head in frustration. He'd rather beat up 10 Bai Jians than deal with that kind of nonsense. Finally enduring until the bell rang, Bai Ning was the first to stand up. As soon as he stepped out the door, he spotted Bai Tianyan at the far end of the hallway, surrounded by his henchmen, spitting venom as he ranted about something. Each of them wore expressions of schadenfreude. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, immediately reflecting on his own actions. He hadn't handled this well. After Bai Tianyan had beaten OU to a pulp yesterday, he still had the nerve to stand here grinning today. That was the problem with him. Bai Ning, as the older brother, he hadn't made Bai Tianyan experience the sensation of flying through the air with a 360-degree spin. Bai Ning approached silently. Just in time to hear one of the hangers-on laughing so hard he was doubled over. That Bai Ning kid tried to force his way in? Then snap. The rules changed. Let's see what he does now. Another chimed in with the punchline, who does he think he is? These days, a little brute strength makes them forget their place. The group erupted in laughter. Bai Tianyan cleared his throat and flashed a haughty smile. He raised his hand elegantly, gently lowering it to signal for silence. After all, Bai Ning comes from a different background. It's understandable that he's not accustomed to our ways. Changing the rules is actually a favor to him. Brother Tianlu must have shown brotherly consideration, unwilling to take action against Bai Ning, which is why he amended the regulations. Several henchmen caught the drift and smiled obsequiously. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint everyone's good intentions. Even if he were given a free pass, he still couldn't match up to you, young Master Tianyan. And Miss Qingxue and young Master Zhu Yu have both entered the race for guild leader. Bai Ning has no chance whatsoever. Bai Tianyan gave a slight nod, his eyes clouded with feigned compassion. As his brother, I have no desire to compete against him. But the spots for the underground secret realm are too precious. Mother ordered me to strive for the position of president. I have no choice but to. Bai Ning finally couldn't listen anymore and patted him on the shoulder with a laugh. Hey, what are you two talking about? Let me in on it. Bai Tianyan's elegant smile froze instantly. He whipped his head around, his face turning deathly pale. Bai Ning tilted her head, watching him with a playful expression. Bai Ning? That demon. What's worse than a scourge? Getting caught by the very person you've been bad-mouthing behind their back. The few hangers-on beside Bai Tianyan scattered like leaves in the wind, desperate to turn tail and flee. Bai Ning seemed oblivious to their horrified expressions, instead leaning closer with an eager look on his face. I hear you're doing this for my own good? Let me think of a proper way to thank you. With each word he spoke, Bai Tianyan's face paled a shade more. Bai Ning asked with a smile, who said that for my own good line? Their legs went weak and they shook their heads frantically, their eyes darting away. Bai Ning's gaze finally settled on Bai Tianyan. He patted his cheek, producing a soft smacking sound. So it was you, my silly little brother. You gave me such a big surprise yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to repay you in person yet. Bai Tianyan suppressed a scream and straightened his back. Bai Ning, this isn't the slums. Mind your manners. If mother found out you treated me like this. Smack. He didn't get to finish his sentence. The smile vanished instantly from Bai Ning's face. His right hand seized Bai Tianyan's wrist. With a swift twist of his waist, he executed a clean, decisive shoulder throw. As Bai Tianyan's body slammed into the ground, curling into a shrimp-like position, Bai Ning raised his left foot. She stomped down without mercy. The sole of her shoe crushed directly into Bai Tianyan's contorted face, forcing his head, which had begun to lift back down onto the ground with brutal force. The back of his skull smashed against the floor with a deafening thud. Standing towering above him, Bai Ning looked down with that lazy expression returning to his face. Oops, my hand slipped. But this works out perfectly. He bent down, smiling warmly. Stay on your knees. I have something I'd like to ask your advice about. How exactly does one vote in this student council president election? Bai Tianyan's body convulsed violently, a broken ha straining from his throat. You? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, pressing down harder with his foot. Bai Tianyan let out a piercing scream. Only then did he answer, choking back tears in humiliation. Each student gets one vote. Bai Ning nodded as if suddenly understanding. So then, since I'm running in this election, and you're my dear little brother, you'll definitely do everything you can to help me, right? Bai Tianyan's body stiffened abruptly. Bai Ning continued in a light-hearted tone, let me set you a small goal first 500 votes. You're responsible for getting me 500 votes. After you cast them, remember to send me screenshots of the successful votes for verification. 1 vote short. His smile grew even brighter. I'll chop off one of your fingers. Bai Ning. Yu Qingshu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. You worthless bastard. Let go of brother Tianyan. Her voice was shrill and piercing. Do you even understand the meaning of respect for hierarchy, propriety, righteousness, and integrity? If the Bai family hadn't taken you in, you'd still be wallowing in the slums. You're utterly ungrateful. Bai Ning slowly raised his head, his expression cold. Yesterday, when you kidnapped Meng Tianshi, beat him to the brink of death in the wilderness. Where was your sense of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame then? His foot pressed down harder. Ugh! Bai Tianyan let out a muffled groan of pain. Yu Qingshua's eyes nearly popped out of her head with rage. Don't slander me. Prove it if you dare. Bai Ning sneered. Come to think of it, Meng Tianshi was unlucky. He just turned down your confession, Miss Moonlight. Is this really how you repay him? The words struck like a thunderclap. Miss Qingxua actually got rejected? TSK, so Meng Tianshi was just caught in the crossfire then. No way, no way. I always saw her hanging around young Master Tianyan. I thought she liked him. Yu Qingshua's face flushed crimson. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly like him? Oops, I let it slip in my haste. Surely you don't mean Bai Tianyan under my feet? Bai Ning pointed at the pig-faced guy at her feet and suddenly chuckled softly. Right, whatever you say. Yu Qingxue completely lost her temper, raising her hand to slap Bai Ning. As the esteemed heiress of the Yu clan, when had she ever been the subject of such rumors? Bai Ning grinned widely and said, I really did give you face. Chapter 41, Strike First at the Face. Bai Ning's smile sent the few henchmen beside him reeling back several steps. Only Yu Qingxua remained standing tall and proud. Bai Ning, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt right now. How dare you speak to me like that? Before, you used underhanded tactics to force me into not deploying my secret guards. This time, you hold no leverage over me. Yu Qingdai had been following closely behind Yu Qingshu. At this moment, a trace of helplessness and worry flickered across her frosty, icy face. She knew all too well the terrifying talent of this Bai Ning before her. Though she hated to admit it, the pain of her severed arm and yesterday's humiliating defeat of the three major conglomerate scions had left her deeply shaken. In a direct confrontation, even all their peers combined would struggle to defeat Bai Ning. Shwe, her voice was icy, let it go. He's just a bastard child after all, and his family is already pitiful enough. Let him apologize to Tianyan, and let's just drop this matter. Why involve the secret guards? Yu Qingxua abruptly shook off Yu Qingdai's hand. Sis, when did you become so soft-hearted? What's there to pity in someone who insults his elders? Have you forgotten what he did to me before? If I swallow my pride now, how can I ever hold my head high in the academy? The onlookers, seeing the tension escalate to the brink of a fight. They dared not linger to watch the spectacle unfold, instead scattering one by one. After all, one was the heiress of a conglomerate, the other the headmaster's protégé. Both were untouchable figures. What if getting caught in the crossfire meant becoming collateral damage? Just then, Yu Qingxua bellowed again. All of you, stay right where you are. Watch closely as Bai Ning begs for mercy on his knees before me. The students who had been about to leave dared not walk away now. They were forced to stay and watch the spectacle. Yu Qingdai sighed and tried to reason with them again. Stop being so stubborn. Just let Bai Ning go. Isn't it better if we just mind our own business from now on? No way. Yu Qingsno's eyes flickered with disappointment. Sis, don't you care about me anymore? Why are you defending Bai Ning? He snatched your position as the principal disciple. If not for him, that spot should have been yours. She drew a deep breath, traced an intricate hand gesture, and declared in a clear voice. Shadow guards. In my name, seize Bai Ning. Her voice echoed down the corridor. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Dead silence hung in the air. Not a single figure of the anticipated 7th-tier powerhouse appeared. Yu Qingshu blinked, visibly startled, then raised her voice. Come out now. Didn't you hear my command? 2 seconds passed, still no response. Her voice echoed alone in the corridor. Where is everyone? Where are my personal guards? Yu Qingxua spun in place, her voice trembling slightly. Where the hell are you? Get out here. But Bai Ning felt so awkward he could barely contain his laughter, letting out an unashamed snort. Didn't your bodyguard take the day off without telling you? You. Yu Qingxua was overcome with shame and fury, her face flushing crimson. Feeling the piercing stares around her, she recalled how she had deliberately summoned everyone downstairs to watch the secret guard beat Bai Ning. And now, her body swayed, and she fell backward, stiff as a board. Xiao Shui. Yu Qingdai cried out, rushing forward to catch her. Bai Ning curled his lip. Look at you, can't take a little criticism. Didn't you know sleeping in the classroom building is forbidden? He turned to Yu Qingdai with a teasing smile. So what now? Since she can't kneel and apologize, you're going to do it? Yu Qingdai looked anxiously at her younger sister, her own anger rising at the suggestion. I don't want to be your enemy. I was even trying to persuade Qingxue just now. How can you be so relentlessly aggressive? Intimidating? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. I hate green TES like you the most. Not keeping your own dog under control, isn't that your problem? His gaze remained calm. Are you going to kneel now, or should I make you? Yu Qingdai's body trembled violently as she struggled to maintain her last shred of composure. Bai Ning, you have no idea how powerful the Yu clan is. You'd better know when to back down. Bai Ning tilted his head. What if I don't? He stepped forward, his killing intent unleashing a third-tier aura that radiated outward with a thunderous roar. Yu Qingdai, merely a mid-tier second-tier cultivator, instantly paled under Bai Ning's pressure, yet stubbornly kept her back straight. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with defiance. Still not convinced? Bai Ning raised his foot and kicked her directly in the face. In an instant, Yu Qingdai was sent flying like a crashing heavily several meters away. She rolled several more times before coming to a stop. Struggling to lift her head, a clear imprint of a size 43 shoe was stamped across her pale face. Blood gushed from her nose and the corners of her mouth, the vivid color striking. Just as she seemed about to pass out, Bai Ning raised her hand to stop her. Don't pass out yet. I still have something to say. Yu Qingdai shot him a fierce glare. I've assigned Bai Tianyan a small target of 500 votes. As for you, take charge of another 300. Yu Qingshui has more energy, so she'll handle 600. One less than that, and I'll slap you both. Got it? You. Overwhelming shame and fury completely engulfed Yu Qingdai. She could no longer hold herself up. The world went black before her eyes, and she fainted. The onlookers sucked in a collective gasp. Holy crap, Bai Ning is ruthless. How could he hit a beauty like Miss Qingdai? Yeah, she went straight for the face. And she even asked if it was okay to slap her? How polite of her. Bai Ning glanced at the three lying on the ground and curled her lip. Not a single one of them can hold their own in a fight. Then he flashed a bright smile at the surrounding crowd, quite courteously. Once voting opens, please pick me. Despite his smile, the students all took a step back in unison. Whoa, why do I feel like he's threatening me? What did he just say? Please PK me? Does that mean he'll beat me up if I don't vote for him? Is it just me, or does his smile look totally unsettling? Bai Ning clapped his hands to his own satisfaction. The shadow guard who had been protecting Yu Qingxue moments ago had suddenly vanished. As bodyguards, even if they had to take a bathroom break, they'd rush back in a flash, right? Surely they wouldn't be left without a hot meal for this long. Could it be that the master had shown mercy and disciplined all these bodyguards? With that thought, he casually grabbed someone. Excuse me, do you know where Lin Juyu is? In the academy's small garden. Lin Juyu sighed deeply, his mind heavy with worry. Bro, running for student council president together? That's just asking for trouble. When it comes to ability level, we can't match Bai Ning. In combat strength, we can't match Bai Ning. And when it comes to background, even though Bai Ning is just a bastard son, he's the principal's disciple. Lin Jushan, growing increasingly furious as he listened, punched him square in the face. You useless piece of trash, don't drag me down with you. He flashed a cryptic smile. The secret realm spots are our ultimate goal. Whoever becomes president doesn't matter once we're in the underground caverns, anything can happen. Lin Juyu's eyes lit up. You mean we take him out in the underground caverns? Take care of who? Bai Ning's voice rang out coldly behind the brothers. Chapter 42, Bai Ning's President Election Support Group. Bai Ning was utterly speechless. Every time he saw this group, they were always gossiping behind people's backs. Not particularly strong, yet utterly overconfident. Take down one, and another swarm follows their reproduction rate rivals that of cockroaches. Lin Juyu's first reaction upon seeing Bai Ning was to call for backup. But after gesturing wildly for ages, the shadow guards who should have appeared were nowhere to be found. Bai Ning promptly slapped both Lin brothers across the face. Then he assigned them the task of each selling 500 tickets. Oh, and where's the daytime recording? Bai Ning tilted his head menacingly. Lin Juyu knelt on the ground, his face contorted in misery as he pulled out his phone to show her. Bai Ning snatched it away with a flick of her wrist, raising an eyebrow. You have a group chat called Future Heirs of the Conglomerate? The group was unusually active. A quick glance revealed familiar names like Bai Tianyan. Every so often, someone would share news of another breakthrough in their cultivation technique or further refinement of their cultivation. The current hot topic of discussion was none other than Bai Ning. Bai Tianyan, Bai Ning actually humiliated Xiao Shui and sister Qing Dai in public. We can't let him run rampant any longer. Bai Tianlu, he dared to injure Qing Dai? I won't let him get away with it. Bai Tianyan, sister Qing Dai has been knocked unconscious twice in just a few days. Bai Tianlu, I know. I've already informed father. Uncle Zhang Yue will personally teach him a lesson. Also, for the underground cave combat training, I'll bring sufficient reinforcements. The plan remains unchanged. The next moment, a notification interrupted their conversation. Group owner Lin Juyu has invited Bai Ning to join the group chat. Bai Tianyan, ? Bai Tianlu, ? What does this mean? Another notification followed immediately. Lin Juyu transferred group admin privileges to Bai Ning. Bai Ning became the new group owner. Group owner Bai Ning has changed the group name to Bai Ning President Election Support Group. Daytime recording, Lin Juyu, come out and explain yourself. Bai Ning grinned, holding Lin Juyu's phone. Vote. 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 Important things deserve repeating 3 times. Everyone must secure at least 500 votes for Bai Ning. At Bai Tianlu, get at least 100 votes today, or the Lin family won't let you off the hook. Within moments, the group erupted. Bai Tianlu, Lin Juyu, try saying that again. Bai Tianyan, there must be a trick here. Many others Bai Ning didn't know also thought Lin Juyu had lost his mind. What's gotten into young Master Juyu? If you're being held hostage, just blink. Lin Juyu noticed Bai Ning tapping away at his phone screen and felt his heart race. Maybe, you should give me back my phone first? Bai Ning thought for a moment and said, oh, right. Then, with a tight squeeze of his large hand, the screen instantly shattered into dust. Nearby, Lin Jushan felt his phone vibrating wildly. He peeked at Bai Ning through narrowed eyes. Seeing no reaction, he pulled out his phone to check. Holy! His narrow eyes widened instantly. Juyu, look! Only then did Lin Juyu realize what had happened in the group chat, and his whole body went limp. After finishing class that afternoon, Bai Ning went out for lunch. He noticed several brightly colored stalls set up along the roadside. The air buzzed with a lively mix of hawkers' shouts and chatter. Bai Ning moved closer to take a look. The Lin family's stall displayed ballot boxes for the brothers Lin Juyu and Lin Jushan. Beside them, shelves were stacked with various qi and blood potions, as well as life potions. Voters could claim them for free. Spotting someone approaching, a Lin family staff member smiled and said, "Welcome to Vote for Lin." Before he could finish, he recognized the face of the approaching figure, none other than Bai Ning, the very man who had beaten their young master. His entire body froze instantly. The next moment, with a speed even Bai Ning found astonishing, he shielded the Lin family's ballot box. If you take another step, I'll call for help. Bai Ning rolled his eyes. Not far from the Lin family's booth, the Bai family was giving away energy crystals for free. Further along was the Yu family's booth, the most ostentatious of all. Cold gleams shimmered from the display, filled with the great artifacts of every shape and form. Artifacts that would cost tens of thousands outside were piled here like cabbages, freely available for anyone to choose. The lavish displays of the major conglomerates drew crowds of students. Many stood before the booths, eyes gleaming, breath quickening. I have to bid. I have to. I've saved for years and still couldn't afford a single B-rank noble phantasm. These free crystals will get me through my second stage breakthrough. But that's a life-saving potion, it could save someone's life. The crowd buzzed with heated debate, torn between choices. Bai Ning stroked his chin. This student council election felt like a makeshift operation, no regard for anonymity or anything. He moved closer to the front, scanning the area, but couldn't find a single ballot box with his name on it. Bai Ning couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Aren't I supposed to be this favored illegitimate son? They didn't even prepare a ballot box for me? There's just no dealing with this bunch. Since fighting them is useless, it's better to resolve this quickly and send them to be reincarnated. The underground combat training sounded like the perfect opportunity. But for now, if I let them keep going like this, I'll definitely end up dead last. Bai Ning pulled out his phone to check the real-time voting rankings on the forum. Sure enough, Yu Qingdai topped the list with 320 votes. Bai Tianlu followed in second place with 280 votes. Those behind them, like Lin Zhushan, had at least 100 votes each. Only Bai Ning, still a pitiful 0. Bai Ning. Win or lose, at least I shouldn't be dead last. He thought for a moment, then snatched the character tile from the Bai family spot, wiped off the characters, and rewrote. Master of both cultivation techniques and combat skills, proficient in all styles. Free guidance guaranteed to level you up. Bai Ning sat casually behind the sign, campaigning for votes. This tactic worked like a charm. A long line of students soon formed behind him, waiting for Bai Ning to bring the master over for one-on-one tutoring. For most non-corporate students present, saving up for artifacts or crystals was manageable. But advancing in cultivation techniques and combat skills? That was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After all, lessons from instructors who had achieved even minor mastery in these areas came with astronomical price tags and were virtually impossible to secure. I wonder if the teacher Bai Ning invited is any good? Someone voiced their doubts. Let's give it a shot. After all, the other three factions don't offer this kind of perk. Hold up. Who said they don't have it? Someone raised their voice. The Lin family actually hired the Academy's martial arts professor. The Yu family has a gold medal instructor charging hundreds of thousands per session. The Bai family has a 7th-tier powerhouse personally guiding them. Instantly, the crowd that had just gathered before Bai Ning dispersed with a buzz. Amidst the chaos, only one girl remained utterly still. Her frame was rather slender, her head bowed low, long bangs obscuring most of her face. Only the lower half of her face was visible, pale and innocent. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her entire demeanor timid and shy. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, finding the situation somewhat intriguing. Hey! He waved at the girl. Why aren't you leaving? The girl flinched slightly and whispered, My name isn't Hey. It's Chu Yushuan. I was wondering, would you mind helping me? Chapter 43, My name isn't Hey, it's Chu Yushuan. Bai Ning was stunned that someone actually asked him if he was up for it. He immediately pounded his chest and guaranteed, I can. I'm especially good at it. Chu Yushuan, right? Wait here, I guarantee you'll learn everything. His overwhelmingly confident words drew the attention of several people nearby who hadn't yet walked away. But I thought he was hiring someone to teach, but it turns out he's doing it himself. How is this any different from selling insurance? A freshman just enrolled, how overpowered could he be to outdo a professor? Isn't that girl the quiet wallflower who can't even speak up? She must have been fooled by Bai Ning's looks. Can good looks put food on the table? The murmurs were utterly unrestrained. After all, everyone could see that Bai Ning wasn't valued by the Bai family at all. None of the conglomerate scions liked him. Now at the election venue, it was clear no one wanted to include him. The rumors circulating before enrollment that Bai Ning was the extremely favored illegitimate son of the third wife? Absolutely false. It was probably Bai Ning himself who spread that story. Someone even shouted directly at Chu Yushuan. Hey, don't be foolish. Over there, Professor Zhao is personally guiding the real deal. Professor Zhao, seated in his elevated position, casually glanced over at the mention, his expression cold. Chu Yushuan's head nearly buried itself in her chest. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, stubbornly silent. The playful glint faded from Bai Ning's eyes as his tone softened slightly. He spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I'll do everything I can. He asked Chu Yushuan to demonstrate the combat technique she wished to enhance. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chu Yushuan lifted her head extremely slowly, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Her eyes were large, like those of a startled fawn. She took a deep breath and cautiously extended both hands. A wisp of blue wind elemental energy appeared in the palm of her left hand. And in her right hand, a flickering orange-red flame appeared. As her hands gently closed together, the wind and flame did not repel each other. Instead, they fused together in a strange and wondrous way. Bai Ning watched this astonishing spectacle, utterly stunned. Apart from his master, he had never seen anyone else wield energies from two different elemental schools. Wasn't it said that different abilities were worlds apart? How could she control two energies and fuse wind and fire together? As wind and fire merged, a silver serpent-like arc of electricity erupted, accompanied by a crisp crackling sound. Immediately afterward, Shu Yuxuan bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth and thrust her hands outward to either side. The moisture in the air around her instantly crystallized. Countless crystalline ice shards blossomed from thin air, a biting chill sweeping over the surroundings. Wind, fire, lightning, ice. Four distinct energies now shimmered in perfect harmony around Shu Yuxuan's form. The once noisy scene fell silent for several seconds, stunned by this spectacle. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the girl who had commanded all four elements. What kind of ability is this? Or is it because of her combat technique? For element manipulation? That's borderline god tier. Who is she? How come we've never heard of someone this powerful before? Exclamations of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The gaze directed at Shu Yuxuan instantly shifted from previous disdain to awe. Yet, after the initial shock, many immediately grasped the crucial question. Wait. Isn't Bai Ning an eye technique type ability user? Exactly. That has nothing to do with the elemental system. What a waste. This girl should have sought out Professor Zhao or Yueji's top-tier instructors. Such promising talent, and it's going to be wasted by Bai Ning. What a shame. Voices of schadenfreude and regret rose simultaneously. Everyone felt Bai Ning's earlier words were utterly presumptuous. As a master of the pupil arts, he would never grasp the energy flow of the elemental arts. This wasn't something that could be mastered through effort or study alone. The gap between different types of abilities was wider than the difference between humans and pigs. It was predetermined by the heavens. Those not born with elemental abilities could never grasp their mysteries. Even an ice elemental practitioner would struggle to grasp the workings of fire magic. Much less someone like Shu Yuxuan, who possessed all four elements. Shu Yuxuan sensed the shifting gazes around her and immediately lowered her head again. Truthfully, her choice of Bai Ning wasn't based on his abilities. After all, with her a great elemental manipulation ability, it was rare to find someone who could guide her. She'd always figured things out on her own since childhood. Now that she'd mastered the basics of this combat technique, she'd hit a bottleneck and couldn't advance to the intermediate level no matter what. She had no choice but to steel herself against her social anxiety and venture out for a try. Upon arriving here, she discovered the other three factions were simply too crowded. Only Bai Ning's place had fewer people, making her feel a bit more at ease. But to say she genuinely expected Bai Ning to help her? Not really. Just then, Bai Ning's calm voice rang out. When you were gathering that electric arc just now, did the energy erupt from your Han-Shaoing heart meridian and force its way into the Laogong acupoint? Shu Yuxuan's entire body trembled. How did he know? She had indeed done it habitually. It was the only practical method she'd developed through years of trial and error. Wrong. Bai Ning spoke slowly. The Heart Sutra governs fire. Forcing it this way may seem fierce, but the arc flashes and vanishes instantly. It's impossible to stabilize. He tapped Shu Yuxuan's chest and arm. You should first anchor the energy in your dantian, then guide it along the lung meridian of the Han Taiyin. The lung belongs to the metal element. Fire traveling through metal channels can harness the metal's energy to restrain the fiery nature's intensity, allowing it to condense without dispersing. Shu Yuxuan listened, utterly captivated. She had never imagined such an approach. Yet a flicker of worry crossed her mind. What if Bai Ning was wrong? Could she harm herself? After hesitating for a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and cautiously summoned the energy within her body. The next moment, a condensed, stable arc of electricity appeared, continuously flickering with crackling sparks at the point where wind and fire converged. It had actually stabilized. Whoa! He was actually right. He must have guessed. How could Bai Ning possibly understand this? Everyone stared in stunned silence. The stability of this arc was visibly more than double what it had been moments before. Professor Zhao and the others also cast puzzled glances his way. Bai Ning's voice sounded again. Your ice crystals are forming too slowly. The main reason is that you're forcing energy upward from the kidney meridian, which is like rowing against the current, extremely laborious. Instead, try circulating it around your waist and abdomen. Where your intent goes, the moisture will naturally condense. Armed with the success of her previous attempt, Shu Yuxuan followed the instructions without hesitation. The moisture in the air instantly took shape. There was a sense of effortless, innate fluidity. Shu Yuxuan felt an unprecedented smoothness within her body. She sensed she had finally touched the barrier that had troubled her for so long. Four elements returned to the source, condense. A clear, resonant command escaped her lips, no longer timid, but brimming with vibrant confidence. Her hands formed an arcane seal. In the next instant, four violent energies erupted with a thunderous roar. Sharp wind blades, scorching flames, crackling thunderbolts, and biting ice crystals whirled around her at breakneck speed. A powerful gust instantly swept across the entire arena. The gale tore through the other three families' platforms, leaving them in utter disarray. Holy crap! Young Master's ballot box is flying. Flying. My back. Professor Zhao, caught off guard, let out an ouch as he was blown off his chair. Amidst the chaos, the wind swept back Chu Yushuan's bangs, revealing her smooth forehead and a pair of eyes sparkling with radiant light. Her entire demeanor shifted from bloom to radiant vitality, captivating all who saw her. I actually achieved minor advancement. Chapter 44, Bai Ning understands elemental powers? I'll eat while standing on my head. Chu Yushuan spun around abruptly, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Bai Ning. Thank you, Bai Ning. Bai Ning looked at this girl, whose demeanor was now completely different from before, as if she had been reborn, and smiled sincerely. Not bad comprehension. Suddenly, a discordant voice of doubt echoed throughout the venue. It's fake. It has to be fake. Someone suddenly jumped out, pointing at Bai Ning. How could she break through to minor mastery with just a few words? It must be an act. Right. This woman must be a plant Bai Ning brought in. Voices echoed in agreement from the crowd. Despicable. She's so desperate for votes she's willing to lose all dignity? Chu Yushuan, your acting is pretty good, you pull it off convincingly. The joy on Chu Yushuan's face froze. Usually socially anxious, she trembled slightly under the weight of so many hostile stares. Her face flushed crimson with panic, yet she forced herself to speak up amidst the chorus of skepticism. No, it's not like that. I'm not a plant. I wasn't acting. Bai Ning, really, he's truly amazing. By the end of her explanation, her voice cracked with tears. But no matter how she tried to explain, the others looked utterly unconvinced. One person even stormed over, pointing an accusing finger at her face. You shill. You'll stop at nothing to win. Bai Ning's eyes grew cold. He gently patted Chu Yushuan's shoulder, pulling her behind him. Then he stepped forward slowly, a sneer of contempt on his lips. Only losers react to others' success with doubt. It's just elements, what's so difficult about that? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. PFFF. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Just elements? Ha ha, you've got to be kidding me. What a joke. You're a pupil technique user, what the hell do you know about elements? At least make your bull believable. I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang than trust you know anything about elements. The roar of laughter filled the air. Many burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Professor Zhao and the star lecturer exchanged a knowing glance, shaking their heads with a faint smile. No one believed Bai Ning's words, dismissing it as the stubborn denial of a doomed man. If he really has elemental abilities, I'll eat my hat standing on my head. Hearing this, Bai Ning tilted his head and casually raised his right index finger. In the next instant, a cyan wind blade materialized instantly at his fingertip. Gah! The laughter abruptly ceased as everyone's eyes widened in shock. With a flick of Bai Ning's finger, the tiny wind blade instantly transformed into a raging gale, sweeping across the entire arena with a thunderous roar. Everyone's movements froze, their eyes stung by the blinding wind. The next second, another spark appeared at Bai Ning's fingertip. The spark ignited upon contact with fire, instantly swelling into a blazing, white-hot ball of flame. Go! Bai Ning snapped his finger again. The terrifying flames emitted an unbearably scorching heat, roasting the nearest person until their entire body turned crimson. In the next instant, his hair was singed into a tin foil perm, his face charred black. Still pointing a finger at Bai Ning's nose, he exhaled a puff of green smoke before collapsing unconscious with a thud. Before anyone could recover from the whirlwind of fire and wind, a thread of electric arc surged once more in Bai Ning's palm, gradually weaving itself into a thunderous web of electricity. Bai Ning raised his hand and clenched it, drawing the net into his palm. When he opened his palm again, countless crystalline ice shards instantly formed. Centered around Bai Ning, the temperature plummeted within a radius of over 10 meters. Countless ice crystals rustled down from the sky. Like snowfall, the sharp-edged crystals landed on everyone's heads and shoulders. Everyone stiffened, lifting their heads to gaze at this godlike power. Wind. Fire. Thunder. Ice. Bai Ning, a practitioner of pupil techniques, could actually command these four energies with such effortless mastery. This can't be possible. That power, it rivals that girl's earlier display. Is this even scientific? Could it be that he doesn't possess the spacetime pupil after all, but some other extraordinary ability? Everyone stared at the scene before them, their minds blank as this reality-defying spectacle unfolded. Chu Yushuan stood behind Bai Ning, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She understood better than anyone else the difficulty of Bai Ning's just executed move. What Bai Ning had just executed was the four symbols return to origin combat technique, a skill she had studied since childhood, spending over a decade to finally reach the minor mastery stage. This grade combat technique, in Bai Ning's hands, had reached the level of minor mastery in an instant. Professor Zhao and the others hired by the consortium watched the scene unfold, their expressions complex. They were even tempted to swallow their pride and rush over to Bai Ning to ask how he had done it. Immersed in the study of cultivation techniques and combat arts themselves, they understood all too well the immense value of Bai Ning's move. It was nothing short of a miracle. Bai Ning snapped her fingers, awakening the petrified crowd. Does anyone still think she's a plant? Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing. The next second, the crowd erupted. Bai Ning. Boss, please guide us. Brother Ning, teach me. Teach me. I'm voting right now. Move aside, don't block the way. I was here first. Those still queuing at the consortium's booth now surged frantically toward Bai Ning's side. Professor Zhao? Gold medal lecturer? A 7th-tier powerhouse? Could they possibly be as powerful as Bai Ning? Can you personally unleash 4 elemental abilities? Bai Ning is the real god. Vote for Bai Ning, hurry up. Where's the voting link? Where's my voting link? Voted. Screenshot taken. Check me out, Brother Ning. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Countless people waved their phones, each screen displaying a screenshot of a successful vote. Their faces flushed with fervor as they jostled desperately toward Bai Ning. Bai Ning frowned at the chaotic scene. The next second, someone sensible shouted, "Everyone line up! Don't disturb Brother Ning!" Seeing Bai Ning frown, the rest immediately snapped to attention. Fearing they might irritate this impatient figure, they obediently formed a line like little lambs. Only then did Bai Ning raise his hand and casually point at a few people. You, and you. Those selected flashed expressions of wild joy. You lot, get lost. Bai Ning sneered coldly. They froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. Shu Yushuan was also puzzled. Why push away tickets that had practically been handed to them? But when she saw their faces, she realized they were the very ones who had just shouted insults at her. She hadn't expected Bai Ning to remember them. Watching Bai Ning's upright figure, a warm wave washed over her heart. Next, everyone quickly formed a long line. Each person stared longingly at Bai Ning, fearing he might leave before their turn came. Meanwhile, on the Student Council's official website real-time voting rankings, Bai Ning's name shot upward like a rocket, climbing wildly. With each refresh, Bai Ning's ranking changed. 50 votes. 100 votes. Next moment, 300 votes. 500 votes. Yu Qingdai, who had been firmly in first place, was instantly overtaken. In just a few minutes, Bai Ning's vote count surpassed 800. People even began flocking in from all corners of the campus. Keep in mind that each graduating class only has 1,000 students, totaling just over 4,000 students from freshman to senior year. On the very first day of voting, Bai Ning had already secured 1/5 of the total votes. This pace shattered all previous election speed records. Upon hearing the news, Bai Tianluo instantly grew uneasy. He promptly rushed to the scene himself, accompanied by several 7th-tier shadow guards, some overt, others covert. He smoothed his clothes and regained his haughty demeanor. Pacing over to Bai Ning, Bai Tianlu demanded harshly. You bastard, a bastard who destroyed another family, do you even deserve to be student council president? Chapter 45, I am not Bai's bastard son. Bai Tianlu's contempt could no longer be contained. This bastard had actually climbed above him. It was nothing short of turning the heavens upside down. I am the legitimate son of the Bai family patriarch. How dare you, a lowly peasant of questionable lineage, think you could ever surpass me? After publicly exposing Bai Ning's true origins, the atmosphere in the hall indeed grew noticeably colder. A distant relative of the Bai clan piped up loudly from the sidelines. The president is absolutely right. The student council president represents the face of First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. How could we let a bastard hold that position? How can someone of questionable lineage lead us? Doubts and murmurs of agreement began to rise. The atmosphere, which had been overwhelmingly supportive of Bai Ning, shifted once more. Many eyes turned back to Bai Ning, now scrutinizing him anew. Bai Tianlu finally let out a smug smile. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. If Bai Ning had secured over 2,000 votes, there would have been no chance for a turnaround. Bai Tianyan and the others heard the news and rushed to the scene. Their gazes fixed on Bai Ning were united in shared hostility. Only Bai Tianyan's eyes betrayed a hint of unease and fear. Especially when Bai Tianlu's people repeatedly mentioned the 3 words illegitimate child. He knew better than anyone whose identity was tainted. He wanted to rush forward and cover their mouths. Shut up, you fools! Bai Tianyan roared inwardly. His gaze instinctively turned toward Bai Ning. Just then, Bai Ning's gaze met his. In that instant of eye contact, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered across Bai Ning's face. Seeing that look, Bai Tianyan's legs went weak and he stumbled back a step. As he retreated, he felt himself bump into someone behind him. Tianyan, look at you, Bai Jinfeng patted his shoulder gently from behind. If something's bothering you, just say it. Bai Tianyan froze. What pain? What did that mean? Before he could process it, Bai Jinfeng continued. Your mother isn't feeling well right now. You should go home and see her. This brief exchange quickly drew the attention of others nearby. Bai Tianyan felt as if he were still in a dream. What's wrong with my mother? She was perfectly fine when I left. How could she suddenly be unwell? But soon, he caught the pitying glances from those around him and suddenly understood. Motor. This is playing the sympathy card to attack Bai Ning's votes from the moral high ground. Bai Tianyan mentally cursed him out in every way imaginable. When he looked back at Bai Ning, the man actually winked at him. He forced a stiff smile and said, Uncle Jinfeng, don't talk nonsense. My mother is doing wonderfully now. Bai Jinfeng raised an eyebrow at this. Tianyan, stop pretending. We all know the situation. Don't worry. Bai Tianyan's face turned ashen. He was furious inside. What the hell do you know? Shut up already. If you keep talking, I'm afraid Bai Ning will expose my dark secrets. Just then, Yu Qingxue suddenly took his hand and comforted him. Exactly, Tianyan. Didn't you see how Aunt Julie was targeted by Bai Ning during the entrance exam? She's just trying to protect her son. This reminded the surrounding students. They suddenly recalled how Bai Ning, backed by the principal, had pinned the matriarch of the Bai family's third branch to the ground, forcing her to beg for mercy. They also recalled how Bai Ning had publicly beaten Tianyan, Qingdai, and others on multiple occasions. He was the very picture of a spoiled, arrogant second-generation brat. Add to that his status of bastard son, a position highly sensitive in the eyes of society. A murmur rippled through the crowd as whispers erupted. Miss Qingxue makes a valid point. Bai Ning's actions were indeed excessive. And that's not all. I heard Bai Ning even severed Miss Qingdai's arm and kicked her flying. What? Miss Qingdai was beaten that badly? That's brutal. Suddenly I realize, so what if he's exceptionally talented? One must cultivate virtue before anything else. Bai Tianyan grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. He wanted to kneel down and beg this group to shut up. So what if he's a bastard? Why can't people just gossip about it behind his back? He hadn't stopped them earlier because both he and his mother believed they held the life of Bai Ning's best friend in their hands. But recently, Meng Tianchi and the entire 78th district had been shielded by the principal. They couldn't make a move. This made Bai Ning a runaway horse. Bai Tianyan was utterly at a loss. Now that Bai Ning held the leverage, he could only swallow his pride for the time being. But what he hadn't anticipated was how incredibly capable Bai Tianlu and Yu Qingxue had proven to be. He glanced at Bai Ning again, just as the latter took a deep breath, as if about to speak. Bai Tianyan immediately shouted, I have something to say. Cold sweat instantly drenched Bai Tianyan's back. His hands trembled as he glanced at Bai Ning once more. Thankfully, Bai Tianlu had interrupted just in time, preventing him from speaking. Bai Tianlu shot him a disapproving look. What? Are you going to speak for Bai Ning? Facing Bai Tianlu's challenging stare, Bai Tianyan stammered out a forced explanation. I believe elections are sacred. They should be based on ability and contribution. Personal background is private and shouldn't be brought up in public. Right. It shouldn't be mentioned. He looked at Bai Ning with a pleading expression. But his words clearly left Yu Qingxue and the others utterly bewildered. Brother Tianyan, are you okay? Yu Qingxue looked utterly perplexed. But just now you were. Bai Tianlu's face darkened to the point of dripping water as he hissed under his breath. Bai Tianyan, have you lost your mind? Lin Zhuyu and his brother exchanged puzzled glances at Bai Tianyan. Weren't you the one shouting slogans the loudest earlier? Didn't you say Bai Ning was utterly despicable? Didn't you insist on killing him in the underground labyrinth? So why are you defending Bai Ning now? Bai Ning observed everyone's reactions and found it quite amusing. These second-generation tycoons must be worth their weight in gold. The progress of his golden fingers devouring had stalled for over 10 hours. Since everyone's so concerned about my identity, I'll clarify, I am not Bai Zhongyue's illegitimate son. He spoke with a light chuckle, only to catch Bai Tianyan's panicked gaze. Just then, a deep, authoritative voice cut him off. Bai Ning. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an authority as heavy as a mountain, instantly enveloping everyone present. The crowd parted like a tide, making way for the approaching figure. A man with a stern face and piercing eyes approached slowly, flanked by several shadow guards. With each step he took, an invisible pressure seemed to radiate from him. Everyone nearby, including Bai Tianlu and the others, fell instantly silent. This man was none other than Bai Zhongyue, the current head of the Bai clan's third branch. This influential figure, whose sway within the Federation was undeniable and who commanded vast conglomerate resources, had now condescended to grace this place with his presence. Bai Zhongyue's expression remained cold and indifferent as he looked at Bai Ning. Follow me. We need to talk somewhere quiet. This was the first time Bai Ning had ever seen his biological father in this lifetime. His face bore no trace of emotion, no hint of joy at this long-awaited reunion. Just as ruthless as he had imagined. Ignoring Bai Zhongyue's words, Bai Ning tilted his head and changed the subject. I am indeed not Bai Zhongyue's illegitimate son. I am his father. Chapter 46, I am your father. I truly am not Bai Zhongyue's illegitimate son. Upon hearing these words, Bai Tianyan's face instantly drained of color. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest. It's over. He's going to say it. But then, Bai Ning spoke, each word thunderous. I am his father. This earth-shattering declaration left everyone frozen in place. Bai Tianyan exhaled a long, relieved breath. He pressed his lips tightly together, afraid he might burst out laughing. Bai Ning, oh Bai Ning, daring to say such a thing, your fate is now truly uncertain. If you had simply told the truth, your father wouldn't have truly punished you. But to dare provoke him like this, you clearly have no understanding of our father's character or methods. Bai Zhonghua's expression remained unchanged, only his hand lifted slightly. One of the shadow guards by his side immediately understood his intent and unleashed his ability. A shadow, swift as a ghost, extended from beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, it coiled around Bai Ning's ankles. This shadow possessed tangible substance, accompanied by a cold, viscous sensation of confinement. Bai Ning felt his legs go numb instantly, the energy within him freezing solid. Worse still, as the shadow tugged, he felt his entire body sinking. Though solid ground lay beneath him, he was strangely and slowly falling into his own shadow. He tried to struggle, but his entire body had lost all strength, and his abilities were useless. He could only watch helplessly as he sank deeper and deeper. He knew uttering such words would surely anger Bai Zhongyue, yet he kept his mouth tightly shut, not uttering a sound. His golden pupils, dimmed by suppression, fixed intently on Bai Zhongyue. Bai Ning sank rapidly, already reaching the level of his chest. Bai Tianyan struggled to suppress the smirk curling his lips. Quickly drag this annoying guy away. Bai Ning's shoulders also vanished into the darkness. He silently tilted his head back. Soon, the anticipated, familiar, gentle, and vast spiritual energy finally appeared. As the force descended, the shadow-wielding guard didn't even have time to utter a muffled groan. His body arched as he spat out a mouthful of blood, then was blasted backward, crashing into the ground dozens of meters away. He fell into a deep, unconscious stupor. Bai Ning felt his body grow light as he landed steadily on the ground, a warm wave surging through his heart. His master, clad in a white martial arts uniform, appeared silently before him. Zhongyue, that's enough. My student is not for you to discipline. A flicker of apprehension crossed Bai Zhongyue's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Masterly, this is my family affair. Family matter? Li Yinsong smiled faintly. I don't care what the hell family matter it is, bullying my disciple is unacceptable. Everyone was stunned speechless by the headmaster's extreme protectiveness. Now they all stole glances at Bai Zhongyue's expression. In the suffocating silence, Bai Zhongyue shot Bai Ning a complex look. He knew he absolutely couldn't take Bai Ning away today. He spoke slowly, Old Masterly, you've misunderstood. My purpose in coming today is not to punish. He paused, then continued solemnly, Bai Ning is no bastard child. He is the legitimate offspring of myself and Yuli. Everyone was stunned. Today's revelations were all too explosive. But none of it could compare to Bai Zhongyue personally acknowledging Bai Ning's true identity at this very moment. Bai Tianyan's smile vanished, his expression stiffening. He'd long heard tales of his father's past exploits, how he'd mastered tactics like feigning retreat to advance and besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, each time achieving stunning results. Little did she expect that today, his retreating to advance tactic would be used against her. By announcing this news publicly, wasn't he essentially declaring his abandonment of Bai Tian? Bai Tianlu, Yu Qingshu, and the others also wore grim expressions. It wasn't that they feared Bai Ning's status, but rather that they foresaw Bai Ning sweeping to victory in this election with unstoppable momentum. This was no different from slapping them in the face in front of everyone. His psychic abilities couldn't match Bai Ning's. Their cultivation talent couldn't hold a candle to his. Their combat prowess lagged far behind. Now, even the one thing they could use to suppress him, his status, was gone. The others exchanged glances. This young man is troublesome. After Bai Zhongyue finished speaking, he gave Li Yinsong a slight nod. Now that the rumors have been cleared up, this junior will take his leave. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind countless stunned gazes. A flicker of understanding passed through Li Yinsong's eyes. Smack! A sharp slap landed without mercy on Bai Ning's forehead. Ouch! Bai Ning clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain. Li Yinsong glared at him with annoyance. You little brat! All I do these days is clean up after you. Well, it's because people keep picking on me. Li Yinsong's eyes narrowed. You dare talk back? Those useless good-for-nothings aren't worth your time. After class, remember to go for extra practice. Recalling Bai Ning's spectacular display of 4 elemental systems, he muttered under his breath, this old man needs extra practice too. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The two elders' habit of arriving and departing without warning left the entire room in dead silence for over 10 seconds. Especially the group labeled as useless mud by Tianlu and the others. Then, the crowd erupted into complete chaos. Holy! 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 Bai Ning is actually the real young master. Did you hear that? I can barely contain myself. Then who else could be the guild leader? Bai Ning glanced at the voting rankings on his phone. The number behind his name began skyrocketing. The number that had been stuck around 800 shot up to 1500 in the blink of an eye. Another refresh pushed it past 2000. And it kept climbing at a terrifying pace. This tally had already surpassed more than half of the entire student body. Victory was assured. Feeling the countless gazes of awe and admiration, he felt a sudden loss of interest. He hadn't done anything. Merely the change in his status in others' eyes had caused their attitudes to shift so dramatically. This was the true standing of the conglomerate in this world. This was the true weight of the conglomerate. Suddenly, he felt someone tug lightly at the hem of his robe. Bai Ning. Shu Yushuan lowered her head and asked softly, "Why do I feel you're not happy? My identity has been cleared and I won the election. Shouldn't I be happy?" Bai Ning paused, taken aback. Unhappy? He tugged at the corner of his mouth. What's there to be happy about? Shu Yushuan blinked, still not understanding. Why? Isn't this what you wanted? Wanted? Bai Ning repeated. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, which usually held a smile. What I want, does that mean Bai Zhongyue should announce I'm his biological son, and then I'm supposed to accept it with joy? Shu Yushuan seemed to grasp the meaning behind Bai Ning's words. She smiled faintly, her voice carrying an unusual resolve. I believe in you, not because of whose son you are. It's because you are Bai Ning. Bai Ning's private training ground. Lei Zhang stared dumbfounded at the massive crater in the ground 3 meters deep and 10 meters wide. You little bastard. He swallowed hard. If I hadn't dodged fast enough, I'd have been done for just now. He glanced at the clock, 3:24 a.m. Meanwhile, Bai Ning was still swinging his long sword with fierce momentum. Haven't you already won? Why push so hard? He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He, a mere 8th tier practitioner, just wanted to go home and sleep, but Bai Ning insisted on mastering expert-level sword techniques overnight. What kind of nonsense was that? Mastering sword techniques overnight? Lei Zhang watched Bai Ning's tireless practice, his eyelids twitching. It's the middle of the night. You won't sleep, but I want to sleep. Besides, your talent has already left Tian Bai and the others in the dust. Why be so hard on yourself? Cut it out already. Chapter 47, Mastering Sword Techniques Overnight. Lei Zhang's voice carried heavy weariness and resignation. Being dragged in by the principal to serve as a sparring partner was bad enough, but now he had to stay up all night with this kid. Bai Ning's movements showed no pause whatsoever. His wrist flipped, sending the long sword slicing through the air in a sharp, flawless arc. The blade's edge overflowed with an unmatched sharpness, slashing fiercely toward the alloy pillar ahead. Crack! The specially made alloy pillar, half a meter thick and capable of withstanding peak 5th tier attacks, split cleanly in two like tofu. Bai Ning slowly withdrew his blade, panting slightly as sweat dripped from his chin. He looked at Lei Zhang, whose face bore an expression of utter despair, his voice hoarse. Outperforming my peers? That's not enough. A fiery, unyielding light burned in Bai Ning's eyes, revealing an unapologetic ambition. What were those useless fools? Just now, a single shadow guard from Bai Zhongyue had pinned him down completely. What he wanted to do was shatter every injustice and frustration he'd endured since childhood. He would confront the conglomerates head-on. To challenge every institution in this society, from the bottom up, by his own strength alone. With this golden ticket in hand, achieving that was only a matter of time. But his patience was limited. The sooner the day arrived, the better. Bai Ning flickered his wrist, and the long blade hummed once more, its tip pointing straight at Lei Zhang. His gaze was as sharp as the blade itself. Teacher Lei, hold nothing back this time. Madman. Lei Zhang muttered under his breath, yet his eyes brimmed with genuine admiration. He wasted no more words, unleashing the terrifying pressure of an 8th tier powerhouse without reservation. As you wish. Take this ash-shattering slash. The temperature in the training ground surged violently, the air warping and boiling. A deep blue flame surged from Lei Zhang's hand, swiftly engulfing the entire blade. Facing this terrifying strike from an 8th tier powerhouse, Bai Ning showed not a trace of fear. Instead, it ignited an even more frenzied fighting spirit within him. Bring it on! He roared, his entire being merging with his sword technique. This technique demanded unwavering resolve, strike without hesitation, advance relentlessly. It mirrored his current state of mind perfectly. The long blade in Bai Ning's grasp sensed its wielder's intent, its blade trembling violently. A blue flame ignited upon its edge. Ash-shattering slash. Bai Ning poured every ounce of his strength into this strike, stomping his foot down with all his might. The two blades' glows collided. Instead of canceling each other out or exploding, the identical indigo flames devoured and clung to one another with frenzied intensity. As a fire elemental ability user, Lei Zhang's flames were domineering and ferocious. When Bai Ning had previously used the Scorching Plains Thousand Armies break, he could only mimic its essence, the vast expanse of flames, without truly unleashing the fiery inferno itself. Having secretly learned a fragment of the four symbols returned to origin from Chu Yushuan earlier that day, he too could now wield the power of fire elements. Bai Ning's flames became more agile, carrying a piercing force like a cunning venomous snake, precisely devouring Lei Zhang's flames. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. A fierce light flared in Lei Zhang's eyes. He intensified the force in his hands once more, unleashing another 10% of his suppressing power. Bai Ning endured unprecedented pressure, feeling as though he might be utterly consumed by this sea of fire at any moment. Yet, under this extreme pressure, he clearly saw the trajectory of every thread of energy within Lei Zhang's flames. Simultaneously, he recognized the flaws within his own flames. So, the true essence of the Ember Void Slash isn't just destruction, it's rebirth. A sudden clarity dawned within Bai Ning's heart. As enlightenment struck, his long sword emitted a high-pitched, resonant hum. The once waning azure flames surged with renewed vigor. Both flames erupted in blinding light, exploding with a thunderous roar. The flames shattered into countless shimmering indigo sparks, scattering throughout the room and leaving deep scorch marks wherever they landed. Gulp! Lei Zhang swallowed hard, his voice thick with disbelief. Damn it, you actually mastered that sword technique overnight. Bai Ning surveyed the formidable impact of that single strike with satisfaction, laughing heartily. Master, I think sword techniques suit me perfectly. Lei Zhang twisted his mouth. You say that? What combat technique doesn't suit you? Meanwhile, at the Bai family ancestral home, heavy curtains blocked out all external light, leaving only the dim glow of a desk lamp. Bai Tianyan stood obediently in the study, holding his breath. Before him, Bai Zhongyue sank into a wide leather chair, his fingertips tapping the rosewood tabletop intermittently. I hear you young upstarts have devised a plan targeting Bai Ning? At those words, Bai Tianyan's muscles instantly tensed, his mind racing. When they devised this plan, father hadn't yet publicly acknowledged Bai Ning's identity. Back then, Bai Ning was still a bastard son who could be manipulated at will. But now, father asking about this. Was this settling old scores? He chose his words carefully. That was back when Bai Ning repeatedly brought shame upon the family. Now that he's officially a brother in the household, the plan is naturally null and void. Scrapped? Bai Zhongyue's voice remained utterly flat. Why scrap it? Bai Tianyan snapped his head up, huh? The plan remains unchanged. In fact, it must be executed even more thoroughly. Bai Tianyan was utterly bewildered. That was the son he had just acknowledged as his own. Bai Zhongyue remained shrouded in shadow, his voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness as he spoke slowly. The Bai conglomerate has stood for a century, never relying on any innate talent. We rely on rules, absolute control. A man who cannot be used by us is a cancerous tumor that must be excised. Do you understand? A fervent light ignited in Bai Tianyan's eyes. He finally understood. In his father's eyes, in the eyes of the conglomerate, blood ties and innate talent were nothing but bargaining chips. But when those chips threatened the very foundation of the family, they had to be eliminated swiftly. Therefore, no matter how prodigiously gifted Rin Baining might be, he had lost all value to the Bai family. In that instant, the heavy weight pressing on his heart vanished. Father, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion, we will definitely. You few alone are not enough. Bai Zhongyue cut him off decisively. I will send your eldest brother to the 034 underground cavern you're heading to. He'll participate in the practical combat exchange tournament alongside you. With him and the military backing you, it will be foolproof. Bai Tianyan's face lit up with delight. Brother Tianshu? I heard he just ascended to the 6th tier a few days ago. He single-handedly killed 3 7th tier beasts by outclassing them. He even led the charge against an SS rank beast. His military achievements are legendary. Thank you, father. I'll handle this matter properly. Now he could finally relax. Bai Ning, let him gloat for a few days. What harm could it do? He respectfully exited the study, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Chapter 48, Bai Ning, you have a generous heart. 8 o'clock the next morning. As Bai Ning approached the classroom door, the previously noisy room fell suddenly quiet. Several students who had been leaning against the wall chatting instinctively plastered on smiles. Good morning, President. President, you're here. The greetings came in rapid succession. Even a spoiled scion from a wealthy family, who usually looked down on everyone, bowed his head slightly to offer a greeting. Bai Ning froze. He hadn't expected such a dramatic shift in everyone's attitude overnight. This was too much. President, wait. A boy outside jogged over, holding a brand new thermos. I specially brewed some top-grade cloud mist tea for you, it'll perk you right up. Bai Ning glanced at the unfamiliar face. The cloud mist tea he mentioned was rumored to be a precious tea sold by the gram, more expensive than gold itself. Thanks, but no thanks. With that, Bai Ning turned to leave. The boy still held the cup. Far from being embarrassed by the rejection, he pursued him with even greater eagerness. He dashed ahead to a prime seat in the classroom, bending over as he said, President, please sit here. The view is great, I saved this spot for you yesterday. Bai Ning didn't pause, heading straight for a seat further back. No sooner had she sat down than a classmate beside her cautiously slid over a notebook. President, these are my notes from this class during my freshman year. You can take a look. Bai Ning offered a polite smile, thank you, but that won't be necessary. Suddenly, he felt a headache coming on. The class finally began amidst this peculiar atmosphere. The professor at the front, known for his stern demeanor, now wore a warm smile and even deliberately slowed his speech. His gaze frequently drifted toward Bai Ning's direction. When reaching a particularly difficult point, the professor even showed special concern. Mr. Bai Ning has only recently enrolled. Is there anything you don't understand? Bai Ning. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Thanks, but no thanks. Say it 3 times for emphasis. This scene where everyone greeted him with smiles felt too eerie. He felt completely uncomfortable. Now he understood why they acted like such jerks during the daytime recordings. Growing up in this kind of environment, what kind of normal person could they possibly become? Mentioning Bai Tianlu, Bai Ning couldn't help but recall the message he saw in the group chat today. The person who had wanted to kill him yesterday was now leading the charge and apologizing to him today. Bai Ning, we were wrong about everything before. We hope you can be magnanimous. Right after that, Yu Qingshu, Lin Zhushan, and even Bai Tianyan sent their apologies. Something was off. This was definitely not right. Behind this sudden wave of goodwill, there must be deeper malice lurking. Bai Ning never doubted his instincts about danger. Especially with the underground expedition just 7 days away. The small text in his field of vision lingered at consume 112 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. After saving Stone that day, he had sent out 4 more tubes of life's praise, adding 40 billion to his progress. His cultivation level was stuck at mid-tier 3rd stage, just short of advancing to upper tier. However, the card contained 100 billion snatched from Bai Tianlu, plus 60 billion worth of life praises and 200 billion energy crystals. After digesting all this, he might even reach mid-tier stage 4. Before heading to the underground caverns, the SSS-grade artifact forged by Master using void gold for you should be ready, further boosting my strength. In the coming days, I must make another trip to the black market to procure some major goods, master several more specialized combat techniques, and hone my archery skills. At the same time, I should aim to break through to the 4th tier. The vast, sparsely populated underground caverns would be the perfect place to get things done. Otherwise, letting Bai Tianyan and his kind continue breathing freely would leave him feeling uneasy. 7 days later. The teleportation array's light flickered and vanished. 4,000 students clad in combat gear materialized within the stronghold of underground cavern 034. A fierce wind swept in, carrying the distinctive, pungent stench unique to the underground caverns. Every face was solemn, the air thick with a heavy, oppressive tension. Bai Ning, the current student council president, stood alone at the very front of the crowd, his posture straight and upright. His pure black combat uniform perfectly outlined his long, powerful frame. A silver spear hung diagonally across his back. It was the SSS-grade artifact crafted to his specifications, Hunter's Edge. The Yuezhi's forging techniques were truly something else. Compared to directly using void gold, Huntress consumed less mental energy and maintained a more stable form after transformation. And in actual combat, its lethality had increased several-fold. His storage necklace was already packed with ample supplies. Yet Bai Ning's brow remained furrowed, his expression unusually grave. He stared at the consumption progress of his golden finger. Devour 163 billion 10 trillion assets to evolve into a sub-god tier. Over the past few days, he had tried every possible method and managed to increase the progress by a mere 50 billion. Yet he had only reached the upper tier of stage 3, with stage 4 still a distant prospect. It was clear that future upgrades would only grow more difficult. His current assets of 200 or 300 billion were utterly insignificant. This has been weighing heavily on his mind these past few days. If he couldn't reach tier 4, he feared something might go wrong when dealing with Bai Tianyan and the others. But to sacrifice all his remaining energy crystals just to force a level up for their sake felt like a terrible waste. President, there's no need to be anxious. Our academy visits this place every year. A slightly ingratiating voice chimed in. Guan Yu, who had been delivering cloud mist tea for 7 consecutive days, now approached Bai Ning with a broad smile plastered on his face. Though Cave 034 is an SSS-level dungeon, it's quite safe with the Li Clan's Nightwatch Legion stationed here. Bai Ning shot him a sideways glance. Who said I'm nervous? Guan Yu's heart sank, and he hastily waved his hands dramatically. Oh dear, what a slip of the tongue. The president is wise and formidable, how could you possibly be nervous? I must have misread the situation. His smile remained unchanged. But inside, he scoffed. That solemn expression was nothing but fear. Truly, pride comes before a fall. Just then. Silence. A man who looked like an officer stood on the high platform, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the entire venue. The joint competition between the Night's Watch and the First Academy will commence precisely at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Those whose names have been called are to step forward immediately and follow the guides to the designated barracks for rest. Until further notice, all personnel are strictly prohibited from leaving their quarters. Violators will be dealt with under military law. The officer then began taking roll call. The students, newly arrived and intimidated by the officer's imposing presence, fell silent and swiftly departed in an orderly fashion. Until only Bai Ning and a few others remained. By Ning, by Tianyan, Yu Qingshu, Lin Zhushan step forward. The secret realm is about to open. Follow me to undergo your second awakening. Ha? These people are here too? I thought the secret realm spots were supposed to be hard to get. I secured this guild leader position, yet you still found a way to get in? Bai Ning's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward. Bai Tianyan shot Bai Ning a pleased glance before taking a step forward himself. Lastly, Yu Qingshu and Lin Zhushan both wore rather sour expressions. Secondary awakening can further develop supernatural abilities and may even elevate their tier. Therefore, the sooner one undergoes secondary awakening, the better. This year, to secure this opportunity, each family had paid an unimaginable price. Yet each family could only secure one. Yu Qingdai cherished her younger sister and willingly gave up her spot. Lin Zhushan, however, beat Lin Zhuyu nearly to death to secure his spot. The two exchanged a glance. It was all Bai Ning's fault. If not for him, there could have been one more. Chapter 49, The Second Awakening of Supernatural Abilities begins. The leading officer glanced at them but said nothing more. The group followed the officer in silence, passing through 5 layers of checkpoints guarded by high-level military psychics. Finally, they entered a massive energy shield. Outside the shield, a squad of soldiers stood guard. Each radiated an intimidating aura that made one's heart race. Bai Ning even sensed several hidden figures lurking in the shadows, each at least 7th-tier masters. At the very center of the shield stood a well. The well appeared utterly ordinary, its rim covered in a thick layer of soil. Bai Ning looked left and right. Apart from this well, the place was utterly empty. Was this the so-called secret realm? The officer produced a diamond-shaped token and declared solemnly, "The secret realm is humanity's most precious treasure. During its annual eruption period, it allows those within to undergo a second awakening of their abilities. Its value determines the future of all humanity. Therefore," his voice rose again, "any form of conflict is strictly forbidden within. Should any action threatening the realm's stability occur, whoever is responsible will be executed on the spot." The group understood the gravity of the situation and responded in unison, "Understood." Then, the officer pressed the token against the well's rim and declared in a deep voice, "Touch the well water to enter the secret realm. The awakening time varies from person to person. Seize this opportunity." Bai Ning took a deep breath and reached for the well water. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the secret realm. The space was small and pitch black, illuminated only by faint green light emanating from several crystals embedded in the walls. Besides Bai Ning and his companions, several unfamiliar figures sat on the opposite side. They appeared to be disciples of the Li clan. The moment he entered, Bai Ning sensed the extreme instability of this secret realm space. With numerous spatial turbulence currents swirling around. No wonder combat was strictly forbidden. In a place like this, the slightest movement could cause the entire structure to collapse. Bai Tianyan suddenly leaned in, his voice thick with mystery. "Look at that guy with long hair over there." Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, surprised that Bai Tianyan would actually initiate conversation with him. "Don't give me that look," Bai Tianyan said, sounding somewhat exasperated. "Once we're on the Li family's turf, we all need to stick together for warmth. Haven't you noticed we 3 families only have 4 spots combined, while the Li family has a full 5? If this keeps up, the Li family will soon dominate the top ranks among the 4 clans. In the annual joint competitions, the top 10 scorers are always either from the Night Watch Legion or the Li family." Pointing to the long-haired man among the Li family members whose aura radiated the most vigorously, he continued. "That one is Li Wunyan, the leader of our generation. SS-grade ability, power beyond measure." Li Wunyan seemed to sense something, suddenly opening his eyes and looking over. "Hey, who among you is Bai Ning?" he asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Just as Bai Tianyan reluctantly withdrew his finger, he immediately pointed at Bai Ning, his tone brimming with arrogance. "This is the final disciple of Old Master Li, the peerless SSS-grade genius, Bai Ning. Trying to flatter me to death? Stirring up conflict between me and the Li family?" Bai Ning glanced at him and chuckled lightly. "That's me. What's up? SSS tier prodigy. That would be me. Modesty? What's that?" Li Wunyan's expression darkened noticeably as he snorted. "You're clearly just a pretty boy. I wonder what our ancestors saw in you. Are you deaf?" Li Wunyan flew into a rage. "How dare you call me deaf?" Bai Ning grinned. "Didn't catch him calling me SSS tier, a peerless genius. What a coincidence you're SSS too." "You." Li Wunyan flared up, making to rise, but was restrained by those beside him. "Calm down. This is the secret realm, remember? Your top priority now is awakening breaking through to SSS tier abilities. We can deal with him once we're out." Li Wunyan sneered coldly. "Fine, let you bloat for now. Once we're out, we'll settle this with a fight. We'll see if you're worthy of the secret realm spot our ancestor made an exception to reserve for you." Bai Ning shrugged and casually sat down in another corner. To his surprise, Bai Tianyan also intended to follow. "Stop. Don't make me slap you." Bai Ning stretched out his long leg, blocking him. But then he suddenly put on a pitiful expression. It disgusted Bai Ning to no end. This scene fell into the eyes of the Li family members. This Bai Ning really is just as arrogant and overbearing as the rumors say a spoiled second-generation brat. Fifth brother, lay into him a bit harder later. Teach him the rules of the underground. As they spoke, the secret realm suddenly trembled. Countless dazzling white orbs materialized out of thin air. Within moments, the orbs filled the entire secret realm, illuminating it as brightly as daylight. Bai Ning scanned the area and realized the so-called secret realm was only a few dozen square meters in size. The walls he had assumed were merely transparent barriers. Beyond the barrier lay an endless, boundless blackness. At first glance, it seemed capable of swallowing one's very soul. This darkness resembled the spatial fissures he created when using spatial cutting techniques. This barrier isolated the chaotic energy within the darkness, creating the inner sanctuary. He wondered if his own abilities could manifest such a spatial barrier as a defensive measure. There are so many light orbs this year, everyone, absorb them with all your might. Li Wunyan called out to the Li clan members. Bai Tianyan and the others swiftly crossed their legs on the ground, closed their eyes, and began focusing intensely on the light orbs. The light orbs, which had been drifting randomly, began to slowly gather toward their bodies before gradually merging into them. My ability is changing. Yu Qingxue exclaimed with delight. My lightning abilities can control even more thunder power now. Bai Tianyan couldn't help but laugh. The Li family members remained silent, but their satisfied expressions clearly showed they had benefited greatly. The changes were already so pronounced, even at the very beginning of absorbing the light clusters. This year's secret realm contained far more light orbs than usual, at least 30% more than previous years. Once the second awakening concluded, their abilities would surely advance even further. Bai Ning also felt light clusters merging into his body. He exerted his golden pupil to its fullest, focusing intently on sensing the temporal spatial energy within it. Yet, he detected no changes whatsoever. Something's off. Could it be that since I'm already an SSS tier ability user, I can't undergo a second awakening? No, if SSS tier abilities couldn't be enhanced, Master wouldn't have sent me here. Bai Ning couldn't help but glance at the small text in his field of vision. Consume 163 billion 10 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. The golden finger can devour assets, elevating the SSS tier spatial temporal eye to sub-god tier. Could this be the reason? Could it be that he could only upgrade his abilities by devouring assets? When Yu Qingxue opened her eyes, she found Bai Ning propping his chin, deep in thought. Excitement flashed in her eyes. Bai Ning, is your ability advancement not going smoothly? The moment she spoke, everyone else immediately turned their gaze toward Bai Ning. Heaven, you finally couldn't stand it anymore, right? He was already an SSS tier ability user. Any further advancement would only take him to SSS tier. Li Wunyan's lips curved into a faint smile. If you feel it's not working, you might as well step out now. No need to waste the light orbs inside. Chapter 50, the Fire Phoenix and S-class abilities have arrived? Bai Tianyan kept his thoughts to himself, choosing to maintain a superficial rapport with Bai Ning first. Just as he was about to speak, the next moment, the light spheres surged toward him like mad. Caught completely off guard, Bai Tianyan couldn't suppress the scream that erupted from his throat. A brilliant purple light erupted around him, countless fine arcs of electricity wildly shooting out from his body. He cried out in delight, my lightning ability has advanced to SS rank. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was instantly engulfed in blinding lightning light. A more ferocious thunderous power fully awakened within him. Alongside the advancement of his ability, his cultivation realm began to climb steadily. He swiftly broke through from the upper tier of the first stage to the lower tier of the second stage. As more light orbs poured in, his cultivation level continued to rise steadily. The Li clan members glanced at Bai Tianyan and sneered. A mere first-tier cultivation base, and he's only advanced one layer? Probably just a flash in the pan boosted by family resources. His foundation still can't compare to ours. Hurry up and absorb, Brother Wu. With your physique, you might even leap from mid-tier 4th rank to upper tier. Yu Qingxue shot Li Shi and his group a glare. Suddenly, a wave of heat washed over her and the fiery glow enveloping her body intensified dramatically. I'm about to break through to SS rank 2. A sickly crimson hue began to spread across Yu Qingxue's skin. Then flames erupted from her body, shooting skyward and baking the secret realm space like a steamer. At the heart of the flames, Yu Qingxue felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, she experienced an intense, exhilarating sensation of power surging through her. A clear, piercing phoenix cry erupted from within her. The flames surrounding her ceased their chaotic dance, coalescing into the ethereal form of a phoenix with a wingspan of several meters, radiating an aura of world-shattering power. The phoenix slowly spread its wings behind her. Yu Qingxue's cultivation level began to surge wildly. Soon, she reached the mid-tier of the second stage. A fire phoenix? Now that's interesting. Li Wunyan couldn't help but praise aloud. Who would have thought the Yu clan could cultivate such a figure? Bai Ning felt his hair was nearly singed and hurriedly shifted to the side. He had already absorbed numerous light orbs, yet his abilities showed no signs of awakening. Could it really be that advancing to the sub-god tier truly required money? He stared at the progress bar of his golden finger, lost in thought. Before long, Lin Jushan and one of the Li clan members also showed reactions. After Lin Jushan's body erupted in brilliant light, his abilities showed little change. It still appeared to be at the S rank level. Only his cultivation base had advanced to the lower tier of the third stage. A look of disappointment flashed across his face. Psychic abilities were indeed difficult to advance. However, his mood lifted considerably when he noticed no fluctuations emanating from Bai Ning. Bai Ning possessed SSS tier abilities. It was indeed impossible for him to advance further. Still, some kind of anomaly should have manifested regardless. Now only the Li clan members and Bai Ning had yet to complete their second awakening. Even Li Wunyan, an SS-grade user, showed faint traces of psychic energy. Only Bai Ning remained utterly still. After about 10 minutes, 2 more members of the Li clan glowed brightly. Judging by the fluctuations in their aura, their abilities had surged from S rank to SS rank. By now, 3 out of the 5 members of the Li clan had not only completed their second awakening but had also elevated their abilities to SS rank. Not only that, but even the weakest among them had reached the mid-tier of the third stage. Another half hour passed, leaving only Bai Ning, Li Wunyan, and another Li family member yet to complete their second awakening. Those who had finished awakening grew restless. Yu Qingshu glanced at Bai Ning again, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Among all those in the secret realm, she was the one who had shown the most remarkable improvement. She had actually gained the power of the Fire Phoenix. The flames she now wielded were as vivid as blood, capable of melting alloys with heat alone. Her power had surged dramatically. This formidable growth in power had restored her confidence. Bai Ning shot her an impatient look, their gazes locking. SS rank now, think you're hot stuff again? Yu Qingshu smiled smugly, like a proud peacock. I did manage to achieve a second awakening, after all. I'm still stronger than you. Bai Ning gave her a light, dismissive glance. That glance froze the smile on Yu Qingshu's face, causing her to instinctively step back half a meter. Bai Tianyan and the others felt a tightening in their hearts, their expressions torn with conflict. They desperately wanted Bai Ning to make a move so they could use the Nightwatch Legion to eliminate him. Yet inexplicably, the first reaction upon seeing his smile now was an instinctive fear. Just then, a stern voice rang out from among the Li clan members. Bai Ning, do not forget that any form of combat is strictly prohibited here. Is that so? Bai Ning's voice remained calm as he slowly rose to his feet. Prohibiting conflict? That's because you fools can't control your power and might shatter this fragile barrier. He turned his head to gaze at the boundless black void beyond the barrier. As far as he knew, no SSS tier spatial ability user had ever emerged. Which meant no one understood space better than he did. If he wished, he could even find a way to reinforce this barrier. Not to mention employing minor techniques to prevent outsiders from monitoring events within the secret realm. He took step after step toward Yu Qingshu. Bai Ning, are you out of your mind? Bai Tianyan's expression was tense. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the Li clan member urgently shouted toward the secret realm's entrance. Uncle Lin Yan, send reinforcements. Bai Ning is knowingly breaking the law. He should be executed on the spot. The secret realm must not be compromised. Did you hear that, Bai Ning? Upon hearing that outsiders could enter at any moment, Yu Qingshu felt even more confident. Know your place and sit back down, you hear me? Instead of retreating, Bai Ning took another step forward, his golden pupils blazing. In an instant, he materialized before Yu Qingshu. Then he raised his foot and kicked her face with all his might. Yu Qingshu let out a pained scream, then immediately lifted her face now bearing a black footprint and exclaimed excitedly. You're finished, ha! You actually dared to attack me here. Not only did you attack, but you even used your teleportation ability. The Li family members saw it too, right? 2 streams of blood flowed from her nostrils, yet she seemed oblivious. She excitedly turned to the others present, demanding confirmation. You can all testify for me. In a moment, Bai Ning will die. Ha 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 ha. Everyone present nodded in unison. Bai Ning had threatened the security of the secret realm. To put it bluntly, it amounted to treason. Even if old Master Li were here, he couldn't save Bai Ning's life. Bai Ning muttered under his breath, this is so noisy. He kicked Yu Qingshu square in the face. This kick unleashed full force, instantly contorting Yu Qingshu's delicate features as a gush of blood erupted from her mouth. Her head slammed hard against the floor, her high, straight nose now deeply caved in. Ah! Wah! Yu Qingshu screamed in agony, clutching her nose as tears streamed down her face. Her once fair complexion was now mottled with bruises and redness, making her sobbing look absurdly grotesque. Why? Why aren't Uncle Lin Yan and the others coming in yet? I never imagined Bai Ning would be so arrogant. He dares to disregard even the Legion's orders? The Li clan members stared in disbelief, having never encountered such audacity before. Bai Tianyan trembled with nervousness. Almost there, almost there. One more kick. His eyes were bloodshot as he prayed Bai Ning would kick him again. At the same time, he looked at Yu Qingxue with heartache. Xiao Shui, hold on a little longer. The harder he beats you, the higher your chances of being executed later. Finally, Bai Ning's foot descended once more onto Yu Qingxue's face. Chapter 51, Bai Ning's crime equals treason. Bai Ning's shoe sole pressed directly onto Yu Qingxue's sunken nasal bone. Crack! Yu Qingxue let out a piercing wail. Help me, Tianyan. Her once proud, high-nose bridge was now completely deformed. Immediately after, a bone-chilling thud echoed from her facial bones as several teeth snapped out with a crunch. Blood gushed onto the floor. Yu Qingxue's features were now indistinguishable, replaced only by a horrifying, deeply sunken cavity. Her body convulsed violently a few times before her head lolled to the side, and she fell into a deep, unconscious stupor. The stench of blood filled the entire secret realm. To the stunned onlookers, Bai Ning took a deep breath of the blood-soaked air. After the scent passed through his lungs, he smiled. What a freak! A complete and utter psychopath. The 3 Li clan members who had completed their awakening swallowed hard, their mouths opening involuntarily. Bai Tianyan and Lin Zhushan were frozen in terror, utterly speechless. A bone-chilling cold swept through their entire bodies. Bai Ning would rather risk his life than let Yu Qingxue off the hook. This madness of mutual destruction stunned everyone. Run, run now! The 3 men from the Li clan growled lowly, erupting into unprecedented speed as they charged toward the secret realm's exit. They dared not even glance back at Bai Ning, terrified the madman might block their path. They dared not fight here. The commotion jolted Bai Tianyan and the other survivor awake. They exchanged glances, seeing unmistakable fear and relief in each other's eyes. They too wanted to flee, but Yu Qingxue lay unconscious on the ground. A flicker of conflict crossed Bai Tianyan's eyes, but fear quickly overwhelmed everything. He gritted his teeth and signaled to Lin Zhushan. Once outside, they would immediately report this to Officer Li. Once they learned what Bai Ning had done, they wouldn't let him off the hook. After exchanging a knowing glance, the 2 men sprinted toward the secret realm's exit without looking back. Survival came first. In the blink of an eye, the secret realm fell silent. The light spheres surrounding Li Wunyan grew increasingly numerous, their energy rippling and fluctuating. The figure beside him had barely spoken since the beginning, merely sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. Countless orbs of light merged into his body, shimmering illusions dancing around him. Bai Ning's eyes flickered with curiosity. S-rank individuals had completed their second awakening long ago. Now, only he and the SS-rank Li Wunyan remained. He wondered what level of ability this man possessed. Bai Ning returned to his corner, activating his golden pupil to observe the spatial barrier of this secret realm. Countless light orbs descended upon his body. Suddenly, the small text in Bai Ning's vision finally changed. Consume 163 billion 9.5 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. 9.5 trillion. Bai Ning recalled that the previous upper limit displayed here was 10 trillion. After absorbing numerous light orbs, the devoured asset figure remained unchanged. The upper limit had dropped by a full 500 billion. As this figure shifted, Bai Ning finally sensed a faint disturbance emanating from the eye of spacetime. Immediately afterward, his cultivation realm began to shift, rapidly advancing to the lower tier of the 4th stage. For most others at Bai Ning's stage, reaching this point essentially meant successful second-tier awakening, allowing them to exit the secret realm. But Bai Ning felt he could absorb even more light clusters. He was nowhere near his limit. At that very moment, Li Wunyan's aura surged dramatically. The shadow cast beneath him suddenly swelled violently. A cold, eerie fluctuation spread silently. All shadows cast by light sources within the secret realm began violently trembling and distorting, as if summoned by some force. Immediately, these shadows transformed into slender black streams, ceaselessly converging toward Li Wunyan. Li Wunyan's supernatural power surged relentlessly, his long hair swaying gently in the swirling currents. Not only that, his cultivation level rapidly ascended from mid-4th tier, swiftly reaching peak 4th tier. He was but a step away from entering the 5th tier. Such a cultivation level was enough to tower above all his peers. After all, contemporaries like Bai Tianyan were still lingering between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. No wonder the Li clan dominated the joint underground competition rankings, crushing the other 3 major conglomerates. Even setting aside Li Wunyan, the other members of the Li family were all around the 3rd or 4th tier. Just as Li Wunyan's second awakening was drawing to a close, the aura emanating from the person beside him began to rise in an eerie manner. Bai Ning glanced over with curiosity. His eyebrows shot up in astonishment. This person's cultivation level was only lower tier 3rd stage? This is his state after ascending. Before that, he was only at the 2nd tier. He managed to awaken successfully by absorbing the light sphere all this time with such a cultivation level? How bizarre. Immediately after completing his awakening in the 5th year of Li, he opened his eyes and looked at Bai Ning. Bai Ning, you still haven't stirred at all. Did your awakening fail? He clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. You're quite the character. In all my years, I've never heard of such a botched second awakening. Not only did your abilities remain unchanged, but your cultivation level. His eyebrow arched as he continued, you're actually at the 4th tier? Looks like you're still not giving up even after finishing your awakening? Let me tell you, even if you stay here for a month after awakening, it won't do you any good. It's just a waste of time. The person beside Li Wunyan had just finished awakening and stood up. Let's go, brother Li Wunyan. His expression remained impassive as he walked straight toward the exit. Not once did he glance at Bai Ning. Li Wunyan snorted in amusement and followed him out of the secret realm. After all, why waste words on someone who was about to die? The familiar ancient well reappeared. Outside the secret realm, Bai Tianyan and the others stood excitedly surrounding Li Nian in the center. Li Nian was the officer who had initially led Bai Ning and the others into the secret realm. Captain Li, send someone in to save Xia Shui. That Bai Ning is about to beat him to death. Li Nian frowned deeply, explaining helplessly. It's not that we won't rescue her. For some unknown reason, the secret realm is now only allowing exit, not entry. Plus, all the monitoring equipment inside the secret realm has mysteriously malfunctioned. Li Wunyan asked curiously, has this ever happened before? Li Nian shook his head. Never. Oh? Li Wunyan's pupils contracted. Bai Ning's ability is related to space. Could he be behind this? Highly likely. Li Nian waved to his teammates nearby. The moment Bai Ning emerges, detain him immediately for interrogation. If he truly fought someone in the secret realm, that's tantamount to treason. Yes, sir. The soldiers replied sharply in unison. An hour passed, but Bai Ning did not emerge. 2 hours? 3 hours? Finally, a ripple rippled across the ancient well's surface. Bai Ning's figure appeared before the crowd. Bai Tianyan immediately shouted excitedly, quick! Seize him! If he dares resist, kill him on the spot. Chapter 52, why don't you just give me some money? Li Nian's eyes narrowed sharply as his hand flew to his sword hilt. Faced with this scene, Bai Ning seemed completely bewildered, a blank expression on his face. Arrest me? Why? His voice rose as he instinctively took a half step back. He looked utterly wronged, as if the world had done him a grave injustice. This expression was a far cry from the arrogant demeanor described by Bai Tianyan and the others. Li Nian hesitated for a few seconds. Bai Tianyan stomped his foot in fury. Still pretending. What did you do to Xia Shui in the secret realm? You even used your supernatural abilities on her. Bai Ning's bewilderment deepened. Then, he suddenly slapped his forehead and sighed helplessly. Oh, you mean that? That wasn't hitting someone, I was repairing the secret realm. What? Everyone froze in surprise. Repairing the secret realm? Could he really make up such a ridiculous excuse? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how many genius researchers have tried every possible method to stabilize the secret realm, yet none have succeeded? If you can really do it, I'll eat this knife right here. Bai Tianyan laughed bitterly in anger, his voice twisted with rage. Bai Ning remained dead serious, spreading his hands as he continued his explanation. You see, I suddenly sensed the secret realm's barrier becoming unstable, on the verge of collapse. I had no choice but to use my abilities and begin repairing the barrier with all my strength. As for you Qingshu, Bai Ning's face softened with just the right amount of regret. Her position at the time interfered with my repairs. If I hadn't moved her, it would have compromised the secret realm's stability. And Bai Ning shifted his tone, his voice brimming with excitement. I also took the opportunity to optimize the barrier's structural design. I estimate that during future annual burst periods, the density of light clusters will increase significantly. But no need to reward me, I did it purely for humanity's bright future. Bai Ning's impassioned, logically coherent nonsense left everyone dumbfounded. The Li family members stared in disbelief. Are you trying to pull the wool over our eyes? We've seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Not only did he twist black into white, but he delivered his lies with such righteous indignation. Bull! Bai Tianyan snapped out of it first, his face turning ashen. He's stalling for time. Take him down. Li Nian fixed Bai Ning with a piercing stare and demanded in a low voice, you claim you repaired the secret realm? His tone dripped with deep skepticism. Absolutely true. Bai Ning pounded his chest in assurance. If you don't believe me, send someone in to check. They'll see for themselves. Li Nian pondered for a few seconds. As an officer, he couldn't accept one-sided accounts. Though Bai Ning's claim was highly improbable. Sending someone to investigate wouldn't take much effort. If Bai Ning had lied, executing him on the spot would be no trouble. He motioned for the two to re-enter the secret realm. Bai Tianyan, though burning with impatience and wishing Bai Ning could be torn limb from limb at that very moment, could only stare helplessly on. Time ticked by second. At the entrance to the secret realm, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Li Nian kept a close watch on Bai Ning, afraid he might try to escape. Bai Tianyan stared fixedly at the entrance. The Li family members wore grim expressions. They didn't believe a word of Bai Ning's nonsense. They were waiting for those two to emerge and expose Bai Ning's clumsy lies. Only Bai Ning remained utterly unfazed, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, the two who had entered the secret realm returned to their original spot. All eyes instantly focused on them. Their expressions were incredibly complex. Their gaze toward Bai Ning was initially filled with confusion. But soon, that bewilderment abruptly transformed into an intense, almost burning intensity. At the same time, it was a mixture of astonishment, ecstasy, and disbelief. It was as if they were beholding a treasure that had fallen from the heavens. Could it be? A sense of foreboding rose within Bai Tianyan's heart. Lin Yan understood the outcome the moment he saw their reactions. Sure enough, their voices were hoarse with excitement. Captain, the stability of the secret realm is unprecedented. The space has even expanded by a full 4 times. It's nothing short of a miracle. After the two revealed the answer, all the soldiers guarding the secret realm wore expressions of joy and admiration. In unison, they snapped to attention and saluted Bai Ning. Lin Yan even pushed his partially drawn sword back into its scabbard, gripped Bai Ning's hand tightly, and exclaimed with emotion. On behalf of humanity, I thank you for your tremendous contribution. I will report this matter immediately to the Supreme Commander, General Qiansan. Your reward will be credited to your account shortly. Rest assured, the Night Watch Legion will forever honor its loyalty to humanity. Bai Ning's eyes lit up. A reward? That's fantastic. He desperately needed money to level up as quickly as possible. But under the intense stares of this crowd of men, even someone as thick-skinned as him felt a bit embarrassed. Repairing things was indeed a minor task. The main reason was that he'd been itching to beat the crap out of Yu Qingxue. After the fight, he didn't want to deal with the aftermath, so he'd casually patched up the barrier. After all, he'd been alone inside for 3 hours without feeling any sense of saturation. The light spheres kept pouring in. In short, it was incredibly boring. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. And so, the seemingly trivial act unexpectedly brought him immense surprise. After completing the barrier repairs, countless light orbs swarmed forth once more. This time, their number was a full 3 times greater than before the repair. Bai Ning seized the opportunity to absorb them all. Only when his body finally reached saturation did he emerge from the secret realm. Lin Yan, usually aloof, remained immersed in immense excitement, his face flushed with thrill. He paced back and forth like a headless fly. Let me think, what else could I reward you with? Just tell me what you want, and I'll do my utmost to get it for you. Bai Ning, money. Lin Yan suddenly remembered something and excitedly cut Bai Ning off. An S-class combat medal. That's right, an S-class combat medal. With your contributions, getting it approved shouldn't be difficult. My bad for even thinking of fobbing you off with something as vulgar as money. If we'd really tried to fob you off with a bonus, outsiders would think our Night Watch Legion mistreats human heroes. Ha! Bai Ning waved his hands repeatedly. Don't be so formal. The bonus is perfectly fine. Lin Yan insisted, no, you're magnanimous, but we must show our gratitude. The reward is really fine. No way. Just give me the money. No way. Please. No way. No matter what Bai Ning said next, Lin Yan remained adamant that money couldn't be used to insult him. He insisted on applying for some S-class merit instead. Bai Ning was dumbfounded. Bai Tianyan and the others, who had been stunned speechless by the shock, were even more dumbfounded. Especially Bai Tianyan, the color drained from his face instantly. Impossible. He clearly struck someone. His entire worldview felt like it was crumbling. He had clearly knocked out Yu Qingxue in front of everyone, yet Bai Ning had twisted it into some monumental achievement? Even after Bai Ning refused, he was still pushing to bestow the S-class battle merit. Bai Ning might not grasp the true value of this reward, but how could he not know? A saying circulated in this era. B-class battle honors are earned standing up, A-class battle honors are earned lying down, and S-class battle honors are claimed by the family. What does that mean? It means most who receive this level of commendation have sacrificed their lives. And Bai Ning was only 18 years old, having been in college for less than 2 weeks. And he's already earned an S-class battle merit? How did things escalate to this point? Li Wunyan's expression was extremely complex. Earlier in the secret realm, he had sensed Bai Ning's cultivation at the upper tier of the 3rd stage. With his deep cultivation foundation, he had managed to advance from mid-stage 4th tier to peak 4th tier. But now, at peak 4th tier, he couldn't discern Bai Ning's cultivation level at all. Chapter 53, Spatial Abilities Reign Supreme. Bai Ning suddenly turned his head to look at Li Wunyan. Their gazes locked. Bai Ning chuckled softly. Do you remember what you said? Li Wunyan flashed a confident smile as twin blades instantly materialized in his hands. Though he couldn't gauge Bai Ning's cultivation level, he didn't take it too seriously. No one knew better than himself how powerful he had become after his second awakening. Not only could he take on this Bai Ning, but he now had the confidence to face even Lin Yan, a 5th-tier military powerhouse with countless battles under his belt. Originally, his SS-rank Shadow Shuttle ability alone was enough to secure his position as the new leader of the conglomerate. In the underground labyrinth, wielding this ability, he had earned a formidable reputation by slaying one monstrous beast after another. After ascending to SSS rank, his power became peerless. Within a 300-meter radius, he could traverse at will. Wherever shadows existed, he could reach. And shadows were everywhere. Even if Bai Ning had a 1% chance of truly surpassing his own realm, it wouldn't matter. Li Wunyan tilted his head and said, "If you've got the guts, step onto the stage with me." Bai Ning tilted his head in response. In the next instant, he teleported directly before Li Wunyan. Before anyone could react, his foot slammed into Li Wunyan's chest. Boom! Li Wunyan's body exploded with a thunderous roar mid-air. The terrifying force sent him flying like a cannonball propelled skyward. Layers of powerful wind ripples rippled through the air. With sheer physical strength alone, Bai Ning sent Li Wunyan flying like fireworks. He shot skyward with a whoosh. Holy, a skyrocket? A soldier who had set off fireworks as a child exclaimed in shock. Wait, where's the guy? Li Wunyan's figure vanished mid-air after rising just over 10 meters. This scene stunned many who were unaware of Li Wunyan's special abilities. But Bai Ning wasn't surprised at all. Instant disappearance? He knew all about that. As someone who benefited daily from others using teleportation to ambush him, he knew this trick all too well. Li Wunyan likely possessed a similar teleportation ability. As for where he'd teleport to, Bai Ning didn't even need to guess, it was almost certainly right behind him. Just in case, he activated his golden pupil, keeping a constant watch for spatial fluctuations around his body. Almost the instant he unleashed his ability, Li Wunyan's figure materialized silently in the shadows beneath his feet. To the others, Li Wunyan's current state seemed miraculous. He seemed to have fused with Bai Ning's shadow. More like he had transformed from 3D into 2D. The instant he emerged from Bai Ning's shadow, his body shifted back from black 2D to vibrant 3D. He rose silently from the ground. With a confident air, Li Wunyan silently drew the dagger from behind his back to his front. He waited for his body to rise to the perfect height for a single, decisive strike. Yet before he could rise to the height of Bai Ning's chest, Li Wunyan suddenly found himself stuck. His lower legs remained trapped in the shadows on the ground. No matter how he channeled his abilities, he couldn't budge an inch. As Bai Ning began to turn around, Li Wunyan's eyes flashed with intensity. There was no time to waste. He swiftly swung his twin blades, unleashing his mastered SSS rank combat technique. This combat technique was perfectly attuned to his own supernatural abilities. Moreover, he had already mastered it to perfection. It was his greatest source of confidence. With this technique alone, Li Wunyan had never tasted defeat. A sudden transformation erupted upon the short blade's edges. Two slashes, each only an inch long at first, instantly transformed into terrifying blade energies several meters long, slashing toward Bai Ning. Such immense blade energy emitted not a single sound. Like a silent tidal wave, the blade energy materialized and reached Bai Ning in an instant, with almost no time lapse. A proud gleam flashed in Li Wunyan's eyes. This was the strike of a true master. The blade energy was swift, but Bai Ning was faster. The small text before his eyes had changed to consume 163 billion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. The colossal light spheres had reduced his progress by a full 2 trillion. Though after his second awakening, he had only reached the mid-tier of the 4th rank. The enhancement of the Eye of Spacetime was even more pronounced. His current psychic range now reached a terrifying radius of 1 kilometer. His manipulation of space and time had also become far more precise. If he faced Bai Jian, that 6th-tier guard from Bai Tianlu's group, now, Bai Jian wouldn't even have a chance to survive and drink his potion. Thus, Li Wunyan's tactics seemed like child's play to him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could freeze the space beneath Li Wunyan's feet, trapping him forever in the shadows. Bai Ning slowly turned, his golden pupils locking onto the terrifying pitch-black blade energy. With a single glance, the mountain-high blade energy instantly froze in midair. Not an inch could advance. Bai Ning still kept his hands in his pockets, unaware of what it meant to face a worthy opponent. But remembering the man was a member of the Li clan, a junior to his master, he had no intention of doing anything. After holding him in place for a moment, he released him. Li Wunyan stumbled awkwardly to the ground, his face flushing crimson with shame and fury. He didn't believe Bai Ning had spared him. Instead, he felt Bai Ning was deliberately humiliating him. Bai Ning had deliberately used full force yet acted as if it were nothing, just to show off in front of everyone. Never before had a peer made him look so utterly foolish. He let out a vicious laugh. In that case, I'll show you the power of an SSS rank shadow shuttle. The next moment, Li Wunyan vanished once more. You think you can rely on just your eyes? Did you know that human eyelashes in the corners of the eyes also cast shadows? He lurked at the corner of Bai Ning's eye and struck suddenly. Bai Ning suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye corner and hissed. A trickle of blood slid down his eyelid. Clutching his left eye, Bai Ning laughed bitterly. The next moment, his newly awakened spacetime eye activated at full power. Li Nian and the others standing around him felt as if the surrounding space had suddenly been poured with cement. They were all sealed in place, unable to move an inch. Even the few 7th-tier experts secretly guarding the secret realm couldn't help but frown, straining against the immense pressure. Li Wunyan, hiding in the shadows and closest to Bai Ning, felt the pressure most intensely. It felt as if a giant hand had appeared in the air, crushing him inside, kneading him into a flattened, round shape. He couldn't move an inch inside it. Had Bai Ning not reacted swiftly, just a fraction more time would have been enough to utterly destroy that eye. What a pity. He sighed inwardly, preparing to lurk in the shadows and wait for his next chance to strike. But in the next instant, he felt a powerful suction pull. His entire body was pulled uncontrollably into the spatial vortex. When Li Wunyan reappeared before everyone's eyes, he lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud. His limbs twisted at unnatural angles, his body covered in bruises and contusions, not a single inch of skin left unscathed. A deathly silence hung in the air. Bai Ning kicked Li Wunyan's face with his foot, confirming he was completely unconscious. Only then did he wave his hand to lift the spatial lock. Finally, we can talk. What just happened? Was it that Bai Ning? Most present were military personnel, accustomed to high-stakes situations, yet even they couldn't suppress gasps at this bizarre spectacle. They had just been suppressed so completely they couldn't even lift a finger. Such overwhelming dominance, and it came from a freshman? Li Nian had barely exhaled when he saw Bai Ning raise his foot once more, aiming a kick at Li Wunyan's face. Bai Ning, stop it. Bai Ning seemed oblivious, her expression blank as she continued to stomp down. Chapter 54, Who Gave You the Guts? The bone-crunching sound of shattered facial bones sent shivers down the spine. Bai Ning's cold face remained unmoved as he stomped a deep dent into Li Wunyan's cheek. Then he wiped the blood from his foot on Li Wunyan's clothes. Li Nian felt conflicted at that moment. After all, Li Wunyan was a member of the Li clan, raised within the Legion since childhood, a boy he had watched grow up. The boy possessed extraordinary talent, and facing Bai Ning, the final disciple of Old Master Li, it was inevitable he harbored some resentment. Seeing him beaten so badly now, Li Nian felt deeply pained. But Bai Ning had reinforced the secret realm's spatial barriers. Each year henceforth, more human prodigies would emerge, their value immeasurable. Not only could he get away with injuring someone, but even if he killed a person or two right in front of them, no one would dare confront him directly. It would be best to consult the commander first. Li Nian sighed. Bai Ning, go rest in the barracks for now. We've specially prepared a spacious room for you, and your rewards will be delivered to you as soon as possible. Bai Tianyan glared at Bai Ning as he walked away with a carefree air. That same cold expression had been on his face when he crushed Xiao Shui's cheek earlier. Not a flicker of emotion in his eyes, like a ruthless killing machine. Could this be some kind of fetish of Bai Ning's? He always aimed for people's faces when he hit them. At first, it was just slaps. Now slaps alone weren't enough for him, he'd escalated to this brutal method. What infuriated them most was that so many legionnaires watched him unleash his fury, yet no one intervened. If this keeps up, what if one day he dares to kill even the scions of conglomerates? Bai Tianyan silently resolved. The plan must be executed immediately. Once I get back, I'll find my older brother. For most students experiencing the underground caverns for the first time, this night was sleepless. The air in the underground caverns was damp, stifling, and reeked of a foul, fishy odor. Without moonlight, the night was pitch black. From the distant jungle came the occasional frenzied roar of strange beasts. When they assembled at 4 a.m. the next day, many hadn't slept at all, their eyes drooping as they waited for the Legion officer's briefing. Bai Ning's injuries weren't severe. After returning to his room, he drank a vial of healing potion. His left eye, injured by Li Wunyan, was now fully healed. Li Wunyan's injuries, however, were not so easily healed. He was carried to the infirmary, where after a night of treatment by the medic, he had only just recovered to 80%. His sunken cheekbone had finally returned to its original shape. But it still looked swollen like a pig's head, and pulling on it still caused pain. He kept his face stiff, daring not to make a single expression. Worse still, his current condition would severely hamper his performance in combat drills. As the leader of the Li clan, his restricted combat ability meant they would struggle to withstand the Night's Watch elite forces. Just then, a young officer appeared on the elevated platform before the crowd. He looked remarkably young, one could easily mistake him for an academy student. Yet his shoulder insignia bore 2 diagonal bars and 4 stars. This proved his identity. He held the rank of Brigadier General in the Night's Watch. Greetings, all. I am Li Wuqing. Li Wuqing's sharp gaze swept across the entire venue. I will be presiding over this practical exchange match. The rules are similar to previous years. The first 7 days will be individual scoring matches. You may earn points corresponding to the level of the beasts you hunt or the resources you gather. The following 7 days will be team competitions, with 7-person squads undergoing group assessments. The assessment area has been pre-equipped with protective energy shields. The entire site is covered by over 10,000 high-definition cameras. My fellow instructors and I will be monitoring the proceedings together. He paused briefly before continuing. Beyond my Nightwatch Legion and the Academy, the Core Legion will also compete in this event. Please welcome the representative of the Core Legion, Bai Tianshu. Applause erupted. Another young brigadier general stepped before the crowd. It was Bai Tianshu, Bai Ning's older brother. With sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, Bai Tianshu radiated an air of nobility. His entrance immediately drew gasps from countless young women. Bai Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This man's face bore a striking resemblance to his own. Blood ties truly a marvel. Seated on the high platform were many teachers Bai Ning recognized. Lei Zhang was among them. Upon noticing Bai Ning looking at him, he winked back. After a brief introduction, Li Wuqing continued. Next, I have an important announcement to make. His gaze fixed squarely on Bai Ning as his voice boomed. With the approval of General Qian San, in recognition of Bai Ning's outstanding contributions to humanity, he is hereby awarded the S-Class Military Merit. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The entire assembly erupted in commotion. Did I hear that correctly? Good heavens, how old is he? He's only been enrolled for days. This is the true caliber of our student council president. Exclamations swept across the entire venue. Li Wunyan's swollen face twisted in an instant. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he bellowed. Brother Wuqing, I refuse to accept this. His voice echoed throughout the arena, drawing everyone's gaze back to him once more. He severely injured me yesterday and maliciously attacked the Yuezhi disciples in the secret realm. How dare someone like him receive battle honors? He should be punished by military law. Li Wuqing's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, I have heard about yesterday's incident. Wu Nian, you're like a younger brother I've watched grow up. Seeing an opening, Li Wuqing pressed his advantage. Bai Ning has severely weakened my combat strength, which will gravely impact the Li clan's performance in actual battle. So, Brother Wuqing. Li Wunyan hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, Li Wuqing's figure materialized before Li Wunyan. Without a word, he delivered a direct kick. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on Bai Ning, an S-rank war merit recipient? Who gave you the nerve? Li Wunyan's body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. His already unhealed body suffered another severe blow, and he let out a pained groan. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Weren't these two supposed to be brothers? Why such brutality? Li Wuqing's figure reappeared on the high platform, his gaze as cold as ever. This, he declared, is the fate of those who slander an S-rank war merit recipient. He didn't spare Li Wunyan another glance as he straightened his uniform. Then, with solemn expression, he turned to Bai Ning. Bai Ning, step forward to receive your combat medal. Bai Ning remained composed. After all, an S-Class battle medal meant little to him. Money would be more practical. As for Li Wuqing's half-hearted kick, it hadn't caused any real harm. Rather than standing up for Bai Ning, it was more about preventing Bai Ning from making a big deal out of the incident. Amid countless gazes filled with envy and awe, he strode onto the elevated platform. His gaze met by Tian Shu's for a brief, meaningful moment. The S-Class battle merit medal looked utterly ordinary, the kind you couldn't even sell for a decent price. Yet Li Wuqing held it with utmost solemnity. The instant Bai Ning accepted the medal, every soldier on the platform and below, including Li Wuqing himself, raised their right arms in unison, rendering the most solemn military salute to Bai Ning. In that moment, Bai Ning was no longer the illegitimate son plagued by doubt. He was now a human hero recognized by the highest echelons of the military. Chapter 55, The Underground Combat Tournament begins. Of course, even human heroes must participate in combat exchange matches. This was an educational practice implemented by the first Academy of Supernatural Abilities since its founding. Each year, all students are transported here en masse for combat training. Students with high point rankings receive various cultivation resources like artifacts and potions. A select few fortunate individuals, if noticed by observing teachers or legions, could instantly become direct disciples. But this wasn't what the conglomerate scions valued. Even the top prize was worth only a few $100 million. Compared to their current assets, it was almost negligible. What the conglomerates value most is prestige. They must be the strongest. Bai Ning had come to the underground labyrinth seeking an opportunity to eliminate those troublesome individuals all at once. To that end, he'd been training relentlessly in various combat techniques these past few days. Following his second awakening, his psychic abilities had risen to new heights. Taking care of them and the troubles behind them was now a sure thing. The competition rewards were merely a side benefit. At Li Wuqing's command, all contestants entered a teleportation array. A flash of light erupted, followed by a damp, cold air mingled with the stench of decay and blood that stung their nostrils. Before them lay not the Legion stronghold, but a primeval forest shrouded in a colossal energy dome. Light filtered dimly through the canopy, where towering trees twisted and gnarled. Dark green vines coiled like giant serpents throughout the space. The ground was thickly carpeted with decaying leaves. Bai Ning checked the resource packs he had just distributed to everyone. Each contained a smartwatch storing a map and a teleportation crystal. The teleportation crystal was extremely valuable, crushing it would instantly transport them back to base. Bai Ning fastened the watch, glanced around to assess everyone's positions, then casually set off in a random direction. President, wait. Before he had gone far, Guan Yu's voice called out from behind him. Ever since Bai Zhongyue acknowledged his identity, Bai Ning had encountered many who sought to curry favor with him. But none had shown the level of enthusiasm that Guan Yu displayed. These past few days, Bai Ning seemed to run into him everywhere he went. Guan Yu caught up. Even in individual competitions, it's safer to travel in pairs. Let's go together, I can help you. You? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, sizing him up from head to toe. Second tier lower realm. Don't underestimate me just because my cultivation is low. My ability is a grade detection, it's incredibly useful. He patted his chest emphatically. Having a detection ability would indeed make it much easier to avoid danger or take the initiative in the dense forest. After a moment's thought, Bai Ning didn't refuse. Guan Yu then pointed to Chu Yushuan, standing alone nearby. She's alone too. President, aren't you going to take her with you? Bai Ning followed his finger and looked over. Chu Yushuan still appeared intensely socially anxious, her head bowed, avoiding eye contact with anyone. After publicly demonstrating her mastery of the four elements that day, she had become quite famous within the academy. Many had approached her to invite her to join their groups. Yet she shook her head and declined them all. Bai Ning shot Guan Yu a puzzled glance. Her? Why bring her? Guan Yu exclaimed, the way you two were acting that day, she clearly has a thing for you. So? Bai Ning turned and walked away. Setting aside the fact that his relationship with Chu Yushuan was purely about guiding her and secretly learning the four elemental systems, having Chu Yushuan follow him would only make things more dangerous. Bai Ning's gaze swept silently over the elite squad brought by Bai Tianshu and Bai Tianluo. Bai Tianshu's men were all highly trained soldiers with extensive experience in underground combat. Moreover, they worked together with seamless coordination. Bai Tianluo and his group held the advantage in numbers. The young members of the Bai, Lin, and Yu families had all gathered together, each accompanied by their own followers. A vast and imposing crowd. Each person could spit enough to water a tree. These people clearly had no good intentions. Otherwise, why had Bai Tianshu never brought anyone to compete before, choosing this year specifically? But Bai Ning wasn't overly concerned. No one was allowed to bring hidden guards during the competition. Among this group, the highest-ranked individual was a mid-tier 5th-rank squad leader under Bai Tianshu. 5th tier? He could take out 2 of them with a single punch. He turned his head to ask Guan Yu. Is this energy shield safe? Guan Yu was the Academy's go-to source for intel, always in the know. That was one reason Bai Ning had kept him around. Absolutely safe. Once activated, even an S-rank beast equivalent to a human 7th tier can't break through. Don't worry, President. Guan Yu flashed a knowing look, promising to keep it confidential. Bai Ning rolled her eyes. So where exactly are all the cameras installed? Do you know? Li Wuqing stated that over 10,000 cameras provided coverage throughout the facility. He had already scanned the surroundings and detected no signs of cameras. Guan Yu nodded knowingly. The so-called surveillance system relies on an auxiliary-type psychic within the Legion. His ability is called Thousand Eyes. His vision is projected onto screens, allowing the teacher and Legion members to see and come rescue us at any moment. Can it achieve 100% coverage? Bai Ning remained skeptical. That's not quite possible. Guan Yu produced a teleportation crystal and smiled. With this, it's like double insurance. Rest assured, President. Bai Ning fell deep in thought. With artificial cameras, there's no way to sabotage them manually. Did that mean they'd have to carry out their plan against Bai Tianyan and the others during the live broadcast? That wouldn't be good. Hey, President, why are you suddenly smiling like a creep? Guan Yu was startled by Bai Ning's sudden, eerie grin. That grin seemed to anticipate something wicked happening. Bai Ning waved his hand dismissively. Come on, let's take a stroll through the core area first. The scoring for this match was tied to individual cultivation levels. A second-tier psionicist killing a first-tier psionic beast earned significantly fewer points than a first-tier psionicist would. Though his goal this time wasn't to take first place, he couldn't be bothered to linger in the outer zones. Having finally made it to the underground labyrinth, he intended to see what it had to offer. The core zone? Guan Yu was stunned again. That's where all the 4th tier and above beasts hang out, and the density is incredibly high. They say 4th tier beasts are everywhere, 5th tier ones are as common as dogs, and 6th tier ones fight over territory. His eyes widened in terror. President, even if you're a mid-tier 4th rank, it's still extremely dangerous in a place like that. Only teams from the Li clan or the Legion would ever risk venturing in. We're only 2 people. Bai Ning shot him a half smile. Then just don't come along. Guan Yu hesitated, but gritted his teeth and followed. Bai Ning followed the map projected onto his watch as he made his way toward the core area. The deeper he went, the stronger the scent of blood in the air became. The light grew dimmer. Guan Yu felt tense at first. But soon, he felt a deep sense of security. He had just detected danger through his probing ability, but before he could issue a warning, a first-tier green shadow snake lunged at him. Bai Ning merely glanced at it casually, and the snake was instantly crushed into a dried-up husk. A second-tier fire ape roared furiously. Bai Ning frowned slightly, and the ape was blasted into 3 trees. A third-tier iron rhino charged forward, only to be instantly cleaved in 2 by a casual slash from Bai Ning. The 2 never once stopped walking along the way, not even turning a corner. In a straight line, they cut straight through to the core area. After dispatching a 4th-tier venomous toad with a wave of his hand, Bai Ning finally smiled with satisfaction. Consume 163 billion 10 million 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Indeed, slaying beasts accelerated his progress. A 4th-tier beast was only worth 10 million, but quantity could make up for it. Chapter 56, Top 10 in the Individual Competition, Monster Horde. Within the Legion stronghold. Countless live feeds projected mid-air. 10 of these projections were enormous, occupying the central position. These were solo feeds of the top 10 competitors on the leaderboard. In previous years, these 10 spots were almost exclusively monopolized by elites from the Li clan or the Nightwatch Legion. This year was no exception. Beside the projections was a ranking list. It displayed the names and point standings of all participants. The current top 10 are predominantly from the Li clan or the two legions. Academy instructors sat alongside Brigadier Generals Bai Tianqiu and Li Wuqing in the viewing gallery. They occasionally offered commentary on the performance of each faction's students. As for the ordinary students not affiliated with the consortium, not a word was spoken about them. Li Wunyan's resolve is truly formidable. A teacher pointed at Li Wunyan on the screen, pale-faced yet moving with ruthless precision, and praised. Despite his severe injuries, he fought his way into the top 10 with sheer determination. Truly the rising star of the Li clan's younger generation. His shadow shuffle truly excels in combat, though the Legion remains as formidable as ever. Another instructor shifted focus. Xia Dong of the Nightwatch Legion is equally impressive. At the 5th tier, he holds his own against 6th tier beasts without faltering. On screen, a youth clad in Nightwatcher uniform fought with fierce, relentless intensity, radiating overwhelming momentum. Xia Dong is a key prospect being groomed by the Nightwatch, with extensive combat experience. Li Wuqing nodded slightly. Fu Yuanshan from the Earth Core is equally formidable. Another instructor pointed to a different scene. A youth wielding a spear charged forward with dragon-like ferocity, forcing a peak 5th tier Wolf King into relentless retreat. His spear technique has grasped the true essence. At the 5th tier, his combat prowess rivals that of a 6th tier opponent. Fu Yuanshan is the most promising talent under my tutelage, capable of advancing to 7th or even 8th tier. Bai Tianqiu watched Fu Yuanshan surge into the top 10, nodding with satisfaction. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Fu Yuanshan takes first place. A faculty member seated beside Bai Tianqiu offered flattery. Bai Tianqiu smiled modestly, his heart brimming with ambition. The Li clan and the Nightwatch Legion they commanded had indeed dominated previous competitions. Relying on their garrison in the underground caverns and rich combat experience, they had dominated the other 3 houses for years. But the men he brought this time were the cream of the crop from the core legion. He had recruited these skilled fighters from all corners at great expense. Fu Yuanshan possessed extraordinary talent with the rifle, and his special ability perfectly complemented his skill, a true unity of man and weapon. He was the ace up his sleeve. After years of preparation, it was time to end the Li clan's dominance. Li Wuqing's gaze suddenly shifted past the top 10 screens, settling on an inconspicuous small display. It displayed the figures of Bai Ning and Guan Yu traversing the dense forest. If we're talking about who'll take first place this time, I'd say Bai Ning is the obvious choice. Bai Ning? Bai Tianqiu chuckled meaningfully. Their plan had only just begun. Bai Ning wouldn't survive to see the competition's end. Wuqing, you jest. While his S-rank battle merit did surprise me, that's as far as it goes. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sweeping across the group. Everyone knows the rules. While it appears to be an individual competition, it ultimately hinges on teamwork. When hunting beasts, some lure the monsters, some control the battlefield, and some deliver the finishing blows. Points naturally rise accordingly. What does Bai Ning have? His words drew knowing nods from several instructors. Reality was this cruel. Even Bai Ning, with his extraordinary talent, would struggle to win under these rules. How could one person's efficiency in killing beasts possibly match that of a team of dozens? In previous years, ordinary students without connections weren't lacking in top-tier talent, yet none had ever secured first place. The reason was simple: they lacked team support. Bai Ning had now reached the core area of the competition. The density of beasts here was noticeably higher. Almost every few minutes, they encountered beasts starting from the 4th tier. The air thickened with the pungent, blood-tinged scent emanating from the beasts. Guan Yu stayed close behind, his scouting ability operating at full capacity. At the slightest disturbance, he'd dive for cover faster than anything. Suddenly, he leapt 3 meters backward in an exaggerated motion, crouching beside a large tree. Only then did he shout, "President! A beast approaching 5th tier is closing in rapidly. It seems to be chasing someone?" The words had barely left his mouth when Bai Ning caught sight of a familiar face. It was Chu Yushuan. But now she looked utterly disheveled, stumbling out of the thick underbrush. Her once silky, waterfall-like hair now clung messily to her sweat-drenched cheeks, revealing her delicate features. Her combat suit was torn in multiple places, stained with blood. A deep claw mark, exposing bone, gouged into her left arm. Arg! A savage wolf howl erupted behind her. Immediately, a 3-meter-tall, 4th-tier peak shadow wolf appeared, its entire body covered in dark blue, coarse fur. It lunged forward, its gaping maws snapping toward Chu Yushuan's back. Chu Yushuan's pupils contracted sharply as despair washed over her like a tidal wave. But she refused to give up. In the nick of time, she spun around to face the deathly maw lunging toward her. Though covered in wounds, her eyes blazed with a near-mad stubbornness. "Wind, rise!" she roared, summoning her last reserves of power. With both hands, she shoved violently toward the side of the shadow wolf. Whoosh! A fierce gale erupted from thin air before her. The gale formed a wall of wind, crashing toward the shadow wolf's flank with a howling roar. Alas, she was only at the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. Her dwindling energy proved negligible against the thick-skinned shadow wolf. The shadow wolf let out a low growl, its massive body pausing only momentarily. Its ferocious wolf head continued its charge unabated, its fangs closing in on Chu Yushuan's throat. The light in Chu Yushuan's eyes dimmed as she closed them in despair. Ah! Bai Ning sighed, raising his hand to draw a gesture through the air toward the shadow wolf. The force that tore through space swept silently past. A slender black line flashed across the shadow wolf's neck. The shadow wolf, poised to devour Chu Yushuan, suddenly stiffened. Its ferocious head cleanly separated from its body in an instant. Scorching wolf blood gushed forth, drenching Chu Yushuan from head to toe. The wolf's corpse, driven by immense momentum, crashed heavily at her feet. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Yushuan shuddered violently, her eyes fluttering open in belated realization. A suppressed sob escaped her lips as her legs buckled beneath her. Thank you. She turned around, her voice thick with nasal congestion. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the tattered hem of her garment. Bai Ning gave a faint nod. He didn't want to appear too approachable. In truth, he was avoiding getting too close to anyone else in the academy. Meng Tianxia had already been unable to participate in this experimental drill because of him. He couldn't involve more people before resolving those troubles. Chu Yushuan regained her composure, seemingly wanting to say more. Shu! Bai Ning raised a finger to his lips, cutting her off. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the dense forest on the right. Within his spatial perception, violent tremors rippled through the air 100 meters away. Dozens of chaotic energy fluctuations were hurtling toward their position at an alarming speed. Guan Yu's face drained of color. He roared, "It's a pack of 4th-tier beasts. And the Beast King leading them is actually mid-tier 5th rank." Chapter 57, Bai Ning, run. Wait, why are you smiling? Magnetic storm rhinos and steel-feathered falcons. We're done for, it's a symbiotic hunting pack. Guan Yu bellowed. Chu Yushuan, who had just narrowly escaped death, paled once more. The magnetic storm rhino's magnetic interference will render magical artifacts useless, while the steel-feather falcon can accelerate its flight using magnetic fields. Their synergy makes them the human killers of the underground caverns. Bai Ning, you must. She looked at Bai Ning in panic, only to find an unusual light shining in his eyes. Why are you smiling? 100 meters was mere seconds for the swarm of beasts. Bai Ning had already spotted the flock of steel-feathered falcons circling overhead. Their feathers reflected a metallic sheen, their eyes glowing crimson. The magnetic storm rhino herd charged forward like a mobile fortress, smashing every giant tree along the path as they advanced with fierce momentum. Killing these would surely boost his progress significantly. Bai Ning grinned excitedly. He barked, "You two, get far away." Anyway, these two weren't much use staying here. Better to keep their distance and avoid interfering with his actions. Just then, a powerful electromagnetic pulse swept through the air. The air crackled with the hiss of electricity. The smartwatches on their wrists instantly sparked and crackled. Simultaneously, they all felt a momentary dizziness, their skin tingling with a pins and needles sensation. It's magnetic interference. Guan Yu screamed in alarm. He scrambled away, rolling and crawling for safety. Screech! Dozens of steel-feathered falcons flapped their wings violently, propelled by the intense magnetic field unleashed by the magnetic storm rhino. Like projectiles fired from an electromagnetic cannon. Their speed instantly surged to levels indistinguishable to the naked eye. With a piercing screech, they dove toward Bai Ning and his two companions. The edges of their ally feathers glowed fiery red from the intense friction with the air at such high speeds. Bai Ning's eyes narrowed, his expression unwavering. His golden pupils flared brightly as energy surged within him. The air 10 meters before him thickened into a viscous mass. Thud! 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 The steel-feathered falcons charging at the forefront seemed to plunge into a pool of viscous glue, their speed slowing. Their sharp wings flapped frantically, trying to accelerate. Sparks suddenly flew through the air. Though they hadn't completely breached Bai Ning's spatial blockade, they caused a violent disturbance. Bai Ning felt a hint of pressure. Accelerated by the magnetic field, the bird's cutting power truly exceeded expectations. Seeing the steel-feather falcons hindered, the magnetic storm rhinos roared in unison. The energy cores on their backs flared bright blue once more. An even more powerful magnetic pulse surged forth once more. Several steel-feather falcons that had been blocked seized the chance to break free, their eyes flashing with even more savage intent. More steel feather falcons cunningly evaded the barrier Bai Ning had deployed head-on. Instead, they accelerated their dive from the flanks. This time, their target was no longer Bai Ning, but Chu Yushuan and the others not far behind him. "President, save us." Guan Yu was terrified out of his wits. Chu Yushuan said nothing, gritting her teeth and running forward with her head down. Run. As long as they ran far enough. Then these beasts would be forced to scatter, increasing Bai Ning's chances of survival. A fierce light blazed in Bai Ning's eyes as he activated his spacetime eye to its fullest. He held nothing back. He spread his fingers wide and reached out, grasping at the surging flock of steel-feathered falcons in midair. Dozens of spatial fissures, so fine they were nearly invisible, silently spread throughout the air. The cracks formed a dense, intricate web, tightly encircling Bai Ning and his two companions at its center. The steel-feathered falcons still reveled in the terrifying speed granted by the magnetic field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magnetic storm roared. Over a dozen steel-feathered falcons, eager to tear their prey apart, accelerated with all their might. They dove toward Bai Ning and his companions. Then a series of muffled explosions erupted. Thud. 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 The steel-feathered falcon at the forefront didn't even have time to cry out. Under the combined force of its own terrifying speed and the absolute sharpness of the spatial fissure, it disintegrated in an instant. Countless crimson flashes erupted from the dense network of spatial fissures. This crimson formed a vast, blood-red net. The steel-winged falcon was then torn apart into countless fragments. The fragments retained their velocity, transforming into a swirling storm of metallic glittering debris. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Drip, drip it drenched Guan Yu below. Chu Yushuan, too, was drenched in blood, her face completely soaked. Only Bai Ning had a spatial barrier set up before him, blocking all the spilled blood from entering. He remained spotless. The remaining steel-feathered falcons were utterly terrified by this horrific scene. They screeched shrilly toward the sky, frantically flapping their wings to escape this deadly net. Bai Ning wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. He employed the same tactic once more. Earlier, he had used the spatial rifts as a defensive barrier, encircling himself and his companions. Now, he deployed countless spatial fissures outside the steel-feathered falcons. A web of lethal intent ensnared every steel-winged falcon. No matter which direction they tried to escape, Bai Ning's spatial rifts lay in wait. The remaining steel-winged falcons were utterly terrified. They darted about like headless flies, and soon, successive explosions echoed through the air. One by one, the birds dissolved into mist of blood and metal shards, merging into the still-falling rain of blood. Death cries echoed across the battlefield, one after another. Chu Yushuan and Guan Yu's minds went blank. They're all dead? The book said these symbiotic beasts were killers of humans, right? The two stared blankly at the silver storm formed by the wreckage of the steel-feather falcons. Their fragments spun in a hauntingly beautiful dance within the magnetic field generated by the magnetic storm rhinos, synchronized with the blue-hued electromagnetic waves. After dealing with the most troublesome flock of birds, Bai Ning clapped his hands. He turned his gaze toward the remaining magnetoraptors. Better conserve those abilities. After all, in the core zone, who knew what kind of weird stuff lurked around? In case of emergencies, he could still teleport away. These remaining meat shield rhinos were perfect for testing his newly acquired tracer. With a flick of his thoughts, a spear radiating silver light materialized in his hand. Fine silver runes danced along its shaft like living creatures, pulsing with a heart-stopping sense of danger. The moment Tracer touched his hands, a profound sense of kinship surged from his core. The spear pulsed with a thirst for blood. Roar! The magnetic rhino herd sensed the deadly threat. They roared in unison once more. The energy cores on their backs flashed wildly once more, attempting to disrupt this newly emerged artifact. Yet Tracer remained utterly unaffected, her silver blade only growing more brilliant. Crafted primarily from void metal, it differed from ordinary weapons. Not an ordinary alloy, it remained unaffected by electromagnetic waves. A smile curved Bai Ning's lips as she charged excitedly toward the rhino herd. The spear transformed into a roaring fire dragon, coiled with silver light that tore through space. It locked onto the largest, fifth-tier leader charging at the forefront. Thud! Hunter's blade pierced the magnetic storm rhino leader's thick armor capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds without resistance. It sank with pinpoint accuracy into the vital spot on its back. The blazing inferno of Wildfire's thousand armies found its outlet, surging madly along the gun's barrel into the leader's body. A muffled explosion erupted from within the leader's body. Its eyes bulged, and its entire body exploded outward from within. Instant kill. The leader died instantly. Bai Ning felt the mastery of SSS-tier marksmanship and smiled with satisfaction. Then, with a surge of power in his arms, Tracer sensed her master's intent and emitted a soft chirp. A fiery dragon pierced through the herd, instantly sweeping across all the rhinos. The smoke and dust cleared. Only a massive crater remained. Smoldering rhino carcasses littered the pit, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat. Bai Ning rubbed his stomach. Hungry. Chapter 58, Bai Ning takes first place? Exotic beast meat was incredibly nourishing, and for many enhancement-type psychics, it was their staple diet. Unfortunately, rhino meat wasn't particularly tasty. The steel-feathered falcons had all been reduced to scraps. Bai Ning leapt out of the pit. Just then, he spotted two figures covered in blood. Chu Yushuan and the other stared back with wide, horrified eyes. Bai Ning shook the blood from his hands and the hunter's blade. He hadn't been able to dodge the rhino bomb when it detonated, having been too close. As he pondered this, a gentle breeze suddenly brushed softly over him. Where the breeze touched, the bloodstains on his combat suit silently vanished. His gaze swept over Chu Yushuan's slightly trembling fingers. Ignoring the blood covering her own body, she stubbornly channeled her dwindling energy into a breeze to clean him. After a moment of silence, Bai Ning offered a quiet thank you. This is drawing too much attention. We should leave this place first. He led the two of them away. As they passed a small stream, Guan Yu wiped his face and spat out a mouthful of blood. President, let's go wash up over there first. Bai Ning glanced at Chu Yushuan, her face smeared with blood, and nodded. Then he walked a short distance away, found a large boulder, and leaned against it to rest. Not long after. Rustle, rustle. Amidst the murmuring stream, a deliberately muffled, chaotic footstep echoed. Suppressed conversation drifted from the dense forest nearby. At the head was an old acquaintance, Bai Tianlu. Behind him followed by Tianyan, the sisters Yu Qing and Dai, and others. Nearly 100 followers with formidable auras accompanied them. Their journey here had clearly involved some skirmishes. Many moved cautiously, their expressions wary. Be careful. That explosion just now didn't sound right. Yu Qingdai's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She scanned the surroundings warily, her expression suddenly stiffening. Bai Tianlu had also spotted Bai Ning's location. But relying on the crowd behind him, he didn't slow his pace, striding straight toward Bai Ning. Isn't this the renowned student council president, Bai Ning? Bai Tianlu asked curiously. I never expected to run into you in the core area. Did you come alone? Bai Ning slowly opened her eyes. What do you want? The assessment area was so vast, yet he'd stumbled upon this group by chance. He didn't even need to seek them out, they'd practically walked right into his hands. Bai Tianlu's smile grew even broader. Scoring points alone must be tough, huh? He patted his chest. Why not join us? Teamwork makes things go smoother. Yu Qingshu immediately chimed in, exactly. The facial features Bai Ning had once crushed into a hollow had fully recovered. When she saw Bai Ning, hatred nearly spilled from her eyes. I'm ranked 48th on the leaderboard now, and my sister's in the top 42. Brother Tianyan's even cracked the top 60. Bai Tianyan seized the rare chance to outdo Bai Ning and immediately chimed in. With Tianluo leading the team, we'll break into the top 30 in no time. We might even break the Academy's decade-old record. Breaking into the top 10 isn't impossible. The group chattered excitedly. Clearly, flattered by his followers' sycophantic praise, he'd regained his inexplicable confidence. Bai Ning let out an ambiguous chuckle. He hadn't planned on avoiding the thousand-eyed psionicist's camera just yet, he'd let them live another 2 days first. Just then, Chu Yushuan and the others, freshly cleaned up, happened to walk over. Chu Yushuan's damp hair hung over her shoulders, revealing her delicate features. Everyone's expression froze upon seeing her. Clearly, they hadn't expected Bai Ning to have the mind to flirt with girls in a place like this. And such a beautiful girl at that. When Bai Ning saw that both Chu Yushuan and the other girl only had an aura of 2 or 3 tears, a trace of contempt flashed across his face. He shook his head dramatically at Bai Ning. You're on your own, fine. But dragging along 2 ordinary civilians as dead weight? Yu Qingshu also gave Chu Yushuan a once-over before sneering. If you must bring anyone, bring someone useful. Even that Meng Tian, sure, at least he's tough to take down. Her gaze turned defiantly toward Bai Ning. She didn't know why she suddenly felt so confident. You mean Stone? Bai Ning's drooping eyelids lifted slightly. This group really didn't know when to quit. But when his gaze swept over Chu Yushuan, who stood pale-faced nearby, her eyes still held a trace of worry. Now was not the time. At the very least, he had to get her to safety first. Bai Ning chuckled a few times, forcing down the surging killing intent. Let's go. With that, he didn't spare Bai Tianlu and the others another glance, afraid he might lose control. Bai Tianlu snorted derisively. What are you pretending for? Just wait a couple days and see how you beg for mercy. Young Master Tianlu, look over there. A sudden, quiet exclamation drew everyone's attention. A trembling finger pointed downstream toward a patch of land obscured by tall shrubs. Where lush foliage once thrived, it was now splattered with unidentifiable bloodstains and scattered fragments. Tianlu and the others felt a chill run through them as they hurried over. They pushed aside the dense foliage. Magnetic storm rhinos? Yu Qingshu cried out in shock, covering her mouth. And these feathers from steel-winged falcons. Judging by the quantity, it looks like a herd of over 50 beasts. There's a huge pit here too. The group murmured in unison. They ran to a massive charred pit over 10 meters in diameter. Its interior was littered with the charred remains of magnetorhinoceros. Shimmering silver-feathered falcon feathers blanketed the ground for dozens of meters around, like a freshly fallen snowstorm. These wounds are still fresh. Yu Qingdai analyzed calmly, meaning the battle happened just minutes ago. It must be the explosion we heard. The entire team fell silent. Bai Tianyan snapped his head up, his gaze fixed intently on the direction where Bai Ning had vanished. Could it be? A thought surged uncontrollably. This group of fourth-tier beasts, the most troublesome symbiotic beasts, was taken down by Bai Ning alone? Over 50 fourth-tier beasts and above. Even a 5th or 6th-tier psionicist would struggle to handle them. Yet Bai Ning, who had just looked fresh and alert, wasn't even stained with a drop of blood. He absolutely refused to believe Bai Ning had taken them all down. He dared not believe it. Yu Qingdai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the smartwatch on her wrist. She swiped rapidly through the leaderboard, searching for Bai Ning's name. First place, Bai Ning, 108 points. First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Bai Ning is actually first? How could he possibly be first all by himself? He scored 108 points at mid-tier 4th rank? That means he's already killed 108 4th-tier supernatural beasts? The scoring system in the competition was tied to the participants' cultivation levels. Ability users earn 1 point for each lower-tier beast of the same tier they kill. Bai Ning's 108 points meant he had slain at least 108 lower-tier 4th-tier beasts. Everyone noticed Bai Ning's ranking and wore expressions like they'd seen a ghost. Surpassing them was one thing, but actually outranking the Li clan and the elite forces of 2 legions? How dare he? They hunted beasts in packs, only for some young masters and ladies to deliver the final blow. 100 men supported them just to get them into the 50-60 range. And Bai Ning achieved this all by himself? Chapter 59, Bai Ning learns too many combat techniques, can't chew more than he can swallow. The individual points tournament would last 7 days. During these days, only academy instructors will be present throughout. Li Wuqing and Bai Tianshu, both brigadier generals, were too busy with their duties to appear except during rare moments of downtime. Though the Nightwatch Legion served as hosts, the pressure of maintaining the SSS-level dungeon defenses was immense. Thus, few spectators graced the viewing stands. With only 1 day remaining before the individual tournament commences. At present, only the academy instructors were present. With no outsiders present, the teachers conversed as if oblivious to the world around them. The Nightwatch Legion is formidable. 4 of the top 10 spots belong to them. Well, they are the hosts. They know the layout of Cave 034 like the back of their hand. It would be strange if they didn't perform well. True enough. But I never expected the core legion under the Bai faction to be this strong. 3 of their top 10 are from the Daylight clan, just 1 spot behind the Nightwatch. That's not quite right. The 2 Li children in the top 10 haven't formally joined the legion yet, but they're practically family. As the teachers debated, one who had been fixated on Bai Ning's screen suddenly spoke up. Look at Bai Ning, he's found another beast pack. All eyes immediately turned toward the screen. They saw Bai Ning's figure darting through the gaps in the dense forest at high speed. Ahead of him stood a staggering horde of 5th-tier beasts. Their frenzied roars echoed through the screen, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. That kid's got some guts, charging alone at a 5th-tier beast pack? One instructor exclaimed in astonishment. Ever since he climbed to the top of the leaderboard, he hasn't dropped a single spot. Truly, the young are formidable. It's been over a dozen sessions since any of our academy students made it into the top 10, let alone first place. As they spoke, Bai Ning's figure darted across the screen like lightning. The silver spear shifted shapes effortlessly in his palm. First, a flash of blade light severed the head of a 5th-tier ironclad ox. Then the blade reshaped into a silver longsword, its blade shadows weaving into a dense net that strangled several charging 4th-tier shadow wolves. Moments later, the spear surged forth like a dragon. The blazing inferno instantly cleared all the beasts surrounding Bai Ning, sweeping a 5-meter vacuum zone around him. Before the teachers could react, the spear transformed into 2 nunchaku-like objects. Damn it, nunchucks? Is that even possible? The teachers stared dumbfounded at the screen as Bai Ning grinned. He smashed the skull of a 5th-tier beast to pieces with the nunchucks. Within mere minutes, blades, spears, swords, halberds, and even nunchucks appeared in rapid succession. The SSS-grade artifact, Hunt the Sky, was in his hands, and he wielded it with astonishing skill. He switched between each form with effortless ease, executing every combat technique with casual mastery. His offensive movements flowed like water, as if he were born mastering every martial art under the sun. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the spectator seats. How can he master so many different styles? One teacher gaped, he's spreading himself too thin. Can he really master all that? Old Wine, watch closely, another instructor beside him adjusted his glasses. Look how terrifyingly fluid his combat techniques flow, this is no mere showmanship. The thrusts, parries, and sweeps in his gunplay are all incredibly solid. Is that the Scorching Plains 1000 army break? The teacher whipped his head around to look at Lei Zhang, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched the screen. Lei, the teacher's voice rose. Did you teach him this rifle technique? He's at least at the mastery level, right? Swish. All the instructors' gazes instantly converged on Lei Zhang. Most of them were filled with disbelief. Lei Zhang's restrained pride instantly overflowed. Clearing his throat, he replied. Indeed, he's reached mastery. Bai Ning is a quick learner. Teacher Wang slapped his thigh and pointed angrily at Lei Zhang. You old fox, Lei. I've been wondering why you've been so quiet lately. Turns out you've been secretly practicing your gun skills? You've reached mastery level and now you want to blow us all away, huh? Exactly. Old Lei, you're being unfair. Old Lei, you're such a sly old fox. The other teachers joined in the teasing, their voices dripping with envy. They all knew how rare it was to master a combat skill. It could easily become any master's ultimate trump card. No one noticed the smugness on Lei Zhang's face freeze instantly amidst the flattery. His lips twitched slightly. An indescribable wave of awkwardness and frustration surged through him. Who could have imagined that Bai Ning, that little freak, was so terrifying? He had mastered spear techniques to perfection all on his own. And here he was, a stage 8 powerhouse who'd trained with the spear for decades, yet still only at the great achievement stage. He gave a nervous chuckle, lifting his teacup and gulping it down in one go. Well, it was just luck. Pure luck. Lei Zhang wept inwardly, yet his face remained plastered with the obligatory smile of a master proud of his disciples' achievements. The feeling was utterly bittersweet. After clearing out this group of 5th-tier beasts, Bai Ning casually flicked his hunting spear. The blood droplets clinging to it were flung off entirely. The text in his vision now read. Consume 170 billion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. He couldn't even recall how many beasts he'd slain that day. Only those of 4th tier or higher contributed to his progress. 4th tier beasts were worth anywhere from 1 to 30 million. 5th tier creatures generally fell below 100 million. Along the way, Bai Ning instructed Guan Yu to report any 4th tier or higher beasts he detected, regardless of their number. After the three of them fought their way through the core area, Bai Ning had barely managed to increase his progress by 70 billion. His storage necklace was overflowing with beast corpses. He waved to Chu Yuxuan. There are still some 3rd-tier beasts gasping for breath. Go finish them off for me. Since 3rd-tier beasts didn't grant him any progress, Bai Ning usually left them for Chu Yuxuan to finish off. The girl was socially anxious, but resilient and kind-hearted. Bai Ning wanted to give her a helping hand. Chu Yuxuan froze slightly, her ears turning crimson, almost as if they might bleed. She glanced down at her wristwatch to check her ranking. Rank 101, Chu Yuxuan, 121 points. First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. The score for 100th place was 122 points. A mere 1 point difference. Chu Yuxuan's breathing quickened instantly. She bit her lower lip. Just one more kill would propel her into the top 100. This wasn't just a rank improvement, the tier of her rewards would skyrocket. These rewards could propel her strength to new heights. Finally, Chu Yuxuan nodded firmly. Under Guan Yu's envious gaze, she strode resolutely towards several gravely wounded 3rd-tier beasts. Guan Yu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. President, when will you give me a few beasts too? Bai Ning shot him a half smile, half glare before rubbing his chin. When you stop taking on side jobs. Ha! Bai Ning watched with satisfaction as a flicker of panic appeared in Guan Yu's eyes. Don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that we ran into Bai Tianlu 3 times today? That's a bit too coincidental, don't you think? Chapter 60, 6th-tier beast lord ahead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps echoed nearby. Without turning his head, Bai Ning chuckled softly. See? 4th time. He slowly straightened up, his gaze sweeping over Guan Yu, who was already trembling all over. He sneered, you're like a ghost that just won't go away. Bai Tianlu reappeared not far away, leading his imposing entourage once more. A smug grin spread across his face. Well, we meet again. What a coincidence to cross paths across 1,000 miles. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, sizing up the numbers in his entourage. There were over a dozen more than last time. He had to admit, their strategy did put a bit of pressure on him. Beyond guarding against surprise attacks from beasts lurking in the shadows, he now had to constantly watch for their daytime surveillance. He had to maintain at least 50% of his energy reserves at all times. What's the point of always having your little bee send out warning signals? Bai Ning chuckled softly, spreading his hands in an inviting gesture. Why not walk together? Bai Tianlu's smile turned awkward. When did you realize Guan Yu was my man? From the moment he first approached me. Hey, now you're playing dumb? Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to explain. He grabbed Guan Yu by the collar and yanked him up. Ah! Guan Yu only managed a brief cry of surprise. The next second, he was tossed across like a sandbag. At Bai Ning's cultivation level, no one on the opposite side could possibly catch this seemingly casual toss. The sheer force of the throw sent a whole section of people tumbling to the ground. Amidst the howling and wailing, Bai Ning turned to Chu Yuxuan and said indifferently, let's go. He immediately set off, continuing deeper into the dense forest. If you've got the guts, follow me. His icy voice echoed through the deathly still air. Bai Tianlu's eyes flickered with shock and uncertainty. Brother Tianlu, what should we do now? Bai Tianyan whispered from the side. He pointed at the map projected onto his smartwatch. A deep red exclamation mark stood out prominently in the area ahead. Up ahead is the mangrove forest, where a 6th-tier Lord Beast lurks. In past years, no one dared go there. A 6th-tier Lord Beast isn't just any 6th-tier beast, its combat strength is likely peak 6th tier. Bai Tianlu's face turned ashen. After a few seconds of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If he dared to go, why shouldn't we? Follow him." He swung his arm sharply. "Proceed with the plan as originally outlined." Though fear gripped every member of the squad upon hearing the order, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press forward. They soon caught up with Bai Ning's footsteps. Entering the mangrove forest revealed a completely different scene. Before them stretched an endless expanse of eerie forest, formed by countless twisted, dark red aerial roots crisscrossing the landscape. These roots twisted and tangled, rising from the foul-smelling swamp mud, reaching skyward. A layer of oily, viscous substance floated on the water's surface, occasionally bubbling up with green bubbles. The light was extremely dim, making the area look like a ghostly realm. At first, Bai Ning clung to a sliver of hope. He reasoned that no matter how powerful Bai Ning was, he would surely approach the 6th-tier territory with caution. There would surely be moments when danger forced him to unleash his full power. Then, he could pounce while Bai Ning was weakened. He wouldn't even need to resort to his backup plan to take Bai Ning down. As for the surveillance cameras outside, he didn't care much about them. Bai Ning was a thorn in everyone's side. Killing him under pressure was killing him. With the guards brought from outside and the daylight spell in place, what major trouble could possibly arise? Reality, however, dealt him a brutal blow. Bai Ning seemed utterly devoid of caution. He seemed to have returned to his own backyard, instantly transforming his huntress into a nimble silver whip. "Hold on tight." Bai Ning barked the command, his arm sweeping around her waist. Amidst Chu Yushuan's startled gasp, he lifted her into a secure embrace. Whoosh! The whip shot out like lightning, wrapping itself with pinpoint accuracy around a thick aerial root high ahead. Bai Ning pushed off with his feet, using the whip's tension to swing forward with grace. Chu Yushuan clenched her eyes shut, her heart pounding wildly. Yet she uttered not a sound. Just as they swung above the muddy swamp surface, the murky mud below erupted violently. A 5th-tier giant crocodile over 10 meters long burst through the water. Its gaping maw, bristling with fangs, unleashed a foul-smelling gale as it lunged viciously at the two figures in the air. Bai Ning's eyes turned icy as the light on his hunter's blade flared intensely. The whip-like form instantly transformed. A silver spear materialized once more in Bai Ning's grasp. White Ning braced his core, using the downward momentum to hurl Hunter Sky with all his might. He and Chu Yushuan harnessed the recoil force, propelling themselves another 2 meters upward. The spear transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, piercing with pinpoint accuracy into the giant crocodile's wide-open jaws. The crocodile's incredibly hard skull shattered instantly. Its massive body collapsed limply back into the muddy swamp. Hunter's edge hummed as it automatically disengaged from the crocodile, returning to Bai Ning's hand like a serpent returning to its lair. Bai Ning caught it steadily, then flickered his wrist. The spear softened once more into a long whip, coiling around an aerial vine further ahead. The pair shot forward once more, light as birds gliding through the air. Bai Tianlu and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief as Bai Ning carried someone effortlessly forward. "Quick, catch up! Don't let them escape!" Bai Tianlu roared in frustration. He charged toward the muddy swamp first. As several others from the group stepped onto the seemingly solid edge of the muddy swamp, the ground instantly collapsed beneath their feet. The black mud seemed to suck them in, instantly submerging them up to their knees. "Ah! Help! Pull me out! Something's biting me in this mud!" Terrified screams erupted. They struggled desperately, yet sank deeper and deeper. Chaos erupted instantly. Some tried to climb the slippery aerial roots. But the roots were abnormally smooth, offering no grip. One after another, people lost their hold and slid down, plunging headfirst into the muddy swamp. "Damn this cursed place," Yu Qingxue muttered under her breath. Her treasure tool, however, was a long whip. It could be swung forward in the same manner as Bai Ning's technique. But she dared not pursue Bai Ning alone, so she remained trapped with the rest of the group at the edge of the mangrove forest, unable to advance an inch. Bai Tianlu watched helplessly as Bai Ning grew farther and farther away. Meanwhile, their group of nearly 100 people was reduced to nothing but screams and cries for help, utterly disorganized and in disarray. What made their despair even worse was that Bai Ning fought openly within the forest, completely awakening this dormant realm of death. Splash! Splash! From every direction, the water surfaces suddenly erupted with countless giant crocodiles and poisoned dart frogs. Unable to catch Bai Ning, they vented their disturbed fury entirely upon the group. "Run! Run! I'd run if I could, but my legs are tangled. Help me!" Bai Ning swiftly propelled Chu Yushuan away from the chaos behind them. All that remained in his ears was the howling wind and her tense breathing. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie and oppressive. Thump, thump, thump. A heavy heartbeat echoed, each thud feeling unbearably weighty. Chu Yushuan's eyes snapped open in shock. At first, she thought her own heartbeat had grown that loud. But soon, she instinctively felt her breathing grow labored. This was the territory of a 6th-tier lord. Bai Ning's golden pupils flared brightly, a thrill of excitement curling his lips. Finally found you. Chapter 61, taking on a 6th-tier lord solo. Has Bai Ning lost his mind? The instant Bai Ning locked onto the source of the heartbeat, the viscous, ink-black swamp below boiled up without warning. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted, instantly engulfing the entire 500-meter radius. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The shockwaves struck like massive hammers, snapping countless aerial roots. Mud surged skyward like a tsunami. A colossal creature slowly rose from the muddy depths. The putrid dragon crocodile. 6th-tier overlord. Its massive form completely blocked Bai Ning's vision. Over 30 meters in length, its entire body was covered in dark red scales. Its massive head resembled that of a primordial tyrannosaur, with fangs as tall as an adult standing upright. The corrupted dragon crocodile opened its vertical pupils, its eyes devoid of emotion. Only coldness and savagery remained. Under the overwhelming pressure of the 6th-tier beast, Zhu Yuxuan's face instantly drained of color. Bai Ning located the thickest aerial root nearby and gently placed Zhu Yuxuan upon it. Hold on tight to this. After giving this instruction, he pulled out a length of rope and tied it around the intersection of the aerial roots. He then placed the other end of the rope into her hands. Hold on tight. I'll be right back for you. Don't worry. With that, Bai Ning turned to hunt the crocodile. Zhu Yuxuan froze, rushing to stop him. You're going alone? What? You want to come too? Bai Ning glanced at her in surprise. You're only 3rd tier. His expression turned slightly troubled, as if weighing his words to avoid dampening the girl's fighting spirit while still making her recognize her place. Zhu Yuxuan quickly caught on. No, no. She waved her hands urgently in refusal. This is the territory of a 6th-tier lord. A lord means not only is it terrifyingly powerful itself, but every beast in the redwood forest obeys its command. So that means... Zhu Yuxuan's eyes went blank. You're planning to take on every beast in the mangrove forest alone? Bai Ning asked in confusion. Besides you and me, is there anyone else here? Somehow, this girl didn't seem particularly sharp. Meanwhile, Bai Tianlu and the others had just exhausted themselves driving off a swarm of poison dart frogs, barely catching their breath. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed from deep within the mangrove forest. Even from this distance, the sheer terror of the beast was palpable. Everyone tensed instantly. That's a 6th-tier overlord, the corrupted dragon crocodile. That presence can only belong to a lord-level beast, nothing else. Bai Tianlu burst out laughing. That kid Bai Ning's got some bad luck. He actually woke up the lord here. His escape route must have crossed the lord's sleeping grounds, enraging the dragon crocodile. You just had to show off. You really stepped on the lord's toes, didn't you? Bai Tianyan wept with joy. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. He wiped the mud from his face, tears welling in his eyes. Bai Ning, the very source of his sleepless nights and restless days, had finally reaped what he sowed. You had to go off and fool around in the mangrove swamp. You went and did it. Serves you right. Not just them, even Yu Qingshu and the others were so overcome with emotion their eyes reddened. Now they wouldn't have to lift a finger. Bai Ning would perish in the swamp. No one ever imagined Bai Ning could escape from a 6th-tier lord's grasp. Even when legions ventured into uncharted territories, facing a lord required deploying at least several hundred soldiers just to barely secure a kill. No matter how powerful Bai Ning was, could he possibly match an entire army? Within the legion stronghold, screens broadcast fierce battles unfolding across different regions. Most instructors were watching Fu Yuanshan lead his team in challenging a pack of 5th-tier beasts. Gripping his silver spear, he coordinated with several teammates to force the Wolf King into a relentless retreat. Excellent! Fu Yuanshan's spear technique is truly impressive, only slightly inferior to Bai Ning's. The team coordination is remarkably seamless. Many instructors wore expressions of admiration. Exactly. This is what real combat should look like. Exactly. After seeing Bai Ning so often, watching these others makes you appreciate the beauty of the world. The instructor's words drew a knowing smile from everyone else. While Bai Ning's lone wolf combat style was awe-inspiring, seeing it too often numbed the senses. It gave them the illusion that they could do it too. At that very moment, a thunderous, terrifying roar erupted from Bai Ning's screen. What? The teachers, who had been casually commenting moments before, instantly paled. They all sprang to their feet. Corrupted dragon crocodile? Lei Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, he knew all too well the terrifying might of the 6th-tier overlord. This creature was the undisputed ruler of the practical combat assessment zone. To match its status, any contestant who slew this overlord would receive a one-time reward of 100,000 points. In essence, slaying it meant securing first place outright. Every year before the trials, proposals surfaced to eliminate this crocodile, preventing reckless contestants from venturing in and suffering excessive casualties. Why? Lei Zhang spun around abruptly, roaring at the thousand-eyed psionicist monitoring the situation. Why is this monster still here this year? Didn't the Academy order its immediate removal? Without waiting for an explanation, he immediately ordered. Notify all rescue teams to head to the mangrove swamp immediately. Prepare to go in and rescue Bai Ning. Bring him out at any cost. Lei Zheng shouted as he walked, eventually breaking into a run. Give me the access token. I'm going in myself. It wasn't just Lei Zheng, the other teachers were utterly shocked too. Bai Ning was the principal's most cherished disciple. Before leaving, the principal had repeatedly urged them to take good care of him. If anything happened to him here, the teachers present wouldn't get off lightly. Has Bai Ning lost his mind? How dare he go waving himself around in front of the dragon crocodile? Has he gotten too big for his britches? Does he think he's invincible? If he wants to die, he better not drag us down with him. News of the S-rank war merit holder taking on a 6th-tier lord single-handedly spread like wildfire throughout the entire legion. Upon hearing this, the entire Nightwatch Legion and Core Legion were stunned. Hasty footsteps echoed from all directions as people rushed toward the viewing platform. Li Wuqing arrived swiftly. His fists clenched tightly as his eyes fixed on Bai Ning's screen. Bai Tianju followed closely behind. Yet a barely perceptible glint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. What's the situation? Li Wuqing's voice was icy. Reporting to the general. Bai Ning has engaged the dragon crocodile head-on. Energy interference is extremely intense, causing both visuals and communications to become highly unstable. The officer reported urgently, the rescue squad is on standby. But, forcing entry into a 6th-tier lord's territory carries immense risk. Amidst this chaos, the heavy doors of the observation hall were violently thrown open. A mountain-like weight of authority instantly enveloped the entire observation area. Every head snapped up straight, eyes fixed in awe upon the towering figure standing in the doorway. General Qian has arrived. It's General Qian-san, the supreme commander of the Night's Watch. Could Bai Ning's news have stirred even him? Chapter 62, Bow strung to full moon, one arrow slays the lord. Bai Ning positioned Shu Yushuan several hundred meters away from the dragon crocodile. Then he instantly teleported before the dragon crocodile. The corrupted dragon crocodile's crimson vertical pupils locked onto the tiny human below with a condescending gaze. Completely enraged, it let out an even more frenzied roar. Viscous dark green energy rapidly radiated outward from its center. Like potent acid, the dark green energy corroded everything in its path. The corrosive process produced thick green smoke, further dimming the already dim light around them. Bai Ning grunted softly, feeling a sudden weight on his body. Damn, this lord has some serious power. Even at a distance from the dark green energy field, his skin already burned with intense stinging pain. One could only imagine how terrifyingly corrosive this force truly was. He activated his golden pupil, causing the golden light to surge and form an invisible barrier around him. It blocked most of the corrosive force. Only then did Bai Ning feel somewhat relieved. The dragon crocodile, enraged that its toxic mist had no effect on Bai Ning, grew even more furious. Its massive body plunged into the muddy swamp with a thud, then surged forward with a foul stench, lunging viciously at Bai Ning. A shadow as vast as the sky completely engulfed Bai Ning beneath it. Bring it on! Battle fury surged in Bai Ning's eyes. Huntress appeared in his hand, transforming into a slender battle blade. Space twisted slightly for an instant as Bai Ning vanished from his spot. Swish! 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 Simultaneously, 3 razor-sharp silver blades materialized out of thin air, striking the vulnerable joint of the dragon crocodile's right foreleg. The first strike struck the dark red scales, producing a deafening clang of metal against metal. Sparks flew everywhere. The scales proved harder than imagined, leaving only a shallow gash after the first strike. For the second and third strikes, Bai Ning unleashed the full power of his mastery over the Ember Void Slash. Infused with the cutting power of space itself. Upon contact with the scales, ghostly blue flames erupted violently. Then, like venomous snakes, they burrowed into the scales' crevices. Dark green, foul-smelling blood gushed like fountains from the joints of the dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile let out an agonized roar. Its massive forelimbs trembled violently. It whipped its head around, its massive jaws filled with fangs snapping viciously toward Bai Ning, who had just appeared. Bai Ning's pupils contracted slightly as he hastily teleported away once more. Yet the dragon crocodile seemed to have already recognized the peculiar nature of this human before it. Following Bai Ning's teleportation, its massive tail, covered in bone spurs, swiftly pursued. Sweeping across the entire field, it lashed out toward the open space ahead. Its sole purpose was to pinpoint where Bai Ning would reappear. When Bai Ning materialized, his pupils suddenly contracted. Did this beast possess such human-like intelligence? The timing of that tail strike was incredibly precise, as if it had somehow anticipated his next location. Now it was right before his eyes. There was no way to dodge it. A cold glint flared in Bai Ning's eyes. He activated the Eye of Time and Space at full power, instantly slowing down time. Bai Ning's body twisted violently in midair as the ghostly blue flames on the Huntress surged to a boil. Break! He charged head-on toward the slowly moving colossal tail, unleashing the Ember Slash. Simultaneously, he activated Space Slice. Combining combat technique and psychic power, Bai Ning felt energy surge from his body like an ocean. He poured every ounce of his strength into that single strike. Hunter's blade sensed its master's overwhelming battle intent, its blade trembling slightly. The blue blade light surged 10 meters high in an instant. It struck viciously at the base of the dragon crocodile's tail. This time, the dark red scales were torn apart with surprising ease. A gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared. Bai Ning's arms shook violently, the skin between his thumb and forefinger instantly splitting open. The overwhelming might radiating from the sixth-tier lord caused blood to trickle from the corners of his mouth. He used the force to propel himself backward, landing on an aerial route and gasping for breath. My back! How hard is this thing? Oh whoa! The dragon crocodile's tail slumped limply to the ground, emitting a wail of agony unlike any heard before. The peculiar sonic wave reverberated through the entire mangrove forest. Splash! 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 From all directions. Wherever the eye could see, the muddy swamps boiled violently. Countless hideous black shapes crawled out of the muddy swamp. Fifth-tier giant crocodiles, fourth-tier venomous lizard swarms, and countless poison dart frogs filled the sky. The tide of beasts formed a black wave, charging forward with reckless abandon under the Lord's command, madly attacking Bai Ning. They would tear this human who dared challenge the Lord to shreds. It's over. Shu Yushuan's face drained of color as she watched the overwhelming horde surge toward Bai Ning. Think overwhelming numbers will kill me? Bai Ning narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. He hadn't intended to play this trump card, but now he had no choice but to finish this quickly. Otherwise, Shu Yushuan nearby might get caught in the crossfire. He wiped the blood from the palm of his hand. Hunter's silver burst into a blinding silver light, transforming into a sleek longbow. His right hand grasped at the void, conjuring an arrow formed purely of condensed energy onto the bowstring. His golden pupils glowed with a faint, icy light. The bow drew back to its fullest. The silver arrow suddenly erupted with dazzling starlight. The entire starry sky condensed into a single point. Bai Ning released his fingers, and the arrow left the bowstring. It shot toward the sky above the beast tide. Hum! The arrow exploded in midair, shattering into thousands of fine silver streaks of light. Like a meteor shower descending from the heavens. Each streak contained an arrow imbued with a fierce killing intent. The dense, rain-like whistling filled the air. The magnificent meteor shower reflected in Shu Yushuan's eyes. She watched as the vanguard of poison dart frogs instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The poisonous lizard's hard scales proved as fragile as paper, easily pierced and pinned into the mud. Even the fifth-tier giant crocodiles were pierced through their vital points by multiple silver streaks simultaneously, crashing to the ground. With a single arrow, a vast swath of the beast hide was instantly cleared. A field of mangled remains was left behind. Bai Ning stood bow in hand, his posture as straight as a pine tree. His golden pupils seemed to burn with dazzling flames. Their radiance shimmered, eyes like thunderbolts. Shu Yushuan felt she had never seen such brilliant golden stars. Bai Ning drew her bow once more. Silver runes swirled wildly across the hunter's bow. A jet-black arrow slowly coalesced. In the next instant, the pitch-black arrow shot forth without a sound. Its flight path left only a straight black line in its wake. Pierced the void. The dragon crocodile's hard scales, upon contact with that pitch-black arrow, seemed to melt like ice under the scorching sun. Silently melting away. The arrow continued its unabated momentum, ignoring all obstacles. It pierced with pinpoint accuracy, sinking deep into its forehead. The corrupted dragon crocodile stiffened, the rage in its vertical pupils freezing instantly. Replaced by an expression of utter bewilderment. A dull thud echoed from within its skull. Starting from the point where the arrow had pierced its brow, its body began to unravel and disintegrate in an eerie manner, turning into fine ash that drifted into the air. Inch by inch, the decay spread outward until it consumed the entire skull. The headless corpse of the sixth-tier overlord plummeted heavily into the muddy swamp, splashing up a towering wall of murky water. Thus it fell. Bai Ning waved his hand, and a sixth-tier beast crystal core suspended midair automatically flew into his palm. His chest heaved violently, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. The crystal core lay quietly in his palm. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Failing to kill that sixth-tier beast last time had left Bai Jian seething with frustration. Killing the sixth-tier lord proved his recent efforts hadn't been wasted. The next moment, a furious roar echoed from beyond the mangrove forest. Bai Ning, I'm coming. Lei Zhang, engulfed in flames, shot toward them at full speed. He shouted. Don't be afraid, your teacher is here to save you. Chapter 63, The Master Comes to the Rescue. Ha! Where's the sixth-tier lord? Lei Zhang rushed to the scene in a panic. He'd assumed that after a few minutes' delay, Bai Ning might already be surrounded by the beast horde, beaten to a pulp. But as soon as he approached, he discovered vast stretches of beast corpses. Some floated in the mud, others hung from the trees. As far as the eye could see, they were everywhere. Bai Ning stood atop a high aerial route, gasping for breath. He leapt down immediately. Don't be scared, kid. Where's that lord? Watch your teacher hammer him to death. Bai Ning let out a gasp. He pointed toward the spot in the muddy swamp where bubbles were still rising. There. He's already dead. The putrid dragon crocodile sank rapidly, its depth unknown. In mere moments, only the tip of its tail remained visible. Lei Zhang narrowed his eyes, puzzled. Where? I don't see it. Wait, what did you just say? He suddenly snapped to attention, his voice filled with shock. It's dead? Impossible. Besides me, who else could hammer a 6th-tier lord to death as fast? Could it be the headmaster arrived to secretly protect you? Bai Ning offered a polite smile. Teacher, you have quite the imagination. Lei Zhang spat in disbelief. No, then could it be the rescue team got here first? Could someone with spatial teleportation abilities have arrived ahead of me? Or maybe Bai Ning pointed at himself, I did it. Lei Zhang burst out laughing, slapping Bai Ning on the shoulder. You're hilarious, kid. Stop beating around the bush and tell me who's so awesome. Oh, I know. Lei Zhang slapped his bald head. It was just a level A powerhouse passing by who happened to break through the energy shield and saved you on the way. Bai Ning sighed helplessly. Why is it that no one believes the truth? Whatever you say, then. After thanking Lei Zhang, he hoisted Chu Yushuan and prepared to leave. Lei Zhang remained deep in thought, still stroking his chin. That kid Bai Ning is just too shy. He feels awkward talking about being saved. Never mind. There are cameras at the base anyway. We'll just ask old Wang and the others when we get back. With that thought, he hurried back. Let me see for myself who this mysterious expert is who can kill so swiftly. A few minutes later, Lei Zhang returned to the viewing platform. The moment he entered, he bellowed, Old Wang. Has some mysterious expert appeared? The viewing area was eerily quiet at that moment. Everyone was in a state of bewilderment. Not only the seasoned brigadiers Li Wuqing and Bai Tianshu. Even the 9th-tier powerhouse, General Qiansan, wore an expression that screamed, Who am I? Where am I? Lei Zhang dared not disturb this big shot. He quietly approached a familiar teacher and asked, What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Teacher Wang snapped out of his daze. It's all because of Bai Ning. The kid didn't die. He just got lucky and survived. Why do you all look like you're about to mourn him? Lei Zhang found it somewhat amusing. A bunch of old farts with centuries between them, and they're still so unfazed. Look at Bai Ning, he just had a brush with the king of hell, and now he's got the nerve to go on a date with a girl. Look at his mental fortitude. Teacher Wang shot him a puzzled look. What luck? Before I could reach Bai Ning, some mysterious person saved him first. That's like having your ancestors' graves spewing green smoke. Lei Zhang hurriedly asked, Did you see who saved him? Teacher Wang's expression grew even stranger. Just as he was about to answer, a commanding voice cut in. Lei Zhang, how is Bai Ning now? It was General Qiansan. Lei Zhang's expression turned solemn as he immediately replied, reporting to the commander, he's doing quite well. Qiansan raised an eyebrow. Just fine? That's rather strange. Lei Zhang noticed the surrounding eyes turn strangely piercing the moment he spoke. His heart raced like a cat's claws, desperate to understand what was happening. Everyone wore that same look. Qiansan pressed, could it be that the Lin family's blood-boosting potion has been upgraded? Does it no longer have a recovery period after use? Lei Zhang froze. What explosive blood potion? You don't know? Teacher Wang tugged at his sleeve. Bai Ning single-handedly killed that 6th-tier lord. What? Lei Zhang was dumbfounded, then his entire body trembled violently. Bai Ning single-handedly killed a 6th-tier overlord? So? He said incredulously, Bai Ning is only 4th tier, yet he possesses combat strength approaching 7th tier? Everyone murmured in unison. Clearly, they were still reeling from the collapse of their worldview, unable to recover. Lei Zhang recalled Bai Ning's helpless expression when he'd asked who had saved him. It wasn't embarrassment after all, it was because even he wouldn't believe it. But his condition definitely doesn't match the effects of a blood-boosting potion. He's still jumping around like crazy. Lei Zhang muttered. A voice drifted from the crowd, who says it isn't. Bai Ning never imagined that killing a 6th-tier lord would cause such a stir among this crowd. He was still lost in the euphoria of his newfound power. The text in his vision had changed to, consume 175 billion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. A lord was worth roughly 2 to 30 billion. The rest were all beast hordes relying on sheer numbers. That last wave of harvesting had actually boosted his progress by a full 50 billion. Killing intent flared anew in Bai Ning's eyes. Such a massive leap in progress is usually only achieved by burning through resources. The only other time such a surge occurred was when he slaughtered those by clan enforcers. This proved that plundering and murder were the fastest paths to wealth. He resolved to act swiftly. But first, he had to get rid of this burden. Bai Ning glanced down at Chu Yushuan, buried in his embrace. Her body was unbelievably soft. The force with which she clung to him clearly showed she was terrified. Bai Ning felt a twinge of guilt, but then suddenly realized something terrifying. His mind was free of any romantic thoughts. Instead, his mind was completely occupied by that idiot Bai Tianyan. This wasn't right. This can't be. Bai Ning gritted his back teeth. His murderous intent surged to unprecedented heights. Bai Tianyan must die immediately. Before that, Bai Ning first led Chu Yushuan to several random groups of beasts. After beating the beasts to near death, he handed them over to her to reap a wave of points. Finally, she exclaimed with delight, "I'm already in second place." Bai Ning glanced at the points leaderboard. First place, Bai Ning, 108,035 points. First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Second place, Chu Yushuan, 4,834 points. First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Third place, Xiaodong, 2,234 points. Nightwatch Legion. The third place score was less than a fraction of her own. It wasn't even half of Chu Yushuan's score. The Nightwatch Legion was nothing special. He flipped through the rest casually. The remaining contestants scored even lower. Especially since Bai Tianyan's group was still struggling around the 30s and 40s, only then was he satisfied. Chapter 64, On the Road, Friends. It's only the third day. Bai Ning stroked his chin. With your score, you might get overtaken later. No way. Chu Yushuan pointed to several danger markers on the map. You've already taken me to sweep every spot here. I feel like the density of beasts in the core area has dropped significantly. She hesitated for a few seconds before adding, if you have other things to do, you don't need to worry about me. Bai Ning glanced around. Alright, I'll drop you off at the outer perimeter first. Meanwhile, Xiaodong led his team to a marked location on the map where a group of beasts was reported. Damn it, this one's dead too? This is the third one today. Who the hell is it? They always beat us to the monsters. Is it that group from Lewonian? Xiaodong's expression darkened as he shook his head. It must be the Core Legion. Judging by how cleanly they took them down, it's definitely the work of veterans. He couldn't help but recall Liuqing's warning before they set out. The general mentioned that Fu Yuanshan from the Core Legion is a formidable opponent. Looks like he was right. Holy crap, Captain, look at the leaderboard. One member of the squad exclaimed. Soon, cries of holy crap echoed one after another. Xiaodong frowned. Didn't I say we should focus on killing the beasts first? No one was supposed to be checking the rankings. No, Captain, look. Xiaodong looked puzzled. His team members were usually composed, rarely showing much emotional fluctuation. Now they were also shocked. Could it be that Fu Yuanshan had racked up a huge score, far surpassing his own? Pressured by the others, he finally opened the real-time rankings on his watch. First place, Bai Ning, 108,035 points. First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Bai Ning? Who was Bai Ning? Xiaodong looked utterly bewildered. A teammate beside him, knowing their captain was a complete cultivation maniac, quickly explained. He's the new closed-door disciple of the Li clan patriarch. Rumor has it he's incredibly talented, but none of us have actually seen him. How did he get such a high score? Is the scoring machine broken? Seeing the staggering 100,000 points, Xiaodong's first thought was also that the scoring system had malfunctioned. But soon, a thought struck him. His heart skipped a beat. A 6th-tier lord. Someone had killed a 6th-tier lord. Killing a 6th-tier lord earned 100,000 points, a rule everyone knew. Yet he'd never imagined anyone could actually pull it off. How on earth did Bai Ning manage it? Coincidentally, this was precisely what Fu Yuanshan was thinking at that moment. Not long ago, they too had noticed the density of core zone beasts had significantly decreased. Then they witnessed Bai Ning's points soaring far ahead of everyone else. 100,000 points, even surpassing the combined total of everyone else. Not only that, but the second-place finisher, Chu Yushuan, also hailed from the First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Her name was completely unknown, and it didn't sound like someone affiliated with any of the major corporations. Unusual. Truly unusual. Was Bai Ning that powerful? But this contradicted the information he'd received from Bai Tianshu. According to Bai Tianshu, Bai Ning was a lowly scum raised in the slums. He only bullied Bai Tianyan by relying on his SSS tier ability, and his true strength was nothing special. That's why Bai Tianshu ordered him to not only secure first place in points but, most crucially, to help Bai Tianyan eliminate Bai Ning, this scourge right here. Now it was clear the first task was impossible to accomplish. Fu Yuanshan made a swift decision. Let's go. We need to rendezvous with young master Bai Qi. After sending Chu Yushuan away, Bai Ning moved swiftly using teleportation. He now had only one target. Kill that idiot Bai Tianyan. Given the presence of surveillance cameras, he had to find another way. At the very least, Bai Tianyan's death must appear as though it wasn't his doing. Bai Ning had already devised a plan. The immediate challenge was locating Bai Tianyan. The assessment area was absurdly vast. Locating a single person within it was no simple task. An hour passed. He had teleported all over the core zone without finding a trace. Just as he was about to find a sturdy branch to rest his eyes, voices echoed from below. Where the hell is Bai Ning? Bai Ning, propped up on his arms in the tree, snapped his eyes open. Who the hell called me? The people below the tree were completely unaware of anyone nearby. Another voice grew impatient. We've been searching forever and still can't find him. Could he be hiding because he's scared of young Master Tianlu? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. This man was an old acquaintance Lin Yu. He hadn't expected it to come so easily. After searching for Bai Tianyan and the others for so long, someone had come to show the way. He braced his hands against the tree trunk and leapt down. Lin Yu and his companion were startled by Bai Ning's sudden appearance before them. Holy! What the hell? Bai Ning? Lin Yu was utterly terrified. Bai Ning hooked his arms around their shoulders, one on each side, and grinned. Looking for me? Come on, let's hit the road. At the word go, Lin Yu's legs buckled and he nearly lost his balance. Had Bai Ning overheard everything they just said? Wouldn't that mean they'd revealed young Master Tianlu's plan? A painfully forced smile stretched across his face. When did you get there? All along. Bai Ning showed no intention of hiding anything. He practically forced the two of them forward. Before long, they heard Bai Tianyan's utterly insincere voice. Bai Ning spotted the spot and leaned close to Lin Yu's ear, whispering, "Time to go, buddy." Lin Yu froze, huh? But Bai Ning had already shoved him aside, shouting, "Watch out." Tracer materialized instantly in Bai Ning's hand, transforming into a longbow. There's a beast over there. Run. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, drew the bowstring, and fired at a third-tier beast 20 meters away. The beast's body was enormous. Even a child who had never touched a longbow could hit it with a casual shot. Yet Bai Ning, mastering the art of archery combat, saw his arrow veer off course. It struck the beast's horn squarely on its head. The horn proved exceptionally sturdy, deflecting the arrow's trajectory entirely. The sharp arrow's trajectory suddenly shifted, hurtling toward Lin Yu, who had been knocked to the ground. Just as Lin Yu started to get up, he felt a powerful gust of wind hit him. Damn! He managed only a single word. A tiny blood hole appeared right in the center of his forehead. Warm blood trickled slowly from the wound. The small text in Bai Ning's field of vision changed once more. Consume 185 billion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. This Lin Yu was worth 100 billion. This surge caused his chi and blood to surge within him, pushing his mid-tier 4th stage cultivation further upward. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the stage for advancement yet. But if this obscure Lin Yu was worth 100 billion, his masters must be worth even more. That single arrow had captured the attention of Bai Tianyan and the others. Everyone was stunned. Was Bai Ning this bold? With the teachers watching, he dared to kill outright? Bai Tianlu's face darkened. Well done, Bai Ning. You barely escaped death at the hands of the Lord, and now you dare to harm my men. Killing Lin Yu right in front of him was tantamount to publicly humiliating him. Under normal circumstances, he might have feared Bai Ning to some extent. But he just finished a major battle and was clearly not in top condition. With so many men behind him, he felt no fear. You're so tough, aren't you? Why aren't you running now? Did you use up all your powers in that fight? Can't keep going now? Bai Tianlu stormed up to Bai Ning. He unleashed a barrage of accusations. You killed Lin Yu for no reason, violating military orders and school regulations. Are you tired of living? Chapter 65. You claim it was an accident, yet you hit him right in the center of his forehead? Bai Ning shrugged, his voice calm and unruffled. I was trying to save him. Didn't you see my arrow veered off course, accidentally hitting Lin Yu? Bai Tianlu's fingers trembled with rage. He pointed at Lin Yu. You claim you missed a 3-meter-tall beast, yet the arrow ricocheted back and struck Lin Yu squarely in the center of his forehead? Aha! Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to act, dismissively brushing it off. Blades have no eyes, I suppose. Those flippant words sent Bai Tianlu into a rage. You what? Bai Ning delivered a vicious kick to the gut. With a thunderous crash, Bai Tianlu was sent flying through the air. He slammed into the crowd behind him like a cannonball. Bai Ning had put every ounce of strength into that kick, certain no one in the crowd could catch Bai Tianlu. If it didn't kill him, it would surely break a few bones. Yet a spear suddenly rose, intercepting Bai Tianlu's side with fluid, gentle force. Then, with a gentle flick upward, it spun and redirected the force. Bai Tianlu's cannonball momentum was abruptly halted. His entire body spun lightly in midair. Landing on his feet, Bai Tianlu spat out a mouthful of blood, his nerves still frayed. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes at the spear-wielding figure. He'd never seen him before. Impressive marksmanship, he murmured. The spear-wielding man was none other than Fu Yuanshan. He, too, was sizing up the legendary Bai Ning. Unmasked murderous intent blazed in Bai Ning's eyes, jarringly incongruous with his handsome features. Fu Yuanshan nodded. I received the general's orders and came specifically to protect you and young Master Tianyan. Bai Ning's expression was neither a smile nor a frown. No wonder I kept running into people looking for me along the way. Bai Tianyan appeared, adopting the air of a peacemaker. Since what happened earlier was an accident, we should still help each other as family here, wouldn't you agree? Bai Ning nodded. I think you're right. He glanced around. Where's Guan Yu? I haven't seen him in a while and I'm starting to miss him. Originally, the group recorded during the day already numbered over 100. Now that Fu Yuanshan had joined them, the numbers swelled to a staggering 300. The area was now teeming with people. Bai Ning searched for quite some time but couldn't spot Guan Yu anywhere. The others were too busy avoiding Bai Ning to kindly inform him that Guan Yu was hiding at the very back of the crowd, cowering like a frightened quail. Bai Ning pursed his lips and called out again. Alright then, let's go. I'll take you guys to farm some points. All eyes turned to Bai Tianlu. Although Fu Yuanshan was more powerful, Bai Tianlu still held the highest status among them. Only after receiving his nod did the group follow Bai Ning. Yu Qingshu and the others exchanged glances, understanding the situation. Bai Tianyan, still scheming, edged closer to Bai Ning. With you leading the points, our overall ranking is bound to jump up another tier. Leave it to me. Bai Ning grinned. You can count on it. Having already slain the most dangerous 6th tier lord in the core zone, nothing else posed a challenge to him now. He led his group as they roamed across the land. A force of over 300, marching in grand procession. Bai Ning felt a quiet satisfaction. Following Bai Ning might let him get a free ride. Once he showed a weakness, Bai Ning would strike to finish him off. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the first location, Bai Ning located the lair of a 5th tier wind wolf. Roar! Howls echoed through the forest as dozens of blue-furred wolves burst from the trees. Prepare for battle. Bai Tianyan roared. The team instantly formed their battle formation. Enhancement type members took the front line, while a cluster of elemental type ability users behind them rapidly unleashed their skills. Those confident in their combat skills readied their weapons, poised on the flanks to seize opportunities and reap points. Bai Ning stroked his chin and drew his hunter's blade. Whoosh! A silver streak of light shot into the air above the wolf pack, exploding with a thunderous roar. It transformed into a hail of silver arrows, pouring down like a torrential downpour. The wind wolves below had nowhere to hide, their cries of agony filling the air. In an instant, the pack's assault was shattered. The lead wind wolves were instantly obliterated. The remaining wind wolves were all gravely wounded, turning tail in terror and fleeing. The group, who had just finished forming their battle formation. It was quite sudden. After circling around, they finally located a second group of strange beasts. 7 or 8 rhinos charged toward the group. Their heavy footsteps thundered like muffled rolls of thunder. Form a defensive formation. Earth-type ability users, step forward. Fu Yuanshan barked sharply. Several members immediately rushed to the front of the group and began channeling their abilities. Soon, a thick earthen wall rose before the group. Yet before the rhino herd reached the wall, several crimson streaks flashed through the air. The spatial rifts vanished in an instant. The rhinos were sliced open as easily as paper, shattered into several chunks of flesh. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. The lightning-like glow at the tip of Fu Yuanshan's gun flickered restlessly, yet he forced it to extinguish. His brow furrowed deeply. Another third group of strange beasts. This was a pack of 5th-tier peak-level forest anacondas. A massive, dark green python as thick as a water barrel coiled in the center of the pool, its vertical pupils cold and unblinking. Fu Yuanshan finally exhaled in relief. 5th-tier peak forest anacondas weren't so easy to deal with. Even with Bai Ning's lightning-fast reflexes, this encounter wouldn't go smoothly. They could at least get a share of the spoils. The anaconda was a high-attack, high-defense beast. Even with his marksmanship, a single lethal strike was unlikely. On the contrary, if entangled by the boa constrictor, survival was nearly impossible. Therefore, he had no intention of engaging in close combat. Instead, he directed the elementalists. Prepare for concentrated ranged fire. Just then, Bai Ning leisurely drew his huntress. This sudden move made everyone tense up. They feared he might be gone before they even had a chance to act. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Bai Ning, waiting for his next move. No one activated their abilities. A momentary silence fell over the scene. Bai Ning calmly drew his bow and aimed. A jet-black arrow silently materialized on the bowstring. Fu Yuanshan exhaled. He thought to himself, thank goodness. This seems to be a single-target combat skill. Even if Bai Ning claimed the points for one beast, there would still be plenty left for the rest of them. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring. It pierced with pinpoint accuracy, striking the giant boa's vital spot. The colossal serpent's massive body stiffened, then slumped limply back into the water, instantly killed. Fu Yuanshan raised his hand, ready to take command of the team. Prepare. Before he could finish the word ready, his eyes widened in shock. The jet-black arrow, its momentum unabated. It pierced clean through his body, its trajectory not even slightly altered. It pierced precisely into the body of a 5th-tier peak forest boa behind him. Then, a third. The fourth. In the blink of an eye, a single arrow fired by Bai Ning claimed the lives of 4 5th-tier beasts. The arrows flew far into the distance. Fu Yuanshan's face turned ashen. He never imagined such terrifying combat prowess could exist in this world. A single arrow had transcended tears to slay 4 high-tier beasts. Fortunately, the arrow had already flown far away, and Bai Ning had lowered his longbow, seemingly with no intention of further attack. Accurate. The word stuck in his throat. At that very moment, the arrow that had vanished moments ago suddenly reversed course, hurtling back toward them from afar. What? Fu Yuanshan's pupils contracted sharply. Does this arrow turn corners? Chapter 66. Does this arrow bend? The arrow everyone thought had flown far away suddenly changed direction. Its speed not only failed to diminish but accelerated several-fold. With a piercing, shrill whistle, the air itself seemed to wail. This strike slammed directly into the group of anacondas. Though slender, the arrow unleashed explosive force comparable to a bomb. The moment of impact unleashed a deafening explosion. The blast made everyone's eardrums ache. The first wave of moray eels was instantly incinerated, leaving not a single trace behind. The blast wave swept through, vanishing in an instant. The devastating shockwave followed immediately. The pond water was tossed tens of meters high, spraying dark green snake blood in all directions. Those closest, like Fu Yuanshan and his companions, were drenched from head to toe. Their bodies turned green, emitting a nauseating stench. Those of lesser cultivation were not only drenched but also knocked to the ground by the oncoming shockwave. The scene was instantly filled with cries of agony. Immediately after, waves of retching sounds rose in succession. After firing that arrow, Bai Ning had already holstered Huntress and slipped into the crowd, making his way to the rear of the group. Real men never look back at explosions. By the time everyone snapped out of it and started searching the field for Bai Ning, he had already strolled 100 meters away. Bai Tianlu's entire body trembled with rage. With each tremor, greenish water dripped sparsely from his body. He reached up, plucked a clump of algae from his hair, and spat out a mouthful of foul water. He spat out each word with deliberate emphasis. Bai Ning, you die. It wasn't just him. Yu Qingshu and the others present had never endured such treatment. Following Bai Ning, they'd expected to get nothing. Now they were drenched in foul water that reeked like sewage. Yu Qingshu's face turned green. Attack. Ugh, now, ugh, attack. Her long hair clung wetly to her cheeks, coated in dark green slime, making her look like a sinister ghost. She trembled uncontrollably. What are we waiting for? Kill him. Kill him. Yu Qingdai reacted most violently. She usually projected an icy cold persona to the outside world, and few knew she suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness. This moment could easily be the darkest peak of her life. Even when Bai Ning publicly severed her arm and pursued her with his blade, she hadn't felt this tormented. The thick, foul stench assaulted her senses relentlessly. She bent over and vomited violently. Soon, only dry heaves and acid reflux remained. She glared fiercely at Bai Ning, her eyes burning with a murderous intent that could steal one's soul. From Lin Juyu to his brothers, everyone shared a single, unwavering goal. Bai Ning. Bai Ning. Kill him. Kill him together. Tear him limb from limb. Ugh. I'll flay his skin, ugh. Over 300 pairs of eyes, filled with venomous hatred, glared like demons seeking prey. They locked onto Bai Ning, who stood there as if admiring the scenery, hands in his pockets, humming a tune. Bai Tianluo drew a sphere from his robe, its surface pulsing with an unstable crimson glow. The sphere was entirely transparent, engraved with countless intricate runes. A terrifying energy was sealed within. Do you know what this is? Bai Tianlu's voice was hoarse. Fu Yuanshan's expression changed drastically upon seeing the orb in his hand. Young Master Tianlu, you mustn't. Get out of my way. Bai Tianlu seemed possessed by madness. All reason abandoned him as he burst into maniacal laughter. This is the most powerful spatial bomb. Its force can instantly tear apart space, enough to kill 100 scum like you. To hell with the assessment rules. To hell with the cameras. Letting you live another second is the biggest mistake of my life. Bai Tianlu roared, veins bulging on his temples. Bai Ning caught sight of the object in his hand and suddenly smiled. So this is your trump card. I should have known. He'd been puzzled. He'd already cut these people down several times, and now they didn't even speak with the same confidence as before. But now, in the underground lair, they suddenly seemed to have found a pillar of strength. Their tone when addressing him was unyieldingly firm. Turns out they had weapons of this caliber in their hands. At the very least, they could fight to the death. But Bai Ning was, after all, the master of the eye of time and space. He could teleport thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. He declared with utter confidence, "Do you really think you can hit me with that?" Bai Tianyan sneered. "Still so cocky, you country bumpkin. You think we're going to blow you up with this? Dream on. We wouldn't dream of letting you die so easily." Bai Ning frowned. For a moment, he couldn't tell if they'd gone mad or if he'd overlooked some crucial detail. Yu Qingdai shakily approached Bai Tianlu's side, shooting Bai Ning a vicious glare. She snatched the orb from his grasp and hurled it skyward without hesitation. "Break it for me." The instant the spatial bomb left her hand, a blinding light erupted from its surface. A terrifying energy comparable to an 8th-tier powerhouse's full-force attack violently slammed against the fragile energy shield above. No! The beasts guarding outside will break through and slaughter all the students inside. Fu Yuanshan's eyes widened in horror. He tried to stop it, but it was already too late. Crack! The energy shield held for less than a second. Like a harbinger of the apocalypse, the earth-shattering crack echoed throughout the entire area. That deafening roar served as a signal. A terrifying hole over 100 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in the sky. Violent spatial turbulence raged along its edges. As the energy shield shattered into countless fragments, the space surrounding the void became covered in dense cracks like broken glass. Everything near the hole was instantly swept into the spatial turbulence. The moment the barrier vanished, Zhen Yan lost sight of the entire area. Even more terrifying, the portal to the assessment area stood wide open. The beasts that had been lurking outside eagerly rushed in. Among them were no shortage of 6th-tier and even 7th-tier beasts. The flesh and blood of over 1,000 humans presented an irresistible temptation. The surging beasts kicked up dust that rose skyward, and a dark tide quickly gathered, encircling the assessment area in an enveloping surge. The outer perimeter, the first to be touched, instantly transformed into a living hell. Bai Ning stood rooted to the spot. The turbulent winds from the spatial rift whipped his hair wildly. Countless swirling dust particles and leaves failed to touch him. An invisible spatial barrier enveloped him, shielding him from it all. Bai Ning felt his vision suddenly stretch far into the distance. Through this damned crowd of useless fools, he saw the chaotic throngs of people and beasts in the distance, witnessed countless screams and slaughter. Severed limbs littered the ground everywhere. Many familiar faces were stained with fresh crimson blood. Bai Ning felt he should be seething with rage, yet his gaze remained calm, and all sound faded from his ears. The golden glow of his pupils swirled slowly. Chapter 67, Since you're here, leave your life behind. Somewhere in the assessment core zone, Li Wuxian was bent over, checking his points ranking. Damn it, only 6th place? I didn't even make the top 3. He cursed under his breath. The injury sustained before the competition had severely impacted his performance. Otherwise, with his abilities, he should have secured at least 1st or 2nd place. Ultimately, it was all Bai Ning's fault. He simply couldn't fathom why the patriarch and brother Wuching went out of their way to favor that Bai Ning. Even more so than their own kin. After his second awakening, he too had become an SSS-tier psychic. On paper, his strength was identical to Bai Ning's. So why? Filled with resentment and injustice, he cursed again. Just then, the sky darkened. The energy shield shattered with a thunderous crash, and the roars of beasts from outside erupted. No! The energy shield's been breached. A member of the Li clan paled, his voice trembling. The beasts from the depths of the caverns, they're breaking through. Damn it! Li Wunyan instantly snapped out of his personal turmoil. Quickly assessing the critical situation, he said gravely, it was destroyed from within. Could a traitor have infiltrated us? This is our territory after all. We must protect the academy's students at all costs. He quickly regained his composure and began directing the Li clan members. Form teams of 3. Rescue the students undergoing the assessment and escort them to the Legion's safe house. I'll investigate the breach. This looks deliberately orchestrated. Li Wunyan looked up at the gaping hole in the sky and gritted his teeth. I'll see which reckless bastard dares to cause trouble on Li territory. Understood. The Li clan members knew the situation was urgent. Every second delayed meant more students unfamiliar with the terrain falling victim. Having trained here since childhood, they knew of several self-built safe zones established by nearby legions. Hiding there offered a glimmer of hope. Exchanging glances, they immediately split up to rescue the others. Shadows darted like daggers into the depths of the dense forest. Li Wunyan took a deep breath and dashed straight toward the center of the gaping hole in the sky. He repeatedly used shadow shift to accelerate, covering over 100 meters with each leap. The closer he got, the more horrifying the scene became. Gale force winds whipped up by spatial turbulence uprooted towering trees one after another. Turbid streams and muddy swamps were sucked into the void, forming cascading waterfalls suspended upside down. A scene straight out of the apocalypse. Finally, he landed at the edge of a devastated clearing. Bai Ning? Bai Tianlu? Why are you both here? Where is the traitor who sabotaged the energy shield? Li Wuxian was astonished to find several hundred people still standing amidst the chaos at the very center. Yet the situation between them was delicate, forming two opposing factions. On one side stood Bai Tianlu, Fu Yuanshan, and their allies. On the other side stood only Bai Ning. Bai Ning stood alone, facing hundreds of people, yet his presence held no less intensity. His mind went blank. The anticipated scenario of a spy infiltrating the ranks hadn't materialized at all. Instead, it was an internal conflict within the Bai clan? Damn it, answer me. Tell me who the traitor is, I'll kill him. Li Wunyan demanded urgently. No one answered. Bai Tianlu and the others shot him strange glances. Li Wunyan felt a chill run down his spine under their strange silence and staring eyes. An ominous foreboding settled over him. He couldn't afford to waste time. Speak up, Bai Tianlu. Have you all gone mute? Who is it? Is it Bai Ning? Could it be him? Li Wunyan pointed at Bai Ning and shouted, is it him? Bai Ning? Did he do it? A strangely sinister twitch flashed across Bai Tianlu's lips. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Since Li Wunyan had recklessly charged forward to confront him, Bai Tianlu decided to go all in and settle everything once and for all. Bai Tianlu murmured, the people I brought should be arriving soon. Fu Yuanshan's face turned ashen, his complex gaze averting Li Wunyan's piercing stare. As a soldier, he despised such actions deep down. But with the general's orders binding him, he had no choice but to betray his conscience and eliminate Bai Ning first. Seeing this reaction, Li Wunyan assumed they simply couldn't bring themselves to identify Bai Ning. Good. His rage twisted into a bitter laugh. The Bai family truly excels at this. With that, he swung his twin blades, pointing them directly at Bai Ning. Bai Ning, are you even human? What on earth possessed you to destroy the defensive energy shield? Do you have any idea how many lives will be lost because of this? Li Wunyan roared, his chest heaving violently. He knew he was no match for Bai Ning, but he could not back down. To deal with this scum of humanity, even if it meant his own death, he would drag Bai Ning down with him. Bai Ning didn't even turn his head, his profile appearing eerily calm. If I told you, he spoke softly, that I wasn't the one who destroyed it, would you believe me? Then who was it? Though enraged to the extreme, Li Wunyan retained a sliver of reason. To claim Bai Ning did it, he couldn't fathom a reason for such an act. Bai Ning had just earned an S-rank battle merit, which was enough to propel him to the top. Why would he commit suicide by doing this? Bai Ning lifted his chin in a gesture. That spoiled brat, Yu Qingdai. Bull. Li Wunyan gritted his teeth. You think I'm an idiot? Yu Qingdai? You're dreaming. With the status of the Yuan Bai clans, what can they not obtain? Why would she commit such an act of treason against humanity, such an unthinkable betrayal? Why? A faint curve touched Bai Ning's lips. They fear me. They fear I'll grow strong enough to exact revenge, so they're eliminating me first. Li Wunyan still refused to believe it. There were countless ways to kill someone. Why choose such a stupid method that would expose themselves? Everything they do is visible to the outpost. They must be suicidal to act this way? You've never heard of the saying. Bai Ning's voice was flat. The law doesn't punish the masses. Add to that your lofty status. For you corporate elites, it's not about daring, it's about wanting to. Li Wunyan scrutinized Bai Ning closely, sensing no pretense in his expression. Yet this so-called truth was unbearable to accept. Shouldn't their consortium be fulfilling its duty to protect humanity? Why? On what grounds? His gaze shifted to Yu Qingdai and the second-generation members surrounding her, each wearing expressions that were both eerie and ruthless. No, impossible. Li Wunyan muttered to himself. The unease on Bai Tianlu's face finally twisted into a maniacal grin. Ha 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 ha. He roared with maniacal laughter, his voice filled with sheer hysteria. So what if it's us? What if it isn't? Li Wunyan, you fool, since you insisted on barging in to die, then stay here with Bai Ning. The smugness on his face was unmasked. Fu Yuanshan, move. Kill them both. The dagger was revealed when the map was fully unfolded. After 5 years, Li finally understood that the human traitor he sought to eliminate did not aim to disrupt the competition or slaughter academy students. They merely sought to eliminate what they deemed an enemy. And countless others were to be sacrificed for it. Chapter 68, Trying to Hide? Think again. Bai Tianlu and the others closed in step by step. The last flicker of struggle in Fu Yuanshan's eyes was replaced by utter resolve. Military orders are as immovable as mountains. He flickered his spear, unleashing a thunderous burst of 5th-tier aura. The silver glint at the spearhead transformed into lightning, poised to strike the two men with brutal force. The murderous intent and energy of hundreds threatened to completely overwhelm Bai Ning and Li Wunyan. You madman! Li Wunyan roared, your headmaster, Li Yensong, is my direct ancestor. How dare you touch me? Against over 300 opponents, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly prevail. So he tried to invoke Li Yensong's name to intimidate them. Ha 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 ha! Bai Tianlu roared with laughter, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Li Wunyan, you're dead. Bai Ning is as good as dead too. Now that the Thousand Eyes ability is useless, there'll be no witnesses left. We'll just say Bai Ning went down with you. Who's going to know the truth? How shameless! Li Wunyan roared in impotent rage. Bai Ning watched Bai Tianlu and the other's smug expressions and sneered coldly. He had been too naive before. He'd kept waiting until his strength was sufficient and his plans were flawless before dealing with these parasites. And what did he get? They'd only grown more brazen, even dragging countless innocents into their schemes just to destroy him. Enough was enough. Li Wu had already retreated to Bai Ning's side, his eyes fixed on the hundreds closing in. Yet he asked aloud, what says Bai Ning? Should we run first? We both have spatial teleportation techniques. They can't catch us. Can't catch us? Bai Tianyan finally found an opening to sneer. His eyes gleamed with madness as he cackled, "You think we have no backup plans? Ha! Run! Run! Flee like the worthless cowards you are." Li Wunyan's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. He knew they dared to act this way because they must possess formidable backup. Breaking the energy shield was merely the beginning. The true reliance lay in the hidden guards behind each young master and young lady. The next moment, the terrifying aura of a 7th-tier powerhouse descended like a demon, enveloping everyone present. Despair engulfed Li Wunyan, his heart plunging to the depths of despair. Their secret guards have arrived. His own shadow guards hadn't followed him, allowing this group of prepared scum to seize their chance. How could they possibly fight a 7th-tier powerhouse? Bai Tianyan and his men sensed the intensity of this pressure, bursting into maniacal laughter, their expressions wild with excitement. "Our men are here. Why aren't you running? Bai Ning, oh Bai Ning, just call me Grandpa now and I'll let you keep your body intact. A whole body is too generous. I'll send his corpse to the Research Institute for dissection. An SSS-tier psychic is prime material. Are you sure it's your people?" Bai Ning's cold voice rang out. He lifted his head, the calmness in his eyes long vanished. Fiery golden light flickered within the depths of his golden pupils. A vast spatial sealing force instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Space and even time itself froze solid in that instant. Fu Yuanshan and his gun-blasting silver light were frozen mid-air. The resolve on his face transformed into sheer terror. The hundreds of men following him were like insects sealed in amber. Only now did they realize that the 7th-tier pressure did not originate from their shadow guards. It was Bai Ning's aura. Li Wunyan's expression froze in utter despair as he stared at Bai Ning in disbelief. How could this be? He carefully sensed the source of the pressure once more. After confirming it truly emanated from Bai Ning, he gasped in shock, "7th tier? You've got to be kidding me. Aren't you only 4th tier? How can you project 7th tier pressure?" This defied his comprehension. The gap between 4th and 7th tier was an unbridgeable chasm. The 6th tier lord had been killed by Bai Ning. He could argue Bai Ning had used some clever trick. But now, the overwhelming pressure of a 7th tier presence was staring him right in the face. His mind went completely blank. Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to answer such an idiotic question. He took a step forward, the solidified space beneath his feet emitting a faint crackling sound. Visible ripples of space spread out in concentric circles. Li Wunyan swallowed hard, his earlier fury surging back. "Damn scum!" He spat, swinging his twin blades as he charged forward to kill. Bai Ning gave him a cool glance. Li Wunyan flinched at the warning in that gaze. What's with that protective glare?" "Ha!" he exclaimed sharply. Bai Ning gave a low snort and shoved him several meters away. This entire group had deep ties to the conglomerate. Killing each one would grant him massive devouring progress. Stealing my targets? Not a chance. Tracer transformed into a spear. Bai Ning casually swung his arm, the blade slicing clean through a man's throat. The head flew skyward. Devour 190 billion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Pure energy surged into Bai Ning's body. This single individual was worth nearly 10 billion. Bai Ning grinned. No wonder it's a conglomerate. Even this sycophantic lackey is rolling in money. Though frozen in space and unable to move, everyone's consciousness remained crystal clear. They watched helplessly as one was beheaded without any resistance. A bone-chilling terror spread like wildfire through their hearts. No. Fu Yuanshan refused to accept being killed like this. He could die in battle, but he refused to be slaughtered like this. He strained every ounce of strength to move his fingers, desperately reaching for the storage ring on his left middle finger. Inside lay the one-time life-saving artifact the general had entrusted him with earlier, the boundary-breaking spike. It was meant to counter Bai Ning's spacetime abilities. Finally, he made contact with the ring. A glass-like crack echoed as the surrounding spatial confinement shattered. Fu Yuanshan grunted as he landed on the ground, then roared, "Attack!" His energy is limited. He won't be able to wield that sealing power again anytime soon. Kill him now. The moment the restraints snapped, the freed individuals felt reborn. Those who had hesitated about confronting Bai Ning now lost all reservation. Fear gave way to murderous intent. Kill! A deafening battle cry erupted. Everyone disregarded all caution, unleashing their abilities to pounce upon Bai Ning, who was within striking distance. Blades flashed and sparks flew, while flames and ice spikes lit the sky as bright as day. A cruel, savage grin spread across Bai Tianyan's face. As if he could already see Bai Ning torn to shreds. Bai Ning smiled. Unhurriedly, he teleported behind everyone. He raised his huntress, and a 30-meter-long spatial fissure abruptly appeared. The moment Bai Tianyan saw Bai Ning vanish, he immediately reacted. They had long prepared various contingency plans for Bai Ning's abilities. Bai Ning frequently used teleportation to launch surprise attacks. As long as they remained vigilant for his disappearance, casualties could be minimized. His reflexes kicked in, and he bellowed a warning. "Everyone, use your movement skills to dodge quickly. Spread out." Everyone responded instantly. Having been repeatedly drilled in countermeasures, they scattered in all directions, deploying combat techniques and various magical artifacts. Gale Step. Earth Escape. Golden Light Shield. Golden Light Shield. A kaleidoscope of techniques erupted in an instant. The scene descended into utter chaos, figures darting about like a swarm of bees that had been disturbed. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Trying to dodge? I think you're dreaming. I'll keep sealing it off. An even more concentrated, terrifying force once again enveloped the entire area. This time, it wasn't just space that was bound, even the flow of time slowed down. Chapter 69, Bai Ning, you're acting like a villainous freak. Ah! Thud! The crowd that had been in utter chaos a second ago was now frozen solid. The entire battlefield transformed into a grotesque, surreal giant bas relief. Everyone was frozen in the moment they thought they'd finally escape. Their poses were bizarre and grotesque. Bai Ning strolled slowly, as if taking a leisurely walk in his own backyard. Run? He chuckled mockingly. Where do you think you're running, little one? Li Wunyan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. You look like a villain right now, bro. Bai Ning halted, turning his head to give Li Wunyan a calm, appraising glance. As if to say, shut up. Li Wunyan's neck tensed, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to swallow the rest of his words. Fine, you're the boss, do whatever you want. Just be cool. Bai Ning withdrew his gaze, and Hunter once again transformed. In the blink of an eye, a massive scythe materialized over 3 meters long, its blade curved like a crescent moon. Li Wunyan sucked in a sharp breath. What the hell is that? Death itself? Bai Ning gripped the heavy scythe's long handle with one hand, his movements surprisingly light and agile. The blade sliced across the ground, emitting a bone-chilling, tearing sound. Bai Ning dragged the scythe step by step to the center of the frozen garden, like the true Grim Reaper descending. Then, pivoting at the waist like a fully drawn giant bow, he twisted backward. His arms propelled the 3-meter-long scythe forward in a fierce horizontal sweep. Swish! The scythe's full length was unleashed in that instant. The 3-meter blade traced a circular arc, its gash resembling a full moon. Nothing could withstand the path of that immense crescent. It engulfed over 10 people within a 3-meter radius. Their faces still bore the fleeting joy of evasion, yet terror and despair suddenly filled their eyes. Under the silver glint reflecting off the scythe's blade, their pallor seemed eerily pronounced. The scythe blade swept unimpeded across their waists and abdomens. Bai Ning released the spatial lock, and with a sharp crack, over a dozen bodies snapped clean in two. Over a dozen crimson fountains of blood erupted around Bai Ning. Consume 205 billion 8 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier. Consume 220 billion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. The devouring progress skyrocketed like a rocket. The overwhelming surge of power made the golden light in Bai Ning's eyes blaze like a burning star. Though the spatial lock had clearly been lifted, all survivors remained frozen in place. Not daring to move an inch. Terrified that the slightest sound might draw Bai Ning's attention. Li Wunyan's mouth hung slightly open, unable to utter a sound. The image of Bai Ning reaping a dozen lives like the Grim Reaper was still etched in his mind. Suddenly, he felt Bai Ning had been surprisingly lenient with him. After all, he'd only been kicked unconscious before. Better than being cut in half at the waist. Sister! A piercing scream shattered the deathly silence, filled with grief and despair. Yu Qingxue stumbled toward the pool of blood, collapsing helplessly onto a body severed cleanly at the waist. Yu Qingdai's exquisite face was deathly pale from massive blood loss. Yet the formidable vitality of an SS-class psionicist allowed her to cling to life despite the fatal wound. Her eyes had lost all focus, and only her chest rose and fell faintly. No, no, no. Don't! Yu Qingxue's hands trembled as tears streamed down her face. A desperate sob rose from her throat. Sister, look at me. Don't you dare sleep. Only silence answered her. Shivering, Yu Qingxue retrieved a vial of potion from her storage ring. Sister, drink this life sode and you'll be fine, you'll get better soon. She urgently poured the potion into Yu Qingdai's mouth. The precious potion, worth billions, trickled from the corner of her mouth and fell to the ground. Drink it. Drink it, sis. Yu Qingdai had no strength left, even the simplest act of swallowing was beyond her. She struggled to open her mouth, trying to speak. The light in her eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. Don't sleep. Yu Qingxue panicked, pulling out another 5 or 6 vials of life sprays, her entire stockpile of SSS-grade life potions. Life praise was incredibly precious, even she had saved up for many years to accumulate this stockpile. Yet she poured them all into Yu Qingdai's mouth without hesitation. Drink it. Drink it. Just one sip. Please, sister. Billions of potions poured in, yet Yu Qingdai's life force continued to rapidly dissipate. Soon, her eyes closed completely. Yu Qingxue wept so hard she could barely breathe. Precious potions flowed like water, yet remained utterly useless. Bai Ning stood holding the massive, blood-stained scythe in one hand, watching the sisters deep on with a calm, unruffled gaze. Is this all your so-called meticulous plan amounts to? Bai Tianlu remained dazed by Yu Qingdai's tragic death, ignoring Bai Ning's words. Only Yu Qingshue's shrill cries filled the air. But then a piece of information flashed into his mind. His eyes lit up instantly. The dazed look vanished from his face, replaced by maniacal laughter once more. Bai Ning, you arrogant bastard, your time is up. Let's see how much of your power you have left. The elite warriors of the Bai, Yu, and Lin clans have all arrived to hunt you down. Ha 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 ha. You'll pay with your life for Qing Dai. Bai Ning frowned, and in the next instant, he sensed several powerful auras rapidly closing in from all directions. All were at least 7th tier, with one even reaching 8th tier. An invisible net sealed off every possible escape route for Bai Ning. So what if he's 8th tier? Bai Ning muttered under his breath. The very instant Yu Qing Dai ceased to exist. Consume 103.5 trillion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. An unimaginably vast surge of energy roared into Bai Ning's body. So pure and immense was this energy that Bai Ning's body blazed like a lit torch, erupting in a dazzling golden radiance. As the eldest legitimate daughter of the Yu clan, Yu Qing Dai's demise yielded terrifying value. Her cultivation instantly surged from mid-tier 4th rank to upper tier. Then, she instantly broke through to the 5th tier. The energy he had previously expended was instantly replenished, restoring him to peak condition. An even more formidable aura surged from Bai Ning, matching the terrifying pressure rapidly closing in from all directions. Li Wunyan also sensed the rapidly encircling aura. His expression changed drastically in an instant. He cursed inwardly. These men clearly came with hostile intent. They were definitely not elite forces sent by the Legion or the Li clan to investigate the situation. He glanced hesitantly at Bai Ning. To break through his cultivation realm again in such a desperate situation, reaching the 5th tier at such a young age. If he could survive, the heights he might reach were beyond imagination. In just another year or two, even the 4 major conglomerates would likely bow to him with utmost respect. Alas! Li Wunyan's gaze was complex, a hint of admiration mingled with overwhelming fear and a desperate will to survive. Brother! He silently pleaded, forgive me. A wise man avoids immediate danger. You hold the line for now. The thought barely formed before his body dissolved into shadow without hesitation. Shadow dash. Li Wunyan's sole desire was to flee this battleground before it descended into chaos. He thought, at my current cultivation level, staying here is useless. Better to escape and call for reinforcements. Chapter 70. This little guy looks delicious. Li Wunyan's figure had barely darted several hundred meters away. Oomph. A cold, icy snort sounded unexpectedly right beside his ear. Immediately, an invisible mental giant hand yanked him out of the shadows. Bai Ning sensed Li Wunyan's movement and felt a chill run through him. It wasn't anger at his escape, but the realization that the direction he fled was heading straight into the path of an exceptionally powerful psychic. Extremely subtle psychic fluctuations rapidly locked onto Li Wunyan's location. Li Wunyan prided himself on his ability to traverse shadows, confident that no one could stop him. But he had stumbled right into his nemesis. His desperate, reckless flight was nothing short of walking into a trap. Bai Ning attempted to forcibly pull him back using spatial power. But an invisible giant hand instantly pierced through the shadows, seizing Li Wunyan with pinpoint accuracy. Li Wunyan's body stiffened abruptly, tumbling awkwardly out of the shadows and crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. Stunned, his expression froze. A trickle of crimson blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices. There was no struggle, not even time for any reaction. He lost all signs of life. A core disciple of the Li clan, no less, had been instantly killed in a single encounter by a telepathic powerhouse who had rushed to the scene. This was clearly an assassination attempt. 5 7th ranks and 1 8th rank, right? Bai Ning clenched his fist and tilted his head. Seems they think quite highly of me. Not long ago, inside the Legion stronghold, the massive screen suddenly began flickering wildly. Immediately afterward, the Thousand Eyes psionicist monitoring the feed let out a muffled groan. Blood tears streamed from his eyes as he collapsed unconscious. Energy interference caused the Thousand Eyes ability to backfire? What's going on? The night watchman station beside the psychic, oblivious to the situation on the assessment area screens, were utterly bewildered. But then, a terrifying roar echoed from the distance, shaking the entire hall to its foundations. Dust fluttered down from the ceiling. The teachers who had remained in the spectator seats paled visibly. Are you Qing Dai and the others trying to get themselves killed? These second-generation brats risk others' lives for their own selfish gain? Absolutely despicable. Li Wuqing abruptly stood up, his usually composed face now etched with grave concern. His clenched fists trembled slightly. The 5 of them, they're still inside. Activate the emergency protocol immediately. Rush to the assessment zone to rescue them. A series of orders poured forth. Xian San remained seated at the head of the table, his piercing gaze fixed on by Tian Shu as he demanded. That spatial bomb is classified military restricted material. Why was it in the hands of that brat by Tian Lu? Do you realize how many academy geniuses this could cost? Are you trying to betray humanity? Bai Tian Shu, bewildered, urgently explained. There's definitely something fishy about this. How could Tian Lu and the others commit such a heinous act? Li Wuqing grabbed Bai Tianlu's collar and swung his fist at him. The screen shows it clearly. How dare you still try to wriggle out of this? Qian San's voice was low and grave. Wuqing, you take command of the rescue operation. Prioritize the safety of the cadets. As the Supreme Commander, despite his 9th tier cultivation, he couldn't freely leave the base. He had no choice but to entrust the rescue mission to Li Wuqing. In his position, he had to consider every possibility and remain constantly vigilant against any potential schemes. Yes. Li Wuqing responded solemnly, glaring at Bai Tianshu before hastily departing with his men. Though struck to the ground by a single punch, Bai Tianshu showed no sign of anger. He maintained an expression of deep concern for the greater good, pleading earnestly, General Qiansan, please reconsider. Given Tianlu and his men's status, even if they had minor friction with Bai Ning, why would they stoop to such actions? And to do so in plain sight? That would be utterly foolish. Qiansan, a veteran of countless battles and countless schemes, remained utterly unmoved. He replied coolly, you'd better pray the casualties aren't heavy. Otherwise, none of you from the Earth Core will be leaving. His finger tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair, and a mountain-like weight of pressure instantly bore down on Bai Tianshu. Even a casual display of power from a 9th tier expert was far beyond what a 6th tier practitioner like Bai Tianshu could withstand. The pressure forced Bai Tianshu to spit out a mouthful of blood. It matters not if you do not believe me, the innocent will be proven so. He stubbornly lifted his head. But the circumstances are suspicious. The enemy must have planned this long ago. I fear they used this incident as a pretext to destabilize Cave 034 and destroy this stronghold. His gaze was unwavering, his bearing radiating fearless resolve. This display momentarily intimidated those around him. Many couldn't help but ponder the credibility of his words. Lei Zhang's face darkened as he strode up to Bai Tianshu and yanked him to his feet. I don't care about anything else. If you can't produce more evidence, I'll hold you responsible for this. He slammed Bai Tianshu against the wall. You better pray the students are unharmed. Lei Zhang turned and strode toward the exit, leaving behind a final warning. And Bai Ning, if anything happens to him, the Bai family can expect the principal's wrath. With that, he kicked off and sprinted back toward the assessment area. Many teachers were jolted awake by Lei Zhang's words. Each shot Bai Tianshu a cold glance before heading off to rescue the students as well. Bai Tianshu lowered his head, a cold, calculating glint flashing deep in his eyes. Their plan never included caring whether these people believed them or not. The only requirement was to keep Qiansan, that 9th rank expert, trapped at the base. Whether Qiansan believed his fabricated story or not, as long as he could plant even a sliver of doubt in his mind, Qiansan wouldn't risk the base's security. As long as the 9th rank expert wasn't present, these teachers alone would be utterly incapable of stopping the elite guards dispatched by the 3 families. Bai Ning was as good as dead. The thought of his beloved little 7th son, Tianyan, being bullied by Bai Ning into that state made him want to tear Bai Ning limb from limb. The plan was unfolding smoothly now. Good news should come soon. Bai Ning was now locked in combat with several elite fighters. A burly elder clad in dark gold armor, his face cold and stern, radiated the imposing aura of a mid-tier 8th rank cultivator. Another figure cloaked entirely in black robes pulsed with unusually active psychic fluctuations, none other than the 7th tier psychic who had just killed Li Wunyan. Beyond them stood 3 other 7th tier psychics, including the red-haired brute wielding a flaming battle blade. The consortium science, including Bai Tianlu, had all taken positions behind their respective masters except for Yu Qingxue, who still clutched the half-corpse of Yu Qingdai in a daze. That man is Bai Ning. Kill him now. Bai Tianyan pointed at Bai Ning with a manic intensity, his voice shrill. The psychic ability user's voice was hoarse as he let out a strange chuckle. This little guy, his soul looks delicious. Slurp. The middle-aged woman beside him, her face cold and elegant, spoke indifferently, Bai Ning, hand over huntress and accept your death. Chapter 71, instantly slaying a 7th tier powerhouse. Feeling the power of a 5th tier combatant, Bai Ning smiled. So confident you can kill me? Ha! Bai Tianyan dramatically clutched his stomach. How can you keep pretending, Bai Ning? The fire's already at your doorstep, the gun's pressed against your forehead, what's there left to pretend about? The thought of eliminating this major threat soon had him trembling with excitement. You know what I hate most? That self-righteous attitude of yours. Bai Ning let out a long, drawn-out "oh." Jealous of me? He tilted his head, studying Bai Tianyan. Is it really just jealousy over my SSS tier abilities? Jealousy over my looks? Jealousy over my talent and cultivation techniques and combat skills? Nothing else? Bai Ning shot Bai Tianyan a meaningful look. Bai Tianyan jumped up and down under that gaze. Attack! Attack! Bai Ning burst into laughter, his golden eyes blazing like stars. An aura far surpassing that of a typical 7th tier ability user surged forth without restraint. The leading 8th tier elder couldn't help but sigh, truly a young hero. If you're allowed to live, the conglomerate might just change hands. The remaining 7th rankers finally turned serious, fixing their gaze on Bai Ning. A hint of caution flickered in their eyes. The mentalist narrowed his eyes, unleashing a powerful psychic wave attack directly at Bai Ning's mind. Why waste words? Strike first. This tactic was impossible to guard against, and it never failed him. Each time, it delivered a powerful warning shot, establishing an early advantage. After unleashing this move, he began silently counting down in his mind. Must fall within 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0.5? 0.1? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he realized Bai Ning showed no reaction whatsoever. Bai Ning scratched his head. Why do I feel like I'm hearing mosquitoes buzzing? The next second, golden eyes appeared before the psychic powerhouse. So you're the one who killed that Li family child? A burst of 7th tier spacetime power erupted. After ascending to the 5th tier, Bai Ning unleashed this ability at full power. Even an 8th tier elder was momentarily dazed. Let alone several 7th tier practitioners. The silver-white dagger flashed brightly, then sliced into the psychic power user's skull like cutting through a watermelon. Without batting an eye, Bai Ning pulled the dagger-shaped tracer free and plunged it back in. You like attacking people's brains, huh? How do you like it when I do it to you? The psychic power user first felt the surrounding spacetime slow down. The next instant, a piercing agony erupted from within his skull. His eyes widened in horror. A dagger plunged directly into his brain. Such an injury was fatal to anyone. And it would be swift. Yet under Bai Ning's control, the process of death was deliberately slowed. A death that should have ended in a second was deliberately drawn out, prolonging the agony worse than death for an eternity. What seemed like a blink of an eye outside felt like an eternity to him. To Bai Ning, his expression shifted with blinding speed. Confusion, agony, shock, finally, the madness of enduring the slow torture of Lingqi. Bai Ning extended a finger, pressing it against his forehead. The 7th tier psychic powerhouse fell backward stiffly, his face still contorted in agony. Instant kill. Bai Ning scanned the room, picking targets as casually as selecting cabbages at the market. Who's next? Everyone he looked at flinched instinctively. Is this a 5th tier? Capable of instantly killing a 7th tier powerhouse? 7th tier fighters were formidable forces out in the world. How could they seem like greenhorns in front of him? After Bai Ning killed Yu Qingdai, his progress surged by several hundred billion points. Having tasted this sweet reward, he now eyed the current growth rate in his vision with dissatisfaction. Consume 1.1 trillion 8 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier. Even as a 7th tier being, is this all the prestige he gets? Young ones are still the most valuable. Bai Ning saw Yu Qingxue still clutching her sister's corpse, her face etched with utter despair. He teleported over instantly and kindly offered, then let me reunite you sisters. To prevent mutual inferiority upon reunion, Bai Ning deliberately kicked Yu Qingxue into midair. The Reaper's side-like blade swung down, aiming for her midsection. Yet this seemingly fatal strike was inexplicably halted the instant it touched Yu Qingxue's body. A transparent barrier materialized over her body. The next instant, countless spider-web-like cracks appeared, and the barrier shattered with a crackling sound. What the hell? Bai Ning was taken aback, but he wasted no time swinging his scythe again, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Unfortunately, the strike missed. The 7th and 8th tier dark guards over there reacted in time. The coldly beautiful woman who had earlier demanded Bai Ning return huntress flickered forward, blocking the path before Yu Qingxu. You dare, boy. Bai Ning raised his eyebrows defiantly. You'll see if I dare. Being the considerate type, Bai Ning didn't want anyone to doubt him like that. He was about to prove himself with action. But before he could move, the small text in his vision suddenly flashed. High concentration of spacetime source crystals detected. Coordinates, spatial fissure above. Recommended immediate absorption to significantly enhance the spacetime eye. This message made Bai Ning pause mid-motion. The temptation was overwhelming. So great it could make Bai Ning set aside the devouring process initiated by this group. The coldly beautiful woman sensed her chance. A long bow of ice crystals, radiating a chilling aura, materialized in her palm. An ice crystal arrow, poised to strike, flew from the bowstring, carrying a chill potent enough to freeze everything in its path. At the same moment, the 8th tier elder's attack arrived. 2 more formidable 8th tier auras swiftly approached from the distance. Upon sensing these auras, Bai Tianyan and the others showed no panic. Instead, they all rejoiced. The spatial restrictors have arrived. Perfect. Our secret weapon is finally charged and ready to deploy. Bai Tianyan couldn't contain his triumph, bellowing at Bai Ning. Does Bai Ning even know what a spatial limiter is? Prepare to die. He rubbed his hands together, then noticed Yu Qingxue curled up on the ground clutching her stomach. He still had the presence of mind to offer her a hand. Xiao Shui, thank goodness you had that disposable defensive artifact to block Bai Ning's killing move just now. Don't worry, he won't be able to teleport soon. Then he'll be as helpless as a fish in a barrel, at our mercy. Bai Ning swept his scythe, unleashing the mastery-level technique, ember-shattering slash. Get out of the way. A wall of fire rippled in a circular arc, deflecting the incoming attacks. He glanced at the 2 unfamiliar 8th rank faces who had just arrived. The pair floated midair, jointly carrying a massive 3-meter cube. This must be the spatial limiter they mentioned. Bai Ning wasn't sure what it was for. But judging by their smug expressions, it was likely meant to counter his spatial abilities. Bai Ning blinked, attempting to activate his teleportation ability. The next moment, he remained rooted to the spot. Teleportation had failed? Chapter 72, 8th rank old man, how can you be so weak at your age? The 8th tier elder brutally broke through the azure flame wall and lunged toward Bai Ning. His domineering fist aura violently blasted open a gap, the momentum of the fist wind unabated as it aimed straight for Bai Ning's face. Hand over your life, boy. As an 8th tier enhancement type psionicist, the force behind the old man's punch was enough to literally hammer a typical 7th tier psionicist to smithereens. Literally pulverize. Facing this terrifying blow, Bai Ning tilted his head in thought, choosing not to dodge. Instead, a mocking smirk curled his lips. Old man, at your age, how come your fist technique still hasn't reached perfection? His left hand spread open, its palm gathering a thin yet incredibly resilient energy barrier that extended out with pinpoint precision. Amidst the old man's stunned gaze, it steadily intercepted the fist. How is this possible? The old man gasped in shock, knocked forward by Bai Ning's momentum. Bai Ning's body seemed to break free from gravity's grip, using the momentum to leap into the air. His foot slammed directly onto the old man's head. The old man's body sank under the impact, the ground beneath his feet exploding into a deep crater. Using the force of that kick, Bai Ning's body shot skyward, soaring straight into the heavens. His trajectory led him straight toward 2 newly arrived 8th tier powerhouses, each carrying a massive cube. Stop him! Bai Tianyan screamed. Seeing Bai Ning swoop toward the spatial limiter like a giant bird, a wave of intense unease washed over him. The 2 8th tier powerhouses laughed in surprise. They hadn't expected their target to dare charge at them. One reacted with lightning speed, lashing out with his left hand in midair. A condensed wind blade slammed toward Bai Ning. Mid-air, Bai Ning had no leverage to brace against the attack, and teleportation was impossible. He seemed certain to be struck. Yet his body twisted eerily in midair, narrowly evading the shockwave. Simultaneously, Tracer transformed into a whip, coiling directly around the man's neck. Hunter's speed was blinding even as the man dodged left and right, the whip coiled around his body like a serpent. With a tug on the whip, Bai Ning planted his right foot firmly on the massive cube the two were carrying. He casually waved down at the stunned crowd below. Bye-bye. The 2 8th tier powerhouses were both shocked and furious. You're using spatial restrictors, yet you still seem to teleport? This sense of being underestimated felt like a public slap in the face. One roared in fury, his free hand transforming into a claw as he lunged viciously for Bai Ning's ankle. The other pushed the spatial limiter's power to its maximum. But Bai Ning reacted faster. He kicked off violently, his body shooting skyward like a cannonball once more. Get down here. The 8th tier powerhouse whose claw missed his target bellowed in fury. Yet Bai Ning's kick carried immense force, propelling him skyward with accelerated momentum. The immense recoil force also caused the space limiter to jerk violently downward, nearly slipping from both their hands. Caught off guard, both stumbled. By the time they regained their footing and attempted to pursue, it was already too late. Bai Ning plunged headlong into the pitch-black spatial abyss like a meteor defying the current. The violent spatial turbulence instantly swallowed his figure, leaving no trace behind. Yu Qingshu froze for a moment before erupting into maniacal laughter, tears streaming down her face. Has he lost his mind? Trying to kill himself. Ha ha ha, did you see that, sister? He's dead. She laughed for a moment, but no one else joined her mockery. Yu Qingshu let out 2 more hollow laughs before turning to Bai Tianlu and the others beside her. They all stood with gaping mouths, staring at the gaping hole in the sky with complex expressions. Why aren't you all happy? Isn't Bai Ning's suicide just convenient? Sister's great vengeance must be avenged. She wiped away tears. The 8th tier elder gazed at the black hole inside. Unless this boy is eliminated, he will surely become a great calamity. But? Yu Qingshu questioned doubtfully, how could he survive after entering that spatial fissure? Bai Tianyan's body trembled uncontrollably. An ordinary person certainly couldn't, but a 7th tier spatial type powerhouse could. And Bai Ning. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Only then did Yu Qingshu slowly grasp the implication. Bai Ning's true strength is at least 7th tier. After all this calculating, I completely forgot about the hole we blew open ourselves. Bai Tianyan clutched his head in agony and crouched down. Just then, another powerful aura rushed toward them at breakneck speed. Bai Ning, the teacher is here. Lei Zhang, engulfed in flames, streaked toward them. Sparks flew and lightning crackled in his wake, as if he feared arriving too late to save Bai Ning. Yet despite his speed, Bai Ning was nowhere to be seen. Where is Bai Ning? Lei Zhang's eyes blazed red as he glared at the remaining crowd. If you dared kill him, you'll pay with your lives. The first targets were the 2 8th tier experts carrying the spatial restrictor. These spatial restraints were extremely heavy, requiring 2 8th tier experts to lift them. At the same time, they severely restricted their attack options. Neither managed to block Lei Zhang's furious strike. A few minutes later. A group of people huddled together, heads in hands, their faces bruised and swollen. You claim you're innocent, and Bai Ning started it? Yes. You're saying Bai Ning, who's only at the 4th tier, attacked a group of over 300 people? Yes. You claim that even with 3 8th tier experts present, Bai Ning still managed to kill a 7th tier expert in Yu Qingdai under these circumstances? Yes. You're saying Bai Ning stepped on an 8th tier powerhouse's head and flew into the spatial fissure on his own? Yeah. Lei Zhang was driven mad by this nonsense, trembling as he pointed at his own face. Do you take me for a fool? Huh? How old is Bai Ning? He hasn't even spent a month in school his entire life. He's only a 4th tier cultivator. You expect me to believe he killed a 7th tier expert? I'd sooner believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The 8th tier elder interjected quietly, that kid's already 5th tier. Lei Zhang kicked him square in the head. Go to hell. Half a day ago, I went to rescue him from the 6th tier lord, and he was only mid-4th tier. Are you saying he just leaped 2 tiers to 5th tier now? Bai Tianyan cried out in anguish, yes. He had never spoken the truth with such sincerity in his entire life. Yet tragically, no one believed this truth. Was this the boy who cried wolf story? The boomerang hitting me right in the face? Lei Zhang's palm came flying at him. The thing I hate most in this world is a liar like you, spewing nothing but lies. Bai Tianyan pounded the ground and wept, even if you beat me to death, what I said today is the truth. Li Wuqing finally arrived with his men. Teacher Lei, have you seen Li Wuqing? Our men can't find him anywhere. Lei Zhang pointed at Bai Tianyan's forehead and snarled, where are Bai Ning and Li Wunyan? At the mention of Li Wunyan's name, Bai Tianyan's gaze suddenly grew unfocused. Lei Zhang flew into a rage. So there it is. I knew you were lying. This is definitely connected to you lot. Did you kill Bai Ning? Give me your life. Chapter 73, Sub-God Tier Stage confirmed, Candle Dragon's Eye. Within the spatial fissure. Bai Ning condensed a spatial barrier, desperately resisting the spatial turbulence surging in from all directions. A barrier that could normally withstand attacks from 5th or 6th tier psychic users now seemed utterly useless. He felt as though he'd been thrown into a frantically spinning washing machine. His body tumbled and spun uncontrollably. The violent spatial turbulence seized the opportunity to tear and slice at his body. Gritting his teeth, Bai Ning shielded his eyes with his hands against the turbulence, straining to open them and survey the full extent of this spatial fissure. His vision wasn't met with the darkness he'd expected. Instead, it was a chaotic, dazzling chaos of light. Countless shards of shattered space resembled sharp pieces of stained glass. Light rays stretched and folded, tangling chaotically together. Detected specific location of spacetime source crystal. Coordinates directly ahead. Estimated disappearance time, 5 seconds. After an unknown span of time, the small text in his vision finally changed. Bai Ning snapped his head up, his heart pounding violently. There was only one chance, and only 5 seconds. If he couldn't absorb the spacetime source crystal, escaping this spatial fissure itself would be problematic. The fissure created by the spatial bomb wouldn't last long. What was even more terrifying was that Bai Ning had completely lost his sense of direction after entering. Teleportation was useless in this realm. All he could do now was push forward with all his might. Spatial temporal source crystal, you better be worth it. Bai Ning growled from deep within his throat. He recklessly channeled every ounce of his supernatural energy, forcibly stabilizing his body amidst the turbulent currents as he charged forward with reckless abandon. PSSST. 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 The sharpness of the spatial fragments surpassed even that of an SSS tear tracer. The barrier Bai Ning erected trembled violently. Blood burst from multiple wounds across his body, quickly soaking his clothes. Agonizing pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Yet he dared not slow his pace. Instead, he accelerated even further. Estimated time until spacetime source crystal disappears, 3 seconds. Golden light flared in Bai Ning's eyes. Finally, a faint yet pure white light appeared ahead, radiating a heart-stopping aura. The spacetime source crystal. The moment he saw that glimmer, Bai Ning knew beyond doubt that this was the spacetime source crystal. He pushed his abilities to their absolute limit, yet still felt it wasn't fast enough. 300 meters. 200 meters. Faster, faster, faster. The distance closed rapidly. Estimated time until spacetime source crystal disappears, 1 second. It was a crystal no larger than a fist, its entire surface glowing with the warm glow of moonlight. Now! Bai Ning's right hand shot out like lightning. Absorbing spacetime source crystal. At the last moment, Bai Ning clenched it into his palm. The instant his skin touched the crystal, it shattered into countless silver specks of stardust, seeping through his palm and into his body. Pain. Unimaginable agony surged through the stardust, coursing through every meridian in his body. Gah! Bai Ning let out a guttural roar, his body convulsing violently. His hands pressed tightly over his eyes. Damn it! The temporal energy surging into his body circled through him once, then like a torrent finding an outlet, rushed toward his eyes. The pure energy of the spacetime source crystal became fuel for the spacetime eye. Extreme agony intertwined with an indescribable sense of transformation, the pain so intense Bai Ning felt he might pass out at any moment. Spatial temporal source crystal absorption successful. Spatial temporal eye enhanced successfully. Spatial temporal perception boosted. Sub-divine tier confirmed. Consume 110 billion 5 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier candle dragon's eye. Bai Ning opened his eyes. The once pure golden iris now bore a rim of flowing silver radiance. His eyes seemed to contain a miniature universe. An unprecedented clarity washed over him. The violent spatial turbulence around him transformed into distinct energy trails, flowing like streams. Even the once elusive passage of time became visible. Though still somewhat blurred, he could perceive fragments of lingering images from the past. The wounds on his body were healing at a visible pace. Bai Ning clenched his fist, grimacing. Glad it wasn't for nothing. After ascending to sub-god tier, the Eye of Time and Space is actually called the Eye of the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon from the classic of mountains and seas could cycle the seasons with a single breath, a true master of time and space. The name Candle Dragon's Eye just sounds badass. Bai Ning felt the immense power surging within him. He had just ascended to the lower 5th tier, and now he had already broken through to the middle tier. Combined with his breakthrough in supernatural abilities, he now felt confident enough to challenge even an 8th tier powerhouse. 9th tier powerhouses were few and far between in this world. The common P combat strength was 8th tier even within the 4 great conglomerates, such levels were rare. Moreover, killing Yu Qing Dai had already added several hundred billion points to his progress bar. A few more kills would likely max it out. Bai Ning was itching to get started, eager to charge out and take on the world. Yet all around him stretched an endless expanse of chaos, identical in every direction. Bai Ning gazed at this space, bewildered. Which direction had he come from just now? Where was that hole blown open? No way, I'm an adult and I'm actually lost? He forced himself to calm down. If Bai Tian could blast a hole with a spatial bomb during the day, who says I can't? He had already stashed plenty of supplies in his storage necklace. Naturally, explosives, those essential household and travel items, were among them. Though the bombs bought on the black market weren't as powerful as Bai Tianlu's. But sheer volume makes up for it. Quantity brings about a qualitative change. The only concern was whether the sheer power might blow him up in the process. Let's roll the dice. Bai Ning steeled himself and waved his hand decisively. Hundreds of high-energy bombs of various shapes appeared. According to the bomb vendor, each one was powerful enough to flatten a mountain peak. 100 at once should be enough, right? Next, Bai Ning gritted his teeth and produced another dozen or so ability crystals. Most contained sealed, single-use crystals from 7th or 8th tier fire or lightning elementalists, allowing the user to unleash the sealed abilities. These were forbidden during the assessment, but Bai Ning had bought them just in case. However, the very next day after buying them, he secretly learned elemental control techniques from Chu Yushuan. Now, stacking all these together was the only way to guarantee absolute safety. Otherwise, if he failed to blast through, escaping would be even harder. Bai Ning activated his spacetime eye, locating the weakest spatial point nearby and hurling all the items toward it. Simultaneously, his body retreated frantically. Several layers of thick spatial barriers instantly coalesced before him. He fled at a speed far exceeding his arrival. Fortunately, after upgrading his abilities, the spatial fragments he passed through this time could no longer breach the barriers. Just as he had fled over 1,000 meters, he witnessed a blinding white light, as bright as a miniature sun, devour everything. All he heard was a prolonged The shockwave from the explosion spread silently, blasting a massive black hole over 20 meters in radius into the area. This size was even larger than the hole created by that spatial bomb recorded during the day. Whoa, wasn't that a bit overkill? Bai Ning sucked in a sharp breath. The terrifying shockwave finally reached him. Yet the terrifying force was brutally blocked by the barrier, unable to harm him in the slightest. Bai Ning grinned, diving headfirst into the newly blasted hole. As he burst through, he thought he heard someone roar. Damn it! Bai Ning didn't dwell on it. He dismissed it as the roar of turbulent winds. Before he could dwell on it, the scene before him captured his full attention. Before him lay a grove of sycamore trees, each burning with a faint golden flame. Each sycamore stood incredibly tall. Deep within this forest stood a golden divine tree reaching straight to the heavens, its canopy shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun. Surrounding it were several phoenixes with wingspans stretching over 100 meters. Even from the cave entrance, several kilometers away, Bai Ning could feel the terrifying pressure and intense heat radiating from these phoenixes. Each one was an SSS tier, 9th rank beast. Holy! Chapter 74, The Phoenix Divine Tree, the Polonia Forest. Holy! The moment Bai Ning took in the scene before him, a profanity slipped from his lips. The massive figures burning with golden flames in his field of vision had already turned their gaze toward him. And they locked onto him with pinpoint accuracy. Caw! A piercing phoenix cry echoed across the sky. The sheer force of the cry sent stars dancing before Bai Ning's eyes. The phoenix closest to him flapped its wings violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the air like a tsunami. The phoenix's form blurred instantly, its speed far exceeding the speed of sound. One moment it was kilometers away, the next its sacred form was mere inches from him. Bai Ning felt the searing heat radiating from the phoenix, burning his entire body. The genuine, overwhelming pressure of a ninth tier being crashed down upon him. Not only that, but two streams of nirvana fire, thick as water barrels, were already hurtling toward them. Damn you, Bai Tianyanwo! Bai Ning's mind went blank. Before he could process why he was here, his body reacted first. Teleport! 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 He screamed frantically in his mind. He teleported over a dozen times, covering nearly 100 kilometers. Should be shaken off now. Before Bai Ning could even glance back, he felt a searing heat behind him intense enough to ignite his very soul. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Without hesitation, he activated teleportation once more. Whoosh! 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 Bai Ning dared not pause for a moment, activating hundreds of extreme teleports in rapid succession. Each leap covered several kilometers. The sycamore forest was breathtakingly beautiful, but he had no mind to spare a glance. Finally, after draining the last ounce of his supernatural energy, Bai Ning's figure materialized at the edge of the forest. He was now 800 kilometers away from his starting point. Huff! Damn it, damn it! I can't run anymore. Not a drop left. Bai Ning gasped for breath, his chest heaving like bellows as his entire body shook uncontrollably. He forced himself to turn his head, struggling to look back. The distant horizon had completely transformed into a sea of golden flames. Terrifying flames shot skyward, illuminating half the heavens as bright as day. The phoenix hunting him circled above the inferno, its furious cry piercing the air. Simultaneously, its piercing gaze swept relentlessly across the land below, searching for the insignificant insect that had dared invade the phoenix's domain. Thank God I ran fast enough. Bai Ning finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground covered in golden fallen leaves. Terrifying. The sheer pressure from a ninth-tier phoenix was overwhelming. No wonder the teacher said during class that humans could temporarily hold the underground caverns not because they matched the beast's strength, but because most high-tier beasts had no interest in fighting. There were over a dozen SSS-tier phoenixes here, each equivalent to a ninth-tier expert. If they were to attack, their destructive power could rival an entire legion. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the grove of sycamore trees, his hand already clutching an energy crystal. He rested while rapidly absorbing energy. The layered canopy above him shimmered with sacred golden light, permeated by a warm, vibrant aura of life. A faint, warm woodsy fragrance drifted through the air. Each breath felt like a cleansing wash for his internal organs. Thick golden leaves carpeted the ground like a soft, plush rug. So beautiful it feels like stepping into a fairy tale. Alas! Bai Ning sighed. The phoenix's dwelling here were far too fierce. A single glance could be deadly. Consume 110.2 trillion 5 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier Candle Dragon's Eye. Blowing up those bombs just now contributed another 2 billion to his progress. Bai Ning estimated he'd need at least another 300 billion to reach the upper tier of the 5th stage. Leveling up was getting harder and harder. Bai Ning, who hadn't awakened his abilities a month ago, sighed. But just now in that spatial fissure. I swear I heard someone's voice. Did I mishear? Bai Ning shook his head, crushing the crystal shard in his hand to powder. Feeling his abilities had recovered to about 30%, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Before entering this SSS tier cavern, he had requested a map of the interior from his master. This forest of sycamore trees served as the Phoenix clan's sanctuary, nestled in the deepest recesses of the cavern. Nearly all the nearby inhabitants were ultra-powerful beasts of the 8th or 9th tier. Each one was a name to reckon with within the Federation. This is just too unlucky. Bai Ning sighed again. I randomly picked a spot to blast through, and it actually led me straight to the deepest part. And I was in such a hurry to get back and kill that bastard Bai Tianyan. In a Wutong forest over 1,000 kilometers away. Put. Xiao Qing grunted, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth, rage blazing in his eyes like tangible flames. Damn it! Damn it, he roared inwardly. I've been lurking there for 3 months, holding back even a fart. All for the undying tree's bloom. My only hope to break through to the 9th tier. Now it's all ruined by that sudden spatial fissure. It sucked me right in with a crack. He slammed his fist into the ground. The ground, covered in golden fallen leaves, was instantly pitted with a deep crater. Xiao Qing's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Who the hell is it? That guy who appeared from the spatial fissure is only at the 5th tier. How did he manage to reach the deepest part of the SSS level underground cavern? Don't let me find you. Screech. A phoenix cry echoed from afar, growing louder until it shook him to his core, causing his blood to surge violently. A scorching heat wave swept over him. The Nirvana fire slammed into the spot where Xiao Qing had been standing, reducing everything nearby to ashes. Damn it! Xiao Qing's face twisted in horror as he cursed under his breath. With no time for hesitation, he forced himself to endure the physical agony, suppressing his aura to its absolute limit. His body blended into the earth like a drop of water, darting frantically through the sycamore forest. Damn it! I barely escaped from inside, only to run straight into a 9th-tier adult phoenix. That little bastard deserves to die. His figure darted through the shadows of the trees, dodging the phoenix's relentless spew of flames. The terrifying heat seared him with burning pain even through his mystical defenses. Recalling that handsome, youthful face, a thick wave of murderous intent surged within him. I've been dominating the Federation for decades, and even an SSS level 1 notice never left me this battered. You little bastard, just you wait. Amidst the chaotic energy residue, he locked onto the edge of the sycamore forest. That faint trace of life energy was precisely what Bai Ning had left behind while resting. Trying to run? Xiao Mu grinned savagely as he gave chase. Chapter 75. We suspect Bai Ning is dead. Still haven't found Bai Ning? Bai Tianyan kicked the chair in front of him in frustration, his eyes still ringed with bruises. A whole week has passed, and not a single trace? Several shadow guards stood solemnly in the room, hands clasped at their sides. The leader, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, whispered, "Please calm down, young master. The SSS-level underground complex is far too intricate. We genuinely need more time. Aren't you supposed to be a T1-level scouting-type psionic?" Bai Tianyan yanked the man by the collar. "Are you going to make me wait forever to find someone? Why didn't you wait until I was dead to tell me?" He ground out through clenched teeth. "Bai Ning, a mere 5th tier, is running around in there like a jackrabbit. And you lot, a bunch of 7th tier experts, can't even match him?" The leader explained stiffly, "Young master, we suspect he might have already perished inside. Cavern 034 is SSS rated. Its depths are crawling with 9th tier beasts. Almost no one ever makes it out alive." "You suspect?" Bai Tianyan's voice rose another notch. "You're telling me you suspect he's dead? Is this your attitude toward your duties? Guessing and speculating? Does the Bai family pay you to do nothing?" Bai Tianyan was furious, his face contorted with rage. But the grimace tore at the wound at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, that Lei Zhang really went all out. He touched his lip and sucked in a sharp breath. That day, over 300 of them had been beaten to a pulp by Lei Zhang alone. He'd taken the worst beating, barely breathing when they carried him back to the Bai residence. A full week had passed since the personal combat trials in the underground caverns. Even that massive spatial fissure had been barely patched up under the Legion's intervention. Yet he, despite all this time under treatment, still hadn't fully recovered. Worst of all, Bai Ning seemed to have vanished into thin air, with not a single trace of him left. Even with all 3 conglomerates deploying their respective investigative resources, they still hadn't found a trace of Bai Ning. This past week had been anything but easy for them. Pressured by the 3 conglomerates, they were all brought back to their respective homes, but the subsequent troubles had only just begun. The interrogations from the Night Watch Legion, the furious wrath of the headmaster and the entire academy, they loomed like mountains. Especially the tragic death of Li Wu, which drew the personal intervention of the Li family patriarch. Though they had prepared excuses in advance and coordinated their stories, all insisting it was a spatial bomb deployed by a mysterious spy. But the story was riddled with holes, unable to withstand any scrutiny. For now, it was being forced down through resource manipulation, coupled with the fact that Bai Ning was dead and could not speak. But as long as Bai Ning's body remained unseen, this matter was far from over. Bai Tianyan possessed an intense intuition that Bai Ning absolutely was not dead. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. "Dispatch more personnel. At any cost. Also, I heard second brother has been conducting research in Cave 034 recently. Contact him, share Bai Ning's information, and have him join the search." "Yes, young master." His subordinates acknowledged the order and quickly withdrew. Bai Tianyan walked to the window, his fists clenched tightly. Second brother works at the research institute, he should have access to more advanced methods. Hopefully, we can locate Bai Ning's trail soon and eliminate this threat before it escalates. At that moment, Bai Ning lay motionless in the grass. Huge green leaves covered his body, concealing him completely. All he could think about now was rushing back to the Legion's base. He had to strike while Bai Tianyan and the others were still there, while the opportunity was hot. He had no idea that in the time it took him to leap into the spatial fissure and absorb a temporal source crystal, several days had already passed outside. Nor did he realize that Bai Tianyan and the others had actually been searching for him for a full week. However, the moment he laid eyes on the Phoenix domain, he realized this was the deepest part of the cavern. 100,000 miles from the stronghold, with countless lords' territories stretching between them. Returning would be no easy feat. The energy crystal in his hand cracked with a sharp snap. Bai Ning finally felt his energy restored to its peak. At that very moment, a cold, blood-soaked aura appeared without warning. Bai Ning's body froze instantly. He hadn't sensed this aura at all before it appeared. Since awakening the eye of time and space, this had never happened before. At most, when facing his master or teacher Lei Zhang, they could conceal themselves from his perception only if they deliberately hid their presence. Now, a figure stood silently beside Bai Ning. It was an emaciated old man. A faint mist of blood swirled around him, his aura cold and powerful. None other than Xiao Qing, the peak 8th tier powerhouse and SSS level wanted criminal who had come specifically to seek revenge against Bai Ning. Poof. Xiao Qing emitted a hoarse, low chuckle. The sound held no warmth, only bone-chilling cold and mockery. You little rat hid yourself well, didn't you? Took me forever to find you. Bai Ning snapped his head up, his body slowly retreating, his face still blank with confusion. Who are you, sir? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Xiao Qing's gaze fixed on Bai Ning like that of a predator eyeing its prey. Mistaken identity? You dare claim that spatial rift wasn't your doing? I've roamed the Federation for decades. The blood demon's name echoes across the land. What major scene haven't I seen? A gaping hole that big appearing in seconds, and it just so happens to open right above my head. You're telling me that was an accident? Bai Ning's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly understood. So that strange sound he'd heard back then really was a human voice. Who could have imagined that a hole he'd casually opened would suck in such a formidable expert? He instinctively rubbed his nose, forcing a smile. Elder, let me explain. Explain? Xiao Qing snorted derisively, his eyes brimming with mockery. I'd love to hear what kind of ivory you can spit out. It's like this. Before Bai Ning could finish his sentence, he turned and ran. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed over a dozen consecutive extreme teleports. The Blood Demon was a name known throughout the entire Federation, a notorious, wanted criminal. He'd committed over a dozen horrifying major crimes, with thousands of lives on his hands. Explain to someone like that? You've got to be kidding. Oomph. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. You little rascal, daring to play tricks before this old man? In the next instant, his form dissolved into a droplet of water, streaking toward Bai Ning's location. Simultaneously, a bloodline as thin as a hair shot toward the spot where Bai Ning had teleported. It stabbed viciously toward his throat. Bai Ning's heart raced with alarm. He pushed his movement technique to its absolute limit, and the blood thread whizzed past his neck. Agonizing pain surged through him, but Bai Ning had no time to spare. He teleported again. You run fast enough, but with that wound on you, you still think you can escape? Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile playing on his lips. His speed matched Bai Ning's teleportation perfectly. The two chased and pursued, the distance between them not widening at all. Xiao Qing's figure remained relentlessly glued to Bai Ning's heels. Bai Ning had never encountered such a formidable opponent. His teleportation drained him immensely, while the old monster behind him maintained a terrifyingly steady aura. Though he could still evade capture through teleportation, he was only at the 5th tier, and his energy reserves were simply too limited. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he exhausted his energy and lost all means of resistance. Gritting his teeth, a resolute expression flashed across Bai Ning's face. All or nothing. With a sudden surge of resolve, Bai Ning abruptly changed direction. Instead of fleeing outward, he charged toward the very heart of the Polonia forest, the location of that towering divine tree. Chapter 76, Reaching a Working Agreement with the Phoenix. Two figures streaked through the golden forest sea. Xiao Qing inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood emanating from the wound on Bai Ning's neck. Such an enticing scent of blood. As an 8th tier blood type ability user, he could trigger the blood flow whenever a wound appeared on his target, draining them dry until death. But Bai Ning's teleportation was too swift, leaving him scarcely a moment to pause. Every time he tried to manipulate the blood, Bai Ning's teleportation interrupted him. Bai Ning's face was deathly pale, and he could feel the wound on his neck still gushing blood. Despite being merely grazed by the bloodline, it had left a deep wound. Xiao Qing maintained a distance neither too close nor too far, his face twisted into a cruel smile like a cat toying with a mouse. Bai Ning steeled himself and continued running toward the sacred tree. In the blink of an eye, the distance closed rapidly, and the sacred, boundless life force of the tree washed over him. Only 100 kilometers remained. Screech! A furious phoenix cry erupted like an explosion. The phoenix, its wingspan obscuring the sky, locked onto Bai Ning and Xiao Qing, who had trespassed into the sacred grounds. The terrifying pressure of a 9th rank being descended like the heavens themselves. Xiao Qing's figure froze abruptly. Has this kid lost his mind? The memory of being chased to the point of having nowhere to run by the phoenix flashed through his mind. Facing the enraged phoenix, he too had no chance of victory. At this thought, Xiao Qing's feet instinctively froze in place. No, he thought. This kid must be gambling, betting I won't dare pursue him. A contest of courage? I've never lost one in my life. Xiao Qing picked up speed again and gave chase after Bai Ning. In less than a minute, the two were less than 10 kilometers from the sacred tree. Bai Ning's pace showed no sign of slowing. He plunged headlong into a region bathed in golden radiance. The thick, suffocating aura of life and the apocalyptic heat nearly choked him. But he dared not stop. Stopping meant death, and not stopping meant death. Better to take a gamble. Xiao Qing came to a complete halt, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes as he stared ahead. Maybe I should just give up. It's not worth dying over this kid. The undying tree will bloom in a few days anyway. I can kill him later once I reach 9th rank. He shot a reluctant glance at Bai Ning's vanishing figure. Before the phoenix could notice him, he quickly turned and fled. Bai Ning sensed the blood aura behind him finally dissipate, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a colossal phoenix had already plunged downward, its fury blazing. Golden flames reflected in Bai Ning's pupils. He snapped his head up and shouted with every ounce of strength, "Elder! I'm here to repair the spatial rift." Bai Ning pointed at the gaping hole in space he had blasted open. The hole was hideously grotesque, hanging monstrously in midair. Spatial turbulence swirled up a sky full of Polonia leaves, shattering the surrounding tranquility completely. His heart was in his throat. His own insignificant figure seemed like a tiny ant before the phoenix. But he wasn't acting on impulse. The professor in the underground theory class had taught that 8th tier, even 9th tier, beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans. Some could even speak human language and communicate with people. The Phoenix clan ranked among the strongest races in the SSS tier underground caverns, so their intelligence couldn't be too shabby either. That was why Bai Ning dared to take this gamble. If he won, he might gain access to this area and evade the blood demon's pursuit. If he lost, he'd continue fleeing for his life, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Fortunately, at the last moment, the phoenix halted, its talons mere meters from Bai Ning. The scorching airwaves singed Bai Ning's hair into a tinfoil perm. The phoenix fixed its gaze on Bai Ning. After a long moment, it suddenly spoke, "Human, can you mend space?" Its voice was deep and commanding, resonating like metal striking stone. Bai Ning forced his legs, which itched to turn and run, to stay put as he nodded repeatedly. "I'm exceptionally skilled at it." The phoenix's eyes remained wary as it surveyed Bai Ning from above, deep in thought. Since their birth, the Phoenix clan had taken it upon themselves to guard the Tree of Immortality. The Tree of Immortality bloomed only once every 100 years, and each appearance of its eternal blossoms attracted countless covetous eyes. The Phoenix initially believed this human before it was just another such coveter. But this spatial fissure posed a colossal threat. If the spatial collapse continued unchecked, a secondary collapse could occur, potentially endangering the immortal tree. Though the Phoenix clan possessed immense power, none of the birds knew how to mend the rift. They had been troubled by this dilemma, yet now this insignificant human claimed to be able to mend it? Bai Ning's heart pounded wildly, yet he stood tall and composed on the surface. This junior, though unworthy, possesses spatial abilities. Upon noticing this spatial fissure, I hastened here to assist the elders. The phoenixes had been contemplating their options, but their eyes turned cold at his words. "Cunning human! I saw you crawl out of this hole from the start." It flapped its wings violently, sending a gale of wind toward Bai Ning. "This fissure might very well be your doing." Bai Ning felt the palpable intent to kill, yet inwardly thought, "Gotcha." Even though the phoenix suspected him, it hadn't immediately set fire to the place. This proved they were genuinely worried about this hole. With that thought, he collapsed weakly to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "I'm innocent. I'm just a lowly 5th-tier cultivator. How could I possibly have that kind of power?" The phoenix was taken aback to see such a weakling, seemingly blown over by the wind. Bai Ning's lowered eyes flashed with sharpness. Suddenly, he stubbornly lifted his head and shouted. "I was chased here by an 8th-tier bloodline ability user. He was still hunting me down just now. Didn't you see it too, Elder?" The phoenix nodded thoughtfully. "When you appeared, I did indeed catch a glimpse of that person." Bai Ning spoke rapidly. "I was training on the outskirts of the underground cavern when he suddenly appeared, intent on killing me. I finally found a spatial rift to escape through, but he tracked me all the way here. Look at this wound on my neck. He inflicted it." Phoenix examined the wound, deep enough to expose bone, clearly no act. Her doubts about Bai Ning's story began to fade. Bai Ning pressed his advantage. "When I offered to help the Phoenix clan repair the space, he called me a do-gooder and threatened to tear me limb from limb." "Really?" Phoenix was utterly dumbfounded. "That man is utterly despicable, Elder. He even threatened to chop down this sacred tree for firewood." "How despicable?" Phoenix's fury flared, his flames surging. "Don't let me see that man again, or I'll kill him." Bai Ning took the chance to lean back again. The Phoenix shot him a glance. "You humans are so weak. I doubt you'd dare come here to cause trouble." It wasn't surprising that the Phoenix thought this way. Newborns of their kind started at the 6th tier. Compounded by their perpetual dwelling in the deepest caverns, they had never encountered any creature below the 6th tier. The Phoenix finally eased some of its imposing aura. "If you can repair the spatial fissure, our clan will not treat you unfairly. But if you fail," its gaze turned icy, "I shall reduce you to ashes with the flames of rebirth, condemning you to eternal torment." Bai Ning hastily nodded weakly. "Thank you, Elder, for giving me this chance." "Mending space?" Child's play for him, a mere wave of his hand. The Phoenix inquired, "How long will it take?" 10 days, it's a massive undertaking." Bai Ning replied with a look of difficulty. Chapter 77, Golden Flame Polonia Fruit. 10 days won't work. The divine tree will bloom in 4 days. The Phoenix was displeased. "It must be done before then." Bai Ning scratched his head. "That's way too tight of a schedule. I'm only at the 5th tier. My abilities are truly limited, senior." His voice carried a hint of embarrassment. "Ha? Are you saying you can't do it? I can do it." Bai Ning waved his hands hurriedly, his face hardening with a look of resolute determination. "To live up to your trust, I'll risk my life to complete this." "But..." "Speak." Phoenix cut Bai Ning off. "No matter the cost, it must be fixed." Bai Ning felt a surge of secret delight, offering an embarrassedly earnest smile. "Then I'll need to trouble you for some rare treasures, the kind that restore energy when consumed." He rubbed his hands together, looking at Phoenix expectantly. The renowned Phoenix clan surely possessed many treasures. He'd finally stumbled upon such an easy-to-fool beast he had to fleece it for something. "You chased me for hundreds of kilometers earlier." The Phoenix fell silent for a moment before finally uttering a low, resonant cry. Soon, a slightly smaller Phoenix flew over. Its gaze toward Bai Ning brimmed with curiosity and innocence. In its claws was a storage ring. "Inside are some golden flame Polonia fruits. Take them and eat them to recover as quickly as possible." The Phoenix's voice remained authoritative, yet Bai Ning detected a hint of reluctance in its tone. Golden flame Polonia fruit, such a precious thing. He'd heard his teacher mention them briefly during class. Consuming them directly enhanced physical strength and fire resistance, making them a coveted treasure among many enhancement-type ability users. Due to their unique habitat, the Phoenix clan fiercely guards their territory, making these fruits extremely difficult to obtain. Every time they appeared, demand far outstripped supply, with market prices starting at 10 billion. Phoenix continued, "You'll remain here for the next 4 days. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Xingyu will shadow you every step of the way. Don't even think about trying to slip away." The young Phoenix named Xingyu chirped sharply, its voice clear and pleasant. "At your service, sir." Bai Ning responded cheerfully. The Phoenix's words suited him perfectly. Not only was this area rich in energy, but a dozen ninth-tier Phoenixes circled overhead. When it came to safety, even the Legion strongholds deep within the caverns couldn't match this place. As for this young Phoenix, it was clearly inexperienced and easy to deceive. For the next 2 days, Bai Ning was so engrossed in his surroundings that he forgot all about home. He took out the tent from his necklace and pitched it beside the sacred tree. He feasted on golden flame Polonia fruits worth 10 billion each and drank spirit spring water fetched personally by the little Phoenix. After devouring the fruits, he would head to the spatial fissure and pretend to meditate for a while. Then, drenched in sweat, he waved at the little Phoenix. Whenever Qingyu remembered the elder's words that repairing the spatial fissure was the top priority, she would dutifully bring Bai Ning a fresh pack of sycamore fruits. Bai Ning glanced at the small text in his field of vision. Consume 1.2 trillion 5 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier candle dragon's eye. After 2 days of consumption, progress surged by 100 billion. Where else could you find such a good deal? Reclining on the Polonia tree, Bai Ning felt utterly content. He casually tossed a sycamore fruit to the green carp beside him. The nimble little Phoenix caught it mid-air with a swift swoop, devouring it with relish. After finishing, it gratefully rubbed its head against Bai Ning. Bai Ning glanced at his remaining stash. The Polonia seeds were once again depleted. He wiped his hands and decided to get back to work. Deep within the dense forest, several researchers clad in camouflage uniforms lay concealed. "Am I seeing things? Is there a figure near the Phoenix sacred tree?" One of them whispered, binoculars pressed to his eye. The others beside him dismissed it. "Great, another one worn out. That's sacred ground for the Phoenix. Not just humans, even nearby beasts get incinerated to ashes if they venture near. Plus, those trees are hundreds of meters tall. Doesn't he fear falling to his death?" "Exactly. Didn't little Lee die last time just for getting a little too close to the Polonia Grove?" But it really looked like a person. The person with the binoculars studied the scene intently before declaring, "There is definitely a person there." The person beside him rolled their eyes and raised their own binoculars. Newbies in the workplace these days are beyond words. But after peering through them for just a moment, he too gaped in shock. "Damn it, there really is someone there." The researcher who first spotted the situation spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Researcher by Tianjue, we've detected anomalies around the sacred tree. I'm sending you the newly captured photos." Bai Tianjue was Bai Ning's nominal second older brother. A few days prior, Bai Tianyan had asked him to help locate Bai Ning in the vicinity. Even with the most advanced detection equipment he'd brought, he hadn't found any trace. Hearing this report now sent a jolt through Bai Tianjue's heart. Could this person be Bai Ning? He hurriedly opened the photo. Beside the towering, immortal divine tree that pierced the heavens, a ring of ferocious spatial rifts gaped open. Whirlwinds swirled golden Polonia leaves into chaotic vortexes. Against this backdrop of sacredness and fury, a slender figure hung suspended 100 meters above the ground. The person stood on a thin rope beneath their feet. The rope was tied to a thick Polonia branch, swaying up and down with the violent winds. The figure swayed lightly with the rope, appearing utterly at ease. Bai Tianjue pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and fixed his gaze on the man's face. Sword-like brows and starry eyes, utterly handsome. It was none other than Bai Ning, recently returned to the Bai family. Bai Tianjue could scarcely believe his eyes, staring at the photograph with mixed emotions. Didn't they say the Phoenix clan was notoriously exclusive? Why do I see a little phoenix trailing after Bai Ning like a shadow? Tianyan even said he'd kill Bai Ning, but he's in the Phoenix Sanctuary. Who dares go kill him? It wasn't just Bai Tianju's group, many lurked nearby, hoping to profit from the sacred trees blossoming. Each was either heavily armed or possessed immense power. Yet none dared approach the Phoenix territory, instead lurking dozens of kilometers away, watching and waiting for their chance. Now, they witnessed someone standing right beside the tree of immortality. He could practically pluck the blossoms from the tree with a single leap. Everyone was stunned. Wait, what happened to the warning about keeping humans away? Guards! Someone's cheating! Among them, Xiao Qing was the most furious. He had been the closest to the sacred tree, with the best chance. But Bai Ning had sabotaged him, stripping him of every advantage. Even at peak 8th tier cultivation, he couldn't catch Bai Ning, a mere 5th tier cultivator. Now he could only watch helplessly as Bai Ning strolled beside the phoenix, utterly beyond his reach. Bai Ning, you just wait. When the flowers bloom, that will be the day you die. Chapter 78. The undying tree blooms, the flower of immortality appears. 4 days passed swiftly. As Bai Ning weakly channeled his energy into it, the crack, now reduced to a thin thread, was finally smoothed out completely. Huff. Exhausted, Bai Ning slumped onto the rope formed by Huntress, gasping for breath. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Devour 1.35 quadrillion 5 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier candle dragon's eye. Another 150 billion in progress gained. Just by eating, drinking, and playing around, I've racked up over 200 billion in Wutong fruit from the Phoenix clan. What a steal! The little phoenix chirped excitedly beside him, circling around him several times. Its eyes brimmed with adoration and affection. It affectionately nudged Bai Ning's arm with its little head. The adult phoenixes on the sacred tree also turned their gaze toward them. Compared to their initial wariness, their demeanor had noticeably softened. Clearly, after helping them resolve the fissure, their trust in him had skyrocketed. Bai Ning struggled to his feet, preparing to take his leave. At that very moment, a colossal surge of life force erupted from the crown of the undying tree. In an instant, the entire forest of Paulownia trees was bathed in pure golden light. Countless beams of multicolored light shot skyward, painting the heavens in magnificent hues. Bai Ning drew in a breath. The potent energy made every cell in his body rejoice. The flower of immortality had bloomed. The phoenixes let out excited cries and soared into the air. Circling the tree of immortality, their tail feathers traced faint golden flames through the air. This spectacle served as a clarion call, igniting all who lurked in the shadows. Almost the instant the flower bloomed, several ripples emerged from different directions. 3 vines shot forth from the distance, coiling toward the eternal flower atop the tree crown. On the other side, a psychic manipulated objects through the air, attempting to pull the eternal flower directly. Akuya was visibly agitated. Activate the machine now. At his command, a specialized energy pulse locked onto the largest eternal flower within the canopy. Amidst the chaos, a droplet concealed in the shadows crept silently toward the sacred tree. This person was none other than Xiao Qing. As an 8th tier peak cultivator, he was supremely confident. Only I can infiltrate the sacred tree using my stealth abilities and steal the flower right under the phoenix's noses. And kill that bastard while I'm at it. A thrill of excitement flashed across his lips. The phoenixes had long prepared for someone to step forward to their death. Several phoenix cries, filled with boundless killing intent, echoed across the sky. Screech! The flames of rebirth engulfed vast stretches of land in a sea of fire. They vowed to annihilate every human who dared covet the divine tree. The moment Bai Ning sensed the divine tree's disturbance, he began channeling the candle dragon's eye with all his might. Just fixed the crack, and now it's blooming, he muttered. He should have fixed it sooner instead of dawdling. He planned to trick a phoenix into escorting him back to the Legion, but with things this chaotic, he could only rely on himself now. Just then, a bloodline as thin as a cow hair appeared silently. Xingyu reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Bai Ning without hesitation. A burst of flame erupted from its mouth, attempting to intercept the bloodline's attack. Before Bai Ning could register surprise, he realized the blood thread originated from the blood demon, something this little phoenix couldn't possibly withstand. He thrust out his hand, conjuring 3 layers of thick spatial barriers. Simultaneously, he lunged sideways, dragging the green fish with him. The bloodline was incredibly sharp, piercing right through the spatial barrier. Fortunately, its trajectory veered off course at the last moment, grazing the blue fish's wing as it flew past. The bloodline struck the trunk of a Paulownia tree behind them, blasting a gaping hole through it. The bluefish, sensing the icy chill that had narrowly missed it, let out a shrill cry and cowered trembling in Bai Ning's embrace. Bai Ning exhaled. Good thing I'm quick-witted. I cleverly used spatial refraction. He'd been careful when constructing the spatial barrier, ensuring a slight angle existed between the layers. This caused the bloodline to deflect off course when it struck. Otherwise, this little phoenix would have been either dead or crippled. Xiao Qing had now ascended to the center of the divine tree. His ultimate goal remained the flower of immortality. Bai Ning was merely a side objective. Seeing his strike miss, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. No one had ever evaded this move under his hands. Most of those he had killed had fallen to this very technique. Yet this brat had dodged it twice? Xiao Qing's murderous intent grew ever stronger, yet he dared not make another move, fearing it might draw the attention of the 9th-tier phoenix. But Bai Ning had no intention of letting him off. His golden pupil locked onto the spot where the faint disturbance had just emanated. Huntress transformed into a whip, coiling around the tree trunk and flinging him upward. Little Phoenix, unleash your full power fire breath over there. Holding Qingyu, he aimed directly at the center of the sacred tree. The little phoenix obediently held its breath, then unleashed a torrent of flames toward the target, transforming into a bird-shaped flamethrower. Xiao Qing gasped in shock, "You little beast, how dare you!" Fearing the phoenix fire would touch him, he sprinted upward. Bai Ning clutched the fire-breathing weapon and pursued him upward. Originally, their speeds were nearly equal, but Xiao Qing held back, hesitant to unleash his full teleportation technique. Bai Ning, however, held nothing back, firing relentlessly at full power. Soon, Xiao Qing felt a sharp pain on his body, a stinging, burning sensation spreading throughout his entire being. Frustrated and enraged, he found himself powerless against Bai Ning for the moment. "You old turtle, still hiding in your shell?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and laughed. "You old flower-stealing thief, always up to no good. Being a turtle really suits your identity better." Xiao Qing, now transformed into a droplet of water, trembled with rage. Steaming from the heat, he flew upward with his head down. "My eternal flower!" Xiao Qing roared, the blossom now within reach. Just one more second. Once he plucked the flower, he could unleash his full power to kill Bai Ning. Just then, Bai Ning bellowed. "Elder! Someone is stealing the flower here." The cry was piercingly loud. It drew the attention of the 3 9th-tier phoenixes nearby. They first glanced at Bai Ning, who was holding their young, then turned their gaze toward the spot where the young phoenix had spewed flames. Next, under Xiao Qing's horrified gaze, the 3 adult phoenixes let out piercing cries and unleashed 3 astonishing pillars of flame. The terrifying heat of the phoenix fire roasted him until his entire body glowed crimson. The water droplet form could no longer be sustained. Xiao Qing appeared on the divine tree's branches, his face flushed crimson. Less than a meter ahead lay a flower of eternal life. "You're asking for death." The phoenix's fury boiled over. They never imagined a human could sneak past their watchful eyes and reach this place. It was an utter disgrace. In the next instant, an even more terrifying phoenix flame swept toward him. "Damn you, you little brat!" Xiao Qing turned and fled without hesitation. The eternal flower was just a meter away. He could have plucked it in another second or two, but under these circumstances, he dared not delay. The slightest misstep would reduce him to ashes. Bai Ning chuckled, drew his bow, and nocked an arrow. His mastery-level piercing void arrow technique materialized instantly. The jet-black arrow pursued Xiao Qing's fleeing trajectory, Bai Ning anticipating his movement in advance. The arrow left the bowstring. Its speed matched that of a 9th-tier phoenix. Though released later, it arrived first, intercepting Xiao Qing midair. Xiao Qing's figure faltered, his speed forced to slow for an instant. Awaiting him was a sky filled with the flames of rebirth. Chapter 79, I, the Blood Demon, ruled the world. Xiao Qing's furious roar echoed through the sea of flames. 3 9th-tier phoenixes possessed terrifying combat prowess. Even Li Yensong, the strongest being at that time, would have fared poorly against them. Yet Xiao Qing remained a fugitive, evading the Federation's manhunt for decades. Facing the terrifying assault, a maddened crimson glint flashed in his eyes. He bit down hard on his tongue, spewing forth a torrent of vital blood rich with the essence of life. "Blood God substitute!" he roared. The moment the blood appeared, it began to burn rapidly. It coalesced into a blood-red humanoid form identical to his own body. The crimson figure stood before Xiao Qing, facing the phoenix's rebirth flames with unyielding resolve. The flames slammed into the substitute's body, erupting in a deafening roar. The substitute possessed 80% of Xiao Qing's core abilities. Now, channeling his blood-based abilities, it simultaneously disrupted the attacking phoenix while using its blood energy to block the damage. The raging tons of flame were actually held back for several seconds. Yet the flame's terrifying purifying power soon vaporized the stand, leaving no trace. Yet this ultimately bought Xiao Qing a sliver of hope. Behind it, Xiao Qing's face turned deathly pale after expelling his vital blood. Knowing the stand couldn't hold out much longer, he abandoned the fight without hesitation, transforming into a crimson streak as he shot toward the distance. Bai Ning had been waiting with bow drawn for quite some time. He had been waiting for the moment Xiao Qing used his technique to block the phoenix fire. A piercing void arrow, like a soul-reaping specter, tore through space and arrived in an instant. Upon contact with the blood mist surrounding Xiao Qing, the arrow's speed plummeted. Its trajectory was forcibly twisted by the viscous mist. Shoo! A faint sound. The piercing void arrow whizzed past Xiao Qing's left arm, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Xiao Qing grunted, "Good shot." His left arm was drenched in blood, but such an injury was nothing to him. He shot Bai Ning a savage grin. "You little bastard, once I escape, I'll make you." His thoughts hadn't even finished forming. The broken void arrow, twisted by blood energy and seemingly off target, suddenly veered back and shot toward him at breakneck speed. Buzz! The arrow had silently pierced the protective blood mist shielding Xiao Qing's back. Xiao Qing's face froze, his pupils suddenly contracting. His attempt to transform into a blood thread and flee was abruptly halted. He spat out more vital blood, which condensed into an even denser protective mist. The arrow's speed was too swift, there was no chance to dodge at this point. In an instinctive reflex, he could only brace for the impact. As a seasoned peak 8th tier psychic, his true strength rivaled that of an ordinary 9th tier practitioner. That Bai Ning's sub-god tier archery, honed to mastery, could pose such a threat to him was truly astonishing. But, Xiao Qing thought, it was merely a threat. The blood mist he unleashed at full power was thick and viscous, managing to halt the void-piercing arrow in its tracks. Yet this single defense caused the newly coalesced blood mist to thin considerably once more. Before he could relax, a deadly chill shot up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. His entire focus had been on blocking the arrow piercing his back. He had neglected the front. Now another piercing void arrow streaked toward his chest. There was no chance to block it. It was too late. The pitch-black arrow pierced through his blood mist defense, now severely weakened, with ease. Xiao Qing's face froze forever in a mask of unwillingness and terror. He stared down at the gaping hole in his chest, feeling life rapidly drain away. Ha! He struggled to lift his head toward the young figure holding the longbow. The blood demon who ruled the world for so long, to fall at your hands. Thud! Xiao Qing's body crashed heavily to the ground. Blood stained the golden fallen leaves covering the ground. The infamous 8th tier peak SSS level fugitive had fallen. And Bai Ning, who had slain this menace that had plagued the Federation for decades, was merely at the 5th tier. The small text in Bai Ning's field of vision began to flicker wildly once more. Consume 1.85 quadrillion 5 trillion assets to ascend to sub-god tier Candle Dragon's Eye. It was worth 500 billion. After slaying Xiao Qing, his cultivation base surged to upper 5th tier. And he felt the 6th tier was within reach. The energy he'd just expended was instantly replenished. Bai Ning cracked his neck, his golden pupils gleaming with unusual brilliance. This blood demon's bounty price seems pretty valuable, huh? Bringing it back would net another hefty sum. This feeling of reaping rewards in waves, first one, then another, was exhilarating. He scanned the area. Aside from the 3 phoenixes who'd fought alongside him against Xiao Qing, most of the others had scattered in different directions. Each was pursuing someone else, attempting to steal the flower of immortality. The 8th tier expert who had initially used psychic abilities to control the flower of immortality was now being chased until he was rolling and scrambling. Any semblance of a master's composure was long gone. Blood seeped from all 7 orifices. On the other side, the wood-type ability user manipulating vines was a woman. Her form-fitting combat suit accentuated her graceful figure. Under the terrifying heat of the Nirvana fire, her clothing was scorched to tatters. Large patches of snow-white, delicate skin were exposed to the scorching air. Her movements offered a revealing glimpse. Her carefully styled auburn hair was scorched and singed, clinging wildly to her cheeks. As a wood-type psionicist, she possessed a natural advantage in escaping through dense forests. Every plant and tree could become her tool. Amidst the sea of flames, she glanced back at the spirit tree. That glance happened to witness the blood demon being struck through the chest by an arrow. Who's that badass? Her phoenix-like eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed. That old demon had the blood of countless 8th tier experts on his hands. How could he possibly be killed? Could another new 8th tier prodigy have emerged? In her frantic flight, she glanced toward a certain direction. By Tianjuet, I've drawn so much fire for you, hope you can pull your weight. Even if I can't steal a single flower, just a few scattered petals would be worth it. At that moment, Bai Tianjue was leading a group of researchers, locked away in a distant corner, staring intently at the information streaming across the machine screens. Immortal flower location scan complete. Initiating capture. Capturing. Capture failed. Capturing. Capture failed. After several consecutive failures, Bai Tianjue unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. This was the key material developed by the Research Institute. If he could get his hands on it, his future prospects at the Institute would be bright. No one would ever again whisper behind his back that he'd climbed the ranks through family connections. Capturing. Capture successful. Finally, the screen displayed the capture success message. Yes. Bai Tianjue pumped his fist in excitement. Next, the machine would slowly bring the eternal flower back using psychic waves. This machine, developed by the Research Institute over nearly a decade, drew inspiration from psychic abilities like telekinesis. However, its fluctuations differed from psychic abilities, making it less likely to attract the Phoenix's attention. All researchers placed high hopes on his field mission. Immortal flower captured successfully. Concealment barrier activated. Initiating return journey. 481 kilometers to destination. Beep beep, detecting unknown spatial barrier. Return journey failed. Beep beep, return journey failed. Bai Tianjue pressed his face against the screen. Return journey failed? How could there be a spatial barrier? How is that possible? Chapter 80. Why didn't you wait until I was dead to tell me? Return journey initiated. 480.9 kilometers to destination. Beep beep, return journey failed. Bai Tianjue felt as though his heart had been clenched in a vice, leaving him gasping for air. How could it fail? After capturing the eternal flower, the machine should have deployed a barrier to mask its scent. Then it would have been guided slowly to its destination. But it hadn't even traveled 100 meters before some damn spatial barrier blocked it? How could a spatial barrier exist beside the sacred tree? Those damn birds don't understand space. Daytime Ju was frantic with anxiety and immediately reactivated the machine's capture program. He explained to those around him, it must have been an accident. Trying again should fix it. Capturing. Capture successful. The second capture went smoothly, and a success notification came through quickly. Bai Tianjue silently prayed, please let this succeed. The other researchers were also extremely tense. The group watched the screen with bated breath. Before long, a new message appeared. Beep beep, undetected spatial barrier detected. Return failed. Another failed return. Bai Tianjue slammed his fist into a tree. It worked flawlessly during practice. Why does it fail every time we try it in real combat? One person asked, should we keep trying? Each machine activation consumes a huge amount of energy crystals. We only brought enough for 3 attempts, we have 1 chance left. Shouldn't we troubleshoot the problem first? What the hell is a spatial barrier? Using our last chance recklessly, what if it fails? The others hesitated. The eternal flower bloomed for only a brief hour. If not picked within that time, it would lose its optimal potency. But another failure would mean they'd lose all hope. Waiting for the eternal flower to bloom again would take 100 years. By then, it was uncertain whether they would even still be alive. Bai Tianjue gritted his teeth fiercely and pressed the button once more. Continue. Beep beep, undetected spatial barrier detected. Return journey failed. This time, they didn't even move 100 meters. Almost the instant after capture seemed successful, failure was declared. Damn it. Bai Tianjue kicked the useless machine in front of him in sheer frustration. Useless. Trash. Worthless. The kick sent the machine swaying. Good heavens, this is precision equipment. How could you kick it? A researcher exclaimed, clutching the machine protectively. Bai Tianjue gritted his teeth, rubbing his storage ring as he yanked the people away. Get out of the way. I'll pay with my own money and energy crystals to continue the capture. His expression was frenzied, radiating a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve. Beep beep. Detecting unknown spatial barrier. Return failed. A massive amount of crystals turned to dust. Try again. Return failed. Again. Failure. Come on. After countless attempts, Bai Tianjue collapsed onto the ground in a daze. The onlookers were also stunned by such a grand spectacle. It's been dozens of times already. The Bai conglomerate really lives up to its name, they've got deep pockets. Goodness, that must have cost tens of billions. Amidst the uproar, someone suddenly realized something. All these failures were due to the spatial barrier collapsing. This space. Could it be because of that person beside the sacred tree? Oh. That makes perfect sense. Damn it, why didn't you say that sooner? Upon hearing this, Bai Tianjue jolted upright in his deathbed. He grabbed the man by the collar, his voice thick with fury. You. Why? Didn't you say something sooner? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Why wait until I'm bankrupt to tell me? Why didn't you wait until I was dead to tell me? Bai Ning. This must be Bai Ning's doing. Bai Tianjue's eyes blazed crimson with rage, his glasses tumbling to the floor unnoticed. Only now did he understand why Tianyan had called Bai Ning a scourge, a disaster. Back then, he'd been naive. Though he'd agreed to help track Bai Ning down, it hadn't really registered. Only now did he truly empathize. Bai Ning truly brought misfortune upon everyone. His fingers trembled as he dialed a satellite phone. Has the assassin arrived yet? What? You say they've been here all along? Then why didn't they act sooner? What? You say he can't make a move inside the Phoenix territory? FCK, FCK, FCK. Bai Tianjue felt angrier than he'd ever been in his entire life. Then wait outside until Bai Ning comes out himself. When he does, surround him completely. First, punch him in the face. Then skin him alive, pour salt on his wounds, and kill him. Bai Ning sat cross-legged beneath the sacred tree, leaning against its trunk, his eyes half closed in blissful beauty. Devour 21.5 trillion assets to ascend to sub-divine tier. Candle Dragon's Eye. Having only recently ascended to the upper 5th tier, his cultivation now surged to the lower 6th tier. The circumstances were peculiar. Shortly after slaying Xiao Qing, he suddenly sensed peculiar spatial fluctuations. It felt as though something was slowly moving. Fearing it might be some inexplicable hidden weapon, he immediately activated a spatial barrier to seal off the disturbance. Not long after sealing it off, the small characters in his vision surged upward in a wave. Still baffled, he sensed that familiar spatial fluctuation returning once more. This time, without hesitation, he locked it down with another spatial barrier. The progress bar surged again. After repeating this cycle dozens of times, Bai Ning finally grew numb to it. So he leaned back leisurely against the divine tree, sealing off any strange fluctuations as they arose. In just a few short minutes, he had amassed a staggering 300 billion points of progress. His eyes crinkled with amusement. It truly felt like sitting under a tree while money fell from the sky. Without lifting a finger, he'd gained so much. He waited quietly for a while longer, but alas, he felt no more fluctuations from the god of wealth. Bai Ning clicked his tongue regretfully. Only then did he lower his gaze to examine the little phoenix nestled beside him. Earlier, when danger struck, this little creature had actually charged forward to shield him, taking the brunt of Chao Qing's bloodline projectile. If luck hadn't been on its side, it might have perished on the spot. Even though the bloodline had only grazed its wing, it had left a deep wound. Then, he'd used it as a makeshift flamethrower afterward, leaving it completely exhausted now. The little phoenix curled up in a drowsy heap, its once vibrant, iridescent feathers now dulled and lackluster, looking utterly pitiful. Bai Ning was always generous with his own people. Seeing its state, he produced the Lin clan's life's praise. "Wake up, little one. Drink this and you'll be fine." The blue fish drooped its eyelids, casting a listless glance at Bai Ning. That look melted Bai Ning's heart once more. "Alright, I'll feed you." As the Lin family's flagship product, the life elixir proved remarkably effective. Shortly after the little phoenix drank it, the wounds on its body began healing at a visible pace, and its feathers grew noticeably brighter. The next moment, an astonishing radiance erupted from its body. Bai Ning felt a sudden weight on his body. Holy crap, can phoenixes even transform into human form? His eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a minute, this little phoenix, Qingyu, is actually a girl? Chapter 81, The Black-Haired, Crimson-Eyed Beauty. The gentle yet colossal life force of the Ode to Life surged into Qingyu's body. New feathers quickly covered the wound. The blue fish let out a contented phoenix-like cry, expressing its gratitude. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Perhaps some peculiar substance within the potion stirred the phoenix blood within its veins. Blinding golden light completely enveloped the blue fish's body, its intensity so intense that even Bai Ning couldn't help but squint. The golden pupils instinctively activated. The golden light rapidly shifted, gradually forming a vague human silhouette. As the light faded, Bai Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. The little phoenix before her eyes had transformed into the slender form of a young girl. Her jet-black hair shimmered with fine golden threads at the tips, cascading wildly across the ground covered in sycamore leaves. Her skin resembled the finest white jade, radiating a warm, luminous glow. But what truly stunned Bai Ning was that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her long hair barely covered the essentials, and the half-hidden, half-exposed state only made it more striking. She curled her body, arms wrapped around her knees, revealing a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes. Ruby-like, they were pure and crystalline, radiating an innocence untouched by the world. Bai Ning felt the blood in his entire body surge toward one place. A single thought raced through his mind like a wildfire. A phoenix can transform into a human? And it's a beautiful girl with black hair and crimson eyes. His gaze was drawn like a magnet, sweeping uncontrollably over that breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin. His throat involuntarily rolled. As Qingyu took human form, the life force emanating from the undying tree slowly receded like a tide. The blossoms on the tree did not wither, but closed back into buds. The adult phoenixes, who had gone out to hunt down the flower thieves, gradually returned to the sacred tree. Each bore the lingering warmth of the phoenix fire. When they saw the girl curled beside Bai Ning, every phoenix was utterly stunned. Their phoenix eyes brimmed with utter disbelief. What? Qingyu's father was the first to utter a tremulous cry of astonishment. It abruptly descended, its massive form stirring a whirlwind. Qingyu? It fixed its gaze on the girl, sensing the familiar bloodline aura. Once certain the girl was indeed its offspring, it whipped its head toward Bai Ning, its gaze sharp as a knife's edge. Human! What have you done to her? A terrifying ninth-tier aura surged toward her. Before Bai Ning could react, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Then she saw a slender figure spread its arms wide, shielding her from the attack. It was Qingyu. She seemed awakened by a familiar aura, her glassy eyes flickering with alarm. But more than that, an instinctive urge to protect surged within her. Don't hurt him, her voice rang out, clear and melodious. Caught off guard, Bai Ning's gaze fell directly upon the girl's smooth, bare back. Those beautiful butterfly bones and the astonishing curve below. Curves so perfect they seemed the work of a divine sculptor. Who knew this little phoenix would be so impressive after her transformation? Qingyu's father had been watching Bai Ning intently all along. Now, seeing the look in his eyes, he flew into a rage, effectively pouring fuel on the fire. Looking for trouble? A furious roar erupted, filled with the rage of an old father. You little brat, daring to stare around in front of me. Do you want me to die? And my precious daughter just transformed, and this brat saw everything. And now she's defending him? The phoenix's massive wings flapped violently, gently sweeping the green fish into the thick feathers behind her. Simultaneously, it raised its claw, ready to teach Bai Ning a lesson. But the green fish sheltered behind her didn't calm down. Instead, she acted like an enraged little beast. She desperately tried to poke her little head out from beneath her father's feathers. "You bastard! Let him go! I'll fight you to the death!" Her body instinctively began gathering power, the Phoenix clan's nirvana fire dancing around her. Though not yet fully matured, she had prematurely awakened the Phoenix clan's Phoenix fire out of her desire to protect Bai Ning. This profoundly shocked the surrounding phoenixes. First, they marveled at Qingyu's innate talent. After all, some adult phoenixes hadn't even mastered the Phoenix fire yet. For her to achieve such progress at such a young age was proof of extraordinary talent. But what shocked them even more was Qingyu's protective stance toward Bai Ning. The family's only heir, Qingyu, a fresh, tender young sprout, had been snatched away like this? "Daughter, have you broken through to the nirvana flame?" Qingyu's father's claws froze mid-air. This scene stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Seeing his daughter's anxious, aggrieved little face, he felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. Ahem. Bai Ning cleared her throat lightly, seizing the moment while her old father was still reeling in shock before he could react. "I only gave Qingyu a bottle of life potion because she was injured and weak." Qingyu's father fell silent for a moment. He recalled how Bai Ning had saved Qingyu from that 8th-tier human's ambush. Then later, he had stopped that human from stealing flowers and helped kill him. The anger and shock in his heart gradually transformed into a complex understanding. "Ah. Daughters grow up and leave home, don't they?" He let out a long sigh. "This potion contains an extremely pure essence of life energy, capable of nourishing all things. It even has the effect of unlocking latent potential. Since you've granted Qingyu such a blessing, I shall remember this favor." The surrounding phoenixes chimed in one after another. "Human, our entire clan owes you an immense debt of gratitude. Qingyu is our treasure. Since she favors you, I suppose it's acceptable. You also repaired the spatial fissure. By my reckoning, shouldn't we be thanking you?" Bai Ning scratched his head and gave a shy smile. "No need to be so formal. We're all family." Qingyu's father felt that old, weathered father's heart of his begin to ache faintly once more. He cast a reverent glance at the eternal flower and solemnly asked, "Do you understand what Qingyu's current state signifies? Shapeshifting isn't a natural ability of the Phoenix clan. Even for those legendary beasts said to possess transformation powers, taking human form is no simple feat. In our clan's long history, there has never been a precedent for shapeshifting. This is a miracle. Human. Bai Ning." For the first time, it spoke Bai Ning's name aloud. "This matter must remain secret. No one else must learn of it, or else." Before it could finish its threat, Bai Ning assured it, "Rest assured. Qingyu saved my life. I would never do anything to harm her." "In that case." The phoenixes exchanged glances. Then, facing Bai Ning, they bowed their heads deeply. For the first time, over a dozen 9th-tier phoenixes set aside their phoenix pride before a human. In unison, they declared, "We thank you." Qingyu's father added, "As the current clan leader of the Phoenix clan, I pledge to you that from this day forward, I shall fulfill any request within my power." Chapter 82, The Path to Immortality. The pledge of a 9th-tier powerhouse carried weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Bai Ning's heart trembled violently. He never imagined that beyond his master, he would also receive goodwill from the Phoenix clan. He solemnly returned the courtesy, "Thank you, honored elders." After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Ning could no longer contain his curiosity. "Senior, what makes this eternal flower so extraordinary that it draws so many people to fight over it?" He had asked Qingyu before, but she was too young to fully grasp the matter and could only offer vague answers. Qingyu's father's voice was deep and resonant. "The tree of immortality is our clan's sacred tree. It has existed since the dawn of creation, possessing a lifespan approaching eternal life. Yet all things in this world have a finite lifespan. Decay is an inevitable wear and tear. The secret to the sacred tree's enduring existence lies in its power of reset." Reset? Bai Ning's heart skipped a beat. "It's related to time." His ability was dual system, encompassing both space and time. Previously, he had frequently utilized the spatial aspect, rarely employing the temporal one. Mainly because, at present, he could only slow down the flow of time for individual entities, with limited effect. But what if he could also wield this reset ability? Yes. Reset. Qingyu's father spoke with a sense of sacredness. "Each time it blooms, our clan absorbs this power to strengthen ourselves. This is the source of our rebirth ability." Bai Ning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. Phoenix rebirth through nirvana, he had always thought it mere legend. But judging by its words, it seemed to be a genuine ability. Such a power was nothing short of defying the heavens. Imagine a fierce battle where both sides are battered and bruised. Suddenly, one side undergoes a phoenix-like rebirth, instantly returning to peak condition. Or when other beasts of the same age were hobbling on crutches, this one remained as vigorous as a young dragon. Who could possibly withstand that? He pondered for a moment. So humans are trying to use the flower of immortality to achieve eternal life? At this mention, Qingyu's father's gaze turned icy. Humans have never abandoned their pursuit of immortality. After all, even reaching the 9th tier, their lifespan wouldn't exceed 200 years. Compared to other races, it's far too short. Bai Ning nodded. It was easy to understand. Many push themselves to the peak of human cultivation, desperate to prolong their enjoyment of that state. Many get stuck at bottlenecks for years, hoping to advance further by prolonging their lives. Even the most ordinary person desires eternal happiness. How much more so for those in positions of power? Just then, Bai Ning suddenly thought of his master. He appeared to be quite old, though his exact age remained unknown. Xingyu's father's voice carried a hint of mockery and pity. The power of the flower of immortality was never meant for humans. To forcefully lay claim to it will only bring misfortune. Is that so? Bai Ning mused. Once his plan was complete, the Eye of Spacetime would likely upgrade to a sub-god level ability. By then, he would have touched upon the realm of the divine. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't try. If his gamble succeeded, he would gain a god-tier ability to reset reality. Used well, it would be practically indistinguishable from achieving immortality. This thought made him eager to return to the base and eliminate Bai Tianyan and his crew, unlocking the next stage of his cheat code. He forced down his boiling guilt, his face breaking into a perfectly measured look of modesty. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Bai Ning bowed solemnly once more. Since matters here are settled, I should take my leave. The words had barely left his mouth. Don't go. A clear, pleasant voice rang out. Xingyu had somehow procured a set of clothes. Her crimson eyes brimmed with reluctance and dependence as she fluttered toward Bai Ning like a fledgling bird, clutching tightly at the hem of his robe and repeating urgently. Don't go. Xingyu's father took a deep breath, then another moment later, another deep breath. Finally, he spoke. Xingyu transforming into human form requires guidance. I also selfishly hope she can see a wider world. So, please take her with you. Bai Ning hastily waved his hands, feigning reluctance. I must return to the Legion's stronghold. The journey is fraught with danger, and I fear I cannot protect Xingyu adequately. Such a short distance? I'll personally escort you back. Bai Ning chuckled inwardly. It worked. The return route would traverse numerous territories of high-tier beasts, and it was an extremely long journey. If he tried to teleport back, he'd surely blind himself. With the Phoenix personally escorting him, safety along the way was assured. Yet Bai Ning's expression grew even more somber, not a trace of worry fading from his face. He rubbed his hands together. It's not just that. I've offended many powerful figures within the Federation. They might not let me return home safely. Xingyu's father snorted coldly. Humans are truly despicable. Bai Ning nervously rubbed his nose as the Phoenix clan chief continued. Since there are those who seek your life, the Phoenix clan will be your backing. Tell them that if they dare touch you, they will be making enemies with us. Bai Ning knew these words were far from empty threats. On the contrary, they carried immense weight. The Phoenix clan's might was unrivaled throughout the entire underground realm, let alone their deterrent effect on humans. If they publicly pledged protection for someone, even the conglomerates would think twice. He hadn't expected the Phoenix clan chief to be so supportive. He had originally intended to request some specialties from the underground caverns, as the Phoenix clan surely possessed abundant exotic beast materials or rare treasures. But he never expected to receive such a guarantee. Thank you. Bai Ning's gratitude was sincere. At the same moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the Wutong forest, a figure, charred black from head to toe, staggered out of the embers. It was the wood elemental woman who controlled vines. Her eyes were filled with the terror of someone who had narrowly escaped death, her exposed skin covered in hideous blisters and scorch marks. Upon reaching the pre-arranged meeting spot, she spotted a figure sitting nearby, equally battered and disheveled. The person's gold-rimmed glasses were shattered, their eyes vacant and lost. Their eyes met, yet no words were spoken. Yet in that instant, each knew the other bore only bad news. You failed? The wood elemental woman clung to a sliver of hope as she tentatively asked. Bai Tianjue did not respond immediately. He slowly removed his shattered glasses and wiped the smudges off the lenses with deliberate slowness. After a long pause, he put the glasses back on and looked at the wood elemental woman coldly. Aren't you the same? The wood elemental woman sneered contemptuously. What the hell does that have to do with me? We agreed beforehand I'd draw the fire and you'd get the eternal flower. I was so close. Bai Tianjue's voice was as cold as ice in March. If it weren't for that Bai Ning, I would have succeeded. 37 attempts. All ruined because of Bai Ning. Him? The wood elemental woman recalled the scene of the blood demon being shot down and pressed. The Bai Ning you mentioned, he's the newly promoted 8th tier, right? Bai Tianjue ground out through clenched teeth. He's only 5th tier. We still have a chance for revenge. The reinforcements my family sent should be arriving here soon. All we need to do now is wait for Bai Ning to emerge from the Wutong forest, and we can ambush him directly. The wood elemental woman wiped the dust from her face and smiled confidently. 5th tier? That's no problem. I can handle him alone. But her smile froze instantly. Pointing toward the distant sky, she stared in disbelief. Is that the entire phoenix nest emerging? Chapter 83, Everyone, fight to the death with me. The wood elemental woman's pupils reflected the golden fire clouds obscuring the distant horizon. What is that? Her voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with disbelief. Following her gaze, Bai Tianjue felt as if struck by lightning. High above the distant sky, soaring over the forest of Polonia trees. A dozen colossal phoenixes, their wingspans obscuring the sky and bodies blazing with golden flames, soared as if emerging from a mythical painting. With an unstoppable, terrifying aura that seemed to look down upon the world, they soared toward the horizon. Each phoenix radiated the genuine aura of a ninth-tier being. Golden flames trailed behind them in long, sweeping arcs, staining half the sky with a brilliant golden glow. One moment above the Polonia forest, the next they had spanned dozens of kilometers. That crushing aura rolled toward them. This was the might of the Phoenix clan. But what truly made Bai Tian's heart tremble was something else entirely. Upon the back of the largest phoenix leading the flock, two diminutive human figures seemed to stand. The distance was too great, he could only make out blurred outlines. One figure was tall and slender. Though blurred, the posture felt strangely familiar to Bai Tianjue. It was Bai Ning. Impossible. It can't be. Bai Tianjue's lips trembled. It's an illusion. I must be hallucinating from exhaustion. How could the Phoenix clan possibly let a human ride on their clan leader's back? The wood elemental woman looked as if she'd seen a ghost. The entire Phoenix clan escorting a human? This scene completely shattered their understanding. The men sent by the Bai clan to hunt down Bai Ning had also arrived at this location. Now they too looked up, gaping at the spectacle before them. Young Master Tianjue. The lead assassin stammered, "You mean, kill that person?" His finger trembled violently as he pointed toward the figure on the Phoenix clan chief's back. "Are you sure?" All these assassins were elite warriors from their clans, seasoned veterans who had handled countless troubles for powerful figures. But they had never undertaken a mission of this magnitude. Intercepting Bai Ning while he was protected by over a dozen ninth-tier phoenixes? This wasn't an assassination, it was suicide. Even if they were sent to kill the heads of other conglomerates, it wouldn't sound this absurd, would it? Bai Tianjue and the wood elemental woman's faces turned ashen. They knew all too well that ambushing Bai Ning had become an impossible task. At the Legion's base, the atmosphere was thick with oppressive tension. Lei Zheng slammed his fist hard onto the alloy desk, sending a thunderous thud echoing through the room. Damn it! A living person vanished for a whole week, and we haven't found a single trace. His roar echoed through the room. Li Wuqing and several Night Watch officers stood at attention, hands clasped behind their backs, offering no rebuttal. Even the usually composed Li Wuqing now wore a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with worry and deep exhaustion. Over the past week, they had deployed massive manpower to search every corner of the underground complex for Bai Ning. Yet they had found nothing. According to Bai Tianyan and the others, Bai Ning had jumped into the spatial fissure of his own accord. But everyone knew deep down that regardless of the outcome, Bai Ning had virtually no chance of survival. If he had truly entered the spatial fissure, his mere fifth-tier cultivation would be utterly insufficient to withstand the chaotic spatial turbulence within. But if he hadn't entered, it could only mean Bai Ning had been killed. All they wanted now was to find Bai Ning's body, to give the child a proper burial. Recalling the arrogance of those corporate heirs, Li Wuqing's heart burned with fury. After all, Li Wuyin's tragic death was undoubtedly connected to them. The collective pressure from the Bai, Yu, and Lin families had forced them to temporarily accept that flawed explanation, allowing them to return to the central district. Upon their return, they would undoubtedly be under the heavy protection of experts from each family. Avenging Li Wuyan would be incredibly difficult. The door to the room slid open silently. A figure of average height slowly stepped inside. It was none other than Bai Ning's master, the patriarch of the Li clan Li Yinsong. His face bore no expression, his eyes as still as ancient wells or deep pools. Yet the bloodlust and killing intent radiating from his entire being instantly silenced the room. Everyone immediately bowed deeply. Headmaster. Ancestor. Li Yinsong offered no reply, his gaze piercing through the walls as if fixed upon the depths of the SSS-level underground lair. He had personally ventured deep into the caverns multiple times, risking his life to approach the territories of numerous SSS-grade beasts, yet still found nothing. Bai Ning's aura had vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly lost. This outcome was unbearable for the elder who stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Had such a prodigiously gifted child the very hope for humanity's future simply vanished? Very well. Bai Lin, you, is it? Li Yinsong murmured under his breath, his murderous intent thick enough to suffocate. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the room's deathly silence. Woo! This is the highest-level enemy attack alert. Li Wuqing's face paled as he cried out in alarm. Everyone's hearts tightened, fully understanding what this signified. Report! The officer monitoring the alien creature's movements scrambled into the room. Detected, detected. Li Wuqing roared, speak. The man's voice trembled with terror, detected over a dozen peak 9th-tier energy signatures approaching the base at 80 kilometers per second. Estimated arrival within 1 minute. Boom! The news hit like a nuclear bomb. Li Wuqing's pupils contracted sharply. What did a dozen SSS-tier beasts even mean? Within the Legion, only General Qiansan and the Ancestor remained as the two 9th-tier experts. Even so, there was no way they could withstand over a dozen SSS-tier beasts. Li Yansan's expression grew solemn as he regained his composure first. His voice deepened as he commanded, activate the highest-level energy shield. All combat personnel, enter level 1 combat readiness. Yes. The Nightwatch Legion responded in unison. Well-trained, they sprang into action, and the entire stronghold erupted into a frenzy. Massive energy screens materialized. Layered upon layered, they illuminated the sky above the outpost, enveloping it like an iron barrel. Countless soldiers poured out of barracks and training grounds, rushing to their battle stations with faces etched with resolute determination. Behind them lay the Federation's territory, the very existence they had sworn to defend. Therefore, today they would fight to the death. All heavy weaponry was fully charged, barrels uniformly trained toward the direction the alien beasts were approaching. All high-ranking officials Li Yinsong, Qiansan, Li Wuqing, and others had already gathered on the observation deck. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the distant horizon. At the far edge of the horizon, a massive cloud engulfed in golden flames rolled toward them with devastating force. The scorching heat waves, even from such a great distance, made skin sting. More than a dozen colossal golden figures flickered in and out of view within the fiery cloud. Each resembled a mythical apocalyptic beast descended from legend. The entire outpost fell deathly silent. Facing this apocalyptic spectacle, everyone's knuckles turned white as they gripped their weapons. Li Yenson's voice grew solemn. This is the entire Phoenix clan mobilizing. Qiansan felt cold sweat soaking through his back. The Phoenix clan's territory lies in the deepest recesses of the caverns. They've always regarded protecting the undying tree as their sacred duty, never venturing out casually. What on earth is going on? As the absolute rulers of Cave 034, the Phoenixes had always coexisted peacefully with humans. What could possibly drive them to emerge en masse today? But whatever the reason, as commander of the Nightwatch Legion, he swore to stand with his legion until the bitter end. Qiansan drew a deep breath, the scorching air igniting every drop of blood in his chest. His voice thundered through the dead silence of the stronghold, his resolute command echoing in every ear. All men, heed my command. Fight to the death with me. Chapter 84, Big Misunderstanding. We're all family. High above the Legion, thousands of miles away, Bai Ning stood atop the broad back of the Phoenix clan chieftain, feeling the gale force winds lash against him, his clothes flapping wildly. Yet beneath his feet, he stood as steady as a rock, held firmly in place by a gentle, protective force. Below lay the vast, savage landscape of the subterranean realm, streaking past beneath his feet. Mighty black mountains, surging rivers, and miasma-filled swamps, everything receded at a speed beyond imagination. The Phoenix's speed rivaled his own full-power teleportation. Bai Ning could distinctly sense faint yet terrifying auras emanating from the ground below. Those were the 9th-tier beasts lurking everywhere. Yet as the Phoenix flock thundered overhead, those formidable auras instantly retracted, not daring to emit even a flicker of discontent. The entire land fell into a deathly silence of submission. This was the absolute dominance of the Phoenix clan. Feeling the awe-inspiring might that had caused all beasts to cower, Bai Ning's heart swelled with boundless pride. This is true power. Finally, the Phoenix clan chief's wings abruptly folded. A dozen phoenixes hovered in perfect unison outside the stronghold. Not a single phoenix made a deliberate move, yet the sheer aura radiating from them caused the protective barrier to violently tremble. Qiansan stood at the forefront of the group, abruptly drawing his battle blade and pointing its tip directly at the heavens. Night Watchman, fight to the death. His voice, filled with the tragic resolve of burning one's boats, pierced the heavens and reached Bai Ning's ears. He instantly realized, oh dear, the flood had washed away the Dragon King's temple. He'd intended to have the Phoenix escort him back, hoping to right its momentum, but never imagined it would cause such a commotion. Fortunately, intimidated by the Phoenix's might, the people below dared not act first, merely waiting silently. Bai Ning hurriedly addressed the Phoenix Elder. This is a huge misunderstanding. Fortunately, the Phoenix clan chief sensed Bai Ning's intentions. She bowed her head slightly and explained from above. We did not come here to wage war. Though spoken plainly, the tone carried an air of self-evident righteousness. It wasn't that we feared defeat, but rather that we couldn't be bothered to fight you. It turned its head to look at the two figures on its back. We're merely delivering someone along the way. Qiansan's face, which had been etched with tragic resolve, instantly went blank. What had he just heard? Delivering someone? Over a dozen 9th-tier phoenixes had mobilized their entire force, traveling tens of thousands of kilometers specifically to escort someone? When did any human ever become so close to the Phoenix clan? It wasn't just him, everyone else felt utterly bewildered and absurd. They'd just braced themselves for certain death, only to turn around and find the fight was off. Li Yensong's mouth twitched slightly. Not because of anything else, but because he had already spotted the familiar figure on the Phoenix clan leader's back, waving vigorously downward. It was Bai Ning, the disciple he'd been searching for over a week. Not only was he alive, but he was standing lively and energetic atop the back of a 9th-tier phoenix, escorted back like a moon surrounded by stars. Surprise surged through Li Yensong's heart. But what overwhelmed him more was an absurd sense of helplessness. What on earth did that kid do? Li Wuqing and Lei Zhang stared wide-eyed in astonishment. We thought war was coming, but who knew seeing that kid's toothy grin would feel like redemption? Guess you gotta hand it to the S-rank war merit recipient? Did Bai Ning really leap into that spatial fissure and survive? Not only did he survive, but he ventured deep into the underground labyrinth and earned the Phoenix's favor? Man, it's enough to make you throw up. Scared the hell out of me. Thought I was done for today, my newlywed wife, for crying out loud. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained frozen in place. Bai Ning's gaze met his master's. Ha? Master came too? He ruffled Xingyu's head and explained, wait here for me. I need to go over there and clear things up. Xingyu nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling brightly. Got it. The Phoenix clan chief murmured a low Hurry up. Bai Ning's golden pupils flared, and in the next instant, he teleported directly before Li Yensong. He pointed at the dense array of cannons displayed below, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Master, put those cannons away. We're all family. This mention of family once again sent a chill through everyone present. Many dropped their weapons in fright, clattering to the ground in a series of clangs. Li Wuqing and the others looked as if struck by lightning. Qiansan and Li Yensong's mouths twitched uncontrollably once more. Qiansan forced his voice back, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. Bai Ning, what did you just say? He pointed at the 9th-tier phoenix flock. Family? You and the phoenixes? Bai Ning spread his hands, flashing an innocent smile. Oh, it's a long story. Long story short, I just happened to help them out a little, and they got all excited, insisting on personally escorting me back. This explanation only served to confuse everyone further. A small favor? Enthusiastic? Li Wuqing murmured. Why did every word feel so familiar, yet so strange when strung together? The ever-proud Phoenix actually insisted on escorting you back with such warmth? Is this even proper Chinese? Besides, what help could a mere 5th-tier human possibly offer them? As he scrutinized Bai Ning, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. You're already 6th tier? How long has it been? You're already 6th tier? I distinctly remember you were only 4th tier when you first joined the Legion. It wasn't just him. Everyone present was a perceptive powerhouse. They too instantly sensed Bai Ning's cultivation level, once again stunned into disbelief. If I recall correctly, Bai Ning only awakened his abilities not long ago, right? He's only been cultivating for a month, yet he's reached the same realm as me, who's over 30. Is he riding a rocket? Li Yensong stepped forward, scrutinizing his disciple who had caused this earth-shattering sensation. It's been a while since we last met, but you've truly transformed, my disciple. Though Bai Ning still wore his usual feigned modesty, the energy fluctuations radiating from him clearly marked him as a formidable expert. Li Yensong's keen eye could discern that while Bai Ning's aura appeared to be at the 6th tier, his true strength likely rivaled even that of the 8th tier Lei Zhang. I thought it would take you a year or two to grow, but I clearly underestimated your pace. Chapter 85, Then I shall pass judgment upon them. Thanks to Bai Ning's explanation, the tension within the stronghold finally eased slightly. Yet these were still over a dozen phoenixes. Even merely hovering there, the sheer pressure they radiated sent shivers down many spines. Qiansan took a deep breath, regaining some composure. Are you certain these phoenixes are only here to see you off, with no other intentions? Bai Ning's eyes gleamed with sincerity. Absolutely true. Recalling how he'd once been chased by phoenixes for hundreds of kilometers, he chuckled. They're actually quite easygoing. Qiansan felt the heat of the phoenix fire and couldn't help but twitch his lips again. The others behind him all wore expressions that screamed, Are you kidding me? Easygoing? Ha! Li Yensong's voice grew solemn. This matter is of grave importance, involving the lives of tens of thousands at the entire base. Are you certain you can handle it? Bai Ning's smile faded as he offered repeated assurances. Then he pointed skyward. Even if they truly harbor hostility, with their strength, do you think this shield could last 3 seconds? Though this remark seemed to dampen their own morale. But everyone had to admit, Bai Ning was absolutely right. If such a dominant species truly intended to attack, why bother explaining? A single breath of nirvana fire would be more than enough to deal with them. Only after Bai Ning saw everyone accept this explanation and relax their nerves, no longer tense as if ready to fight at any moment, did he rub his hands together and ask, Are Bai Tianyan and the others still here? Thinking about what he was about to do, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. With these phoenixes backing him, he could walk all over this legion. But Bai Ning hadn't anticipated that upon hearing his question, everyone before him would wear expressions of both anger and helplessness. He furrowed his brow. I've only been gone 4 days, they've all fled already? 4 days? Li Wuqing stepped forward, puzzled. You've been gone nearly 2 weeks. A thought struck him, and he quickly grabbed Bai Ning's arm, his expression turning somber. Do you know how he died 5 years ago? Bai Ning gasped, bewildered. 2 weeks? Then it dawned on him perhaps there was some trick to that spatial rift. He'd thought it was only a moment, but due to the difference in time dilation, a long time had passed outside. He didn't dwell on it too much. Seeing Li Wuqing's pained expression, Bai Ning patted his shoulder. It was a 7th-tier psychic old bastard probably sent by Tianyan and his crew. An old man in a black cloak? Lei Zhang, who had been the first to arrive at the scene, recalled the psychic's appearance. Bai Ning nodded. Yep. But don't worry, I already took care of him for you. Li Wuqing had been visibly drained after mentioning his brother's death. But upon hearing Bai Ning personally admit to slaying a 7th-tier expert, he couldn't help but freeze in shock. You say you killed a 7th-tier expert? MHM. Li Wuqing shot Bai Ning a complex look. Could one say he truly lived up to being the disciple favored by the patriarch? In such a short time, not only had his cultivation level nearly matched his own, but his actual combat prowess likely surpassed his own. Lei Zhang and the other 2 9th-rank elders, however, were unfazed. With their keen eyes, they had long recognized that Bai Ning was no longer the same man. For him, defeating his 7th-tier opponent might be as easy as crushing a bug. Bai Ning, however, saw nothing extraordinary in this. After all, the Bai Ning who had slain that 7th-rank opponent belonged to a previous iteration of himself. The current version of him had undergone multiple upgrades. 7th-tier opponents were long beneath his notice. He repeated his question, so, where are Bai Tianyan and the others? Li Wuqing glanced at their ancestor, receiving a nod of approval before relaying everything that had transpired over the past few days to Bai Ning in meticulous detail. After hearing it, Bai Ning's face twisted slightly. You mean Bai Tianyan and his crew just made up some excuse about the real culprit being someone else, framed me as the murderer, and then walked away like nothing happened? Li Wuqing's face turned crimson with embarrassment. After all, even a fool could see their story didn't hold water. It was simply because the 3 major conglomerates joined forces to pressure us. We couldn't very well force them to stay. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. They destroyed the energy shield, causing countless students to die horribly. And they just walk away scot-free? He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If someone without connections had done this, they'd have been beheaded 100 times over by now, wouldn't they? Li Wuqing sighed. I understand your anger, but before you returned, it was impossible to reach a conclusion. After all, you were missing. There were no witnesses to testify, and all the eyewitnesses were their people. So you're saying my return alone proves their guilt? Bai Ning retorted, though deep down he knew there was still no possibility of conviction, not even now. Conviction? Who would convict them? The police station? The council? Even a fool could see they were all lackeys of various conglomerates. They wouldn't dare defy orders to go east, let alone pin murder charges on the conglomerate's own bloodline. Li Wuqing was stumped by Bai Ning's words, finally managing to stammer out after a long pause, this matter can be discussed at length. Is that so? Bai Ning tilted his head. But I'm the most impatient person around. I don't want to wait. What should we do? If no one else will convict them, then I will. He glanced at his master, as if seeking some support. Li Yensong knew exactly what Bai Ning was thinking. He didn't answer, only sighed. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly. Do you realize that these conglomerates have entrenched themselves within the Federation for centuries? Their roots run deep, and each possesses immense hidden strength. I know you might think that with these phoenixes around, perhaps their overt strength doesn't match yours. But in reality, given time to prepare, each faction possesses all manner of bizarre and unpredictable methods, or strange and extraordinary abilities. Supernatural abilities in this world counter each other inevitably, there will be forces that can suppress you. Add to that their arrays, magical artifacts, and formidable weapons. If they truly fought to the death, it wouldn't be something you could withstand now. These words caused the expressions of those around him to darken. They knew this warning was no exaggeration. If they truly faced these phoenixes today, the Legion might suffer a temporary setback. But given the Federation's forces more time to prepare, defeating them would be no great feat. No matter how formidable Bai Ning was, he stood no chance against a colossus like the conglomerate. The slightest misstep would mean certain death. Yet Bai Ning showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he seemed even more eager for the challenge. Abilities that can target me? Bai Ning thought of his future potential to ascend to sub-god or even god-tier abilities and shook his head. Really? I don't buy it. Besides, he possessed a golden finger that allowed him to upgrade by devouring assets. Others might see him as weak now, but give him a few more months to take down second-generation heirs like Qing Dai, and he'd grow stronger at an astonishing rate. Li Yensong looked at Bai Ning and asked, made up your mind? Yeah. Even if it means making enemies with everyone? Yes. Li Yensong laughed, his laughter growing louder. Truly worthy of being my chosen disciple. Haha, you've got that youthful spirit. Go ahead. Your master has your back. Bai Ning smiled too, his voice clear and resolute, I'll be back soon. But just as he was about to return to the Phoenix clan chief's back, a furious shout rang out from outside. You bastard, Bai Ning! How dare you collude with the foreign tribe and commit the grave crime of treason? Chapter 86, Bai Ning, you've colluded with the foreign tribe? You bastard, Bai Ning! A sharp command rang out abruptly. Two figures strode in briskly, surrounded by a group of guards. At the forefront stood Bai Tianjue, his eyes burning with venom as he fixed them on Bai Ning. Behind him stood the wood elemental woman, her exquisite features twisted with fury. Bai Tianjue pointed a finger at Bai Ning, his expression resolute and upright, radiating an aura of unyielding righteousness. Everyone saw it, the phoenix personally escorted Bai Ning back. This is irrefutable proof of his collusion with the alien race. He's colluding with beasts, committing treason. Seize him at once. The wood elementalist immediately chimed in, that's not all. I personally witnessed him conspiring with the notorious fugitive Chao Qing, working hand in hand to slaughter our own people. Bai Tianjue's voice was icy. He previously attempted to harm Bai Tianyan and others for this very reason, leading to the tragic death of Yu Qingdai and causing thousands of casualties at the stronghold. With multiple crimes piled upon one another, he deserves death 1,000 times over. He delivered this twisted narrative with such conviction it sounded almost plausible. Xiansan stepped forward, towering over Bai Tianjue. Even when making such slanderous accusations, one should present some evidence. Li Wuqing trembled with rage. Li Wunyan was most likely killed by this very group, yet now they had the audacity to cry foul and come looking for trouble? It was utterly outrageous. Amidst the crowd, Zhu Yushuan clenched her fists tightly. After hearing of Bai Ning's disappearance, she had voluntarily remained with the Legion. Any chance to help find Bai Ning, she would seize. Now, just as she finally saw Bai Ning return, before she could even feel joy, she heard him falsely accused of treason. Yet Bai Ning didn't seem particularly angry. He merely tilted his head slightly, a playful smile playing on his lips. He had no idea where this group of people had sprung from, but he couldn't be bothered to care. It was undoubtedly connected to Bai Tianyan. No evidence? Just spewing filth from your mouth? Bai Tianjue sneered coldly. Old Master Li is your master, so they're willing to cover for you and overlook all the clues. But I'm not like that. He tapped his watch a few times, projecting several photos into the air. Everyone looked up. The first few images showed Bai Ning standing atop the hunter, swinging through the air as he repaired spatial rifts. Next came images of Bai Ning and Xiao Qing together, facing each other as if in conversation. There were also pictures of Bai Ning harmoniously coexisting with a flock of phoenixes atop the sacred tree. Pointing at the images, Bai Tianjue raged with anguish. These photos, Bai Ning, dare you claim none of this happened? Who doesn't know that during that tragic incident at the individual tournament over 10 days ago, a spatial rift appeared mid-air? After you killed Qingdai, you plunged into that rift. And wouldn't you know it, the Phoenix clan's territory also developed a spatial fissure, one that you ended up patching up. And you were seen consorting with Xiao Chang. It's obvious that over 10 days ago, that blood demon Xiao Qing must have been working with you to blow up the energy shield. With my words laid out like this, the evidence staring you straight in the face, how dare you still refuse to admit it? His words were convincing, and the events captured in these photos matched his account perfectly. Compared to the baseless accusations from Bai Tianyan and the others, his claims carried a certain weight of credibility. For a moment, he genuinely intimidated quite a few people. Bai Ning whistled in admiration. I never expected to see a master of montage here. Li Wuqing, who knew Bai Ning the least among those present, hesitated for a few seconds before asking, Bai Ning, are you really connected to Xiao Chang? Xiansan and the others also fixed their gaze on Bai Ning. After all, the blood demon's name was already notorious throughout the Federation. As a blood demon who had evaded capture for decades, the number of bloody crimes he had committed was beyond count. Moreover, he operated entirely alone, with no known associates. No one had ever heard of him having any connections to anyone. If Bai Ning was truly innocent, why would he be connected to such a person? And why would they both appear in Phoenix's territory at the same time? Bai Ning, what do you have to say for yourself? Bai Tianjue demanded sharply. Bai Ning nodded, neither confirming nor denying, and replied, I do have a certain connection with Xiao Chang. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. He actually has ties to the blood demon. A scum like the blood demon, if I ever saw him, I'd kill him without hesitation. Yet Bai Ning can stand beside him calmly and peacefully. Could it be that Bai Ning isn't as pure as he seems? The Night Watch Legion members grew even more unsettled. Initially, they trusted Bai Ning implicitly because he was Li Yensong's last disciple and had earned an S-rank battle merit. But now he'd admitted his connection to the blood demon himself? Bai Tianjue froze for a moment, then felt a surge of delight. He had long heard from the wood elementalist about Bai Ning personally slaying the blood demon. Now, dragging the blood demon into this was merely a new debuff to pin on him. No matter how Bai Ning explained himself, Bai Tianjue knew that by relentlessly piling accusations upon him, he could drastically undermine Bai Ning's credibility. He never expected Bai Ning to act like a madman and blow his own cover. He cleared his throat, composed his expression, and fixed Bai Ning with a look of disappointment. I truly cannot bear to see you commit such a grave error, but given the gravity of this matter, I must reluctantly sacrifice my own kin for the greater good. Bai Ning chuckled. Is that so? He slowly retrieved an object from his storage necklace and casually tossed it onto the open ground. It was a head, its features contorted in endless terror. Anyone who saw the expression on that head could tell the man had endured unimaginable torment and agony before his death. And this head belonged to none other than the blood demon, Xiao Qing. The crowd gasped in unison, "The blood demon is dead? Did Bai Ning kill him? What happened?" Bai Ning clapped his hands. "I was planning to take it back to the central district for the reward, but since you brought it up, I'll show it to you first." "Well, are you satisfied with my relationship with the blood demon?" Bai Tianjue was still basking in his secret delight, never expecting Bai Ning to remember to cut off the head and carry it with him amidst such chaos. He choked on his words, momentarily speechless. The wood elemental woman reacted swiftly, chuckling as she chimed in, "You mean to say you could kill an 8th-tier peak blood demon? Isn't that a bit of a tall tale? What's so difficult about that?" The wood elemental woman laughed again. "An 8th-tier peak demon? Do you think it's some ant you can crush with a flick of your finger? Don't be so arrogant. This is reality, not a dream." Even she, who had witnessed Bai Ning kill the blood demon, found it hard to believe. If she, an eyewitness, felt this way, how much more so for those who hadn't seen it? Sure enough, Xian-san stared at Bai Ning and demanded, "Kid, you really killed that blood demon?" As a 9th-tier cultivator, he himself struggled to catch up to the blood demon, let alone kill it. And Bai Ning claimed he could kill it? How could he possibly believe that? Chapter 87, is 8th-tier peak that impressive? Bai Ning gasped, covering his mouth. "Ha? Is killing an 8th-tier peak really that difficult?" Xian-san froze, taken aback by the unexpected response. "Not difficult?" Seeing Bai Ning's expression so matter-of-fact, almost smug, Xian-san began to doubt himself. Had he, a 9th-tier veteran, fallen behind the times? Had this newcomer discovered some method to fight opponents 3 tiers above? Li Yensong was also startled. However, he didn't doubt that Bai Ning had truly colluded with alien races or blood demons. After all, he had done his background checks before taking him as a disciple. He had long confirmed Bai Ning was nothing more than a pure-blooded, upstanding kid from the slums. He was simply stunned once more by Bai Ning's astonishing growth rate. He had expected Bai Ning to at best draw against an 8th-tier opponent, yet here he was slaying a peak 8th-tier blood demon. Holding one's own and slaying a peak 8th-tier being were two entirely different matters. The gap between them was at least that of an ordinary expert versus a peerless powerhouse. His disciple had truly grown up. In the blink of an eye, he'd reached this level of independence. With that thought, he stood his ground, calm and composed, ready to witness the full extent of his prodigious young disciple's abilities. Bai Tianjue snapped out of his daze, his voice a hollow bark of anger. "Arrogant! That was an 8th-tier peak powerhouse. Do you think you can just kill someone like that?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" He shot Bai Tianjue and his entourage a mocking glance. "So you want to test my strength? Fine by me." With that, he took a step forward, his killing intent unmasked. Bai Tianjue hadn't expected this move. His legs suddenly buckled, forcing him to stumble back half a step. The aura he'd been struggling to maintain dissipated by half. If it came to blows, the men he brought might genuinely be no match for Bai Ning. This kid was genuinely skilled. The wood elemental girl's mind worked swiftly. Her eyes darted as she shifted the topic. "Even if this is Xiao Qing's head, it doesn't prove you weren't colluding. What if you're double-crossing each other?" "Exactly." Bai Tianjue chimed in. "And this doesn't absolve you of colluding with the enemy." He pointed at the phoenixes still circling outside, reminding everyone that this was the evidence. He dared bring men here precisely because he was certain this would solidify Bai Ning's guilt. The phoenixes had personally escorted him back. This was irrefutable proof. Everyone saw it clearly. There was no room for rebuttal. Bai Tianjue couldn't fathom why, even at this point, the Li clan still stood by Bai Ning. They were blind to the truth, but he had to point it out. "Colluding with foreign tribes, ha?" Bai Ning mused, stroking his chin. Then he waved his hand dramatically. Clatter! A mountain of exotic beast materials, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations, materialized before everyone's eyes. Among them were crystal cores and bones from various 8th-tier and even 9th-tier beasts, along with a single strand of 9th-tier dragon tendon. Each piece was worth a fortune. And Bai Ning produced an entire pile of such treasures. The wood elementalist's eyes lit up, her conviction growing stronger. "Look! Everyone saw it! How could he have obtained these unless he colluded with the Phoenix clan?" Bai Ning shrugged. "I told you the Phoenix clan rewarded me for helping repair their spatial rift. They gave me a lot of good stuff." "Impossible." Bai Tianjue desperately clung to any chance to pin a label on Bai Ning. "This must be a scheme between you and the Phoenix. You're after something bigger, aren't you? Planning to invade the Federation and destroy the city. Speak." Their logic was utterly shameless. Nothing but baseless speculation, yet they spun it as if it were factual. Still, Bai Ning couldn't help but admire their cunning. The charges they pinned on him were highly sensitive collusion with the beasts. Beasts and humans were sworn enemies, locked in an unending conflict. The people here were soldiers who fought beasts day in and day out. Their deepest hatred was directed at these creatures. Countless relatives and friends of those present had fallen victim to the beasts, and many had endured the devastation of beast swarms assaulting their cities. To these soldiers, even the slightest possibility of such an alliance was utterly intolerable. Some eyes flickered with unease. Bai Ning's lips curved into a faint smile. If I haven't colluded with the beasts and presented evidence to prove it, what exactly do you intend to do? I'll say this now, it's impossible. Bai Tianjue declared with unwavering conviction, every single clue points to you. What evidence could you possibly produce? The Wood Elementalist woman reviewed their arguments, finding them flawless. She declared confidently. If you're truly innocent, I'll gladly destroy my own cultivation. Right. Bai Tianjue shouted. I'll do the same. A ripple of murmurs rippled through the crowd. So extreme? Looks like Bai Ning really could be the culprit after all. Usually, without solid proof, no one would dare make such a vow, right? Oh no, I'm 80% sure Bai Ning isn't a good guy. What about his S-class battle merit? They'll have to revoke it, right? They can't possibly award such honors to someone like him. Li Wuqing clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Ning. Bai Ning, what exactly is this evidence you speak of? In truth, he had already made up his mind. If Bai Ning couldn't produce the evidence, he would do whatever it took to avenge the past 5 years. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Ning swept his hand through the air once more. A transparent container materialized in his palm. Inside lay a single flower, still and silent. The flower's appearance was utterly peculiar, radiating a 7-colored aura. At its center, a golden flame flickered ceaselessly. Under the aura emanating from this flower, everyone felt their pores open and their spirits lift. The flower of immortality? As humanity's strongest warrior, Li Yensong naturally recognized the sacred relic guarded by the phoenixes. Even he now spoke with utter astonishment in his voice. Bai Tianjue's entire body shook violently, his excitement causing him to tremble uncontrollably. You actually possess the flower of immortality. He stared intently at this treasure he had longed for, stepping forward one step at a time as if utterly spellbound. This is the eternal flower I pursued so relentlessly. After squandering trillions of energy crystals in failed attempts to capture it, this obsession had become his inner demon. Bai Tianjue no longer wished to oppose Bai Ning. The moment the flower of immortality appeared, all other thoughts vanished from his mind. His eyes and mind held only this one thing. General Qian-san grabbed his old friend Li Yensong and asked excitedly, is this where the secret lies for the phoenixes to achieve rebirth through phoenix-like rebirth? Li Yensong nodded. Though the others didn't recognize the flower, its aura and the general's reactions made it clear this was no ordinary bloom. Bai Tianjue was practically drooling. Bai Ning, however, wore a faint smile. Before Bai Tianjue's clawed hand could reach out, he withdrew the flower once more. Well, with this in hand, can you still accuse me of colluding with the phoenixes? Chapter 88, since you also bear the Bai surname, this makes things easier. Li Wuqing heard about the flower of immortality for the first time. Though it looked impressive, he couldn't fathom where Bai Ning's confidence came from. If you possess something this precious, doesn't that prove your deep connection to the phoenix even more? Is this your evidence of innocence? The more he spoke, the more logical it seemed, so it was you, Bai Ning? Thud. A fist slammed directly onto Li Wuqing's forehead. Stunned by the blow, he clutched his head, his anger replaced by confusion. Why did you hit me? Snap out of it, kid. Lei Zhang withdrew his fist and pursed his lips. Do you even know what the flower of immortality is? Li Wuqing shook his head. I know it's precious, but no matter how precious it is, it's still just a flower. Bull. Lei Zhang's eyes gleamed with reverence. It's a sacred relic the phoenix values above life itself. It holds the secret to immortality. Do you really think the phoenix would sacrifice such a vital treasure just to plant a spy? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Wuqing's face, yet he couldn't help but retort. But Bai Ning. Lei Zhang cut him off harshly. Let me finish. Even if I say even if. His voice rose. Even if Bai Ning truly is a human traitor, colluding with the phoenix to betray humanity, the phoenix would never hand over the flower of immortality to humans. Do you understand? If humans achieve immortality, how terrifying would that be for creatures like them? Not just Li Wuqing, but the surrounding soldiers who heard these words all sucked in a sharp breath. Only now did they grasp the flower's true value. Qian-san nodded slowly. You're absolutely right. History records countless attempts by humans through trade, force, even brandishing nuclear weapons, yet not a single flower was ever taken from the phoenix. So it's even less likely they'd do something like this for some conspiracy now. Li Wuqing murmured, but... Lei Zhang swung another punch, but what? But what? Don't you understand a word I'm saying? Li Wuqing patiently covered his head, retreating several steps to keep his distance before continuing. But, he watched Lei Zhang warily, if it's so precious, how did Bai Ning get it? This question plunged everyone into prolonged contemplation. Lei Zhang uttered a surprised Qian-san and Li Yensong also fell deep in thought. Just as Bai Tianjue reached to seize the eternal flower before him, Bai Ning swept it back into her possession with a flick of her wrist. His body swayed, then he clutched Bai Ning's arm tightly, his expression wild with madness. It's you, isn't it? Every time before, I was so close to capturing the flower of immortality, but I always failed because of that spatial barrier. It's you, isn't it? You've blocked me dozens of times, never letting me succeed. Bai Ning, Bai Ning. What gives you the right to get what I can't? Ha? His eyes burned crimson, hatred nearly spilling from them. Shaken by his violent motion, Bai Ning let out a long, drawn-out "oh." So, it was you. His eyes crinkled as he watched the person before him crumble further with each syllable of the answer. This feeling of crushing someone's spirit was absolutely delightful. So, those few dozen minutes must have burned through quite a bit of cash, huh? He rubbed his chin, recalling the effortless ease of sitting back and watching trillions of dollars devour progress, and whistled in admiration. Damn you, Bai Ning. Damn you. Bai Tianjue's glasses were askew, yet he only cared about yanking Bai Ning's hair to vent his fury. All notions of magnanimity and noble demeanor were cast aside. All he knew was that this man had cost him a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-century chance. Without the eternal flower, our project can't move forward the most advanced research to break humanity's lifespan limitations. Bai Ning, do you even realize what you've done? Bai Tianjue's words dripped with venom. Calling you a traitor to humanity isn't an exaggeration at all. Hold on. Bai Ning glanced at Bai Tianjue in confusion. From a distance, the face seemed unfamiliar, but up close, it grew increasingly familiar. What's your name? You don't even know who I am? Bai Tianjue pointed at his own face in disbelief. You don't recognize my face? Is it that famous? Bai Ning shrugged and asked the people around him, do you all recognize him? He received a chorus of nods, like chicks pecking at grain. Clearly, everyone knew Bai Tianjue's identity. Only now did Bai Ning belatedly grasp the nature of their relationship. It wasn't his fault, after all, he'd only been brought back not long ago. The mother-son relationship with his biological mother at home was so frosty that calling it freezing would be an overstatement. No one had ever bothered to tell him the names of the children from the Bai family's third branch, and Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to ask. You? Bai Ning frowned, staring at Bai Tianjue as he tapped his finger against the boy's forehead. He looked like a grandpa scolding his grandson. You're my so-called older brother? When Bai Tianjue realized Bai Ning didn't recognize him, he suddenly felt a humiliating sense of undressing for a blind man. So all this time I've been trying so hard, and you still don't know who I am? I'm your second brother. Bai Tianjue. You'd better remember that clearly. Oh, that makes things easier then. Bai Ning smiled with relief. If you were really some kind of researcher, I might have stuck around for a chat. But why must you bear the Bai surname? Bai Tianjue failed to notice the hidden meaning in Bai Ning's eyes and prepared to press his advantage, since his words abruptly halted. Bai Ning had already swung his leg forward, deliberately employing a master-level leg technique to deliver a kick powerful enough to kill. With a thunderous thud, Bai Tianjue had no time to react before being launched like a cannonball. Yet before he could fly far, a powerful hand seized his throat from behind. The momentum of his backward flight was abruptly halted, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. Bai Ning, you. Bai Tianjue spat out a mouthful of blood, his sternum visibly caved in. He never expected Bai Ning to act so swiftly. And after learning his identity, Bai Ning had kicked him without a word. What are you standing around for? Attack! Bai Tianjue shouted, furious and flustered. Bai Ning gripped his throat, hoisting him into the air like a little chick. No way, bro. He slapped Bai Tianjue's face, the sound echoing sharply. I've got you by the throat, and you're still so cocky? You, Bai Ning pointed at the wood elemental girl and the others, stay right where you are, or I'll kill you. The murderous intent radiating from him showed no sign of abating, causing the surrounding space to thicken and grow viscous. Those with slightly lower cultivation levels found breathing difficult. That utterly ruthless demeanor froze even battle-hardened soldiers in their tracks. The only person who dared speak such words in front of General Qiansan and elderly was Bai Ning. Chapter 89, You say my overconfident troops are doomed to fail? Ever since Li Yensong saw his young disciple produce the precious eternal flower, all his worries had vanished. Not only his worries about the phoenix outside, but also his concerns about Bai Ning's strength. All his worries vanished into thin air. Though he couldn't fathom where Bai Ning had obtained the flower of immortality, the mere fact that he dared to produce it spoke volumes. He pulled out a chair and settled in leisurely. He gestured for Qiansan to join him, and the two settled in to watch the show while sipping tea. Qiansan, who usually carried himself with stern authority before subordinates, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward his old friend. What incredible luck! A talent like Bai Ning actually became your disciple? Li Yensong's beard quivered with smug satisfaction. Well, you have to consider who his master is. Let's make a deal, I want to be his master too. How about it? I can teach him my most secret sword techniques. He's got a natural talent for swordsmanship, right? Li Yensong shot him a glance. What combat skill doesn't my disciple excel at? He's a jack of all trades. Do you even understand the value of that? Qiansan couldn't resist cursing under his breath. After a moment, he leaned in and whispered, a rare treasure that boosts cultivation realms would work too. I happen to have a snow lotus I've treasured for 20 years. Consuming it allows one to break through an entire realm without hindrance. What do you say? You old bastard. Li Yinsong glared angrily. When I hit a bottleneck years ago and asked you for it, you claimed you'd already consumed it. Well, times change, don't they? Just tell me if you'll take it or not. Li Yinsong glared at him again, pointing at Bai Ning, whose aura held its own against a 7th-tier cultivator. Do you even know how long he's been cultivating? How long? Not even 2 months at most. Holy. Li Wuqing and Lei Zhang exchanged glances as they listened to the two 9th-tier powerhouses bickering like children. Li Wuqing, how come our old ancestor seems like a different person after just a little while? Lei Zhang, I heard General Qian was stern and ruthless, but this is it? As Bai Tianjue teetered on the brink of collapse, the two elders continued bickering over whether Bai Ning was truly a reincarnated powerhouse. Li Wuqing couldn't hold back any longer. Ancestor. General. If you don't step in soon, I fear Bai Ning will kill Bai Tianjue outright. After hearing Lei Zhang's explanation, he confirmed that all this was indeed fabricated by the Bai Linyu family. And it was members of those three families who had killed Li Wunyan. Watching Bai Ning beat Bai Tianjue senseless was incredibly satisfying. But if someone actually died within the Legion, in plain sight of everyone, wouldn't that be difficult to explain? He remarked pointedly, death here is murder, but if he dies outside, it's an accident. Li Yinsong waved dismissively. Xiao Ning knows his limits. You needn't worry. Is that so? Principal? Lei Zhang recalled Yu Qingdai's body, severed in two, and asked uncertainly. Oh, you've reminded me. Should we remind Bai Ning to be more careful with his aim? Go tell our people to keep their distance. They don't want to get splattered with blood. Ha? Seems like it's already too late. Bai Ning had intended to deal with Bai Tianjue first, but the men he brought along were utterly uncooperative. He ordered them to stay put, but each one proved more rebellious than the last. The wood-type woman manipulated vines to coil toward him. The other 7th-tier psychics unleashed their abilities one after another. What infuriated Bai Ning even more was the familiar energy fluctuation he sensed. During the student council president election, Bai Zhongyue had brought a shadow-manipulating bodyguard to the academy. That shadow guard had bound him with darkness, dragging his limbs toward the abyss of blackness. That feeling of utter helplessness still lingered in his memory. If not for his master arriving just in time, who knew what the consequences would have been? Bai Ning slammed Bai Tianjue hard onto the ground, then planted his foot squarely on the man's head. You dare! Bai Tianjue cried out in pain. Bai Ning's golden pupils flared as spatial energy pinned Bai Tianjue to the ground, completely subduing him. He then scanned the entire area, searching for the shadow ability user. Outside the lookout tower, nearly all of the Night Watch's forces had gathered. The area was now teeming with people, making it difficult for Bai Ning to pinpoint the individual's exact location. The figure seemed aware Bai Ning was searching for him, quickly suppressing his aura until it nearly vanished. Before Bai Ning could locate the figure, the attacks from the Wood Elementalist and the others had already arrived. The Wood Elemental woman knew Bai Ning possessed extraordinary strength, so she unleashed a full 50% of her power in this strike. A sky-filling swarm of vines surged forward like giant serpents, overwhelming the area. So arrogant? Not even bothering to dodge? The smirks of disdain curled the lips of the 7th-tier experts who had journeyed all the way from the Bai clan. Pride comes before a fall. Wind blades and ice shards flew toward Bai Ning from all directions. Just the lot of you? Bai Ning stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He simply stood there, motionless. All the attacks, the fierce vines, wind blades, fireballs froze solid mid-air. Time seemed to have been paused. The Wood Elemental goddess looked terrified, trying to break the vines' hold. Yet the vines remained utterly immobile, no matter what she did. In that instant, she suddenly understood why Bai Ning could slay a peak 8th-tier blood demon. She immediately abandoned her attack, stomping her foot to retreat. Her retreat was swift, but the spatial fissure that followed was faster still. Bai Ning snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! The crisp sound echoed like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. With that snap, the frozen space filled with countless, densely packed cracks. Each crack was the sharpest spatial incision. All attacks vanished into thin air with that single snap. The spatial fissure's effect didn't stop there. After shredding the vines within, they rapidly spread in all directions. Snap! 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 Several slower reacting 7th-tier experts were covered in fine lines of blood. Then they shattered into pieces, scattering onto the ground. The sound of their scattering carried a rhythmic cadence. Next came the wood-type woman who had just fled several dozen meters. She wrapped herself in vines, attempting to halt the spread of the spatial fissure. Her desperate resistance made no impact whatsoever. In an instant, the several 7th-tier experts who had attacked Bai Ning fell piece by piece, tumbling into a heap. Li Wuqing broke out in a cold sweat, a wave of dread washing over him. He was only a 6th-tier cultivator. Facing these 7th-tier experts, escape was his only option. With a mere snap of her fingers, Bai Ning had sliced them into pieces. He couldn't help but recall how he had just suspected Bai Ning of being the murderer and had even considered attacking him. Thank goodness he hadn't. Otherwise, he would have died a miserable death. It wasn't just him. Witnessing such overwhelming combat prowess made everyone present question their own abilities. The Night Watch Legion had always boasted that their combat prowess far surpassed that of other psychics at the same level, claiming they could take on 3 opponents at once. Before Bai Ning arrived, they had dismissed the students raised in a sheltered environment as trash. How could they possibly match the prowess of those who battled beasts daily? Now, witnessing Bai Ning effortlessly slice through opponents of higher tiers like cutting through butter, they all fell into a profound silence. For Bai Ning, such cross-tier battles were nothing new. After snapping his fingers, he began searching intensely for the shadow psionicist lurking in the darkness. Everyone who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, unable to hold his stare. Amidst the silence, an extremely faint disturbance suddenly emerged from the corner of the crowd. So subtle that even the soldiers standing mere inches away failed to notice it. A faint smile touched Bai Ning's lips. Found you. Chapter 90. When I was 3rd tier, I didn't pick on you. His golden pupils flashed as Bai Ning instantly materialized before the man. The man, hunched over, had just lifted his retreating foot. It was the shadow guard who had previously followed by Zhong Yue. Bai Ning towered over him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Back then, I was only at the 3rd tier. You bullied me, and I didn't bother with you. But now I'm at the lower 6th tier, oh no, the middle 6th tier. What do you think we should do about that? After eliminating the Wood Elementalist and several other 7th tier psychics, Bai Ning's progress bar surged dramatically once more. Devour 275 billion 5 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier Candle Dragon's Eye. The 6 individuals had contributed 600 billion to his progress. Bai Ning had already planned to reach the highest possible realm before returning to the central district. Encountering Bai Tianjue's group was like a gift from heaven. Back at tier 3, getting hammered by this guy was one thing. Now, at least at the 6th tier with combat power rivaling an 8th tier opponent, it would be downright absurd if he still couldn't win. Bai Ning snorted with a sneer. You've been following Bai Zhong Yue for so long you must be pretty loaded, huh? The man gathered his chi in his dantian and roared, stop. Tisk. Bai Ning hadn't expected this man to be so confident. True to his master's legacy, his audacity was extraordinary. Even knowing he couldn't win, he still dared to shout at me. Just as he pondered this, a thud echoed. Without warning, the man's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees before Bai Ning. He raised his hands high above his head, then bowed reverently toward Bai Ning, shouting, spare my life. His forehead struck the ground with a sharp thud. Good heavens! That was fast, you scared me. This earth-shaking kneel left the surrounding soldiers stunned, falling backward in surprise. Bai Ning hadn't expected this man to use the toughest tone to do the most cowardly thing. He chuckled and asked, all right, get up first. The man pressed his forehead to the ground. This lowly servant deserves death 1,000 times over. I dare not be presumptuous. I said, get up. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. The man quickly glanced at Bai Ning's expression and promptly scrambled to his feet. This guy's actually pretty sensible. Admitting guilt proactively gets you a lighter sentence. His will to survive is pretty strong. Of course. Would you dare fight Bai Ning? Seeing him so compliant, the onlookers chuckled. Everyone waited to see what Bai Ning would do next. Highly satisfied with his compliance, Bai Ning smiled and asked, I'll ask you a question. Answer well, and I'll let you off. Fair deal? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Were you and those few from earlier the only ones who came to the underground cavern this time? Bai Ning couldn't shake the feeling that this group wasn't particularly strong. Logically speaking, if they had tracked him down specifically to cause trouble, they wouldn't have sent just these few 7th tier fighters. During the previous points assessment, there were at least 3 8th tier leaders in charge. This was a rare opportunity. They should have sent more capable individuals. The man froze, clearly surprised by Bai Ning's question. Well, I really can't disclose that. Bai Ning smiled. Since it's inconvenient to disclose, I won't press you. The man's eyes lit up, thank. Bai Ning instantly went expressionless, raising his hand as if to snap his fingers. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Seeing this chilling gesture and recalling his colleague's gruesome demise, the man instantly cringed. A faint smile touched Bai Ning's lips. Speak. The man confirmed once more, if I tell you, you'll let me go? Speak. Gritting his teeth, the man confessed, after you vanished, all 3 factions scrambled to find you. Later, we learned your location from young Master Tianjue. 20 of us set out for this place. But the journey was too long. We lost 3 men to an 8th tier beast along the way. 2 more perished when the Phoenix went berserk. 3 more perished protecting young Master Tianjue on our return to base. With each sentence, his expression twisted in anguish. Who could have imagined that these 7th tier masters, who commanded respect outside the caverns, would face nothing but misfortune within them? They were either being chased to death by 8th and 9th tier beasts or fighting desperately to protect the young masters. Bai Ning's expression was equally subtle as he scanned him up and down. No way, that bad? Xian San, who had been watching the spectacle nearby, sputtered and sprayed tea from his mouth. The Night Watch Legion members exchanged equally puzzled glances. This is an SSS tier dungeon, not your backyard. Even a 7th tier expert could lose their life here with the slightest misstep. That's the normal situation. But by Ning riding a phoenix and cruising through the entire arena at a mere 5th tier cultivation level? That's the real freak show. The Shadow Guard wore a look of bitter resentment. We really did try our hardest. Bai Ning waved his hand impatiently. What about the others? Where did they go? The rest are from the Yu and Lin families. They disagreed with young Master Tianjue's plan and split off from us. Is that so? Bai Ning stroked his chin. The Shadow Guard nodded frantically. I've told you everything I know. Can we go now? Leave? Bai Ning chuckled. You think you can just leave? The man screamed frantically. You said you'd let me go if I answered your questions. I said I'd let you go once I was satisfied, Bai Ning retorted. Do you think I am satisfied? Before he could answer, Bai Ning dragged him over to Bai Tianjue, who was trembling violently. He raised his chin. Go. Strip him of his cultivation. At these words, not only the secret guards and Bai Tianjue froze, but everyone around them was utterly shocked. Bai Ning belonged to the 3rd branch of the Bai family. Previously, they could have dismissed this as an internal power struggle among the clan's young masters. But this was a blood brother, how could he possibly cripple his own kin? Bai Ning reminded them, he just said it himself. If I produce evidence proving my innocence, he's willing to forfeit his cultivation himself. He smiled as he looked at the trembling Bai Tianjue. I know my dear brother here is a bit timid, so let our family's secret guards assist you instead. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the Shadow Guard's eyes. He knew this matter wouldn't end well. If he didn't comply with Bai Ning's demands, both he and the young master would die here today. Gritting his teeth, he struck Bai Tianjue's dantian with a palm strike. The explosive force shattered Bai Tianjue's dantian. Ah! Bai Tianjue let out several agonized screams as his vital energy plummeted to that of an ordinary person. Then his head lolled to the side as he passed out. Bai Ning nodded with satisfaction. In the next instant, spatial energy coalesced into a massive hand, grabbing the Shadow Guard in one firm grasp. The guard struggled and screamed, I did everything you told me to do. Bai Ning shook his head. You crippled my second brother with your own hands. How could I possibly let you off? Chapter 91. If Bai Ning admits his mistake, let him leave a heir. The spatial force crushed the guard's bones with a sickening crackle. Overwhelmed by a desperate urge to survive, he screamed hoarsely. Wait! Among the Moon Clan's emissaries, the leader is Ghost Hanuakwan, an 8th tier spatial ability user. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning finally let out a light chuckle and released him. The man finally caught his breath, then continued without pause. I deceived you earlier. Many more experts are concealed outside. If we fail, they plan to bypass the base's teleportation array and sneak back to the Federation. I know their planned route. Keep me alive, and I can help you evade them or eliminate them. He shouted the last sentence, then fixed Bai Ning with an intense stare. Bai Ning's eyes, shimmering with golden light, narrowed slightly as a satisfied smile spread across his face. He had sensed something was amiss all along. The distance between the Phoenix clan's territory and the Legion stronghold was vast. Judging by Bai Tianjue's words, he had also attempted to steal the flower of immortality near the sacred tree earlier. This meant he and Bai Tianjue had likely departed for the stronghold around the same time. The Phoenix's flight speed was comparable to his own teleportation, so he could return swiftly. Yet Bai Tianjue, that noob, had arrived here only slightly slower than him. What gives him the advantage? He must have had help from a master. The most likely scenario was that someone with teleportation-like abilities brought him back, allowing such speed. Fortunately, after giving the man a good scare, he finally spilled the truth. Bai Ning nodded with satisfaction. The Shadow Guard flashed a look of relief at having escaped unscathed, only to see Bai Ning's smile turn icy as he drawled slowly. But you're only a 7th tier. Having you by my side? I'm scared too. His tone was light, yet the meaning behind his words sent a chill down the spine. The secret guard, who had just crippled Bai Tianjue's cultivation, understood perfectly well what was implied. His face turned ashen, despair and agony flashing in his eyes before he finally resigned himself and closed them. With a bitter laugh, he hesitated no longer. Gathering his energy, he slammed his palm hard against his own abdomen. The Shadow Guard spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body went limp as if his spine had been ripped out, his vital energy fading instantly. Only then did Bai Ning fully release the spatial force restraining him. If you'd shown this much self-awareness earlier, I wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble. The man nodded frantically. You're absolutely right. Young Master Bai Ning. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was the first time in his life, since being taken back to the Bai family, that he'd heard someone address him that way. He had to admit, it wasn't half bad. Indeed, once privilege landed in one's own hands, the sensation was entirely different from before. The night watchman nearby had long since been dumbfounded. Even training a dog wouldn't be this quick. Goodness, this little tyrant looks fair-skinned, but he's got some real dark schemes brewing. What's he getting at? I don't get it. Are you saying Bai Ning made such a big show earlier just to get him to stab the rest in the back? Holy crap. Did you hear that? We should start calling him Young Master Bai Ning. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Bai Ning turned to look at his master, who was still quietly sipping tea. Master, Teacher Lei, are we heading back to the academy? Shall we go together? Li Yensong gave a slight nod, patting his waist. This kid has worn me out lately. Let's go. A wave of warmth washed over Bai Ning and he grinned. I'll ask the Phoenix Clan chief if they can escort us a bit further. I'll give you a proper shoulder massage on the way, master. The Phoenixes were only too happy for Bai Ning to owe them more favors, hoping Qingyu could learn more among humans. So Bai Ning picked up the collapsed secret guard and Bai Tianjue, one in each arm, and leapt into the air. With a piercing phoenix cry, the Night Watch soldiers felt the light above them suddenly dim. Xian-san couldn't help but panic, scrambling to his feet. It felt like a massive auspicious cloud had descended, bringing a suffocating sense of pressure. So huge. Thank goodness it's not the beast we're supposed to fight. The people below looked up in terror. A dozen magnificent phoenixes slowly descended. After Bai Ning landed gracefully, screech! The lead phoenix let out a piercing cry that split the heavens. Its massive wings flapped violently, sending streams of fire streaking across the sky. The scorching air currents whipped up sand and stones from the ground, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. They instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. By the time they could barely open their eyes again, the phoenixes had already transformed into golden red specks against the horizon. Xian-san wiped the sweat from his face and let out a wry smile. Little monster. Federation, the Bai family ancestral home. Bai Zhongyuan, head of the Bai family, gazed out at the meticulously landscaped courtyard beyond the window, his expression serene. Behind him, Bai Zhongyua's brow betrayed a hint of impatience. The intelligence is confirmed. Bai Ning is indeed still alive. Bai Zhongyuan's eyes remained utterly still, uttering only a faint mem. This excessive calm left Bai Zhongyue uncertain. He paused before adding, Li Yensong personally went to the underground caverns to search for him. It's clear he's determined to back him up. That unfilial son dared to kill Yu Qingdai. He won't let this rest upon his return. We must be extra vigilant about Tianlu and Tianyan's safety. Only upon hearing his son's name did Bai Zhongyuan show any reaction. I told you long ago to deal with that trouble. What good can come from someone raised outside? His eyes flashed with displeasure. But never mind. So Bai Ning thinks climbing onto a 9th rank expert's coattails gives him the right to bite the hand that feeds him? Bai Zhongyuan's voice remained steady, tinged with a barely perceptible cold sarcasm. Old Master Li may be a revered sage, but outsiders have no place meddling in the affairs of the Bai clan. He pressed on, have we secured personnel at all the underground passage exits? Rest assured, brother. The Yu clan has also deployed personnel. None of the teleportation channels will open for him. If he wants to leave the underground complex, he can only use those designated exits. Bai Zhongyue replied gravely, even with Old Master Li by his side, we're confident we can take him down with a single strike. MHM. Bai Zhongyuan gave a slight nod. Keep a close watch on the exits. The moment he shows his face, eliminate him immediately. His voice betrayed not a trace of hesitation stemming from blood ties to Bai Ning. A moment of silence fell over the study. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhongyue cautiously spoke up. But elder brother, his ability is ultimately SSS tier extremely rare. Isn't killing him outright a bit wasteful? Only then did Bai Zhongyuan turn to look at him, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Then give him a choice. If he repents and voluntarily returns to face punishment, we'll only strip him of his cultivation and spare his life. An SSS-grade bloodline is a precious resource. Bringing him back could allow him to produce offspring with even greater potential for the clan. Bai Zhongyue finally let a faint smile touch his lips. Exactly. That's precisely what I meant. Just then, the phone rang. After answering, Bai Zhongyue could no longer maintain his composure. You say Bai Ning charged into the central district with the Phoenix? Where are our men? There are 18 8th tier experts stationed there. Say that again. They're all dead? Chapter 92, The Clearance Treatment. Following the route provided by the secret guard, Bai Ning instructed the Phoenix clan to pursue along that path. Unfortunately, they encountered not a single soul along the way. Not a single soul, not even the shadow of a beast. Sensing that overwhelming aura, anyone capable of fleeing had already vanished into the distance. Bai Ning shot the secret guard a cold glance. The guard immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Young master, I swear it's the truth. They must have been moving too fast. Bai Ning remained silent, but his gaze alone compelled the guard to continue banging his head on the ground without pause. Li Yensong glanced at his young apprentice, whose imposing presence commanded respect without a word, and clicked his tongue. We've reached the exit, he said, his expression suddenly turning solemn as he gazed into the distance. The Phoenix appearing here will surely cause panic among the Federation's guards. Where the underground caverns met the Federation's territory lay a transparent spatial barrier. Yet when the phoenix pierced that barrier and spread its wings over the underground exit plaza within the Federation's jurisdiction, the panic Bai Ning had anticipated failed to materialize. Fresh air flooded his nostrils, and Bai Ning couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort. After so long inside, the stench had nearly ruined his sense of smell. Li Yensong's brow furrowed, a flicker of surprise and doubt crossing his eyes. Not a single soul outside? Before them lay the public exit of the underground complex. Normally heavily guarded, it was usually bustling with teams of various psychic ability users. Never had it been this quiet. Absurd! Li Yensong's voice darkened, clearly realizing why this was happening. Such a crucial location, and yet the major conglomerates have withdrawn their personnel for their own selfish interests? Bai Ning quickly noticed the change in his master's usually smiling eyes. The aura surrounding him grew profoundly deep. He was accustomed to seeing his master in a relaxed state and had never truly witnessed the sight of him wielding his power. In the next instant, endless waves of illusory light surged within Li Yensong's eyes. The illusions gradually coalesced into a boundless ocean, shimmering with a mirror-like brilliance. His master had unleashed his unique ability, the mirror sea of all phenomena. Silently, the power of the pupil technique enveloped the entire square. Light seemed to refract off countless mirrored surfaces, distorting everything before their eyes. Li Yensong's gaze pierced through everything: the stone slabs below, the distant watchtowers, and the outer walls beyond. Every detail was infinitely magnified within the mirror sea of all phenomena. Bai Ning watched in breathless awe, his heart trembling at the might of the world's strongest warrior. No wonder the master was called the strongest in the world. This aura was truly terrifying. Even now, possessing the strength to match an 8th-tier opponent, he knew he'd stand no chance against his master. Moments later, the illusory images in Li Yensong's eyes slowly faded. His expression remained unyielding, his tone icy. What a grand gesture, temporarily clearing the area just to welcome us. Ridiculous. Bai Ning froze, incredulous. They cleared out this military stronghold just to kill me? Do they think this is a movie theater, complete with a private screening? After a brief silence, a voice tinged with respect echoed from the void. Master Bai, we've been instructed to escort Bai Ning back to the Bai residence for a family meeting to handle internal affairs. We mean no disrespect whatsoever. We kindly request your cooperation. Li Yensong laughed bitterly in anger. Clearing the area in a federal military stronghold, is this how you invite people? Before I come down there myself, I suggest you come out here voluntarily. The voice fell silent for a moment, as if considering how to phrase its response. We can naturally guarantee the exit safety here. But why did you bring the Phoenix Beast into Federation territory? The man assumed the Phoenix was connected to Li Yensong, which was why it had returned to the entrance with him. This was something they hadn't anticipated at first. Otherwise, the moment Bai Ning appeared, he would have been greeted with a series of enthusiastic welcomes. The voice continued in an accusatory tone, as a member of humanity, bringing such a powerful creature back, don't you fear it could threaten the safety of our kind? Li Yensong couldn't be bothered to explain. He just snapped, none of your damn business. I'll ask you one more time, you're not coming out, huh? The voice fell silent once more. Bai Ning had long since activated his own pupil technique ability. The Spacetime Eye, having absorbed the Spacetime Source Crystal, was no longer what it once was. Not to mention he was already more than halfway through devouring it. Perceiving a space was now child's play. The instant the voice spoke, he detected an anomaly in the surrounding space. Upon closer inspection, a distinct section of that area stood out starkly from its surroundings. It was like a large patch on a white cloth, blatantly conspicuous. It appeared someone's psychic ability could conceal people within the space, making them invisible to the naked eye. It was just that the method was a bit crude. If the spatial ability user inside heard that remark, they'd be furious enough to spit blood. At that moment, a narrow spatial crevice concealed a full 18 burly men. They were packed together so tightly, it was like human on human on human. It was as packed as a subway during rush hour. Someone muttered under their breath boldly, couldn't you have made the spatial barrier a bit more spacious? The man called Oldly scoffed coldly. Do you have any idea how profound the spatial arts are? I'm only at the 8th tier, and that's all I can manage to create this much space. Even Bai Ning, with his SSS tier abilities, still has a lot to learn before he could match my level. The dozen or so experts weren't exactly known for their patience to begin with. After being crammed inside for ages without being able to move, their patience had long since worn thin. As soon as one voice complained, the others joined in with their own grievances. When that bastard from the U-clan came back earlier, why didn't he tell us about the Phoenix? Now we're stuck in this mess. No wonder that brat was running so fast. I thought he was rushing back with good news to report. Enough chatter. Make a decision, do we kill him or not? Kill my ass. There's not just one 9th rank outside, there are over a dozen. What, use our heads? Notify the family head immediately about the situation here. Urgent. The first speaker pondered for a long moment before raising his voice again to negotiate. We only intend to bring Bai Ning back. We won't harm him. Li Yensong had long since lost patience. Seeing this man still dithering, his demeanor shifted as he prepared to strike. The air instantly turned icy. Upon hearing those words, Bai Ning perked up, suddenly growing patient. After all, backed by the phoenix and his master's influence, he felt no particular urgency. Besides, he didn't want his master to intervene on his behalf. Standing by as an observer was one thing, personally killing someone from the Bai clan was quite another. A complete breakdown in relations between the Li and Bai clans was not something Bai Ning wished to see. He stopped his master and asked loudly, "So by your logic, if you don't kill me, I'm still doomed to suffer?" He was simply curious just how shameless these people could be. The man seemed to exhale in relief. "The family head says you killed the miss of the Yu clan. This requires an explanation. So as long as you admit your mistake and show a good attitude, you'll be fine." Ha! Bai Ning laughed from deep within his chest. Apologize? What about the daytime recording of them trying to kill me? How does that factor in? The head of the family says that can be discussed. Bai Ning drew out his words. Then how about I make him kneel and apologize to me? Would that work? The man faltered, letting out an awkward chuckle. Bai Ning gave a cold laugh. This bunch never failed to disappoint. Xingyu tugged at Bai Ning's sleeve beside him, asking curiously, "Who's picking on you?" Her speech wasn't quite clear yet, but her eyes blazed with fury as she clenched her tiny fists. "We'll help you." The Phoenix clan chief sighed deeply, asking helplessly, "Then should we kill them all?" Chapter 93, Devouring Progress 80%. Bai Ning felt his sleeve tugged gently. He looked down to see Xingyu tilting her little face up, her fair skin radiating earnestness. Her cheeks puffed out in anger as she pressed, "Are we doing it?" Two tiny flames danced in her clear, large eyes. Her little fists clenched tightly, and she began wildly flailing them at the air. The phoenixes nearby, who had been waiting with growing impatience, suddenly became excited. They stretched their necks and let out long cries, radiating a burning fighting spirit. This sudden commotion startled the elite fighters dispatched by various factions. Holy crap, why do the phoenixes seem to be listening to Bai Ning? Seriously? I'm actually seeing a high-level beast that can speak human language? Old Li, are you sure about this? Is your spatial rift reliable? The spatial ability user, Old Li, remained composed. What the hell are you freaking out for? My SS-grade ability has never been exposed. Even Li Yin-sun wouldn't find us without putting in some serious effort. His expression was composed, radiating absolute confidence. Hearing this, the others beside him finally relaxed. All right then. Man, we were just freaking ourselves out. They're just bluffing to force us out. Everyone, stay calm. But no sooner had the words left their mouths than they heard Bai Ning's soft chuckle. TSK. Where does this confidence come from? The voice was crystal clear. The group in the spatial fissure froze, staring blankly for a long moment before turning their gaze toward Old Li in unison. Old Li was stunned too. Just now, was Bai Ning talking to us? Without my control, how could he possibly hear us? Bai Ning gave a malicious grin, lifting his head to look precisely at their hiding spot. He drew out his words, "I mean, how could I possibly hear you?" Old Li. Old Li's expression froze, his eyes widening in terror amid the others' murderous stares. He can not only hear us, but see us too. We're done for. We can't even handle a 6th tier Bai Ning. Chaos erupted in the cramped space. This confirmed it beyond doubt. Bai Ning could indeed hear the sounds coming from within the spatial fissure. After all, such crude spatial manipulation was beneath his notice. Though the phoenixes couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the spatial fissure, they understood its approximate position the moment they saw Bai Ning's movements. They reacted instantly. Several phoenixes simultaneously raised their heads, opening their beaks wide toward the direction Bai Ning was looking. Boom! 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 Several streams of condensed phoenix true fire converged, and visibly, that section of space began violently warping and rippling. Those trapped within were already terrified out of their wits. They watched helplessly as the phoenix true fire roared toward them, unable to move an inch. Old Li, your ability is a real pain in the ass, can't even move? What do we do now? Just stand here and take it? Damn, it's so hot, so hot. The intense heat began seeping into the cracks of the space, instantly turning it into a steaming cauldron. Old Li was freaking out too, but he kept pumping out his psychic energy like crazy to stabilize the space. Relax, with me here, we'll only feel the heat, the flames won't touch us. The people inside were all at least 7th tier psychics, yet under this scorching heat, beads of sweat broke out all over their bodies. Is this just heat? Run. If we don't get out now, we'll be cooked alive. Run my ass. Look at the situation outside. Going out there is suicide. Walking right into the fire to be roasted? My clothes. Damn it, my hair's curling from the heat. Damn Bai Ning. He's got a phoenix backing him up? If he's so tough, let's take him on one-on-one. Unable to endure this torture, someone screamed. Bai Ning, just you wait till I get out. If you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. Xingyu watched from the side as the space twisted and warped from the heat. The anger on her small face finally began to fade, replaced instead by a hint of curiosity and excitement. As a member of the Phoenix clan, she naturally harbored little affection for humans. Seeing them about to be burned alive stirred no emotion within her. Except for Bai Ning, who was an exception. To her, the others were no different from food. She tilted her head like Bai Ning had done, gathering a wisp of nirvana fire in her hand. The moment the nirvana fire appeared, a heat even more terrifying than the true phoenix flame surged forth. Li Yintsong shot her a surprised glance. He shot Bai Ning a meaningful look. What's the deal with this girl? Bai Ning, It's a long story. Bai Ning was also conflicted. Before departure, the Phoenix clan chief had made him promise not to reveal Qingyu's true identity to anyone. But this was his master, hardly a stranger. Besides, Qingyu had already unleashed the nirvana fire. Any sane person could tell she had an extraordinary connection to the Phoenix clan. He tugged at Qingyu's sleeve. Qingyu turned back, puzzled. What is it? Bai Ning sighed. Here, for your own safety, don't use the nirvana flame lightly. Qingyu didn't quite grasp it, but she nodded obediently anyway. Oh. Got it. Bai Ning felt his master's gaze grow even more peculiar and returned a polite smile. He pointed toward the sky. Master, I'll handle that group first. Li Yintsong snorted, go. Hurry up. Bai Ning gestured to the Phoenix clan chief, Elder, please hold your fire. I'll handle this. The Phoenix finally halted its attack. Even without spewing flames, the air still radiated an astonishing heat. Those trapped within the spatial fissure finally gained a moment to breathe. The moment the Phoenix ceased its flames, 3 figures emerged from within. Showing no inclination to fight, they immediately attempted escape by their own means. Bai Ning paid them no mind. His golden pupils flared. He sealed the exit of the spatial fissure completely, ensuring no one else could escape. Seeing the Phoenix hadn't targeted those who'd just escaped, the remaining individuals rejoiced and prepared to follow suit. But they immediately collided with the barrier ahead, bouncing back. Damn it, Old Li, open the exit already. Escape is the priority. You piece of junk, hurry up and open the door. Old Li seemed to have strained for ages, his face flushed crimson. I can't open it. The people on the other side were stunned. What do you mean you can't open it? Your own spatial barrier, and you can't open it? Are you kidding me? I really don't have time for your jokes. Let us out now. Old Li grunted and strained for a while before finally resigning himself to defeat. The barrier's been sealed by a stronger spatial force. There's nothing I can do. Ha! Ha! The people inside were about to start arguing. Bai Ning had already teleported into midair, arms crossed as he watched the spectacle unfold. If you just attacked directly, I might have felt some pressure. But you had to show off in front of Guan Yu, courting death? Even sealing a spatial barrier deployed by an 8th-tier spatial ability user wasn't particularly difficult. In spatial arts, it's about quality, not quantity. So this brilliant move of theirs was practically handing Bai Ning a gift. He waved at the figures trapped within the barrier. Bye-bye. With that, he pinched his fingers together. Space, by its very nature, is invisible. Yet the moment Bai Ning clenched his fist, Li Yintsong and the Phoenixes could all feel the space being crushed flat. Bai Ning exhaled. Finally, the people inside fell silent. The progress bar in his vision surged wildly upward. Finally, consume 4,000,000,000,000 trillion assets to evolve into sub-god tier Candle Dragon's Eye. Progress, 80%. Chapter 94, are you ready? Consume 4,000,000,000,000 assets to ascend to sub-god tier Candle Dragon's Eye. Bai Ning let out a muffled grunt. Centered on him, the energies of heaven and earth erupted violently. A colossal vortex of energy violently converged upon him. Above, winds whipped and clouds churned. For the first time, Bai Ning's golden pupils emerged uncontrollably, burning with an unprecedented brilliance. Deep within the pupil, golden patterns grew increasingly distinct, faintly forming the outline of a vertical pupil. This kid breaking through his realm and pulling off a spectacle like this? A look of obvious shock flashed across Li Yintsong's face as he instinctively took a step forward. His gaze fixed intently on his mysterious young disciple. What realm is he ascending to, causing such a commotion? He could distinctly sense Bai Ning's aura surging upward at an astonishing rate. The phoenixes nearby let out a collective, drawn-out cry, instinctively backing away slightly. A hint of reverence flickered in their eyes. As top-tier beasts, their perception of power was equally keen. The oppressive pressure Bai Ning now radiated was incomparable to before. It seemed to carry an even subtler hint of superiority. The Phoenix clan chief murmured in astonishment, "This aura feels so familiar." The aura emanating from Bai Ning plunged him into deep recollection. It felt as though he had encountered it long, long ago, yet the memory eluded him now. Qingyu, however, had fewer thoughts. She simply found Bai Ning's scent more pleasant now, making her want to draw closer. She blinked her big eyes and let out a loud wow. The energy vortex swirled for over 10 seconds before slowly subsiding. When Bai Ning opened his eyes again, the golden glow gradually receded, yet his pupils grew even deeper. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the boundless power surging and roaring within him. 8th tier peak. So this was the overwhelming sensation of reaching the peak of the 8th tier. A sense of mastery washed over him, as if he could roam freely between heaven and earth, and this was merely the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Bai Ning looked toward his master, and the two shared a glance. The same thought flashed through both their minds. Just how powerful is he? Bai Ning smiled, his voice brimming with spirited confidence. Master, it seems I won't need your protection on the way back. Li Yenson's expression grew complex, his gaze toward Bai Ning deepening with astonishment. After a long moment, he spoke with profound emotion. To think you've grown so rapidly, truly. Li Yensong pondered for a long time, trying to find an adjective to describe Bai Ning's heaven-defying talent, but after much deliberation, he couldn't find a word worthy of it. Top-tier combat talent, top-tier supernatural abilities, top-tier cultivation speed. Even your breakthroughs come so swiftly. My disciple, my disciple. He sighed repeatedly. I consider myself a genius myself, yet it took me a full 18 years to reach the peak of the 8th tier. And you're only 18 this year. Such breakneck progress made him certain Bai Ning harbored some extraordinary secret. Li Yensong held back, yet still said nothing. 1,000 words condensed into one. Old man. Even after breaking through to the peak of the 8th tier, Bai Ning no longer needed protection from others with his current strength. Seeing his master, who had always cherished him sincerely, he still approached with a playful grin. He leaned close to Li Yensong. Old what? I think you're looking younger and younger, master. Li Yensong snorted. Let's go. A few getting away isn't the end of the world. Bai Ning nodded with a smile. Time to settle the score. Bai Tianyan, Bai Tianlu, Yu Qingshu, and Ling Zhuyu, are you ready? The phoenix soared skyward once more, racing toward the central district. When the phoenix filled the sky above the heartland of the Federation, the shock it delivered to those below was devastating. Panic spread in an instant. Alert! Maximum alert! SSS-class beast horde invasion. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Defense shields. Activate the city defense shields immediately. It's over, it's over. Is this the end of the world? I don't want to die yet, wah. Screams and sirens echoed throughout every district. Chaos erupted in every street and alley as panicked crowds fled in disarray. Hovercars darted chaotically through the air, bringing traffic to a complete standstill. The internet exploded with chaos. The top featured, Red Alert Federal Emergency Bulletin read, unknown flying creatures have invaded our airspace. All citizens must immediately seek shelter. Federal forces are on full alert. Repeat. Phoenix-related headlines dominated every major website's trending searches. Phoenix descends on the Federation. Is the end nigh? Li Yensong suspected of traveling with the Phoenix? On-site photos leaked. Who can save us? Netizens' discussions surged relentlessly, with tens of thousands of new posts appearing every second. Discussions in forums updated in real time with the Phoenix's latest movements. Photos confirm it. There really seems to be someone on the Phoenix's back. The First Academy's principal is actually on its back, and the Phoenix hasn't attacked. What's going on here? The Phoenix has reached the central district. It appears to be heading toward the Bai family's ancestral home. Could this be an internal cartel conflict instead of an invasion of the Federation? Is the Li clan attacking the Bai clan? The four great cartels have coexisted peacefully for centuries. What's happening? The public, unaware of the conglomerate's internal affairs, could only speculate wildly. Just then, one livestream broke through the noise, surging to the top of every platform's charts with overwhelming popularity. Stream title. Live broadcast at all costs. Li Yensong and the Phoenix clan descend upon the Bai family manor? The truth unfolds now. Countless curious netizens instinctively clicked in. The scene that greeted new viewers sent a collective gasp through the chat. The camera shook noticeably but remained fixed on the sprawling Bai family estate. Above the estate, a dozen phoenixes circled, enveloping the entire Bai family residence in a divine punishment like golden flame. Their overwhelming might felt suffocating even through the screen. Holy crap, this small-time streamer really goes all out. He's risking it big, daring to eat the conglomerate's hot potato live? Doesn't he fear getting summoned for a chat? Be careful, streamer. I want to see how this plays out. Suddenly, everyone in the livestream heard the streamer's trembling voice. Guys, hit that follow button. I'm going all out today to keep you updated live. My superpower is clairvoyance. I can see a kilometer ahead. My bro has super hearing. Together, we'll make sure you get the hottest updates. Fire those carnival rockets. Double tap 666. The streamer can now see someone on the Phoenix's back, but it's not old Master Li. The streamer paused dramatically, his voice thick with mystery. When the view count hits 1 billion, I'll reveal the answer. Almost instantly, the screen flooded with gifts. The view count instantly hit 1 billion. The excited streamer's hand shook, nearly dropping the camera. He finally revealed the answer. It's not old Master Li on the Phoenix's back, it's a young man. And I happen to know him. He is Bai Ning, the newly revealed 7th young master of the Bai clan's 3rd branch. Folks, this doesn't seem like a feud between the Li and Bai families, it's an internal struggle within the Bai clan. Chapter 95. I want every detail about this man. Most people hadn't heard of Bai Ning. Honestly, I know the names of everyone in the 4 major conglomerates, but Bai Ning? Never heard of him. It's no surprise people don't recognize him. Unlike other young masters, he never had a formal coming-of-age ceremony, and the conglomerate has never issued an official statement about him. A classmate of my friend's cousin's kid got into the first Academy of Supernatural Abilities. He said it was personally approved by Third Master Bai. Right. I know him. They said he was a bastard son who came back from the slums, but somehow he became a real young master. No surprise someone from that background lacks big picture thinking actually siding with the beasts. The streamer glanced at the lively comments section. The comments were filled with contempt for Bai Ning's background. The Phoenix's appearance had sparked such widespread social panic. Nearly everyone including himself had concluded Bai Ning was a madman, willing to jeopardize the entire Federation. He felt a secret thrill this traffic was absolutely massive. Clearing his throat, he spoke in an inflammatory tone. Folks, those who aren't one of us will never be united. Whatever his motives, such actions deserve immediate elimination. Just then, he noticed the figure on the Phoenix's back take a step forward. Zooming in would allow the live stream viewers to clearly see Bai Ning's face. Just mentioning his name generated this much buzz, showing his face would guarantee it. Get this done, and the rest of his life would be financially secure. As he fantasized, he aimed the camera at Bai Ning's face, zooming in relentlessly. An incredibly clear close-up shot. In the frame, Bai Ning stood atop the Phoenix's crest, towering in stature. His gaze was slightly lowered, golden pupils sparkling like a sea of stars. His flawless profile, illuminated by golden flames, seemed like a deity descended from the heavens. Wind swept through the strands of hair at his forehead, carrying an indescribable, deadly allure. The moment this shot appeared, the frantically scrolling bullet comments fell into an eerie silence. The very next second, the comments exploded with terrifying density, several times more intense than before. Wait, hold on, but speaking of which. 3 minutes. I want this man's full dossier. I was just being loud earlier, bro. I can explain. Suddenly I feel like he must have his reasons. How could someone this handsome be pushed to this point? Exactly. Why blame our brother? Even if we give them the benefit of the doubt, doesn't that mean the Bai family is completely in the right? Guys, put protection on the public chat. The streamer was dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as the livestream feed skyrocketed like a rocket once more, gifs flooding the screen again. These netizens are so real, aren't they? Just because of a face, their stance flipped in an instant? All the previous skepticism vanished under the visual impact of this face, and the tide turned instantly. The so-called traitor to humanity deserved to be shot, right? He glared at Bai Ning on the screen, grinding his teeth in fury. Just eat the model like that? But as the heat kept rising, he stammered after a long pause. In that case, let's give Bai Ning a little more time and see what happens next. He then began panning the camera to show the full scene. Immediately, many in the comment stream voiced their displeasure. Don't move. Who told you to move the camera? Keep filming his face. I'll flood you with 3 carnivals. No face, no watch. Streamer. Bai Ning now stood atop the Phoenix, surveying the Bai family ancestral home below. Even with mental preparation, he couldn't help but marvel. Huge. Too big. This wasn't merely a residence, it was a self-contained micro-city. Inside, various buildings, training grounds, and artificial landscapes covered an area comparable to several golf courses. And now, this entire city was enveloped by a translucent protective barrier. The shield even emitted an aura of spatial lockdown. Clearly designed to counter psychics with teleportation abilities. They really think highly of me. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. He had just reached the peak of the 8th tier and hadn't formally demonstrated his power yet. He had asked his master to take Xingyu away earlier precisely so he could act without reservation now. He wondered if he could break through this energy shield if he went all out. A hoarse voice echoed from the main residence. Bai Ning. As a member of the Bai clan, you dare conspire with beasts to besiege the ancestral home? What do you think you're doing? Dismiss the Phoenix at once and come forward to plead your case. The clan may show leniency, considering your youth and ignorance. Bai Ning chuckled softly, his voice echoing languidly through the air. Ask for forgiveness? First, you'd better crack open this turtle shell. The aged voice continued, this is the Yu clan's latest protective shield system, capable of withstanding attacks from 9th tier powerhouses for over half an hour. Don't get cocky. Moreover, all-star shattering cannons within the central zone are locked onto this location. If you dare to attack, you will be declaring war against the entire Federation. As your elder, I offer this final warning, turn back while there is still time. The live stream audience gasped in astonishment. Those Star Destroyer cannons reputed to take down 9th tier beasts? One shot would flatten half the central district. No way, the Bai clan is this ruthless? What about us lowly workers' lives? How old is Bai Ning even this year? For the Bai clan to deploy this kind of force against him, the energy shield alone would burn through enough money in a second to pay for my entire working life. Hey, the guy above the Bai clan monopolizes energy crystals. This is peanuts to them. So intense? What about my husband? Phoenixes can dodge star-destroying cannons, but at Bai Ning's cultivation level, his body probably can't withstand that kind of impact. To everyone's surprise, Bai Ning showed no fear, his smile only grew brighter. Who gave you the nerve to talk to me like this now? His finger pointed at the spatial runes on the energy shield as he chuckled. You really think I can't get through? The distant spectator, the clairvoyant streamer, murmured in astonishment to the live chat. What gives this Bai Ning kid the right to be so cocky? Just because old Master Li lent him those phoenixes? Whether they'll even listen to him is another matter entirely. Viewers in the livestream chat began to doubt Bai Ning's chances. The streamer's right. With old Master Li gone, why would those phoenixes listen to some kid's commands? My husband is handsome, but his brain doesn't seem to work too well. How much did Bai Ning drink? Didn't the Bai clan say this could block a full power 9th tier attack? And now he wants to command the phoenixes to fight for him? Ugh. Did he just lose his mind from anger? Even so, isn't he taking this a bit too far? Chapter 96, Big Brother's Awesome. The next moment, in everyone's eyes, Bai Ning slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. Golden patterns in his pupils suddenly glowed, forming a vertical pupil-like aura. Simultaneously, the energy shield surrounding the Bai family ancestral home flared with intensified light. The runes that had been steadily operating melted away like ice and snow, fading at a visible pace. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The energy shield emitted a sharp humming sound and began to flicker wildly. The aged voice emanating from the main residence lost its composure. Bai Ning, what have you done? Wait, you've actually reached peak 8th tier? How is that possible? You've only been awakened for less than 2 months. The comments section erupted into complete chaos. What kind of trick is this? Just glancing at the runes and they're gone? How is that even possible? Hold up. That guy said Bai Ning hit peak 8th tier. Peak 8th tier, everyone. Bro, you're so awesome, voice cracking. The streamer was utterly speechless, repeating unconsciously, 8th tier peak. He was 28 years old, having painstakingly cultivated for 10 years only to reach the 3rd tier. And according to that voice, Bai Ning had only awakened 2 months ago and was already at peak 8th rank? Is this even human? Bai Ning didn't respond to the man's words. He simply curled his fingers into a fist. A casual gesture. The energy shield, deprived of its spatial rune support, could no longer maintain its form. It shattered with a deafening roar. Sparkling fragments rained down like a shower of light, illuminating the deathly pale faces within the Bai family ancestral home. A barrier capable of withstanding 9th tier attacks, shattered by Bai Ning? The energy shield, built at immense cost by the Bai clan, couldn't even last a minute against Bai Ning. Bai Ning's figure descended slowly, landing before the main residence. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the opulent mansion, a veritable castle, and remarked calmly. You're mistaken. The voice inside the mansion paused, instinctively responding, what? Bai Ning shook his finger. Not 2 months. To be precise, it's 1 month and 18 days. Before the shimmering rain of shattered energy shields had fully dissipated, Bai Ning strolled through the wreckage as if taking a leisurely walk, stepping through the main gate. Inside the gates lay layer upon layer of the Bai family's elite shadow guards. Numerous in number, most were 7th tier, with many 8th tier experts among them. Yet not a single one dared to step forward to block his path, nor did anyone utter a word. The crowd automatically parted to the sides, clearing a path through the center. Confusion was etched on every face lining the path. A person who had reached the peak of the 8th tier after merely 1 month and 18 days of cultivation had actually appeared before their very eyes. Faced with such meteoric advancement, what were they? Bai Ning's gaze remained fixed straight ahead as the soles of his shoes tapped against the polished floor, producing a crisp, rhythmic patter. Bai Zhongyue fidgeted restlessly in his chair, his fingers digging into the expensive agar-wood armrests. He forced down the storm raging within and turned to his confidant beside him. Didn't the Yuezhi and Lin clans say they'd teach Bai Ning a lesson together? Where are the people they sent? The aide trembled violently, his head nearly buried in his chest. Third Master. We just received word that the Lin clan claims this is an internal matter of the Bai family and they cannot intervene. White Zhongyue's veins bulged as he snapped, what about the Yu clan? Bai Ning personally killed Qing Dai. Even the head of the Yu clan isn't stepping in? The confidant's body shook even harder. The Yu family stated that after settling the matter of Miss Qing Dai's death, they will come to settle accounts with us, the Bai family. They are currently occupied with handling Miss Qing Dai's funeral arrangements. Damn it! Bai Zhongyue slammed his fist on the armrest, nearly spitting blood in rage. How long had it even been before they switched sides at the last moment? And the 2 major conglomerates were backing down from a mere 18-year-old youth. How could they possibly save face among the 4 major conglomerates if word got out? Bai Zhongyue snapped his head up. Bai Ning. Don't glow too soon. Do you think the century-old foundation of the Bai family can be easily shaken? If you truly wish to sever all ties, don't forget you bear the Bai surname too. Bai Ning finally halted his steps. He let out a faint, icy laugh. Now you remember I share your surname? He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the so-called relatives. When you made me pave the way for that good-for-nothing Bai Tianyan, you called me a bastard. When Bai Tianlu kidnapped my friend and sent a 6th-tier expert to kill me, who among you remembered I bore the Bai name? When you colluded with outsiders to set a trap in the underground complex, sacrificing the energy shield and dragging countless classmates into the fray just to kill me, who cared about my surname by then? Not long ago, you sent men to block me at the underground lair exit. Have you forgotten telling me to come back and apologize? His voice was calm. It was as if these past events had left no trace in his heart, as if he were recounting stories that had nothing to do with himself. Bai Zhongyue gritted his teeth and retorted, Tianyan was spoiled by me, his temperament did turn rather foul. But you, growing up so well. Why not? Why not let this matter end here? I'll have him apologize properly to you, and the family will provide sufficient compensation. I'm proud of your achievements today. Don't be so stubborn. Before he could finish, Bai Ning cut him off with a mocking laugh. Compensation? Father? Bai Ning repeated the words. You dare call yourself my father? Did you ever care about the life I lived growing up? I was an orphan from birth. How did I survive in that hellhole of a slum? How did I fight stray dogs for scraps? How did I keep warm with ragged newspapers as blankets? He looked at Bai Zhongyue with amusement. And now you talk to me about compensation? Compensation for what Bai Tianyan did to me? Bai Ning shook his head slowly. You tell me what exactly did Bai Tianyan do to me? Tell me every single thing. Bai Zhongyue's lips began to tremble uncontrollably. This man, the always dignified and imposing third master Bai, who had seen countless ruthless individuals, now found himself drenched in cold sweat down his back as he faced Bai Ning. Didn't you just recount everything he did to you? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Bai Zhongyue immediately continued, At most, he may have been verbally offensive to you. After all, you are his elder brother. Bai Ning raised his hand again to cut Bai Zhongyue off. He scanned the room, plopped down on an empty chair, and said, Oh, right, speaking of brothers, why didn't you bring Bai Tianyan along to join the conversation? Bai Zhongyue opened his mouth, searching for an excuse to dodge the question. But Bai Ning didn't give him the chance, snapping his fingers instead. Snap! The sound was faint, yet the solid wood door on the side of the hall suddenly burst open with a loud crash. Crash! Wood chips flew everywhere as a figure tumbled out from behind the door. It was Bai Tianyan. Tianyan! Bai Zhongyue frowned, worried Bai Ning would strike him down right then and there, ending his life. Bai Ning glanced at the scene with a playful look. He pointed at Bai Tianyan's face, his own face, and Bai Zhongyue's face. What do you all think? Do the three of us look alike? Chapter 97, I'm just giving you guys a new dad. Bai Ning moved slowly, with a playful, cat toying with a mouse kind of amusement. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between Bai Tianyan and Bai Zhongyue. Doesn't this strike any of you as odd? He tapped Bai Zhongyue. My father here has a square jaw and wide mouth, with classic almond-shaped eyes, right? And my dear younger brother, he gestured toward Bai Tianyan, who was trembling, has a delicate, oval face, thin lips, and eyes with a hint of white showing at the bottom. Bai Ning stretched out his tone, so here's the question, do these two look like father and son? He had long sensed something amiss. The brothers Bai Tianshu and Bai Tianju, one resembled Bai Zhongyue, the other resembled Ju Li, their features distinctly pronounced. Only Bai Tianyan, sandwiched between them, bore no resemblance to either parent. Such a glaring discrepancy, and yet, within a conglomerate that should place immense importance on bloodlines, no one had ever questioned it in over a decade? Now that Bai Ning had pointed it out, everyone involuntarily began comparing them. The more they compared, the stranger their expressions grew. The livestream chat exploded with reactions. The host relayed every sound from the main residence to viewers through a colleague's eavesdropping device. No one could believe the reality of what was happening. Holy crap, what did I just hear? Is this something I can actually hear? Host, run for your life. If the Bai family catches you, you're dead meat. Waiting for a pro to Photoshop a comparison, please analyze the resemblance. Holy crap, the legitimate son is fake? The illegitimate one is real? Even novels wouldn't dare write this. Any medical professionals in the stream? Can facial structure really determine biological parentage? The sheer volume of comments caused the platform to lag. Yet no one cared about such technicalities, all were engrossed in heated debate. Many eager viewers had already downloaded photos of Bai Zhongyue and Bai Tianyan, launching into their own comparison analyses. The streamer heard the messages coming in and his first reaction was disbelief. But then, cold sweat suddenly broke out all over his body. Guys, I gotta bail. He said blankly, I just wanted to watch Phoenix's performance and cash in on the buzz. I never intended to pry into the Bai family's secrets. This is bad, really bad. Hearing this, several well-meaning viewers in the livestream chat warned him. Run, streamer. Ditch your phone and everything else, just get out of there fast. If the Bai family finds you, who knows what'll happen. I warned you from the start, streamer. This is corporate business. Who told you to stick your neck out like that? But beyond these warnings, most viewers were simply curious about the unfolding drama, reveling in the spectacle. Don't leave, streamer. I'll send you 20 carnival tokens if you stay. I just want to know if Bai Tianyan is real. This is our only chance to hear the conglomerate's big scoop. How about you make the sacrifice for us, streamer? Just then, the psychic with the superhuman hearing twitched his ears. He hesitated, unsure whether to continue relaying the conversation inside. The clairvoyant streamer thought, since things had come to this, he might as well go all in. He declared firmly, back to the stream. Amidst the chat's chorus of "You rock, streamer," his partner mechanically repeated the words. Bai Tianyan said, I look a lot like an elder on my mother's side. Don't make baseless accusations. But I think his voice sounded shaky. Not very confident. Oh, Bai Ning replied, the solution is simple. Bring Yuli over and conduct a paternity test in front of everyone. Bai Tianyan is screaming, shouting, you're lying. Don't slander me. The Bai family isn't your playground. Bai Ning retorted, snap out of it. Look around, who dares touch me? Holy, that's bold. The host got goosebumps from Bai Ning's line, who dares touch me? The Bai Ning fangirls in the livestream went wild upon hearing it. Husband. So cool. Who dares touch me? Aha, I'm dying. LOL, Bai Ning, I'm not here to joke around, I'm here to replace your dad. That dad swap bit cracked me up, but it kinda makes sense? The telepathic eavesdropper suddenly cut in urgently. Hold up. Something's happening. There's the sound of a hovercar forcing a landing outside. It's a woman. She's charging straight into the lobby. Before he could finish, a convoy of hovercars charged toward their position. We're screwed, guys. Hit the streamer with another 666, let's roll. The clairvoyant didn't even bother with the live streaming equipment on the ground, he just turned and ran. Before bolting, he still managed to beg for donations in the live stream chat. The live feed then shook violently as a cold, stern voice cut in. This matter concerns the reputation of the Bai family. Until the truth is clarified, I urge everyone to exercise restraint and refrain from spreading rumors. The internet is not a lawless zone. The signal abruptly cut off, plunging the screen into darkness. As the livestream signal cut out, the hovercar descended before the main residence. The doors swung open abruptly, and Yuli stepped out, her regal bearing unable to mask her fury. Escorted by a squad of guards, she strode swiftly into the grand hall. The moment she entered the hall, she lunged toward Bai Tianyan, who was trembling all over. She shielded him behind her, then fixed Bai Ning with a wary stare. You're here so fast. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Did you sense Bai Tianyan was in trouble? Or are you afraid some secrets might slip out? Yuli snapped sharply, you weren't raised before our eyes, it was my failure to teach you properly. Yet today you dare cause trouble here and slander your own flesh and blood brother? So sure of yourself? A flicker of doubt crossed Bai Ning's mind. Blood ties, couldn't a simple DNA test prove whether someone was biologically related? Where did she get the nerve to declare Bai Tianyan was her biological son in front of so many people? Wasn't she afraid of being proven wrong later? Bai Zhongyuan sat in the seat of honor, maintaining astonishing composure throughout, his expression barely flinching. It wasn't until Yuli barged in that he finally spoke. After all this commotion, are you still not satisfied? His voice carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the murmurs among the other Bai clan members. His gaze settled on Bai Ning, whose presence was overwhelming. Bai Ning, your return today and the strength you've demonstrated are truly astonishing. As the head of the Bai clan, I am deeply gratified to see such a capable descendant within our family. He first acknowledged Bai Ning's prowess, then continued. The clan has wronged you in the past. I will make amends afterward. However, he shifted his tone, the matter at hand concerns the honor of both the Bai and Yu clans. To demand a public blood test based solely on appearance is both humiliating and frivolous. Zheng Yue, take your men back to the third branch first. Resolve this misunderstanding yourselves. Bai Zhongyue instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind his elder brother's words. This was a deliberate attempt to stall. Bai Ning's sudden return had caught them completely off guard. But given more time to prepare, the Bai clan's foundations were no laughing matter. Yet Bai Ning merely smiled. You think I came here to reunite with family? Chapter 98, do I need your approval to have him killed? Bai Ning's laughter echoed through the hall. You think I came here to claim kinship? He repeated the question, his voice abruptly turning cold. All traces of mockery vanished, leaving only raw, unadulterated murderous intent. Have you all got something wrong? I didn't come here today to discuss whose son is whose, nor to trace my ancestry and demand justice. He pointed at Bai Tianyan, whose eyes darted nervously. I came for his life. The temperature in the hall instantly plummeted to freezing. Bai Zhongyue's expression shifted. Bai Zhongyuan, still maintaining the dignity befitting his position, frowned. You must understand such a thing is impossible. Countless star-destroying cannons are trained on this place, how dare you speak so boldly? Bai Zhongyue slammed his hand on the table and rose, angrily rebuking Bai Ning. I care not how you brothers scheme against each other, but to take Tianyan's life? Impossible. Bai Ning seemed oblivious to their threats, adding, besides him, there's one more person. He turned to Bai Zhongyuan. And Bai Tianlu's life I'll take that too. How dare you? Bai Zhongyuan abruptly rose, the authority of the family head and a father's protective instinct erupting simultaneously. A powerful aura, mingled with supernatural energy, pressed down upon Bai Ning. Bai Ning, do you truly believe the Bai family has no one left? The moment he rose, a squad of disciplined guards advanced in unison, their gazes fixed on Bai Ning. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, all eyes fixed on Bai Ning. A chilling aura swept over the room. Bai Zhongyue, Yu Li, and the others simultaneously unleashed their own imposing auras. In an instant, Bai Ning became the target of everyone's hostility, bearing down pressure from all sides. Yet his face betrayed no sign of strain, appearing instead somewhat bored. Under the stunned gazes of all present, he even slowly cracked his neck. Only then did he speak, unhurriedly, "You've forgotten I'm at the peak of the 8th tier." With that, a power of spacetime ceiling far surpassing anyone present erupted completely. In an instant, all light, sound, and even energy within the old mansion froze solid. The beams of the artifacts aimed at Bai Ning froze mid-air. Everyone remained frozen in their original positions. Bai Zhongyue's mouth hung open, unable to utter a sound. Terror flashed in the eyes of Yu Li and Bai Tianyin. Every psychic wave attempting to crush Bai Ning dissipated silently upon nearing him, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Bai Ning walked through the frozen statues. He came to stand once more before Bai Tianyin, who was shielded behind Yu Li. He extended a finger and lightly tapped Bai Tianyin's forehead, which remained utterly immobile. "Look," he murmured, as if to himself, "I want his life. Do I need your permission?" From Bai Ning's fingertip, strands of wildly unstable spatial turbulence began to converge, gradually forming a constantly spinning transparent energy sphere. This was a new attack method he had conceived after recently ascending to the peak of the 8th tier. Similar to the Rasengan he'd seen in anime in his previous life. This was its first deployment. Its principle simulated the properties of spatial fissures, constructing a miniature spatial storm. The spatial turbulence within carried a sharp intent, capable of effortlessly tearing through the defenses of ordinary 8th tier powerhouses. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at Bai Tianyin's forehead. If this strike connected, Bai Tianyin's skull would be instantly shredded into fragments utterly beyond salvation. Despair flared in Yu Li's eyes as she desperately tried to move to block it. Yet she found herself unable to even move her eyeballs, forced to watch helplessly as Bai Ning delivered the attack. Bai Zhongyue was consumed by bitter regret. Had he known Bai Ning would grow so quickly, he should have eliminated this menace on the way back. Then today's catastrophe might never have occurred. Bai Tianyin felt the pure essence of death. In the grip of utter terror, his pants instantly soaked through, the pungent stench spreading instantly. "Ah!" An aged sigh echoed through the confined hall. With that sigh, a pinprick of pitch-black light, like a miniature black hole, ignited before Bai Tianyin's forehead. The spatial storm at Bai Ning's fingertips was instantly swallowed whole. Immediately afterward, a figure clad in plain gray robes materialized silently from nothingness, appearing in the center of the hall. The man's face was etched with wrinkles, yet the aura he radiated was unmistakably that of a genuine 9th tier master. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes before he turned to Bai Ning and spoke slowly. "Child, stop this. With such power, why threaten your own kin?" As he appeared, a flicker of joy crossed the eyes of Yu Li and the others. The newcomer was none other than the Bai clan patriarch, Bai Henian. As a 9th tier expert, his power was worlds apart from that of an 8th tier practitioner. The combat disparity between each tier of psychic warriors was significant, but the gap between tier 8 and tier 9 was particularly staggering. No matter how formidable Rin Baining was at peak 8th tier, facing a 9th tier opponent meant he had to seriously assess his own capabilities. Little did they know, Bai Ning felt no tension whatsoever. He sensed the newcomer's techniques and instantly understood. This person must be the Bai clan patriarch, a 9th tier expert like his master. With fewer than 10 9th tier masters existing in the entire world, it was unsurprising that the Bai clan, one of the 4 great conglomerates, possessed such a formidable expert. The ability he'd used to intercept Bai Ning's attack earlier functioned like a devouring force. He didn't know the exact nature of its effect. But with his ability on the verge of breaking through to the sub-divine tier achieving the Candle Dragon's eye, what did a 9th tier expert matter? Bai Ning suddenly felt a bit of idle curiosity and, feigning good nature, tossed out a casual remark. "Family? Come on. When exactly did you ever consider me one of your own?" Bai Henian remained unperturbed, replying calmly. "Blood ties cannot be forged. If you insist on taking the life of a kinsman, I cannot stand idly by. Do you know what the greatest difference is between 9th tier and 8th tier? Hearing this question, Bai Ning instantly recalled what his master had taught him. At the 9th tier, an ability user gains mastery over a force known as momentum. Momentum is not mere imposing presence, but a force closer to the very essence of the world. It represents the pinnacle of understanding one's own abilities, manifesting as absolute domain-level dominance. It could even fundamentally alter certain physical laws. When wielded to its utmost limit, it theoretically allowed one to reach the legendary level of a deity. Bai Henian noticed the flicker in Bai Ning's eyes and knew he understood. "It seems that old man Li Yinson has spoken to you about it." Since that is the case, you should understand even more clearly that your path ahead is still very long. As his words fell, a colossal force radiated outward from him like a vortex. Under its influence, the others trapped within the hall by Ning's seal were finally freed. Madness of joy nearly spilled from Yu Li's eyes. Truly worthy of being the Bai clan's patriarch, he could indeed counter Bai Ning's bizarre spacetime abilities. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, slightly stunned. Turning to see the ecstatic expressions on Yu Li and Bai Tianyan's faces, he was even more astonished. Hey, you two, are you popping champagne at halftime already? Chapter 99, seriously? You're not even grateful? After regaining their freedom, the Bai clan members in the hall staggered backward one by one, their faces etched with terror as if they'd narrowly escaped disaster. Their gazes toward Bai Ning slowly grew arrogant once more. Yu Li immediately clung tightly to Bai Tianyan, showing no disgust despite his trembling and incontinence, while shooting Bai Ning a venomous glare. Bai Zhongyue and Bai Zhongyuan also retreated swiftly, distancing themselves from Bai Ning and pinning their hopes on the patriarch. Facing this extraordinary force of momentum, Bai Ning suddenly smiled. This feeling, it had been so long. Since entering the underground caverns, he had rarely felt such oppressive pressure again. And this feeling was truly exhilarating. Bai Ning could feel his spacetime eye stirring violently. Moreover, this group of hypocritical Bai clan members hadn't yet moved against him, primarily out of fear of the phoenixes he had brought with him. The dozen or so 9th-tier phoenixes still circled overhead, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. He also couldn't help but be concerned about the Star Destroyer cannon the Bai clan had mentioned. With his current perception, he could clearly sense at least 10 extremely dangerous energy sources locked onto this area, poised to activate at any moment. He wasn't overly concerned for himself, thanks to his teleportation ability. But the innocent people outside the Bai family's ancestral home would likely be obliterated by the Star Destroyer cannon's terrifying power. If cornered, the Bai faction was absolutely capable of such an act. An uneasy equilibrium hung between the two sides. Bai Henian kept his gaze fixed on Bai Ning, clearly seeing the boiling battle intent in his eyes. He, too, felt a surge of astonishment and unease. How could this child, under the suppression of his momentum, still give him a faint sense of danger? Just what kind of little demon was this? It had been a while since he'd seen that old codger Li Yensong, and now he'd unearthed such a treasure. Bai Henian's tone softened slightly. Young man, don't let momentary pride drive you to an all-out war with your clan. Take a step back, and you'll see the true world through the eyes of the conglomerate. He spoke slowly, his words carrying a hypnotic pull. You may not yet grasp the true standing of our Bai clan. While some corners harbor corruption, that is not the whole picture. We hold technology and resources capable of reshaping the world order. We monopolize all energy crystal mines and possess cutting-edge technologies the common folk have never even glimpsed. These are the pillars upon which the consortium controls the Federation. Every advancement of a Federation psionicist depends on the conglomerate's support. With your consent, all past transgressions can be forgiven. I guarantee it. I'll show you the true power of the Bai family. Then you'll see that personal grudges are insignificant and trivial in the face of true power. These words left every Bai clan member holding their breath in rapt attention. No one could refuse such a tempting offer. Especially when it was the Bai clan patriarch himself who painted this grand vision. Even Bai Zhongyue, the head of the third branch, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He understood all too well the weight behind the patriarch's words. It was an unambiguous affirmation of Bai Ning's standing and a clear signal to bring him into the inner circle of the Bai clan. Bai Zhongyue's fingernails dug into his palms. It had taken him decades of struggle just to scrape the edge of that inner circle, yet Bai Ning could achieve it at 18. Gritting his teeth, Bai Zhongyue forced a smile, his expression softening toward Bai Ning for the first time. Xiao Ning, he addressed Bai Ning, you should agree to the patriarch's request without delay. Being too stubborn won't serve you or the family well. But after hearing this, Bai Ning quietly studied Bai Henian for a few seconds. Then, put. He burst out laughing. Energy monopoly? Technology monopoly? With each word he uttered, the scorn in his eyes deepened. The abyss is humanity's greatest threat. Countless lives are lost every year to the beast tides. Instead of solving the problem, you're playing Monopoly games? Is this something to be proud of? Bai Ning laughed. Oh, right. In a way, it is remarkable. He shook his head. But I can make concessions. When Bai Henian heard Bai Ning accuse the consortium of monopolistic practices, his face showed no trace of anger, only a barely perceptible hint of relief. In his view, Bai Ning's willingness to compromise demonstrated a clear sense of responsibility. Only then could he better embrace the conglomerate in the future. He was pleased with Bai Ning's realization and couldn't help but smile gently. If only you'd thought this way sooner. Bai Ning suddenly interjected, I can make a concession, I'll only take the lives of Bai Tianyan and Bai Tianlu. The relief on Bai Henian's face instantly froze. The others, who had just been seething with envy over the patriarch's empty promises, now froze in shock. Seriously? They're turning down a gift? Are they rushing to their deaths? Bai Zhongyue stared at Bai Ning as if he were an idiot. What a lowly creature, unaccustomed to kindness. Even when offered a chance to rise to the heavens, he doesn't know when to stop. The patriarch values bloodline above all else. If you declare before him your intent to kill members of the Bai clan, you won't even know how to write the word death. Upon hearing his son's name, Bai Zhongyuan stepped behind the patriarch and whispered, "Old master, Bai Ning is indeed highly unpredictable." "Perhaps." His eyes narrowed sharply. Bai Henian said calmly, "Bai Ning, think it over again." Bai Ning's tone grew peculiar. "You keep harping on this brothers of the same clan nonsense. Why don't we put it to the test first?" Bai Henian frowned. "What do you mean?" Having spent years away from the family affairs, he was unaware of the third branch's situation. Even Bai Zhongyuan, as the family head, was largely unaware of Bai Tianyan and Bai Ning's true identities. He had assumed they were twin brothers, with Bai Ning somehow lost to the world. But Bai Zhongyuan knew the truth better than anyone. If they truly verified blood ties as Bai Ning suggested, Bai Tianyan would likely face certain death. Hearing Bai Ning's words, Bai Zhongyuan's face turned ashen. Bai Ning spoke slowly and deliberately, "It's simple. You say my suspicions about Bai Tianyan's identity are mere words without proof. Then why not go to a professional institution and compare DNA?" Yuli instinctively tightened her grip on Bai Tianyan's arm. "Bai Ning, what trick are you trying to pull now?" Bai Ning paid her no mind, fixing his gaze solely on Bai Henian. Having controlled the Bai Corporation for years, Bai Henian possessed at least a modicum of perceptiveness. Seeing Yuli and Bai Zhongyue's reactions, he knew there was more to the story. Realizing this, he nodded. Yuli suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Bai Ning and speaking slowly, emphasizing each word. "You dare to slander Tianyan like this? If the test proves he is of the Bai family bloodline, then you must forfeit your cultivation realm and submit to the punishment of our third branch." Her gaze toward Bai Ning was intensely hostile, indistinguishable from that of an enemy. At this, the surrounding Bai clan members sensed the air thick with gossip. Could it be that Tianyan really is off? Third Master Bai Zhongyue had raised someone else's son for 18 years, and now the couple was still protecting this fake young master? Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 100, I killed Bai Tianyan. Any questions? Bai Henian gave a slight nod, tacitly approving the wager. If Bai Ning slanders him without cause, I'll personally cripple him. But if he speaks the truth, then... He shot Bai Tianyan a cold glance. Bai Tianyan shuddered under the gaze, hastily protesting, "Rest assured, if I'm truly lying, I'll take my own life right here, no need for others to lift a finger." His words came out fast and frantic, tinged with the hurt of a wronged man. This reaction caused the crowd, who had just doubted his identity, to hesitate once more. Yuli's face promptly twisted with heartache and pity, as if Bai Tianyan had suffered the greatest injustice. Yet she bit her lip, her expression resolute. Watching their reactions, alarm bells rang loudly in Bai Ning's mind. Something was off. Ever since Yuli stormed into the hall earlier, something had felt off. And Bai Tianyan, instead of avoiding him like the plague, he'd come to the main residence to eavesdrop, only to be caught red-handed. All of this felt off. Not to mention how they now seemed utterly unafraid of being exposed. They must have something to fall back on. Otherwise, Bai Tianyan wouldn't have dared utter words like "I'd rather die." But what exactly was their backup plan? Bai Ning lowered her gaze, deep in thought. This wasn't like the blood testing scenes in Empresses in the Palace, where adding alum to make blood compatible proved kinship. This was the age of advanced technology. What method could prove their relationship? As he pondered this, several servants carried in a silver white machine. The Bai family estate housed its own medical center. That's why they could bring the testing device to the scene so quickly. The doctor accompanying the machine bowed slightly to Bai Henian and explained. "We are currently utilizing the latest generation of genetic sequence comparison technology, capable of completing high-precision kinship determination within 30 seconds. The error rate is less than 1 in a million." Bai Henian gave a faint nod. Soon, the sampling needles pierced the fingertips of Bai Zhongyue and Bai Tianyan in succession. As the blood dripped in, the machine hummed, and the progress bar began to rise at a visible pace. Everyone watched the screen with curiosity. Bai Tianyan and Yuli, however, wore confident smiles. Bai Tianyan, in particular, shot Bai Ning a smug, triumphant glare. Seeing their reactions, Bai Ning knew the test results were about to come in. He clicked his tongue. "Excuse me, but besides blood, can this machine test hair or saliva samples?" The doctor replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Theoretically, any biological sample rich in cell nuclei can be tested, but blood remains the optimal choice at present." Bai Ning hummed in acknowledgement and didn't press further. While speaking, he had been observing Bai Tianyan's reaction. He noticed Bai Tianyan seemed tense but showed little significant reaction. Yuli, meanwhile, flashed an almost imperceptible smirk. This essentially confirmed that the issue did not lie with Bai Tianyan's DNA itself. While the world held countless supernatural abilities, some could indeed achieve blood replacement. But Bai Ning didn't believe in such god-defying abilities that could completely replace a person's DNA. Soon, the progress bar on the machine reached 100%. The results show a 99.98% probability of paternity between the two samples. A flash of smugness flickered in Bai Tianyan's eyes, yet his expression grew even more aggrieved. Ancestor, the evidence is irrefutable. Bai Ning truly never regarded me as his younger brother. Yu Li's tears welled up instantly. Ancestor, you witnessed it yourself. Bai Ning's heart is filled with malice. He deliberately placed Tianyan in this situation. Please, Ancestor, do us justice and strip Bai Ning of his cultivation. Bai Henian's gaze turned icy. Bai Ning, what do you have to say for yourself? Bai Zhongyue was momentarily startled by the outcome, but quickly composed himself, casting a subtle glance at Yu Li. The couple exchanged a glance. Their long-standing understanding allowed Bai Zhongyue to grasp her meaning instantly. Regardless of the means she employed, swiftly dealing with Bai Ning was now paramount. When he first discovered Bai Ning's astonishing talent, he had considered winning over his own son. But after briefly investigating Bai Ning's approach to handling matters, he confirmed that Bai Ning belonged to the type who held grudges and sought revenge for the slightest offense. With such a person, one must either avoid provoking them entirely or eliminate them swiftly and completely. Bai Zhongyue stepped forward and said, Please, Ancestor, lend your hand and help Zhongyue deal with this unfilial son. Bai Ning showed no panic, instead scrutinizing the testing machine intently. Hold on, Bai Ning waved his hand. I'd feel more comfortable having it tested at an external facility. The Li clan should have testing facilities as well. Wouldn't it be fine to get multiple verifications, everyone? As he spoke, he caught Bai Tianyan flinch out of the corner of his eye. Seeing this reaction, Bai Ning confirmed where the problem lay. Yu Li, clearly possessing strong mental fortitude, pressed further. You're far too calculating, kid. We've already tested it your way. Now you want to backtrack? Do you insist on proving something your way before you'll stop? She turned to Bai Henian. Bai Ning is indeed peculiar, especially his astonishing growth rate. Please believe me, if there were any other way, how could I, as his biological mother, bear to cripple such a gifted son of my own flesh and blood? Yu Li's accusations cut to the bone. To any impartial listener, her reasoning seemed undeniable. Any family would cherish a son with Bai Ning's accomplishments like a precious treasure. Only if he were truly a bastard child would one have to endure the pain of crippling him. Bai Henian couldn't help but harbor doubts, his gaze toward Bai Ning tinged with displeasure. Bai Ning's heart sank. It seems they won't give us a chance to get it tested outside. A plan quickly formed in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he used spatial power to pull two people of similar age from the surrounding area. Then, with lightning speed, he drew blood from both of them. Following the same procedure the doctor had used earlier, he initiated the testing process once more. The operation was so swift that the others couldn't react in time to stop him. Bai Ning. Bai Zhongyue was the first to react, his voice sharp with fury. Yu Li's face paled dramatically. As the machine hummed to life, Bai Tianyan collapsed to the floor once more. No, don't. He stared hopelessly at the pulsing progress bar, letting out a wail. In the next instant, Yu Li lunged toward the machine, her palm striking down with fierce force. Yet mid-air, an invisible force repelled her, sending her crashing back to the floor. Bai Ning ensured she had no chance to strike again before withdrawing his gaze. Trying to pull a fast one right under my nose? You've got to be kidding me. Beep. Time passed quickly, and the new test results appeared once more. The results indicate a 99.99% probability of a father-son relationship between the two samples. Two individuals of the same age with no direct blood relation could yield a 99.99% probability of paternity? And it's 0.01% higher than the probability for Yanha and Bai Zhongyue? How could that be possible? At that moment, no one doubted the truth of what Bai Ning had said. Everyone's gaze turned to Yu Li and Bai Zhongyue, their expressions growing peculiar. Poof. Bai Ning sneered. So, now that I've killed Bai Tianyan, is there still a problem? Bai Henian's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze toward Bai Zhongyue tinged with disappointment. Chapter 101, Bai Tianyan, dead. Even Bai Zhongyuan's gaze toward Bai Zhongyue grew unsettling. What was he thinking? Ignoring his own flesh and blood to lavish attention on a fake? Was he completely out of his mind? Bai Henian took a deep breath. Zhongyue, what you've done is utterly outrageous. His voice carried no emotion, yet the weight of his words sent Bai Zhongyue crashing to his knees. Even in front of so many people, kneeling like this would undermine his future authority. But now was not the time for such considerations. The patriarch placed immense importance on bloodlines, yet here he was, personally discovering that the third branch had shielded Tianyan and even committed fraud in public. Drawing on decades of social experience, Bai Zhongyue knew this: if he didn't admit his mistake with the right attitude now, there would be no more third master Bai in the future. Preserving his current standing was paramount. He raised his head, his face already streaked with tears and snot. Ancestor, I truly know my mistake. As he spoke, he forcefully kowtowed twice, leaving red marks instantly on his forehead. I was foolish. I simply couldn't bear to see the child I raised suffer, so I couldn't bring myself to drive him away. After all, Tianyan has shared 20 years of affection with me. He called me father time and again, and in my foolishness, I indulged him. Now I realize it was utterly wrong and I've wronged Ninger for his sake. Bai Zhongyuan listened with furrowed brows, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. What nonsense about indulging a child or being unable to bear it. He couldn't believe his calculating third brother would be so soft-hearted. He simply hadn't anticipated Bai Ning's talent being so extraordinary. Initially, his efforts to elevate Bai Tianyan had strained his relationship with Bai Ning. When the situation became untenable, he had no choice but to eliminate Bai Ning. Bai Henian, having seen such schemes countless times, merely watched Bai Zhengyue's performance in silence. That gaze was piercingly penetrating, making Bai Zhengyue feel as if needles were pricking his back, as though every secret were laid bare. Bai Ning, refusing to give his so-called father any face, burst out laughing. Bai Zhengyue steeled himself and continued his performance. We must not let petty feelings cloud our sense of duty. We must not mistreat our own flesh and blood. I beg the ancestor to grant me one more chance to make amends for my wrongs against Ninger. He bowed low once more, his posture utterly submissive. Bai Tianyan was already scared to the point of fainting. The moment he realized his and his mother's plan had failed, he knew escape was impossible today. Hearing the man he'd called father for 18 years now desperately distancing himself, striving only to save his own skin. He suddenly stopped trembling, a grimace more wretched than bitterness twisting his lips. Yuli could also discern the meaning behind Bai Zhengyue's words. But looking at the child she had raised with her own hands for so long, her heart ached so deeply she could barely breathe. This was the child she had poured 20 years of her heart and soul into, nurturing and protecting with the utmost care. She rejoiced at every step of his progress, delighted by every affectionate gesture he offered. How could she possibly abandon him simply because he wasn't biologically hers? She snapped her head up. Ancestor! Everything was my doing alone. Tianyan had nothing to do with it. It was all my fault. If there is any punishment, direct it at me. Bai Ning watched it all unfold with a cold gaze. To be honest, he had initially harbored some hope for kinship in this lifetime. But after Yuli and Bai Zhengyue's series of divine maneuvers, he had long since lost any fondness for the Bai family. Without waiting for Bai Henian to speak, he stepped forward. Yuli, who had been watching everyone's reactions intently, screamed wildly the moment she saw Bai Ning's movement. How dare you? Bai Ning raised his hand calmly. His fingertips once again formed a Rasengan. This time, it was more stable than before, radiating a far more murderous intent. Yuli's eyes bulged with fury as he struggled to lunge forward. But she was halted once more by a spatial barrier that abruptly materialized in the air, sending her flying several meters backward. She slammed heavily into the wall. Her eyes widened as she watched helplessly, the energy sphere Bai Ning released landing precisely on Bai Tianyan's forehead. Facing this fatal strike, Bai Tianyan showed no reaction. He only managed to turn his eyes with great effort, casting a complex glance her way. His eyes revealed guilt and relief. Then the energy sphere sank directly into his brow. Bai Tianyan's body stiffened abruptly. The light in his pupils scattered like a candle flame extinguished by wind, vanishing in an instant. He fell straight backward, utterly silent. Yuli's struggles and screams abruptly ceased, as if time itself had frozen for several seconds. Ha! An utterly bizarre sound erupted from her throat. Then, a shrill scream, inhuman in its intensity, erupted violently. Yuli spat out a large mouthful of blood, her eyes bulging as if they might burst. Bai Ning coldly withdrew his hand, the energy at his fingertips dissipating without a trace. Yet a force far more colossal than before erupted violently within him. An invisible shockwave rippled outward. All the high-tier psychics present, especially the 9th tier Bai Henian, distinctly sensed that Bai Ning's aura had undergone a qualitative leap at this very moment. The golden light in Bai Ning's eyes nearly solidified and flowed outward, the shadowy figure within his gaze fully materializing. Watching Yuli's heart-wrenching agony, he recalled the first time he'd seen her elegant and regal in her pale yellow qipao. Now, consumed by grief over Bai Tianyan's death, she seemed utterly mad. To say he felt no emotion at all would be a lie. But while he felt it, he harbored not a shred of guilt. The moment Bai Tianyan orchestrated Meng Tianshi's abduction, he had sealed his fate. He had to face the consequences of his actions. Bai Ning lingered no longer, turning to walk toward the door. With each step he took, the increasingly terrifying aura emanating from him pressed down on those along the path like suffocating pressure. Wherever he passed, the crowd silently parted to make way. Bai Henian watched Bai Ning's retreating figure, his lips parting slightly. Bai Ning, you. Bai Ning paused, glancing back with a sudden return to awareness. Vertical pupils, golden eyes. Like an ancient beast opening its eyes, casting a cold gaze upon the world, radiating an icy divine aura that seemed to disregard everything. Every unspoken word froze in Bai Henian's throat, his heart trembling violently. 9th tier. This child had grown into a true powerhouse, completely breaking free from all constraints. He had entered the ranks of the strongest in the present age, becoming the youngest 9th rank master in history. Given his age, the heights he might reach in the future were almost unimaginable. Perhaps the final step that they, the elders, had never been able to reach would be taken by him. Behind him, Bai Zhengyuan stumbled back half a step under that single glance. Anyone could see that after Bai Ning killed Bai Tianyan, his aura surged at an astonishing rate, showing signs of rivaling even the ancestral patriarch. This unfathomable rate of advancement sent chills down the spine of Bai Zhongyuan, the head of the Bai clan himself. Was this freak Bai Ning actually killing his brother to attain enlightenment? What kind of bizarre breakthrough was this? Bai Tianyan was dead now. But his son still lived. Given Bai Ning's hatred for Bai Tianlu, he would likely be next. Yet judging by Bai Ning's aura, who could possibly stop him then? Chapter 102, The Candle Dragon's Heavenly Eye. Bai Ning paid no heed to the conflicting thoughts swirling within the crowd. He turned and strode out the main gate of the residence. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, the terrifying aura surging within him erupted without restraint. Boom! An invisible pressure spread out. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, forming a dense web of spider-like fissures. The Bai family mansion behind him was violently struck by this oppressive force. Framed paintings and antique treasures hung on the walls tumbled to the floor, while ornate crystal chandeliers swayed violently. The entire structure trembled violently. Everyone within the gates except Bai Henian felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed down upon them, causing their legs to buckle instantly as they fell to their knees. Even Bai Zhongyuan, the supremely esteemed head of the Bai family, collapsed to the floor beneath this force, his blood surging violently. Bai Zhongyue, already kneeling, was crushed flat to the floor. Even Bai Henian couldn't help but frown, activating his supernatural abilities to resist. The space around Bai Ning warped slightly, blurring his outline. With a single stride, he appeared in the sky above, joining the phoenixes. Over a dozen phoenixes let out shrill, alert cries almost simultaneously. Their massive wings flapped violently, causing the flames of rebirth to surge instantly. The entire sky was engulfed in a fiery crimson glow. The Phoenix clan leader, gazing at Bai Ning standing steadily mid-air, was momentarily speechless. When I first met you days ago, you were still at the 6th human realm. How did you reach the 9th realm so quickly? He stared into Bai Ning's vertical pupils, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. That aura instinctively made him wary. Bai Ning paid no heed to the Phoenix's wariness, his entire focus absorbed in this unprecedented advancement. No wonder they say the 9th tier is an entirely new realm. No matter how powerful one is at the 8th tier, it's no match for the 9th. After dispatching that fool Bai Tianyan, the devouring progress in his vision surged rapidly. Bai Tianyan alone contributed 20% of the progress, instantly maxing out the progress bar for the Candle Dragon's Eye. Devours 100 trillion assets to evolve into God-tier Candle Dragon's Heavenly Eye. The next stage required a staggering 100 trillion in assets to ascend to God tier. Bai Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of awe. That much money? Even if he killed every member of these conglomerates, it might not be enough? Perhaps reaching full completion still lay a long road ahead. He might even need to build his own power base and gradually increase his income to amass 100 trillion. But for his current cultivation level, that wasn't too much of a problem. After ascending to the 9th tier, he sensed his power had reached an entirely new level. At the 6th tier, his teleportation could only cover a maximum of 2 kilometers. When facing the relentless pursuit of the Blood Demon and the Phoenix at the peak of the 8th tier, his escape had been utterly chaotic. Now at the 9th tier, he could cover hundreds of kilometers in a single leap. With his current speed, if he were ever pursued again, a single teleportation would be enough to shake off anyone. Of course, he didn't believe anyone could force him into fleeing now. Though 100 kilometers couldn't compare to Sun Wukon's somersaults, it far surpassed any known means of transportation. Even rockets couldn't match his speed. Moreover, he had only just entered the 9th tier, with ample room for further advancement ahead. Beyond teleportation, his mastery of spatial confinement, disintegration, and temporal manipulation had reached unprecedented levels. An ability user at Blood Demon's level would likely be controlled to death in a single encounter. Yet this wasn't his greatest gain. Upon reaching the 9th tier, psychics gained the ability to wield momentum. When his master had mentioned it before, it had sounded like gibberish to him. Now that he possessed it himself, he realized. It wasn't that his master had deliberately made it sound profound. He distinctly felt he could manifest a domain field where the spatial structure within its bounds was entirely subject to his will. He could make space incredibly solid or render it as fragile as thin paper. Time itself could be accelerated, slowed, or even brought to near stillness at will. But as for what exactly this force was, he hadn't grasped it thoroughly yet. Still, this was more than sufficient. Killing Bai Tianyan was merely the first step. There were still Bai Tianlu, the Lin clan, the Yu clan, and all those idiots left to deal with. With this power, he now faced no obstacles in eliminating them. No one could stop him. No one could stand in his way. His confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Before eliminating them, Bai Ning planned to first fleece each of their families thoroughly. After all, he still needed 100 trillion in assets. After finalizing his plans, Bai Ning began to suppress his aura until he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary handsome man. He spoke slowly, "Thank you, elders, for your escort." Without the Phoenix backing him, the Bai clan wouldn't have hesitated today, and eliminating Bai Tianyan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Bai Ning never cared for excessive pleasantries, silently noting the favor in his mind. "I'll take good care of Qingyu." The phoenixes let out a long, resonant cry, sensing Bai Ning's sincerity. The Phoenix clan chief spoke with a rare gentleness in his voice. The first time I saw you, young man, I knew you were destined for the 9th rank. And now it's clear as day. A nearby Phoenix chimed in my millennia of existence, I've never encountered a human with such terrifying talent. Indeed, indeed. Suddenly, one of the Phoenixes remarked. Truly a perfect match for our azure fish. The Phoenix clan leader shot a displeased glare in their direction, but after a moment's thought, said nothing. If the bluefish truly desired it, this human strength would indeed be sufficient. Neither side lingered any longer. The Phoenixes still had the Tree of Immortality to protect, so they set off directly back to the underground caverns. Bai Ning didn't linger either. With a flick of his thoughts, he instantly traversed hundreds of kilometers. The next instant, he materialized within the academy grounds. The academy was quiet and peaceful, seemingly untouched by the earlier Phoenix invasion. Yet, after being away for just a few days, Bai Ning felt as though he had stepped into a different world upon returning to the academy. In the evening sunlight, a gentle breeze rustled softly through the leaves lining the paths. The students radiated a unique, vibrant energy as they gathered in small groups. Brother Bai, is that you? A familiar voice called out from behind him. Bai Ning grinned, snapped back to reality by the sound of Brother Bai. He turned around, it was Meng Tianshi, no doubt. He still wore that same punk-style torn outfit, his hair dyed yellow, smiling with that carefree, devil-may-care look. Everything seemed unchanged. He and OU had met again at the academy gates. The two brothers linked arms and walked into the academy. You're doing great, Stone. Just a short while apart, and you've already reached mid-tier 2nd stage? Heh, just luck. Mainly thanks to my dad snagging some sweet gear for me. I'll share it with you later. Your injuries all healed up? I'm fine. But why does your aura look like that of an ordinary person, Brother Bai? Last time I saw you, you were at the upper tier 2 level. You should be at least tier 3 now, right? Pretty much. Chapter 103, the must-try list of the First Supernatural Academy. Meng Tianshi suddenly remembered something and whispered mysteriously. Just a few hours ago, the principal's people suddenly said I could return to the academy. Do you know what's going on? A few hours ago? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. That was roughly when he and his master had just returned to the central district. He hadn't expected his master to confirm back then that Bai Tianyan and the others wouldn't touch the stone again. He really had confidence in himself. You can relax from now on. The conglomerate won't do anything to you anymore. Hearing this, Meng Tianshi finally felt a little relieved. Brother Bai, you don't understand. Our entire family business relies on the Bai Corporation. So when my dad found out I'd been kidnapped, he didn't even dare demand an explanation, worried it would affect our family business. But luckily, Bai Corporation couldn't care less about a small company like ours. Bai Ning slapped him on the back. Work hard with me, and I won't let you down. Meng Tianshi scratched his head, clearly missing the deeper meaning behind Bai Ning's words and taking it as mere friendly encouragement. He chuckled. You bet. I'm counting on you to take me to the top, Brother Bai. Bai Ning didn't bother explaining further. Some things were more convincing when seen firsthand. Oh, right, Meng Tianshi changed the subject, don't get too much on the wrong side of young Master Tianyan and the others because of me, bro. You've just returned to the central district and don't fully grasp how formidable the conglomerates are. While I was holed up at home, you didn't burn any bridges with them, did you? Bai Ning snorted. I hope not. Meng Tianshi patted his chest, finally feeling relieved. I was so focused on packing up to return to campus. I only heard the principal's people say it was safe. I haven't properly caught up on the news about the Phoenix invasion of the Federation. He pulled out his phone and began catching up on the latest developments online. Oh. Thank goodness the Phoenix came to its senses and returned to the underground on its own. Otherwise, things would have gotten really dicey. There's a circulating livestream recording? Seems to be trending pretty heavily. Upon hearing about the livestream, Bai Ning also leaned in curiously. As the video began playing, they watched the Phoenix swarm circling above the Bai family's ancestral home. Brother Bai, they're actually targeting your family? Hope nothing serious happened? No. Bai Ning gave a dismissive shrug before dragging the video's progress bar forward. Watching the footage, he realized someone had actually gotten close enough to the area and dared to record it. Now he was curious what the footage captured, hoping it hadn't caught his face. Otherwise, he'd be in for a world of trouble later. But the next moment, as the camera zoomed in, Bai Ning's heart sank. His handsome face, in crystal clear, unblurred detail, appeared unmistakably in the footage. His cold gaze as he lowered his eyes made him look like a world-ending villain. Meng Tianshi beside him froze stiff as a board, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The phone slipped from his grasp. With a thought from Bai Ning, the phone, moments away from hitting the ground, froze mid-air before floating back into his hand. Meng Tianshi asked in a daze. Brother Bai, you don't have a twin brother, do you? Of course not. Bai Ning tapped open the video, stroking his chin with a sigh of admiration. Whatever else, it captures about 80% of my looks. Now you can finally relax, right? The conglomerate won't dare touch you anymore. Meng Tianshi. He was still utterly transfixed by the image of Bai Ning standing atop the phoenix. His legs felt weak. He muttered to himself, no wonder the principal's people looked at me with such envy back then. No wonder you told me to relax. No wonder you showed up at the academy gates the moment the phoenix retreated. Holy crap. He'd been fretting moments ago that Brother Bai might blow up at the conglomerate, urging him to hold his temper. Little did he know the guy had already mounted Phoenix and personally stormed the gates. Bai Ning was about to admire his own good looks once more when the video suddenly went black. The phone immediately displayed a video has been deleted notification. Clearly, the conglomerate had stepped in to control the narrative. Bai Ning could only hand the phone back to Meng Tianshi, hoisting him up with a chuckle, show some backbone. Bai Tianyan is already dead. Next up are Bai Tianlu, Yu Qingshu, and the others involved in your kidnapping. I won't let any of them off the hook. Meng Tianshi was so moved he nearly cried. Brother, you're better to me than my own father ever was. Let's go. Bai Ning planned to visit his master later, so he parted ways with Meng Tianshi. More and more classmates appeared along the roadside. Soon, he noticed passers-by occasionally glancing at him. Many were whispering among themselves. At Bai Ning's current level of cultivation, eavesdropping was effortless. Holy crap, Senior Bai Ning is back. Did you see that video? He's so freaking handsome. We should call him Bai God now. Everyone online is calling him Bai God, and they even started a Bai Ning super topic with over 10 million followers. So is it true that God Bai had a falling out with his family? Hard to say. Since he's back at school, maybe things are resolved? True. If it were serious, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the Bai Corporation right now. How come your screensaver suddenly changed to Bai Shun? For easy screen licking, you know. No, I mean send me the original image, I want to change mine too. Bai Ning listened for a moment, his smile harder to suppress than an AK-47. His classmates were the ones who spoke sense. He'd been worried that the online exposure might bring him trouble, that people would come after him. But surprisingly, the backlash wasn't too bad. Still, being constantly ogled wasn't ideal. He activated his golden pupil and began teleporting. The next moment, Bai Ning vanished from his spot. Another wave of gasps erupted. Wow, the senior teleported. So cool, so cool. Did you guys see his golden pupils? Holy crap, I'm dying over how cool that was. I'm speaking for everyone when I say Bai Shin deserves the top spot on the must-eat list at First Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Seconded. But I couldn't tell what level Bai Shin had reached. I heard he was already at the 4th tier during the individual competition. 4th tier right after enrollment? He's got the looks and the talent too. But Bai Ning didn't hear any of this. He teleported directly to his master's private training chamber. Fortunately, he hadn't come empty-handed. The moment he landed, he saw both his master and Lei Zhang. Lei Zhang froze at the sudden apparition, then burst into laughter upon recognizing the figure. You're a reckless brat. Daring to go to the Bai clan's stronghold. Ha! He froze again, his gaze turning suspicious. Strange. Why can't I see through your current cultivation level? Chapter 104, I need a lot of money. Bai Ning chuckled softly, first offering his greetings to Li Yensong. Li Yensong set down his teacup, a flicker of astonishment and satisfaction deep in his eyes. It seems your return to the Bai clan has yielded far more than expected. Bai Ning knew that with his master's cultivation level, he could naturally see that Bai Ning had reached the 9th tier. He hadn't intended to hide it anyway. Pure luck, pure luck. Lei Zhang glanced at Li Yensong, then at Bai Ning, whose true depth remained entirely inscrutable. He couldn't make heads or tails of their cryptic exchange. In truth, even at his mid-stage 8th tier cultivation, he had been unable to discern Bai Ning's true strength when the latter returned to the stronghold. Much less now. Lei Zhang couldn't shake the feeling that this master and disciple were discussing some profound secret. Thinking about Bai Ning's unusual behavior since his return, Lei Zhang felt a gnawing sense of unease. Kid, you've grown distant from your teacher, haven't you? He feigned anger, glaring at Bai Ning. Bai Ning scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. He couldn't shake the feeling that telling Lei Zhang outright about his 9th tier breakthrough would seem like showing off. It's just that during this trip, my cultivation level, slightly, increased a bit. He held up 2 fingers to indicate the distance. He mimicked a gesture that would make any Korean man in his past life call the police. Lei Zhang slapped his thigh in sudden realization. You must have broken through in your cultivation technique again. No wonder. When you came back this time, your aura was so restrained. Looks like it has an effect that blocks others from detecting it. He clearly hadn't considered the possibility that Bai Ning had surpassed him. Impressive, kid. I recall you were already at the 5th tier in the underground labyrinth. With this breakthrough, you must be at least 6th tier now? You're a little prodigy. How long have you even been enrolled? Already at the 6th tier. You'll probably surpass me before long. Lei Zhang exclaimed, slapping Bai Ning's shoulder hard with a look of admiration. Bai Ning scratched his head again. Teacher, I did break through to mastery in the cultivation technique, but I'm not at the 6th tier. During his free time in the Wutong forest, he'd casually cultivated his self-created primordial Chaos Sutra. This hybrid version, forged by merging multiple SSS tier cultivation techniques, proved far more potent than standard SSS tier methods. After reaching mastery, he no longer needed to meditate to cultivate. Energy now spontaneously circulated through his meridians, providing constant cultivation benefits. During combat, absorbing energy from the heavens and earth to replenish his reserves proved exceptionally effective. Creating a spatial rift or casually forming a spiral orb could be done with almost no energy expenditure. Lei Zheng froze for a moment. Could it be he hasn't reached the 6th tier yet? No wonder the kid looked so awkward. He was embarrassed to admit he hadn't reached 6th rank yet. He couldn't help but offer reassurance. Reaching the 5th tier at your age is already quite remarkable. With this cultivation technique, you'll surely break through to the 6th tier soon. Bai Ning scratched his head again. Teacher, I'm already at 9th rank. 5th tier, right? No. Lei Zheng didn't catch it at first, instinctively thinking he meant 5th rank. But then, his voice shot up an octave. Bai Ning chuckled, raising his hand to gently close Lei Zheng's gaping mouth. He knew anyone hearing that he was already at 9th tier would react this way. But he hadn't expected Lei Zheng's reaction to be this intense. Lei Zheng sucked in another sharp breath. Bai Ning, yep. 9th tier. Lei Zheng froze for a long moment before finally letting out a sharp breath. Holy crap. You're really 9th tier? What kind of monster are you? It's only been a few days, even a rocket couldn't go this fast. He shot over to Bai Ning, circling him twice like he was examining some rare treasure. He reached out to touch Bai Ning but quickly withdrew his hand, his face a picture of utter disbelief. Li Yensong also exhaled deeply, lifting his head haughtily. Alright, Xiao Lei, look who's talking. Isn't reaching 9th rank perfectly normal for my disciple? Lei Zheng's face fell. Really, principal? Becoming your disciple guarantees reaching 9th rank? How about taking me on as a disciple too? His expression screamed, are you serious? Bai Ning couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, he stopped laughing and finally asked the reason for his visit. Master, I wanted to ask if there's a way to make money quickly? Li Yensong looked surprised. Money? Are you short on cash? Lei Zheng also widened his eyes in astonishment. Don't you have a pile of high-grade exotic beast materials? Selling those alone would fetch at least a few $100 billion. And that eternal flower, wow, priceless treasure. Bai Ning gave a wry smile. I need a lot of money. A lot. After all, his golden finger was practically a money-gobbling beast. To upgrade the Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye to God tier required a staggering 100 trillion. 100 trillion. Converting that to the currency of his previous life, even the combined market capitalization of giants like Google, Microsoft, and Apple wouldn't cover it. He continued, I'm considering starting my own company. After all, I've built up some modest strength now. Most importantly, ever since he had crossed over into this world dominated by conglomerates, he had been holding his breath. Today, he finally reached the 9th tier. A 9th tier expert held considerable prestige within the Federation. As far as he knew, only one of the 4 major conglomerates had a 9th tier expert. Of the other 3 well-known 9th tier experts, one was Qian San, also affiliated with the Li Corporation. As for the other 2, they showed no clear allegiance to any conglomerate, maintaining neutrality. If he wanted to establish his own faction, it wouldn't be a problem. However, he hadn't yet determined the specific direction for its development. Rather than pondering it alone, he should consult his master, who possessed such experience. Before Li Yensong could speak, Lei Zheng voiced his objection. Your family is the Bai conglomerate. Why start from scratch if you want money? Just take over the Bai conglomerate. I did consider that initially, Bai Ning blinked. But I also plan to do certain things. Once I'm done, the Bai family will be furious. And besides, Bai Ning continued. To kill me, Bai Tianyan and his crew dragged every classmate down with them. So many innocent people died needlessly in the underground labyrinth, yet they still walked away scot-free. Everyone in the Federation who wants to awaken must buy Lin's awakening serum. Only those connected to the conglomerate can get better serums and awaken higher-level abilities. Even the Yu family's top-tier artifacts and the Bai family's energy crystal mines, these resources are all firmly under their control. Everyone relies on the conglomerates to survive. Even starting a company requires choosing one of the 4 major conglomerates as a patron and handing over a portion of your income. But shouldn't humanity's greatest enemy be the Abyss? The Phoenix clan alone boasts over a dozen 9th tier beings. What about humans? And SSS tier abilities aren't all known cases linked to the conglomerates? With so many people in the Federation, hasn't a single one ever emerged? Bai Ning fired off a barrage of questions, each one an indictment of the conglomerates. The deeper his understanding of this world grew, the more he despised the conglomerates. His greatest desire now, aside from making money, was figuring out how to bring down the conglomerate. But there was no need to say such things out loud. Bai Ning had vented his frustration to his heart's content, but Lei Zheng beside him listened with his eyes twitching. Holy moly! Have you forgotten that the person sitting across from us is the patriarch of the Li conglomerate? Chapter 105, The Existence of the Divine Realm and the 10th Tier. Li Yensong didn't respond immediately. He sat there quietly, his deep gaze fixed on Bai Ning. Yet it seemed to pierce right through him, gazing toward some distant horizon. For a moment, the room fell silent, broken only by Lei Zhang's heavy breathing. Lei Zhang's heart was in his throat, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his back. He frantically signaled Bai Ning with his eyes, desperate for the young man to say something to salvage the situation. Though the Li family stood as a beacon of integrity among the four major conglomerates in their resistance against the cavern's encroachment, their children were sent to the underground caverns for training from a young age, joining the night watch upon adulthood to guard the caverns for life. But ultimately, the Li clan remained a conglomerate, still reaping the enormous dividends that came with it. Lei Zhang feared that as the patriarch of the Li family, Li Yensong might take offense at Bai Ning's scathing criticism of the conglomerates. Just as Lei Zhang was about to step in to smooth things over, Li Yensong finally reacted. He slowly lifted his eyes, his gaze holding no reproach but instead an intensely complex emotion. It seemed like surprise, yet also like something deep within him had been stirred. So by your logic, you intend to take down us old fools and our consortium single-handedly? Bai Ning felt the weight of his master's gaze and closed his eyes briefly. After a moment, he took a deep breath and straightened his back. Yes. Lei Zhang, standing nearby, closed his eyes in dismay. Bai Ning added, well, not exactly. I just don't believe conglomerates are necessary in this world. Perhaps a different form would be better. Master, you've helped me immensely along the way. I don't want to destroy anyone, I just hope to break the current monopoly held by these conglomerates. Li Yensong chuckled softly, as if amused by something amusing. Why are you nervous? Bai Ning laughed in surprise. Master, aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about? Li Yensong's silver-streaked hair swayed slightly. Lei Zhang stared in disbelief at the principal's face, which was almost pleasantly serene. What's going on? He's not even upset? Li Yanchang sighed, I once shared your perspective in my youth. But the Li clan's ties run too deep for me. Achieving what you propose would be exceedingly difficult. However, becoming the head of the Bai family doesn't conflict with what you've said. Bai Ning nodded and chuckled softly. If the Bai family still doesn't break ties with me after I kill Bai Tianlu and Yu Qingshu, then we'll see. These two, along with Lin Zhuyu and the others, were the biological sons and daughters of the current heads of the three families. Once they're dead, anything could happen with this group. Lei Zhang was startled by this. Seeing Bai Ning's calm demeanor, one might mistake him for casually suggesting they go eat watermelon later. Not the shocking words about killing the direct descendants of the three major conglomerates. Li Yensong offered a cryptic smile, you'll see soon enough. Bai Ning still hadn't fully grasped the significance of his 9th tier cultivation. He hadn't even realized how crucial he was to the Bai family. A treasure like this Bai Henian would be lucky to hold him close, let alone turn against Bai Ning. Before Bai Ning could process this, Li Yensong shifted gears. You can handle such minor matters yourself. Now that you've reached the 9th tier, there are certain things you ought to know. Do you know what lies beyond the 9th rank? Bai Ning instinctively shook his head. The highest human rank was upper 9th tier common knowledge even among 3-year-olds in the Federation. Until recently, he had believed the same. But ever since his golden finger had broken through the sub-god stage and entered the 2nd stage's progress bar, he began to suspect that beyond the 9th tier lay even greater power, perhaps even the existence of deities. After all, he had reached the 2nd stage and was already at the upper 9th tier. And the resources required for the 2nd stage were 10 times greater than before. But gods only existed in legends. If they truly existed, why had he never heard of them? Fortunately, his master's next words answered his question. My great-grandfather was one of those who broke through the 9th tier and entered the divine realm. It's said that the 10th tier is the realm of the gods, where one can move mountains and fill seas with a wave of the hand. But like most who entered the divine realm, no word of him was ever heard again after his ascent. The divine realm? Exactly. The divine realm is merely the name we gave it. Its entrances are scattered throughout the underground caverns. Each corresponds to a realm governed by the laws of elemental powers: wind, fire, thunder. To advance beyond the 9th tier, one must deepen their mastery of their innate abilities, and these domains are the ideal places for that. You mean enhancing one's momentum? Li Yensong nodded. Exactly. You possess the time-space attribute. Such abilities are indeed formidable in combat, but they are also exceptionally difficult to comprehend. The hardest part is that none of the detected law domains currently contain the time-space attribute. Bai Ning frowned upon hearing this. In the past, he only needed to devour assets to level up. He wondered if the 2nd stage cheat code would still be this powerful. If he truly needed to venture into those law domains as his master suggested, that would be troublesome. Beyond that, he had also noticed a word his master had used. Most? Li Yensong raised an eyebrow. You really know how to zero in on the key points, kid. It's true that a small number of people, after entering the divine realm, can still communicate with the mortal world through their own supernatural abilities. But most of those folks have nothing good to say. Stay away from them if you can. His expression turned serious as he spoke. Bai Ning quickly nodded. Master, rest assured I'm the most timid person around. If you're the timid one, then there's no such thing as bold people in this world. Li Yensong laughed and scolded him, then turned serious again. I'm just worried that if you keep targeting the conglomerate, they might dare to contact the divine realm. Ninth tier might seem formidable, but to 10th tier beings, we're no better than ants. He sighed, looking at his troublesome young disciple. I've told you before, but you never listen. I'm just letting you know, be extremely careful. Master and disciple shared a knowing smile. After Bai Ning repeatedly assured his master he would be cautious, he took his leave. By the time he stepped outside, night had fallen. The moment he stepped outside, he saw two groups of people waiting at the gate, clearly having been there for quite some time. These individuals were dressed in fine attire, their auras refined and concentrated, with even the weakest among them possessing at least 7th tier cultivation. Several passing students, drawn by the spectacle, gathered at a distance, watching with curiosity. The moment both groups spotted him, they hurried forward almost simultaneously, heads bowed slightly in deep respect. Congratulations to young Master Bai Ning on advancing to the 9th rank. Both groups bowed in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, understanding immediately. Besides the Bai clan, only the Yuan Lin clans could field two teams of such formidable strength. Had they been frightened by his killing of Bai Tianyan? Fearing he might come knocking, they'd proactively offer benefits? He hadn't even demanded anything yet, and they were already playing alone. The Yu clan representative spoke first, presenting a spatial ring with both hands and offering sincerely. Young Master Bai Ning, this is a token of celebration prepared by the Yu clan. We humbly offer this modest gesture for your gracious acceptance. Immediately, a representative from the Lin family stepped forward with a broad smile and said, the Lin family has also prepared some potions. They might be beneficial for solidifying your cultivation level. The students gathered in the distance erupted into a frenzy. Did I see that right? The conglomerate people actually groveling like this? What did they just shout? Ascended to the 9th tier? Bai Shen reached the 9th tier? Holy crap, how old is Bai Shen again? Am I still asleep? Someone piss me awake. Chapter 106, please do me the favor of accepting this trillion. 9th tier at 18? Are these people joking? I can't accept someone being hotter than me and having such insane talent. I just can't. Bai Ning heard the surrounding murmurs clearly. He understood even more clearly why the Yuan Lin clans insisted on doing this in full view of everyone. It was simply to spread the news that both families were proactively seeking reconciliation, hoping he would spare Yu Qingxue and the others. If he were truly 18 this year, he might just let them off. But who was to blame that he wasn't? 2 lifetimes of experience had taught him that morality was like honey, trusting it meant courting death. Seeing Bai Ning's lack of reaction, the Yu clan members' hearts skipped a beat. They hastily projected the gift list into the air. SSS-grade Heartguard. SSS-grade Wristblade. SSS rank Void-piercing Bow. A veritable array of treasures, over a dozen SSS-grade artifacts. The moment this list surfaced, the surrounding students collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Bai Ning, who was no stranger to fine artifacts, couldn't help but inwardly marvel at such extravagance. His huntress was also crafted by the Yu clan. Its effectiveness was a fact he had to acknowledge, no matter how much he despised Yu. It could be said that Hunter's Edge boosted his combat prowess by at least 20%. Each SSS-grade artifact here was worth at least 100 billion, every one a treasure of immense power. Moreover, each possessed distinct functions: defense, hidden weapons, energy storage, and more. Their value was simply beyond monetary measure. Among them was a void-piercing bow clearly prepared specifically for his void-piercing archery technique. The thoughtfulness was undeniable. Once he mastered these artifacts, Bai Ning was confident his strength would surge once more. The Lin family representatives weren't to be outdone, presenting a paper list with equally obsequious deference. Young Master Bai Ning, please take a look. The Lin family has prepared 100 bottles of various SSS-grade potions for you, including SSS-grade Vitality potions and SSS-grade Calming potions. The Calming potion, in particular, aids in comprehending the laws of the universe. It's a special elixir reserved for 9th-tier ancestors. He observed Bai Ning's expression before adding. Additionally, the Lin clan has launched a specialized project team focused on temporal spatial potions tailored to your unique abilities. We aim to swiftly develop potions that will accelerate your cultivation progress. This was indeed a stroke of genius from the Lin clan. They understood potions lack the impact of artifact weapons, so they opted for a direct approach, designing custom potions exclusively for Bai Ning. Both emotional value and practical utility were maximized. Upon hearing this, the Yu clan representative's expression shifted abruptly. As if fearing they might fall behind, he hurriedly declared, "The Yu clan is doing the same. Our clan leader specifically announced his seclusion today to further enhance the performance of the hunter-killer Yus." Before leaving, the Yuezhi representative had received explicit instructions from their leader. To appease Bai Ning's anger, they pushed the terms to the absolute limit. If Bai Ning remained unsatisfied, they could continue to raise the stakes. The underlying value was worth trillions easily. The Lin family wouldn't be outdone. They immediately pledged that from now on, Bai Ning could request whatever Lin family potions he desired. He could take as much as he desired. The Yu family also urgently guaranteed that should Bai Ning's artifact sustain any damage, it could be entrusted to them for free repairs at any time. Both families were red-faced and neck-strained, frantically outbidding each other with one offer after another. Each feared falling behind and drawing Bai Ning's disfavor. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the spectacle. They'd heard of conglomerates being aloof, but never of them groveling like this. Potions and noble phantasms that would bankrupt them if they tried to buy them, and now they were practically begging to give them away to one person? This scene was so unbelievable, no one would believe it if they heard about it. Bai Ning lowered his eyes slightly, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, though inwardly he was nearly laughing out loud. He was certain that if he refused these offerings, both families would be so terrified they'd kneel on the spot. So he said nothing, quietly waiting for them to raise their bids. Money offered on a silver platter, why refuse? After a while, Bai Ning noticed the bidding pace slowing down, likely reaching its limit. He then casually rubbed his fingers together, as if merely brushing away surface dirt. But to the two families, already on edge, the small gesture was like a signal flare. Oh no, he's still not satisfied. He thinks the price isn't high enough, yet he's hinting we need to raise it. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. They had been given strict orders by their respective family heads. They must win Bai Ning's favor at all costs. Failure meant they'd have no way to account for themselves back home. Their entire families could be implicated. Almost as a reflex, they spoke in rapid succession, as if racing to answer. Please forgive me, young Master Bai Ning. I was not clear earlier. Beyond the aforementioned terms, the Yu clan has also prepared a bank card for you containing 1 trillion in cash. The Lin clan offers the same. Our patriarch has repeatedly stressed that you must accept it. The sheer audacity of these declarations left their classmates numb. They stared blankly at this surreal spectacle unfolding before them. Bai Ning observed the cold sweat trickling down the two men's foreheads and judged the timing was right. Only then did he take the storage ring and bank card they had been holding out, replying indifferently. All right then, I'll reluctantly accept them. The two families were so overcome with emotion they nearly burst into tears on the spot. They immediately bowed deeply once more, their excitement palpable. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. They lowered themselves to the lowest possible posture. Even though they were begging to give money, it felt as though they were the ones receiving a reward. Only when they felt their emotions were sufficiently expressed did they continue. Some time ago, my young mistress, in her ignorance, offended you. Upon learning of this, the head of our household was furious and personally gave her a severe punishment. She will be unable to walk for 3 months. We guarantee they will never dare offend you again. Our young master is the same. The master cursed them as good-for-nothings and personally severed every meridian in their bodies. We beg you to show mercy. This was their ultimate objective. Bai Ning listened to these words, his face expressionless. After a long pause, he clicked his tongue and let a peculiar smile curve his lips. Rest assured. As long as they behave themselves, I won't lift a finger. Hearing this, the two men breathed a sigh of relief. After expressing their deepest gratitude, they quickly withdrew with their men, fearing even a moment's delay might bring Bai Ning back. Bai Ning let out a faint, hollow laugh. Yes, as long as they kept their heads down, he wouldn't touch them. But he had a temper. If anyone stepped through the door with their right foot first, he wouldn't be pleased. With matters settled here, Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to walk. He simply teleported away. After bringing the grass cart back, she followed it like a puppy sniffing out a bone, straight to her dormitory. After all, this was her first time venturing far from home, into human territory. Now that she was alone there, he wondered if she might be scared. As he pondered this, a wave of sweet scent swept over him, followed by a fluffy head burrowing into his arms. You're back. Chapter 107, One Pig to Slaughter Each Day. Bai Ning instinctively opened his arms, and a warm, soft body nestled into his embrace. Xingyu tilted her little face upward, her large, glassy eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, filled with dependence and joy. How did you know it was me? Bai Ning couldn't resist, cradling her with one arm while his large hand gently ruffled the little head nestled against him. Xingyu nuzzled against him, settling into a comfortable position before declaring with righteous conviction, I smelled you. Your scent is the easiest to recognize. After all, as the descendant of the overlord of the caverns, her sense of smell was unimaginably keen. Bai Ning looked down at her, her little face radiant with happiness. It seemed she hadn't suffered any hardships while alone. Weren't you afraid being alone? He asked anyway. Xingyu shook her head vigorously, her hair brushing against Bai Ning's chin, sending a tingle of ticklishness through him. Not scared. Here, no bad smells. I like it. Bai Ning followed her gaze and his lips twitched slightly. Alright, so she hadn't been idle while alone. The dorm's built-in clock had been dismantled into pieces, feathers from pillows and quilts scattered across every corner of the room. Even Bai Ning's toothbrush and water cup had been gathered together by someone's curious hands. So you've learned how to wreck the place now? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Xingyu seemed a bit embarrassed, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled. This way, it's all filled with the scent of someone I like. Seeing this scene, Bai Ning felt an odd tenderness well up inside him. No wonder so many people in his past life loved keeping cats and became devoted cat slaves. Now he understood. To have such a little creature whose heart and eyes were filled only with him, who rejoiced at his return home, who trusted him completely. Who could resist that? Fine, tear it apart. Hungry? Let's go get something delicious to eat? At the mention of food, Xingyu immediately perked up. His eyes lit up astonishingly as he nodded frantically. Hungry? All right. Just as Bai Ning was about to lead them out, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it to find a message waiting. Return to the ancestral home within the next 2 days. Bai Henian. Seeing that tone, Bai Ning instinctively frowned. You think I'll just go back because you tell me to? Are we that close? He had assumed his next visit to the Bai family estate would be to kill Bai Tianlu. Little did he expect that before he could return, someone would instead order him back. Xingyu, standing nearby, noticed Bai Ning's eyes suddenly turn cold and whispered, "What's wrong? Do you have something urgent to attend to?" Before Bai Ning could reply, another message arrived. I've decided to entrust the affairs of the third branch to you. Zhang Yue is getting old, it's time for him to step down. Reading this, Bai Ning finally narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, freeing one hand to pull Xingyu toward the exit. With his other hand, he typed slowly. Got something to do. 3 days from now. He planned to eliminate Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan on the first day. On the second day, he would kill Yu Qingxue. The third day would coincide with Bai Tian's recording session, allowing him to return just in time. Pigs must be slaughtered one by one each day, only then will the rest tremble in fear. The only question was whether Bai Henian would still let him return by then. Xingyu asked curiously once more, if you have business to attend to, go ahead. Bai Ning looked perfectly content. Even if the sky falls, one must still eat on time. As the old saying goes, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Inside the Bai family mansion, everyone's mood was the exact opposite of Bai Ning's at that moment. This was especially true in the third branch. Servants tiptoed through the halls, fearful of drawing the household head's displeasure. Yuli's face, usually meticulously maintained, was now as pale as paper, her eyes red and swollen, as if all her spirit had been drained away. She clutched a garment left behind by Bai Tianyan, muttering to herself. Bai Zhongyue stood before her, his brow furrowed. Li, things have come to this. No matter how much we hate him, we must look forward. Bai Ning, no matter what he's done, he remains our flesh and blood, bound to us by blood. And he's not the same boy anymore. 18 years old and already at the 9th rank, do you understand what that signifies? A strange gleam flashed in his eyes as he continued, speaking to himself. It means his future achievements could far surpass even the ancestors. It's not too late to treat him well now. If we can coax him back, he'll still be our son, won't he? Bai Zhongyue found himself increasingly convinced by his own reasoning. Yet upon hearing the name Bai Ning, Yuli snapped her head up. Her hollow eyes blazed with terrifying venom. He's the murderer. The one who killed our Tianyan. I want to devour his flesh and drink his blood. And you expect me to appease him? Bai Zhongyue, don't even think about it. Her emotions raged, her expression wild and frenzied. Bai Zhongyue was startled by her state, realizing she was utterly incapable of hearing reason at that moment. Calm down for a few days. Think carefully about what I've said. With that, he turned away impatiently. I'll go ask the family head about what the old ancestor mentioned earlier, the news that Bai Ning is to return and take over the family affairs. Surely there must be some hope left. Bai Zhongyue silently calculated. After the patriarch discovered their deception regarding the day-night bloodline, it would inevitably affect his future standing within the Bai clan. If the patriarch permitted Bai Ning to take over some of the family's businesses, combined with the influence of his third branch, this powerful alliance could elevate the third branch into a formidable contender for the next family headship. This was not a bad thing at all, it was actually a stroke of luck for the third branch. Showing Bai Ning kindness now might not be too late. After all, no matter how capable he is, he remains an 18-year-old boy who never experienced parental affection growing up. If they could coax him back, the third branch would not only avoid decline but leap to prominence through his influence. At this moment, Bai Zhongyue's mind was consumed entirely with how to win Bai Ning back. He completely failed to notice the terrifying madness in the eyes of Yuli, who stood behind him. At her fingertips lay a palm-sized wooden box, resting quietly. Yuli's fingers trembled as she drew an ancient scroll from the box. The scroll was tanned from the skin of an unknown creature, emanating an unnervingly cold aura. It contained the Yu clan's ancestral method for communicating with a certain entity within the divine realm. Yet this method carried immense risk. The slightest misstep could invite devastating backlash. Moreover, the entity being contacted was not one of the Yu clan's ancestors who had previously entered the divine realm, but a being that had ascended to godhood long ago. Consequently, even within the Yuezhi, few were privy to this method. Yuli silently chewed on the words inscribed upon the scroll. Bloodline, sacrifice. Her eyes grew increasingly bright, and a chilling smile spread across her lips. Chapter 108 By Ning So Unappreciative? Bai Zhongyue smoothed his clothes, regaining the composure that had always belonged to third master Bai. Only then did he enter Bai Zhongyuen's study. Approaching the desk, Bai Zhongyue chose his words carefully. Brother, now that Bai Ning has reached the 9th rank, I was wondering if he could contribute some effort to the Bai family. Bai Zhongyuan understood the implication perfectly well. He lifted his eyelids slightly. Are you referring to the matter the patriarch mentioned? Indeed, there are some new arrangements. His hand paused slightly as he scrutinized Bai Zhongyue for a few seconds. I heard the patriarch personally inquired about Bai Ning, but he claimed he was unavailable these next few days and turned the patriarch down. What? Bai Zhongyue's brows immediately furrowed. The patriarch spoke to him personally, and he dared to make excuses? With such a vast family legacy awaiting him, he still puts on airs. The words slipped out of Bai Zhongyue's mouth, and he did indeed resemble a stern father in that moment. He felt a deep dissatisfaction with Bai Ning's ingratitude. A peculiar glint flashed in Bai Zhongyuen's eyes as his tone grew deeply meaningful. I never would have guessed, third brother. Have you changed your ways? Now you're actually concerned about your own son's future? He deliberately emphasized the words your own son. He made no effort to conceal the sarcasm. Bai Zhongyue now bore Bai Zhongyue no goodwill, not even bothering to maintain appearances. In his view, if the third branch hadn't been so clueless pampering that Bai Tianyan while suppressing Bai Ning, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Even Bai Tianlu had been dragged into this mess because of Bai Tianyan. Everyone could see Bai Ning's hatred toward the Bai family and his murderous intent toward Bai Tianlu. The thought alone made Bai Zhongyue grind his teeth in fury. And now, Bai Zhongyue discovered that this third brother was actually getting angry because Bai Ning refused to take over the affairs of the third branch? He was about to lose his power to Bai Ning, and the kid didn't even care? Little did Bai Zhongyue know that Bai Zhongyue assumed Bai Ning was rejecting other business deals, never suspecting he himself was about to be pushed out. Stung by the remark, Bai Zhongyue froze, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Still, he forced himself to explain patiently, he is my own flesh and blood after all. How could I hold a grudge overnight? I'm only doing this for his own good. Even he sounded unconvincing. The peculiar expression on Bai Zhongyuen's face deepened. He studied Bai Zhongyue closely, realizing the man genuinely felt regret over Bai Ning's refusal. After a moment of silence, as if seeing this calculating third brother for the first time, he continued. Yes. Once Bai Ning takes over, you'll finally get to rest after all these years of hard work. Rest? Bai Zhongyue didn't immediately grasp the implication, responding instinctively, I'm perfectly fine. Why would I need to rest? Only then did Bai Zhongyue realize. This Bai Zhongyue wasn't experiencing a sudden surge of paternal affection, he simply had no clue what the patriarch truly meant. He was probably still dreaming of father and son ruling together. Bai Zhongyue chuckled, cutting straight to the point. The patriarch's instructions are for you to gradually transition your business operations to Bai Ning. He specifically emphasized that you must thoroughly train him and help him quickly familiarize himself with the conglomerate style. Bai Zhongyue's expression froze. He murmured the words, repeating them to himself, me, hand it over to him? The news hit Bai Zhongyue like a sledgehammer. It shattered his plans completely. Bai Henian clearly intended to abandon Bai Zhongyue entirely. How laughable that Bai Zhongyue had thought his chance had come, even harboring resentment over Bai Ning's refusal. Watching Bai Zhongyue's thunderstruck expression, Bai Zhongyue felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. He picked up his teacup and blew gently on it. It took a full 2 minutes before Bai Zhongyue seemed to regain his voice. Unwilling to accept defeat, he pressed again, so you're saying the patriarch intends to kick me out? This time, Bai Zhongyue didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Go prepare yourself. Third brother. Bai Ning finally returned from the underground cavern and managed to get a good night's sleep. He entrusted his master to forge a new identity for Qingyu. The Qingyu of today was a sophomore who had taken a year off and had just enrolled. Today marked her first day attending school under her new human identity. Bai Ning brought Qingyu to the classroom. When he returned from buying breakfast, he found her surrounded by a crowd. He had underestimated Qingyu's beauty. A simple white dress clung to her form, creating a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette. Her cascading black hair fell smoothly down her back, accentuating her snow-white skin. But the most striking feature were her ruby-red eyes. Though an intensely bold color, they carried an otherworldly innocence and detachment. This instantly drew the gaze of everyone in the classroom. The boys stared so intently their eyes nearly popped out, and several bold ones had already gathered around to strike up conversations. When Bai Ning returned, she arrived just as one of them was saying, "Hey, haven't seen you around before? I'm Lin Hao from the Lin Group, you know, the financial conglomerate. Care to get acquainted? Dinner tonight?" His tone brimmed with confidence. A few others nearby immediately chimed in with flattery. Brother Hao is part of the Lin family, countless girls can't get a date with him. If you stick with Brother Hao, no one in the academy will dare bully you. The crowd swarmed around Qingyu, chattering away. Their demeanor suggested they already considered Qingyu theirs for the taking. Qingyu furrowed her brows, a flicker of irritation flashing through her crimson eyes. She was patient with Bai Ning, but that didn't mean she lacked the fiery temper of a phoenix. Just as Lin Hao felt certain of victory and even reached out to grab Qingyu. Qingyu curled her lips and a streak of nirvana fire flared in her hand. Bai Ning had told her earlier that if anyone got out of line, she should just take action. If anyone got killed, it would be on Bai Ning's head. Yet in the next instant, Qingyu's tiny nose twitched. A familiar scent drifted back into the vicinity, and the phoenix flame quickly retreated. A calm voice sounded. "Where are you guys eating? Want to take me along?" Everyone turned to see Bai Ning holding milk in a steamer basket of Xiaolong Bao, tilting his head at the group. His expressionless face instantly silenced the entire classroom. Whoa! Bai Shen's back in class? He's already at peak 8th rank. Coming to class? You gotta be kidding. My husband. He's my husband. A few bold souls whispered among themselves. Thanks to that live stream, Bai Ning's face had spread across the entire federation. Everyone knew now that a terrifying 18-year-old genius had emerged, one who had already reached the peak of the 8th tier. A man's reputation precedes him. Lin Hao's face instantly drained of color, and his henchmen beside him were so terrified they dared not breathe. Forgive me, God Bai. I didn't know she was your person. I'll leave immediately. Lin Hao stammered incoherently, kneeling without hesitation. Bai Ning paid no further attention to them, walking straight to Qingyu and handing her the breakfast. Her tone softened. Are you alright? The moment Qingyu saw Bai Ning, her irritation vanished instantly. Her crimson eyes sparkled brightly. I'm fine, but they stink. Stinky? Lin Hao, who had been about to slip away, looked down in confusion and sniffed the expensive shirt he'd just changed into. Bai Ning turned his head, his expression blank. Didn't you hear me? Lin Hao stiffened and bolted straight out of the classroom. Chapter 109, I'm here to visit the sick Lin Juyu, what are you afraid of? Gossip spread like wildfire. The young lady Lin Hao of the Lin family had set his sights on was Bai Ning's woman. This gossip, intertwined with both corporate interests and romantic entanglements, spread as fast as air itself. Before the first class had even ended, the news that Bai Ning had a girlfriend had already become common knowledge. Countless female students wept openly on the academy forums. Their tender buds of affection had barely begun to sprout before being crushed by the man himself. Once an ability user reached the 9th tier, no matter how low-key they tried to be, their every move unconsciously exerted pressure on others. Thus, the mere presence of 9th tier powerhouse Bai Ning sitting quietly in class left the lecturer on the podium feeling the weight of mountains of pressure. The teacher's speech grew faster and faster, his face flushed crimson, pausing frequently to wipe sweat from his brow. It was Bai Ning's first time attending this teacher's class, and he assumed this fiery teaching style was the norm. Intrigued, he watched with even greater focus. But the teacher, a veteran with 30 years of experience, felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to his knees in front of the entire class. The teacher couldn't understand how could someone at the 9th tier be so reckless. In truth, Bai Ning deliberately took Qingyu out to wander around precisely to make everyone aware that their relationship was anything but ordinary. He welcomed the increasingly wild rumors spreading online. Bai Ning couldn't stay by Qingyu's side every moment, nor could he prevent others from speculating about their relationship. Rather than explain, he preferred to let people assume they were dating. That way, others would be less likely to cause trouble for Qingyu. With Meng Tianchu's kidnapping serving as a cautionary tale, anyone considering targeting Qingyu would think twice. Still, to prevent desperate individuals from resorting to desperate measures, Bai Ning planned to stay by her side whenever possible in the near future. Until the trouble was resolved. Speaking of trouble. After finishing his day of classes, Bai Ning brought Qingyu back to the dorm and tossed her the latest model smartphone. After ensuring she wouldn't get bored, he teleported away. He materialized above the Lin family estate. The night was as dark as ink. In the dead of silence, the entire Lin manor was jolted awake by a shrill, piercing alarm. Woo woo woo. 3 rhythmic blasts sounded consecutively. By protocol, this signaled the highest level intrusion alert. It signaled the presence of an unknown, powerful energy source nearby. Instantly, the entire estate was flooded with light. Visible guards and hidden agents surged forth like a tide from every corner, vigilantly searching the surroundings. Yet there was not a single suspicious figure in sight. The captain of the guards wore a grave expression. The last time an intrusion of this severity occurred, it was a blunder caused by the Lin family patriarch himself. And that patriarch was a 9th-rank powerhouse. After that incident, the Lin clan had upgraded their security system again to ensure such a thing would never happen again. So this alarm. Someone must have infiltrated. What's going on? The energy shield shows no signs of breach. Looks like a stealth specialized psionicist. Team 2, have you located the intruder? Team 3, fan out and search the backyard. Dig up every inch of ground until you find them. The security captain bellowed into his walkie-talkie. A psychic skilled in mental scanning immediately closed his eyes, his psychic energy spreading out like ripples. Strange. My psychic senses can't detect anyone either. Just as they began to suspect another false alarm, one man suddenly turned deathly pale. He nudged the man still gazing upward with eyes closed, gesturing for him to look skyward. Everyone followed his gesture and looked up. Only then did they realize there was no need to search the estate for the so-called intruder. That person was standing right there in plain sight, suspended mid-air, far above the height of the energy shield. He hadn't even deliberately unleashed his aura, yet the natural energy radiating from him, even from this distance, had triggered the alarms. Bai Ning. A pupil manipulation ability user recognized the face. It was Bai Ning, the one who had just ascended to the 9th tier yesterday and was rapidly gaining notoriety across the Federation. Bai Ning? Quickly notify the family head. Hurry. Oh, and remember to inform the patriarch too. All the guards looked up at Bai Ning, unsure whether they should even pretend to resist now. Before such a master, even an 8th tier practitioner was nothing but a mere cloud. Bai Ning calmly surveyed the chaos below, letting out a disapproving click of his tongue. This world truly was a grand charade. In his previous impression, the conglomerate had been unreachably lofty. Even their guards were renowned masters. Yet less than a day after reaching 9th rank, he discovered everything he once knew had suddenly shifted. The lofty conglomerate had personally delivered gifts to his doorstep. Even these bodyguards. He stood there for several full minutes before anyone below noticed his position. Had he truly been a villain, that brief interval would have been ample time for him to kill them all multiple times over. Soon, another group emerged from the door in a flurry of urgency. The middle-aged man leading them carried himself with remarkable presence, though his composure was clearly forced. He was none other than Lin Qingyu, the head of the Lin family. Beside him was his beautiful young wife, Lin Wuxuan. Lin Wuxuan looked slightly disheveled at the moment, her hands tightly clenched around her sleeves. Behind them were over a dozen elite fighters, the lowest ranked among them being at the lower echelon of the 8th tier. Lin Qingyu lifted his gaze toward the uninvited guest in the sky, striving to keep his voice as steady as possible. Little Ning, what brings you here at this hour? If it's that you're running low on potions, Uncle Lin is here, just ask. Though Lin Qingyu spoke thus, who among the Lin family didn't know of the conflict between their young master and Bai Ning? The scene of Bai Ning standing suspended above the Bai family ancestral home felt like it had happened only yesterday. Then Bai Tianyan, who had clashed with Bai Ning, suddenly died. Today, he had materialized mid-air above the Lin residence. His intentions were painfully obvious. And just yesterday, the Lin family had specially sent several trillion worth of medicine to prevent Bai Ning from troubling Lin Juyu. They were essentially buying their way out of trouble with money. Bai Ning accepted the money. Yet barely a day later, Bai Ning had returned. His change of heart was faster than turning a page. But Lin Qingyu dared not even mention this incident. He only dared to say he would continue supplying Bai Ning with the medicine, not daring to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Yet even with Lin Qingyu lowering himself to the utmost, Bai Ning still refused to give him any face. He sneered, raising an eyebrow. I wouldn't call it teaching you a lesson. But what's the meaning of someone visiting your home and still keeping their energy shield up? Lin Qingyu's eyebrows twitched. He knew the Bai family's energy shield couldn't stop Bai Ning, so naturally, his own couldn't either. So keeping it active was merely a psychological comfort. But even that psychological comfort was better than nothing. Anything that could delay Bai Ning for even a few seconds was worth it. Bai Ning waited a moment before smiling. So you want me to do it myself? Lin Qingyu's face drained of color. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the person beside him, shut it down. Only then did Bai Ning seem satisfied, her form gracefully descending from the air. I heard that the Lin brothers, Zhu and Yu, were injured. I came especially to visit them. He looked at Lin Qingyu curiously, strange. You seem really nervous. Chapter 110, The Price? I want the lives of Lin Juyu and Lin Jushan. Lin Qingyu's teeth were practically grinding to dust. As the head of the prestigious Lin conglomerate, he was usually surrounded by an entourage wherever he went, with everyone bending over backwards to please him. When had it ever been Lin Qingyu's turn to grovel before a child? Especially when Bai Ning had the nerve to ask why he was nervous. Give me a break. You're a 9th tier powerhouse, sneaking onto someone's rooftop in the dead of night. Who could possibly believe you're up to no good? Lin Qingyu took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'm thrilled you're worried about Juyu and the others. How could I possibly be nervous? Bai Ning pointed at his slightly trembling silk pajamas. Oh really? But you're shaking all over. Lin Qingyu. He took several more deep breaths, forcing himself to hold it in. Meanwhile, Lin Wuxuan, as the mother of the Lin brothers, had been so worried these past 2 days she couldn't eat or sleep properly. She dreaded the thought of Bai Ning actually coming to cause trouble. She was truly terrified. After all this time worrying, this moment had finally arrived. At this moment, Lin Wuxuan was even more composed than Lin Qingyu beside her. Though she too had risen hastily, merely throwing on a coat, her eyes held unwavering resolve. We both know the truth, Lin Wuxuan said in a low voice. Let's skip the formalities. Name your price. Lin Wuxuan knew that mere pleas for mercy wouldn't suffice. Bai Ning's action stemmed from resentment over Lin Zhuyu and the others' past arrogance. Now he sought to assert his own dominance. If Bai Ning was fighting for youthful pride, it only meant the money he'd received wasn't enough. Nothing was beyond 1 trillion yuan. If that wasn't enough, then 2 trillion would do. Her reaction was far stronger than that of Yu Li or Bai Zhongyue. Bai Ning had genuinely underestimated this Mrs. Lin. Curious, she asked, any amount? Lin Wuxuan replied without hesitation, any amount is acceptable. Lin Qingyu's face paled. He reached out to grab her, but Lin Wuxuan flung his hand away. Madam, you. Lin Wuxuan spun around and glared at him. Shut your mouth. She then turned her gaze back to Bai Ning, waiting for him to name his price. When it came to money, the conglomerate had as much as it desired. With their monopolistic position, amassing vast fortunes was merely a matter of issuing an order. So no matter how much Bai Ning demanded, Lin Wuxuan was confident she could secure it. But to her surprise, Bai Ning merely smiled and shook his head. Since you're so forthcoming, I'll be blunt. His vertical pupils flashed, murderous intent flaring, I want the lives of Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan. Before he finished speaking, Lin Wuxuan's body swayed violently. Lin Qingyu's reaction was even more pronounced as he staggered backward, stumbling repeatedly. The surrounding guards grew even more panicked. Their weapons offered no sense of security whatsoever, and many felt their legs go weak. An eerie silence descended upon the scene. Under normal circumstances, the guards knew they should have charged forward as one to teach this insolent thug a lesson. But the Bai Ning before them was a 9th rank. 9th tier. One of the few masters among all humanity. Reaching the 9th tier meant ranking among the top 10 most powerful individuals. A ranking that towered above everyone else by a sheer cliff. Human wave tactics were utterly useless against such a being. With the momentum of a 9th tier powerhouse, they could end the battle outright. After the initial shock, Lin Qingyu was overcome by a sense of humiliation, feeling cornered and desperate. An 18-year-old boy had shown up at his doorstep, screaming about killing his 2 sons. Could he possibly swallow that? Lin Qingyu clenched his fists tightly, his words deliberate and measured. Do you think the Lin family has no one? The guards nearby stole a glance at Lin Qingyu but dared not speak. Lin Qingyu was well aware of the current disparity in strength. His confidence stemmed from knowing his clan patriarch would arrive shortly. No matter how powerful Bai Ning was, he had only just entered the 9th tier. And with that time-space ability, advancing further would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After all, no one had ever heard of a law domain with spacetime properties. He had nowhere to comprehend further spacetime laws, meaning his ceiling was bound to be extremely limited. Meanwhile, the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Qiren, as a seasoned 9th tier expert, had been firmly established in the mid-tier of 9th tier for decades. Lin Qingyu firmly believed that in terms of combat prowess, Lin Qiren was undoubtedly still a cut above. Bai Ning knew full well they were baiting him. Lingering here this long was simply to test what it felt like to fight a 9th tier opponent. He knew he was powerful now, but just how powerful? Practice was the only way to find out. Practice was the sole criterion for testing truth. Before long, Bai Ning sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from afar, soon striding through the doorway. That aura carried an eerie sensation simultaneously brimming with boundless vitality and yet utterly decayed. These two seemingly contradictory energies fused together in perfect harmony within this person. Even more peculiar was that Li Yensong and Bai Henian, both 9th rank cultivators, appeared to be elderly men nearing 70, with white beards. Yet this Lin clan patriarch appeared no older than his 40s, roughly the same age as Lin Qingyu. The arrival of the Lin clan patriarch, Lin Qiren, instantly reignited hope in Lin Wuxuan's eyes. Lin Qingyu's posture straightened involuntarily, his family head demeanor instantly restored. Lin Qiren's gentle gaze swept over the guards, who were on high alert as if facing a formidable enemy, before finally settling on Bai Ning. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Lin Qiren's tone carried genuine admiration. To witness such a gifted youth reach the 9th tier in my lifetime is truly a blessing. Bai Ning could sense that restrained yet boundless vitality, his golden pupils brimming with eagerness. I intend to kill Lin Zhuyu. Are you going to stop me? Lin Qiren smiled faintly at the words, showing no anger. Youthful passion is commendable, but excessive rigidity invites fracture. I offer this counsel, always leave a margin of flexibility. As he spoke, an increasingly potent essence of life emanated from him, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible aura of death. Bai Ning instantly sensed that this man had unleashed his own momentum. The next moment, something even more astonishing unfolded. Lin Qiren's face rapidly transformed from that of a man in his 40s into a youth who appeared barely 17 or 18, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. This display sent the surrounding Lin clan members into a frenzy of excitement. This was their Lin clan's ancient ancestor. The supreme being who controlled the cycle of life and decay. Only then did Bai Ning understand why Lin Qiren looked different from his master and the others. This man could freely control his own age. Lin Qiren spoke gently, Zhuyu and Zhu Shan have indeed erred. The Lin clan is willing to offer compensation that will satisfy you. Why must you ruin your own future? Bai Ning tilted his head. You're quite confident, aren't you? Lin Qiren nearly smiled without reply. Though his words seemed conciliatory, every fiber of his being radiated the superiority of a ruler. Bai Ning snorted derisively, unleashing the full power of the candle dragon's eye. In the next instant, he vanished completely from everyone's sight. Chapter 111, so ordinary, yet so confident. Bai Ning's figure vanished. And as everyone knew, this newly ascended 9th rank's most signature attack was teleporting right in front of his target. He would strike without warning, delivering a fatal blow to unprepared opponents. Therefore, upon witnessing Bai Ning vanish, Lin Xingyu was startled and strained to scan the surroundings for any signs of movement. He wasn't alone in his concern. Could Bai Ning appear behind them in the next instant, striking with a blade? Among them, only Lin Qiren still wore a faint smile. He chuckled softly and spoke, "Young people are full of youthful vigor. I've seen many like you." Bai Ning's voice echoed through the air. "Like me?" Bai Ning's voice echoed in everyone's ears. As if he were standing right beside them, uttering those words. Yet his figure remained nowhere to be seen. This eerie scene made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Following his usual pattern, Bai Ning's teleportation was lightning fast. He would vanish from one spot and reappear in another almost instantly. No one had ever heard of a technique where the person vanished but their voice lingered. Hidden within layers upon layers of spatial barriers, Bai Ning moved through them with ease. Were any other spatial ability users witnessing this, they would likely question their very existence. The space they found so difficult to control now seemed as docile as a lamb. Entirely at Bai Ning's command. Bai Ning strolled through another dimensional space, savoring the expressions on the faces of the Lin family members. Shock, fear, despair. And the calm composure on the face of that old bastard Lin Qiren. Lin Qiren nodded slightly. It's precisely the sort of young upstart like you suddenly granted power, then floating on air, utterly ignorant of the world's limits. Do you know what usually happens to people like this? Bai Ning threw his head back and laughed aloud. Old man, you have a way with words. But why don't you try finding my location first? At these words, Lin Qiren's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Seeing his expression, Bai Ning understood. First off, his spatial abilities were truly monstrous. Even he, a seasoned 9th rank cultivator, couldn't detect Bai Ning when he deliberately concealed himself. Second, this old man was playing the same game as him. Having just ascended to the 9th rank, he wanted to test the strength of other 9th rank masters to gauge the gap between them. That's why he deliberately provoked him, showing Lin Qiren no courtesy whatsoever. And this Lin Qiren, who had initially carried himself like a reclusive sage, now began verbal attacks. He too sought to gauge the capabilities of this new 9th rank. Bai Ning advanced step by step toward Lin Qiren. The man remained completely oblivious. Perhaps feeling the silence was too heavy, lest his dignity be compromised, Lin Qiren suddenly declared. He Nian promised me we'd bury the hatchet between our families. If you act rashly, you'll only invite both of us to hunt you down. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, having already moved behind him. He was but a step away. Yet Lin Qiren remained oblivious to the encroaching danger, his expression still radiating complete control. As the patriarch of the Lin clan, he certainly couldn't be scared out of his wits over some trivial matter. As the Lin clan's strongest warrior, every move Lin Qiren made influenced the morale of the entire clan. His current demeanor clearly instilled considerable courage in Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu shouted into the void, "I already taught Juyu and Shushan a lesson 2 days ago. They're still bedridden. What more do you want? The consortium stands united. If you touch my Lin clan, the other families won't sit idly by." Bai Ning shrugged indifferently. That's laughable. Standing beside Lin Qiren, he watched the man's oblivious yet unbearably arrogant demeanor with a sidelong glance. You lot. How can you be so ordinary yet so confident? Did Liang Jingru give you your courage? Bai Ning flexed his fingers. The next moment, a straight spatial fissure appeared silently before Lin Qiren's neck, just below his Adam's apple. If he uttered a single word, the Adam's apple would shift. This spatial fissure would slice a chunk of flesh right off him. Lin Qiren's mouth opened halfway, about to speak. But suddenly, his entire body stiffened, and his words halted mid-air. Bai Ning watched with regret as Lin Qiren took a large step backward. He sighed, regretfully placing another spatial fissure in the direction Lin Qiren retreated. The timing was perfect. It appeared the moment Lin Qiren's retreating foot touched the ground. Before he could react, the rift sliced cleanly into the back of his neck. A trickle of blood gushed from Lin Qiren's neck. In an instant, it stained the back of his clothes crimson. Before Lin Qiren could utter a word, Lin Xingyu beside him cried out in alarm, his voice more urgent than his master's. Ancestor, be careful. Lin Xingyu barked orders at the Lin clan's secret guards, protect the patriarch. A reward of 10 billion for anyone who harms Bai Ning. Where there's a hefty reward, there will be brave men. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, the secret guards who had been utterly terrified of Bai Ning moments before began to show signs of eagerness. Many once again demonstrated their professional dedication. They swiftly positioned themselves behind Lin Xingyu and Lin Wushuang. Step by step, they closed in on Lin Qiren. Their formation didn't look like they were protecting Lin Qiren, it looked like they were closing in to kill him. Lin Kuren, suddenly wounded, was startled. But seeing his own people's pathetic state, he waved his hand impatiently. Get out of the way. An invisible force of life and death surged outward. Simultaneously, the gash carved into the back of his neck healed completely in an instant. Not a single trace of injury remained. This recovery speed was beyond even the capabilities of an SSS-grade life elixir. But that wasn't all. The force of life and death not only healed his wound but also sent the surrounding Lin family guards crashing backward. Put! Spare us, ancestor! A chorus of startled cries erupted. The guards were swept aside by their own ancestor's disdainful gesture, sent flying backward. With just a single thought, Lin Kuren unleashed his aura, clearing a vast area around him. A circular vacuum zone formed on the battlefield. Lin Kuren snorted with a sneer. I did underestimate you. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow at his confident demeanor. But I'm standing right in front of you. He waved his hand in front of Lin Kuren's face. What? Still can't see me? Lin Kuren's eyes flickered, momentarily startled, but he regained his composure in an instant. Lin Kuren said sternly, you are indeed skilled at evasion. But there's no need for such boastful talk, it only makes you look ridiculous. No way, no way. Bai Ning had never encountered someone so shameless before. Hey, you're bleeding from the back of your neck. Maybe wipe that blood off before you say that again. Lin Kuren shook his head. The invisible arena of life and death erupted instantly. Black mist, symbolizing death, swept outward. Those closest to the Lin clan couldn't dodge in time and were engulfed by the black mist. Then, visibly before their eyes, their hair turned from black to gray. And it continued rapidly turning completely white. My hair! Ah! What's wrong with my hand? A chorus of terrified screams erupted. Lin Kuren said calmly, I hear you're dual elemental in time and space. Though I may not grasp time itself, the withering and flourishing of all things in this world rest in my hands. Chapter 112, I rarely use my time powers, but that doesn't mean I don't have them. A 9th tier battle was more like a clash of momentum between opponents. At this level, masters possess an intimate familiarity with their own abilities. Take himself, for instance. When he first reached Tier 1, he could only use abilities like teleportation and acceleration. But as his cultivation advanced, his understanding of his abilities deepened. Thus, he gradually mastered techniques like spatial slicing and spatial sealing. This refinement intensified even further at the 9th tier. Now, space itself was as responsive to Bai Ning as an extension of his own limbs. Almost any method he could conceive, he could execute. Lin Kuren was no different. At their level, the competition lies in who can delve deeper into their abilities and discover more targeted means to attack their enemies. This was the essence of momentum. Lin Kuren controlled decay and rebirth, capable of instantly aging or rejuvenating a person. Bai Ning, positioned at the very center of this momentum, was profoundly affected by it even while existing within another space. He distinctly felt that strange black mist piercing through the spatial barrier, seeping in thread by thread. He raised his hand and saw wrinkles gradually appearing on his skin. A wave of inexplicable fatigue washed over his entire body. Though Bai Ning couldn't see his own hair, it was likely already turning gray. Can you feel it? Lin Kuren remained standing in place, radiating an indifferent air of absolute control. The closer you are to me, the greater the effect. Given your arrogance, I guess you're actually quite close to me, aren't you? Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to argue further and instantly materialized in place. The once boyish face was now etched with wrinkles, and his hair had turned almost entirely white. He looked at least 30 years older. One could easily believe he was in his 70s or 80s now. Lin Qingyu pointed at Bai Ning's hair and roared with laughter, you think you're so tough? You actually tried to kill my son? Get him. Lin Wuxuan's taut nerves finally relaxed. She adjusted her shawl, straightened her posture, and regained her haughty demeanor. The white-haired Bai Ning lifted his head. His golden eyes hadn't dimmed with age, instead, they blazed with an even more dazzling golden flame. Bai Ning showed no sign of nervousness. Truthfully, he could have used teleportation to instantly distance himself from Lin Kuren, halting his continued aging. But he merely grinned, revealing a smile incongruous with his aged features, and curiously traced his wrinkles. Wither and flourish, truly a wondrous power. Lin Kuren frowned. Most people, corrupted and aged by such power, would immediately lose their composure. How could anyone remain as calm as Bai Ning? Not only did he show no urgency to flee, but he even had the leisure to critique the situation? Bai Ning shifted his tone, what a pity. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. Bai Ning slowly spread his hands, countless symbols flickering to life within his golden pupils. I just don't use my time abilities much, it's not that I don't have them. Buzz. Blinding golden runes erupted from Bai Ning's body. His snow-white hair turned black once more, and his skin regained its smooth, flawless appearance. Within mere breaths, Bai Ning had transformed back into that sharp-eyed, formidable youth. What? Lin Kuren's expression finally shifted dramatically, his composure shattered. You can reverse time? This is a power only gods can wield. The laws governing time were far more profound than those of space. Accelerating or decelerating time was already incredibly overpowered, let alone the ability to reverse it entirely. If one could wield it indefinitely, it would be nearly equivalent to immortality. Terror filled Lin Qiren's eyes. You're only at the 9th tier. How could you possibly master such power? Bai Ning flexed his wrist and smiled, narrowing his eyes. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. The aura surrounding him shifted abruptly. Bai Ning faced Lin Korong, his fingers slowly closing. The space around Lin Qiren seemed to transform into a sheet of paper gripped by a giant hand, beginning to twist and fold in terrifying ways. The very concepts of up, down, left, right, front, and back became utterly scrambled in the area surrounding Lin Qiren. Spatial folding. Within Bai Ning's force, space was redefined. The ground arched upward, while the space above caved in. Trapped within, Lin Qiren found himself simultaneously thrust into countless fragments of different spaces. One part of his body bore the crushing weight. Another part of his body seemed to float. All 5 senses were thrown into disarray by Bai Ning's momentum. Ugh! Lin Qiren let out a muffled groan of agony, frantically channeling his own withering and flourishing momentum. Emerald green life force boiled around his entire body, attempting to repair the damage. Useless! Lin Qiren growled hoarsely. My power keeps me alive. Fighting you will lead nowhere. Bai Ning tilted his head, then clenched his fingers once more. Oh? How about this then? Tormented by the intensified spatial force, Lin Qiren screamed again, ah! At that moment, he resembled a piece of clay being casually kneaded by Bai Ning, enduring unimaginable agony. Bai Ning smiled with satisfaction. You won't die. Perfect, you'll endure this torment forever. He narrowed his eyes toward Lin Qingyu and Lin Wuxuang, who had long since collapsed on the ground, drawing out his words. How does that sound? Lin Qiren struggled desperately to maintain his dignity, but ultimately collapsed. I surrender. Those 2 words drained every last ounce of strength from him. He forced his eyes wide open, looking imploringly at Bai Ning as he repeated, I admit defeat. Bai Ning still didn't let go. The pain became unbearable, and Lin Qiren shouted, I surrender. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, yet Bai Ning remained unmoved. In that instant, Lin Qiren was struck by divine inspiration. He instantly commanded Lin Qingyu, the head of the Lin family, go fetch your sons. Save me. At those words, Lin Wuxuang's face instantly drained of color. Lin Qingyu looked as if struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. Bring them? Bring them for what? The implication in Lin Qiren's words could not have been clearer. He wanted Lin Qingyu to personally deliver his 2 sons into Bai Ning's hands, leaving them to be killed. Ancestor, they're your own great-grandchildren. Lin Qingyu cried out, his voice shrill with anguish. Under the torment, Lin Qiren's instinct for survival had crushed any blood ties to dust. Shut up. If I die, the Lin clan will collapse in an instant. Hurry. He held the survival of the Lin clan hostage to force Lin Qingyu's compliance. Lin Qingyu hesitated. Lin Wuxuang suddenly let out a piercing scream. No. Struggling to her feet, she pointed at Lin Qiren's aged face. How dare you show your face? You disgrace the Lin family's ancestral legacy. Lin Qingyu looked at his wife, then at his own ancestor, feeling torn apart inside. On one side stood his own flesh and blood, on the other, the Lin family's pillar and 9th rank expert who had secured their foothold within the Federation. His entire body shook violently, yet not a single word escaped his lips. Bai Ning had long grown accustomed to this kind of hypocritical ethical drama. He pulled out his phone to check the time. 10 minutes until 2 a.m. Bai Ning frowned slightly and said indifferently, bring the person here within 10 minutes. I need to go back to sleep with my partner. Chapter 113, Forgiveness is God's Business. Bai Ning gave them 10 minutes. That's how people are. Deadlines are the ultimate motivator. Without deadlines, there's no motivation. Hearing only 10 minutes remained, the last flicker of struggle vanished from Lin Qingyu's eyes. The weight of his duty as head of the household crushed all else. Lin Qingyu clenched his teeth and roared, what are you standing around for? Go fetch Xu Shan and the others. Lin Qingyu. How dare you? Lin Wuxuan let out a blood-curdling scream, lunging at him like a madwoman. They're your sons. Your own flesh and blood. Are you sending them to their deaths? In her panic, Lin Wuxuang forgot she was a 6th-tier psionicist herself. She instinctively extended her claws, clawing wildly at Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu's entire being grew abnormally cold as he barked at the bewildered shadow guard beside him. The lady is out of her mind. Take her down to rest. Without my orders, he is not to come out. Yes. 2 guards steeled themselves and stepped forward, forcibly restraining Lin Wuxuang. Seeing her struggles were futile, Lin Wuxuang turned her attention to Bai Ning, screaming and cursing. Bai Ning. They're just children. How could you be so cruel? Are you even human? Listening to the curses, Bai Ning held back a cold smile, utterly unmoved. What a joke. These people don't know how to discipline their children properly. They let them bully others with impunity, relying on their connections. When they do those things, don't you ever think that the bullied students are someone else's child too? Why should your child be treated as a child? Are other people's kids just rotten cabbage? Now you regret it? Too late. All his life, Bai Ning lived by one rule: treat others with respect, and they'll treat you with respect in return. But if anyone dares to cross her line, she'll make them pay dearly. Lin Wuxuan was about to be forcibly dragged away from the scene. Once she was gone, the fate of the Lin brothers Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan would be sealed. In her desperation, she abruptly shifted her tone, pleading desperately with Bai Ning. Bai Ning, you're a magnanimous man, spare them, I beg you. Name your price, I'll agree to anything. 100 trillion isn't enough? Then 1,000,000 trillion. Half of the Lin family's fortune, I'll give it all. The two shadow guards flanking Lin Wuxuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complexity. The once lofty matriarch of the Lin conglomerate now resembled a madwoman from the streets. The shawl she'd hastily wrapped around herself had long since been flung aside. Her sheer nightgown tore open beneath her frantic struggles, revealing a swath of pale, full flesh. To save 2 lives, she was even willing to offer a price like 10 billion. Such a sum of money would be difficult to spend even with reckless extravagance. Yet Bai Ning didn't even bat an eyelid at the figure. Soon, 2 pale-faced youths, their bodies wrapped in bandages, were carried in by the shadow guards. They were Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan. They had clearly been informed of Bai Ning's arrival en route, and now their eyes were filled with profound terror. Lin Qingyu forced himself to look away, his voice dry as he pleaded, "They're here. Considering their sincere repentance, please, show mercy." His waist bent deeply, nearly at a 90-degree angle. As Lin Qingyu bowed, everyone around him followed suit in a synchronized bow. Bai Ning stood towering above them like a crane among chickens. He gave a faint nod, and the spatial force he had imposed on Lin Qiren receded like a tide. Thud! Lin Qiren crashed to the ground, his clothes completely soaked in blood. Countless bones shattered within his body as he lay limp on the floor. He gasped for air greedily, his eyes filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. Lin Qingyu exhaled softly, still maintaining his bowed posture. "Thank you." Bai Ning chuckled. "Why didn't you do this sooner? Did you really have to make me the villain?" His tone remained flat. "Too bad. Forgiving you is God's business." Bai Ning raised his hand and waved it lightly toward Lin Zhushan and Lin Zhuyu. Before their pleas could escape their lips, Bai Ning silenced them with a wave of his hand. The space around them warped ever so slightly, so fast it almost seemed like an illusion. The next moment, Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan vanished completely from where they stood. They left no trace behind, as if they had never existed there at all. Vanished into thin air. Lin Qingyu watched helplessly as his 2 sons were utterly erased before his eyes, his body swaying violently. He fought back the metallic taste rising in his throat, his voice raspy as he croaked, "Are you satisfied now?" Bai Ning glanced at the time again. Exactly 10 minutes. Only then did he nod with satisfaction. "That'll do for now. Next time you have children, don't just bear them without raising them. If you don't teach them, someone else will." Bai Ning clapped his hands, no longer targeting anyone else, and teleported away. This trip yielded significant gains. First, the progress bar in his vision had risen to devour 1.41 trillion assets to evolve into God-tier Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. The combined value of the 2 individuals was roughly 1.4 trillion, quite substantial indeed. The progress reaching 1.4% not only slightly elevated their cultivation realm once more. More importantly, Bai Ning confirmed one crucial fact. Typically, a 9th-tier cultivator must seek out a place where the laws are abundant to cultivate momentum, thereby advancing their realm. Throughout history, many geniuses have been stuck at this very step. Those who managed to ascend to the 9th tier were truly 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Yet even so, over 90% were stymied by 2 fundamental barriers at the very entrance. Either they couldn't find a suitable realm of laws, or they failed to grasp the deeper layers of their abilities. Of those fortunate few who both discover such realms and possess exceptional insight, only 1% ultimately succeed. Even for these fortunate few, advancing to mid-tier or upper-tier 9th rank proves an arduous journey at every step. Typically, it requires decades of accumulation. Breaking through to the 10th tier is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After ascending to the 9th tier, Bai Ning began to worry about his progress suddenly slowing down, something he wasn't accustomed to. Fortunately, his golden finger proved exceptionally powerful. 100 trillion points might seem like a lot, but it required defeating Lin Zhuyu 50 more times. But for a colossal conglomerate, earning that money was merely a matter of time. Even Lin Wuxuan, a mere family matriarch, casually mentioned 100 trillion, proof the conglomerate was rolling in money. What took others decades to achieve reaching the 9th tier? For Bai Ning, it might take a year or 2 at most. After facing off against Lin Qiren, Bai Ning finally confirmed it. With his current strength, destroying or acquiring a conglomerate wouldn't be that difficult. Originally, Bai Ning had feared that after killing Yu Qingshu and Bai Tianlu, the retaliation from the rival families would be exceptionally fierce. Yet he had just discovered that in the face of absolute power, even blood ties and familial bonds could be set aside. This was the benefit of growing stronger. When Bai Ning returned to the dormitory, it was exactly 2 in the morning. Xingyu had long since fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep. She lay sprawled across the large bed, her head resting on the edge, cheeks flushed with a faint rosy glow. The quilt had been kicked down to her waist, crumpled into a wrinkled ball, revealing 2 long, snow-white legs. The toe of one foot unconsciously hooked the edge of the quilt. Bai Ning silently curved his lips and murmured, "What terrible sleeping habits." Chapter 114, Buying Life in the Divine Realm. Bai Ning settled down to sleep. The Yuezhi clan, however, was thrown into chaos. An urgent midnight report sent shockwaves through the Yuezhi clan. "Master, the Lin clan is in dire straits." The secret guard burst through the doors of Yu Hongying's study. Lin Qiren fell at Bai Ning's hands. Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan were instantly eliminated by Bai Ning. Yu Hongying's pen clattered onto the desk. "What did you say? How could that be possible?" The shadow guard's voice trembled. "We've verified this multiple times." Lin Wuxuan collapsed on the spot, and the Lin family head also. Yu Hongying cut him off sharply. "Lin Qiren couldn't even stop Bai Ning? He's been at the 9th tier for decades. Bai Ning just entered the 9th tier." As Yu Hongying spoke, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Lin Qiren's wither and flourish ability made him a formidable opponent even among 9th tier experts. He could never have imagined that such a seasoned 9th rank veteran would be outmaneuvered by an 18-year-old youth. After Bai Ning ascended to the 9th tier, the Yu clan initiated an assessment of his true combat strength. The results showed he surpassed most newcomers to the 9th tier. Yet he was still far from matching the level of the patriarchs from the major conglomerates. Therefore, Yu Hongying had no concern that Bai Ning would come looking for trouble. She merely sent a token sum of consolation money as a symbolic gesture. But who could have predicted Bai Ning would turn on them so swiftly? His power had even far surpassed the Yu clan's projections. "Hurry!" Yu Hongying snapped into action. "Get Qingxue out. Get her out of the central district immediately. Take her to the secret base on the west coast. Hurry!" At his command, the entire Moon Clan castle stirred to life. Countless guards rushed straight to Yu Qingxue's quarters, bringing her before Yu Hongying within a minute. Yu Qingxue's face was deathly pale, her eyes ringed with deep, dark circles. Clearly, Bai Tianyan's death had devastated her. Without pausing to explain to Yu Qingxue, Yu Hongying barked at the servants filling the room. "Are all preparations complete? Activate the teleportation array immediately to send Qingxue away. Delay will be fatal." He stepped forward and seized Yu Qingxue's arm with such force that she cried out in pain. "Qingxue, you must leave immediately." Startled by her father's unprecedented loss of composure, Yu Qingxue struggled to shake off his grip. What could possibly happen? "No matter what, I'm staying here, I won't go anywhere." Yu Hongying had no patience for her whims now. He quickly recounted the events unfolding at the Lin residence. Yu Hongying gave a bitter laugh. Lin Qingyu beat both his sons into mummies. They didn't even escape death under Bai Ning's hands. "And you?" He grabbed Yu Qingxue's shoulders. "To smooth things over, we told Bai Ning we'd punished you. But in truth, not a finger was laid on you at home. We lied to him. Do you think he'll let you off?" Only then did Yu Qingxue fully grasp the reason behind this entire scene. The terror of impending death surged through her, making her teeth chatter. No, he wouldn't. How could a lowly outcast like him? She shook her head, her words jumbled. Yu Hongying slapped his still unrepentant daughter across the face. "You still refuse to repent. Bai Ning is no longer the lowly commoner you speak of. If it weren't for your repeated targeting of him, how could Bai Tianyan and the others have ended up in their current predicament? How much effort have our 3 families expended these past days cleaning up your mess? And now, you still refuse to face reality?" Yu Qingxue clutched her stinging cheek, eyes wide with disbelief. From childhood onward, where else but with Bai Ning had she ever endured such humiliation? You hit me? Hit you?" Yu Hongying's eyes flashed crimson as he struck her again. "I hit you. If it weren't for your mother asking me to take care of you and Qing Dai before she left, spoiling you rotten like this and offending Bai Ning, how could your sister have died?" Yu Hongying exclaimed bitterly. "Did you think the Yu clan could protect you forever?" The mere mention of Yu Qing Dai instantly extinguished Yu Qingxue's spoiled temper. In recent days, the name Yu Qing Dai had become taboo within the Yu clan. No one dared utter it, lest they incur the family head's displeasure. Earlier, 2 maids had privately discussed Yu Qing Dai. When Yu Qingxue discovered them, she ordered their skins to be flayed alive. Yu Qingxue slowly lowered her hand from her face, her voice hoarse yet clear. "Father, do you think I could really escape?" Yu Hongying froze at this sudden shift. "What do you mean?" Yu Qingxue took a deep breath. "Just yesterday, Aunt Julie contacted me. She possesses a method of transaction that originated from the divine realm." "The divine realm?" Yu Hongying's pupils contracted. "Yes. The divine realm." Yu Qingxue spoke with a near-religious fervor. "It's the power of a 10th tier being. They say that if you're willing to pay the price sacrificing the required flesh and blood, you can buy the life of anyone. No matter who they are, no matter where they are. Aunt Julie said she's already preparing the ritual. She's going to avenge Tianyan." Yu Hongying felt a chill run down her spine. "Absurd. You dare resort to such demonic, heretical methods without even knowing who the transaction's target might be? Yu Qingxue gave a bitter smile. Father, do I have any other choice now? She shook off Yu Hongying's hand and stood tall. Running away will only make things harder for the Yu clan and make Bai Ning despise us even more. Since we can't escape this fate anyway, I'd rather risk everything and take Bai Ning's life. If it comes to it, I'm willing to go down with him. Yu Hongying stared at his daughter, who seemed like a completely different person, utterly stunned. Reason told him this was utterly bizarre, yet deep down, his heart stirred for a moment. After a long pause, a sigh escaped his lips. Contact Yu Li. Our Yu clan can provide her with every resource she needs. One day passed, deep into the night. Bai Ning arrived above the ancient Moon Clan castle in the dead of night. A faint glow lit his eyes as he surveyed the eerily silent castle below with keen interest. He was curious, after learning of Lin Zhuyu's fate, would the Yu clan choose to hand over Yu Qingxue or confront them head-on? Hovering in the air, Bai Ning waited for a while. The vast castle was completely devoid of any human presence. The silence felt unnervingly abnormal. Even a 3-year-old knew something was definitely fishy. He chuckled softly, a nearly malicious curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Now this is getting interesting. Bai Ning counted the energy crystals he'd brought along with a stack of life potions. He had even pre-filled the donation documents. With the push of a button, he could instantly donate trillions in assets, granting him 1% progress on his golden finger. While it wouldn't propel him to mid-tier 9th rank, it would fully replenish his energy reserves in one go. Comparable to a disposable power bank. After confirming everything was secure, Bai Ning raised his hand and shattered the energy shield surrounding the Yuezhi. Chapter 115, Life for Life Exchange. Bai Ning stepped into the ancient Moon Clan castle. The entire castle was even more silent than he had sensed from the air. A deathly stillness hung in the air. The corridors were deserted, dimly lit. The ancient portraits hanging on the walls seemed to come to life. Though he knew no one was present, Bai Ning felt an eerie sense of being watched from all directions. Only the echo of his own footsteps reverberated through the corridor. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, his vigilance heightened to its peak. He followed a faint, barely perceptible energy fluctuation. Passing through the main castle, he pushed open a door carved with lunar patterns. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. A vast rear garden stretched out before him. The sight before him made Bai Ning's gaze freeze abruptly. Though it was still the height of summer, every plant in the garden had withered completely. Clusters of roses still clung to their blooming forms, yet their petals had turned a lifeless, ashen gray. The petals resembled crumpled scraps of paper. Leaves curled and blackened. It seemed as though some force had instantly drained all vitality from them, leaving nothing but utter desolation. Golden light swirled in Bai Ning's eyes, and the scene before him shifted once more. A layer of translucent red mist drifted through the air, enveloping the entire garden in a hazy crimson glow. A single glance was enough to sense the sinister aura within. This is getting interesting. Bai Ning murmured to himself. Having grown up in the slums, he was accustomed to danger. This sense of peril didn't fill him with fear, instead, it stirred a faint thrill within him. Bai Ning could sense a vortex at the heart of the crimson mist, ceaselessly draining all vitality from its surroundings. This sensation bore some resemblance to Lin Qiren's force, yet it far surpassed his ability by more than one level. It was as if Lin Qiren was still lingering at the threshold, while this force before him had already reached the pinnacle. At that moment, the crimson mist in the garden rippled faintly. A figure, emaciated to the point of distortion, slowly emerged. It was Yu Qingxue. In just one day, she had become almost unrecognizable as human. Her skin was deathly pale, tinged with a dull gray, making her appear less like a human and more like a skeleton. Her eyes bulged slightly from their sockets, blazing with a mad light. Bai Ning, you want to kill me, don't you? Then come on. Yu Qingxue's mouth twisted into a grimace, revealing a gaping maw. Bai Ning didn't rush to attack. Instead, he folded his arms and asked curiously. You don't think I'm stupid, do you? Yu Qingxue froze. What? Look around you. Bai Ning surveyed the area. Knowing full well you've prepared things to deal with me, if I just walked away now, judging by your state, you wouldn't last much longer either, would you? As he spoke, Bai Ning slowly turned, feigning departure. Coward! Yu Qingxue lost her temper, cursing him out. A faint ripple rippled through the crimson mist. Yu Qingxue seemed to hear something, pausing abruptly. Then she immediately threatened, if you dare leave, I'll kill the person closest to you in this world. Bai Ning had only been pretending to leave, so he turned back and asked in a cooperative tone. Who? He feigned exaggerated surprise. In truth, he wasn't worried at all. His closest people is Master, Xingyu, Oyu, and several old friends from District 78. With the protection of the Yuli clan's secret guards, none of them could be captured here. Yu Qingxue flung her head back. It's your mother. It sounded like an insult. And to him, it truly sounded like one. Bai Ning snorted in response. My closest person is my mother? You don't mean that, Yu Li, do you? Your sense of humor is really out of place in a situation like this. Bai Ning couldn't quite grasp how she could deliver such a joke with such deadpan seriousness. Yuli? The person closest to me? How was this any different from pointing a finger at him and calling him a beast? Yu Qingshu froze. Your biological mother, you don't even care about her life or safety? Her bewilderment was too obvious. Even beneath the skull makeup, Bai Ning could see the shock etched on her face. If you leave, your mother will die. You don't care either? Bai Ning laughed bitterly. If I'm not mistaken, my so-called real mother volunteered to come here as this so-called hostage, right? Bai Ning would sooner believe the son was an alien than accept that Yuli had been kidnapped. His biological mother was undoubtedly racking her brains to find ways to eliminate him. If the Yu clan had asked her to be a hostage now, Yuli wouldn't just refuse, she'd practically run over. If she wants to die, then let her die. Bai Ning shrugged. He appeared to respect others' fates. Yu Qingshu's eyes widened. You'd rather watch your own mother die just to save yourself? Bai Ning, the subway grandpa, stared at his phone. You know what? I'd rather kill my own mother with my own hands. A violent ripple surged through the crimson mist once more. Yu Li's figure abruptly materialized. Like Yu Qingxue, she appeared drained of all vitality, her body reduced to skeletal frailty. Her trembling finger pointed at Bai Ning as she demanded. You unfilial bastard! How dare you commit such an outrageous act? Not only did you kill Tianyan, but you actually tried to kill me too? Thankfully, I heard those words from your own mouth today. Now I can finally give up on you. I am your own mother. I gave you life. How dare you attempt matricide? You are nothing but a savage, uncultured piece of trash. If Tianyan were still alive, he would never let you utter such heartless words to me. My Tianyan. Bai Ning closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Why are there so few normal people in this world? Why does he always encounter such freaks? He'd intended to calm himself, but the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. You're absolutely right. Bai Ning opened his eyes. I am uncultured. What can I say? I was born with a life, but no one to raise me. You and Bai Tianyan just can't stand the sight of me. You've tried to kill me multiple times, treating me like some practice target? The space around Bai Ning erupted in chaos, unleashing a savage 9th-tier aura that radiated unchecked in all directions. Yuli was merely a 6th-tier psionicist. Normally, facing 9th-tier pressure would have crushed him flat. Yet he stood firm, still confronting Bai Ning. Even if Tianyan was in the wrong, what gives you, as his older brother, the right to be so unforgiving? Classic. Truly classic. Bai Ning snorted. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Killing his own mother, he truly didn't want to do it. But that was unwillingness, not inability. Yuli met Bai Ning's murderous gaze without flinching. Suddenly, she stepped forward and let out an eerie laugh. You don't think I came here just to argue with you, do you? As she moved, the crimson mist in the air abruptly thickened, enveloping Bai Ning completely at an astonishing speed. A viscous, deathly stillness instantly enveloped him. What alarmed Bai Ning even more was that he discovered his connection to external energy had been severed. The energy that had once pulsed through the air now seemed to have vanished entirely. This crimson mist is the work of a 10th-tier deity. Once you enter here, the transaction begins. Once initiated, the transaction cannot be halted. The three parties involved must not harm one another, or they will be instantly consumed by the red mist. Therefore, you have no choice but to play along with this game. And what we trade is life. A third figure emerged from the crimson mist, Lin Wushuang. Lin Wushuang explained the fog's function with a cold laugh, eager to witness Bai Ning's despair upon hearing it. The red mist absorbs the energy of any living beings within it. And most crucially, it prevents anyone from restoring their energy by any means. If you try to stall, you'll only be drained of energy until you die. In other words, you've lost all means to replenish your abilities. No matter how powerful you are, once your energy is depleted, you'll be at our mercy. Lin Wushuang delivered this lengthy monologue, then waited confidently for Bai Ning's collapse. Yu Qingshu and Yuli also wore cold smiles. Yet Bai Ning could barely suppress the smirk tugging at his lips. Unable to replenish or absorb energy, doomed to wait for death? The original finger refused to accept this. Lin Wushuang frowned. Are you deaf? Can't you feel it? You can no longer absorb external energy to replenish yourself. And this is a technique from the divine realm. At your cultivation level, you have no chance of breaking through the red mist to escape. Bai Ning retorted, escape? Why should I be the one to escape? Chapter 116, Reincarnate early and start over in the next life. The three women across from them huddled together. Having had their vital energy drained by the red mist for so long, they now resembled three walking skeletons. Yuli laughed loudly. Of course you run. This is a secret passed down through our Yu clan for over 100 years. Our three families made thorough preparations for tonight. You will die here tonight. If you don't run, do you expect us to? Yu Qingxua added coldly, once you're dead, I'll personally skin you to honor my sister. Bai Ning stared at their ferocious expressions and, for some reason, suddenly recalled a story. The three strikes against the white bone demon. Bai Ning gave a strange smile. This so-called deal, what exactly is it? Yu Qingshue's voice cracked with fury. I'll tell you. A transaction involves three parties, the buyer, the seller, and the merchandise. In this red mist, we are the buyers, the red mist is the seller, and you are the merchandise. What we seek to purchase is your very life. She spread her arms wildly, screaming, we voluntarily sacrifice our flesh and vitality as bargaining chips, handing them over to the red mist. As her words fell, the crimson mist suddenly began to churn. In its wake, the three figures grew even more emaciated. Now, Yu Li's voice was eerie, the seller has received our payment. Next comes the signing of the contract. Bai Ning watched the three skeletal figures lost in their own self-indulgent ecstasy, utterly bewildered. They hadn't even done anything yet, and already they felt certain of victory? What about my role in all this? Earlier, he'd crushed an energy crystal to test it and sure enough, the progress bar on his cheat code had risen. This proved the red mist couldn't touch him either. He had figured it out, this red mist might look intimidating, but it could only kill by draining life force, it had no other means of attack. If anyone else faced this, they'd likely be doomed. But he could rely on his golden finger to constantly replenish his vitality. Whatever vitality the red mist tried to steal, he would replenish. Just the price paid by Yu Li and the others alone? Not in a million years. Still, Bai Ning played along with the questioning. I'm a bit curious, just how much did the three of you have to sacrifice to buy my life? Lin Wushuang stepped forward and said, since you asked, I'll graciously tell you. In this transaction, the buyer and the commodity must share an intimate bond, be it blood ties, love, or, in our case, profound hatred. The tighter the bond, the more valuable the flesh and blood we sacrifice. Had you not slaughtered Zhu Yu and the others, acquiring your life would indeed be difficult. But who asked you to brutally murder so many? Now, buying your life is simple indeed. Yu Li added, I am your biological mother, bound to you by blood. My flesh and blood are even more precious. You are a piece of flesh torn from my body, and now I demand it back. Yu Li pointed sharply at Bai Ning, her voice growing even more piercing. What we seek to purchase is the life of Bai Ning. Boom! The crimson mist boiled once more. Indescribable forces of law instantly locked onto Bai Ning. In the depths of his being, Bai Ning sensed an invisible judge striking a gavel, declaring the execution of a forced transaction. Feel it? Yu Li stared at Bai Ning, her face showing no hesitation about killing her own son, only vicious satisfaction. He who sows evil shall reap destruction. Others call this sacrificial ritual cruel, but I find the crimson mist utterly fair. Had you not committed so many atrocities, how could we possibly afford the price to buy your life? So, Bai Ning, be a good person in your next life. Just don't come back into my womb and torment me again. The three stared at Bai Ning with excitement, eyes wide, afraid to miss a single moment of what was to come. Bai Ning looked back at Yu Li, asking slowly and deliberately, you know too that those who commit many injustices will inevitably destroy themselves? Dear mother. Have you ever considered a very simple question? His voice and expression were utterly calm. Yu Li sneered coldly, questions? With death upon me, I have many questions. Speak. As your mother, I can grant you one final question before you die. Bai Ning's lips curled into a mocking sneer. You want to buy my life? So, can I? He leaned forward slightly. Can I buy yours? The three skeletal figures froze simultaneously. They seemed utterly unprepared for such a question. Yu Qingshu instinctively shrieked, don't even dream about it. The crimson mist is already draining your life energy, can't you feel it? In minutes, you'll be drained dry. And you still want to pay extra to buy our lives? The moment Yu Qingshu had finished speaking, Bai Ning felt the crimson mist suddenly tighten its grip on him. Countless threads of energy were sucked from his body, flowing uncontrollably into the crimson mist. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, one could only buy what they paid for. If they wished to buy their own lives, they would need to pay at least an equal amount of energy, if not more. A ninth-tier psionics energy reserves were boundless, far surpassing those of Yu Li and her two companions. Yet this tyrannical deal had still been struck. It could only be said that the hatred between them amplified the value of the flesh and blood sacrificed by Yu Li and her companions. The crimson mist absorbed the flesh energy at a rapid pace. Within moments, Bai Ning felt a profound weakness emanating from the depths of his body. It felt as though he had fought relentlessly for days and nights on end, his vitality utterly drained. Yet when he noticed Yu Li across from him, her eyes fixed intently on him, her excitement so intense her breathing had nearly ceased. Bai Ning suddenly burst out laughing. If you're so unwilling to live as a human, then go ahead and reincarnate early to start over in your next life. I'm giving back the life you gave me. That settles us. Then I'll kill you, that's only fair. Chapter 117, you didn't believe me before, now you're just upset. Sacrifice is a double-edged sword. The blood, flesh, and vital energy Yu Li and the others sacrificed to buy Bai Ning's life were equally staggering. As the crimson mist absorbed Bai Ning's essence, it drained theirs as well. Bai Ning counted on his fingers, calculating the debt with crystal clarity. Not bad. It'll last 3 minutes. Within a breath, Bai Ning's eye sockets had sunk deeply into their sockets. On the other side, Yu Li and the others were drained to the point of being mere shells of themselves, yet they were filled with exhilaration. Our energy depletion ratio isn't 1-for-1, Bai Ning. Don't even dream about it. The sight of being drained dry by the red mist is utterly terrifying. If I were you, I'd have ended it myself long ago to spare myself the agony. Your death would be for the best for everyone, wouldn't it? Yu Li's voice was hoarse. Stop pretending. Next life, remember to learn what it means to be grateful to your parents. Bai Ning didn't look up as he retrieved the energy crystals stored in his necklace. He spread them out, piling them into a small mountain like spilling candy beans. Snap, crackle. The crystals radiated dazzling multicolored light, their combined value easily reaching hundreds of billions. Yu Qingshu raised a finger and burst into laughter. Ha! Bai Ning, you just won't give up. Didn't I tell you? This place can't absorb energy. Even the most advanced energy crystals can't draw a single speck from this place. I advise you to save your strength and accept your fate gracefully. Bai Ning gasped for breath, flipping her off with a middle finger. The crimson mist was draining his essence far faster than he'd anticipated. In the mere time it took to retrieve the crystal, he already felt his breathing grow noticeably labored. And this was after he had ascended to the 9th tier. For ordinary 5th or 6th tier psychics, the moment the red mist initiated its soul reaping process, they'd likely be sucked dry in an instant. That's enough. Bai Ning stared at Yu Li and said slowly, I've repaid everything you gave me in this lifetime. I owe you nothing more. Bai Ning was now little more than a skeleton, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. Snap! Bai Ning crushed an energy crystal. The energy it contained had barely begun to disperse before the red mist greedily swallowed it whole. See? Just as I said. Yu Qingshu's mocking expression still hung on her face when she realized Bai Ning's sunken chest was visibly regaining some flesh. An illusion? Yu Qingshu's eyelid twitched violently. To Yu Li and the others, every ounce of spilled energy had been absorbed by the crimson mist, leaving Bai Ning with nothing. Yet Bai Ning's recovery was undeniably visible. They froze in place. The divine realm's sacrificial rites had been practiced for centuries, and no one had ever heard of anyone breaking the rule by absorbing external energy within the red mist. Numerous 9th rank experts had perished within the crimson mist before, none ever escaping unscathed. Yet Bai Ning seemed to accomplish this feat with effortless ease. But their astonishment went far beyond that. Even if Bai Ning could draw power from the energy crystals, the sheer speed of his absorption was deafeningly astonishing. Almost the moment he crushed one, it was instantly replenished. Bai Ning licked her lips, watching their dumbfounded expressions, and suddenly smiled. I told you I could recover, but you didn't believe me. See? Now you've seen it, and you're not happy about it. His recovery seemed to enrage the crimson mist, causing its absorption of vital energy to accelerate once more. The skin that had just bulged on Bai Ning instantly snapped back against his bones. You scared me there. Anyone can talk big, but look at you now, back to square one. Lin Wuxuan exhaled hoarsely. Don't panic, Jingxue. This is merely a deathbed rally. It won't last long. Yu Li also stared intently at Bai Ning, watching for the slightest change, afraid to miss a single detail. No sooner had she finished speaking than she caught Bai Ning's meaningful glance. Snap! 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 A sudden, ominous foreboding gripped Yu Li's heart. Those eyes, bulging as if they might leap from their sockets, fixed intently on the crystal stone in Bai Ning's hand. 3 successive cracks echoed through the air. Bai Ning's body began to visibly swell once more. Impossible! This absolutely cannot be! Yu Qingshu shrieked, how could you possibly recover your essence within the red mist? Even we can't do it, what gives you the right? It wasn't just her. Yu Li and Lin Wuxuan were suddenly overcome by a deep sense of dread. Though the crimson mist continued to relentlessly drain the essence from his body, each shattering crystal ring fused Bai Ning's form with renewed vitality. This back and forth cycle meant their once certain sacrifice to Bai Time might very well fail. For the red mist sustained its assault on Bai Ning by consuming the essence of flesh and blood. Yet the amount absorbed depended entirely on the quantity sacrificed by the buyer. Despite their skeletal appearances now, with the conglomerate's vast resources, they could recover swiftly once freed from the red mist. But the amount they're sacrificing now is already pushing their limits. Any more would not only hinder their recovery but, more terrifyingly, damage their future cultivation potential. Bai Ning crushed several more crystals, feeling the energy surge back into his body. He tilted his head, his neck cracking with a sharp pop. Auntie, you'd better mind your own business. Seeing Bai Ning regain his strength once more, Yu Qingshui's heart raced with panic. Auntie, you must think of a way. We can't let him keep replenishing his energy. Otherwise, he'll kill us all soon. Bai Ning's current method of replenishing energy relied solely on energy crystals. The most direct way to stop him was to seize the crystals. But unless they were completely insane, they wouldn't even consider snatching something from a 9th tier expert. Yu Qingshu frantically glanced at Yu Li and Lin Wuxuan, seeking some reassurance from them. To her shock, not only did Lin Wuxuan stare blankly ahead. Even Yu Li, who had first proposed the sacrifice plan, appeared utterly distraught. Why can Bai Ning restore his energy, but we can't? Yu Qingshu was nearly driven mad by anxiety. Hearing this, Lin Wuxuan felt there was some truth to it, and a glimmer of resolve returned to her eyes. Li Qingxue has a point. If Bai Ning can recover, it means the red mist's isolation isn't impossible to break. We must have a way too. Yes, Auntie. Could there be other methods on that scroll we haven't noticed? Yuli also began to doubt herself. I've examined the scroll's contents countless times. Could I truly have missed something? The scroll was only so big, containing no more than 300 characters. After reading it a few times, even a child could recite its contents. If one could genuinely overlook something, that would be quite a feat. Yuli understood this logic, yet she couldn't fathom why Bai Ning was the exception. She suddenly turned to Bai Ning, her voice firm. Bai Ning, how dare you absorb energy? Yuli realized she could ask questions about things she didn't understand. After all, she was Bai Ning's biological mother. No matter what she wanted to do, Bai Ning, as her son, was forever indebted to her. Even in this situation, Bai Ning shouldn't be holding anything back from her. She was his real mother, after all. Chapter 118, You truly are the most pitiable thing. Bai Ning prided himself on having thick skin. But hearing Yuli's words, he finally understood what it meant to be shameless. Could heredity be this powerful? Is the thickness of one's face also passed down through the bloodline? Bai Ning laughed bitterly, pointing at himself and demanding, You want to kill me, yet you ask me how to do it? Have you lost your mind? So the red mist didn't just drain your essence, it sucked out your brain too, huh? This isn't how shamelessness is done. Bai Ning couldn't be bothered with this bunch of morons anymore. He stood tall, all the energy crystals swirling around him as if summoned. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The only response they received was the continuous crackling of shattering crystals. A torrent of energy surged forth, instantly devoured by the surrounding, ravenous crimson mist. What followed? Bai Ning's body had fully restored to its original state. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of power reaching new heights. At the same time, consume 2.11 trillion assets to evolve into God-tier Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. He crushed all the energy crystals at once, and the progress bar in his vision surged wildly once more. It shot straight to 2.1%. Based on past experience, Bai Ning estimated that reaching 10% absorption would elevate him to mid-tier 9th rank. 40% would take him to the upper mid-tier of the 9th rank. The remaining 60% would be dedicated to preparing for the 10th tier. These 3 women before him would collectively boost his progress by at least another 3%. He was already very close to mid-tier 9th rank. He could also use the Crimson Mist to perform a reverse sacrifice, letting it kill these 3. But Bai Ning decided, why let others reap the rewards? Such valuable targets deserved to be taken down by his own hand. The red mist's absorption rate had slowed considerably, rendering it virtually harmless to him. It would be over in a few minutes. Bai Ning's condition returned to its peak. In contrast, for Yuli and the other 2, the vital energy they had sacrificed flowed away like floodwaters released from a dam, never to return. They knew that if they didn't act soon, once Bai Ning was completely free of the red mist, their time would come. Answer me. I am your mother. Yuli's entire body shook violently. Tell me, how did you do it? The scroll clearly said. The scroll? Bai Ning lifted her eyes, her dazzling golden pupils flashing with icy coldness. So it really was your idea. His biological mother was truly wonderful. A mother sacrificing herself to kill her own son? Absolutely outrageous. He could overlook her doting on Bai Tianyan, he'd simply treat her like a stranger. But Bai Ning never imagined she could go this far. Bai Ning's gaze swept over Yuli's skeletal frame, barely recognizable as human. Yuli, you are the most pitiful, most hideous thing I've ever seen. The words pierced Yuli's heart like a dagger. She opened her mouth, only to find her strength rapidly fading. No, no. Yuli tried to shake her head. How could I die before my son, whom I never even looked at properly? Bai Ning sneered. Don't try to claim kinship with me. We're no longer related. He had already stated that once the Crimson Mist absorbed his essence, their connection would be severed. Beside them, Yu Qingshu had completely broken down. She couldn't accept this outcome. We've become this wretched state, why won't you just die already? Yu Qingshu was nearly choking on her own rage. Bai Ning's smile was forced, angry? Well, go ahead and die of anger. Yu Qingshu nearly choked on her breath, unable to contain her fury. She turned toward the entrance and bellowed. Father! Father! Where are you? Help us! Bai Ning must die today, or there will be endless trouble. The instant her voice faded, the space outside the Crimson Mist suddenly warped. Yu Qingshu and the other 2 visibly relaxed, expressions of relief washing over them. Bai Ning, unsurprisingly, coldly fixed his gaze on the 3 figures who had suddenly appeared. Yu Hongying and 2 elderly men. This was the Yu clan's territory. The appearance of a few Yu clan experts was only to be expected. Among the 3, Yu Hongying, the clan head of the Yu clan, stood behind the other 2. Bai Ning didn't recognize the 2 elders leading the group, but judging by their aura, one was at the mid-stage of the 9th rank, likely the Moon clan's patriarch. The other, though not at the 9th tier, radiated an equally formidable aura. Bai Ning showed no hesitation, narrowing his eyes and asking, "Mind if I butt in?" The leading elder was none other than the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Qingtian. Fury and shock flared in his eyes as he growled. "Regardless of your methods, you're now under the influence of the crimson mist and far from your peak condition. I advise you to leave immediately." Bai Ning chuckled. "I'm here to kill your little granddaughter, and you have the nerve to tell me to leave? This is the conglomerate. Truth be told, they're nothing but a bunch of cowardly weaklings who bully the weak and fear the strong. If not for him beating Lin Qiren into submission yesterday, showing them his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary lower-tier 9th-rank cultivator, this old ancestor of the Yu clan would likely be strutting around arrogantly today." Yuli screamed with her last ounce of strength, "Ancestor, don't let him go. He's an ungrateful wolf who'll never spare us in the future." Bai Ning didn't look at her, merely raising an eyebrow as he stared defiantly at the Yuezhi patriarch. He looked ready to pounce. Who said he wasn't at peak condition the entire time? He was far stronger now than he had been yesterday. Yu Qingtian hesitated, then paused before urging, "After all, you share the bloodline of our Yu clan. The patriarch doesn't wish to fight you." A mocking curve tugged at Bai Ning's lips. "See, old lady? This is your so-called family. While you scheme for revenge, they lurk in the shadows watching. Their appearance now isn't to save you either. They're only afraid your deaths will drag them down too." Yuli understood the patriarch's meaning all too well, but she refused to accept it. "Patriarch? Are those children's deaths for nothing?" Yu Qingshu also looked at her father, who had always doted on her, with disappointment. "Father, it's not just sister. Now I'm going to die too. Won't you do anything?" Lin Wuxuan gritted her teeth. "You refuse to stand up for Zhu Yu and the others, so the three of us will take the fall. But now, where is your responsibility as men, as the head of this family? If today's events get out, you'll lose all face." Yu Hanying's face flushed red then drained pale, his expression a study in agony. He opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Bai Ning nodded repeatedly. Truly a loving family. You haven't disappointed me. In that case." He lifted his eyes, his gaze blazing with golden light. "I shall make this decision for you." The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Ning's aura surged violently once more. "Devour 3.1100 trillion assets to evolve into god-tier candle dragon heavenly eye." He dumped all the money he'd prepared long ago into the donation. At his level, money was nothing but a number. As long as power was within his grasp, he would take as much of this stuff as he could get his hands on. Even with such a large sum, Bai Ning didn't bat an eyelid. "It's already past 2. I need to get back and sleep." Bai Ning's icy gaze fixed on Yu Qingtian. "So stay put, and I won't kill you today." Chapter 119, The entire realm lies beneath my feet. The next moment. Centered beneath Bai Ning's feet, space shattered inch by inch like fragile glass. The shattering occurred at an astonishing speed, engulfing the entire garden in the blink of an eye. The crimson mist churned within the garden, attempting to block the onslaught. Its power seemed to transcend the very rules of this world, surging forward with the might of a 10th-tier force. The crimson mist collided violently with the spatial fissures. With each churning surge of the crimson mist, faint shadows of ancient runes flickered, attempting to halt the spatial collapse and trap its prey within. "There's hope." A wild thrill flared in Yuli's eyes. "He can't break through 10th-tier power." Before she could finish, a fiery light blazed in Bai Ning's eyes. "You've already taken so much of my essence and you still won't let go?" In the next instant, the force of spacetime erupted completely, colliding with the crimson mist once more. The crimson mist, imbued with 10th-tier might, was instantly pierced through. The fracturing force of space spread outward unimpeded once more. And it showed no signs of stopping. "Retreat!" Yu Qingtian's scalp tingled as he grabbed Yu Hongying and frantically retreated backward. But their speed, as if affected by some force, suddenly slowed. Only then did they realize that time itself within this area had been affected by Bai Ning. The world before everyone's eyes slowed to half speed, everything moving in a drawn-out haze. Silently and without warning, the ancient Moon Clan castle that had stood for centuries was completely swallowed by the frantically expanding spatial fissure. Precious ancient paintings, ornaments, and bricks. Everything touched by the spatial disturbance instantly turned to ash. The ancient castle was utterly erased by the vast power of spacetime. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from this region. Countless swirling dust particles drifted upward into the sky. Within the fractured space, they slowly danced around Bai Ning. "Consume 4.5100 trillion assets to evolve into god-tier candle dragon heavenly eye." The small text in his field of vision began to frantically flash once more. After the ancient castle was obliterated, the countless treasures within became nourishment for the golden finger. Bai Ning stood atop the ruins, flanked by 3 skeletal figures feigning madness. A satisfied chuckle escaped his throat as he lifted his foot toward the sky. Invisible ripples spread out in concentric circles beneath his feet. With each step he took, the space beneath him twisted slightly, forming a stable fulcrum. Step by step, he ascended toward the heavens with unhurried composure. Particles shattered by the warped space were drawn by the force radiating from him, spiraling upward like countless stars. In the faint moonlight, the dust particles shimmered with a subtle glow. It resembled a celestial highway paved solely for him. Far away, Yu Qingtian and the others, who had barely managed to flee, stared at the tribal lands reduced to a flattened expanse, their faces drained of color. Had they lingered even a moment longer, they would have vanished without a trace, just like the ancient castle. Yu Qingtian stumbled back half a step under Bai Ning's suddenly surging aura, his weathered face shifting between pale and ashen. Yu Qingtian's throat went dry. Recalling Lin Qiren's pitiful state from yesterday, he dared not make a single reckless move. This bizarre scene drew attention from all corners. Even at 2 in the morning, many night owls remained active online. Thus, one livestream's popularity once again shot through the roof. It surpassed countless borderline female streamers, claiming the top spot on the webpage rankings. The livestream's title was particularly eye-catching. Yuezhi Ancient Castle vanishes in seconds, mysterious powerhouse ascends to the heavens. Clicking into the stream, the scene that greeted viewers brought countless netizens back to reality. The footage was captured from a great distance using high-powered equipment. A figure stood steady mid-air, moonlight warping around him. The figure's face remained indistinct, save for a pair of dazzling golden eyes that burned with a golden glow. Even from such a great distance, they seemed to pierce through everything. You show me this at 2 a.m.? I'm wide awake until tomorrow night. The Yu clan's ancient castle. Where did that massive structure go? The last streamer who dared to broadcast by family affairs mysteriously vanished. And now someone dares to film the conglomerate's business? Wasn't it said to be impenetrable even by 9th-tier fighters? Just wiped out like that? Who's the big shot behind this? Looks like the Yu clan will have to rebuild their own castle now. No one in the livestream could have imagined someone daring to pick a fight with the Yuezhi clan in the dead of night and even demolishing their ancient castle. Until someone recognized those signature golden pupils. Golden pupils? It's my husband. Ah! That aura, that physique, it's definitely my husband Bai Ning. So handsome, so handsome. My husband is so badass. After taking down the Bai clan, now he's going after the Yuezhi. Sisters up there, wake up. Your husband just demolished the Yu family's ancestral home. He might be gone in a minute. The comments flooded in like a tsunami. Every second, the viewership exploded at an exponential rate. Everyone was utterly stunned by this spectacle, especially those who had watched the livestream when Bai Ning returned to the Bai clan with the Phoenix last time. Isn't Bai Ning only 18? How powerful has he become? Does he even care about the Yu family? Hey, if Bai Ning is still here, it means even the Bai clan couldn't touch him after he tore the place apart. Talk about power. I can't take it, honey. Bai Ning stood silently mid-air, utterly unprepared for being filmed again. He felt the surging power within him. So powerful, so unstoppable. He lowered his gaze to the exhausted trio of Yu Li, nearly spent. When Yu Qingtian and Yu Hongying retreated, they hadn't planned to help them at all, fleeing at breakneck speed. See? They don't even have the courage to bury your bodies. You conglomerates are always so united when bullying the weak, but in reality, you're nothing special. No, it's not like that. Yu Li murmured incoherently. At the final moment, she had made a desperate last stand, sacrificing more of her own flesh and blood to the Crimson Mist in an attempt to weaken Bai Ning. Yet Bai Ning seemed utterly unaffected, his aura instead surging higher and higher. In the end, even the Crimson Mist itself shattered. Because of this, her body was now utterly withered and emaciated. Bai Ning spoke calmly, if someone were to help you drink the life potion now, you might still survive. But look, who dares? He gestured toward the Moon Clan members cowering on the ground, frozen in fear. Yu Li's brother, Yu Hongying, stood with his lips tightly sealed, showing no intention of intervening. The Yu clan patriarch stood with his hands behind his back, expression neutral. The others were even less inclined to act. And Bai Ning's so-called biological father, Bai Zhongyue, hadn't even shown up. The rest of Yu Li's children were nowhere to be seen. She lay collapsed on the ground, her breath growing weaker by the moment. Bai Ning waved his hand. Lin Wushuang and Yu Qingshu didn't even get a chance to beg for mercy, they instantly turned to ash and vanished into thin air. Bai Ning raised his voice again. Head of the Yu family, your own sister is dying. What are your thoughts? Yu Hongying's heart clenched. The agonizing loss of his beloved daughter was already unbearable, yet Bai Ning's words now felt like a slap across the face. He stole a glance at Yu Qingtian. The elder of the Yuezhi clan remained impassive, showing no intention of stepping forward. Yu Hongying lost all hope and fell silent, saying nothing more. See? This is your consortium. Bai Ning exhaled a breath of stale air. Even if I don't kill you, you'll still die. Chapter 120, Mom asked why I was kneeling to look at my phone. Ha, ha. Yu Li forced out a few broken gasps from deep in her throat, indistinguishable whether they were cries or laughter. The last thing she saw were Bai Ning's cold, dazzling golden eyes gazing down at her. There was no triumphant joy within them, only utter indifference. Consume 100 terabytes of assets to evolve into god-tier candle dragon heavenly eye. Bai Ning watched calmly as the progress bar in his eyes rose once more. In the blink of an eye, it reached 8% progress. With just another 2 trillion, he could ascend to the mid-tier of the 9th stage. Yet from his ascension to the 9th tier until now, only a mere few days had passed. What took ordinary mortals decades to achieve, he could effortlessly attain with this golden finger. If he wished, killing Yu Hongying now would yield extraordinary value from the Moon Clan Patriarch alone enough to propel him directly to mid-tier 9th rank. Then he could eliminate the Yu Clan Patriarch, the Lin Clan Patriarch. Reaching the upper tier of the 9th rank would only take a few more days. But if he truly did that, he would be no different from those conglomerates. The viewers in the livestream did not witness the deaths of Yu Li and the others. On screen, Bai Ning hovered in midair, speaking to those below. He soon turned to leave. The livestream erupted once more. "Honey, don't go. Let me see one more time, just one more glance." How terrifying. To him, the Yu clan is nothing. He comes and goes as he pleases. Wait, Bai Ning seems to have suddenly stopped. Did someone call out to him? No sound is so frustrating. I miss the last brave streamer who dared to broadcast Bai's clan. Look below. The Yuezhi ancestor flew up right behind Bai Ning. Holy crap, that guy's expression looks like he's about to fight. Zoom in quick, I'm betting on the carnival. As if hearing the viewers' thoughts in the chat, the camera actually zoomed in. Yu Qingtian's face appeared clearly in the frame. The old face no longer bore any trace of earlier terror. Instead, it twisted into an extremely complex, distinctly ingratiating smile. His mouth opened and closed rapidly, as if speaking something with utmost reverence. Holy, what am I seeing? The Yu Clan Patriarch is smiling? He's actually smiling? Power reigns supreme, brothers. With enough strength, even the ancestor will smile at you. Wonder when I'll reach that level. Go to bed early, man. Anything can happen in your dreams. Is that a bank card? The Yu Clan Patriarch actually gave Bai Ning a bank card. What kind of mega deal is this? Bai Ning demolished the Yuezhi clan's house and they're repaying him with cash? I wouldn't dare dream of pulling that off. Bai Ning floated in midair, expressionless as he accepted the bank card. Xiao Ning, today's incident was a complete misunderstanding. This card holds 2 trillion in cash. Consider it compensation. Hope you don't mind. The man across from him smiled stiffly. Bai Ning paid little attention, responding casually before turning and walking away. No sooner had he emerged from the crimson mist than his phone began vibrating frantically. It had been vibrating non-stop until now. He pulled out his phone to see a call from Bai Henian. What's up? Bai Ning asked flatly. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if Bai Henian hadn't expected him to actually answer. Bai Henian's resigned voice came through. Enough is enough. Yu Li is dead, and you've demolished the entire castle. Still not satisfied? Conglomerates shouldn't engage in excessive infighting. It only makes us look ridiculous to outsiders. Everything has its limits. Come back tomorrow. There are matters we need to discuss. Bai Ning listened, a cold smile curling his lips. Of course I'll be at the Bai Corporation tomorrow. After all. He said meaningfully, according to the sequence, tomorrow is the Bai Corporation's turn. Bai Henian choked on his words. He wanted to get angry, but remembering Bai Ning's current power, he paused and urged. The Lin family has already sent a warning to our household. After all, you killed their matriarch. For now, I can still persuade Zhong Yuan to shield you from the pressure. But once you touch Bai Tianlu, no one will help you. Bai Ning chuckled lightly. Go ahead and let him try. With that, he hung up without waiting for a response. Bai Tianlu's death was a foregone conclusion. No one could change that. Bai Ning had intended to return directly to the academy, but after hanging up, he noticed a message from his master on his screen. Take your time in Yuezhi. No rush to leave. Let your master earn a little extra spending money. Huh? What does that mean? Bai Ning was completely baffled. What did don't rush to leave mean? How could that earn more money? Me killing people and my master can still make money? Bai Ning didn't ponder long, for he soon spotted the money-making method on the webpage's headline. Livestream, Yuezhi ancient castle vanishes in seconds. Mysterious powerhouse ascends to the heavens. Bai Ning sighed and resignedly clicked in. The protagonist in the footage was clearly himself. Fine. It wasn't the first time anyway. Bai Ning raised his phone, watching the livestream while navigating his surroundings. Until his face came directly into view on the screen. This is the spot. Bai Ning set his phone down and flashed a grin at the camera. The next moment, he teleported straight to the front of the camera. Hey! His voice, tinged with a hint of magnetism, transmitted directly through the live streaming equipment into the ears of every viewer. The moment his high-definition, unfiltered handsome face filled the frame again, the live stream exploded. Aha, my husband is right in front of me. Honey, look at me. This face, this aura, I'm dead. This overwhelming presence, my legs are giving out. Mom asked why I'm kneeling while watching my phone and bleeding from my nose. The camera is shaking. Blogger, steady your hands, hold it steady. Flood the chat with gifts, let's show the big shot some love. Donation effects instantly flooded the entire screen. Bai Ning nodded at the camera, the smile in his golden pupils deepening slightly. Nice stream. He waved casually, his figure flickering once more before vanishing completely. Only the camera remained, shaking violently. The cameraman trembled as he lowered the camera, shivering as he sent a message to his superior. "Captain, Bai Ning spotted us. He won't do anything, right?" The reply came swiftly, "Are you stupid? We're here on his master's orders. What the hell are we afraid of?" The man scratched his head. "Right. I almost forgot I'm on Bai Ning's side." That oppressive feeling was truly TSK. Chapter 121, This Situation. No one can fix it. Bai Ning returned to the dormitory, his first thought being that robbers had broken in. Of course, with his master keeping watch, such a scenario was virtually impossible. But the room was a complete mess. Marks from a blade covered the walls, tables, and floor. The culprit, Xingyu, was sound asleep in a cozy nest made from blankets. Bai Ning shook his head. Well, the bed was split in two anyway. Might as well sleep right here. The next morning, Xingyu woke up and immediately pounced on Bai Ning, his little face begging for praise. "Didn't I practice my sword skills perfectly yesterday?" She pointed at the deepest gash on the wall, one that nearly pierced through, her voice brimming with excitement. "Bai Ning, so diligent?" Xingyu nodded vigorously. "During yesterday's combat training, everyone's sword skills were amazing. Only I kept missing my target. I even heard someone whispering behind my back, saying I only got in because of you. I couldn't let you down." Bai Ning finally understood. After consuming the life ode and transforming, the little phoenix possessed combat prowess equivalent to a mid-tier 7th rank human. Meanwhile, the freshmen who just enrolled were at most at the 1st or 2nd tier. They couldn't possibly gauge Xingyu's true strength. Phoenix clans primarily relied on formidable physical prowess and phoenix fire in combat. None were known to wield swords, spears, or staffs. Xingyu had never been exposed to such things. In the eyes of his classmates, his practical combat experience was likely lacking. The young phoenix, having recently taken human form, knew little of human society's norms. It likely ran wild in the dormitory, doing as it pleased. He could almost picture the neighbors next door last night, hearing the clatter and clang coming from this side, seething with anger but dared not speak up. After all, everyone in the academy knew exactly who occupied that dorm room. "It was my oversight," Bai Ning said, ruffling her hair. "In human society, it's best to practice in designated training rooms. Otherwise, you're bound to startle others. Come on, I'll take you somewhere." He led Xingyu to his private cultivation chamber. His master had prepared it for him earlier. After descending into the underground caverns, he hadn't returned here for quite some time. Wow! Xingyu's eyes lit up as she surveyed the vast, open space dozens of times larger than a dorm room. "Can I practice freely here?" Bai Ning nodded. He took out a long training sword and handed it to her. "This morning, while you don't have class, I'll teach you a few moves first." When he helped Xingyu choose her courses, he drew heavily on his own experiences and lessons learned. He'd only selected a few essential courses, so her academic load wasn't heavy. As for Bai Ning's own classes, he'd skipped them all long ago. The professors were well aware of his current abilities and didn't care whether he attended or not. In fact, if he did show up, it would put immense pressure on the teacher, enough to make them drink 3 glasses of water in a single class. Watch closely. This blade technique is called Ember Cleaver. Bai Ning gripped his long blade, expending minimal energy as he purely demonstrated the technique. His stance dipped slightly as his arm surged with force, propelling a razor-sharp blade aura from the blade at astonishing speed. The blade light effortlessly pierced through 3 test targets before crashing into the wall with a boom, leaving a deep scorched mark. Bai Ning sheathed his blade and looked at the wide-eyed Xingyu. "The key is to channel your power through imbuing your flames into the blade's aura to achieve ultimate penetration and explosive force." Xingyu listened intently, then excitedly took the blade. Mimicking Bai Ning's posture, her little face tensed as she let out a sharp cry. Bai Ning immediately spotted the problem. The blade tip was crooked. The power of the Nirvana flame was too overwhelming. It hadn't integrated into the sword's momentum at all. Though it had ultimately blown away a test target, it was purely due to the fire's raw force. Xingyu's face instantly fell, and she looked to Bai Ning for help. Bai Ning walked behind her, reached out, and took her small hand holding the blade, pulling her halfway into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from his large hand, Xingyu's cheeks flushed. "Don't lose focus," Bai Ning said, patting the small head nestled against him. "Feel within yourself. I'll guide you." His palm enveloped hers firmly, blurring the sensation of the knife handle and replacing it with a deep, profound connection. He adjusted her posture. "Focus." Xingyu closed her eyes, sensing an external warmth quietly seeping into her body. Her instinct was to flinch, but the warmth pressed relentlessly onward. It brushed every node of her body, guiding her toward unexplored realms. Her consciousness was swept away by this force, sinking deeper and deeper. An overwhelming sense of fullness and surrender washed over her simultaneously. She felt herself become a bow, held firmly in his grasp, the string being drawn taut by him, bit by bit, irresistibly. His breath brushed her earlobe, sending a faint tingle of sensation. Now! The taut bowstring snapped free. Xingyu had long since lost control. Her arm obeyed Bai Ning's command and swung out. A razor-thin crimson gold blade of light erupted from the sword, instantly slicing through the air. 3 test targets were effortlessly pierced. Xingyu breathed heavily, her pupils filled with bewilderment, as if she had just emerged from an uncontrollable dream. Bai Ning took half a step back. Remember that feeling? Xingyu nodded blankly, her small face flushed crimson. Whether it was the surging energy or something else. The tide deep within her consciousness slowly receded, leaving behind a damp, muddy shore. It was late into the night once more. After tending to Xingyu and putting her to sleep, Bai Ning strolled leisurely to the Bai family ancestral home. He felt severely sleep-deprived lately. He was barely holding on thanks to his 9th-tier physique. As always, an energy shield enveloped the exterior of the ancestral home better than nothing. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ning stepped through the swirling debris and entered the main residence. As expected, no one was asleep. They had all gathered in the main hall. The moment Bai Ning stepped through the doorway, the previously low, oppressive murmurs abruptly fell silent. Every core member of the Bai family present fixed their gaze squarely upon him. Bai Ning paid no heed to the tense atmosphere. His gaze swept past Bai Zhongyuan's sour expression and landed directly on Bai Tianlu, who was trembling behind him. Well, you're all quite self-aware. Bai Ning nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time he'd encountered his target so smoothly. Bai Henian couldn't help but speak up in a deep voice. Are you truly willing to disregard kinship and harm your own brother today? Bai Zhongyuan shielded Bai Tianlu behind him, his voice taut. Bai Ning, if you spare Tianlu today, I will personally designate you as the next head of the Bai clan. His voice wasn't loud, but the weight of his words was immense. The position of head of the Bai clan, promised personally by the current head. Everyone knew that as a member of the third branch, Bai Ning's succession was a foregone conclusion if he gained the support of the main branch. If Bai Ning agreed, the pinnacle of power lay before him. Such temptation was impossible for anyone to resist. Bai Ning took a step forward. What? Wasn't I clear enough on the phone yesterday? This matter won't work no matter who comes. Chapter 122, would it help if I kowtowed to you? Bai Ning scanned the room and suddenly noticed someone was missing. Where's Bai Zhongyue? Amidst this lively gathering of relatives, his so-called biological father didn't show up. Bai Henian's expression grew complex. Zhongyue fainted yesterday and was hospitalized. Do you know why? Bai Ning let out a soft gasp. Of course. Who could bear hearing that their lifelong spouse had died and at the hands of their own abandoned child? Oh, and then there was his second brother, Bai Tianjue, the one whose cultivation he had crippled. He wondered if the news had reached him yet. If Bai Zhongyue still didn't know, that wouldn't be good. As a concerned citizen, Bai Ning felt compelled to find him something to occupy his hospital bed. Has Bai Tianjue returned? Bai Ning inquired, raising an eyebrow. You dare mention Tianjue? Bai Henian's temper flared. He slammed his fist on the armrest and sprang to his feet. The overwhelming aura of a 9th-rank cultivator erupted uncontrollably from his body. His aged face flushed crimson, his beard quivering. His appearance was vastly different from the serene and profound figure Bai Ning had first encountered. You crippled his cultivation, turned him into a useless shell, and then kept him locked away in that hellhole for so long that he had no chance to recover. Do you have even a shred of humanity left? Bai Henian's furious roar echoed through the hall. The Bai clan members held their breath, none having ever witnessed the usually stoic patriarch lose his temper so fiercely. Bai Ning ignored him, idly picking at his ear. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's get down to business. At these words, Bai Zhongyuan and his surrounding guards tensed, muscles rigid as they instantly went on high alert. Bai Ning took another step forward. A single step unleashed an overwhelming pressure like a collapsing mountain. The air in the entire hall froze, and everyone felt their breath catch. Bai Henian's expression changed dramatically. While others marveled at the sheer power of a 9th-rank cultivator, only Bai Henian truly grasped the magnitude of Bai Ning's display. For the energy erupting from Bai Ning's body at that moment was in no way inferior to that of Bai Henian, a seasoned 9th-rank powerhouse. You, how could you? Bai Henian's emotions were incredibly complex. In my twilight years, I finally witnessed the Bai clan produce a genius like you. And yet, how long has it been? How long indeed, that he was already nearing the mid-tier of the 9th rank. Bai Henian, who had been angrily berating Bai Ning mere seconds ago, suddenly changed his tone completely. Bai Zhongyuan witnessed this and immediately grew anxious. Ancestor, he intends to attack Tianlu. It's bad enough he's wreaking havoc at home, but he personally killed Lin Wushuang of the Lin clan and their 2 legitimate sons. He even killed the twin sisters of the Yu clan. Now both families have jointly questioned us Bai clan at the assembly, putting immense pressure on our clan. Bai Henian sighed deeply, offering no immediate response. Bai Zhongyuan pressed on, I am still the head of this Bai family. Within this clan, and across the entire federation, my words carry weight. Today, I'm laying down the law. Bai Ning, if you truly killed Tianlu, our family will no longer bear the pressure from the 2 conglomerates for you. Even the Bai clan will no longer be your home. Bai Ning didn't even lift his eyelids, replying lazily. He Nian. The mere utterance of He Nian stunned everyone present. This was the patriarch and ancestor several generations above him. You're calling him He Nian? He Nian, they can't see the situation clearly. Tell them what realm I'm in. Bai Zheng Yuan frowned in confusion. Why ask? Everyone knows you advanced to the lower 9th rank 3 days ago. Besides, how dare you address the ancestor by name? What is his status? Bai Ning smiled but said nothing. Bai Henian waved his hand dismissively, signaling it was nothing. Bai Zheng Yuan grew even more puzzled. When had the ancestor's temperament become so mild? Ancestor, the Lin and Yu clans are already putting immense pressure on us. You can't let him act so recklessly. Bai Henian spoke in a deep voice. If either of those families dares to say another word, let them come. I'll see who dares to utter another word when my Bai clan has 2 9th rank cultivators. His expression showed not anger toward Bai Ning, but rather a subtle sense of pride. His words silenced Bai Zheng Yuan completely. The surrounding Bai clan members stared in shock at the patriarch's unusual demeanor. Bai Ning understood perfectly why Bai Henian's attitude toward him had shifted so abruptly. Ultimately, it all came down to differing levels of utility. Among the 4 major conglomerates, only one direct-line patriarch from each family had reached the 9th rank. The Li family patriarch, Li Yensong, enjoyed a close relationship with Qiansan. Merely having Qiansan's backing allowed him to hold an edge over the other 3 families. But the Bai clan? They now possess 2 9th rank elders. Bai Ning, barely 18, represented an unprecedented level of value. Not to mention, Bai Ning had only recently ascended to the 9th tier yet could already overpower the Lin family's patriarch outright. Such combat prowess held its own among 9th rank practitioners. Thus, Bai Henian's demeanor was entirely unsurprising. Bai Ning's fingers formed a blade-like slash through the air. Without a single ripple of energy, that single gesture alone sent Bai Tianlu into a shrieking panic. Bai Ning chuckled maliciously, just trying to scare you a little. Look how frightened you got. I've always believed in reciprocity. Bai Tianyan and Lin Zhuyu always wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Yesterday, Yu Li, Lin Wushuang, and Yu Qingshu tried to take my life with some divine realm technique, so I killed them too. Bai Henian froze, interrupting sharply. You said divine realm? Yes, the divine realm. If it truly was the divine realm, you couldn't have come back alive, Bai Henian declared decisively. Bai Ning snorted. You really don't know how to talk. What's so special about the divine realm? They sacrificed their own flesh and blood, but they were too weak and I was too strong. It's only natural they couldn't kill me. You mean sacrifice? Bai Henian and Bai Zheng Yuan both gasped in shock. Though the sacrificial rites passed down by the Yuezhi were secretive, their status meant they had heard of them. It was indeed a technique passed down by some 10th tier powerhouse from the divine realm. That powerhouse's ability worked like this: when someone sacrificed flesh and blood to him, he absorbed their essence while granting their wishes. Legend had it that before he entered the divine realm, the Federation had suffered greatly at his hands. Back then, no one dared to make enemies lightly, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their death through sacrifice. It must be understood that the party initiating the transaction would meticulously calculate the quantity of vital essence, ensuring the ratio was correct, and the other party would certainly die before proceeding. Those targeted never escaped. Who would have thought Bai Ning could survive under the supernatural abilities of those within the divine realm? Bai Zheng Yuan closed his eyes in anguish, knowing it would be impossible to protect Bai Tianlu today. Bai Ning chuckled softly. So now you're the only one left, Bai Tianlu. You were so cocky before. Why not step up like a man now? At least you can die with a shred of dignity. The words left Bai Tianlu flushed with shame, his pride utterly shattered. But he knew this wasn't the time for pride. Survival mattered more than anything. Dad. Ancestor. Save me. I know I was wrong. Bai Ning, I beg you, spare me. I'll kowtow to you, is that acceptable? Bai Ning waved his finger dismissively, utterly unmoved. Nope. His smiling expression was laced with murderous intent, the oppressive pressure reaching its peak. By family head, I advise you to learn from that lynching, you fellow. Hand the person over willingly to spare us the trouble. Chapter 123, I'll be the Bai family head. Bai Zheng Yuan stumbled backward half a step as if all his strength had been drained. He stepped aside. Bai Ning's mocking gaze locked with Bai Tianlu's look of utter despair. I recall you had a formidable enforcer named Bai Jian. Where is he? It was Bai Jian who led the kidnapping of Meng Tianchi back then. Back then, Bai Ning was only at the 3rd tier. To defeat the 6th tier Bai Jian, he had squandered a staggering 500 billion energy crystals. Only by forcibly injecting energy through his golden finger did he barely manage to fight him to a standstill. In the end, Bai Jian survived only by popping pills. This incident had haunted Bai Ning ever since. In subsequent battles, he dedicated himself to delivering one-hit kills, denying his enemies any chance to take drugs. Bai Tianlu stammered, if I hand over everyone who's ever laid a finger on you, will you spare me? Bai Ning chuckled. What do you think? Those 3 casual words shattered Bai Tianlu's last shred of resolve. Bai Tianlu collapsed face first onto the ground, tears and snot smearing his face. Gone was any trace of his former aristocratic demeanor. Bai Ning straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke calmly. Bai Jian. A figure in the crowd flinched violently, instinctively trying to retreat. Bai Jian's face turned ashen. Knowing escape was impossible, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Master, spare my life. Bai Tianlu held the lives of my entire family in his hands. I had no choice but to. Before his plea could finish, Bai Ning made a casual flick of his wrist. An invisible thread sliced through the air. SSSH. Bai Jian's voice cut off abruptly as blood spurted 3 meters high from his severed neck. Blood splattered onto those surrounding Bai Jian, yet no one dared to dodge. They feared provoking Bai Ning, the killing god, and being mistaken for accomplices to be slain. But Bai Ning couldn't be bothered with the others. He sidestepped Bai Zhong Yuan. Your son's debt is yours to repay. The 10 trillion yuan he owes me, plus interest. Any objections? Bai Zhong Yuan had never faced such a threat before. But with his son's life in Bai Ning's hands, he endured, trembling all over. Finally, he managed to choke out, no. Make your demands. As long as you spare Tianlu, anything is negotiable. Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction and continued walking forward. Not far ahead lay the main seat in the Bai family residence, symbolizing the position of head of the household. Bai Zhong Yuan took half a step back, clearing the path to the main seat. Without pausing, Bai Ning kicked Tianlu in the face as he passed. He then crushed the man's head underfoot and continued walking. The motion was too swift for anyone to react. Pop! With a dull crack, Bai Tianlu's skull exploded. Red and white fragments, along with shattered bone, sprayed across the floor, splattering Bai Zhong Yuan's face and head. But Bai Ning, protected by his spatial barrier, remained untouched by the filth beneath his feet. Without pausing his stride, he sat directly upon the head of the family's seat. The entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Bai Zhong Yuan's eyes widened in horror. Slowly, he raised his trembling hand, staring at the warm, viscous red and white substance on his palm. It came from his son's severed head. To Bai Ning's surprise, Bai Zhong Yuan's first reaction upon regaining his senses wasn't to accuse him of killing Bai Tianlu. Instead, he demanded harshly. Bai Ning. How dare you ascend to the position of family head? What are your true intentions? The ruthlessness once again shattered Bai Ning's understanding of the conglomerate. I killed your son. And all you care about is someone sitting in your seat? Bai Ning had intended to offer some comfort. Old blood must be replaced for new blood to rise, and the next son would surely be more obedient. But the man didn't even bring it up. He just stared straight at the seat beneath Bai Ning's. But Bai Ning almost felt sorry for Bai Tianlu. Look at that, that's your father. But then again, wasn't Bai Zhongyue, that old bastard, exactly the same? He valued profit over blood ties and family affection. The Bai family really. Bai Ning couldn't help but sigh, what a corrupt family tradition. Seeing Bai Ning sitting there so firmly, Bai Zhongyuan dared not stop him and could only turn to the patriarch for help. The Bai clan's rules state only the current clan head may occupy that seat. Ancestor, look how he disregards tradition. His expression, as if seeking an adult's intervention, made Bai Ning's teeth ache. He recalled how others had described these powerful figures as calculating and unflappable. But now that he had the strength to see them clearly, he realized they were all just the same. When wronged and unable to retaliate, they all sought help from their elders. Bai Henian sighed helplessly. Xiaoning, you grew up outside the family and aren't familiar with the Bai clan's rules, but you'll have to learn them going forward. Even I cannot sit in this position. You should rise immediately. Bai Zhong Yuan realized he'd lost some of his composure in front of Bai Ning. After a moment to regain his calm, he straightened his back. You heard the patriarch's words. If you wish to remain in the Bai family, you must abide by its rules. Bai Ning rested his hand on the armrest, his fingers lightly tapping his chin. He found Bai Zhong Yuan utterly laughable. Those who'd occupied high positions for too long always thought they were the boss, unable to discern the situation. In this world where might ruled supreme, the conglomerate had earned its standing through sheer strength. But Bai Zhong Yuan, having occupied his lofty position for too long, had clearly forgotten this fundamental truth. A few days ago, you asked me to take over the authority of the third branch. I've made up my mind. Bai Ning chuckled softly. I think the third branch alone is too little. Why not hand over the entire Bai family to me? I'll take it. He remained seated, yet an aura far more terrifying than before swept through the entire hall. How could this happen so quickly? Bai Henian gasped in shock. It's only been a few minutes. How could you have already reached the threshold of the mid-stage of the 9th rank? This statement sent shockwaves through those still speculating about Bai Ning's strength. Previously, Bai Henian had merely marveled at Bai Ning's terrifying talent. But ever since Bai Ning's enrollment day, terms like genius and prodigy had become his exclusive domain. Back then, those who disliked Bai Ning could only call him a country bumpkin, unworldly and ignorant. Yet no one dared question the quality of his talent. From the moment his talent first awakened, it had shone brilliantly ever since. The Bai clan had grown accustomed to such praise and took it in stride. But when Bai Henian declared that Bai Ning was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the 9th rank, it felt like a thunderclap to everyone present. Mid-stage 9th rank. In an advancement process notoriously hellish in difficulty, Bai Ning was poised to break through in just a few days? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Breaking through 8 tiers in a month was terrifying enough, but none of those shocks compared to the explosive impact of this moment. The fastest advancement record in human history from the lower tier of the 9th rank to the middle tier. It took 13 years. And Bai Ning? A mere 4 days, give or take. 4 days versus 13 years. What does that even mean? Calling him a prodigy doesn't even begin to cover it. At that moment, a single thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. Bai Ning must be cheating. Chapter 124, Bai Ning must be cheating. If Bai Ning wasn't cheating, how else could his cultivation level rise at a speed rivaling a rocket? How did you advance so fast? Bai Zhongyuan, both anxious and furious, blurted out his thoughts. Could it be you have some secret technique that allowed you to reach this realm in just 2 months? Hearing this, Bai Henian and the rest of the Bai clan stared at Bai Ning suspiciously. But Bai Ning had no intention of revealing his secret advantage. He never intended to conceal his true strength from the start, but that didn't mean he'd foolishly admit to cheating. He scratched his head awkwardly. Leveling up, is that really so difficult? Everyone held their breath and took a step back. Then Bai Ning asked in confusion, actually, I was wondering why is everyone's leveling so slow? Is there some secret to holding back your level? Everyone took another step back, grinding their teeth in silent fury at his backhanded compliment. Damn, this kid is seriously cocky. Back to the matter at hand. Bai Ning composed himself. Let's discuss my succession as head of the family. He leaned back in his chair, looking every inch the troublemaker. At this mention, Bai Zhongyuan, who had been poised to confront Bai Ning, shifted visibly. He tucked his hands behind his back, lowering his gaze without a word. Instead, Bai Henian's expression grew solemn as he spoke first, there's no need to bring up who the next family head will be. Hearing this firm response, Bai Ning felt no anger. On the contrary, this was precisely the reaction he had hoped to provoke from the Bai family. After all, the more people picked fights with him, the more he could milk them for experience points and level up faster. If one day everyone became as docile as lambs before him, he wouldn't be pleased at all. As Bai Ning pondered this, Bai Henian continued. The next head of the family will naturally be you, Bai Ning. Ha? Bai Zhongyuan was dumbfounded. Ha? Bai Ning was even more stunned. Both of them stared wide-eyed. Wait, this isn't how the script was supposed to go. Weren't we supposed to reject me and then retaliate against me? After all the outrageous things I've done slaughtering the new generation of every clan, how could you, the ancient ancestor of the Bai family, possibly accept me as the new head? I was all set for another brutal battle, but you suddenly back down? What happened to blood ties being more important than anything? Bai Zhongyuan's heart pounded wildly, unable to accept such a swift reversal. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, the appointment of a conglomerate head requires approval by the council vote. I've never heard of the councillors showing such inclination. Bai Henian waved his hand, signaling for patience. This is merely a preliminary proposal. We haven't reached the stage of actual voting yet. It's just that Xiao Ning and Lin Qiren's performance in their confrontation caught the attention of the old fossils in the consortium. You mean? Bai Zhongyuan grasped something, struggling to utter the words, time reversal? Hearing this, Bai Ning finally understood. No wonder they'd been dangling promises they'd set their sights on his unique abilities. The Council of this world was nominally the highest legislative and governing body of the Federation. Theoretically, it oversees the operations of the federal government. But in reality, the vast majority of its members hailed from the 4 major conglomerates. In terms of seniority, these council members outranked Bai Zhongyuan's generation. The few who weren't from the Bai, Lin, Li, or Yu families had long since aligned themselves with one of the 4. Thus, while the assembly claims to conduct votes and deliberations, it is essentially a venue for the 4 major conglomerates to carve up their interests. As for why a fight with Lin Qiren could attract such attention, Bai Ning understood perfectly well. The wealthy feared death, and the elderly feared death. For wealthy, elderly council members, this fear was ingrained in their very bones. This very fear was precisely why the eternal flower in the Phoenix clan's territory attracted so many masters to vie for it. Lin Qiren's ability drained others' vital energy, causing rapid outward aging. The candle dragon's eye commanded both temporal and spatial energies. While it couldn't yet reverse the flow of time for the entire world, manipulating one's own timeline posed no difficulty. Thus, in the eyes of those council members, activating the candle dragon's eye caused their appearance to rapidly rejuvenate from aging. This ability seemed like a perfect substitute for the elixir of immortality. Bai Henian observed Bai Ning's understanding expression and remarked meaningfully. At your rate of advancement, you'll likely soon reach Li Yensong's level. That ancient immortal has lived so long precisely because he reached the 9th tier upper realm. When you reach his level, your spacetime eye might just unleash unforeseen effects. Bai Ning's fingers tapped the armrest, producing a crisp, rhythmic click-clack. With each tap, Bai Zhongyuan's expression darkened further. After a long pause, Bai Ning spoke slowly. First, I can only rewind my state to a point in the recent past. This is not the same as reversing time. We all. Hold your tongue, Bai Ning snapped, glaring at Bai Henian for interrupting. Second, immortality is a mythical concept. Even I cannot guarantee eternal life. None of the predecessors who entered the divine realm dared claim they could live forever. So expecting me to grant you immortality? That's a bit of a pipe dream, isn't it? Bai Ning's words were half truth, half joke. He truly couldn't grant so-called immortality yet, but he sensed that day wasn't far off. Even if the sub-god tier candle dragon's pupil couldn't achieve it, the god tier candle dragon's heavenly eye surely could. Even if the divine dragon heavenly eye failed, he could still enter the divine realm after reaching the 10th tier. The answers must lie within. But his words clearly concealed his own agenda. Sure enough, Bai Henian frowned and said, "You refuse to even attempt it? You intend to outright reject the council's goodwill?" Bai Ning waved his finger. "What I mean is, it'll cost extra. Are you kidding me? Something everyone is scrambling for. Could it really be exchanged for some so-called position as head of the family? If he didn't fleece these people for a hefty sum, they'd think he was still an 18-year-old fool." Bai Henian didn't hesitate for even half a second before nodding. "Money is no problem. Immortality is a subject our 4 major conglomerates have researched for centuries. Everything at the Research Institute revolves around it. You've met Tian Jue, he's been involved in this research at the Institute. Originally, we only needed to collect a sample during the eternal flower's bloom to achieve a major breakthrough. But you know how it ended." As the one who obstructed Tianju's mission, Bai Ning felt Bai Henian's slightly reproachful glance. But what could he do? Now he possessed both temporal spatial abilities and was a 9th-tier expert. That elusive flower of immortality the Research Institute coveted? He happened to possess it. The advantage was his. Cut the nonsense. Name your price. Chapter 125, 10 trillion, that's a lot of zeros. But, Bai Henian shifted his tone. The moment he heard those 2 words, Bai Ning's brows immediately furrowed. Bai Henian immediately sped up his speech. "We need your cooperation with the Research Institute for experiments. If we can solve just one problem, the council will allocate another 10 trillion in research funding. Further breakthroughs will secure additional allocations. No upper limit. 100 trillion? Bai Zhong Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. The last funding allocation was only 1 trillion, and it took 2 months of delays before it finally arrived. Now they're increasing it by this much? When Tian Jue was in charge of the project, the council wasn't nearly this generous. This seems rather inappropriate, ancestor. And no upper limit? This isn't child's play. What if Bai Ning's involvement significantly accelerates the project's progress, then?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. These 2 were playing good cop, bad cop, working in perfect harmony. It seemed Bai Zhong Yuan had been putting on a show earlier too. That familiar capitalist facade. Putting a pie in the sky for me? In my past life, I lacked everything except the pie in the sky promises bosses kept feeding me. So I stood up immediately, ready to leave. Hold on before you refuse. Let me finish. Bai Henian raised his hand in a gesture of calm, cutting straight to the point. The council has approved adding you to the list of project leaders for the longevity project. That means all funding is at your disposal. It's practically the same as handing you the money directly. Don't be so resistant. After all, it's a substantial sum, and the council wants some assurance. We hope this will motivate you. Bai Ning rolled his eyes and started walking out. Bai Ning, you stubborn child. Bai Henian frowned. Think it over carefully. Don't rush off just yet. It's so late, why not stay home instead of going back to school? Stop. Stop right there. You. Bai Ning had already reached the doorway before hearing the satisfied reply from behind. I'll give you your bonus early, I'll transfer part of it to your card now. Is that okay? Bai Henian's tone was resigned as he sighed again. Tonight, he had already compromised countless times. But Bai Ning showed no gratitude, instead, he demanded relentlessly. Without turning around, Bai Ning asked directly, how much is the bonus? 1 trillion. Bai Ning snorted and raised 1 foot. 20 trillion. He took a step forward. 50 trillion. Bai Ning stepped out the front door. All right. 100 trillion all yours as your first bonus. If your research goes smoothly, there'll be more. Is that good enough? He halted his pace. The Bai family members behind him all watched with eager anticipation. The conglomerate wasn't short on money. Compared to eternal life and eternal youth, wealth and grudges meant nothing. So everyone present sincerely hoped Bai Ning would agree. Bai Ning did not respond immediately, pausing for several seconds. To the others, those few seconds felt like an eternity. All right. Bai Ning agreed, feigning reluctance. Immediately, the crowd's faces lit up with relief. Good. Looks like he's still prioritizing the greater good. Glad he came around. Wonderful. With a genius like Bai Ning on board, success is guaranteed. If we truly make a breakthrough, our Bai family will crush the other 3 houses. Even the Li clan will have to show us respect from now on. The air still hung heavy with the scent of blood, the blood spilled by Tianlu earlier, yet the atmosphere had shifted completely. The speed at which these people moved on was so swift it left Bai Ning in awe. But it didn't matter. Bai Ning knew all too well the ruthlessness of conglomerates. He was already immersed in the joy of such a huge sum of money. These wealthy tycoons, they've got money to burn. Just a few rounds of haggling and they'd drive the price up this high. 100 trillion. 100 trillion. Just counting the zeros, the sheer length of the number was enough to make your eyes glaze over. Faced with such a sum, even Bai Ning, who had grown less sensitive to money lately, felt a sense of joy as if struck by a stroke of luck. Fearing Bai Ning might change his mind, Bai Hashan immediately stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and urged earnestly. Do you realize how rare this opportunity is? Every selection of a new family head requires the council's approval. The council members are practically lining up to vote for you to take the helm. Moreover, there's a strict requirement for becoming head of the family: you must independently lead a team to complete a profitable project. Only then can you demonstrate leadership capabilities worthy of entrusting the conglomerate to you. Bai Henian's expression suggested Bai Ning had stumbled upon a windfall. The look on his face made Bai Ning feel a bit sick. But he didn't dwell on it. With the money secured, everything else was negotiable. Besides, after hearing Phoenix mention the effects of the flower of immortality, he'd been curious, could they really develop something to extend life? Immortality, a desire etched into every human's DNA. He was no exception. I've long heard the Research Institute produced many famous discoveries. Even the commonly used awakening serum today originated there initially. Besides immortality, what else do they research? And where exactly is this Research Institute? There's not a single whisper about it online. Bai Ning was intrigued. After all, the Research Institute's name was as thunderous as the 4 great conglomerates. Numerous technological breakthroughs, from array runes and strategic weapons to nanotech combat suits, were spearheaded by the Institute. Yet beyond these achievements, everything else remained shrouded in mystery. Ordinary people had access to very little information. Seeing Bai Ning finally drawn in by the Research Institute, Bai Henian's expression relaxed, tinged with a subtle sense of satisfaction. The projects research there span an extremely broad range. Beyond what civilians know about, there's also research into exotic beasts. For instance, the cross-species gene fusion program, they're attempting to create entirely new species. Then there's the anthropomorphization of exotic beasts, attempting to inject shape-shifting beast genes into fox-like and cat-like creatures to guide them into human form. Bai Henian shot him a subtle glance. Bai Ning's eyebrows arched. Live experiments. Old dang, all that pretentious posturing, yet he's playing with some pretty wild stuff. These projects are nothing but the ultimate fantasy of perverts and furries. Catgirls, fox spirits. The bloodshed lurking behind it all was almost self-evident. Thinking of the little phoenix at home, Bai Ning resolved firmly, the researchers at the Institute must never see Qingyu. The Phoenix clan had never transformed into human form before. If they found out, who knew what unsavory things might be unleashed? He was used to being thick-skinned and tough, but the thought of anything happening to Qingyu made him furious. As for the location, Bai Henian lowered his voice. The Research Institute is situated on a small island within the underground caverns. The entire island has been transformed by the consortium into a massive strategic fortress, ensuring the safety of everyone. There's no time to waste. The council has decided to send someone to escort you to the island tomorrow. The project commences immediately. Bai Ning had no objections to this. After all, the targets he needed to eliminate had already been largely dealt with. Staying here any longer is pointless. Go to the Research Institute to broaden your horizons and get paid by the conglomerate for it. Bai Henian patted Bai Ning on the shoulder. In that case, wait for my call tomorrow. Chapter 126, Supernatural Abilities Prohibited Here. After returning to campus, Bai Ning first went to see his master. Qingyu had just arrived and wasn't familiar with anyone else. The only people she could really talk to were her master and Meng Tianshi. Only after entrusting Qingyu and Meng Tianshi to his master once more could he leave with peace of mind. The next day, the person sent by the Bai family to contact him arrived. Bai Ning never imagined the person who came would be his 6th sister, Bai Tianzi. That's right. The 3rd branch of the Bai family had 7 children in total. He had already met the eldest, Bai Tianshu, the 3rd, Bai Tianlu, and the original 7th, Bai Tianyen. But Bai Tianzi was the first blood relative he had ever met. On the very first day he was brought back to the 3rd branch, the 6th sister had already given him a taste of her authority. How could she be the one sent to guide him? Didn't she fear holding a grudge? Would she just dump his body in the wilderness? Bai Ning descended the stairs to find Bai Tianzi waiting there. 2 squads of well-trained guards followed behind her. Today she wore a sharp, silver-gray work uniform that accentuated her upright posture. She seemed less of the spoiled princess she once was, and more like a capable professional. Spotting Bai Ning, her face immediately broke into a smile that could almost be called gentle. She quickened her pace a few steps. Xiao Ning, did you rest well? Her smile held no trace of resentment, as if the recent events had never troubled her mind. On the surface, she genuinely appeared like an older sister caring for her younger brother. Bai Ning sneered inwardly. Something was off. This Bai Tianzi had cursed him as a mud-blooded bastard last time they met, openly protecting Bai Tianyan. Now Bai Tianyan was dead by his hand, and even their mother's death was connected to him. And now she suddenly changed her tune? What a joke. Bai Ning remained impassive, too lazy for useless pleasantries. He cut straight to the point. Let's go. How do we get to the research institute? If possible, he'd prefer to obtain the research institute's coordinates within the underground complex. That way, whenever he wanted to go, he could just teleport there. Fast and eco-friendly. But he knew full well that the conglomerate wouldn't hand over all their secrets so readily. As for Bai Tianzi, who knew what schemes she was hatching in her mind. Bai Tianzi's smile remained unchanged as she turned to lead the way. Let's go to the teleportation array at home. You haven't used it yet, have you? Each consortium has its own exclusive teleportation array, on standby 24/7. They allow us to travel to any location with a receiving point. Bai Ning followed her into the vehicle, soon arriving at a silver-white metallic platform. A luminous glow emanated from the platform, and even from a distance, Bai Ning sensed its steady, powerful spatial fluctuations. This teleportation array was independently designed and constructed by the Research Institute. If you're lucky, you might even meet the chief designer when you get there. A barely perceptible note of pride tinged her voice. Bai Ning stepped onto the teleportation array alongside her. The guards who had been following them all halted their steps, leaving only the two of them on the array. Bai Ning felt the energy surging beneath his feet. He could tell this teleportation array was indeed more advanced than the one he'd used at the academy before. The spatial fluctuations were more stable, and it could transmit over greater distances. In the next instant, intricate runes spun rapidly as if coming to life. This sensation of spatial teleportation was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it felt smoother than his own teleportation. Soon, the scenery before his eyes transformed dramatically. Ancient trees towered beneath a vast sky, and a dense, dark forest stretched out before him. The familiar, pungent stench of the caverns filled his nostrils. The Research Institute, Bai Ning pointed at the desolate surroundings. Here? Bai Tianzi chuckled softly. It's the Institute's rule none of the teleportation arrays can take you directly inside. They only transport you to a nearby location. Let's go. We'll be there soon. She displayed a maturity beyond her years, stepping forward to lead the way. She seemed exceptionally familiar with this area, her steps light and brisk. She was clearly only at the third tier, weak as hell. Yet the surrounding territory was dominated by 8th and 9th tier beasts. Yet she showed not a trace of fear. People can easily feign friendliness, but it's hard to hide fear. Bai Ning grew increasingly aware of something unusual. But before arriving, the conglomerate's funds had already been transferred. 100 trillion. They could afford to pull some strings if they wanted to. With this much money in hand, it had to be spent. Otherwise, it couldn't be transitioned into real power. But spending such a massive sum was a problem in itself. He thought for a moment and immediately transferred the funds back into Qingyu's bank account. Fortunately, he'd taken the time to help her renew her ID documents and other papers a few days prior. This allowed him to quickly process such a large sum through a card glitch. The small text in his field of vision had updated once more. Consume 100 trillion assets to evolve into God-tier Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. His cultivation level rapidly advanced to mid-stage 9th tier. This leveling speed was like riding a rocket. His absurdly rapid advancement had already drawn suspicion from many, but it didn't matter. Their arrival was just what he needed to gain experience. In mere moments, the roar of crashing waves echoed across the shore. Bai Ning looked up, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. Even with his guard up, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. They now stood at the edge of a towering black cliff, gazing out at an island nestled amidst the sea not far away. The entire island was enveloped in a translucent energy shield. Countless towering silver-white buildings stood densely packed across the island, their sharp edges clearly defined. Amidst the structures, flying vehicles darted back and forth, their bustling activity surpassing even that of the central district. This was, after all, the remote depths of the cavern system. To establish a small city-state in such a place was truly astonishing. Most terrifying of all, however, were the energy cannons and densely packed turrets stationed all around the island's perimeter. Ever vigilant against the alien beasts beyond the energy shield. Ji's voice echoed, "Welcome to the other heart of the world. Within the Institute, all use of supernatural abilities is strictly prohibited. No exceptions." She turned her head, her face still bearing a gentle smile, yet her words carried profound meaning. This is the iron rule of the Institute. Powerful runes are engraved within, suppressing all abilities the moment one steps inside. Whether you're F rank or SSS rank, you're no different from an ordinary person. Bai Ning's eyes flickered. So that's why she was waiting here. He tilted his head and asked, "But isn't the point to coordinate with the experiment's time manipulation?" If we can't use our abilities, how are we supposed to coordinate? Bai Tianzi's smile broadened. Don't be nervous. You can use your abilities in areas permitted by the dean. No need to worry. Bai Ning's inner sneer grew even colder. No wonder they went to such lengths to bring him here. If an SSS-tier psychic were to enter under the guise of assisting an experimental project, it would be uncertain whether they could ever leave. But that was an SSS-grade ability user. What did it matter to him, a mere sub-god tier? He wondered how much such a massive city would be worth if it were truly destroyed. Seeing his overly calm reaction, Bai Tianzi's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt, but she quickly regained her confident smile. Come on, everyone's been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chapter 127, you can try it yourself. Bai Ning followed Bai Tianzi through 3 successive alloy gates. They underwent 3 separate verifications, an iris scan, a genetic sequence check, and an energy fluctuation detection. Only then did they reach the harbor of the small island. Without turning back, Bai Tianzi explained, to prevent unauthorized personnel from infiltrating using supernatural abilities, the access procedures are extremely strict. Even internal personnel cannot enter or exit freely without authorization. As the final gate slid open, the interior revealed a stark white space brimming with technological sophistication. Bai Tianzi stepped forward first. Come on. Once inside, the runes that suppress supernatural abilities will activate. Only then did she turn back with a smile. Of course, if you feel unsafe inside, you don't have to come. Bai Ning's lips curved upward as he shoved his hands in his pockets and followed inside. It remained to be seen who should feel unsafe. The instant he crossed the threshold, the surging energy within his body abruptly halted. It wasn't vanishing, it was being forcibly suppressed by a regulatory force, plunged into a dormant state. The power of the runes truly lived up to its reputation. At the end of the passageway, several figures were already waiting. They wore uniforms, silver-gray uniforms, their expressions stern. Leading them was a man in his 30s, wearing silver-rimmed glasses. His eyes were small, narrowed almost to slits. Welcome, Mr. Bai Ning. The narrow-eyed man stepped forward first. I am Ko Wen, deputy leader of the Prometheus project team. Bai Ning offered a casual handshake, though his mind was churning with overwhelming shock. Prometheus. A figure from Greek mythology in his past life. How could it exist here too? This was the first time he'd discovered cultural overlap between the two worlds. Bai Tianzi explained beside him, you haven't heard of Prometheus, have you? We keep news from the divine realm tightly sealed. It's perfectly normal for commoners not to know about him. Ko Wen hurriedly added, my apologies for the oversight. You can think of us as a project team focused on the pursuit of immortality. To be specific, 300 years ago we successfully deciphered a mysterious message from the divine realm. It mentioned this powerful being, Prometheus. In the distant past, before humanity mastered supernatural abilities, it was this powerful being who brought us the method of awakening. He aided us in completing our life's evolution. Our mission is to carry forward his legacy and achieve the complete transcendence of the next generation of life. A look of longing spread across Ko Wen's face. Bai Ning, however, was utterly baffled. In the midst of his past life, Prometheus was the deity who stole fire for humanity, enduring eternal punishment for his act. This version was completely different. Did myths need to adapt to local customs too? Seeing Bai Ning's silence, Ko Wen assumed he too was stunned by the project and smiled with satisfaction. Therefore, joining this initiative is an immense honor. I look forward to our future collaboration. Bai Tianzi was also pleased with Bai Ning's reaction and smiled. Where is team leader Han? Ko Wen's tone carried an apology. My apologies, both of you. The team leader is currently conducting a critical live experiment and truly cannot spare the time. Bai Ning's face remained expressionless. Ko Wen, seemingly imagining something else, leaned forward half a step with concern. Mr. Bai Ning, you've just arrived. Are you feeling a bit out of place? His train of thought interrupted. Bai Ning frowned and moved back a step. Ko Wen pointed at the ground beneath their feet. At first, everyone feels unaccustomed to having their abilities suppressed. It brings a sense of weakness and unease that's perfectly normal. Many high-level psychics need time to adjust. Bai Tianzi stood nearby, her gaze earnest. But here, everyone is on equal footing. There won't be any unnecessary fighting. Everyone can fully dedicate themselves to their research. Bai Ning fell silent for 2 seconds. Just as the two across from him thought they'd hit a nerve, he suddenly spoke up. Are there many SSS-tier psychics here? Does everyone get affected by the runes? A look of I knew it flashed in Bai Tianzi's eyes. Of course. So far, without exception. She paused, then tentatively added, if you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Bai Ning glanced at her and actually nodded. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing upward. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to warp slightly. An invisible force began to gather in his palm. The 9th-tier spatial energy contained within caused everyone present to pale slightly, instinctively taking half a step back. Bai Tianzi and Ko Wen grew especially tense, their breath catching as their hearts nearly leapt into their throats. Bai Ning, however, suddenly frowned. The energy sphere in his palm flickered for several seconds but failed to truly stabilize. Finally suppressed by the runes, it dissipated into nothingness. Only then did Bai Tianzi exhale a long breath of relief. So even SSS rank wasn't all that impressive. A confident smile returned to her face as her gaze casually drifted toward an extremely well-hidden camera above. She was satisfied. Bai Ning felt the same way. Earlier, he had only used his SSS-tier spatial temporal eye. While it allowed him to barely activate his abilities, it was severely restricted to a weak state, making it impossible to break through the suppression of those runes. But he wasn't just some minor SSS rank. His newly awakened sub-god tier candle dragon eye still burned with fresh power. A mere rune? How could it possibly lock down the candle dragon? Seems it really won't work, Bai Ning murmured, his tone flat. Cohen quickly laughed. It's normal, it's normal. If you broke through the restrictions, that would be the abnormal part. That's right, Xiao Ning. Go familiarize yourself with the place, Bai Tianzi said sincerely. This will be your stage to shine. If you succeed, the next head of the Bai family will come from our third branch. Bai Ning nodded non-committally, following Cohen deeper into the island. Only after Bai Ning had walked far away did Bai Tianzi drop her fake smile. She dialed a number. It's exactly as we anticipated. Bai Ning has lost his abilities here, and Han Xiangjuan, the team leader of Prometheus, isn't welcoming his arrival either. A research maniac like her despises superpowered individuals like Bai Ning who parachute in and start giving orders. The person on the other end of the line said something. Bai Tianzi almost gritted her teeth as she assured them. Rest assured. He won't be leaving here. The research institute won't grant him an exit permit. He'll be stuck here for life. After all, his body is our best living specimen for the Immortality Breakthrough Project. Centuries from now, I'll write his name in textbooks as the founder of immortality. How does that sound? She stared at the direction where Bai Ning had vanished, her face twisted with bone-chilling hatred. Bai Ning, oh Bai Ning. Do you think killing your mother and Tianyan will let you off the hook? Do you know the research institute has another name? They call it Nightmare Island. This is where your nightmare begins. Chapter 128, you think it's an honor? Then you do it? The interior of the research institute was bathed in pure white. Silence hung heavy in the air, flanked by rows of sealed alloy doors lining the corridors. Occasionally, a researcher would hurry past, casting only a cold glance at Bai Ning and Cohen. It seemed as though everyone was solely focused on their own projects, utterly disinterested in anything around them. Cohen enthusiastically pointed out the facilities along the way. This is Area A, handling rune research. Over there in Area B, they're doing biochimera simulations, you know, that sort of thing. He made a knowing look. Bai Ning curiously surveyed this legendary place. So far, it seemed no different from what he'd imagined except for that inexplicable Bai Tianzi. Most of the people they passed were mad scientists. The island was vast, and the two walked for what felt like an eternity. They finally stopped before an inconspicuous gate. Bai Ning noticed the inscription beside the gate, Zone D013. This is the area where you will be conducting experiments going forward, Mr. Bai Ning. After Cohen completed the iris scan, the heavy alloy door slid open slowly to both sides. The moment the doors opened, an overwhelmingly pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. Immediately afterward, inhuman screams of agony pierced the air, only to abruptly cease, leaving behind only intermittent whimpers. Bai Ning's brow instantly furrowed. The soundproofing in these rooms was remarkably effective. Such a commotion, and he, a ninth-tier psychic, standing outside the door, hadn't sensed a thing. Beside him, Cohen showed no surprise at the events unfolding inside, his smile not wavering in the slightest. He stepped aside, gesturing for Bai Ning to enter. Bai Ning stepped inside. The interior of the lab appeared much more spacious than its exterior suggested, with an operating table positioned in the center. A completely naked man lay rigidly restrained upon it, spread out in a spread eagle position. His body was covered in crisscrossing wounds. Some cuts were deep enough to expose bone, others bore the marks of burns. Several researchers stood expressionless around the operating table, intently recording the fluctuating data on the instruments. They didn't even glance up when they heard someone enter. One researcher stated flatly, Test Subject 734, administer Solution 3. Observes cellular regeneration rate. As the serum flowed into his veins, the man on the operating table erupted into another frenzied roar, his entire body convulsing violently like an electric shock. As if oblivious to the hellish scene unfolding before him, Cohen smiled warmly at Bai Ning and explained. This is a routine test, very helpful for our understanding of human regeneration. Routine test. Bai Ning repeated the 4 words silently in his mind. So this world's bottom line could sink this low. He had thought himself cold-blooded enough, but seeing these people made him realize he was still too young. For the sake of that elusive immortality, they would use living human beings as test subjects. And the fact that those around him seemed utterly accustomed to it only proved they'd done this countless times before, so many times they'd grown numb to it. He had once thought corporate rivalries were merely power games. Now it seemed that was merely the tip of the iceberg. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Ning's eyes as he turned to ask, "Did you summon me here to ask for my cooperation in these matters?" "This is only part of it," Ko Wen replied politely. His face still wore that same cheerful smile. But now, as Bai Ning looked at him, he sensed that this Ko Wen was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. In fact, all the researchers here were the same. "Prepare to inject Agent 394, one of them ordered. "No, no, no. Please, spare me. I really can't take it anymore." Bai Ning was drawn back to the commotion at the operating table. "Mr. Bai Ning, please forgive us. Next time you visit, I'll instruct the staff to gag the test subjects beforehand. To avoid disturbing you." Ko Wen, assuming Bai Ning couldn't stand the noise, hurriedly apologized. Bai Ning gave a sarcastic laugh. His right hand rose, fingers curling gently. Snap! Snap! A series of sharp metallic snaps echoed abruptly as the alloy shackles binding the man's limbs on the operating table snapped clean through almost simultaneously. The man immediately struggled and fell into a pool of blood on the floor. A series of alarms blared from the instruments, finally startling the researchers who had been intently taking notes. Their expressions shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. "You're the new experimental consultant?" One of them glared at Bai Ning, demanding. "Who gave you permission to interfere with the experiment? Do you realize this test subject is in a critical data collection phase? Quickly, secure the test subject again and restart the entire procedure." Another researcher, even more furious, pointed directly at Bai Ning and barked the order. For the first time, the smile vanished from Ko Wen's face. He instinctively tried to intervene. "Wait, Mr. Bai Ning was just..." Before he could finish, Bai Ning stepped forward expressionlessly. His fingers lifted lightly, followed by 4 sharp thuds. Ko Wen saw stars as 4 colleagues were slammed into the wall as if struck by a massive force. "Ah! It hurts!" The researchers let out shrill cries of agony. Their volume was even more exaggerated than the man's earlier on the operating table. Bai Ning casually brushed the dust off his clothes, not even glancing at the researchers sprawled on the floor. He merely bent down to ask the test subject man, "Did you volunteer for this?" Ko Wen was utterly bewildered. He stepped forward and said, "Mr. Bai Ning, what are you doing? These test subjects are either worthless scum of society or convicted felons. Being selected for the Prometheus project to contribute to human evolution is their honor." Bai Ning shot him a glance. His gaze was calm and unruffled, yet Ko Wen felt an inexplicable chill. The lengthy speech he had prepared stuck in his throat. "An honor, huh?" Bai Ning sneered. He scrutinized Ko Wen from head to toe, as if appraising something. "If you find it such an honor, then why don't you do it?" Ko Wen instinctively took half a step back, his face turning slightly pale. After all, Bai Ning's notoriety was already legendary. Only a few fools still immersed in their experiments dared to treat Bai Ning with such an attitude. The man curled up on the floor finally lifted his head. His eyes brimmed with terror and despair, but a faint glimmer of hope flickered when they met Bai Ning's calm gaze. Almost crawling on all fours, he moved toward Bai Ning. A trail of blood stretched behind him, a stark, glaring mark. "Save me! Help me!" Each word came with a gasp. "I don't want to die. I don't want to live like this either. Please, just kill me." Bai Ning gave a flat, emotionless hum. His once deep black pupils had transformed into 2 burning golden orbs. The energy-suppressing runes in the lab instantly activated to their maximum, attempting to contain this sudden surge of power. Bai Ning's gaze settled on the man lying in a pool of blood. Time began to flow backward in his eyes. Chapter 129, I truly can do whatever I want. The gruesome wounds on the man's body began to reverse at a visible pace. The agonized expression on his face gradually relaxed. The entire process took only a few seconds. The man who had been on the brink of death stood up, completely unharmed. Not a single scar remained on his body. The man stared down in disbelief at his restored body, then looked up at those golden eyes that seemed divine, his mouth agape. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. A strange sensation flashed through Bai Ning's mind. This was the first time he had used time reversal on another person. Unlike the effortless control he felt when repairing his own body, this time the energy drain was immense. Had it not been for the formidable power of his cultivation technique, this single act would have drained nearly 10% of his energy reserves. Still, the results were undeniably impressive. The subdivine candle dragon's eye had shown a remarkably noticeable enhancement in its mastery of the laws of time. He sensed faintly that, if energy expenditure were no concern, it might even be possible to reverse this man's age. Several researchers lying paralyzed on the ground jolted upright in their death throes. Their eyes blazed with intense light as they stared fixedly at the man who had fully recovered. Did you record it? The data from when his vital signs reversed just now. No, the equipment was smashed just now. A researcher pounded the floor in anguish, his face etched with regret. Good heavens! We missed witnessing this miracle. This is unprecedented data. Quickly, get the test subject back into position. We must replicate this process and record every detail. One researcher pointed at the dazed man, his voice urgent. This will greatly advance our experimental progress. A hint of astonishment flashed in Ko Wen's eyes. But he abruptly whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto the runes on the wall, their glow noticeably dimmer. His voice trembled as he asked. The energy-suppressing runes in the room, they've been temporarily deactivated, right? It was the only explanation he could conceive. Otherwise, how could Bai Ning have wielded such extraordinary power on the island? His words instantly snapped the researchers out of their fervor. They all turned their gaze toward the runes on the wall. When their eyes returned to Bai Ning, their expressions had completely changed. Could it be that the runes had lost their potency after prolonged use? How else could someone possibly unleash their full supernatural abilities? Li Lin, the most senior researcher among them, spoke first. Consultant Bai Ning, welcome. With you here, the Prometheus project will no longer be a dream, but a miracle achievable within the coming years. This generation of humanity, because of you, will become the first fortunate ones to evolve. I offer you my deepest gratitude. Li Lin spoke with palpable excitement, bowing deeply with both enthusiasm and reverence. He then continued, now, we kindly request your cooperation to repeat the experiment we just conducted. The other researchers snapped into action, approaching the man who had just recovered. The blood drained from the man's face. He stumbled back a step, pleading, Mr. Bai, please save me. You're a big shot at the Bai group, aren't you? Have mercy and spare me. Bai Ning said nothing, merely raising his hand and waving it lightly. The researchers surrounding the man were instantly sealed within a spatial barrier, pinned to the spot, unable to move an inch. Only their eyes could move freely. Bai Ning turned his gaze to Li Lin, the leader. A sudden smile touched his lips. Since you're so passionate about research, I happen to have a better method. I think if you were the one lying on the operating table, I'd be much more motivated to help. Li Lin's mouth fell open in shock. He instinctively pointed at his own nose and asked, me? You want me to be the test subject? Advisor Bai Ning, don't joke around. I'm a senior researcher on this project, having led 17 major sub-projects and published. In short, test subjects are worthless lowly commoners. Using me would be a tremendous waste. Bai Ning merely stared at him silently, showing no sign of wavering. For experiments, one needs a pioneering spirit. Experiencing it firsthand yourself will likely give you a deeper understanding of the data. Li Lin was rendered speechless, casting a pleading glance toward Ko-won. Ko-won looked equally troubled. That's probably against protocol. Test subject selection follows strict procedures. And Li Lin is a core member, plus he has connections with that person from the Lin family. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, his patience completely gone. He raised his hand decisively. Then I'll do it myself. Don't cry foul if I get heavy-handed. Li Lin shrieked in terror, no. You can't. I'm related to the head of the Lin family. Don't you fear the Lin family holding you accountable? Bai Ning ignored him completely, his finger tapping lightly through the air. A colossal spatial hand seized Li Lin, hoisting him onto the operating table. This is the Lin family. Offending them would even draw the disapproval of your own Bai family head. Bai Ning frowned, finding the man unbearably noisy. With another flick of his hand, he sealed the man's mouth shut. Bai Ning slowly approached the operating table, surveying the scene from above. Now, we can begin the experiment. Let me see what exactly is this Agent 34. At the mention of the number 34, everyone's faces paled with terror. Li Lin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait. This can't be used casually. Ko-won also urgently interjected, using this serum will cause instant death by bodily explosion. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes. This meant someone had died a gruesome death this way before. His hand didn't pause as he remarked indifferently, so thrilling? Then I'd better take a good look. As Bai Ning's fingers drew closer to the potion, Li Lin's roar grew louder. How dare you? At that moment, a cold, female voice abruptly cut through the air. The laboratory doors slid open silently, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. The people inside the room, upon seeing the arrival, shouted as if granted a reprieve, Team Leader Han, you're finally here. Li Lin was so overcome with emotion, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Bai Ning narrowed her eyes to look. The woman wore a uniform silver outfit, yet it only accentuated her graceful figure. Yet she radiated a bone-chilling aura, like a massive ice block, seeming to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Ko-won exhaled a long breath and stepped forward. Team Leader Han, it's like this. Han Xiangjuan raised her hand lightly, cutting him off. Bai Ning. Her gaze fixed on Bai Ning, she stated, I invited you to join the project team, not to dismantle my lab or undermine my team. I expect you to recognize your place and focus solely on assisting us with the experiments. Your abilities are unique and show great potential, but that doesn't mean you can act as you please. Han Xiangjuan lifted her chin, her expression unreadable. At the Research Institute, we believe only in knowledge. Bai Ning tilted her head inside. I thought after all these days, you'd have learned one thing. Han Xiangjuan frowned in confusion. What? That truly powerful people can do whatever they want. Chapter 130, is that it? Han Xiangjuan's frown deepened, the chill radiating from her nearly solidifying into substance. Bai Ning, I admit you possess extraordinary talent. But you must understand I too am a mid-tier 9th rank. In this world, power isn't everything. She took a step forward, her aura as a high-tier psionicist subtly radiating outward. Yet the energy-suppressing runes within the room remained unlit. I know your ability is the rare spacetime pupil technique, but you must also understand. Only by mastering sufficient knowledge can you truly comprehend and harness your power. Perhaps you can gain an early advantage by relying on instinct alone. But later on, your progress will become painstakingly slow. Because your understanding of the laws governing psychic abilities won't sustain you on your path forward. Han Shangjuan looked at Bai Ning indifferently. Your role here is to assist us in our research. Don't meddle in anything else. Though the researchers in the room dared not speak, their eyes betrayed profound agreement. These researchers believe in knowledge. The runes, energy shields, hovercrafts, and other inventions they developed were all grounded in knowledge, not supernatural abilities. With the power of the mind alone, one could achieve great feats. Why would supernatural abilities be necessary? Someone like Bai Ning, raised in the slums, had barely attended school. In their eyes, even the strongest natural talent was useless. He was merely a fortunate savage, sitting atop a treasure trove yet incapable of mining its riches. Bai Ning couldn't fathom how these people thought. But he was profoundly shaken. Who would have thought someone in a high martial arts world would still talk about science? Why bother with science when you have supernatural abilities? He gave a soft chuckle. You're quite the smooth talker. Han Shangjuan's expression remained unchanged as she coldly stared at him. I'd like to ask team leader Han a question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Bai Ning teased. Or rather, which came first, the rules governing supernatural abilities, or the abilities themselves? Since you claim talent is unimportant, should one seek to understand the rules first, or do the abilities come first? Han Shangjuan instinctively replied with a researcher's rigorous instinct. That's merely an ancient biological paradox. Bai Ning shook his head. What I'm asking is, in the realm of psychic abilities, which came first, the operational rules or the abilities themselves? You believe mastery requires research. Then let me ask you, before the first psychic awoke, did the rules already exist? But didn't humanity's study of supernatural abilities only emerge after awakening? Your so-called achievements are nothing but standing on the shoulders of those with abilities. What gives you the nerve to stand here and spout nonsense? As Bai Ning's words fell, the lab fell silent. Han Shangjuan was momentarily speechless. The others couldn't help but fall into deep thought. That concludes today's session. Bai Ning clapped his hands. Resumed the experiment from earlier. With that, he reached for the 34th sample. Seeing this, Li Lin struggled desperately once more. Team leader Han, save me. My research isn't finished yet. I can't die, team leader. Han Shangjuan narrowed her eyes and snapped. You actually managed to wriggle out of that with your sophistry. But no matter how sharp your tongue may be, this island isn't a place where you can do as you please. Bai Ning had already unscrewed the vial's cap. A cold glint flashed in Han Shangjuan's eyes. It seems you need to experience firsthand what a true powerhouse feels like. Without another word, she swept her hands through the air in front of her. Centered on her, a translucent domain instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire laboratory. Simultaneously, the energy sealing runes on the walls received the command, blazing with intense light. Yet for some reason, the power of these runes seemed controlled by an unknown force. They had no effect whatsoever on Han Shangjuan's abilities. Instead, they all converged upon Bai Ning alone. Spatial confinement. Han Shangjuan commanded coldly. At her command, the room space coiled around Bai Ning like invisible shackles from all directions. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. You're a spatial ability user too? Ability users of the same type were exceedingly rare. The last time he encountered one was when Bai Tianluo's subordinate, a 6th-tier ability user, had been captured. But that individual had also taken his own life recently as an act of atonement. Now encountering another like himself, Bai Ning couldn't help but feel intrigued. Her sub-god tier ability activated without reservation. The golden pupils flashed, and with just a blink, the seemingly unstoppable spatial force shattered instantly. Bai Ning flexed his limbs, sensing not the slightest restriction from Han Shangjuan. He wasn't entirely satisfied. Do you look down on me? Can you at least give it your all? Han Shangjuan choked, her face flushing slightly. She gritted her teeth. What arrogance! She let out another low shout. Another force enveloped Bai Ning. Once more, Bai Ning sensed the aura of decay and withering. This kinda resembles that kid Lin Qiren's ability? You? Bai Ning's eyes lit up as if he'd grasped something. You're a dual-element user of time and space too? What a coincidence. Let me see how strong your ability is in this direction. The golden pupils flickered with light. Without exerting much effort, Bai Ning felt the decaying aura surrounding him effortlessly dissipate. Bai Ning looked at Han Shangjuan, who was flushed crimson with confusion. Is that it? You were so full of yourself earlier. I thought you were something special. He sighed, his enthusiasm waning. Han Shangjuan was utterly enraged by Bai Ning's dismissive. Is that all? Arrogant. Her hands snapped together, erupting in a blinding white light. The entire lab began to tremble slightly, humming with a low vibration. Centered on her, a kaleidoscopic vortex of energy expanded wildly. Bai Ning's cursory sense detected over 100 distinct energies erupting simultaneously. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, ice, spirit, space, life, death. Nearly every known elemental energy attribute erupted like a geyser in that instant. Rather than clashing, they mutually amplified and bolstered one another. Their powers surged exponentially. Ko Wen, witnessing Han Xiangjuan unleash this technique, wore an expression of fervent admiration. It's the team leader's 100 arts. The team leaders simultaneously simulated and integrated the energy models of over 100 different abilities, arranging them in the most optimal way to achieve resonance. This is the pinnacle of knowledge. It represents humanity's pinnacle of understanding over supernatural abilities. It is. Ko Wen began to ramble excitedly. Meanwhile, the other researchers, including the naked man, had already retreated to the corner. Under the oppressive aura of two ninth-rank powerhouses, they could barely breathe. But Li Lin remained pinned down by Bai Ning on the operating table, trapped at the very epicenter of the overwhelming pressure. He had been so terrified by the aura that he had completely lost control of his bladder. Bai Ning, do you see this? This is true power. Han Xiangjuan stood at the eye of the energy storm, her face pale from the surging power, yet her eyes shone with an almost frightening intensity. There are still many people conducting experiments nearby. To avoid affecting them, I've only unleashed about 30% of this technique's power. But whether you can withstand it is another matter. Chapter 131, Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow at the remark. 30% power? He shook his head. Even at full power, the outcome would be the same. Both were mid-tier 9th rank. One possessed abilities capped at SSS tier at best, while the other wielded near God tier powers. The power level system was rigidly structured. Each tier difference represented a significant gap in potency. Let alone the pinnacle SSS tier at the apex of the pyramid. As far as Bai Ning knew, no one in the world had ever registered a power level exceeding SSS grade. This meant that sub-god level represented the absolute pinnacle of all abilities. It was incomparable to any tier below. Facing the surging energy storm, Bai Ning showed no intention of defending or evading. He simply stood there, golden light swirling in his eyes. Han Xiangjuan frowned at his reckless confidence, asking, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" After I developed this technique, the Dean personally acknowledged that it could elevate my abilities to SSS rank or even beyond. Since you're not an enhancement-type ability user, I advise you to proceed with caution. She took a step forward, expanding the energy vortex's range once more. Show me the respect you owe me. I don't actually want you dead. I just want you to understand what true power feels like. I hope you'll recognize your place from now on and cooperate with us. That way, once the Prometheus project is complete, I can petition the Dean to include your name in the final achievements. Ko Wen couldn't understand why Bai Ning offered no resistance, yet he didn't want to see his abilities go to waste. He interjected, "Mr. Bai Ning, please apologize to the team leader. There's no need to escalate this. The team leader isn't completely unreasonable. If you sincerely admit your mistake, she'll forgive you." Amidst the swirling, multicolored energy currents, Bai Ning remained silent. Only the glow within his golden pupils grew more intense. Ko Wen sighed and turned to Han Xiangjuan. "Team leader, why not let him off this time? He's just arrived on the island and hasn't adjusted yet. After all, he's part of the Bai conglomerate and plays a crucial role in our project. What if something happens to him?" Han Xiangjuan remained unmoved. "That's his own choice." With that, she took another step forward. The massive vortex surged toward Bai Ning. Under its terrifying force, the laboratory furnishings were tossed about by the gale. Numerous vials and computers shattered instantly, sending shards of glass flying through the air. Li Lin, still pinned beneath the lab bench, was lacerated by countless shards. Blood seeped from a multitude of tiny cuts. He cried out, "Team leader! Stop, please! Help me!" Yet Han Xiangjuan paid no heed to her team members' screams. Her gaze remained fixed on Bai Ning. Ko Wen opened his mouth but dared not speak further. He knew Han Xiangjuan's temperament well. Once she made up her mind, no one could stop her. Watching this unfold, Bai Ning murmured softly, "How amusing. It was nothing but a petty trick. Yet these people were blowing it out of proportion. As if possessing some other supernatural ability made her so incredibly impressive. The thing is, after learning so much, it does look impressive enough to fool people. But it's all scattered and lacking depth. Each ability's power barely reaches a rank at best. Perhaps 100 rankers combined could cause a bit of trouble for an ordinary SSS rank. But beyond that? In Bai Ning's eyes, it's nothing special." He raised his hand and casually made a grasping motion toward the rapidly approaching storm. The motion was as effortless as catching a small flying insect. Hum. A faint hum emanated from his palm. A deep spatial fissure seemed to materialize out of thin air in Bai Ning's palm. The 5-meter-wide energy storm was violently sucked into this tiny spatial fissure. The moment it touched Bai Ning's palm, it vanished without a trace. Not even a ripple was stirred as it vanished completely. In the blink of an eye, the laboratory returned to calm. In the ensuing silence, only the crackling of instruments emitting wisps of blue smoke remained. Li Lin gasped for breath, as if he'd narrowly escaped death. Han Xiangjuan stood frozen in place, her hands still pressed together in prayer. Yet paired with her frozen expression, the gesture looked absurdly comical. Bai Ning shook his head again. So, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Some things I tried to explain to you properly, but you wouldn't listen. Do you understand now? Han Xiangjuan didn't respond. Her posture remained unchanged, but her entire body began to tremble slightly. The light had gone out of those eyes that had always been so confident. It wasn't just her, Kowon and the other researchers felt the same way. For those who believed knowledge could change destiny, Bai Ning's emergence felt like a slap in the face. It turned out that someone could achieve such accomplishments at this age solely through innate talent. After waiting a moment with no response, Bai Ning surveyed the room and said, "Looks like today's experiment is off the table," he remarked, gesturing toward the laboratory in disarray. "The equipment's all broken. Since we're already here, Team Leader Han, why don't you take me to visit other project teams?" Within this single project alone, the experimental subjects numbered over 700. The others were likely no different. What was truly terrifying was that on the way here, he had passed countless similar laboratories. Hundreds? Just the doors we passed numbered in the hundreds. Bai Ning couldn't fathom how many similar monstrous things were happening simultaneously on such a large island. Han Xiangjuan rolled her eyes and exhaled. Kowon, standing nearby, promptly stepped forward and offered eagerly, "Leave such trivial matters to me. There's nothing happening on this island that I don't know about. From now on, if you have any questions, just ask me, I'll answer everything." After this incident, the smile on his face seemed genuinely warmer. Han Xiangjuan waved her hand, cutting Kowon off. "You may leave. I'll personally show him around." It wasn't for any particular reason, but Han Xiangjuan had a vague feeling that Bai Ning wasn't just going for a simple stroll. She feared he might stumble upon other experiments and cause trouble. She didn't trust Kowon with the task. "Mr. Bai Ning," she turned to him, her voice tinged with hoarseness, "follow me." Bai Ning shrugged indifferently, trailing behind her with a carefree air. The two walked out of the lab, one in front, one behind. Soon, Bai Ning noticed that every researcher they passed now looked at him with an involuntary expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, when Kowon had led him here, most of them had been indifferent. Was it simply because Han Xiangjuan was now leading the way? Their astonished expressions peaked when Han Xiangjuan proactively began explaining the laboratory's purpose. Chapter 132, The Origin of the Test Subjects. Han Xiangjuan struggled to maintain a calm exterior. She was clearly a woman of immense endurance. Despite being publicly humiliated by Bai Ning moments ago, she still maintained a polite demeanor as she guided him on the island tour. As they walked, she carefully chose her words. "Our research project covers a wide range of areas. Beyond developing human superpowers, we also engage in more forward-looking explorations." She studied Bai Ning's expression, searching for a point that might pique his interest. After all, this man was not someone to be trifled with, and his aversion to experiments using humans as test subjects was palpable. "This laboratory focuses on inducing anthropomorphism in intelligent beasts," she said, pointing to a nearby gate. "We're attempting to combine the genes of specific beasts with human DNA to induce partial morphological convergence toward human traits. Perhaps this might interest you?" At her words, a fleeting, inscrutable gleam flashed in Bai Ning's eyes. This might be what Bai Henian had hinted at before, coming something about cat demons and fox demons. Thinking of Qingyu, Bai Ning didn't refuse and gestured for her to continue. Han Xiangjuan, believing she'd found a breakthrough, immediately opened the laboratory door. This time, Bai Ning was prepared. Sure enough, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit him. The scene inside was even more shocking. The interior was vast, with glass partitions dividing the space into dozens of separate observation chambers. Each chamber held a different kind of strange beast. But their forms had long since departed from any semblance of normalcy. Some had their hind legs forcibly modified into human-like legs, yet the mismatched bones resulted in eerily twisted angles. Some fox-like beasts had their faces altered, vaguely revealing human features. Yet its eyes were filled with terror and confusion as it violently slammed its head against the glass. In the center of the lab, a feline creature lay restrained on the operating table. Several researchers stood around it, carefully peeling away its fur with scalpels. The creature let out agonized howls, its body convulsing in excruciating pain. Han Xiangjuan felt she had pinpointed Bai Ning's points of interest and sensitivities. She believed that as long as it didn't involve human experimentation, this project to anthropomorphize alien creatures would undoubtedly pique any man's interest. "We've achieved some breakthroughs in this project. Several consortium members have already begun placing orders for successfully modified specimens. I wonder if you might be interested?" Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the temperature around her drop sharply. Bai Ning's expression remained impassive. He didn't feel sorry for these beasts after all. Humans and beasts had long been locked in a bitter, unending struggle. But then he thought of Qingyu. If these people discovered Qingyu's secret and subjected him to such treatment, He dared not imagine what he might do then. Han Xiangjuan immediately sensed something was amiss, realizing bringing him here had been a colossal mistake. She quickly changed her tone. Let's end the tour here. These projects are admittedly a bit tedious, ahem. Let me show you to your accommodations. Besides, the island has some of our regular entertainment spots, bars and such, all well equipped. Bai Ning remained silent. He didn't want to linger in this place any longer. If he stayed any longer, he might end up blowing the island to smithereens the moment he set foot on it. The two gradually moved farther and farther away from the experimental zone. Han Xiangjuan tried to make her smile appear more natural. Besides the top-tier laboratories, the island also houses state-of-the-art cultivation chambers. Our most cutting-edge energy-gathering rune research is constantly updated in the cultivation chambers. They're far more effective than anything you used back at the conglomerate. Once you're settled in, you should give them a try. Additionally, there are 3 bars, several Michelin standard restaurants, and holographic projection equipment, among other amenities. Bai Ning listened to the introduction, silently following her through one quiet corridor after another. After walking for a full hour, the surroundings finally began to change. Bai Ning thought to himself, this experimental zone is enormous. Who knows how many brutal experiments are being conducted simultaneously? The stark white laboratories gradually gave way to warmer, more inviting lighting. Finally, they stopped before a door marked VIP area. Han Xiangjuan offered a timely introduction. This is your temporary residence on the island. Should you require anything, you can contact me or the staff directly through the terminal inside the room. Seeing Bai Ning nod, she exhaled unconsciously. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Bai Ning's response, Han Xiangjuan turned and walked away. Her speed was faster than if she were running for her life. Wait a moment. Bai Ning suddenly called out to Han Xiangjuan, asking casually, you need a lot of test subjects, right? Where do all these people come from? He did a rough calculation. The Prometheus project alone had already used over 700 people. With so many laboratories, the demand could easily exceed 10,000 subjects. This was no small number. Han Xiangjuan hesitated, but under Bai Ning's intense gaze, she replied. These people are worthless lowlifes who constantly engage in illegal activities. So while they may seem pitiful now, their hands were stained with blood long before. In that sense, what we're doing could be considered saving lives. Bai Ning snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with icy light. Cut the nonsense. Han Xiangjuan sighed. They're all from the slums. Most of them are from District 78, right? Bai Ning froze. District 78, it was precisely where he had grown up. He knew that most of those who survived there weren't exactly upstanding citizens. Back then, his hands weren't exactly clean either. But that place was filled with trash and poverty. Only those willing to do whatever it took could survive. Ultimately, wasn't it all caused by the Federation's neglect and the corporation's relentless exploitation? Poof. He let out a short, light laugh. I see. Without another glance at Han Xiangjuan, he turned and pushed open the door to his room. That storm before the rain silence terrified Han Xiangjuan more than any verbal attack. She felt cold sweat soaking her back. The moment Bai Ning closed the door, she immediately activated her abilities at full power and dashed toward the dean's office. Bai Ning entered the room. His murderous intent no longer concealed, his golden pupils flickered on and off. What should I do? I want to blow this island up right now. But before he could dwell on it too long, the doorbell rang. Bai Ning was taken aback. He had only just arrived on the island and didn't know a soul. Could it possibly be his fourth sister, who hated him to death? Opening the door, Bai Ning was stunned to see Ko Wen with his narrowed eyes. What brings you here? Good evening, Mr. Bai Ning. Since you've just arrived on the island, how about I take you out to experience the nightlife? Many colleagues heard you were coming and asked me when they might have a chance to meet you. Things were hectic earlier today, but now that it's after hours, why not? Ko Wen was extremely enthusiastic. So enthusiastic, it felt a bit off. But Bai Ning, having reached this level, was no longer the man he once was. He disliked trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it. So he took the initiative to ask, then let's invite Han Xiangjuan and grab drinks together. Chapter 133, Welcome Mr. Bai Ning to our Institute for Guidance. When Ko Wen heard they were inviting his immediate superior to drink, his face froze. Well, team leader Han doesn't usually join us for social activities. I'm afraid. Oh? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Ko Wen hastily waved his hands. I'll call her. I'll get in touch right away. As he spoke, his fingers flew across the terminal on his wrist. Bai Ning glanced at it, struck by how incredibly advanced the device looked. Most people still used phones, while a small number of wealthy individuals had adopted the newly released watch terminals, replacing the bulky, inconvenient phones. Yet Ko Wen's device seemed even more advanced than any he'd ever seen before. It had to be said the Research Institute's technology was truly impressive. Every time the Research Institute unveiled a new breakthrough, it brought revolutionary advancements to the outside world. The people here perfectly fit the stereotype of researchers utterly absorbed in their scientific work. Let's go, Bai Ning said, opening the door to head to the bar together. The moment the door swung open, he froze. The hallway outside looked completely different from when he'd entered just minutes ago. Bright, sparkling balloons now hung along both sides of the hallway. Directly opposite his door, a vivid red banner stretched across. In large characters, it read, "A warm welcome to Mr. Bai Ning for his guidance at our institute." Beneath the banner, 2 rows of flower baskets were even arranged. Bai Ning. Ku Wen's face stretched into an exaggerated grin. "Welcome." Bai Ning tugged at the corners of his mouth. "What's this all about?" Ku Wen replied, "The dean heard that after you arrived at the lab, you weren't satisfied with our current experimental methods. So he specifically instructed us to follow your lead. From now on, anything you disagree with, we won't do. Everything is directed toward the ultimate goal to help you achieve success here as soon as possible, so you can advance further in the council back home." Bai Ning blinked, saying nothing. Ku Wen immediately added, "As for the test subject you saved this afternoon, we've taken proper care of it. We will never again commit such heinous acts against our fellow humans. On behalf of the Research Institute, I offer our most sincere apologies." Bai Ning had been bewildered by this grand display. The legendary Research Institute, known for its boundless prestige, had the island decorated in a minimalist, high-tech style, yet it felt like a grand opening sale from his past life. Hearing Ku Wen's words, Bai Ning finally snapped out of his daze. He hadn't expected these people to go to such lengths to secure his cooperation for the project. Just moments ago, he'd been contemplating blowing up the island, only to receive this surprise the next. Could it be that researchers were just naturally quick-witted? The speed of this turnaround once again shattered his expectations. "Lead the way." "Sure thing." Along the way, Bai Ning witnessed firsthand what it meant to go from haughty to obsequious. Whenever they encountered anyone regardless of age or gender, upon seeing him, they invariably stopped in their tracks, bowed slightly, and offered a greeting. "Good evening, Mr. Bai Ning. Welcome to our town." Their demeanor was more respectful than if they were greeting their own father. It was a world of difference from the attitude he'd encountered when he first arrived that morning. The bar was located in the heart of the residential district, not far from where Bai Ning lived. Upon entering, Bai Ning's eyes immediately fell upon the liquor cabinet by the entrance, where bottles of various premium spirits spelled out the words "Welcome Bai Ning" in large letters. The bar area was already packed with people. At that moment, they all stood up and turned to look at him in unison. Ku Wen cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Mr. Bai Ning, these are the core members of our project." He introduced each one in turn. Those whose names were called stood up straight and greeted Bai Ning warmly. Bai Ning scanned the room but didn't see the researchers from earlier that afternoon. He wondered what had happened to them. Ku Wen, seemingly aware of Bai Ning's thoughts, offered an explanation. "The researchers from this afternoon have been immediately dismissed due to their disrespectful behavior toward you. The dismissal notices were personally signed by the dean, permanently revoking their eligibility for employment in any federal institution. Rest assured, such incidents will never occur again." Bai Ning blinked again. Whoa. Oh no, the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism had arrived. If they'd kept up their previous attitude, they probably could have blown this island to smithereens in no time. But if they kept this up, no one could immediately lose their temper. Just then, a wave of perfume wafted through the air. Han Xiangjuan appeared wearing a form-fitting, fiery red miniskirt that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The hem rose to the top of her thighs, revealing a pair of long, straight legs encased in black stockings. Her eyes, under the hazy bar lights, held a hint of soft allure. She was a completely different person from the stern, gray-uniformed project leader seen earlier that day. "Mr. Bai Ning," she walked straight up to him, "my apologies for being late. I had something urgent to attend to." As she spoke, she made a very natural move to slip her arm through his, an intimate gesture. Bai Ning instinctively took a step back. Had this woman lost her mind? But seeing the stunned expressions on everyone else's faces, Bai Ning finally understood. Another sugar-coated bullet. They're even resorting to beauty tactics. Was the enemy getting a little too powerful? Han Xiangjuan's hand missed its mark, yet instead of awkwardness, a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes, her smile growing even brighter. Leaning forward slightly, she formed an alluring curve as she tilted her head back to look at Bai Ning. "Care for a drink?" Her posture was extremely submissive, her tone soft and sweet, perfectly complementing her fiery outfit and seductive gaze. Deadly effective. At least 5 researchers nearby had already covered their noses and hurriedly turned away. Bai Ning tilted his head, pondering. As the saying goes, lose the battle but not the war. He stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Han Xiangjuan's waist and pulled her into his embrace. A soft, yielding sensation pressed against his chest. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Drinking is fine, but I only drink from a shared cup." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the body beneath his arms go rigid. Han Xiangjuan's smile nearly split her face as she forced out, "Ah, sure." "What?" Bai Ning tightened his grip around her waist slightly, drawing her closer. "Are you reluctant?" How could that be?" Han Xiangjuan bit her lip, forcing a smile. The two accepted the wine cups and, in front of everyone, Han Xiangjuan stiffly slipped her arm through Bai Ning's, their proximity so close they could feel each other's breath and utterly suggestive posture. Cheers! Bai Ning downed his cup in one swift gulp. Han Xiangjuan had no choice but to close her eyes and down hers as well. The fiery liquor burned her throat, sending her into a violent coughing fit, her face flushing an unnatural crimson. Only then did Bai Ning release her with satisfaction. You little brat, trying to scare me? Think I'm some greenhorn who's never seen the world? When I was tearing through clubs in my past life, you weren't even born yet. Bai Ning surveyed the stunned crowd with a faint smile. We've had our drinks. Let's start work properly tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away. Only upon returning to his quarters did he retrieve the wine he'd intercepted using a spatial rift during the ceremonial cup-sharing ritual. He wouldn't drink such things. Who knew what was in that liquor? When the opportunity arose, it would be best to have a trusted researcher analyze the liquid. Chapter 134. When asking for help, adopt the right attitude. After Bai Ning's figure vanished at the bar entrance, a deathly silence hung over the bar for a full dozen seconds. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward Han Xiangjuan, tinged with fear. The flush hadn't yet faded from Han Xiangjuan's cheeks as she crushed the glass in her hand. The soft allure vanished from her eyes, replaced by a rage threatening to erupt. Ahem. Kuwen was the first to recover, clearing his throat. Team leader, shall we continue drinking? Before he could finish, Han Xiangjuan silenced him with a single piercing glance. The dean's orders are clear, everyone must keep up appearances and support him until the project is completed. Anyone who dares to slip up will face the consequences. With that, Han Xiangjuan strode away in her high heels. The click-clack of her heels echoed, each step feeling like a stomp on everyone's heart. Only after Han Xiangjuan left did the remaining people breathe a sigh of relief. Holy crap! Team leader Han sacrificed so much. Did you see how exposed she was? One person clutched their chest, still shaken. That Bai Ning actually dared to treat the team leader like that? Back in the day, he'd have been pinned down on the operating table and cut to pieces. Seriously, when have we researchers ever had to put up with this kind of humiliation? Kuwen pressed his hands downward. Alright, keep your voices down. After all, it's the director's order. We must make Bai Ning feel like he's basking in spring sunshine. Take team leader Han as your example. Everyone learn from her. Someone nearby asked, it's not that I doubt the president, but why give him such a grand reception? Exactly. Bai Ning's only 18, right? Are we seasoned researchers in our 30s and 40s supposed to suck up to his cold face? Kuwen gave a wry smile and lowered his voice to explain. You weren't there to witness it, but Bai Ning actually activated his supernatural abilities on the island. Our energy-suppressing runes have been tested countless times. No one has ever broken through the seal. According to the dean, he's likely already surpassed SSS tier and reached an even higher level. Do you think someone like that deserves the dean's treatment? The words sent shockwaves through the room. Broke through. SSS? Hold on, that's impossible. Someone abruptly stood up, exclaiming in agitation, SSS tier is the theoretical peak we've deduced. How could there possibly be a higher tier? Exactly. Is there any data to back this up? Maybe his ability has some unique trait that bypassed the rune shield's effects. If you say someone can surpass SSS rank, I won't believe it. Besides, Bai Ning's abilities were tested when he enrolled. If there was nothing unusual then, it's even less likely now. No one could believe this. In the hundreds of years since the Federation's founding, no one had ever surpassed SSS rank. Why should Bai Ning be the exception? But others considered a more practical question. If this is true, does that mean the island is no longer safe? All our security relies on the runes. If they're useless against Bai Ning, doesn't that mean he can do whatever he wants? The words hit like a bucket of cold water. Someone murmured, no wonder team leader Han. In that moment, everyone deeply understood Han Xiangjuan's actions. Bai Ning did too. He hadn't truly departed. Instead, after slipping out of sight, he returned to hide in a nearby spatial interlayer. He'd intended to eavesdrop on their schemes, but unexpectedly, this group seemed genuinely intent on currying favor with him. Bai Ning scratched his head. In his previous impression, the Research Institute always gave off an aura of extreme mystery and aloofness. Yet in less than a day, the winds had shifted so abruptly. He wondered what kind of person that legendary director truly was, capable of such flexibility. With this thought in mind, after completing the experiment the next day, Bai Ning approached Han Xiangjuan and said, I'd like to meet the director. Han Xiangjuan, who was directing the removal of the alien beast's corpse from the operating table, paused upon hearing this. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously replied, the dean is quite busy and doesn't usually grant meetings casually. But, if it's you, I could ask. The dean holds you in high regard. Bai Ning shrugged non-committally. He had indeed been exceptionally cooperative with his work today. Following Han Xiangjuan's instructions, he performed varying degrees of time regression on different exotic beasts at specific time points. These data represented unprecedentedly valuable material for them. Many researchers gasped repeatedly, their eyes burning with intensity. According to Ko-1, his involvement had accelerated the experiment's progress by more than fivefold. At this pace, the current bottleneck could likely be resolved within a month. Bai Ning's visit primarily aimed to witness the legendary research institute firsthand, while also contributing to the Immortality Project's research. First, if immortality could truly be achieved, it would benefit everyone. Second, he sought to legitimately take over the Bai Corporation, which would facilitate his future endeavors. Otherwise, if he relied on force, by the time he finally seized the position of family head, there likely wouldn't be many Bai family members left. Successfully completing this project, which the council held in such high regard, would make the position of family head almost effortless to attain. After finishing her tasks, Han Xiangjuan approached once more. Even team leader Han, who was usually stern and serious in the lab, now showed a hint of excitement. The dean would be delighted to know you've contributed so much on your very first day. Oh, and by the way, she mentioned casually, I heard you once obtained a flower of eternal life. It could be of great value to our project. I wonder if you'd be willing to sell it to the research institute. Or you could name your own terms as long as it helps us, the dean would consider it. Bai Ning gave a soft chuckle. I can consider donating that flower to the research institute. Han Xiangjuan's face lit up with delight. But how and when it will be given, I must discuss that personally with the director. Han Xiangjuan's expression shifted, her tone becoming solemn. I'll arrange a meeting with the dean as soon as possible and relay the details to you. Bai Ning straightened up and walked toward the door. The time and place for the meeting, of course, will be determined by me. I'll notify you once the time is confirmed. Han Xiangjuan hurried to catch up, urgently adding, you've seen our sincerity. Because of you, we've even replaced all our experimental subjects with exotic beasts. The Prometheus project is progressing well thanks to you, but the other 107 project teams are practically at a standstill. We hope you can hand over the flower of immortality to us as soon as possible. Bai Ning halted at her words, a faint, ambiguous smile curving his lips. When you're asking for a favor, you should have the proper attitude, wouldn't you agree, Team Leader Han? I don't care for what you said today. Next time we meet, I hope you'll revert to last night's demeanor. Han Xiangjuan realized she'd been overly impatient about the flower of immortality, her face flushing crimson. Bai Ning turned and walked away. Han Xiangjuan's words had just reminded him of something. Where were all these test subjects usually kept? Chapter 135, The Underground Prison. The more Bai Ning thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Han Xiangjuan's complaint contained a wealth of information. She mentioned that after discontinuing human subjects, 107 projects had ground to a halt. A single immortality project alone had used over 700 test subjects. If all these hundreds of projects were running simultaneously, even if each group used the absolute minimum number of test subjects, the total would still be staggering. At the very least, it would be tens of thousands. But upon arriving on the island, he discovered its functional zones were clearly defined. There were only two major zones, the living area and the experimental zone. The experimental zone housed the various laboratories, while the residential zone provided accommodations and facilities for daily recreation and cultivation. So where were all these test subjects housed during normal times? Their daily needs eating, drinking, sleeping, and excretion represented a massive logistical challenge. The daily consumption of food, water, medical supplies, and other essentials for such a massive population of living beings would be astronomical. If the Research Institute truly intends to abandon them, sustaining this population becomes an absolute burden. Even returning them to the Federation would be no simple task. Expecting the Research Institute to act out of pure altruism and do something with no return is absolutely impossible. Unless they had other plans. During this period, he detected no signs of large-scale movements. Therefore, these individuals must still be on the island. All signs point to it. The Institute has suspended using humans as test subjects for now, but once he leaves, they'll start again. More importantly, there must be some area on the island he hasn't discovered yet. Late at night, Bai Ning moved across the island like a ghostly shadow, moving with incredible speed. The island was shrouded in pitch darkness. His golden pupils emitted a faint glow in the darkness, their scanning capabilities rivaling the most precise radar. Initially, he discovered that whenever he activated his ability, the surrounding energy-suppressing runes would flare brightly. But after several experiments, he had perfectly exploited a loophole. By activating his powers inside a rune first, then entering a spatial rift, and then move through the spatial interlayer, the runes wouldn't react. It seemed the rune only prohibited using abilities at that specific time and place. But with his dual mastery of time and space, he was inherently immune to its effects. Bai Ning first re-scouted every marked area on the map. Everything appeared flawless. Most residents in the living quarters had already turned off their lights for rest, with only a few bars still open. In the experimental zone, only a few windows occasionally glowed with light. After several rounds of inspection, nothing seemed amiss. After a moment's thought, Bai Ning proceeded to search the outer perimeter. Several warehouses on the perimeter stored supplies, energy sources, and miscellaneous items, packed densely with enough provisions to sustain the island for an entire year. But beyond that, there was nothing else. Time ticked by second, until the first light of dawn appeared. Bai Ning had scoured every corner of the island, yet his senses kept reporting everything as normal. Could they have really used some advanced technology to transfer it away? Bai Ning stood atop the highest peak, his golden pupils scanning the entire island. He knew something was amiss, yet he couldn't find the answer. This feeling made him feel somewhat impatient. Just as he was about to call it a day, his gaze inadvertently swept over the cliffs at the island's very edge. The cliff itself held no peculiarities. He had already investigated that area and detected no unusual spatial fluctuations. Yet, viewing it again from a distance, the terrain there seemed strangely abrupt. Moreover, facing the open sea, the cliff had endured years of erosion by wind and waves, so the rock face should have been covered in marks. Yet upon closer inspection, the rock's texture, though striving to mimic natural patterns, it was simply too natural. Like the finest oil painting, where every detail is lifelike, yet it never quite achieves true naturalness. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes and flashed to the cliff's edge. Upon closer inspection, he noticed even more peculiarities. Until he spotted a tiny opening on the outer rock face. The opening was obscured by vines, easily missed without close inspection. The moment he spotted the opening, Bai Ning knew he'd found the right spot. What confirmed it even more were the extremely obscure runes carved into the rock surrounding the opening. At first glance, they appeared to be natural rock patterns. Had Bai Ning not been a 9th-tier pupil technique adept, he would never have detected their true nature. Without hesitation, he suppressed all traces of his presence and slipped silently into the opening. Inside was a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. After crawling for over 10 minutes, the space suddenly opened up before his eyes. It was a massive vertical shaft plunging deep into the earth. The shaft's walls were densely lined with countless metal cages, each holding at least one person. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly thick. The scene before him was nothing short of a colossal subterranean prison. Hanging suspended in midair, Bai Ning surveyed this hellish scene, feeling Han Shangjuan's words now ring with bitter irony. They hadn't stopped their crimes, they'd merely buried them deeper. The murderous intent in his eyes grew ever more intense, making him want to set the island ablaze immediately. But now was not the best time to burn bridges. The Eternal Flower was still in his possession, and the Institute's secrets remained largely undiscovered. Acting rashly might save these test subjects, but it would only be a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. Bai Ning carefully scanned his surroundings and realized the runes and various detection devices here were several times denser than outside, leaving no blind spots. The slightest disturbance would inevitably alert the Institute's personnel. He had no choice but to suppress his aura to the absolute minimum, moving slowly through the space between walls. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from a hidden door. Is that Han Shangjuan? Han Shangjuan wore a spotless silver-white uniform, starkly out of place in the filthy surroundings. She walked straight to a cage. Inside was a man clinging to life. Han Shangjuan recorded data while casually peeling back the man's festering wounds for a closer look. Her gaze held no trace of seeing a living person. The man let out agonized howls as his wounds were probed, yet dared not resist, allowing Han Shangjuan to examine him at will. Bai Ning watched this unfold, feeling a chill rise within him. He didn't consider himself a good person. But this cold indifference, treating fellow humans as mere experimental subjects, stirred a profound revulsion within him. His conscience churned violently. Ring! The shrill alarm pierced the air, making the entire rock wall tremble. Almost simultaneously, every light in the shaft turned a blood-red hue. Massive beams of energy erupted from every corner of the rock walls, completely engulfing Bai Ning's location. A powerful spatial confinement force surged, attempting to seal him in place. Oh no! Bai Ning's heart sank. The detection system here was far more sophisticated and sensitive than he had imagined. Even the slightest emotional fluctuation or hint of killing intent could be detected. A cold electronic voice echoed through the shaft. Intruder alert! Position locked. Initiating maximum clearance protocol. Below, Han Shangjuan abruptly looked up, scanning the area where Bai Ning was located. Chapter 136, Those Below Don't Know Better. The direction from which the alarm came was empty. Countless searchlights swept across an empty expanse. Yet Han Shangjuan could sense an intense energy reaction emanating from that sector. This meant the defense mechanisms here had been triggered. The system's simulated spatial lockdown capability was firmly sealing off that area. The intrusion alert was genuine. The enemy had managed to infiltrate this far before being detected. It's him, Bai Ning. Han Shangjuan instantly identified the intruder. Apart from this individual who could ignore the and possess top-tier spatial abilities, there was no one else in the world capable of such a feat. Notify the Dean immediately. Activate maximum defense protocols. Seal all exits and entrances. Han Shangjuan barked orders into the communicator, her voice trembling slightly. Upload the core experimental data to the cloud immediately. We absolutely cannot let him destroy it. She knew that if it truly was Bai Ning, and he saw all these experimental subjects from District 78 still suffering such treatment in the vertical shaft, the consequences would be unimaginable. Back then, just witnessing a routine experiment had enraged Bai Ning to that extent. Now, to witness so many at once. Even if Bai Ning were to unleash a bloodbath, Han Xiangjuan wouldn't be surprised. Soon, more concealed gunports emerged from the shaft's rock walls. What a pain! Bai Ning, positioned within the spatial interlayer, clicked his tongue in annoyance. He'd intended to just take a quick look and leave. But now that concealment was impossible, the research institute would surely guess who was responsible. Sneaking away was pointless. So be damned. High-energy rays capable of piercing alloy poured down like a torrential rain. An even more powerful spatial confinement force field steadily intensified its pressure. Bai Ning snorted coldly, the golden pupils in his eyes blazing with sudden intensity. With a light step, he emerged from the spatial interlayer where he had been hiding. He materialized beneath the crimson emergency lights. His posture relaxed, he looked down at Han Xiangjuan, who faced him as if confronting a formidable enemy. Those seemingly terrifying high-energy beams and spatial forces couldn't come within an inch of him. They were completely swallowed up several meters away. Not even a ripple was stirred. Team leader Han, Bai Ning's voice remained calm. Is this how you treat your guests? What about the promise that I could go anywhere I wanted? His gaze swept over the densely packed prison cells. So your claim about ceasing human experimentation was meant to fool me? Han Xiangjuan tried to retort. But the evidence before her eyes left no room for explanation. Who could have predicted everything would go underground, only for Bai Ning to track them down? Her heart pounded wildly, but she forced herself to remain calm. Mr. Bai Ning, please calm down. I can explain. Let's go see the dean first. Weren't you planning to discuss something with him anyway? Now. Right now. Bai Ning scoffed. Do you think I'm blind, or just plain stupid? I'll give you two choices. First, I tear this damn place apart right now, sink this island while I'm at it, and kill every last one of you. Han Xiangjuan gave a nervous chuckle. We admit we were in the wrong. Name your terms. The director will be here shortly. Second, get everyone back to Sector 78 safely, and never conduct experiments like this again. My patience is limited. Bai Ning raised his hand lightly, a transparent spatial storm coiling around his fingertips like a dragon. Choose. Han Xiangjuan's lips parted, but no words came. Seeing Bai Ning's murderous intent simmering beneath the surface, she finally managed, I understand what you're saying. But please understand my position as well. This matter involves too many layers. At my level, I cannot make such a decision. The dean has been notified and is on his way. He'll arrive within minutes. Why don't you discuss it with him when he arrives? Her eyes pleaded. She feared Bai Ning might, in a fit of displeasure, truly destroy this place. That would set the Institute's projects back years, with losses starting at trillions. Security guards swarmed out and had already surrounded Bai Ning. Seeing Han Xiangjuan lower herself like this, they were utterly baffled. The leader frowned. Team leader Han, this man may be a 9th-tier expert, but this is the core area of our research institute. With the defense mechanisms personally set up by the director, even he won't be able to escape. Why waste so much breath on him? Everyone is ready now. We only await your command to activate the entire defense array. Han Xiangjuan's expression darkened further. She shot the man a glare. Shut up. She then hurriedly turned to Bai Ning. My subordinate is ignorant and speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Bai Ning smiled. I'm generally easygoing and reasonable. But there's one thing I can't stand: people harboring doubts. Since you doubt whether I can withstand your research institute's weapons, let's find out together. The moment the words left his mouth, Han Xiangjuan inwardly cursed her misfortune. A spatial storm erupted from Bai Ning's fingertips. It appeared as nothing more than a wisp of breeze, yet the terrifying power contained within made its threat palpable to anyone. It precisely dodged every cage. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the dense array of cannons lining the vertical shaft's rock walls. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions echoed through the air. The rock wall in that section instantly twisted and collapsed, yet Bai Ning's spatial storm showed no sign of weakening. As the energy streams erupted from the barrels, they suddenly vanished without a trace. It was a spatial fissure Bai Ning had pre-arranged. It swallowed all the overflowing energy, preventing harm to the people within the prison. With a single strike, the majority of the attack methods in this area were rendered useless. Amidst the thick smoke, Bai Ning remained as composed as ever. Alright, what else have you got? Bring it on. The guard who had spoken earlier stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter another word. Deep within the underground labyrinth, they had long been cut off from the latest news of the Federation. Naturally, they had no idea Bai Ning had already taken on the strongholds of the three major conglomerates, the Bai, Lin, and Yu families, one after another. He had slain countless direct descendants of these conglomerates. And now he stood here, unharmed. With just one breakthrough, he could return to claim his position as head of the Bai conglomerate. Even the current head of the Bai family, Bai Zhongyuan, dared not say a word about this. He didn't even have the courage to send assassins after Bai Ning. Han Xiangjuan's face drained of color as the successive explosions rocked the facility. She was deeply worried that explosions of this magnitude could cause the vertical shaft to collapse. If that happened, all the experimental subjects would be caught in the disaster and perish. The consequences of halting the experiment would be unbearable for the research institute. Bai Ning's voice echoed, 1 minute left. If your director doesn't show up soon, I'll tear this place apart. Go talk to him again. Just then, a faint light flickered into existence without warning. The light was faint at first, but it rapidly expanded, transforming into a golden gate flowing with pale golden runes. A figure stepped out from within the light gate. You are Bai Ning, the young heir of the Bai clan? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Chapter 137, Aren't we bound by the cup of marriage? The figure wore a silver-gray robe, its face shrouded in a layer of flowing mist. Their features remained indistinct, save for a pair of eyes with silver-gray pupils. His gaze held not a flicker of emotion, only absolute rationality. Dean. Upon seeing the figure, Han Xiangjuan, the guards, and everyone else bowed their heads in unison. The dean cast a detached glance over the shaft, half destroyed by Bai Ning, and spoke in a flat tone. Bai Ning, it's been quite some time. Meeting in this manner is truly not my preference. Our hospitality here clearly needs improvement. I apologize for the embarrassment. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes. This man radiated an aura that blended seamlessly with his surroundings, an extraordinary calm that made him seem all the more formidable. This only piqued Bai Ning's interest further. Bai Ning gave a faint, mocking smile. You've got some nerves. I almost thought you'd wait until I blew this place to smithereens before showing your face. The dean gave a slight nod. The critical experimental data has been backed up. If you wish, you may destroy it all. As long as the ultimate goal is achieved, any losses incurred along the way are acceptable costs. Then, shifting gears, therefore, if you're willing to cooperate with the Prometheus project, all terms are negotiable. There's one thing I've always been curious about. Bai Ning stepped toward the dean in midair. What is it? Where do you people get the confidence to think money can buy everything? Bai Ning snorted derisively, pointing down at the rows of cages below. In each cage, a battered figure lifted their head, staring at them with eyes filled with fear and unease. All under the banner of human evolution? A path paved with the suffering and lives of thousands of living beings, even if it ultimately leads to so-called immortality. Do you truly deserve to pluck that fruit stained with the blood of your fellow humans? The dean remained utterly still, listening in silence. Only after Bai Ning finished speaking did he slowly reply, You are still too young. I do not blame you for not understanding. Moreover, I care not whether you understand. Everything we do requires no one's understanding. Bai Ning snorted. Classic. Truly classic. Since reason won't sway you, let's settle this with fists. Bai Ning cut to the chase, his killing intent pure and fierce. He launched a direct punch toward the blurred face of the dean. At their level, they could seamlessly integrate their abilities into any technique. This punch appeared ordinary, yet as it launched forward, the entire space ahead of it compressed. Where the fist's wind passed, even light itself warped, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. Any ability user below 9th rank would be unable to block this punch and would be struck through instantly. The dean's eyes remained utterly still as he casually waved his hand. Countless intricate runes, shimmering with golden light, materialized before his palm. These runes swirled rapidly, instantly forming a peculiar rune array. The instant Bai Ning's fist collided with the runes, it felt as though he'd punched into cotton, completely halted. The fist's momentum dissipated, and the surroundings returned to stillness. The dean remained standing in place, shaking his head. Your spatial manipulation is crude and simplistic, lacking any true understanding of energy. Bai Ning's pupils contracted slightly, a serious expression appearing on his face. He could sense that this man's ability was unlike any he had encountered before. First and foremost, it was definitely not the most basic elemental ability. The sensation upon touching those runes wasn't an impact, it was as if the force had been neutralized out of thin air. Not defense, but absorption? Thoughts raced through Bai Ning's mind. Observing the golden runes slowly swirling around the dean's body. Could it be a rune-related ability? Han Xiangjuan's taut nerves relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. Her gaze toward the dean grew even more fervent. Bai Ning, I've told you before, the essence of power isn't brutal destruction. Your understanding of power remains at the most superficial level. The dean is a powerhouse on par with old Master Li. It's only because he hasn't been active in recent years that your master became known as the strongest in the world. Don't think that just because you've bullied others for so long, you can run rampant in the research institute. The guards and other researchers collectively relaxed. Their gazes toward Bai Ning now carried a hint of provocation. The seemingly powerful punch Bai Ning delivered was effortlessly deflected by the dean, starkly revealing the gulf in their abilities. Witnessing this, the experimental subjects in the cages below lowered their heads once more. To them, both Bai Ning and the director were beings far beyond their comprehension. When Bai Ning first appeared and spoke on their behalf, many had felt a glimmer of hope. But that hope was quickly extinguished when Bai Ning's strike was blocked, the light fading from their eyes. Bai Ning took in everyone's reactions and let out a disapproving click of his tongue. Team leader Han, I still prefer your attitude back at the bar. We even shared a toast, you know. Now you're being so cold-hearted? Han Xiangjuan's face flashed with shame and anger as she gritted her teeth. Don't you dare bring that up again. I'm just stating the facts. The director remarked calmly, these are my instructions. After all, you are our honored guest on this island. I know. Bai Ning shrugged. From what Han Xiangjuan said, it sounds like you and my master are about equal in strength, right? 10 years ago, that was true. Now he's no match for me. Ha, you're pretty cocky. Bai Ning crossed his arms, a clear challenge in his smile. Why don't we step outside for a little sparring? Let me see what you're made of, this reclusive, unrivaled master of our age. He wanted to force the dean into action, to test their respective strengths. If he couldn't win, at least he could prepare in advance. After all, they still needed the eternal flower and the time ability to complete their experiment. He dared not truly provoke anything at this moment. If not now, then when? Han Xiangjuan's face darkened, about to rebuke Bai Ning for his insolence, but the dean's stern glance silenced her. The dean spoke calmly, striving for dominance through force is meaningless. What? Are you afraid? Not at all. Then step forward. Before Bai Ning had even finished speaking, leaving the dean no chance to refuse, a flash of light erupted from his golden pupils. It instantly sealed off the space between himself and the dean. In the next instant, the scene before their eyes shifted abruptly. Gone was the gloomy, oppressive underground shaft. Instead, they found themselves amidst the vast, churning expanse of the ocean under the night sky. Above them stretched a dazzling starry sky, while beneath lay an ocean of unfathomable depth. Bai Ning instantly teleported himself and the dean to 100 meters above the sea. He had only tested teleportation on himself before, hesitant to bring others along for fear it might be unsafe. Now, with such a suitable test subject at hand, he naturally wanted to try it with him. Unfortunately, the teleportation actually worked. The man was perfectly fine. This spot's wide open, no worries about breaking anything. What do you say, Dean? Ready to let loose now? Bai Ning spread his hands. The dean's face remained blurred, yet it seemed to betray a faint glimmer of interest. Your grasp of spatial mechanics is indeed commendable. Since you insist, so be it. He raised his hand once more. In an instant, the island was bathed in brilliant light. Numerous figures swiftly converged toward Bai Ning. Battles between 9th-tier practitioners are rare. Let the people below record this. Chapter 138, an extraordinarily rare test subject. Figures raced toward the island from all directions. Some rode small hovercrafts, while others even sprinted on foot in their pajamas. Within mere seconds, over 100 researchers had gathered. Even more astonishingly, they hadn't just rushed over, they'd brought all manner of sophisticated equipment with them. All instruments activated instantly, their probes uniformly trained on the two figures in the sky. Each researcher held a tablet, eyes burning as they looked up. Report! Energy spectrum analyzer and observation array are in position. The rune frequencies around the dean are fluctuating. Begin recording baseline data immediately. Several young researchers even came to blows over a better observation angle. Han Xiangjuan rushed to the front lines and began directing operations. Even Bai Ning, whose standards were notoriously low, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the spectacle. You guys at the Research Institute are way too enthusiastic. That guy isn't even wearing pants. The dean replied calmly, we're simply doing our duty. Though his tone remained flat, Bai Ning detected a hint of satisfaction in it. Bai Ning. He felt less like he was challenging someone to a fight and more like he'd become a monkey at the zoo. Or perhaps a particularly rare white mouse. Bai Ning glanced at the small text in his field of vision. Consume 100 trillion assets to evolve into God-tier Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. At 10% progress, he had already reached mid-tier 9th rank. Another 22% would elevate him to the upper tier. Unfortunately, he simply didn't possess that much money at present. He had transferred the 10 trillion the council had given him early to Qingyu and devoured various miscellaneous items just to reach this progress. The next rapid advancement would only be possible after the Immortality Project's breakthrough, when he became the head of the Bai clan. But judging by this dean's aura, he was at least a seasoned powerhouse at the upper tier of the 9th rank. According to Han Xiangjuan, his strength was comparable to that of his own master. This battle would be no easy fight. Yet equally, engaging someone of this caliber would yield immense gains. Bai Ning drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. His form shifted subtly, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported over a dozen times. Each time he materialized in a new location, he unleashed attacks of varying elements: space, wind, fire, lightning, ice. Within a single second, Bai Ning returned to his original spot. Yet a torrent of gale force winds, a sea of flames, a web of thunderbolts, and a hail of ice spikes surged toward the dean at the center. The once calm sea surface was whipped into towering waves dozens of meters high by the raging winds. The howling gale whipped up a sky-filled mist, producing a deafening shrill screech in the air. Blazing fire clouds illuminated half the night sky as bright as day, while countless fireballs several meters in diameter plummeted like meteors. Blinding lightning interwove into a thunderous net amidst the fiery clouds, intermingled with countless ice spear-like projectiles, tearing through the air from all directions. 5 distinct, ferocious attributes surged through Bai Ning's hands with overwhelming force, as if a celestial catastrophe had descended upon the world. Han Xiangjuan's eyes widened in shock. How, isn't he a spacetime type? She couldn't help but recall their first meeting, when she had flaunted her ability to wield different elemental energies before him. Yet now, the 5 element abilities Bai Ning casually unleashed far surpassed her full strength. Good heavens! A multi-element composite attack. Its energy reaction level is approaching upper 9th tier. The instruments are about to overload. We're approaching the threshold. Shouts mingled as the observing researchers frantically tapped away at their tablets. Han Xiangjuan clenched her fists nervously, her gaze fixed intently on the center of the energy storm. Her expression held both apprehension and overwhelming anticipation. Facing an assault powerful enough to annihilate an entire army, the Dean's aura remained perfectly steady. With a wave of his hand, countless runes poured forth from his body. Instantly, they formed a layered barrier around him. Each time Bai Ning's fireballs and ice spikes struck the rune barrier, the runes glowed brighter. The layered runes functioned like an energy conversion device. Attacks of differing elements failed to make any dent in it, instead flowing like 100 rivers into the sea. They flowed ceaselessly along the intricate pathways between the runes. Under Bai Ning's relentless assault, far from dimming, the barrier gradually charged itself. The radiance upon it rapidly grew dazzling and brilliant, outshining even the moon in the sky. The 5-colored radiance illuminated the figure of the Dean at its center, making him appear like a deity descended from the heavens. This ability had completely transcended the realm of conventional supernatural powers. It seemed more akin to the ability to manipulate energy at will. Continuing this barrage of attacks would not only be futile but would actually recharge the opponent. Bai Ning clicked his tongue, his expression turning grave. This is trouble. A direct confrontation was clearly not an option. We must find the weak point in this Dean's ability. In stark contrast to Bai Ning's composure, the atmosphere below was nearly boiling with fervor. Every researcher's face glowed crimson with excitement. A miracle. The director, he's achieved the theoretically perfect energy cycle. Has the Dean's ability broken through again? This time, the energy resonance between the runes is nearly perfect, no loss whatsoever. Look! The energy flow direction between the runes has changed. The Dean is counterattacking. Someone screamed, pointing at the instrument screen. Buzz! A deep hum filled the air. A single syllable escaped the Dean's lips. Go! With his command, the runes manifested once more, unleashing the 5 elemental energies. Their destructive power showed no sign of weakening compared to the level Bai Ning had unleashed. Only this time, all attacks converged directly upon Bai Ning. The gravity on Bai Ning's face eased slightly. Using my own tools against me? Bai Ning's golden pupils flashed, and his figure blurred momentarily. The barrage of attacks pierced precisely through the spot where Bai Ning had been standing, yet struck nothing, continuing to fly past him. A smirk touched the corner of Bai Ning's mouth. For such ordinary elemental abilities, he only needed to shift his body into the spatial interlayer at the very last moment before impact. A low-grade version of divine might. Bai Ning tilted his head. Dean, using this ability against me seems a bit inadequate. I'm curious, what does your true ability look like? Let me see it for myself. To be honest, he wasn't overly concerned about the consequences of losing. These people still wanted him to cooperate with the immortality experiment. They wouldn't harm him lightly. Given this opportunity to observe the mysterious abilities of the Research Institute's director, he naturally intended to seize it fully. The director replied coolly, "It seems conventional ability attacks have limited effect against you. Prepare yourself, I won't hold back from here on." All right. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Such a rune-based ability was truly rare. He had never heard of such an ability existing before. The real contest was only just beginning. Chapter 139, Sub-God Tier and SSS Tier are 2 entirely different concepts. The Dean slowly closed his eyes. Simultaneously, his fingers pressed lightly before him, triggering a dramatic transformation in the runes surrounding his body. Deeper, more intricate dark gold patterns emerged. A far more colossal energy fluctuation than before radiated out from the Dean's body. The researchers below instantly held their breath as instruments blared shrill alarms. Alarm! Alarm! Energy fluctuations exceed threshold, approaching maximum limit. The Dean explained in a low voice, "My ability allows me to reconstruct all things through runes." Before he could finish, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Bai Ning's eyes widened involuntarily. Ha! It can do that? The Dean's blurry silver-gray pupils suddenly snapped open, revealing 2 dazzling points of golden light. At first, the golden light appeared faint. But soon, they completely overpowered his original iris color. A pair of pupils identical to Bai Ning's, burning with intense golden flames, now blazed within the Dean's eyes. The runes surrounding the Dean completed their final transformation. Gradually, they began to emit terrifying fluctuations similar to Bai Ning's spatial abilities. Impossible. Below, a researcher gasped in shock, nearly dropping the tablet in his hands. The Dean has actually reached this level? He can even simulate top-tier SSS-grade abilities? Han Shangjuan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief and awe. Her ability was similar to the Dean's. Both could simulate other energies through their own knowledge and understanding. This was precisely why the Dean valued and promoted her. But even with her S-rank ability, she could only replicate up to 80% of an S-rank ability's power. She never imagined the Dean could replicate Bai Ning's SSS-grade Spatial Eye. Judging by the effect, it achieved a staggering 90% similarity. Feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuations emanating from the other person, Bai Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. Are you kidding me? Even Bai Ning didn't notice the dryness in his own voice. The Dean's golden pupils remained calm and gentle as he spoke slowly. There's no need for such shock. The form of energy is not the exclusive power of any single being. As long as one comprehends its underlying principles, all things can be symbolized. In other words, all phenomena can be simulated. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dean raised a single hand and gently clenched it toward Bai Ning's area. Snap! The space within 100 meters around Bai Ning instantly solidified. The intensity and precision of this spatial confinement were no less formidable than anything Bai Ning could conjure himself. Bai Ning grunted, his golden pupils burning wildly. Energy drained from his body at an astonishing rate, barely allowing him to break free from this sudden confinement. His figure flickered hundreds of meters away. Yet Bai Ning's expression suddenly relaxed. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. At first glance, you really did seem pretty tough. You almost fooled me. Han Shangjuan below wore an expression of utter amusement. The Dean's ability is flawless and perfect. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg. How could you possibly know the terror lurking beneath the surface? Bai Ning could naturally hear Han Shangjuan's words. Yet he remained unperturbed, gazing directly at the Dean and smiling. You may be able to mimic my spatial abilities, but you can only replicate 90% of their power, correct? The spatial confinement you just unleashed, which was comparable to mine, only managed to match mine because you relied on your upper 9th rank cultivation base. But there's one more thing, Bai Ning chuckled softly. Since you claim everything can be simulated, what about my time ability? Sure enough, upon hearing the word time, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in the Dean's otherwise calm eyes. Bai Ning continued, the fact that you went to such lengths to have me assist with the experiment proves you lack a time manipulating ability user, correct? Which means even you cannot wield the power of time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have offered such an exorbitant price to bring me here. Realizing this, Bai Ning relaxed completely. He understood better than anyone the immense power of time abilities. Especially after reaching the 9th tier, it bordered on being a game-breaking ability. Therefore, no matter how formidable the Dean's abilities might be, lacking this crucial element meant he could never truly defeat Bai Ning. And with his own time abilities, he had plenty of opportunities to defeat him. But there was something even more crucial Bai Ning hadn't mentioned. This man could only simulate an SSS tier eye of time and space. Whereas he now possessed the sub-god tier Candle Dragon's Eye. Sub-god tier and SSS tier were two entirely different concepts. You're right. The Dean said calmly, time is indeed the only domain that is yet to be analyzed by runes. That is why I implore you to help the Institute complete the Prometheus project. This is a pivotal moment for all of humanity. Bai Ning remained silent. He suddenly realized why the Dean placed such importance on this project. Could it be that he, too, hoped to use this experiment to gain a deeper understanding of temporal abilities? Who knows? Perhaps by observing it long enough, he might even learn how to wield the power of time himself? The Dean stared intently at Bai Ning, as if he could see right through his thoughts. After a long pause, he said, "You're growing faster than we anticipated. That's both a blessing and a curse. Now, let me witness the extent of your achievements thus far." The rune flared brightly. In the next instant, the Dean appeared before Bai Ning without warning. Not teleportation? Bai Ning frowned as his golden pupils burned to their limit. Relying purely on instinct, he dodged at the last possible moment. An invisible blade sliced past his neck, the air current it generated leaving a faint trail of blood on his skin. He was already at the 9th tier. His body's resilience wasn't something ordinary weapons could pierce. Yet the mere airflow from this thing had drawn blood. The Dean's strike missed, yet his assault surged like an unrelenting tide. Eerie attacks came from every direction, in every conceivable form. Bai Ning left countless afterimages in the air. He dodged numerous bizarre aura attacks. Damn, he's a seasoned 9th tier veteran after all. Truly a tough nut to crack. Bai Ning's eyes hardened with ferocity as a thought flashed through his mind. Tracer materialized in his hand. He hadn't used this old companion since returning from the underground labyrinth. Most of the time, a mere flick of his fingers was enough to leave no one standing. But now, truly enraged, Bai Ning wasn't in the mood for games. "Old girl, catch this blade." Bai Ning roared, and the hunter's blade in his hand, sensing his master's intent, emitted a sharp ring. Simultaneously, Bai Ning unleashed the full force of his spacetime aura. combined with the perfect grade SSS level sword technique of the spacetime force, instantly manifesting in any time, any space. Bai Ning appeared to strike a single blow. Yet the intent of the blade assaulted the dean from every direction. There was no escape. Runes surged around his body in response. A cacophony of clanging explosions erupted like 1,000 raindrops pelting banana leaves. The dean's pupils contracted sharply as his hands moved with lightning speed. The runes swirled at an unprecedented speed. Under Bai Ning's strike, the instruments on the island all emitted shrill explosions. Then, in the next instant, they shattered completely. No! The researchers cried out in unison. Chapter 140, Who's that scurrying away in the sky? The calm on the dean's face cracked for the first time. His body was forced back 3 steps by the momentum of Bai Ning's slash. Runes surged rapidly around him, barely managing to block the strike. As the runic glow slowly faded, the complex emotion in the dean's eyes when he looked at Bai Ning again was undeniable. I truly underestimated you. I never imagined your talent in combat techniques would be in no way inferior to your supernatural abilities. Truly, remarkable. The dean narrowed his eyes, studying Bai Ning with a series of admiring murmurs. Bai Ning felt uneasy under his gaze. It felt as though the gaze was trying to pierce through his body, laying bare every secret. These mad scientists have such dirty minds. Bai Ning spun a blade flourish with his huntress, then darted 100 meters in a single swift movement. Tracer seemed to come alive in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shot forward, transforming into a long sword. The sword tip trembled, transforming into countless cold stars. Another SSS tier perfected sword technique. The dean manipulated the runes into a rapid spin, instantly condensing a thick crystal shield before him. The sword tip struck the crystal shield, erupting in a series of sharp, crisp clangs. The shield trembled violently but held firm. Seeing the opening, Bai Ning pressed his attack. Huntress swung downward with a downward strike. A torrent of flames, so intense it warped the air, erupted, sweeping across the battlefield and engulfing it in a 100-meter-wide sea of fire. This was SSS tier marksmanship. Scorching army breaker. The flames twisted and danced over the crystal shield controlled by the dean, seemingly about to bypass the defense and strike directly at his face. The dean's fingers fluttered rapidly, recognizing the crystal shield was powerless against such a vast, flame-infused gun intent. He acted decisively, thrusting both hands outward. The thick crystal shield instantly shattered into countless fragments. As if pulled by an invisible force field, they reassembled before him into a transparent crystal sphere. The sea of fire surged toward the crystal sphere but could advance no further. The crystal sphere held it firmly at bay, preventing it from harming the dean in the slightest. In the very instant the dean countered the inferno. Bai Ning flickered his wrist and the hunter form shifted once more. The spear transformed into a long sword, its blade emitting a clear ring. Taking advantage of the flame's cover, he unleashed a devastatingly swift thrust. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, channeling the momentum of time and space. As if piercing through the barriers of space itself, the cold gleam of the blade flashed as it drove straight toward the dean's heart. Its speed was so immense that even an SSS tier speed-type psionicist present would have been utterly unable to react. Empowered by dual spatio-temporal abilities capable of both compressing space and accelerating time and amplified by the sub-divine candle dragon's eye, Bai Ning was certain no one could evade this strike. The moment the headmaster deflected the sea of flames, he sensed an unparalleled sharpness of sword energy closing in. His pupils contracted sharply, a genuine look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This speed and timing far exceeded his expectations. Before he could react, the runes surrounding him erupted in blinding light. His figure blurred, and in the next instant, he materialized a kilometer away. It seemed he had simulated some sort of spatial ability, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Bai Ning sensed that familiar spatial aura and hesitated not a moment. With a cold laugh, the hunter's form in his hand transformed into a longbow. Almost simultaneously with the dean's figure blurring, he had already drawn the bow and nocked an arrow. Sub-divine archery. Void shatter. The space at the arrowhead's tip warped slightly. Bai Ning let out a low shout as his fingers released the bowstring. Hum. The arrow left the bowstring without a thunderous roar, yet it ignored everything in its path. The instant it left the bowstring, it appeared before the dean 1,000 meters away, pointing straight for his forehead. The dean sensed the arrow's trajectory, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Before he could even catch his breath, runes erupted around his body as he forcibly performed another spatial leap. Yet this time, against the void-piercing arrow, even the swiftest movement proved too slow. The sub-god tier piercing void arrow technique possessed an unmatched, razor-sharp edge. Even more terrifying was the intangible arrow momentum swirling around it, carrying a devastating destructive force capable of tearing through anything. Even a thick-skinned 9th-tier beast struck head-on would have no chance of survival. Much less a frail human body. SSSSHH. At the last moment, the dean managed to protect his vital organs. The arrow did not pierce his forehead, but the surrounding arrow energy still grazed his temple. A flash of blood. When the dean's figure reappeared a kilometer away, the membrane that had been blurred like a water mirror on his face suddenly cracked. Through the cracks, a wound deep enough to expose bone stretched across his temple. Blood gushed forth, staining half his face crimson. The dean's usual composed demeanor was shattered once more. Bai Ning, relying on his perception of spacetime anomalies, could pinpoint the dean's new location almost the instant he landed. Bai Ning's expression remained impassive, without a moment's pause. He drew his bow once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew in quick succession. The dean dodged frantically, shifting position repeatedly. But each time he materialized, a deadly arrow would be hurtling toward him. The wounds on his body kept piling up. He could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes filled with shock. Bai Ning's relentless, utterly unreasonable barrage of overwhelming attacks had driven him to this desperate state. What the dean found most unbearable wasn't being chased away by an 18-year-old in front of his subordinates. It was the sight of his own blood flowing. For a top researcher specializing in DNA studies, this was a fatal blow. It was precisely because he knew exactly what he could do with someone else's blood that he found his own blood spilling even more unbearable. A deathly silence fell over the island. All the researchers stood frozen in place, as if their souls had been sucked out. They stared in disbelief as their revered director, whom they treated like a god, was beaten bloody by a newcomer. The director, injured? In their collective minds, the director of the research institute was an invincible being. Possessing mysterious rune abilities, he had solved countless rune array puzzles. He single-handedly spread the use of runes throughout the Federation. Which ability user didn't rely on rune formations for cultivation or long journeys? And yet this scientific giant, this ultimate powerhouse, was beaten by Bai Ning until he had to run away with his tail between his legs? Dreams shattered. Han Xiangjuan's face darkened to a terrifying pallor. She understood the dean's strength better than anyone. Precisely because of that, the scene before her delivered the most devastating blow. Bai Ning paid no heed to the commotion below. Transformed into a ruthless archery machine, he silently drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and released the string. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrow after arrow struck with pinpoint accuracy at the exact spot where the dean had landed each time, forcing him to dodge relentlessly. Not even a moment to catch his breath. Blood streamed from the wound on the dean's temple, blurring his vision on one side. He knew all too well that continuing like this would lead to certain defeat. He tried channeling runes to simulate more complex counter abilities, but each time he moved, an arrow was already closing in, forcing him to divert his attention to evasion. Despite possessing numerous formidable abilities, he was now completely suppressed, unable to unleash any of them. This frustrating feeling of powerlessness, he hadn't experienced it in many years. Stop fighting. Chapter 141. Do you have a crush on him? Bai Ning hovered midair, the huntress still trembling slightly in his hand. It had been ages since he'd fought with such exhilarating intensity. He could sense that the opponent's abilities extended far beyond what had been displayed. But he'd underestimated his opponent from the start, failing to strike first. Thus, the one who acted first had seized control of the rhythm. Armed with a variety of combat techniques, Bai Ning had long known how to control the pace. With overwhelming firepower, offense was the best defense. As events proved, this was indeed the case. If he were to confront the Research Institute now, he'd have at least a 70% chance of killing the director outright. But it wasn't necessary. Bai Ning sometimes had to admit that the Golden Finger had given him a kind of hint. It would involuntarily assign a value to each person, then categorize them into 2 types, killable or untouchable. Lately, he'd grown increasingly aware of how terrifying this way of thinking was. Just now, in that brief moment when his blood ran hot, he had genuinely considered killing him. Fortunately, reason prevailed. The dean was undeniably dark, capable of conducting brutal experiments on tens of thousands at a whim. Yet he had undeniably achieved much, and he felt no guilt toward himself. Most crucially, killing him would create a mess of complications afterward. This world is warped by the conglomerates, and change must begin with them. The simplest approach was to take over the Bai Corporation and initiate change from within, provided the Research Institute achieved breakthroughs in its experiments. Bai Ning tilted his head, then finally stowed away Tracer. Dean, does this mean I won? The director wiped the blood from his face, paused in silence, and finally let out a barely audible sigh. Yes, you win. I admit your growth has surpassed our expectations. He conceded defeat without any excuses. This straightforwardness actually earned Bai Ning's respect. In that case, Bai Ning cut straight to the point. My terms are simple: all involuntary human experiments must cease. Those involved must be fully cured and returned to District 78. The words sparked a wave of gasps from the crowd below. Han Xiangjuan's face paled dramatically. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shot into the air and appeared before the two. She cried urgently, "Director, you can't. Hundreds of our projects depend on these test subjects. Many are on the verge of breakthroughs we can't stop." Her gaze toward Bai Ning burned with fury. Do you understand what this means? This isn't child's play. Bai Ning regarded them with a faint, ambiguous smile. Before he could speak, the dean raised a hand to silence Han Xiangjuan. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, "Agreed. I pledge on behalf of the Research Institute that we will cure them and return them. Director! Han Xiangjuan nearly leapt to her feet. The director didn't look at her, continuing, but this will take time. To fully complete it, we need at least 3 months. Bai Ning remained unyielding. 1 month. That's all the time I'm giving you. I will personally verify the results in Sector 78. You bear full responsibility for any shortfall. The dean paused, then finally nodded. Agreed. Han Xiangjuan trembled with rage, but with the dean present, she could only glare fiercely at Bai Ning. Oh, and one more thing, Bai Ning suddenly remembered, smiling. Han Xiangjuan couldn't help but snarl, are you ever going to stop? Ignoring her, Bai Ning chuckled, after all this fighting, I still haven't gotten a good look at your face. Feels like I'm missing out. This dean was incredibly mysterious, refusing to reveal his true appearance. Based on his experience, something fishy was definitely going on. Now that he finally had a chance to make a demand, he was determined to see what this big shot of the research institute looked like. Hearing this demand, Han Xiangjuan flushed crimson. Bai Ning. How dare you? Bai Ning asked curiously, what's the big deal? Does he have something to hide that he has to keep himself covered up? You're such a strange woman. The dean hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already fuming. Don't tell me. Bai Ning grinned. You like the director, don't you? You. Han Xiangjuan's lips trembled as she pointed at Bai Ning, stammering you repeatedly without uttering a single coherent word. Her reaction only confirmed Bai Ning's suspicion that secrets lay behind that face. The dean suddenly spoke calmly, Xiangjuan, that's enough. His pale gray eyes swept over Han Xiangjuan indifferently. You may return now. Han Xiangjuan could only reluctantly agree before returning to the island. Once again, only Bai Ning and the dean remained in the air. Bai Ning chuckled. You really had to send her away? Why so cautious? The dean remained silent. Only the thin mist that had shrouded his face slowly dissipated. Soon, his features became clear before Bai Ning's eyes. To Bai Ning's surprise, this man, a master renowned alongside his own teacher, was astonishingly young. He appeared to be no more than in his 20s, his skin pale enough to seem almost translucent, carrying an unhealthy pallor from prolonged lack of sunlight, and his features held a hint of scholarly frailty. Other than that, there was nothing unusual about him. Bai Ning remarked with a sigh, I thought you had a facial injury, but it turns out you're just afraid your youth might undermine your authority in front of your subordinates? The dean curved his eyes and waved his hand, summoning the mist back once more. Only a pair of eyes remained visible, eyes that seemed to see through everything, conveying a world weariness befitting his age. Just superficial appearances. Irrelevant. Satisfied now? Bai Ning shrugged indifferently. Pretty much. With that, he turned and waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can go. You'd better keep your promises. With a flash, Bai Ning returned to his residence on the island. Only after the overwhelming aura of a high-tier 9th-rank cultivator faded from his presence did he exhale softly. This man truly possesses an intimidating presence, almost on par with my master. If the dean had suddenly attacked and seized the initiative, Bai Ning estimated his chances of victory would have been no more than 10%. The man appeared as calm as still water, yet for some reason, Bai Ning couldn't shake the feeling that he was sinister. Even the fact that he kept his face covered didn't convince Bai Ning it was merely because he feared his own youthful appearance. His rune abilities seemed capable of mimicking numerous effects. If he wished, he could easily alter his appearance. There was no need to hide at all. Bai Ning stroked his chin. This research institute feels like the more you dig, the more you find. Somewhere in the research institute. Bai Tianzi huddled in the corner of her room. The moment she connected the call, she blurted out, Bai Ning got into a fight with the director today. The person on the other end froze, clearly surprised that Bai Ning had managed to provoke the ultimate big shot within days of arriving on the island. Ha 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 ha. That kid's been arrogant his whole life, finally met his match. Serves him right. The person laughed for a long while. When Bai Tianzi remained silent, they urged, what's wrong? Did Bai Ning get beaten to a pulp? Did he lose an arm? If not, a broken leg would do too. Ah, no, wait. Given the dean's temperament, he probably wouldn't resort to bloodshed. Must be internal injuries, right? Hurry up and tell me. You're killing me here. Bai Tianji opened her mouth several times before finally finding her voice. Someone did indeed run away with his tail between his legs. But that person was the dean. What? Chapter 142, He and I know mercy until death. Bai Tianji, my time is precious, I'm not in the mood for your games. Did Bai Ning get beaten to death, and now you're so happy you've lost your mind? Bai Tianji rolled her eyes, snapping back, do you really think I'm that mentally fragile? A long silence hung on the other end of the line. Finally, a sigh came through the line. What about the dean's other plans? Did you ask about them? No time, Bai Tianzi shook her head. Right after their fight ended, the dean announced he was going into seclusion. I bet, he must have gained something significant to be in such a rush. You mean, the dean has mastered time manipulation? Then we won't have to tolerate Bai Ning anymore. With the dean in our trump cards, we can take him down completely. The voice on the line was brimming with excitement. But Bai Tianji wasn't so optimistic. My gut tells me Bai Ning has his own trump card too. Let's wait for the dean to emerge from seclusion first. Even if we take action against him, the dean must be present. The other person had also considered Bai Tianzi's concern. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Bai Tianzi looked up at the bright moon outside the window and took a deep breath. Mom and Tianyan, you'll watch over me from heaven, right? I've been trying my hardest these past days, and I've been working on controlling my temper. I promise you, Bai Ning won't get away this time. He and I, it's a fight to the death. Had anyone witnessed the venomous hatred burning in Bai Jiji's eyes at that moment, they would have been startled. For the next month, Bai Ning lived in relative ease. After defeating the dean whom all researchers revered as a god in front of the entire team, his status and authority soared. No one dared meet his gaze when he looked their way. Even a cough prompted others to scramble to fetch water. Even Han Shangjuan, that icy woman, softened her tone when speaking to him after a few days of initial awkwardness. After completing today's experiments, Bai Ning stretched lazily. Is this stage ready to be declared a success? Han Shangjuan chuckled softly. Not quite yet, but we're getting close. Before you arrived, it took us 5 years to complete the baseline model for the first phase. But we were stuck on the second phase for a full decade. Now we can essentially complete it in just 1 month. That's lightning speed. During this period, Bai Ning had also witnessed many of their research methodologies. He had also gained deeper insight into the so-called Prometheus project. The second phase focused on researching the relationship between souls and time. Simply put, it involved locally accelerating and reversing time for cells to see if they retained memories from before the reversal. Over the past few days, Bai Ning had repeatedly applied his abilities to the brains of countless strange beasts. To his surprise, even after reversing time by several years, the brains still retained fragments of memories from before the reversal. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. After all, how could a brain from 3 years ago possibly know what would happen 3 years later? Han Shangjuan had explained this phenomenon. In their research, there might be a mysterious force that always existed, a force unrelated to matter or spacetime. They sought to uncover this force and harness its power. If they could achieve this, the benefits would be unimaginable. Imagine a person capable of isolating themselves or an event from all else. Not only could they achieve immortality, but they might even become omnipotent. After filing away the experimental records, Han Shangjuan turned to Bai Ning and offered another gentle smile. Bai Ning shuddered. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Well, Mr. Bai Ning, Han Shangjuan seemed slightly embarrassed. Once this phase is complete, the next stage will require the immortality flower, the one you agreed to provide. Bai Ning waved his hand. Hold on. Who said I agreed to provide it? I want payment, okay? Of course. Seeing that the matter was likely settled, Han Shangjuan visibly relaxed. Bai Ning noticed this and understood she feared he might hold a grudge over the vertical prison incident and refused to give them the immortality flower. A win-win deal is worth pursuing, Bai Ning said, rubbing his fingers together. Remember to transfer the payment 1 flower, 10 trillion. Ha! Even Han Shangjuan, known for her deep pockets, froze at the figure. 100 trillion? Not a single cent less. But Han Shangjuan looked troubled. Perhaps we should wait for the dean to confirm and handle the transaction personally. By the way, the relocation of the test subjects is nearly complete. Only a few individuals refuse to return. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Volunteers staying behind as lab rats? Are you kidding me? Han Shangjuan hurriedly explained, it's mainly because some special experiments are already halfway through. Even if these people return to District 78, they'd barely survive, so... Her voice trailed off as she spoke. Bai Ning scoffed coldly, what kind of experiments? It's... Han Shangjuan whispered, human and hybridization experiments. Her voice dropped so low mid-sentence that Bai Ning nearly missed it. Human-beast hybridization, Bai Ning said flatly. Human-beast hybridization experiments, ha. Han Shangjuan's heart clenched at that dismissive ha. She took a deep breath. Don't misunderstand. The core purpose of this experiment is to enhance human physical capabilities. As you know, many beasts possess survival advantages far surpassing humans in the underground caverns, like extreme dehydration tolerance or bulletproof defenses. We aim to integrate these advantages into the human body, and this experiment is two-way. Not only are humans used as test subjects, but exotic beasts are also employed in the experiments. Han Shangjuan paused, observing Bai Ning's expression before continuing. This also presents an opportunity for the people of District 78. If the experiment succeeds, those useless psychics might finally earn their place in this world. Bai Ning didn't buy a word of this bull. Such lofty rhetoric was only good for fooling children. Those who believed such lies in his past life were now making daily calls from northern Myanmar. Where are those people? Take me to see them, Bai Ning snorted coldly. Certainly, no problem at all. Han Shangjuan replied with her usual pleasant tone, you might find it meaningful too. Most of the test subjects are in excellent mental condition. Bai Ning's footsteps halted. Suddenly, he realized what she was referring to. Before arriving, Bai Henian had mentioned this experiment to him. Cat girls, right? Han Shangjuan flashed a faint smile. Exactly. I guarantee you on my reputation that these individuals are participating in the experiment entirely of their own free will. For these girls, undergoing the transformation is their only way out. It's like hitting the jackpot. Han Shangjuan blinked. If you're interested, I can arrange for one to be sent directly to you. They're in extremely high demand across the Federation. The waiting list is already booked solid for the next 20 years. Chapter 143, They're all happy to serve you. Bai Ning followed Han Shangjuan into a completely different laboratory. Soft lighting filled the space and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. On the central operating table lay a girl. She had a sweet, adorable face and wore light clothing, but the most striking feature was the pair of fluffy cat ears sprouting from her head. Several researchers were gathered around her, performing some procedure. Bored, the girl scanned her surroundings with her large eyes. Suddenly, she spotted Bai Ning at the doorway. Her eyes instantly lit up. Sir! Bai Ning froze slightly. Did this girl recognize him? Seeming to sense his confusion, she quickly explained, word spread among all the test subjects. They say it's an impossibly young 9th rank expert who struck a deal with the dean for us abandoned ones so we could live and go home. Her eyes sparkled brightly, her pupils narrowing slightly with excitement. If it weren't for you, many of us would have. So before they left, they all asked me to thank you in person if I ever got the chance. As she spoke, a fluffy tail emerged from behind her, curling high in the air. She really did resemble a kitten. Han Shangjuan chuckled beside her, adding, They're all more than happy to serve you. Bai Ning watched the girl whose cheeks flushed bright red at Han Shangjuan's words, her ears still twitching. This state of mind, it certainly didn't look like she was staying because she felt threatened. She had truly chosen to stay of her own free will. Since it was their own decision, there was nothing more to say. Bai Ning shook his head. No need to thank me. Come to think of it, we're practically fellow countrymen. Ha? Mr. Bai Ning? Not just the cat-eared girl, but Han Shangjuan was utterly astonished too. Aren't you a direct descendant of the Bai family? How could you possibly have any connection to District 78? District 78 was notorious as one of the Federation's most infamous slums. The offspring of the 4 major conglomerates will never have the chance to establish any connection with that place in their lifetime. That's why they were so astonished. Bai Ning had no desire to explain any of this. He turned and asked, how many people chose to stay? Not many, maybe 8? Han Shangjuan replied after a moment's thought. Are they all in the same situation as that girl? Yes, exactly. Bai Ning nodded. All right then. With that, he prepared to leave. But the girl called out behind him, Sir, wait. Well, I'll be finished with my transformation in a few days. I was wondering, would you like to? Bai Ning froze, turning to see the girl with her head half bowed, a blush on her cheeks, yet her eyes fixed intently on him. The enemy's sugar-coated bullets were simply too powerful. But considering the many tasks awaiting him afterward, he politely declined. Her ears and tail immediately drooped. Bai Ning shook his head, about to leave. Suddenly, a faint yet agonized roar pierced the air. Ah! Han Shangjuan's face paled instantly. Bai Ning listened intently for several seconds, pinpointing the source of the sound before striding purposefully in one direction. Mr. Bai Ning! Han Shangjuan shrieked. The exit is over there. Let me show you the Fox Demon Group's finished products, shall I? Bai Ning didn't pause his stride, snorting dismissively. Go see it yourself if you want. I've got business to attend to. Though faint, the voice couldn't escape the ears of a 9th-rank cultivator like him. Han Shangjuan had heard it clearly. That was why she was so panicked. Intense impatience surged within Bai Ning. Would this never end? He had agreed to send all the test subjects away, yet they dared to withhold them privately. Did she think he was made of clay? His footsteps quickened. The sound was coming from a wall within the lab. The lab wasn't large, and he soon reached the wall. After that roar, the area fell silent, as if everything had been an illusion. Bai Ning stood waiting for a moment, but still heard nothing. Han Shangjuan gave a nervous chuckle. Is there something you need? Did you decide to take this girl after all? Her scent glands are almost installed. Once complete, she'll naturally emit. Shut up! Bai Ning snapped, his gaze icy. Han Shangjuan shivered under that gaze, but with no other recourse, she steeled herself to continue persuading him. If you still oppose this kind of human modification, we can stop, okay? The director will be free shortly. Shall I take you to see him? Her speech quickened. As the team leader of the Prometheus project, Han Shangjuan enjoyed the director's deep trust and held an exceptional status on the island. She was usually quite composed. Yet now, though her expression remained composed, her nervous tics betrayed her inner panic. Bai Ning noticed it all and let out another cold laugh. Since you've been hiding and concealing so many secrets day after day, then let's tear it all down. With that thought, Bai Ning didn't bother confirming the location. He simply raised his hand and blew up the wall. The wall was made of the latest alloy, incredibly sturdy. It was even engraved with composite runes crafted by the dean himself. Yet even so, in Bai Ning's hands, it proved as fragile as paper. In the blink of an eye, the wall vanished as if it had never existed. Even the edge of the breach was perfectly smooth, leaving not a trace of the wall's former existence. However, the scene beyond the wall caused Bai Ning to frown. It was still an ordinary laboratory, seemingly no different from the others. Inside, several researchers stared wide-eyed at the bizarrely vanished wall, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Bai Ning walked over and scanned the room. Strange. Nothing at all. Could it be that he really had misheard? But Han Shangjuan's reaction certainly didn't look like someone who'd misheard. Just as he pondered this, Han Shangjuan hurried up beside him, her tone returning to normal. So, you're too lazy to walk through the door and plan to just walk right through the wall? The woman who had been utterly flustered moments ago now even had the mind to joke. Bai Ning tilted his head and thought for a few seconds before chuckling softly, not originally. But now that I hear you say that, Team Leader Han, it suddenly makes perfect sense. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, to Han Shangjuan's stunned disbelief, Bai Ning waved his hand. Instantly, the walls surrounding the entire laboratory vanished. The space expanded instantly, connecting to the surrounding rooms. The spectacle startled everyone present. Those working in the adjacent rooms were equally dumbfounded. Without a glance, Bai Ning raised his hand and waved again. The walls of all adjacent rooms vanished once more. This time the commotion was even louder, triggering a frenzy of runic flashes. A shrill alarm pierced the ceiling. Beep. Enemy attack detected. Enemy attack detected. Please be advised. Unfortunately, even with all this commotion, nothing seemed amiss. Bai Ning couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it be he really had misheard? As hesitation lingered, the corridor echoed with the sound of countless footsteps. Han Shangjuan froze. They've brought the guard army. Chapter 144, The Pervert Who Collects Stamps. Han Shangjuan took a deep breath and frowned. What exactly are they trying to do? Even if you're dissatisfied with us, you can't deliberately sabotage our research like this. These instruments and data represent the collective efforts of countless people. Can't we discuss this calmly? He gestured toward the dazed researchers scattered around the room. Bai Ning's face showed not a trace of remorse. Had she misheard? That was impossible. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and gently pressed down on the alloy floor beneath him. He turned and asked flatly, the materials used in your building should be sturdy enough, right? Han Shangjuan was taken aback by this seemingly random question. The next second, the golden pupils in Bai Ning's eyes flashed with a faint glow. Boom! A colossal wave of destructive energy, with the force of a nuclear blast, rapidly spread in all directions. This time, he wasn't targeting a single wall, he engulfed every inch of space within a 100-meter radius. Walls, ceilings, floors, instruments. Everything within that blast radius was utterly annihilated. Remarkably, only the structure itself was utterly obliterated. Those present felt only a gust of wind pass through them, suffering no harm whatsoever. Han Shangjuan's gasp caught in her throat. Before she could react, the area was left with nothing but a massive crater. Ah! Help! What the hell? I'm falling. Earthquake? A chorus of alarmed shouts erupted instantly. The researchers tumbled into the pit like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, crashing down with a clatter and landing in a daze. Chaos erupted at the pit's base, dust swirling everywhere. Fortunately, these individuals were all at least at the 5th or 6th tier of cultivation, so they didn't die instantly from the fall. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, gazing down at the spot several meters below where a deep, dark opening had suddenly appeared. Fragmented runes flickered uncertainly within its edges. From the depths came the faint clanking of chains dragging along the floor and a muffled growl. It was identical to the sound he had heard not long ago. Bai Ning slowly turned around to find Han Shangjuan's face, as expected, had turned deathly pale. Now, is there anything else you wish to say? Han Shangjuan opened her mouth but ultimately uttered not a word. Not only that, she turned and ran. She vanished in a flash. Many at the bottom of the pit had been pleading for Han Shangjuan's help. But seeing her abandon everyone and flee, they all let out cries of despair. Team Leader Han. Save us first. Ha! Bai Ning sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the people at the bottom of the pit. A few quick-witted souls, realizing the situation was dire after Han Shangjuan fled, immediately activated the hovercraft stored in their storage spaces. They fled the scene as if their lives depended on it. Bai Ning paid them no mind, slowly descending toward the cave entrance. That familiar damp, musty stench hit him again. Unbelievable. Why do these people love digging holes so much? That vertical shaft was an underground prison, but who knew there was another one here? As expected, these researchers are all dirty. Bai Ning held his breath and stepped inside. The cave lights flared brightly, countless spotlights fixed on a dozen figures. Each of these figures was bound by thick metal chains, their major acupoints sealed shut. Every chain bore intricate golden runes. Both men and women were present, yet all were emaciated, their eyes hollow and vacant. They showed no reaction to Bai Ning's arrival, lacking even the desire to lift their heads. Several seemed to have gone mad, shaking their heads and roaring wildly. These were the very cries heard outside. More unusual still, besides these prisoners, the cavern housed dozens of formidable psychic warriors. Each wore combat gear, their eyes fixed sharply on the prisoners, yet they too ignored Bai Ning completely. Judging by the energy fluctuations around them, they were all experts of the 8th rank or higher. No wonder the surface guard force was so sparse deep within this island's subterranean labyrinth. Only upon arriving here did Bai Ning understand. The true elite guards of the Research Institute were concentrated here, watching over these special individuals. But what kind of prisoners required at least 30 to 48th tier masters to guard them day and night after losing their minds? Moreover, despite the tremendous commotion caused by the recent explosion, none of them had gone out to investigate, remaining steadfastly at their posts. Layers of clues clearly pointed to the extraordinary nature of these prisoners. Bai Ning took a few more steps forward, now only a few meters away from the nearest prisoner. The burly leader finally barked, "Halt! This is a top-secret area of the Research Institute. No one may approach without the director's permission. Mr. Bai Ning, please leave immediately." Bai Ning chuckled lightly and countered, "What if I don't leave?" Not only did he refuse to leave, he took a few more steps toward the man. He was now less than a meter away from the closest prisoner. Dozens of guards tensed simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the scene. Yet not a single one dared to move first to stop him. Bai Ning's legendary exploits over recent days had spread across the entire island. These 8th tier psychics knew full well that confronting Bai Ning was tantamount to suicide. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The prisoner, who had been moving like a walking corpse, seemed to be jolted awake by Bai Ning's sudden presence. He snapped his head up. Extreme terror erupted from his cloudy eyes. Guh? Guh? The prisoner let out a low growl as his entire body began to shake violently. He was forcibly resisting the energy-suppressing runes on the chains, desperately trying to activate the strange power within his body. A crystalline shield, clear as glass, formed with great difficulty before him. The shield appeared precarious, yet its form and aura. Bai Ning froze. Defensive abilities were countless, and crystal shields were not uncommon. Yet each ability carries the unique imprint of its wielder, as distinct as a fingerprint. Yet this crystal shield before him was identical to the one the Dean had used to block his sea of fire earlier. How could this be? A startling thought struck him. He abruptly scanned the other prisoners in the cavern. Could it be that all these imprisoned souls were merely templates for the Dean to study and master their abilities? That's why he needed to keep them under such strict control. This way, the Dean could continuously study and learn, ultimately achieving effects identical to the original host. At this realization, Bai Ning felt a chill run straight up his spine to the top of his head. Someone of the Dean's caliber was undoubtedly arrogant and looked down on ordinary abilities. The fact that this ability had withstood his full power strike that day proved the crystal shield must have reached SSS tier strength. Only an SSS tier ability holder would be worth the immense resources and manpower expended to keep the original host imprisoned here. Then, these dozen or so prisoners. Each and every one of them was likely an SSS level ability user. Outside, SSS level psychics could be counted on one hand, and none had emerged in decades. Yet here, there were over a dozen. The probability of awakening an SSS level ability is extremely low, a consensus shared by all. Otherwise, the 4 great conglomerates wouldn't have gone so long without producing a single SSS tier psychic. The fact that over a dozen SSS level individuals are gathered here suggests that the director is likely a pervert with a stamp collecting obsession. Whenever he spots an ability he likes, he locks these people up here. That's how he managed to gather so many. Chapter 145. If you've got the guts, hit me. The prisoner stared at Bai Ning with utter terror in his eyes. But forcing his ability out just now had drained what little energy he had left. Few could wield abilities under the energy-suppressing runes. His ability to wield it under these conditions proved he ranked among the elite even within the SSS tier. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. Bai Ning sensed the man across from him was nearly scared out of his wits and hurried to explain. I'll get you both out of here. Trust me. The man's expression didn't relax in the slightest, his gaze remaining wary. He had clearly been severely tortured. He remained silent, but the guard watching over them showed clear displeasure. Mr. Bai Ning, the Institute sincerely invited you to the island. This isn't how guests behave. Do you think our institute is staffed by nobodies? Bai Ning shot a glance at the burly leader and chuckled lightly. If you've got the guts, hit me. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll respect you as a man of honor. We'll meet again in 18 years. Though he smiled, the murderous intent in his words was unmistakable. A blatant threat. The burly man who had spoken earlier was rendered speechless, his face flushing crimson then darkening. He dared not utter another word of defiance. The 30 or 48th tier psychics in the cave were stunned into silence by Bai Ning's single sentence. Are you kidding me? Facing a badass who could even overpower the Dean, going up against him would be like delivering vegetables. After speaking, Bai Ning proceeded to pull out his huntress. Over a dozen people here had their limbs and scapulae bound by several thick chains. Using a knife would be quicker. It wasn't that he was addicted to playing savior. These test subjects hailed from Sector 78, considered his own kind, so rescuing them wouldn't be much trouble. But these subjects were clearly the director's most prized experiments. Rescuing them would likely spell trouble. Even so, Bai Ning was determined to save them. The day he was brought back to the Bai family, Yuli had mentioned that SSS-grade awakening serums were exclusively supplied to the 4 great conglomerates. In other words, only those connected to the conglomerates could potentially produce SSS-grade psychics. For an SSS grade to emerge from the common people would be nothing short of a miracle. Not a single one of these individuals belonged to the 4 great conglomerates, yet each possessed SSS grade abilities. It was almost certain that every SSS grade ability detected among commoners over the years was represented here. Despite gathering so many top-tier psychics, they still couldn't find a time-manipulating psychic to assist with their experiments. This forced them to pay a tremendous price to secure Bai Ning's cooperation. Time-manipulating psychics are essentially the SSR cards in a gacha pool. What collector could resist the lure of an SSR? Though he publicly claims to be a direct descendant of the Bai family, the dean surely knows the truth. Who knows what shady schemes these people are cooking up? Now that they'd uncovered this, they had to strike first. With that thought, Bai Ning delivered a series of swift, decisive strikes. The runes etched into the chains flared with blinding light in a futile attempt to resist, but under the relentless assault, they were swiftly severed. Snap! 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 Countless specially crafted chains snapped in an instant. The entire process flowed like water. Not a single foolhardy soul dared to step forward to block her path. Many were already quietly retreating toward the cave's exit. The crystal shield user who had been closest to Bai Ning at the start felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. In disbelief, he flexed his stiff wrists and stared blankly at Bai Ning. Their limbs and collarbones had been pierced, with fragments of chain still embedded inside. If anyone else had come, it might have taken some effort. But Bai Ning's mastery of spatial manipulation was now flawless. With a wave of his hand, the chains inside were swallowed by space quickly and precisely. Sit down over there and regain your strength. We'll probably have a fight soon. As Bai Ning had anticipated, the dean had already learned from Han Shangjuan that the cave had been discovered. Having just emerged from seclusion, his mood was far from pleasant. He hadn't expected to receive more bad news so soon. Han Shangjuan took a deep breath to steady herself before asking gravely, "Dean, are we really going to have to retreat again? Those useless ones, if they're released, it's no big deal. We can recapture them later. But these individuals represent over a decade of our hard work. Every SSS tier agent was hard-earned. Releasing them would mean immeasurable losses for you and the Institute." She waited a long moment for the director's reply before realizing this seclusion might not be going smoothly. Han Shangjuan softened her voice. "Is the time ability still impossible to replicate?" The dean lifted a finger, tapping the desk rhythmically. The sound was faint, yet each tap felt like a blow to Han Shangjuan's heart. Her heart sank. When the dean acted like this, it usually meant his mood had hit rock bottom. "Yes, it cannot be replicated." The dean uttered the words. Han Shangjuan sighed. "As expected, time is an exceptionally unique attribute. We've waited this long and only encountered Bai Ning, a single time manipulating ability user, proof enough of its singularity. But once we capture him and conduct extensive research, mastering it is only a matter of time." Before the dean could respond, she realized she'd spoken out of turn. How easy would it be to capture Bai Ning? If it came down to a fight to the death, deploying every last card the Research Institute held might just kill Bai Ning. But capturing him alive? That difficulty level skyrocketed beyond measure. The director suddenly chuckled. "You're right." "What?" Han Shangjuan froze, thinking she'd misheard. The psychic ability sample repository must not be compromised. And Bai Ning, if he's smart, will likely realize his own uniqueness. The director paused, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. The surface calm must be shattered. Then, Xiangjuan, retrieve all completed prototypes from the current mecha project, maximize the effects of all energy suppression runes, and bring the spatial restrictors too. The string of orders made Han Shangjuan instantly realize this was a decision to completely sever ties with Bai Ning. "Dean, even deploying every mech available would have limited impact against a 9th tier opponent like us. Capturing Bai Ning alive would be extremely difficult." Han Shangjuan felt she must have lost her mind to even dare challenge the dean's orders. Yet that was exactly what she believed. Spatial restrictors could only impose minimal constraints on 9th tier spatial ability users. Mechs could only match the combat power of 8th tier ability users at best. Yet the gap between 8th and 9th tier was like a chasm. It was absolutely not something that could be compensated for by sheer numbers. She stole a glance at the dean, surprised to find that instead of anger at her objection, the smile in his eyes grew even brighter. "You're not the only one thinking this. I suspect Bai Ning feels the same. That young prodigy is incredibly arrogant, and that's precisely our chance to capture him alive." Han Shangjuan froze for a moment before snapping to attention. her expression easing into a relieved smile. I see. Chapter 146, Mecha? That's beyond the syllabus. Bai Ning had already rescued all the prisoners from the cave. 14 in total. Each one was an SSS tier psionic. Long-term imprisonment had pushed many to the brink of collapse. Even after rescue, they hadn't fully recovered. Only 3 or 4 remained relatively lucid. Even these few in the best condition were extremely weak, making it unlikely they could assist in the short term. The Crystal Shield ability user, rescued first, introduced himself. My name is Jiang Lin. I was a second-class citizen in the Central District. I was captured and brought here the very day my abilities awakened. The others here have similar stories. Over the years, we've planned countless escape attempts, but each ended in failure. I hope this time. Jiang Lin lowered his head, holding little hope for this attempt either. Yet, after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and declared, regardless, we must try. This place is no different from hell. I'd rather die than stay locked up like this any longer. Bai Ning scanned the room. While he'd been rescuing people, the guards had all slipped away quietly, leaving only a dozen or so injured prisoners behind. Fortunately, Jiang Lin seemed to have regained some composure and could elicit information. Did the director capture you to learn your special abilities? Jiang Lin nodded, then shook his head. Yes, and no. The memory of that terrifying man made Jiang Lin clasp his head in agony. At first, I thought I just needed to cooperate with him, to let him learn it. After finally letting him learn, he dumped us to a bunch of researchers. Those people. No, they can't be called people, those beasts. They subjected us to every possible torture, trying every method to forcibly elevate our cultivation levels, using all manner of desperate situations to push us to break through our ability thresholds. We were barely clinging to life. Many couldn't take it anymore and wanted to kill themselves, but they threatened us with our families' lives. Bai Ning fell deep in thought. No wonder the strongest among them had already reached the 8th tier, and Jiang Lin had attained the 7th. Given their age, such cultivation levels would be rare even outside these walls, and that's under normal circumstances. Right. Bai Ning stroked his chin. Things might get a bit messy later, but don't worry, I have another task for you. Jiang Lin pointed at his own body covered in wounds in disbelief. Me? They usually inject us with relaxants, and I'm completely drained right now. Besides, I can't even use my powers here. Bai Ning had already devised a plan. Hearing this, he flipped his hand and retrieved a pile of emerald green potions from his storage necklace. The life energy within was so potent it made one's heart race. What are these? Jiang Lin exclaimed in delight. Life elixirs. They injected us with these when we were near death, but none had such pure, crystalline color. These are all SSS-grade life elixirs. 1 bottle each. Jiang Lin scrambled to grab a vial, about to express his gratitude, but Bai Ning waved him off. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, every word. Outside the cave, the area was already completely surrounded. The ground was densely packed with at least hundreds of combat mechs of various designs. Some bore energy cannons of astonishing caliber, resembling mobile artillery platforms. Others had slender frames, their arms fitted with razor-sharp alloy daggers, their bodies engraved with runes for acceleration and stealth. These were the Research Institute's exclusive rune-enhanced mechs. They represented the collective lifework of generations of gold elementalists, rune manipulators, and other gifted individuals. Dozens of helicopters hovered overhead, swarming like bees around the pit. Amidst the gaps, countless psychics were present, many researchers working on the island, along with specialized security guards. In short, under the director's orders, everyone on the island had donned combat suits to confront Bai Ning alone. Over 100 spatial restriction devices had been deployed across the island to prevent Bai Ning from teleporting. A palpable aura of lethal tension hung in the air. Even a seasoned 9th rank powerhouse like Bai Henian would be carried out on a stretcher under such circumstances. Bai Ning led Jiang Lin and the others to the cave entrance, where this scene unfolded before their eyes. How could anyone possibly escape this? A prisoner who had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope muttered to himself, his legs trembling. Jiang Lin's face paled, barely suppressing the urge to turn and run. He gritted his teeth and declared, "We must give it our all. Do you want to spend the rest of your lives living this hellish existence? Mr. Bai Ning gave us such precious potions. This is our last chance. I'd rather die fighting than live like this." "But what about our families?" another asked. A fierce glint flashed across Jiang Lin's face. "Once we've slaughtered every last one of them, let's see who dares harm my mother." His fierce resolve infected the hesitant prisoners around him. "You're right. Damn it. Let's fight. We're SSS tier psychics. After all, let's do it." Bai Ning glanced at Jiang Lin in surprise. He hadn't expected this man to possess such ruthlessness. It might actually be somewhat helpful. He certainly didn't want to rescue these people only to find they were a bunch of whiners, while rescuing them was partly to get them to help eliminate the Research Institute once and for all. He certainly didn't want to see so many rare SSS-tier psychics turn against him. Jiang Lin's expression grew grave. Sir, what do we do now? Bai Ning clicked his tongue. This situation is indeed beyond my expectations. But don't panic, just follow my lead. With that, he soared into the air. He exchanged greetings with the director and Han Shangjuan, who had been waiting in midair. What? No more acting? The dean replied calmly. You're a smart man. We both understand each other's objectives, don't we? Bai Ning composed himself. From past experience, this dean acted with caution and secrecy. He dared to sever ties like this only because he was fully prepared. Those mechs might look intimidating and high-tech, but he didn't take them seriously. If mechs truly posed a threat to 9th-tier psychics, the Research Institute would have long since unified the Federation and crushed the 4 great conglomerates. There'd be no room for the Bai family or others to speak. Han Shangjuan stared coldly at Bai Ning and barked. I advise you to surrender now and spare yourself the suffering. If you play nice, I might go easy on you in future experiments. Oh, really? Bai Ning offered a forced smile. With just these people? Are you sure? He wanted to extract more intelligence, but Han Shangjuan seemed to see right through his intentions. She merely smiled meaningfully in response, offering no further comment. Just then, a clear female voice rang out from below. Bai Ning, when you killed my mother in Tianyan, did you ever imagine you'd meet this day? Bai Tianji had arrived unnoticed, pointing at Bai Ning as she laughed triumphantly. Let me tell you this, it's not just the Research Institute this time. It's a united assault against you by our 3 major conglomerates. What will save your life now? Bai Ning? Bai Ning let out a hollow "oh." He couldn't care less that these people were so brazen as to wait here for him. Too bad. His golden finger loved this kind of situation. Chapter 147, Wildfire Sweeping Across the Plains. Bai Ning examined Bai Tianzi with keen interest. So that's why you suddenly changed your tune, turns out you were waiting here for me. Bai Tianji rolled her eyes, reverting to the arrogant demeanor she'd displayed when they first met. Bai Ning's tone remained flat, showing no surprise. Unusual behavior always hides ulterior motives. When she'd led him onto the island with such tenderness despite bearing a grudge deep enough to fill a sea of blood, it had already signaled this was a trap. Only a fool wouldn't see something fishy here. Our Bai family's internal affairs, you still insist on dragging outsiders into this? Outsiders? Bai Tianzi snorted as if hearing the most absurd joke. Bai Ning, you killed your own mother. How dare you call yourself a member of the Bai family? Do you truly believe father and the patriarch care not at all? Let me make this perfectly clear. News has already reached the Federation. All our elite forces have been dispatched and will arrive within minutes. Do you think the patriarchs themselves won't rush here? 5 9th-tier experts joining forces to deal with you? Bai Ning sneered sarcastically. What kind of biological mother was Yu Li? What kind of mother would push her own son to the brink of death, treating him as less than human? She was determined to die. Who could stop her? As for this sensational spectacle, nearly 70 to 80% of the Federation's elite forces had been mobilized to deal with him alone. For anyone else, just hearing about it would send shivers down their spine. But Bai Ning felt nothing. She'd grown accustomed to it along the way. Today was merely more people in higher realms. Bai Ning suddenly remembered something and added, oh, and don't you dare count on that old fool Li Yensong to save you. Forget it. All teleportation arrays are controlled by the Research Institute. Without the director activating them, not even an ant could teleport here. The Li clan won't even be able to retrieve your body. In the air, the Dean and Han Shangjuan stood side by side. They listened as Bai Tianzi spilled their entire plan without a word of interruption. Both wore calm, faint smiles. The Dean spoke slowly. Bai Ning, you are a rare talent. Not only is the speed of your cultivation advancement a mystery, but your temporal abilities are a true treasure. I never wanted things to come to this, so if you simply let go of your futile struggle, I can ensure your days ahead are lived in comfort. I give you my word. Han Shangjuan nodded repeatedly as she listened. The Dean is showing you such leniency, why aren't you seizing this chance? This is your last opportunity. Bai Ning felt sickened by the hypocrisy of these people. His original plan for coming here had been simple enough. I came to this legendary research institute to broaden my horizons, then return to the Bai family to take over as head of the household. Only then could he bring over and settle the friends from District 78, sparing them from further entanglement in his affairs. Yet these people were all jumping out one after another, acting as if they had him in the palm of their hands. Did they really think Bai Ning was a pushover? Besides, even if we take a million steps back, even if he couldn't win, who could stop him from leaving? Bai Ning shook his head with a smile. My bad for wasting breath on the likes of you. He blinked, and his golden pupils ignited. Let me see. Where should I start killing people? So many people, this should give him a huge boost in progress. Seeing the situation, the Dean suddenly whispered to Han Shangjuan. Stay back. I'll handle this. Han Shangjuan flushed slightly and murmured. Oh, okay. Then, With a flash, she blended into the crowd on the ground. Once again, only the Dean and Bai Ning remained in the air. This wasn't the Dean overestimating himself, thinking he could handle Bai Ning alone. Inside the cave, Bai Ning had already assessed the abilities of those individuals. SSS level spatial shift, SSS level crystal shield, SSS level mind control, SSS level water manipulation, SSS level eye of truth, SSS level life drain. Each was SSS tier. Moreover, most were extremely rare abilities. The abilities the Dean had selected covered every dimension ranged: melee, control, support, truly leaving no weaknesses. The rarest and most terrifying among them was mind control. According to that individual, his ability could control multiple targets, compelling them to act according to his will. However, given his current strength, he could only control a few dozen people at a time. Even this alone was enough to crush his peers, but with the Dean's mental power, he could likely control hundreds simultaneously. This means he could control every 8th and 9th tier ability user present, forming an incredibly cohesive team. By ordering Han Xiangjuan to withdraw now, he was clearly playing this very card. Bai Ning, of course, would not let his plan succeed. He swiftly drew Huntress, his figure flickering as he plunged directly into the crowd below. The surrounding spatial restrictors were powered up to maximum, attempting to block Bai Ning's teleportation. Bai Ning snorted coldly. An invisible force suddenly expanded. Within his domain, time and space were under his command. With a mere thought, a series of shattering sounds echoed through the air. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Every spatial limiter on the ground was violently blown apart. Rolling black smoke billowed forth. What? The instruments are malfunctioning. This is bad. Panicked shouts erupted from the crowd surrounding the equipment. The nightmare of Bai Ning brutally beating the Dean not long ago still lingered in everyone's minds. They had been reluctant to come here and confront Bai Ning in the first place. And now, Bai Ning's latest move had severely dampened their fighting spirit. What followed was a sea of flames engulfing the sky. Bai Ning, spear in hand, moved like lightning, charging straight into the densest part of the crowd. Immense spiritual energy surged into the spear, unleashing a devastating strike that shattered the enemy ranks. Hunter's Edge emitted an excited hum as the spear's shaft was enveloped in searing flames. Wherever the crescent-shaped flames passed, all defenses crumbled like paper. The first few mechs in the line of fire melted instantly, unable even to raise their arms. Molten iron dripped and splattered across the ground. Those behind them frantically raised shields in terror, only to discover the flames consumed everything in their path. Even their shields and psychic abilities were engulfed in flames. The flames ignited upon contact, impossible to extinguish no matter how fiercely they batted at them. They could only be reduced to charcoal amidst piercing screams. This technique, learned from Lei Zhang, had long since reached perfection in Bai Ning's hands. The effect he unleashed now far surpassed Lei Zhang's own. With a single shot, Bai Ning cleared everything within dozens of meters in front of him. Only those who fled swiftly escaped the carnage. Consume, 18. 5/100 trillion assets, to evolve into God tier, Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. The small text in his field of vision surged rapidly. In mere moments, the progress bar surged by a staggering 500 billion. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes in admiration. These researchers were indeed loaded. And this scorching spear was merely the beginning. Bai Ning dared not imagine how far his progress might soar after today's bloodbath. Reaching the upper tier of the 9th rank wasn't impossible. In the next instant, a ghostly figure darted through the sea of people. Each strike carried the force of a wildfire. Flames surging like living tsunamis, wave after wave crashing and converging around him. Screams and explosions filled the air. The army, which had been brimming with murderous intent moments ago, plunged into utter chaos and panic. This was a true sea of fire engulfing the land. Chapter 148, the idiots up top would never consider running. The progress bar shot upward with glee. These guys were rolling in dough. Even 5th and 6th tier individuals commanded prices rivaling 7th tier ones. Every swing of Tracer's blade sent bursts of blood mist flying. Bai Ning fought with such fervor that the speckles of red splattering her face went entirely unnoticed. Her gun blazed like a dragon, precise and deadly. Monster! What kind of monster? I told you not to come. What can we block this with? Our lives? Mom, I want to go back to school and do experiments. Desperate cries echoed in waves. To Bai Ning, these were nothing but irrelevant background noise. Suddenly, an extremely subtle mental fluctuation abruptly descended. The Dean had made his move. Dozens of subtle psychic threads connected with pinpoint accuracy to the scattered psychics. The moment they were linked, their eyes instantly lost focus. They became lifeless puppets. A warning bell rang loudly in Bai Ning's heart. Those in the cave had warned him, this technique's effects were far more terrifying than they appeared. This form of coordination rendered everyone's movements exceptionally efficient and synchronized. Their coordination was flawless. different abilities interlocking to create a synergy where 1 plus 1 far exceeded 3. He had been guarding against this moment all along. The thought barely crossed his mind before the assault descended like a storm. Without a moment's hesitation, his golden pupils flashed, and he vanished 100 meters away. SSSSH. The water blade sliced through the spot he had just occupied, cleaving 2 nearby researchers clean in half. Blood spattered everywhere. Yet the water blade's speed remained utterly unaffected. Only upon piercing the ground did it kick up a cloud of dust. Before Bai Ning could react, a powerful suction pulled at his feet. A quick glance revealed the ground had transformed into quicksand. It covered an area of a kilometer in all directions. Simultaneously, a net woven from alloy threads, gleaming with razor-sharp brilliance, screeched downward, closing in. These sudden changes affected not only Bai Ning but also the researchers nearby, who all let out startled cries. What the hell is happening to the ground? Damn it, Bai Ning, you bastard! What has Bai Ning done now? The curses came in waves, all directed at Bai Ning. They never imagined the dean, whom they revered like a god, would show no regard for their lives. The earth trembled under the unbearable weight. Rumble! The ground rapidly cracked and bulged upward. Countless vines as thick as giant serpents burst forth from the earth. The vines swelled with the wind, spreading outward in a near-frenzied tangle that obscured the sky. These vines made no distinction between friend and foe, treating everything in their path as an obstacle. No! 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 Don't come over here! This ability! I've seen this before! Right in! Those who moved too slowly were pierced through the chest by the surging vines. He struggled futilely as his body visibly withered at a terrifying rate. A cloud of dust engulfed the chaotic crowd. The battlefield transformed into a bizarre, monstrous primeval forest. Vines like living tentacles lashed wildly through the air, sealing off any space for evasion. Every attack converged on Bai Ning in that instant. Asterisk 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 me. Bai Ning cursed under his breath. In the blink of an eye, more researchers had fallen to the dean's hands than he had killed himself. What the hell was going on? Even though these researchers could wield their psychic powers, they still suffered heavy casualties. And that was without even considering the prisoners trying to escape in the chaos. They could only hope for the best. As the sandy giant hand, vicious vines, and massive nets closed in, Bai Ning had no time for sarcasm. He teleported again to evade the onslaught. His figure flickered, vanishing directly out of the dense forest. Before he could process what had happened, a sinking feeling gripped his heart once more. Something was wrong. He had chosen his teleportation destination randomly, but the moment he materialized, whoosh, water blades as swift as thunderbolts erupted. The relentless quicksand and giant net closed in once more. Bai Ning's pupils contracted as he teleported to evade once more. The familiar sound echoed in his ears once more. Whoosh, another teleportation, followed by yet another, shoo, flash, whoosh, flash, whoosh. Once could be coincidence, but twice, 3 times, absolutely not. While dodging, Bai Ning's mind raced. This familiar scene mirrored exactly how he had toyed with the dean back then. Using his spatial abilities to pinpoint the dean's teleportation landing spot, he launched his fastest attack toward it. There would always come a moment when he couldn't dodge in time. He never imagined that the moment he'd used it, the dean would learn it. He'd turned around and used it against him. Just as the teleportation appeared again, a piercing whistle cut through the air from afar. Whoosh! The sound drowned out all other noise. The pure, concentrated intent to kill made Bai Ning's hair stand on end at the back of his neck. A long-forgotten sense of mortal danger sent a chill down his spine. There was no time to discern what it was. Without a second thought, he activated teleportation again. Whoosh! Despite his lightning-fast reflexes, the arrow still grazed past his afterimage. The sheer dissipating energy alone tore a bloody gash across his shoulder. But it wasn't over. Even before reappearing, Bai Ning knew that the moment his teleportation ended, he'd be met with another thunderous arrow. The moment his teleportation ended, his gaze darted toward the dean. Simultaneously, a golden thread tore through the sky at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. The sonic boom reverberated deafeningly from a great distance. Bai Ning had no choice but to teleport again. The dean hovered in midair, his expression calm. Nice dodge, but how many times can you keep this up? As Bai Ning teleported, the shifting sands and sprawling vines shifted direction in unison. Accompanied by a thunderous arrow, they assaulted Bai Ning. Han Xiangjuan mingled among the crowd, tilting her head back with a smile that bordered on obsession. It worked. The dean's plan had worked. No matter how powerful Bai Ning was, he'd be forced into a desperate dodge against such relentless attacks, leaving him no chance to fight back. And with the entire island's rune array supporting him, the dean could rapidly replenish his energy, needing no concern for exhaustion. Given enough time, Bai Ning would inevitably fall. Moreover, the dean had calculated his human nature perfectly. Using the very tactics Bai Ning had once employed against him would ignite the fiery rage of this supremely arrogant young man. He'd become a fool consumed by battle rage, never even considering escape. At this thought, Han Xiangjuan's smile grew even more smug. Young and exceptionally gifted, he'll become the finest test subject we've ever had. Bai Tianzi was equally exhilarated, grabbing Han Xiangjuan's arm and shaking it wildly. Look, Bai Ning is injured. Han Xiangjuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. She wrenched her sleeve free from Bai Tianzi's grasp and reminded her. Now, it's time for you to fan the flames. Their plan had been set long ago. They would take turns provoking Bai Ning repeatedly, pushing his rage to its peak. Only then would he be too consumed to consider escape, ensuring their success in one decisive move. I know. Bai Tianzi twisted her mouth into a sneer, then bellowed at Bai Ning in the sky. Today is the day you die. I'll slice you into 1,000 pieces and serve you as a side dish to honor Tianyan.